diagnosed with over 30 diseases, half of them being cancer. I thought my life was over, until I discovered I could absorb the illnesses of others, and also grant sickness to them. When my scheming ex-girlfriend publicly humiliated me and teamed up with a rich second generation to attack me, I just gently patted their shoulders, returning the leukemia to my ex, and gifting hemorrhoids to her new lover. From this day on, a god who controls sickness and health will walk the earth. Doctor, how is my body? In the hospital's consultation room, a pale young man asked weakly. Well, the doctor's brow was furrowed, his expression complex. Young man, in my 30 years of practice, I've never seen a constitution like yours. We've found over 30 diseases in you, half of which are cancer. I just want to know how long I have left to live, the young man asked with a bitter smile. It's not a question of how long you have left. In my opinion, it's a medical miracle that you're still alive. This young man was Shinchen. His parents named him this, which means body without illness, because he was frail and sickly since childhood. But it didn't help, he was a magnet for every flu and illness. When he was 12, his mother was diagnosed with terminal lung cancer. He was surprised to see a purple halo blowing on her body with 2 words on it, absorb. Driven by curiosity, he touched the words. Instantly, he felt something being sucked from his mother's body into his own. He began to have trouble breathing and coughing, while his mother's condition improved. The next day, his mother's lung cancer had miraculously disappeared, and he was diagnosed with terminal lung cancer. He faintly guessed that he had exchanged his life for his mother's, but he didn't die. In the following years, thinking he didn't have long to live, he continuously absorbed his parents' illnesses, hoping they could live healthy lives. However, when he was 18, his well-cared-for parents died in a car accident. Later, he had a girlfriend, Su Qingqing. She was one of the few who was willing to be close to him despite his condition. But soon, the words, absorb, appeared on her too. She had leukemia. Shinchen chose to absorb it again. The price was that his own health deteriorated further. This morning, after absorbing his college roommate's hemorrhoids, he felt he could no longer hold on and came to the hospital. Leaving the consultation room, he sighed. Even the doctor wanted to donate his body for medical research after he died. The elevator door opened, and a stunningly beautiful but pale girl walked in, stumbling into his arms. Cough, cough. The slight impact made him cough violently. When he looked at her again, his pupils suddenly contracted, because this time, 4 words appeared on her body. Absorb, grant, absorb, grant. Shinchen was shaken. If absorb transfers others' illnesses to me, then grant. Can I transfer my illnesses to others? He almost subconsciously wanted to choose grant. You're Shinchen? The girl suddenly recognized him, a flash of panic in her eyes. Shinchen was instantly jolted back to his senses. The illnesses I took on out of sympathy, why should a stranger bear the consequences? Even if I can't be a good person, I must not be an evil one. He slapped himself in frustration. It turned out this girl, Lin Man, was his girlfriend Su Qingqing's classmate. She was feeling unwell, so he offered to walk her back to school. At the entrance of Bingcheng University of Technology, just as Shinchen was helping Lin Man out of the car, a sharp female voice came from behind. Shinchen, what are you doing? It was his girlfriend, Su Qingqing. Wasn't she supposed to be at a friend's birthday party? You have the nerve to ask me? Su Qingqing's face was ugly as she pointed at Lin Man. Who is that woman? Before Shinchen could explain, a tall, handsome young man stepped out from beside Su Qingqing, saying sarcastically, Qingqing, is this your sickly boyfriend? The newcomer was Qin Hao, a student from the university's Daoban, an awakener with a powerful fire ability. Shinchen instantly understood. Su Qingqing seized the opportunity, her eyes welling with tears as she began to cry. Shinchen, after all I've done for you, you cheat on me with another woman. Qin Hao, I'm willing to accept your pursuit. This was a cliché romantic drama, and he was the worthless, villainous cheater being cast aside. Just as the onlookers were pointing fingers at Shinchen, Lin Man stepped forward. Su Qingqing, you've gone too far, she said coldly. You talk about not minding Shinchen's health, but in reality, you're just waiting for a better offer. If Qin Hao had appeared earlier, you would have probably broken up with him long ago, right? Struck by the truth, Su Qingqing became flustered and angry. Qin Hao even summoned a ball of fire in his palm, threatening Lin Man. Wait! Shinchen stepped forward, shielding Lin Man. A breakup is a breakup, no need to make it so ugly. He walked up to Su Qingqing with a bitter smile. Since we're breaking up, it's time to return some things that originally belonged to you. He reached out and patted Su Qingqing's shoulder. Get your dirty hands off me. Su Qingqing disgustedly swatted his hand away. But in the next second, she suddenly felt dizzy. An overwhelming fatigue washed over her, and she fainted on the spot. In contrast, Shinchen's complexion looked much better. This was his first time trying grant. He had returned the leukemia that originally belonged to Su Qingqing back to her. Then, he walked over to Qinhao, patted his shoulder, and said meaningfully, "You have to take good care of Qingqing." As his voice fell, Qinhao felt a tightening in his rear end, an uncomfortable sensation that made him unconsciously clench his legs. The flame in his palm extinguished. Shinchen had gifted him the hemorrhoids he had absorbed from his roommate. Watching this comical scene, Shinchen pushed through the crowd and left. On the way, Lin Man caught up with him, curious about what he had done. "I just returned what originally belonged to Su Qingqing," Shinchen said faintly, then noticed Lin Man was clutching her abdomen. It turned out she had appendicitis but couldn't afford the surgery. "Thank you for speaking up for me today. In return, I can help you once," Shinchen said, walking up and patting Lin Man's shoulder. "Absorb." A sharp pain shot through his abdomen. Shinchen grunted but quickly adapted. Lin Man, on the other hand, was amazed to find her abdominal pain gone. "All right, we're even," Shinchen said, not wanting to have too much contact with this girl who could read minds. He then returned to his dorm. Back in his dorm, he learned a piece of major news from his roommate, Xiao. In response to a military directive, the Dao Ban was going to recruit new members from the entire student body. This news gave Shinchen new hope. Perhaps he didn't have to die. Perhaps his ability was a form of awakening. He immediately called an old Master Lin who had been helping him with treatment. Old Master Lin was the head of a folk organization called Baichao Tang, Hall of 100 Herbs, whose members were mostly patients Shinchen had helped. When Shinchen suggested that his ability might be an awakening, old Master Lin thought he had gone mad from his illness. "Little Shin, awakened abilities are all beneficial to oneself. As for your ability," Shinchen was helpless. It seemed he could only rely on himself. The day after tomorrow was the Dao Ban selection. Could he, a person with over 30 diseases, pass the selection? The original intention of establishing Baikatang was to collect various precious medicinal materials and visit famous doctors everywhere, with the purpose of helping Shinchen heal. However, Shinchen had never inquired about Baikatang as he had long given up. With nearly 30 ailments afflicting his body, half of which were cancers, even if Hua Tuo were alive, he would probably just turn and leave. What use was it to seek out the most precious herbs or the most skilled doctors? Yet, old Master Lin never gave up. He only had one saying: "Nothing in the world is difficult, as long as one is determined." When old Master Lin was suffering from a terminal illness, it was Shinchen who saved him. Later, upon learning that Shinchen's method of saving him was to transfer his illness onto himself, old Master Lin always felt indebted to him. Thus, for the past 2 years, he had been constantly searching for ways to help Shinchen resolve his ailments. This led to the establishment of Baikatang. Shinchen smiled helplessly and then said, "Old Master Lin, you can handle the matters of Baikatang yourself." "All right, I understand." After hanging up the phone, Shinchen opened the bathroom door and immediately saw Xiao looking at him with a strange smile. "What are you looking at your dad for?" Shinchen said irritably. "I am your dad." Xiao shot back directly. After exchanging a few quips as usual, Xiao then said with a smirk, "Calling your flower girlfriend again?" "What? Girlfriend?" Shinchen let out a bitter laugh and then calmly said, "We broke up." Upon hearing this, Xiao patted Shinchen's shoulder nonchalantly. "It's normal for young couples to argue. A little fighting can even promote the development of feelings. In this regard, I'm an expert." Xiao said proudly. "She's with Qinhao now." Shinchen's tone remained calm, as if he were discussing something trivial. Hearing this, the smile on Xiao's face instantly froze, and the other two in the dorm, Chen Meng and Zhao Xiaodao, also turned to look at Shinchen, their expressions unusually complex. Sensing the change in the atmosphere, Shinchen glanced at the three of them who were frozen in place and then smiled. "Why are you all looking at me like that? It's just being dumped. What's so unusual about it?" He pointed at Xiao and said, "Our big brother Xiao gets dumped every day and dumps others every day. It's no big deal. None of you should look so glum. Your dad is still alive." Shinchen said irritably. If this were before, even with his poor health, he would have been pinned down and beaten by Xiao and Xian Meng, but at this moment, even Xiao did not retort. After about half a minute, Xiao took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. "When did this happen?" "Just now." Shinchen frowned at the smell of smoke and then uncontrollably started coughing. Seeing this, Xiao immediately extinguished the cigarette and calmly looked at Qian Meng beside him, saying, "Second, come with me." "Okay." Qian Meng stood up directly, his expression serious, not even asking Xiao what they were going to do. I'll go too." Zhao Xiaodao seemed a bit timid but still stood up. "What are you going for?" Xiao said irritably, "I'm taking Qian Meng to pick up girls." "What are you going for?" "Ah, is that so?" Zhao Xiaodao awkwardly sat back down. Seeing Zhao Xiaodao's expression, Xiao couldn't help but laugh, then turned to leave with Qian Meng but was stopped by Shinchen. "What are you doing?" Xiao turned to Shinchen. "Are you going with us to pick up girls?" "Forget it." Shinchen shook his head. He knew very well what Xiao was planning to do. He was just like that. Usually, the four of them could mess around however they wanted, and no one would really get angry. But once an outsider bullied someone from their dorm, it was as if Xiao had transformed into a different person. This guy really dared to swing a knife at someone. What do you mean, forget it? Xiao continued to play dumb, smiling as he said, I don't even know what you're talking about. For her, it's not worth it. Shinchen shook his head again. Upon hearing this, Xiao stopped pretending and removed Shinchen's hand from his arm, speaking slowly and deliberately, she isn't worth it, but I have to regain my brother's face. After saying that, he smiled and shouted at Qianmeng, come with me, let's deal with him. Xiao, that's Li Hua, Shinchen shouted after his retreating figure. Xiao didn't look back, he just shook his head of blonde hair and raised his hand above his head, making an okay gesture. Who cares about Li Hua? If he doesn't kneel down and apologize to you today, I'll call you dad from now on. With that, he and Qianmeng disappeared down the dormitory corridor without looking back. Third brother, what should we do? Xiao finally reacted, realizing that Xiao wasn't going to flirt but was taking Qianmeng to fight Qinhao. It's fine, Shinchen shook his head and took out his phone to dial a number. However, after a long while, no one answered on the other end, and Shinchen frowned, then looked at Zhao Xiaodao beside him and said, Xiaodao, go to the fighting gym and find Yi Qing. Just tell him I'm looking for him and have him go directly to Qinhao's dorm. Yi Qing? The Yi Qing from Daoban? Zhao Xiaodao asked, puzzled. Third brother, do you know Yi Qing? Don't ask so many questions, just do as I say. Oh, okay. Zhao Xiaodao nodded and hurriedly ran out of the dorm. Watching Zhao Xiaodao leave, Shen still felt a bit uneasy, so he dialed another number. Before the other party could speak, Shinchen straightforwardly said, Old Master Lin, I've gotten into some trouble at school. After a moment, he added, it might involve breaking a leg of a student from Daoban. Students from Daoban were always treated like precious gems, and there had been cases before where a student from Daoban got into a conflict outside of school, beating someone half to death, and it ended without consequence. Anyone who dared to touch a student from Daoban would undoubtedly be in deep trouble. On the other end of the line, Old Master Lin didn't hesitate at all and said directly, don't worry, go ahead and do it. I'll send someone over right away. Okay. Shinchen nodded, then didn't say anything more, hanging up the phone and walking out of the dorm. Meanwhile, in Qinhao's dorm, 3 shirtless guys were gathered around a table playing cards. I'm all in, one guy, with a cigarette in his mouth, threw down 4 kings. The next second, the dorm door was kicked open with a bang. What the hell? The 3 were startled and quickly stood up to look towards the door. There stood a young man with blonde hair, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. His eyes slightly squinted from the smoke as he assessed the 3 in the room. Beside him stood a muscular guy who was at least 6 feet tall. Hey guys, what are you playing? Xiao said with a half smile, holding a baseball bat that he had somehow acquired. Who the hell are you? One of the guys pointed at Xiao, his face looking very unpleasant. Speak more politely. Did you leave your mom at home? Xiao smiled and stepped forward, asking, tell me, where's that bastard Qinhao? Go to hell. How dare you talk about brother Hao? The guy didn't back down either, stepping forward to confront Xiao. Xiao frowned slightly, then without any warning, swung the baseball bat in his hand and brought it down heavily on the other person's head. Clang! The iron hollow baseball bat collided with the person's skull, producing a crisp sound. The boy staggered back 2 steps from the impact, knocking over the table behind him and collapsing to the ground, a streak of crimson blood flowing down from his forehead. Xiao didn't give the other party any time to catch their breath, swinging the bat again at the boy's head. The other 2, seeing this, were about to step forward to help, but Qianmeng directly blocked their way, coldly watching them. Faced with Qianmeng, who was a head taller than them, the 2 instinctively swallowed hard and retreated wisely. Although they shared a dorm with Qinhao, they were not students of the special class, nor were they awakened ones. If it came to a fight, they were no match for Qianmeng, especially with Xiao, who had no sense of restraint, standing by. Seeing that the 2 made no move, a smirk of mockery appeared at the corner of Xiao's mouth. He slowly crouched down and patted the face of the boy. He had knocked down. Can we talk properly now? The boy covered his bleeding head with his hand, his voice trembling, clearly frightened by Xiao's 2 blows. You say? Damn, you really are a coward, Xiao said, somewhat speechless. He considered himself a civilized person and hated fighting the most. But there was no choice. Some people wouldn't talk nicely unless you showed them some strength. I ask you, where is Qinhao? How good? Hao Gu is feeling a bit unwell. He went to the hospital, the boy stammered. Which hospital? Xiao asked. First hospital. Good, it would have been better if you said that earlier. Xiao patted his cheek again, then stood up and said to Qianmeng, let's go to the hospital. Qianmeng nodded in a deep voice. Just as they reached the dormitory door, Xiao seemed to remember something, paused, and turned to look at the other 2. Seeing Xiao stop again, the 2 who had intended to help the injured boy immediately halted their movements, looking at Xiao with some trepidation. Xiao pondered for a few seconds, then threw the cigarette butt on the ground, extinguishing it with the tip of his shoe. He then pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket, looking like 2 or 3,000 yuan. Without counting, he placed it on the bed beside him and said to the 2, take him to the infirmary for a bandage. This money is for medical expenses. After saying that, he ignored them and directly left Qin Hao's dormitory with Qian Meng. It wasn't until Xiao's figures completely disappeared that the two boys dared to step forward to help the injured boy. "Brother Hai, are you okay?" The beaten boy touched his head, then extended his bloodied hand towards the other, saying irritably, "Do I look okay?" "To you? Damn it!" He grabbed a few tissues from the nearby box, wiping the blood off his head while angrily saying, "I will get my revenge for this." Hearing his words, one of the boys hesitated for a few seconds before speaking up. "Brother Hai, maybe we should just let it go." "What did you say?" Brother Hai frowned, looking displeased at the other. "You want to let it go? When have I ever suffered such a loss?" "Brother Hai, his name is Xiao," the boy said abruptly. "I don't care what his name is, I have to get back at him." Brother Hai spat forcefully. "Xiao Wu yes Xia," the boy added again. Xiao Wu Yi." Brother Hai was clearly taken aback for a moment, then pulled out a few more tissues to wipe the blood from his head. After a few seconds of silence, he spoke again. "Actually, Xiao didn't hit too hard just now. Just like the playful banter between friends," he said, glancing at the two and asking, "Don't you think so?" This time, the two were momentarily stunned, but they quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, he's just messing around with you." First Hospital of Ice City. "You have leukemia?" Qin Hao looked at Su Qingqing in shock. "Senior Qin, I had leukemia before, but I have recovered. I don't know what's happening this time." Su Qingqing's pale face was filled with panic, and as she spoke, it seemed she remembered something. She recalled that it was Shinchen who had urged her to go to the hospital for a checkup, which led to her leukemia diagnosis. Later, Shinchen told her he would find a way to help her, and not long after, her leukemia was cured. Now, just after breaking up with Shinchen, her leukemia had relapsed. Thinking of this, she quickly spoke up. "It's Shinchen. It must be Shinchen. What nonsense are you talking about?" Qin Hao looked at her with some displeasure. At that moment, he wasn't feeling well either. The sudden onset of hemorrhoids made him restless, and his mood was quite irritable. "Senior Qin, our illnesses must be Shinchen's doing." Su Qingqing grabbed Qin Hao's arm, gritting her teeth as she spoke. "Senior Qin, do you remember? We were both fine before, but after Shinchen touched us, our bodies started showing different degrees of symptoms." Hearing Su Qingqing's words, Qin Hao fell into a moment of contemplation. As an awakened one, his physical condition was naturally much better than that of ordinary people. Although he wasn't immune to all ailments, minor issues like hemorrhoids were indeed less likely to afflict him, and it was true that he felt discomfort after Shinchen touched him. However, upon further thought, if Shinchen had such abilities, how could he have been sick all these years? Moreover, if that were the case, Shinchen would have long since entered the ranks of the elite. How could he remain obscure? With this in mind, he looked again at Su Qingqing, realizing that this woman was quite scheming. She must be afraid of being abandoned, so she used Shinchen as a scapegoat. After all, the Su family was just a small household, and treating leukemia required ongoing chemotherapy, which was no small expense. Even so, whether it could be cured was still uncertain. With this thought, he became more convinced that this was just Su Qingqing's scheme, and he impatiently shook off her hand. "Alright, stop messing around. I have things to do, so I'm leaving." "Senior Qin, what should I do?" Su Qingqing suddenly panicked. Over the years, the reason she could wear designer clothes and carry luxury bags was because of Shinchen, her cash cow. But now that she had broken up with him, and Qin Hao didn't plan to take care of her either, what was she supposed to do? Thinking of this, she quickly reached out and grabbed Qin Hao's arm, speaking in an almost pleading tone. "Senior Qin, you can't just ignore me." Qin Hao frowned slightly. "Why can't I ignore you? We've only been together for less than 2 hours, am I supposed to be responsible for you?" Upon hearing Qin Hao's words, Su Qingqing's already pale face lost all color. She knew that Qin Hao wasn't planning to take care of her anymore. In fact, she was well aware that what Qin Hao valued was merely her youth and beauty, but she didn't care because she believed she would always remain beautiful. However, now that her leukemia had inexplicably relapsed, her only advantage was about to vanish. Looking at Qin Hao's emotionless gaze, Su Qingqing panicked. Just then, a frivolous voice reached their ears. "Oh, I hope I'm not interrupting your little rendezvous, you two thieves in the night?" "Boss, yeah, those words don't seem to be used that way," Chen Meng reminded from the side. "Don't worry about it." Xiao turned to Qian Meng and said, "Do you really think your boss is uneducated? Today, I'll curse you in classical Chinese." "Boss Xiao, you can speak classical Chinese?" Qian Meng laughed and scratched his head, clearly not believing him. "Oh, you don't believe me?" Xiao immediately became displeased, stepping forward and pointing at Qin Hao, saying, "I enter the Jade Gate. Why are you a treacherous scoundrel, stealing people's wealth, seducing the lewd, chasing the mad shadows, and the foolish white? Is there any evil you haven't committed?" After hearing Xiao's words, the three of them were stunned for a long time, and in the end, it was Qian Meng who reacted first, giving Xiao a thumbs up. "Boss Xiao, awesome." Of course. Xiao smiled proudly. At this moment, Qin Hao also came to his senses, pointing at Xiao and angrily saying, "Xiao, do you really think I won't dare to touch you? Hey, you really hit the nail on the head." Xiao stepped forward, standing in front of Xiao, and said slowly, "You really don't dare to touch me. You." Xiao looked at Xiao, who was standing in front of him and provoking him with words, and raised his hand but hesitated to bring it down. Just as Xiao said, he truly didn't dare to touch the other party. Although the Qin family had some status in Ice City, they were still far behind the Xie family. The Xie family in Ice City was like a local emperor. It was no exaggeration to say that if old Master Xie stomped his foot, the entire Ice City would tremble. And Xiao was the only grandson of old Master Xie, the sole heir of the Xie family. Xiao. Xiao looked up at Xiao's raised hand and said fiercely, "If you don't bring that hand down today, you are my grandson." Xiao. Xiao's raised hand trembled slightly, the veins on his forehead bulging, clearly furious. Ever since he awakened blazing fire and entered the Dao class for study, he had been the object of admiration wherever he went. He had never suffered such humiliation. Seeing that the other party was slow to act, Xiao disdainfully curled his lip and mocked, "Grandson." Before Xiao could get angry, Xiao swung the baseball bat in his hand and struck Xiao hard on the temple. With Su Qingqing's startled cry, Xiao fell straight to the ground. "Xiao, you." Xiao covered his temple with one hand and pointed at Xiao with the other, his eyes burning with rage. He didn't dare to hit Xiao, but he never expected that Xiao would disregard the Qin family's status and his own identity as a Dao class student to attack him directly. "Don't point at me, I'm afraid I might not be able to help but break your finger." Xiao weighed the baseball bat in his hand and then said, "Xiao, before dark today, go kneel and apologize to my brother, and I won't hold it against you." "Your brother?" Xiao was somewhat confused. At this moment, Su Qingqing finally realized, hurriedly stepping forward to support Xiao and whispering, "He and Shinchen are roommates." Shinchen? It was only then that Xiao understood. Xiao had come to help Shinchen find a venue. He then turned to Su Qingqing, blaming this wretched woman. Thinking of this, he pushed Su Qingqing away and stood up, looking at Xiao coldly, saying, "Xiao, asking me to apologize to Shinchen? You're dreaming. Good, you have guts." Xiao nodded in appreciation, then casually said, "Then I'll just break your legs today. Then come and try." Xiao's gaze sharpened, and he raised his palm to summon a blazing flame. Xiao was already an arrogant person, and after awakening, he became a prominent figure in the entire academy and even in Ice City, a genius youth. Today, he was able to tolerate Xiao entirely because the other party had the backing of the Xie family and the towering figure of Master Xie. However, if the other party continued to press him, he wouldn't mind giving them a little lesson. Even if the Xie family was protective, they probably wouldn't do anything to him over such a trivial matter. After all, it was Xiao who made the first move. Just then, a nurse in scrubs walked out. Looking annoyed as she said, "If you want to make a scene, do it outside. This is a hospital, don't disturb the other patients." As she spoke, her gaze caught the flames in Xiao's palm, and she couldn't help but pause slightly before adding, "Even if you are students from the Dao class, you can't mess around here. Otherwise, I'll have to call the enforcement team." Xiao smiled and looked apologetically at the nurse. "Nurse sister, sorry about that, we'll step outside to resolve this." Saying this, he waved at Xiao. "Grandson, come out with me." Watching Xiao and Xianmeng leave, Xiao hesitated for a few seconds, then pulled out his phone from his pocket, quickly typed a message, and sent it before following after them. "Senior Xiao, maybe we should just let it go and not stoop to his level," Su Qingqing said timidly. At this moment, Xiao remembered Su Qingqing, turned to glance at her, then suddenly pushed her to the ground, coldly saying, "It's all because of you, you shameless woman. Don't let me see you again." After saying this, he left the hospital without looking back, leaving Su Qingqing sitting alone on the cold floor, her face pale. In that moment, a thin figure unconsciously appeared in Su Qingqing's mind. He seemed to have never left her side. When she was diagnosed with leukemia back then, Shinchen had always been right there beside her. Had she really made a mistake? No. Su Qingqing wiped the tears from her face, talking to herself, "I did nothing wrong. I just wanted to become better. I was only pursuing my own happiness. What's wrong with that?" After saying this, she got up from the ground and chased after Xiao's retreating figure. So-called love is sometimes like this, for the good that is not loved, one only seeks the bad that remains. As Xiao stepped out of the hospital, he saw Xiao and Xianmeng leaning against a Land Rover, with several burly men in black suits and sunglasses standing behind them. Seeing this scene, Xiao's expression instantly darkened, but since he was already there, going back would be too embarrassing. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and walked over. "Yo." Xiao looked at Xiao with a half-smile, then said, "I thought you wouldn't dare to come out." "Xiao." Xiao first glanced at the burly men behind him, then said with a grim face, "Are you trying to bully the few with the many?" As soon as he finished speaking, before Xiao could respond, a burly man wearing sunglasses rushed up, grabbing Xiao by the collar and growling, "So you're the one called Xiao?" Xiao was also about 1.8 meters tall, but the other party's strength nearly lifted him off the ground. "Hey, tiger, don't scare my grandson." Xiao handed the baseball bat in his hand to Qianmeng behind him, then patted the burly man's shoulder, signaling him to let go of Xiao. "Young master, just say the word, and I'll take care of him today." The burly man turned to Xiao, his expression somewhat fierce. "Tiger? That's unnecessary. Xiao smiled, then stepped forward to adjust Qinhao's collar, whispering, "Before coming here, I bragged to my brothers that I'd make you kneel and apologize." To him. "You wouldn't make it hard for me, right? Xiao, you're dreaming." Qinhao gritted his teeth and said, "If you dare to touch me today, Su sure will not let you go. Even if your Xia family rules Ice City, the law enforcement team is not something you can control." Su sure? Law enforcement team? Xiao frowned, then said to himself, "The head teacher of the Dao class and also the deputy captain of the law enforcement team, this is indeed a problem." After pondering for a few seconds, Xiao seemed to think of something. His eyes brightened, and he said, "How about I just kill you here and throw you into the Songjiang River? That way, if you go missing, the law enforcement team won't be able to do anything about it, right?" Just then, a deep voice came from not far away. The voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. The young master of the Xia family really has a big mouth. Xiao looked in the direction of the voice and saw a middle-aged man in his 40s approaching, accompanied by a group of people in law enforcement uniforms. "Su sure," Qinhao called out, then walked towards him, pointing at Xiao and said, "Su sure, you just heard him. He wants to kill me and throw me into the Songjiang." "No worries." Su sure glanced at the injury on Qinhao's head and said lightly, "Since young master Xiao wants to throw you into the Songjiang, then let him do it. I also want to see just how lawless the Xia family is in Ice City." Saying this, he shot a cold glance at Xiao and continued in a deep voice, "Do you think you can disregard the law enforcement team and the Dao class established by the military?" "Oh," Xiao quickly waved his hand upon hearing this, "Su sure, you shouldn't scare me with the law enforcement team and the military. My Xia family is just an ordinary family. I'm a coward." The Xia family indeed has significant power in Ice City, with many of their people placed within the law enforcement team. However, there is one department that the Xia family would never dare to offend, and that is the military. The military of Xiao country is the most powerful armed organization in the entire Xiao country, headquartered in the capital, Jingdu, with branches established in various cities to control the security issues of the entire Xiao country. So far, there has been no news of any force being able to place their people within the military, and the reason the students of the Dao class are valued is that it was established under the leadership of the military. It is said that students who awaken powerful abilities in the Dao class have the opportunity to enter the military after graduation, and those who excel will be directly granted military ranks. Su Shure's willingness to risk offending the Xia family to help Qinhao is precisely because Qinhao is one of the top students in the Ice City Dao class. If Qinhao can indeed be granted a military rank, then Su Shure's status as a teacher will naturally rise as well. Although the Xia family is powerful in Ice City now, Old Master Xia is already old, and he has only one son and one grandson. Xia Xiaolong, Old Master Xia's son, and Xiao's father, is jokingly referred to as the most sentimental man in Ice City. It is said that he has devoted himself to studying medicine to treat his wife, ignoring the Xia family's business, and instead, 4 out of the 7 hospitals in Ice City are sponsored by him. Now, Xiao is already 22 years old and has not yet awakened. Even if he awakens in the future, his abilities will not be very strong. It seems that the future of the Xia family is destined to decline. Therefore, Su Shure is more optimistic about the Qin family. Although the Qin family is not worth mentioning now, with Qinhao around, the Qin family will surely prosper. "Su Changsheng, are you sure you want to interfere in the Xia family's affairs?" The man whom Xiao called brother who stepped forward, looking coldly at Su Shure. Su Shure looked the other person up and down, then smiled and said, "So it's brother who, one of Old Master Xia's 4 generals, the tiger. Is it necessary for you to come here for a child's fight? I am asking you, are you sure you want to interfere in this matter?" The tiger asked again, his tone laced with cold murderous intent. "This matter is under my control." Su Changsheng also stood his ground, staring directly at the other party. As soon as these words were spoken, both the burly men behind the tiger and the members of the law enforcement team who had come with Su Changsheng stepped forward, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Seeing this scene, Xiao patted the tiger's shoulder and said, "Brother Tiger, let it go. Don't worry, young master. If it comes to blows, I guarantee the Qin will definitely die." The tiger whispered, turning his head. "There's no need for that." Xiao also lowered his voice, saying, "Whether dealing with Qinhao or Su Changsheng, the Xia family has plenty of ways. Going head-to-head is the most foolish choice. I was impulsive today. I didn't expect Su Changsheng to risk offending our Xia family just to protect Qinhao. It seems he really has high hopes for him. So, young master, what do you plan to do?" The tiger frowned. "If we just let it go, it would be too embarrassing. Let's see how that Su plans to resolve this." Saying this, Xiao walked up to Su Changsheng, smiled, and asked, "What does Master Su think is the best way to handle today's matter?" "Matters between you kids should naturally be resolved by yourselves." Master Su smiled, then turned his gaze to the tiger beside him. "As for the law enforcement team and the Xia family, you should not interfere. To let me duel with an awakened from the Dao class, Master Su really thinks highly of me." Xiao's lips curled slightly, but inside, he had already cursed this old fox's ancestors several times. Although the Summer Kingdom had not yet developed methods for awakened individuals to cultivate, most awakened were not much different from ordinary people, just with slightly better physiques. However, Xiao was different. His blazing fire had great destructive power even without cultivation. If he were to get serious, not to mention Xiao himself, even 10 or 8 ordinary people would be unable to approach him. What? Master Su's eyes narrowed slightly. Is the young master of the Xiao family afraid? You were quite arrogant just now. Is the heir of the Xiao family only capable of bullying others? Cough, cough. At that moment, a cough echoed in everyone's ears. Xiao was the first to react. Looking up, he then saw Shinchen and Zhao Xiaodao walking towards them, accompanied by a resolute-looking boy in a black vest. Third and fourth, why are you here? Xiao frowned slightly. Master Su was right, kids' matters should be resolved by kids themselves. Shinchen pulled out a white handkerchief from his pocket, covering his mouth as he coughed violently again. Who are you? Master Su looked Shinchen up and down, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Master Su, this is Shinchen. Xiao whispered a few words in his ear, briefly explaining the situation. After listening, Master Su nodded slightly and then looked at Shinchen. Since this matter arose because of you, and you also agree with what I said, then let you and Xiao resolve it. Su Changsheng. Xiao's gaze turned cold. Boss Xiao. Shinchen raised his hand to stop Xiao, then looked at Master Su and said, Master Su may not know, but my health has never been good, so I can't fight. That's why I'm finding someone to fight for me. Before Master Su could speak, Shinchen continued, but don't worry, the person I'm looking for is also a student from the academy and won't bully the weak. As soon as Chen finished speaking, the boy in the black vest stepped forward. At this moment, everyone finally focused on him, and when they saw his face, both Master Su and Xiao's expressions stiffened. Yi Cheng. Master Su. Yi Cheng nodded slightly at Su Shi. He was also a student of the Dao class, and Su Shi in front of him was his homeroom teacher. Although he had come this time to help Shinchen, basic etiquette still had to be observed. Yi Cheng, what are you doing here? Su Shi frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. Brother Bing has been good to me. Now that he has something going on, of course, I have to come, Yi Cheng explained calmly. So you intend to go against me? Su Shi's tone carried a hint of threat. Yi Cheng, a Dao class student, awakened a year ago with the ability Combat Instinct. Although this ability wasn't as flashy as Xiao's blazing fire, it made Yi Cheng a natural warrior. Moreover, Yi Cheng was the head of the school's Sanda club before his awakening. When Xiao faced him, it couldn't be said that he had no chance of winning. He could only pray not to be beaten to death. Yi Cheng, are you really going to get involved in this matter? Su Shi naturally knew that Xiao was no match for him, so he continued to threaten, are you willing to offend me, the entire Dao class, and the enforcement team? Hearing this, Yi Cheng was slightly taken aback, as if he hadn't expected Su Changsheng, the homeroom teacher of the Dao class, to openly threaten a student like this. However, he still nodded. Shinchen had done him a great favor. He would not hesitate to go against the Dao class, the enforcement team, or even the entire Xiao country and the whole world. Seeing this scene, Su Changsheng was about to get angry. When he heard Shinchen, covering his mouth, walk in front of him and weakly say, Su Changsheng, am I giving you face? What? Su Changsheng was clearly taken aback. He never expected the other party would dare to speak to him like this. Even Xiao wouldn't dare to openly confront him. What right did this nameless sickly person have? Shinchen. With the surname Shin, he quickly searched his mind for the prominent families in Ice City, even the high-ranking officials in the military, but there wasn't a single one with the surname Shin. Immediately, his expression turned as dark as water, coldly looking at Shinchen. Are you talking to me? Otherwise? Shinchen covered his mouth with a handkerchief, coughed lightly twice, and then said, when our boss Xiao and Xiao were being rascals, you came out to talk about reason and rules. Now that I'm talking reason and rules with you, you want to be a rascal. Shinchen's expression changed slightly as he spoke word by word. Su Changsheng, I ask you, am I giving you face? Old 3, awesome. At this moment, even Xiao couldn't help but give Shinchen a thumbs up. He felt he was already arrogant enough, but he didn't expect that Shinchen, who usually looked sickly, was even more arrogant than him. The tiger standing next to Xiao also cast an appreciative glance at Shinchen, but soon his expression became serious as he whispered to Xiao, young master, your friend has spirit, but he's still a bit impulsive. The Dao class is about to start full enrollment soon. Offending Su Changsheng at this time is not a wise move. What are you afraid of? Xiao said nonchalantly, haven't I offended him too? You are the young master of the Xiao family. Su Changsheng naturally wouldn't dare to make things difficult for you, but the tiger hesitated. Tiger brother, you said something wrong. Xiao said lightly. What? The tiger was a bit confused. He's not my friend. He's my brother. Xiao's expression became serious. But the tiger wanted to say something else but was directly interrupted by Xiao. There's no but. If Su Changsheng dares to make things difficult for old 3, then the homeroom teacher of this Dao class can be replaced. A cold killing intent flashed in Xiao's eyes. The tiger opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing more. If the Xia family wants to move against Su Changsheng, they certainly can, but it would require a lot of connections and incur many debts of gratitude. However, if Xiao insists on taking action, given how much Xiao Wuya dotes on this grandson, he might indeed make a move against someone with the surname Su. At this moment, Su Changsheng was not thinking that far. He had never been threatened by a student before, especially not by a brash kid with no background. Su Changsheng slowly stepped forward, approaching Shinchen, and whispered in his ear, "Kid, do you believe I can kill you right now? Even the Xia family can't protect you." "I don't believe it." Shen shook his head slightly and pushed him away with a smile, saying, "Su, sure, keep your distance. I'm sick, be careful not to catch it." "You," Su Changsheng wanted to say more when a sudden screech of brakes pierced the air. A jeep came to a halt right in front of the hospital. Everyone's gaze immediately turned to the jeep, for the license plate prominently displayed the character, military. As the jeep door opened, a woman in a tight camouflage combat uniform stepped out. She wore a simple ponytail, and the fitted camouflage highlighted her perfect curves. Behind her, she carried a rectangular black leather case, and a silver Desert Eagle handgun was tucked into a holster at her waist. The woman's gaze swept over the crowd before landing on Shinchen, who was covering his mouth with a handkerchief, looking pale and sickly. "You must be Shinchen?" "Yes." Shinchen nodded lightly. "Hello, I'm Jang Ani." She stepped forward and extended her hand to Shinchen. Shinchen glanced at the stunning girl, who had a hint of heroism in her demeanor, and shook her hand, saying, "Hello. Alright, let's get down to business." Jang Ani scanned the crowd again and asked, "I heard you were going to break a Dao class student's leg. Have you done it?" "I ran into some obstacles, so not yet." Shinchen smiled helplessly. "Obstacles?" Jang Ani looked around at everyone, her gaze briefly lingering on the tiger and Su Changsheng for a few seconds. "May I ask, are you from the military department?" Su Changsheng, feeling a bit flustered upon hearing their conversation, spoke up. "I'm Su Changsheng, deputy captain of the Ice City law enforcement team and also the homeroom teacher of the Dao class at the University of Science and Technology." Jiang Anchi glanced at him indifferently but did not acknowledge him. Instead, she turned back to Shinchen and asked, "Is this the obstacle you mentioned?" "Exactly." Shinchen nodded. "Military department business." Jang Anchi looked at Su Changsheng and said expressionlessly, "Take your people aside." This Su Changsheng's face showed a look of difficulty. The other party had not revealed their military rank or shown any identification to prove their identity. Just a jeep with a military plate was enough for him to abandon Shin Hao, which he clearly was unwilling to do. Seeing that the other party did not retreat, Jang Anchi frowned slightly and said, "Did you not hear what I said? May I ask if you could show your identification?" Su Changsheng asked tentatively. The next second, something unexpected happened. Hearing Su Changsheng's words, Jang Anchi showed no hesitation and directly drew the silver handgun from her waist. Bang! The silver muzzle spat fire, and the high-speed spinning bullet flew past Su Changsheng's scalp. He could even feel the heat of the bullet passing through his hair. At that moment, everyone was dumbfounded, staring in shock at Jang Anchi. Even Shinchen was taken aback. What kind of person had old Master Lin sent over to openly fire at the hospital entrance? Even military personnel would probably be held accountable, right? At this moment, Su Changsheng's legs trembled like a sieve, and his face was even paler than Shinchen, who suffered from over 30 diseases. He had never felt death so close to him. If the other party had trembled just a bit earlier, he would probably already be a corpse. Or perhaps the other party intended to kill him from the start, and it was only a mistake that allowed him to escape this calamity? Thinking of this, his legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground. Is that it? Jang Anchi glanced at him disdainfully and then said, "What kind of decent students can someone like this teach as the head of the Dao class? Damn, she's stunning." Xiao looked Jang Anchi up and down, unable to help but stroke his chin. "Young master, you can date several girlfriends, but this woman is definitely not to be messed with." The tiger's voice was low but unusually serious. "Tiger, do you know her?" Xiao asked. "I haven't seen her, but it should be her," the tiger said with a grave expression. "Young master, have you heard of the three don't mess with from Hanzhou's 3 provinces? Xiao pondered for a few seconds and then said, "I can't remember, but I know there's the evil wolf brother." The tiger took a deep breath and then slowly spoke. 8 Extreme's fist. "Evil wolf blade, the angel's bullet has nowhere to escape. If I'm not mistaken, she is the angel's bullet. The obstacles have been cleared, now you can break whoever's legs you want," Jang Anchi said as she put her handgun back in its holster and turned to look at Shinchen. At this moment, Shinchen finally came to his senses. This woman was incredibly violent, but when dealing with someone like Su Changsheng, violence was indeed the simplest and most direct way to handle it. Shinchen lowered the handkerchief he had been holding to his mouth and said to Yi Qing beside him, "We're in trouble." "Brother Bing, this is what I should do," Yi Qing said seriously, stepping forward. "Xin Hao, come out." At this moment, Xin Hao's eyes were filled with panic. Just moments ago, he had regarded Su Changsheng as his support, and now he was almost shot dead, while now the other party wanted to break his legs. Setting aside whether he could defeat Yi Qing, what about Xiao and his group? And that military madwoman who would shoot at the slightest disagreement? Thinking this way, he couldn't come up with any way to save his leg. Xinhao, don't make me look down on you. Yi Qing spoke again. Xinhao glanced at Su Changsheng, who had just been helped up by the law enforcement team, but the fear on the other party's face was no less than his own. At that moment he knew he couldn't escape, so he gritted his teeth and stood up. He looked at Yi Qing with a serious expression and said, if I lose, I'm willing to leave a leg behind, but what if you lose? I'll give you a leg too, Yi Qing answered without hesitation. What do I want your leg for? Xinhao felt that this Yi Qing was simply a simple-minded brute. Then what do you want? Yi Qing asked. Let me go. And we'll let this matter pass, Xinhao said, though he was talking to Yi Qing, his gaze intentionally or unintentionally drifted towards Shinchen. This time, Yi Qing did not respond but turned to look at Shinchen as well. Ahem, ahem. Shinchen coughed heavily twice and then smiled, saying, right now, you don't have the qualifications to negotiate with me. Shinchen, it's just because of a woman. Xinhao pointed at Su Qingqing, who had followed them out of the hospital, and explained, I was with her for no more than 2 hours, and nothing happened between us. Now I'll return her to you, and we'll consider this matter settled. How about it? Senior Xinhao, what are you saying? Su Qingqing could hardly believe her ears. The highly regarded Xinhao at school had actually bowed down to the inconspicuous Shinchen like this. Shut up! Xinhao interrupted. Su Qingqing fiercely, it's all because of you, you shameless woman. How pathetic, Shinchen said with a hint of sarcasm, not sure if he was referring to Su Qingqing or Qin. How? Finally, he glanced at Xinhao and then his gaze fell on Yi Qing. I believe in you. Hearing this, Xinhao's eyes lit up. Shinchen, you agreed? Shinchen did not respond. Because he knew Yi Qing would not lose. Let's begin. Yi Qing looked deeply at Shinchen, then clenched his fists, his expression turning serious. At these words, a flame instantly ignited in the palm of Xinhao's hand. Blazing fire? Jang Ani pulled a lollipop from somewhere and popped it into her mouth, mumbling, elemental awakening, quite interesting. As she spoke, another lollipop appeared in her hand, and she extended it to Shinchen. Want some candy? Thank you. Shinchen shook his head, but I have diabetes. Jang Ani? At that moment, Xinhao swung his hand violently, and a fire snake as thick as an arm shot out from his palm, heading straight for Yi Qing's face. However, to everyone's surprise, Yi Qing seemed to have anticipated the move, dodging well in advance. Xinhao cursed under his breath about the opponent's good luck, then swung his hand again. This time, he released not a fire snake but a small fireball. In terms of lethality, the fireball might be far inferior to the rushing fire snake, but in speed, it far surpassed the fire snake. This was also a combat method Xinhao had developed under Su Changqing's guidance. First, he would use the fast fireball to injure the opponent, and when the opponent's speed decreased due to the injury, he would unleash the fire snake for a finishing blow. However, to Xinhao's astonishment, just a second before he released the fireball, Yi Qing moved again. It felt as if Yi Qing had shifted his body while Xinhao attacked the spot where he had originally been. Is Xinhao experiencing network lag? Xiao couldn't help but tease. It must be said that Xiao's analogy was very apt. At that moment, Xinhao was like someone playing a game with network delay. Clearly the opponent had returned to base 2 seconds ago, shopping in the fountain, yet he cast an empty ultimate at the spot the opponent had vacated. No, it's not Xinhao's problem. The tiger shook his head and said, it's Yi Qing. He predicted the landing point of Xinhao's attack and dodged in advance. Combat instinct? Jang Ani cast an appreciative glance at Yi Qing. Now that's a good seed. So who do you think will win between the two? Shinchen asked. This is a battle with no suspense. Yi Qing's ability perfectly counters Xinhao's. As long as he gets close, Xinhao loses. Shinchen nodded without speaking. As if to validate Jang Ani's words, after dodging 3 fireballs from Xinhao, Yi Qing finally reached Xinhao's front. He then placed his fist behind him, generating power from his calves, driving it through his waist, then his shoulders, and finally channeling all the strength in his body into his right fist, launching a powerful strike. Crack! The contact between his fist and Xinhao's nose produced a crisp sound of bones shattering. In the next second, Xinhao was actually blasted 5 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. Beautiful! Xiao pumped his fist excitedly, as if it were he who had knocked down Xinhao, not Yi Qing. At this moment, beads of sweat appeared on Yi Qing's forehead, clearly indicating that the frequent use of combat instinct had taken a toll on him. He wiped the sweat from his brow and turned to Shinchen. Brother Bing, I did not fail you. Thank you for your hard work. Shinchen nodded slightly and then said break one of his legs, and this matter will end here. All right. Yi Qing nodded heavily without any hesitation. At that moment, Xiao suddenly called out to Yi Qing, wait, let me handle this. I'm more than willing to beat a drowning dog. Saying this, he took the baseball bat from Qian Meng's hand and walked towards the fallen Xinhao, a wicked smile curling at the corner of his mouth. This kid is not bad. Jang Ani glanced deeply at Xiao and then said to Shinchen, he's afraid that the Dao Ban and the law enforcement team will retaliate against you later, so he wants to take the fall for you. Shinchen naturally understood Xiao's intentions, but he didn't stop him, only smiling as he said, he's my brother. Xiao, don't go overboard. At this moment, Xinhao, covered in blood, mumbled, if you dare to lay a hand on me, the Qin family won't let you off. Oh. Xiao bent down, looking at Qin Hao while holding the baseball bat and chuckled. You must be out of your mind from the beating, huh? The Qin family won't let me off? You must be delusional. With that, Xiao ignored Qin Hao's ramblings, gripped the baseball bat with both hands, raised it high, and then smashed it down hard onto Qin Hao's right leg. Ah! Qin Hao's agonizing scream echoed clearly in everyone's ears. Not far away, Su Qingqing's pretty face turned pale with fright. She covered her mouth with her hand, afraid to make any sound, worried that Shinchen would notice her, since he had already retaliated against Qin Hao. Would she be next? However, Shinchen didn't even glance at her, simply saying to Xiao, "Boss Xia, let's go. Lu Weilu, it's on me. Third brother is generous today. I'll have to treat you to a good meal." Xiao casually tossed the baseball bat aside and said to Hugu, "Brother Hu, I'll leave the rest to you." "Rest assured, young master." Hu nodded respectfully. "Since there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Jiang Yanqi glanced at Shinchen indifferently. "If you don't mind, let's have a meal together," Shinchen casually suggested. "Sure." Jiang Yanqi nodded without hesitation, as if she had been waiting for Shinchen to say that. Luwelu, the largest hotel in Ice City, also known as the gathering place for the wealthy in Ice City. Eating a meal here would require at least 100,000 or 80,000. "Young Master Xia, you're here." A young man dressed as a waiter hurriedly approached to greet Xiao when he saw Shinchen and the others walk in. "Hey." Xiao waved his hand and pointed to Shinchen beside him, saying, "Shinchen, my brother, today he's treating, so you don't need to mind me." "Hello, Mr. Shin." The waiter nodded respectfully. Shinchen nodded as well and said, "Please arrange a larger private room for me." Soon after, everyone followed the waiter into a lavishly decorated private room, equipped with all the necessary facilities. Shinchen sat at the main seat, with Xiao and Jiang Yanqi on either side, followed by Yi Xing, Xian Meng, and Zhao Xiaodao. While the few were chatting casually, Jiang Yanqi's phone rang again with an urgent tone. Why say again? Because it had been ringing all the way on the way here. Jiang Yanqi glanced at the caller ID, pressed the answer button somewhat impatiently, and, as if sensing something, held the phone receiver far from her ear. Immediately, a near-roaring voice came through. "Jiang Yanqi. What trouble have you caused this time? Firing a gun in the bustling city, and even at the law enforcement team, I need you to give me an explanation." "Acting on orders," Jiang Yanqi said nonchalantly. "You're talking nonsense." The roar from the other end of the phone came again. "Who gave you the orders? Who would let you shoot in the street?" "No comment." Jiang Yanqi spoke again, still without any change in expression. "What a no comment?" "Jiang Yanqi, I officially notify you that you have been demoted." "Not possible." Jiang Yanqi picked up the teapot on the table and poured herself a cup of tea, then casually said, "You demoted me to lieutenant 3 days ago. That's already the lowest rank for an awakened in the military department. You come back immediately." The other side was clearly very angry. "That's not possible, I'm eating. Do you want to come to the Lu Wailu?" Jiang Yanqi said, "With my salary, it would take at least 3 months to afford a meal. You're still going to Lu Wailu for a meal? You? Alright, if there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. The dishes are about to be served." Jiang Yanqi impatiently hung up the phone and then directly turned off her phone and set it aside. It was only after the other party hung up that Shinchen awkwardly spoke up. "Looks like I've caused you some trouble." "Trouble?" Jiang Yanqi was taken aback for a moment, then quickly waved her hand and said, "Not trouble at all. This happens every time I go on a mission, and they don't even provide meals. Next time you have something like this, just call me anytime." Once the food was served, Jiang Yanqi stopped talking and unceremoniously wielded her whirlwind chopsticks. Shinchen and the others wondered if the military department had poor food. The group then started chatting casually. Xiao looked at Yi Qing and said, "Brother, Yi Qing, you're a student of the Dao class. Do you know anything about the upcoming full enrollment of the Dao class?" "I don't know about that." Yi Qing shook his head and then said, "It seems this matter is entirely handled by the military department." As he spoke, his gaze naturally fell on Jiang Yanqi, who was engrossed in a struggle with a fish head. Feeling the attention of the crowd, Jiang Yanqi shamelessly sucked on her finger and then said somewhat reluctantly, "This matter is indeed handled by the military department. Moreover, the selection criteria are quite simple. First, they check if you are an awakened. If you are already awakened, you will be exempt from the subsequent assessments and can directly enter the Dao class." Saying this, she poured herself another cup of tea and drank it in one go. "If you are not an awakened, they will check if your physique is suitable for practicing the Dao Ju. If it is suitable, you will also be selected into the Dao class." "Dao Ju?" Everyone was slightly taken aback. Even Yi Qing, a student of the Dao class, showed a look of confusion. It's a cultivation technique researched by the predecessors. It was developed a year ago, but it wasn't perfect at the time, so it was only circulated and tested within the military department. After a year of refining, the Dao Ju has been perfected, which is why the Dao class is fully enrolling. Perhaps because she was eating someone else's food, Jiang Yanqi patiently explained. "So that's how it is." Xiao nodded thoughtfully and then asked again, "So does that mean if someone is neither awakened nor suitable for practicing that technique, they can't join the Dao class?" There is another way, but it seems none of you can do it. Jang Ani scanned the crowd, her gaze finally landing on Yi Qing. He can still do it, but he should already be a student of the Dao class, right? Yeah. Yi Cheng nodded and didn't say much more. So what is the method you mentioned? Xiao asked. Every academy will set up a competition arena and there will be several guardians. As long as you defeat them, you can join the Dao class. At this point, Jang Ani added, all the challengers come from the military department. Then it's all about luck, Xiao said, feeling deflated. Others might not understand the people from the military department, but he had dealt with them before. Ever since he turned 18, his grandfather had sent him to the military department for training every winter and summer vacation. It was practically hell. 2 days had passed in the blink of an eye, and today was the day of the selection for the Dao class. Shinchen sat pale-faced in the dormitory chair, constantly rubbing his brow. Old 3, are you okay? Xiao walked over and patted his shoulder. I'm fine, I've gotten used to it, Shinchen said, his mouth twitching as he forced a grim smile. These past 2 days, he felt increasingly unwell. Although he had been tormented by various ailments before, it was merely pain. Recently, however, he had a persistent feeling that he was about to die. This feeling first arose when he absorbed Xiao's hemorrhoids. Later, when he returned Su Qingqing's leukemia and bestowed the hemorrhoids onto Qinhao, that feeling disappeared. But then he absorbed Lin Man's appendicitis, and since then, that near-death sensation returned. He felt that his body might have reached its limit and perhaps he needed to bestow the ailments away quickly. Shinchen pondered for a moment, already planning in his mind that once the Dao class selection was over, he would ask old Lin to help him find a death row inmate to bestow all his ailments onto. Thinking of this, Shinchen smiled and said, to Xiao, it's nothing, it'll be fine soon. He then glanced at Qin Meng and Zhao Xiaodao. Let's go, the selection is about to start. Shinchen guessed there would be quite a few participants in the selection, but he never expected there to be so many people. Wait, does our academy have this many people? Xiao looked at the crowd in the playground, somewhat surprised. Boss Xiao, this isn't just our academy. Students from several nearby universities have come over. Their schools are too small, so they haven't set up a Dao class, and naturally, there are no recruitment points, Zhao Xiaodao explained. So that's how it is. Xiao stroked his chin and said, how long will this take? Follow me, I'll take you to cut in line. With that, he waved his hand and led a few people to the front of the line, looking at a few boys and saying, hey guys, we're in a hurry, can you make it convenient for us? You're the only ones in a hurry? We've been waiting in line all morning, why should we make it convenient for you? One of the boys replied rudely. Xiao didn't respond to him but directly pulled out a stack of cash from his pocket, quickly counting out 5 bills and handing them over. $500 by your spot, how about it? Seeing this, the boy was clearly taken aback, then quickly reached out to take the money, revealing a fawning smile. Here, bro, you stand here, I'll go to the back and line up again. Immediately after, Xiao gave $500 to each of the 3 behind him, and just like that, the 4 from their dormitory moved to the front of the line. At this moment, Shinchen's gaze remained fixed at the very front of the line, where 3 people stood, all wearing the camouflage combat uniforms of the military department, identical to the attire Jang Ani had worn earlier. One of them sat at a table, which had a blank piece of paper on it. He was crossing his legs, holding a pen that spun continuously between his fingers, as if dancing. Another man, wearing glasses with very thick lenses and a bit of baby fat on his face, stood there, sizing up every student who approached him. After sizing him up, he remained silent, merely shaking his head slightly to signal the next person to come forward, and so it continued. The last person stood straight behind the 2, with a resolute gaze. At that moment, Shinchen also spotted a familiar figure, Lin Man, whom he had met once before, standing right in front of Xiao. Hey, third, Xiao. You turned to Shinchen and pointed at Lin Man, whispering, do you see who this is? You know her? Shinchen asked. Damn. Xiao cursed softly. Lin Man, the flower of the management department. If she didn't dislike dressing up, your ex-girlfriend Su Qingqing wouldn't necessarily be able to overshadow her. I used to pursue her, remember? Upon hearing this, Shinchen finally realized why Lin Man's name sounded so familiar. Xiao had always been talking about her in the dorm. At that moment, Lin Man seemed to have vaguely heard her name, turned her head, and met Shinchen's gaze. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, and then as if recalling something, she quickly lowered her head and said, what a coincidence. What a coincidence, Shinchen replied lightly. Hello, beautiful. Xiao waved at Lin Man, blocking the gaze between the 2. Lin Man lifted her head, looked into Xiao's eyes, then turned her head away in disgust, ignoring him. Wait. Xiao turned to Shinchen, puzzled, what's going on here? Am I that annoying? Maybe, Shinchen shrugged. Listening to their conversation, Lin Man remained silent. She had seen this guy named Xiao many times. He used to always come to bother her. Every time she saw the look in his eyes, she felt sick because all she could see was the 3 words, want to sleep with you. Just then, the student in front of Lin Man left dejectedly. When the bespectacled man from the military department saw Lin Man, he paused for a moment and then said, it's mind reading. Upon hearing this, the man with his legs crossed suddenly stopped twirling the pen in his hand and looked up at Lin Man. Beautiful. What's your name? My name is Lin Man. Age? The man asked again. 20 years old, Lin Man replied truthfully. Good, please stand behind us. The man pointed to the spot behind him. Immediately after, Shinchen saw him write the first line on the white paper. Name, Lin Man. Age, 20. Ability, mind reading. Rating, B. Lin Man walked to stand behind him, and it was now Xiao's turn. He stepped forward to stand in front of the bespectacled man. The man merely glanced at him casually and then shook his head. Hey, what does that shake of the head mean? Xiao said, somewhat dissatisfied. You haven't awakened, the bespectacled man stated succinctly. What if you take a closer look? Xiao said reluctantly. Is it possible that my awakened ability is so powerful that you can't see it? Hearing his words, the man hesitated for a moment, then scrutinized Xiao again, finally stating with certainty, you simply haven't awakened. Alright, I get it. No awakening, you don't have to say it twice, he said, walking aside. The bespectacled man was left bewildered, thinking, didn't you just ask me to take another look? But soon, he withdrew his gaze, and when he focused on Shinchen, his eyes widened in shock. What is this? What's wrong, fatty? The man with crossed legs frowned and asked. He had known the other for so long, what ability hadn't he seen? This was the first time he had seen him so flustered. Afflicted by illness? The bespectacled man looked down at the man with his legs crossed and asked, is this considered an awakening? Afflicted by illness? Fatty, are you sure this is an awakening? The man uncrossed his legs, sat up straight, and his expression turned serious. I don't know. The slightly overweight man took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes vigorously, then looked at Shinchen again. This time, his eyes narrowed into a slit, and a glimmer of light appeared in them. After staring at Shinchen for a full half-minute, he put his glasses back on and said to the seated man, a thick, dense black mist ultimately condenses into 4 words, afflicted by illness. So this is an awakening that has never appeared before? The man's expression grew grave. It should be so. The fat man nodded. In that case, the man pondered for a few seconds, then turned to the serious man standing behind him and said, Xiao Tian, take him to see Colonel Zhou. Yes. The serious man replied earnestly, then looked at Shinchen and said, follow me. Wait. Beside them, Xiao grabbed Shinchen and whispered, Old 3, is everything okay? Don't worry, nothing will happen. A faint smile appeared on Shinchen's pale face. Alright, if anything comes up, just call me. Xiao still seemed a bit uneasy as he advised. Shinchen nodded and then followed the serious man away from the group. The two walked in silence until they reached the door of the dean's office in the administrative building, where the serious man finally stopped. He very seriously adjusted his already neat combat uniform, then knocked on the door and called out loudly, Report. Come in. As a deep voice came from inside, the serious man pushed open the office door. Shinchen followed him inside. As soon as he entered, he saw a familiar figure. It was Jang Ani, who had helped him resolve his troubles 2 days ago. She looked very bored, sitting on a nearby sofa, idly spinning a silver handgun, while the ever-present black suitcase stood at her feet. Upon seeing Shinchen walk in, she clearly paused for a moment, then said nothing more, just smiled and nodded, as a greeting. At that moment, there were 2 other people seated at the main table. One of them Shinchen had seen before. He was the dean of their academy, a man in his 50s with slightly graying temples, named Wang Wei. The other man was someone Shinchen was seeing for the first time. He was of similar age to Wang Wei, but with sharp features and piercing eyes. Even sitting there, his back was exceptionally straight, clearly a military man. He must be the Colonel Zhou the man mentioned. The serious man first saluted Colonel Zhou and Jang Ani with a standard military salute, then spoke, Report, Colonel, he is the newly discovered awakener. Second Lieutenant Tang Song is indecisive, so he asked me to bring him to see you. Tang Song is indecisive? Colonel Zhou frowned slightly. He first looked Shinchen up and down, noting his pale complexion and sickly appearance, then asked, what ability has he awakened? Second Lieutenant Xuecheng said it is afflicted by illness. The serious man hesitated noticeably. Afflicted by illness? Colonel Zhou looked Shinchen over again. Although he didn't know what this ability was, it felt like those 4 words were very fitting for the young man before him. Alright, I understand. Colonel Zhou glanced at the serious man and said, you can leave now. Yes. The serious man saluted again, and then turned to leave the dean's office. Now, only Dean Wang Wei, Colonel Zhou, Jang Ani, and Shinchen remained in the room. Young man, do you know about your awakening? Colonel Zhou asked. I don't know. Shinchen shook his head. Have you felt anything unusual with your body recently? Unusual? Shinchen lowered his head and pondered for a few seconds, then as if he thought of something, he looked up at Colonel Zhou and said, I feel like I'm about to die. Does that count as unusual? About to die? This time, not only Colonel Zhou but even Dean Wang Wei's expression stiffened. Meanwhile, Jang Ani beside them couldn't help but let out a laugh. Seeing this scene, Shinchen awkwardly scratched his head and explained, a few days ago, I went to the hospital for a checkup. I currently have nearly 30 different ailments, half of which are cancers. When I say I feel like I'm dying, I should really be dying. This, Colonel. Zhou and Dean Wang exchanged glances, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. Nearly 30 diseases? Half of them cancers? How has he survived until now? Then he seemed to think of something and quickly said, "Young man, please sit down and talk." He was genuinely afraid that Shinchen might just drop dead in the office while talking and they wouldn't be able to explain. Thank you. Jang Ani timely shifted her body to the side and patted the space next to her, indicating for Shinchen to sit down. She had a good impression of Shinchen because he had treated her to a meal at Lu Wai Lu. At least this person was quite generous. Shinchen didn't stand on ceremony and sat down directly. Only then did Colonel Zhou continue to ask, besides the feeling of dying, are there any other abnormalities? Normally, after awakening, a person's body would exhibit some abnormalities. For example, after Qin Hao awakened the blazing fire, his body became unusually hot and his family thought he had a high fever and took him to the hospital. While in the hospital, flames suddenly erupted around him. It was said that several medical staff were injured at that time. In Colonel Zhou's view, if Shinchen had awakened a power, there shouldn't be only the feeling of dying as an abnormal change. Shinchen was silent for a few seconds, then instinctively looked at Jang Ani beside him. Sensing Shinchen's gaze, Jang Ani was momentarily stunned, then seemed to think of something, pulled out her phone, and quickly typed a line of text, handing it to Shinchen. "If you trust old Master Lin, you can trust him." Seeing the two in front of him openly engaging in secretive actions, Colonel Zhou couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated, but he didn't say much, just quietly waited for Shinchen's response. Upon reading the text on Jang Ani's phone, Shinchen no longer hesitated. He unconditionally trusted old Master Lin because over the years the latter had treated him very well, even regarding him as a nephew. Since old Master Lin could send Jang Ani to help him with his troubles, it meant Jang Ani was trustworthy, and since she said Colonel Zhou could be trusted, he had no need to hide anything. So he spoke up, "I can absorb diseases from others." Absorb? Absorb? Both Colonel Zhou and Dean Wang were slightly taken aback. "Is the absorb you mentioned what I think it means?" "It should be," Shinchen nodded and explained, "I can absorb the diseases from others into my own body." Upon hearing this, Colonel Zhou was momentarily stunned, then as if he thought of something, he asked with a somewhat unnatural expression, "So the many diseases you have aren't originally yours, but ones you've absorbed from others?" "Yes," Shinchen forced a bitter smile. Upon hearing this answer, Colonel Zhou immediately felt a surge of respect. Even Jang Ani's gaze towards Shinchen became somewhat complex. At this moment, Colonel Zhou suddenly stood up and gave a formal military salute to Shinchen. Seeing this scene, Shinchen hurriedly got up, momentarily flustered, and awkwardly returned a somewhat unstandard military salute. "Colonel Zhou, what is this?" "Young man, what is your name?" "Colonel." Zhou replied, completely ignoring the question. "My name is Shinchen." Shen. Colonel Zhou repeated his name twice, his expression becoming more complex, and then he spoke meaningfully. "Although my position and rank are higher than yours, your actions and your righteousness are far greater than mine. This salute, you deserve it." After saying this, he saluted Shinchen again. Meanwhile, Jang Ani also stood up, her expression unusually serious, and she gave Shinchen a standard military salute as well. "Colonel Zhou, you think too highly of me," Shinchen said with a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. "The first time I used absorb was when I was young and ignorant. I absorbed my mother's late-stage lung cancer. At that time, I didn't know that absorb meant transferring someone else's illness to myself, otherwise, I might not have done it. But you have nearly 30 illnesses in you, which means you have helped at least 20 people," Colonel Zhou said seriously. "That is equivalent to saving over 20 families." "Colonel Zhou, you exaggerate." "That was only because I knew I was about to die," Shinchen said bluntly. He never considered himself a good person because when he realized he could not only absorb but also bestow, his first thought was to bestow all his illnesses away. But he also didn't think of himself as a bad person because he never intended to harm anyone. In his heart, he had his own set of principles. When Su Qingqing betrayed him, he returned the illnesses that originally belonged to her, and whether she lived or died afterward was up to her fate. As for Qin Hao, although he also insulted him alongside Su Qingqing, Shinchen felt that the other party's crime did not warrant death. This wasn't so-called saintliness, just the normal logic of a regular person. So he first bestowed the other party a hemorrhoid as a small punishment. And later, because Xiao stood up for him, he prepared to break the other party's leg. "Regardless, you have helped those people." Colonel Zhou nodded appreciatively and then said, "Just based on your humble nature, which does not seek personal glory, many young peers would feel ashamed." Shinchen smiled wryly and shook his head, not saying anything more. The room then fell into a brief silence, which was finally broken by Colonel Zhou. "Your current condition." At this point, he did not continue, but the meaning was clear. "It seems I should be fine now." Since he trusted the other party, Shinchen had no intention of continuing to hide, even though he had seen many plots in novels where the protagonist always concealed their abilities. No matter how others bullied or insulted them, they would never reveal their means. But to him, it seemed completely unnecessary. Since he chose to trust the other party, he would lay all his abilities bare and strive for the best treatment possible. Because just a few days ago, I discovered that I can not only absorb others' illnesses but also bestow my own illnesses onto others. Upon hearing this, the three people in the office were slightly taken aback. Is this what it means to be afflicted by illness? Such a domineering ability, Shinchen's body could withstand 30 diseases without dying, but others could not. For example, if someone were to fight with Shinchen before the opponent could even make a move, he could just throw a cancer at them. Who could withstand that? In that case, Shinchen would become someone everyone would be reluctant to offend. That's right, everyone, because if you upset him and he wants to take action against you, you wouldn't even notice it. Thinking of this, Colonel Zhou suddenly turned to Jang Ani beside him and said, Anchi, you need to immediately inform Tang Song about Shinchen's awakening ability, and it must be kept confidential. Do not disclose it to anyone. Understood. Jang Ani nodded, then picked up the suitcase beside her and left the office. Immediately after, Colonel Zhou turned to Wang Wei, Director Wang, please keep this matter confidential as well. Rest assured, I won't mention this to anyone, Wang Wei promised with a serious expression. Finally, Colonel Zhou's gaze fell back on Shinchen. You too, try to keep your awakening a secret. Shinchen nodded, not saying much. He certainly wouldn't easily tell others, but he was always reluctant to hide too much from those he trusted, like Xiao and a few others. You said you've been feeling terrible lately? Colonel Zhou asked. Yes, a few days ago I thought I was about to die. Colonel Zhou frowned in thought for a few seconds, then said, I understand. I will arrange for experts from the Awakener Research Institute to meet with you soon, so they can make the best assessment regarding your ability, which will also help you better utilize and develop your powers. Thank you, Colonel Zhou. After saying that, Shinchen suddenly started coughing violently. He quickly pulled out a handkerchief from his pocket to cover his mouth, and when he removed it, the pure white handkerchief was already stained with spots of crimson, like plum blossoms blooming in the snow. Seeing this scene, Colonel Zhou's face showed panic. However, Shinchen waved his hand and forced a smile. It's fine, I'm already used to it, I shouldn't die in the short term. As soon as he said this, both Colonel Zhou and Director Wang displayed complex expressions. Shinchen had been absorbing his mother's late-stage lung cancer since he was 12, meaning he had endured nearly a decade of suffering. How did he manage to get through it? Wait, no. Colonel Zhou seemed to suddenly realize something, and his expression became exceptionally vivid. 12 years old. 12 years old. He repeated it several times, then grabbed Shinchen's shoulder, asking excitedly, Shinchen, how old are you this year? Although Shinchen was a bit confused, he answered truthfully, I'm 21 this year. 21 years old, 9 years ago. Colonel Zhou released Shinchen's shoulder and began pacing back and forth in the room. Colonel Zhou, what's going on? Director Wang asked, feeling somewhat puzzled by the other's excitement. Director Wang. Colonel Zhou turned to Wang Wei and asked, do you remember the first awakener in our Siau country? Of course, that was 3 years ago with object manipulation. At this point, Wang Wei seemed to realize something and stopped speaking, staring blankly at Shinchen, his eyes filled with shock. The first awakener appeared 3 years ago, while Shinchen had already possessed the ability to absorb diseases 9 years ago. Does that mean Shinchen is actually the first awakener of Siau country? Not only that, according to those experts, the most common age for awakening is 20, and the earlier the awakening, the stronger the ability. So, Shinchen, who awakened at 12, is an unprecedented genius in Xiao country. Colonel Zhou. Wang Wei grabbed Colonel Zhou's arm, his voice trembling as he said, this matter must be kept confidential. At this moment, Shinchen felt that the two of them were somewhat amusing. Earlier, it was Colonel Zhou who asked Dean Wang to keep things confidential, and now it was Dean Wang asking Colonel Zhou to do the same. It seemed that choosing to reveal his own secret was indeed the right step. Because the reality is not that if you are exceptionally talented, others will envy you, plot against you, or even erase you. Instead, there will be a group of people who will go to great lengths to protect you. They might even pave a path for you, and all you need to do is follow that path, step by step, and the future will be promising. Shinchen believed that if what happened to Qin Hao occurred after today, he wouldn't even need to call Old Master Lin. Colonel Zhou and Dean Wang would not let Qin Hao off the hook. As for that Su Changsheng, what could he possibly be in front of these two? As long as these two spoke up, whether it was the Dao class or the law enforcement team, there would be no place for Su Changsheng to hide. No illness, you should go back and rest well since you're not feeling well, Colonel Zhou said, his tone becoming increasingly familiar. In a couple of days. At this point, Colonel Zhou seemed to think of something and quickly changed his words. No, tomorrow. Tomorrow I will have experts from the Awakener Research Institute come over to take a good look at your health. Thank you, Colonel Zhou. After expressing his gratitude, Shinchen left the dean's office. When he returned to the dormitory, he found that Xiao and the others were already back, and the three of them were excitedly discussing something. Upon seeing Shinchen return, all three stood up. Third brother, where did they take you? Xiao asked. I met with the dean and a colonel, Shinchen said without any concealment, and he took the initiative to tell the three about his awakening. However, he still didn't quite understand what was going on with his body. He simply mentioned that he could absorb and bestow diseases. Even so, the three of them were left dumbfounded. So that day when I had hemorrhoids, it wasn't that you cured me but that you absorbed it into yourself? Xiao said while glancing at Shinchen's backside, his gaze quite affectionate. Don't look at your dad. With those eyes, Shinchen felt a chill run down his spine and then said, also, your hemorrhoids have already been bestowed onto Qin Hao. If you want them back, go ask him. Upon hearing this, Xiao was momentarily stunned, then clicked his tongue. To receive my hemorrhoids is indeed a privilege for that Qin Hao. I hope he treats them well. At this remark, laughter erupted. In the dormitory. After a while, Shinchen composed himself and looked at the three, asking, how about you three? Did you get selected for the Dao class? Of course. Xiao said proudly. Even though we haven't awakened, we are once-in-a-century cultivation geniuses. Shinchen didn't believe a word of it, so he turned to Xiao, what do you say? Hey, what do? You mean third brother? You don't believe big brother, huh? Xiao immediately became dissatisfied. However, Shinchen still ignored him and continued to look at Xiao. Among the four in the dormitory, Xiao was the most honest. Although Qian Meng was also a simple and honest person, he couldn't help but be influenced by Xiao, who took him out to play every day. Finally, Xiao spoke up. Third brother, Xiao, I didn't lie to you. We really did get selected for the Dao class. Because you are once-in-a-century cultivation geniuses? Shen questioned somewhat skeptically. Not exactly, Xiao scratched his head awkwardly and explained. Actually, at least 80% of the students who participated in this selection got into the Dao class. So many people, Shinchen was slightly taken aback. This time, there were at least a few thousand people participating in the selection, and that was just the students from their academy and a few surrounding schools. If that's the case, how many students from the entire Ice City would there be? What about the 3 provinces of Hanzhou? The whole of Siau country? If that's the case, doesn't it mean that only 20% of the university students in Siau country are studying normally? If everyone is cultivating, who will do the work in the future? How will the country operate? Shinchen felt it was a bit absurd. Sensing Shinchen's incredulous expression, Xiao continued to explain, but not all Dao class students have the same treatment. What does that mean? Shinchen asked. That's simple. Xiao directly took over the conversation, saying irritably, it means that Dao class students are also divided into different levels. That day, that girl named Jang Ani mentioned that there are 3 ways to be selected for the Dao class. As he spoke, Xiao held up 3 fingers. The first is the awakened, the second is those suitable for cultivating Daoju, and the third is to challenge the military's defending champion. Yeah, I remember, Shinchen nodded thoughtfully. Xiao pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, glanced at Shinchen, and then silently broke the cigarette in half and tossed it into the nearby trash can. The awakened don't need to be mentioned, they've always been treated like treasures. Xiao said somewhat dissatisfied, but the so-called suitability for cultivating Daoju is just nonsense. Old 3, do you know that out of 10 people, almost 8, are suitable for cultivating Daoju? I seriously suspect that anyone can cultivate. Xiao, why are you cursing? Xian Meng, who was nearby, suddenly spoke up, sounding a bit aggrieved. Ha! Xiao was slightly taken aback, then quickly reached out to pat the other's shoulder, awkwardly smiling. I'm really sorry, I forgot about you. Hearing this, Shinchen frowned. Old 2 wasn't selected for the Dao class? Hey, let me tell you, Old 3. As soon as this topic came up, Xiao became interested again, putting his arm around Shinchen's shoulder and giving Xian Meng a thumbs up, proudly saying, our Old 2 is amazing. What happened? Shinchen was confused. Didn't Jang Ani say there are 3 ways to join the Dao class? You are the first type, and I and Old 4 are the second type. As he spoke, Xiao looked meaningfully at Qian Meng. Qian Meng scratched his head, feeling a bit shy. At this point, without Xiao needing to continue, Shinchen already understood what was going on. Qian Meng defeated the military's defending champion? Exactly, you have no idea how fierce this guy was at that time. Xiao patted Qian Meng's shoulder vigorously. It was only then that Shinchen noticed a slight bruise at the corner of Qian Meng's mouth and some scratches on his face. The defending champion sent by the military would definitely not be a particularly strong soldier, as that would be an impossible target for students to defeat, making it meaningless. But they also wouldn't choose someone too weak, as that would lose the military's face and dignity. Yet even the lowest ranked private in the military, if randomly picked, would be someone that 3 or 5 ordinary people couldn't approach, but Qian Meng had defeated him. It's worth noting that he hadn't undergone professional training, he had simply relied on brute strength to overpower a military person. If Qian Meng awakens in the future, how terrifying would that be? That night, to celebrate the 4 of them being selected for the Dao class, Xiao booked a private room at a restaurant. The 4 of them drank until late before preparing to return to the dormitory. Of course, Xiao and Qian Meng were drinking alcohol, while Shinchen and Xiao were having juice. Xiao completely couldn't drink. During their first group dinner in the dormitory, after just 1 sip of alcohol, he immediately turned as red as a boiled crab, even his body was flushed. As for Shinchen, given his current physical condition, a single drink could very well send him off, but no one dared to let him drink. Just as the 4 were about to leave, a commotion erupted outside, and Faintly, one could hear curses and a woman's sobs. Our young master is interested in you. That's your fortune accumulated over 8 lifetimes. How dare you contact the enforcement team? I am a student of the Dao class, you can't do this. Just as Shinchen and Xiao were about to leave, they both paused in their tracks as they were very familiar with that voice. Lin, man? Shinchen asked tentatively. That's right, it's her, Xiao replied without hesitation, ready to rush into the next private room. At that moment, a waiter grabbed Xiao's arm. Young Master Xiao. This waiter was someone Shinchen and the others had seen before. The last time they came, he had greeted Xiao. What do you mean? Xiao smiled, then pointed towards the private room. Can't you hear the commotion inside? You guys are just going to ignore the bullying of a girl outside your building, right? Xiao's expression darkened. Young Master Xiao, it's not that. We don't care, it's that we can't. The waiter glanced around and then whispered, there are big shots inside, people we can't afford to provoke. Hearing this, Xiao frowned, his expression turning serious. In this ice city, are there really people you can't provoke? Others might not know the background of the boss behind the building, but as the local tyrants of Ice City, the Xiao family was very clear. Before the building opened, that mysterious boss had come to the Xiao family to pay respects to old Master Xiao. It was said that he came from the capital and had some connections with the military. His business spread across the country, with 7 buildings in the 3 provinces of Hanzhou, all of which were the most luxurious hotels in the area. If they were people they couldn't provoke, it meant the Xiao family couldn't either. Young Master Xiao, it might be better to let it go, it's unnecessary, the waiter advised again. Xiao paced back and forth with his head down, while Shinchen remained silent, his expression serious. He and Lin Man didn't have much of a relationship. She had once spoken up for him, and he had helped her absorb her appendicitis, so they were even. If it were a small favor, Shinchen might help her, but according to the waiter's words, if the people inside were even beyond the reach of the building's owner, then even old Master Lin would find it troublesome to handle. If he asked, old Master Lin would definitely help him unconditionally, but he didn't want to bring unnecessary trouble to old Master Lin for Lin Man. However, if it were for Xiao, that would be a different story. Just then, the sounds of a man's lewd laughter and Lin Man's cries for help came from the private room again. At that moment, Xiao could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. His fury, or perhaps his true nature, ultimately triumphed over reason in weighing the pros and cons. Fuck the big shots. After cursing, he shook off the waiter's hand and kicked the private room's door open with a forceful kick. Bang! As the door was kicked open, Shinchen and the others finally saw the situation inside the room. The dishes on the round table had long since scattered on the floor, replaced by the disheveled Lin Man being pinned down on the table by 3 men, while a young man in a white shirt stroked his chin, sizing up Lin Man's curvaceous figure. The loud noise startled the 4 people in the room, and their gazes instantly turned to the doorway, filled with anger. Lin Man seized the opportunity to break free from her captors, clutching her chest and stumbling towards Shinchen and the others. Who the hell are you? One man stepped forward, cursing at them. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Xiao ignored the other person and instead took off his coat, draping it over Lin Man's shoulders, suppressing his anger and trying to soften his tone as much as possible. Are you okay? Lin Man looked up and met Xiao's gaze, and then she froze. Previously, she had never had a good impression of Xiao, even feeling quite disgusted. This was because the way he looked at her was always filled with wicked intentions, and he didn't even try to hide it. Not to mention her ability to read minds. Even an ordinary person could see the inappropriate thoughts reflected in his eyes at a glance. But at this moment, despite her disheveled appearance, there was not a trace of wickedness in his eyes. All she saw was concern and anger towards those few people. In that instant, she saw a thought in Xiao's eyes, a thought so intense that it suppressed all other feelings within him. Even when she used her mind-reading ability, she couldn't perceive any other thoughts from him, because this thought was simply too strong. He wanted to kill Xiao. Forget it. Lin Man felt a bit scared. She had been working part-time at the restaurant for quite some time now. Although she didn't know the boss's background, she was aware that he was a big shot. Even the dignitaries of Ice City had to abide by the rules here. However, the 4 people in front of her were doing such things here, and the restaurant didn't dare to intervene, which indicated that their background was far greater than that of the restaurant's owner. If Xiao provoked them, it could very likely bring him great trouble. Upon hearing her words, Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then a smile crept onto his lips. As long as you're okay. Saying this, he turned to Shinchen and Zhao Xiaodao, saying, you two take her back to school, I'll handle things here. Shinchen pondered for a few seconds, then said to Zhao Xiaodao, Xiaodao, go ahead and take Lin Man back. Zhao Xiaodao, who usually obeyed Xiao and Shinchen, stubbornly shook his head this time. I'm not leaving. Fourth, Xiao's expression turned slightly displeased. Even he wasn't confident he could handle this situation well. He didn't want to involve anyone else. He had already planned out Qian Meng's future. This kid came from a poor family and wasn't very bright. His only strength was that he could fight. So he decided to keep Qian Meng by his side after graduation, as he would eventually need to experience these kinds of situations. However, Shinchen and Zhao Xiaodao were different. These two were not suited for this path, so he didn't want to drag them into it. Seeing Zhao Xiaodao stubbornly looking down and saying nothing, Shinchen helplessly shook his head. Alright, boss Siau, he finally has a mind of his own this time, let him stay. In the end, under Xiaoyu's signal, a waiter led Lin Man out of the private room. Kid, do you know what you're doing? The young man in the white shirt smiled, casually pulling up a chair to sit down, looking at Xiaoyu with a smirk. Do you want to die? Are you talking to me? Xiaoyu pointed to his own nose and laughed. From childhood to now, you're the first one to dare to speak to me like that. Kid, you might not understand that there are always people better than you out there. The shirt man adjusted his collar and said, do you believe that? Soon you'll obediently bring that woman back to me? Have you lost your mind? Xiaoyu feigned surprise and asked. Ha! The shirt man sneered, then pulled out his phone from his pocket, dialed a number and put it on speaker. 2 seconds later, a somewhat obsequious voice came from the other end of the line. Young Master Yang, what can I do for you? Hearing this voice, Xiaoyu frowned slightly. Although the tone was vastly different from usual, he still recognized the voice of the person on the other end, Luo Yan, the head of the Ice City law enforcement team. I'm currently at the Lu Wai Lu and have run into some trouble. Could Captain Luo make a trip here personally? The man in the shirt was ostensibly seeking the other's opinion, but his tone carried an undeniable authority. Wait a moment, young Master Yang, I'll be right over. After hanging up the phone, the man in the shirt casually tossed his phone aside and then looked at Xiao. Don't you need to find some help? Xiaoyu did not respond to the man's question but fell into thoughtful silence for a few seconds. Then he raised his eyes to look at the other person. Beijing, surname Yang? Why? Do you know me? A look of surprise appeared on the face of the man in the shirt. It was rare to find someone who recognized him in this impoverished backwater of the 3 provinces of Hanzhou. Not really, Xiaoyu shook his head, but I have heard of the Yang family in Beijing, a family with 3 major generals. Upon hearing this, the man referred to as young Master Yang clearly flashed a shadow of gloom in his eyes. However, Xiaoyu was unfazed and continued, but the Yang family also has a notorious wastrel who always likes to rely on the prestige of his 3 older brothers to act recklessly. As he spoke, Xiaoyu walked up to the man, looking at the pale-faced figure in the shirt, and quietly asked, you wouldn't be that useless scion of the Yang family, would you? At these words, the young man with the surname Yang could no longer hold back and directly raised his fist to smash it into Xiaoyu's face. However, Xiaoyu, who had often been sent to the military for training by his grandfather since childhood, might not be a match for Qian Meng, but dealing with a playboy whose body was drained by indulgence was more than enough. It seemed he had anticipated the other's move. At the moment the punch was thrown, he bent down and delivered a heavy uppercut to the man's abdomen. With just one punch, the young man with the surname Yang immediately doubled over and fell to the ground, curling up like a large shrimp, groaning in pain. The other 3, witnessing this scene, changed their expressions. 2 of them hurriedly went to help him up, while another stood in front of him, staring at Xiaoyu. With the help of the 2, the young man with the surname Yang slowly got up. It took several seconds for him to recover, and he fixed a fierce gaze on Xiaoyu, his eyes filled with a nearly insane killing intent. How could he, who had been rampant in the entire Beijing, be beaten in a small place like Ice City? If this got out, wouldn't he be laughed at by those in Beijing? Thinking of this, he spat out 3 words with malice, kill him. Upon hearing this, the burly man standing in front of Xiaoyu showed no hesitation and directly swung a punch at Xiaoyu. This punch was powerful, and Xiaoyu could even feel the gust of wind from the incoming blow, slightly ruffling his hair. Seeing this, he quickly stepped back, narrowly avoiding the strike. However, the opponent showed no signs of stopping and threw a second punch. This time, Xiaoyu had nowhere to dodge. At that moment, a tall figure stepped in front of Xiaoyu, and Qian Meng also raised his fist to meet the opponent's punch. Clang, the 2 fists collided, producing a sound like metal clashing. Immediately after, Qian Meng's massive body was sent reeling backward, crashing into Xiaoyu, whom he had been shielding. Seeing this, Shinchen's expression changed slightly. Although the opponent was robust, he appeared somewhat shorter and weaker compared to Qian Meng. Yet, such a physique had unleashed such terrifying power, which was truly hard to believe. The man looked deeply at Qian Meng, a hint of surprise in his eyes, as if he couldn't quite believe that his punch had not broken the other's arm. But it was merely a moment of surprise. His target was never Qian Meng, but Xiaoyu. He quickly crossed over the fallen Qian Meng and arrived in front of Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu had just been knocked a bit dizzy by Qian Meng's massive body, and as he stood up, he saw the muscular man approaching him again. He first glanced at Qian Meng, who was on the ground clutching his arm in pain, then a bitter smile crept onto his lips. In the end, he had acted impulsively. Although Xiaoyu usually appeared cynical, arrogant, and acted very impulsively, he was actually a very cautious person. When he was young, Ice City was not dominated by the Xiao family. At that time, it was a chaotic place filled with all sorts of people, and the weak were often bullied. As the most powerful organization at that time, the Xiao family inevitably attracted the attention of many, and since Xiaoyu was the only heir, he had experienced countless assassination attempts from a young age. This had shaped his cautious nature. 4. Instance, just a couple of days ago, when he went to trouble Qinhao, he seemed impulsive, but he had contacted Tiger early on because the other party was an awaken and he wasn't sure he could defeat him. However, this time, he truly acted impulsively. Although Xiao was known for his charm, he would never force any woman. The thing he hated most in life was a man who used force against women. Just when Xiao felt that he was doomed today, Shinchen unexpectedly walked over to him, covering his mouth with a handkerchief, smiled at him, and then stood in front of him, blocking the impending danger. Third brother, you. Xiao opened his mouth, but his voice was somewhat choked. At that moment, he felt a twinge of regret. Was it really worth it for Lin Man? Yet, on Shinchen's pale face, there was a nonchalant smile as he turned to look at him and weakly said, "It's not a big deal, we brothers will bear it together." After saying that, he turned around to face the burly man in front of him and extended his hand. "My name is Shinchen." The burly man was slightly taken aback, but seeing Shinchen's sickly appearance, he retracted his fist and shook hands with Shinchen. "My name is Zhuan Lei." But as soon as he finished speaking, he felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen. He quickly withdrew his hand and clutched his stomach. "Zhuan Lei, what are you doing?" The young man with the surname Yang, seeing this scene, couldn't help but feel a bit angry and shouted, "Why aren't you moving? Kill him. Whoever dares to stop us, let's kill him together. If anything happens, it's on me." "Young Master Yang, The man named Zhuan Lei, holding his abdomen, wanted to say something, but seeing the other party's grim expression, he ultimately forced himself to stand straight and clenched his fists. Seeing this, Shinchen was also somewhat surprised. What he had absorbed from Lin Man should have been acute appendicitis. Lin Man had had trouble even walking, and even Shinchen, who was used to pain, had taken some time to adapt after his recent absorption. However, this man not only forcibly suppressed the pain but could also continue to fight. It seemed he was still too soft-hearted. Thinking of this, Shinchen's gaze turned cold. He quickly searched his mind for a disease that could incapacitate someone in a short time and soon settled on one known as immortal cancer. With that thought, Shinchen approached without hesitation and threw a punch at the opponent. To Zhuan Lei, this punch seemed full of flaws and weak. At that moment, he had hundreds of ways in his mind to quickly take down the opponent. However, due to the pain in his abdomen, his reactions were noticeably sluggish. Even so, he slightly sidestepped to avoid Shinchen's punch and then landed a punch on Shinchen's abdomen. Just as his fist made contact with Shinchen endured the excruciating pain and activated Bestow. In the next moment, Shinchen staggered back several steps, barely managing to stay upright with Xiao's support. "Third brother, are you okay?" Xiao asked, concern etched on his face. He was all too aware of Shinchen's physical condition. Although he pretended not to care, he had privately helped him contact hospitals more than once. His father was deeply immersed in medicine, and the hospitals under the Xie family were spread throughout the entire Ice City. However, all the renowned doctors who had examined Shinchen shook their heads in silence, indicating their helplessness. Zhuan Lei's punches were something even Qian Meng couldn't withstand. After taking a hit from him, Shinchen would likely be left with more than just bruises. Shinchen retched a few times before shaking his head. "I'm fine." After saying that, he looked up at Zhuan Lei across from him. At the same time, Zhuan Lei felt a sharp pain radiating from the right side of his face, a pain that felt like being cut by a knife, burned, and electrocuted all at once. It was an unbearable agony. And in that moment, Zhuan Lei felt as if he would rather be dead than alive. Cough, cough, cough. Shinchen coughed violently twice, his face growing even paler. Trigeminal neuralgia. This affliction was something Shinchen had absorbed from an old man about a year ago. On his way to the hospital, he had seen an elderly man by the river preparing to take his own life. After saving him, he learned that the man suffered from trigeminal neuralgia, which he described as a disease known as the undying cancer. Each episode was accompanied by excruciating pain, recognized by the medical community as the world's worst pain, even surpassing the pain of childbirth. Statistics show that among those who attempt suicide each year, 20 to 30% suffer from trigeminal neuralgia, highlighting just how terrifying this condition is. Even Shinchen, who had been tormented by illness for a long time, took nearly half a month to adapt to this pain. That feeling was truly worse than death. Zhuan Lei bent down, covering his face with his hands. The sudden, intense pain made him feel dizzy, extinguishing any desire to fight. Seeing this, Xiao's face flashed with confusion, then he turned to look at Shinchen but said nothing more. Meanwhile, Yang Xiao across from them wore an unhappy expression. "Zhuan Lei, what the hell are you doing? Hurry up and kill him." Due to the severe pain in his face, Zhuan Lei could barely speak. Just opening his mouth brought a strong tearing sensation. All he could do was cover his face and wait for the pain to subside. Shinchen, also pale and weak, said, "Xiao, make your move, don't drag it out." Although trigeminal neuralgia was unbearable, the pain generally didn't last long. In some cases, it could persist for a few minutes or even over 10 minutes, while shorter episodes might last just over 10 seconds. However, it could occur multiple times a day, sometimes even hundreds of times. Therefore, they had to incapacitate their opponent before the pain subsided. Hearing Shinchen's words, Xiao reacted without hesitation, stepping forward and delivering a powerful punch to Zhuan Lei's temple. Zhuang Lei immediately staggered and fell to the ground, but Xiao was relentless, picking up a chair from the side and smashing it down heavily onto Zhuang Lei's head. At that moment, Zhuang Lei had no thought of resistance. The pain inflicted by Xiao was trivial compared to the agony in his face, and he even wished his opponent would knock him out quickly. Yang Xiao and the other two watched as Xiao swung the chair, striking Zhuang Lei's head again and again, instinctively stepping back. This time, he had only brought Zhuang Lei as his muscle. As for the other two, they were good for eating, drinking, and flattering, but when it came to fighting, they were likely worse than Yang Xiao himself. In fact, this was not due to Yang Xiao's carelessness, because with his status, wherever he went, he would be treated as a guest of honor. With the Yang family's reputation, there were very few people in the entire Siau country who dared to offend him. Moreover, with Zhuang Lei around, it was rare for anyone to be able to harm him. After all, Zhuang Lei was an awakened and a very powerful fighter known as the Iron Fist. But today, for some unknown reason, Zhuang Lei had been beaten to this state by a few young men. Half a minute later, Xiao, panting, tossed aside the scattered chairs and looked down at Zhuang Lei curled up on the ground, laughing and scolding. "Damn, you really can take a beating." As he spoke, Xiao wiped the bloodstains from his hands and walked over to Yang Xiao with a half smile. "What are you doing?" Yang Xiao pointed at Xiao, clearly lacking the confidence he had before. "I come from the Yang family in Kyoto. Do you dare to touch me? And the captain of the law enforcement team from Ice City is on his way here. Think it over." The Yang family in Kyoto is indeed powerful, Xiao smiled, raising an eyebrow at him. "But if I don't touch you now, will you let me go?" Hearing this, before Yang Xiao could respond, a man beside him felt that Xiao was backing down and scolded. "Now you kneel and apologize to Yang Xiao. And then break one of your own hands, and Yang Xiao will forgive you." "Ha!" Xiao laughed in anger, then looked at the man as if he were a fool. "You're really looking for death." After saying that, he ignored the man and turned to Yang Xiao. "Since I've offended you anyway, I might as well offend you thoroughly. What do you say?" Yang Xiao wanted to say something, but then felt a sharp, burning pain on his face. Smack! The crisp sound of a slap made the entire private room fall silent for a few seconds. Even Yang Xiao did not expect that the other party would actually dare to hit him, and it was such a humiliating slap. Just then, hurried footsteps could be heard outside the room, and before anyone could see who it was, an anxious voice called out from outside, "Yang Xiao, Yang Xiao." Hearing this voice, a cruel glint flashed in Yang Xiao's previously panicked eyes. He stared fiercely at Xiao and squeezed out 3 words through clenched teeth. "You're finished." "Is that so?" Xiao smiled, unfazed. "Yang Xiao, are you alright?" At this moment, a somewhat plump figure squeezed through the crowd, and the sweat on his forehead showed that he had rushed over. "Captain Luo, I've long heard that the people of Ice City are fierce, but I didn't expect them to be so lawless. I was just here for a meal, and I ended up getting slapped," Yang Xiao said sarcastically. Hearing this, Luo Yan's expression changed dramatically. The young master of the Yang family from Kyoto had actually been beaten in Ice City. If the other party pursued this matter, his position as the head of the law enforcement team would likely be in jeopardy. Thinking of this, he quickly spoke up. "Yang Xiao, who hit you? I will handle it seriously right away." Yang Xiao raised his chin towards Xiao's position but did not speak. Xiao had been standing opposite Yang Xiao, and from Luo Yan's position, he could only see Xiao's back. Without any hesitation, he directly said, "Someone, arrest this audacious criminal and take him back. I will personally interrogate him." Then, he looked up at Yang Xiao, saw that he was not satisfied, and turned to look at Shinchen and the others, adding, "Take his accomplices back as well." Hearing this, Yang Xiao finally nodded in satisfaction. He had seen Shinchen's actions just now. He knew very well what Zhuang Lei's usual strength was, and the 2 times Zhuang Lei had encountered trouble just now were both after Shinchen had touched him, the first time being after Shinchen shook hands with Zhuang Lei. In the second instance, although Shinchen did not touch Zhuang Lei did touch him. He watched clearly from the side that after Zhuang Lei's fist struck the opponent, although the opponent was also injured, it was evident that Zhuang Lei was in greater pain, even giving off a feeling of being better off dead. He suspected that the opponent might be an awakened, and although their abilities were currently unknown, being able to defeat Zhuang Lei certainly indicated a strong capability, and with such an unpredictable method, it might even be a B-level ability. Just as the law enforcement team was about to take down Xiao and the others, he finally turned slowly, his expression cold as he looked at Luo Yan. "Captain Luo really has quite the authority." Luo Yan was momentarily taken aback when he saw that the person who had been facing away from him was actually Xiao. The flattering smile that had been on his face instantly froze. "Xia, young Master Xia?" Luo Yan unconsciously swallowed hard, then tentatively asked, "The one who hit young Master Yang was you? Is there a problem?" Xiao asked. This, Luo Yan was at a loss for words. If there was a problem, it was clear that he would be opposing Xiao, and the Xia family behind Xiao was not something he could afford to provoke. But if he said there was no problem, how could he save face for young Master Yang? Xiao also knew that this question was too tricky, so he didn't continue to make things difficult for him, instead saying, "Captain Luo, are you planning to take us back to the team without distinguishing right from wrong?" "How could that be, young master?" "Xia, Luo Yan forced a bitter smile, then quickly looked at young Master Yang beside him and said, "Young Master Yang, I believe there must be some misunderstanding here. How about this, today? I'll treat you both to a meal at the Lu Wai Lu, and you can clear up the misunderstanding." "Do you think I can't afford to eat at Lu Wai Lu?" Young Master Yang's expression turned cold. His tone serious as he said, "Captain Luo, my people are still lying on the ground." He pointed angrily at Zhuan Lei, who was curled up on the ground, and said, "Isn't it the case in Ice City that when someone is assaulted, they need to be taken back to the law enforcement team for questioning? Is this how you enforce the law? Do you deserve to wear that uniform?" With such an accusation thrown at him, even if Luo Yan didn't want to offend the Xia family, he had no way to brush this matter aside. "Young Master Xia, what do you think?" Luo Yan looked at Xiao with a troubled expression. "I have a clear conscience and am not afraid to go anywhere," Xiao said, as if he thought of something, then added, "But this matter was all my doing, let my friends leave." "We'll do as young Master Xia says," Luo Yan quickly agreed with a smile. For Xiao to return with him to the law enforcement team was already a huge favor, the small request was nothing at all. Just then, young Master Yang spoke up again to refute, "You're not the only one who acted in this matter, right? Don't push your luck." Xiao stepped forward and grabbed the collar of the other, saying fiercely, "If you keep this up, I'll make sure you can't leave Ice City. Do you believe that?" Young Master Yang, seeing this, curled his lips into a playful smile, then raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, looking at Luo Yan. "Captain Luo, this is going to happen right in front of you." At that moment, Shinchen came to Xiao's side, tugging at his arm, and whispered, "Boss Xia, let's just go together." After saying that, he glanced at young Master Yang, but to his surprise, the other smiled at him and nodded, as if acknowledging him. But why was he greeting him? 20 minutes later, on the way to the law enforcement team, there were only 4 people from Shinchen's dormitory in the car, aside from the driver. "Boss Xia, that Yang guy seems a bit off," Shinchen said in a low voice. Xiao was slightly taken aback, then asked, "What seems off about him?" "He's just a military second generation from Kyoto." "I'm afraid it's not that simple." Shinchen shook his head. "After seeing Luo Yan's attitude towards you, he showed no surprise at all. And none of us mentioned your name, yet he accurately called you by it." Hearing this, Xiao's brows instantly furrowed. The people in their dorm were used to calling him Boss Xia and rarely referred to him by his full name, while Luo Yan had consistently called him Young Master Xia. But how did the other party know his name? After a brief moment of thought, Xiao realized that this was likely not just a coincidence. "Is this a trap?" Xiao turned to Shinchen and asked tentatively, "Is it aimed at me?" "Perhaps it's not aimed at you," Shinchen shook his head and said softly, "but rather at your Xia family." Upon hearing this, Xiao took a deep breath and said, somewhat incredulously, "That playboy really has such schemes? Although I don't know much about the Yang family, it's clear that their family is not simple. Living in such a large family for so many years, unless one is a fool, they would likely have some cunning. Of course, this is just my speculation, we need to see his next moves for the specifics," Shinchen added. "Got it, I'll be careful in my response later." Xiao nodded seriously. Soon after, Xiao and Shinchen each made a phone call. Xiao naturally called his grandfather, the formidable Xiao Wuyi, who had dominated Ice City for many years. Shinchen, on the other hand, did not call old Master Lin but instead called Jang Ani, asking her to relay this matter to Colonel Zhou Dao. Actually, offending the Yang family was definitely not a trivial matter. Logically, it would have been more prudent for Shinchen to consult old Master Lin, but he wanted to see how far Colonel Zhou would go for him in this situation. This would affect his future level of trust in him. About 20 minutes later, the car slowly came to a stop, and everyone was brought to the headquarters of the Ice City law enforcement team. Rather than saying they were brought, it was more accurate to say they were invited. After all, in Luo Yan's eyes, whether it was the local Xia family or the formidable Yang family, neither was someone he could afford to offend. He had to handle this matter with great care, trying to satisfy both parties. If he offended one side, his future days would not be easy. Upon arriving at the law enforcement team, after obtaining permission from Xiao and young Master Yang, Luo Yan followed the rules and took everyone to separate interrogation rooms. However, Shinchen and the others were taken to a real interrogation room, while Xiao and young Master Yang were taken to 2 independent offices. This was Shinchen's first time at the law enforcement team, and he couldn't help but curiously look around. It was a dimly lit room, and he sat in the chair at the center. However, following Luo Yan's instructions, the law enforcement member in charge of the interrogation did not put handcuffs on him. Before long, a male and a female law enforcement member walked in, the woman carrying a cup of hot tea, which she placed in front of Shinchen. "Thank you," Shinchen nodded slightly. "No need to thank me, you probably have nothing to worry about." The woman returned to her seat and said, "Ultimately, this matter depends on the attitude of the Xia family and that big shot. You were brought here just for formality." Shinchen smiled and said, "Nothing more. This matter might be far from as simple as it appeared." Moreover, for some reason, Shinchen felt that the young man with the surname Yan was probably not the so-called playboy. Perhaps he truly had deep schemes. Thus, the 3 of them sat in the interrogation room, staring at each other for nearly 10 minutes, with neither of the 2 showing any intention to start the
Questioning.
10 minutes later, the door to the interrogation room was opened, and upon seeing the visitor, Shinchen's gaze slightly sharpened.
The person who came was neither Zhou Dao nor
anyone from the Xiao family, but that young man with the surname Yang. Your captain wants you to step out for a moment, young Master Yang said to the two law enforcement team members. The two were clearly taken aback for a moment, but ultimately left the interrogation room, with the woman casting a sympathetic glance at Shinchen as she departed. In her view, the power struggle above might have already reached a conclusion. The arrival of someone with the surname Yang instead of Xiao was enough to indicate the situation. Watching the door to the interrogation room close again, the young man with the surname Yang slightly raised the corners of his mouth and then looked at Shinchen, saying, "The matter has been resolved."
As Xiao is the only grandson of Xiao
Wu, I still have to give him this face, but you all. At this point, he did not continue but instead stared meaningfully into Shinchen's eyes.
Young Master Yang, do you take me for a 3-year-old?
Shinchen smiled helplessly.
Oh, young Master Yang seemed surprised. What do you mean by that? First of all, I know better than you what kind of person Xiao is, Shinchen began. Secondly, we have all passed the Dao class screening and will report to Dao class tomorrow. Even if you can move us, it won't be as simple as a few words. Interesting. Young Master Yang smiled, as if he was even more intrigued by Shinchen. Let me introduce myself, Yang Xiao from the Yang family in Kyoto. His expression became a bit more serious. Shinchen glanced
at him, unsure of what scheme he was plotting, but still replied nonchalantly, Shinchen.
Shinchen. Yang Xiao repeated, then nodded in satisfaction. Good name. If young Master Yang
has something to say, just say it directly. Shinchen coughed twice and then weakly said, I'm not feeling well and can't chat with you here for too long.
All right. Yang Xiao plopped down in the chair opposite him and said, then I'll be brief. Do you know why Dao class suddenly opened full enrollment?
Shinchen was momentarily taken aback by this seemingly random question. To him, it seemed likely that the other party was putting on this act to deal with the Xiao family, and finding him was merely a means to confront Xiao. But now it appeared that the other party's intentions were far from simple. Seeing that Shinchen did not respond, Yang Xiao was not displeased but continued. A month ago, a city in America suffered a terrorist attack. According to reliable sources, there were only 10 attackers, yet it resulted in hundreds of casualties. Such things aren't exactly new in that country, Shinchen said weakly. They attacked the law enforcement team of that city, and they only had 3 guns, Yang Xiao said, waving 3 fingers in front of Shinchen. Hearing this, Shinchen furrowed his brow.
10 people with 3 guns. Attacking a law enforcement team and causing hundreds of casualties? That was simply impossible, unless… Exactly.
Yang Xiao seemed to know what Shinchen was thinking and directly interrupted his thoughts, explaining, these 10 people are all awakened, and their abilities are quite powerful. Seeing that Shinchen was silent again, Yang Xiao continued speaking on his own. Last week, a bank robbery occurred in a small county in Yun province. There was only one criminal. Surveillance footage revealed that this person carried no tools but managed to cut open an ATM and took over 70,000 yuan from inside.
And
Yang Xiao went on to recount several cases, all involving crimes committed by awakened individuals.
After listening to him, Shinchen fell silent for a moment before asking, what are you telling me all this for?
I haven't finished yet. Yang Xiao raised his hand to interrupt Shinchen's words, then continued, according
to reliable sources, many awakened organizations have emerged both domestically and internationally.
Among them, some countries with relatively weak military power have already experienced unstable
regimes. Let's not talk about the foreign ones for now. Domestically, I know of 3 awakened organizations. At this point, he paused for a moment before continuing. The first is the Poker Organization. They are the largest drug trafficking organization in the country, with 70% of the drugs in the country flowing from their ranks. Ever since the awakened ones appeared 3 years ago, their leader has been recruiting awakened individuals to work for them, with benefits beyond your imagination. The military has sent troops to encircle and suppress them multiple times, but because they can't locate the headquarters, they can only take down a small hideout each time, which quickly revives. They have also tried to infiltrate with undercover agents, but each time they are discovered, and we all know what happens to the discovered agents, right? But do you know why so many undercover agents have failed? Why? At this point, Shinchen was also a bit curious. Because there is a mind reader within the poker organization. I don't need to explain what the mind reader ability is, do I? Yang Xiao pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took one out, and handed it to Shinchen. I have late-stage lung cancer, I can't smoke. Shinchen shook his head. Yang Xiao was clearly taken aback for a moment, and after a while, he looked somewhat stunned as he took the cigarette back, then removed the one he had already put in his mouth without lighting it. Lung cancer? Late stage? Yang Xiao found it absurd. It's fine, I won't die. Shinchen shook his head. Late-stage lung cancer and still not dying? Yang Xiao found it even more absurd. However, thinking that the other party might be a powerful awakened individual, he felt relieved. You continue, Shinchen said, now a bit more interested in Yang Xiao's words, as this was a field he had never encountered before. Yang Xiao, looked at Shinchen with interest for a few seconds before continuing. Because of the existence of that mind reader, the military has had no way to deal with the poker organization. They have become increasingly arrogant. In the past 2 years, the amount of drugs seized in the market has increased by more than 30% compared to previous years. Does the military not have a mind reader? Shinchen asked, somewhat puzzled. He hadn't encountered many awakened individuals, but among the people he knew, there was Lin Man, who was a mind reader. It seemed that mind reader was not an especially rare ability. They definitely have some, Yang Xiao replied with a wry smile, then explained, the military has also tried to read the minds of those captured drug dealers, but they know nothing, not even the existence of the poker organization. Have they not captured any internal members of the poker organization over the years? Shinchen asked. They have captured some, and not just one. Yang Xiao shook his head helplessly, but the first thing they do upon being captured is to blind themselves. Hearing this, Shinchen nodded in realization. Mind reading requires eye contact, but what if the other person is blind? After a few seconds of silence, Yang Xiao continued, the second organization is called Wolf Alliance. It's essentially a gang organization. The military and local law enforcement have already set their sights on them, but they haven't yet gathered solid evidence. I believe it won't be long before they cease to exist. As for the third organization, Yang Zhao's expression became somewhat complicated, as if he didn't know how to describe this organization. After struggling for a while, he slowly spoke. This organization is called Bai Chao Tang. Upon hearing the words Bai Chao Tang, Shinchen's pupils suddenly constricted, but his expression quickly returned to normal. This organization is very mysterious, and their way of doing things is quite strange. They are not numerous, but they are very enigmatic and powerful. Most importantly, they are very odd. This time, Shinchen did not continue to ask further, as if he was not very concerned about the Baichao Hall organization. Seeing Shinchen's expression, Yang Xiao spoke up. You shouldn't underestimate this organization. The main reason I came to Ice City this time is because of this Baichao Hall. Hearing this, Shinchen's heart trembled, but on the surface, he asked nonchalantly, is this Baichao Hall really that impressive to make young Master Yang travel all the way from the capital to Ice City? Their power exceeds our understanding. Yang Xiao shook his head, as if recalling something. After a long while, he slowly spoke. About a week ago, my mother contracted a strange illness. She couldn't be cured after visiting many hospitals, and finally, through various inquiries, I heard that there is a reclusive divine doctor who is very skilled at treating this condition. But when I arrived, I was told that the person had been taken away by someone from Baichao Hall, so I sent people to pursue them. At this point, his expression became somewhat complex, and he fell silent for a longer time, nearly 2 minutes, before exhaling a breath and saying, at that time, I didn't follow. They said it was an old man dressed in a long robe, with an ethereal demeanor, carrying a long sword on his back. With just a slight movement of his finger, that long sword flew out of its sheath by itself and, in the blink of an eye, severed the rifles of 12 military personnel. What? Shin Chen's expression changed. Was this still an awakened? This was simply a land deity from a fantasy novel. Although I didn't see that scene with my own eyes, afterward I examined their rifles, and they all had clean cuts clearly made by a sharp blade, Yang Xiao said with a complex expression. Was it controlling objects? Shin Chen asked. I don't know, Yang Xiao shook his head. But if it is controlling objects, then their control over the ability is truly terrifying. After saying this, the interrogation room fell silent again, both lost in their own thoughts. Yang Xiao was thinking about how to meet that person again. Meanwhile, Shin Chen's heart was far from as calm as it appeared on the surface. He originally thought that the Baichao Hall created by Old Master Lin was just a group of patients or healers. How could there be an old deity who could control swords? That wasn't the main point. The main point was whether this was allowed in Siau country. Would the military, after dealing with the Wolf Alliance and poker, casually wipe out their Baichao Hall as well? Wouldn't that mean he, the nominal leader, would suffer an unwarranted disaster? Just then, Yang Xiao broke Shin Chen's train of thought again. I've said so much. What are your thoughts now? Me? Shin Chen was slightly taken aback, then shook his head. I don't have any thoughts. These matters seem unrelated to me. Then I'll be straightforward. Yang Xiao sat up straight and said earnestly, I want to form an organization of awakened ones. Are you interested in joining me? Forming an organization of awakened ones? Shin Chen felt somewhat surprised. Does the military allow the private formation of such organizations? Such things cannot be prohibited. Yang Zhao's lips curled slightly as he said, returning to the initial question, do you know why the military allowed the Dao class to recruit students comprehensively? Isn't it because of the Dao formula? Shin Chen retorted. Hearing these two words, Yang Xiao was momentarily stunned, then seemed to recall something and said, it seems the Xie family has a significant status in Ice City, even knowing about the Dao formula. Shin Chen did not offer an explanation in response. Yang Xiao continued, the Daoju is just one aspect of the reason. The most important reason is that many awakened organizations will emerge both domestically and internationally. The military also needs to establish a dedicated organization for the awakened to respond. Is that so? Shin Chen nodded thoughtfully. So, have you considered it? Yang Xiao looked at Shinchen with a faint smile. Why me? Shinchen asked. Because your ability is something I've never seen before. Yang Xiao's expression suddenly became serious as he earnestly asked, Can you tell me the name of your awakened ability? Shinchen glanced at him with a complex expression, his brows instinctively furrowing. Yang Xiao was indeed as he had imagined. The so-called playboy was either a rumor or he was deliberately putting on a show for others. Disease. Affliction. Shinchen hesitated for a few seconds but still told him the name of his awakened ability. Disease affliction? Yang Xiao was taken aback for a moment, then looked Shinchen over again and nodded. It does suit your temperament. Shinchen did not explain his ability but looked at him seriously and said, Compared to you, I would rather trust the military, so I won't join you. Yang Xiao stared at Shinchen for a while with a meaningful look, then smiled and said, Alright, I understand. I will inform Luo Yan shortly and you can leave soon. With that, he stood up to leave, but at that moment Shinchen called out to him. Wait. Yang Xiao paused and turned to look at Shinchen. What is it? Is there something else? About Xiao. You should not concern yourself with the Xia family, that is a matter between them and me. Yang Xiao directly interrupted Shinchen's words. At this point, he seemed to think of something and smiled. The purpose of my visit to Ice City this time is Baichao Hall, but I've been here for a few days and haven't received any news from them at all. But since I'm here, I can't leave empty-handed. However, at this point, Yang Xiao changed his tone and continued, If you are willing to join me, I could consider giving up on the Xia family. After all, in my view, the entire Xia family may not be worth as much as you. Hearing this, Shinchen was slightly taken aback. He did not expect Yang Xiao to think so highly of him. It should be noted that there were quite a few awakened individuals within the borders of Xia country, and he didn't even know what his ability was, yet Yang Xiao was willing to give up the entire Xia family for him. Just this level of boldness and ability to recruit people was enough to prove that he was definitely not just a simple playboy. Yang Xiao stood at the door for a while, and seeing that Shinchen did not speak, he left the interrogation room with some disappointment. Not long after he left, the two members of the enforcement team walked in again, and the woman said, Shinchen, you can go now. What? About my phone? Shinchen asked. Here. The woman picked up the phone from a nearby table and handed it back to Shinchen. After receiving the phone, Shinchen didn't have time to thank her, and directly walked out of the interrogation room. Before he could dial a number, the phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, Shinchen pressed the answer button. Wu Bing, I'm at the entrance of the enforcement team. Where are you? I'm coming to find you now. Shinchen casually said a few words before hanging up and walking towards the exit. As soon as he stepped out, he saw a military jeep parked by the roadside. Shinchen walked over. Shinchen, get in the car. At that moment, the window of the passenger seat rolled down, revealing Jang Ani's stunning face as she waved at Shinchen. Shinchen opened the car door and found three familiar faces inside. In the front passenger seat sat Jang Ani, while in the back seat was Colonel Zhou Dao. As for the driver, Shinchen had met him once before. He was the young man with his legs crossed during the selection for the Dao class, whose name seemed to be Tang Song. Wubbing, what exactly happened? Zhou Dao turned to Shinchen and asked, Colonel Zhou, do you know Yang Xiao? Shinchen got straight to the point. Yang Xiao? Zhou Dao pondered for a few seconds, then shook his head. No impression. He then looked at Jang Ani, who was sitting in the front passenger seat with a lollipop in her mouth, and asked, Anchi, do you know this person? I know Yang Xiao, the bright left envoy of the Mingjiao, Jang Ani mumbled. Zhou Dao shot her an annoyed glance, then ignored her and turned back to Shinchen. Wubbing, do you have a conflict with this person? I suppose so. Shinchen hesitated for a few seconds, then recounted what had just happened to Zhou Dao without any concealment. Since he wanted to seek the other party's help, being honest was the most basic respect. The young family from Kyoto? Zhou Dao was slightly taken aback. Sun Anchi, sitting in the front seat, also straightened up and turned to Shinchen, but her focus was clearly different from Zhou Dao's. Are you saying that the person with the surname Yang is coming from Baikayatang? Seeing Jang Anchi's reaction, Shinchen was momentarily stunned, then asked in surprise, you know Baikayatang? Upon hearing this, Zhou Dao looked at her with some confusion. Feeling the gazes of the two, Jang Ani awkwardly sat back down and waved her hand, saying, How would I know anything about Baikayatang? I was just curious about what kind of ability the old immortal who can control swords has awakened. Shinchen and Zhou Dao both immediately noticed something was off with her, but neither of them pressed the issue. Shinchen spoke up, Colonel Zhou, Xiao is my brother. He has taken good care of me during these 2 years in the dormitory, and I can't just ignore him. This, Zhou Dao clearly hesitated. The influence of the young family in Kyoto was a powerful presence even within the military, not to mention the local tyrant Xia family from Ice City. Even he, as a colonel, would be nothing in their eyes. What's so difficult about it? At that moment, Jang Ani turned to the two again. Do you have a way? Shen Chen was somewhat surprised. If even Colonel Zhou found it tricky, what could Jang Ani possibly do? Of course, Jang Ani said proudly, if you treat me to 3 meals. At this point, she felt it was a bit unbalanced and changed her mind. No, 5 meals. If you treat me to 5 meals at Luolu, I'll help you solve it. If you can really resolve this matter, I'll treat you to a month of Luolu, Shinchen said. He had once helped a famous wealthy businessman who had given him a card that was said to be a globally limited black card with no spending limit. It's a deal, Jang Ani said, opening the car door and preparing to get out. Where are you going? Shinchen and Zhou Dao asked in unison. I'm going to help you solve this matter, Jang Ani said matter-of-factly. How do you plan to solve it? Zhou Dao's expression suddenly darkened. He had a vague idea of how Jang Ani intended to resolve the issue. And indeed, as he suspected, Jang Ani confidently said, I'll just go in and shoot him, won't that solve the problem? Shut up, Zhou Dao snapped at Jang Ani. Jang Ani shrugged indifferently. Wubbing, although this matter is somewhat tricky, Zhou Dao pondered for a few seconds, then shifted his tone. But after all, he is not one of his three major general brothers. Without a military rank, he doesn't represent the entire Yang family. Moreover, this is not Kyoto, it's Ice City. A fierce glint flashed in Zhou Dao's eyes. If the other party insisted on being unreasonable, then he might as well teach them a lesson. Surely his three older brothers would have nothing to say about it. Currently, Shinchen, who was afflicted with disease, was crucial to him. He was undoubtedly the hope of the entire Ice City military. Over the years, due to geographical reasons, the development of the three provinces in Hanzhou had not been very good. With the arrival of the awakened era, the number of awakened in the three provinces of Hanzhou was far fewer than in some cities in the south. This had always been a headache for the Hanzhou military, and during the last military exercise with Qingzhou, they had suffered a crushing defeat. Now that he had finally discovered a promising talent, the Yang family from the capital wanted to undermine him. This was no longer just a matter of helping the Siau family. Given that Yang Xiao had intentions towards Shinchen, he had to step in and have a serious talk with them. Although Yang Xiao had a background, Zhou Dao had not spent over 20 years in the military for nothing. With this thought, Zhou Dao no longer hesitated and directly opened the car door, saying, Wubbing, let's go meet this ambitious young master of the Yang family. After the four of them got out of the car and had just reached the entrance of the law enforcement team, Luo Yan, who had received the news, had already come out to greet them with his men. Upon seeing the military insignia on Zhou Dao's shoulder, he couldn't help but gasp. What kind of bad luck had he encountered today? Just dealing with the Yang and Xia families had already left him overwhelmed, and now there was a colonel-level figure from the military. Colonel, may I ask what brings you here? Luo Yan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and asked with a somewhat weak voice. My name is Zhou Dao, colonel of the Hanzhou military, and I am now fully responsible for all matters regarding the Dao class in Ice City. Zhou Dao said seriously as he looked at Luo Yan, then continued, I heard that there was a conflict between some students of the Dao class and others outside the building today, so I came to take a look. So it's Colonel Zhou. How could this small matter trouble you to come in person? Luo Yan's face once again revealed a fawning smile. Hearing this, Zhou Dao frowned. He then said sternly, when it comes to the Dao class, how can it be a small matter? Yes, you are right, Colonel Zhou, Luo Yan quickly nodded. Nowadays, the Xiao country indeed placed great importance on the Dao class and the awakened, but just a small conflict shouldn't warrant the presence of such a significant figure. With this thought, he instinctively glanced at the sickly young man standing behind Zhou Dao. He thought to himself that this young man's identity was likely more than just being Xiao's lackey, especially since Yang Xiao had just chatted with him for a long time. Soon, the four of them were led by Luo Yan to a separate office. Inside the office, Xiao was lounging with his legs crossed, fiddling with his phone, looking quite relaxed. Upon seeing Shinchen and the others enter, he quickly stood up. Third brother, why haven't you gone back yet? As he spoke, he shot a glare at Luo Yan. Captain Luo, I see you really don't take me, Xiao, seriously. Didn't you say my brother had already left? Luo Yan wore a bitter expression and did not respond to Xiao's words, instead continuously gesturing with his eyes for him to look in Zhou Dao's direction. It was then that Xiao noticed Zhou Dao and Jang Ani standing next to Shinchen. He first glanced at Zhou Dao's shoulder insignia, then a smile appeared on his face. So it's Colonel Zhou. Young man Xiao has met Colonel Zhou. You know me? Zhou Dao felt somewhat surprised. He had been in the military most of the time, and it was only recently that he had come to Ice City after being appointed as the head of the Dao class. During that time, he had hardly interacted with anyone from the outside. There are only a few colonels in the Hanzhou military, and you're the only young and handsome one, Colonel Zhou. Xiao smiled and delivered a perfectly timed compliment. Zhou Dao was momentarily taken aback by the words, then burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha, you brat, you truly are Xia Deng's grandson. Xia Deng, known as the formidable Master Xia of Ice City, was a name not many knew, and even fewer dared to call him by name. Colonel Zhou, you flatter me. Xiao chuckled again. Listening to their banter, Jang Ani rolled her eyes dramatically and said irritably, you two chat away, I'll just wander around. This. Luo Yan's face showed a hint of difficulty. Was the law enforcement team a place one could just stroll through? But seeing that Zhou Dao remained silent, Luo Yan realized that the other party's identity might be quite significant, so it was better not to offend him, and he chose to keep quiet. After leaving the office, Jang Ani unwrapped a lollipop while glancing around, then stood in a blind spot of the surveillance cameras, took out her phone, and dialed a number. As the call connected, she spoke directly. The Young family has set their sights on Baikatang, and thereafter what grass was yesterday. 2 minutes later, Jang Ani hung up the phone, casually sucking on her lollipop as she wandered through the law enforcement team. When she passed by the door of an office, she stepped back, peered through the crack in the door, and then a slight smile appeared on her lips as she pushed the door open and walked in. At that moment, Yang Xiao was sitting in a chair, contemplating how to leverage this situation to bring the Xie family under his control. He had originally come to Ice City for the elder from Baikatang who could control swords, but after several days of fruitless searching, his position at home had become increasingly precarious. His 3 older brothers had all become major generals in the military, and in this peaceful era without war, their careers had reached their peak. If he wanted to enter the military, no matter how outstanding he was, his achievements would never surpass those of his 3 brothers. Having one family with 3 major generals was already the maximum the military could accept. They would never allow another major general to emerge from the Yang family. Therefore, if he wanted to achieve something, he had to find another path, as joining the military was absolutely out of the question. Eventually, he set his sights on the awakened. As long as he could control a group of powerful awakened, no one in the Young family would dare to underestimate him, and he could successfully shed the label of a playboy. When he saw the neatly severed gun barrels under his command, he decided he must recruit that elder. However, after several days, not only had he failed to gather any information about the elder, but he also had no leads on the Baikatang organization. Left with no choice, he had to settle for second best and shift his focus to the Xie family. Thus, he set a trap specifically for Xiao. His original plan was to have Zhuanglei teach Xiao a lesson first, and then use Xiao's offense against him as leverage to coerce the Xie family into submission. But who would have thought that a Shinchen would suddenly appear, defeating Zhuanglei with some unknown means, leaving Zhuanglei in a state of near death? Just then, the office door was suddenly pushed open. What entered Yang Zhao's view was a girl dressed in camouflage combat gear, her flawless, jade-like face instantly capturing his attention. Though she had the appearance of a delicate girl, there was an air of heroism in her brow that was uncommon among ordinary girls, evoking a strong desire for conquest at just one glance. "Are you Yang Xiao?" Jang Ani asked with a smile. "Do you know me, beautiful?" Yang Xiao replied, slightly surprised. "Are you looking for Baikatang?" Jang Ani did not answer his question but asked again. Hearing this, Yang Zhao's pupils constricted slightly, and he straightened up, staring intently at Jang Ani, his voice dropping to a low murmur. "You know about Baikatang?" "Not only do I know, but I am also a member of Baikatang." Jang Ani spoke with a smile. "What?" This time, Yang Xiao stood up directly from his chair, re-evaluating Jang Ani. After a long while, he excitedly said, Good. Heaven does not disappoint those who are earnest. I finally found you." After saying that, he grabbed Jang Ani's shoulders with both hands, his breath becoming rapid. "Take me to meet your leader." Jang Ani glanced at the hands resting on her shoulders, frowned slightly, but did not pull away. Instead, she said calmly, "The members of our Baikatang do not know each other's identities, and as for our hall master, I have never met him either." "Then how can I contact him?" Yang Xiao pressed. Jang Ani shook her head and remained silent. Yang Xiao frowned, then said in a deep voice, "Since you came to see me and revealed your identity, it means that Baikatang is also interested in cooperating with me." As he spoke, his expression changed, and he coldly said, "Is this your attitude towards cooperation?" "Cooperation?" Jang Ani was slightly taken aback, then smiled and said, "I think you misunderstood. We have no intention of cooperating with you." Jang Ani shook her head, then explained with a smile, "The reason I told you this is to make you understand." "What do you mean?" Yang Zhao's face changed dramatically. "Also, my code name in Baikatang is Nanling Yaohua." Jang Ani leaned slightly forward, whispering into his ear. Nanling Yaohua, also known as Lao Go Wang, is a type of Chinese herbal medicine that can treat dozens of diseases, but the entire plant is toxic. Not only the fruit is poisonous, but even the roots and stems are highly toxic. Flower language, redemption. After saying this, Jang Ani finally removed the hand that was resting on her shoulder, and then, under Yang Zhao's astonished gaze, she tore open her clothing, revealing a snowy white shoulder. What are you doing?" At this moment, Yang Xiao had no thought of appreciating the alluring scene, as he felt that she must have some ulterior motive. Jang Ani smiled and said, "You are harassing me." "What?" Yang Xiao was momentarily taken aback. But in the next second, Jang Ani had already pulled out a silver-white pistol from her bag, the cold muzzle aimed at his forehead. Before Yang Xiao could say anything, the fire snake shot out. Bang! The muffled gunshot echoed within the law enforcement team, startling everyone. At that moment, Zhou Dao in the office stood up abruptly upon hearing the gunshot. His first reaction was to look around, then he turned to Tang Song and asked, "Where's Jang Ani?" Tang Song was also taken aback, then seemed to remember something and quickly she said she wanted to go out for a walk. "This is bad." At this point, Zhou Dao could no longer care about anything else, taking 3 steps at a time to push open the office door and heading towards the direction of the gunshot. Following Zhou Dao, Luo Yan's face had turned pale, as according to his judgment, the direction of the gunshot was precisely where Yang Xiao's office was. Thinking of this, a layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on his back. When they arrived at the office door where the gunshot had come from, they found that many members of the law enforcement team had already gathered at the entrance, all showing difficult expressions. Upon seeing Luo Yan approach, one of them quickly jogged over and whispered a few words in his ear. Immediately, Luo Yan's face turned even uglier, and he stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. At that moment, Jang Ani slowly pushed through the crowd and walked out, fiddling with the torn fabric on her shoulder while muttering to herself, "What a pity." Jang Ani. Zhou Dao tried to keep his tone calm and tentatively asked, "Was that gunshot just now you?" He stared intensely into Jang Ani's eyes, desperately wanting to hear the word no from her lips. But the reality ultimately disappointed him. "It's me, he tried to assault me, I was just defending myself," Jang Ani said as she pulled out her phone from her pocket, searching for a few seconds before speaking again. According to Article 21 of the new law in Siau country, when an awakened is threatened with their life, they can use their abilities for self-defense, and it is not a crime. "Do you know who you killed?" Zhou Dao could no longer suppress the anger boiling inside him, nearly roaring. "That was a member of the Yang family from the capital. What do you want me to use to protect you? I didn't do anything wrong, I was acting according to the new law in Siau country." Seeing that Zhou Dao was genuinely angry, Jang Ani's confidence wavered, her voice barely above a whisper. "So you can just kill someone?" Zhou Dao continued to shout. "The new law states that one can use their abilities for self-defense, but my ability is unerring shot." Jang Ani mumbled, looking down. Unerring shot means that after activating her ability, Jang Ani's next shot is guaranteed to hit, but given her current control over her ability, she can only use it 3 times in a day. Even so, this ability could keep her undefeated as long as she had a gun in her hand. After hearing Jang Ani's defense, Zhou Dao was stunned for 2 seconds, then he scrutinized her with a piercing gaze for a few seconds, his brow furrowed. He knew Jang Ani well. Although she was impulsive and favored violence, she would never do something meaningless or without benefit. Moreover, how could she know about the new law's Article 21? Someone was pulling the strings behind her. But who could possibly manipulate this little ancestor? Jang Ani was assigned to him by Old Master Lin, so, in just a few seconds, Zhou Dao began to see the clues, but this matter was likely orchestrated by Old Master Lin behind the scenes, so he could only cooperate. With this thought, he pondered for a few seconds before speaking. Since the emergence of awakened individuals, our country has indeed issued new laws regarding them, and Article 21 is indeed as Jang Ani stated. However, Zhou Dao's tone shifted, his expression serious as he looked at Jang Ani, sternly saying, "Whether Yang Xiao actually assaulted you is still to be verified, so I need to arrest you for now, and we will make a decision once the matter is clarified." "Understood." Jang Ani lowered her head, looking aggrieved. Meanwhile, Luo Yan, witnessing this scene, felt something was off. The military had shot and killed a member of the Yang family in the enforcement team. But now Zhou Dao clearly intended to take the murderer away, so how would his enforcement team explain this to the Yang family? After all, he was the one who brought Yang Xiao to the enforcement team, and the other party had died right under his nose. And now he was letting the murderer go. When the Yang family found out about this, not only would he lose his position as the enforcement team leader, but his own life would likely be in danger as well. With this thought, Luo Yan quickly spoke up. "Colonel Zhou, you can't take her away." "What did you say?" Zhou Dao turned his head and shot a cold glance at Luo Yan. Seeing Zhou Dao's fierce gaze, Luo Yan instinctively swallowed hard, ultimately lacking the courage to stop him. Noticing this, Zhou Dao shifted his gaze back to Tang Song beside him. "Take Jang Ani back. No one is allowed to see her until the matter is investigated thoroughly." "Yes." Zhou Dao's words seemed to imply that Jang Ani was being detained, but in reality, it was a way of protecting her. Luo Yan watched Jang Ani and Tang Song leave, opening his mouth but ultimately saying nothing, his face filled with bitterness. Until the two figures left the law enforcement team, Zhou Dao turned to Luo Yan and said, "Captain Luo, I'll leave the rest to you." He then emphasized meaningfully, "But you must report truthfully." Zhou Dao put extra stress on the words truthfully. Luo Yan, with a complex expression, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and nodded. "Don't worry, Colonel Zhou, I will report truthfully." Zhou Dao nodded in satisfaction and then left the law enforcement team with Shinchen and the others. Just as they reached the entrance, they saw an elderly man in a Tai Chi outfit stepping down from a business vehicle. The old man paused slightly upon seeing Zhou Dao, then approached with a smile. "Colonel Zhou, long time no see." "Thank you, Master Siau." Zhou Dao greeted him politely. Xiao first glanced at Xiao and Shinchen behind Zhou Dao, then looked back at Zhou Dao, still smiling as he said, "I heard that this kid Xiao got into trouble. Did he provoke you, Colonel Zhou?" "No." Zhou Dao waved his hand and glanced at Shinchen beside him. "It was Wu Bing who called me over." Hearing this, Xiao was clearly taken aback. Previously, Shinchen had also visited his home, and he had met him, but he didn't know that Shinchen had a connection with Zhou Dao. So he turned to Shinchen and asked, "Little Shin, how's your health lately?" "Thank you for your concern, Master Siau, I'm feeling much better." Shinchen nodded in response. "Alright, no need for Pleasantries. Xiao wanted to say more but was interrupted by Zhou Dao's gesture. He then looked at Shinchen and said, Wu Bing, you guys should head back to school first. I'll handle the rest with Master Xiao. Okay. Shinchen knew that this matter had escalated and now he could only wait to see how Zhou Dao would handle it. After a few people returned to the dormitory, it was almost dawn. After a day of turmoil, Shinchen's body couldn't take it anymore. After a quick wash, he collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep. The next morning, Shinchen was awakened by the urgent ringing of his phone. Glancing at the caller ID, he sat up and answered the call. Old Master Lin, is there something you need so early? Little Shin, it was me who asked Chi to do that yesterday. Old Master Lin spoke directly. Upon hearing this, Shinchen instantly lost all drowsiness. Before he could fully digest this news, Old Master Lin continued, and she is also a member of the Baichao Hall. Her codename is Nanling Rayadong, but Shinchen had never taken Baichao Hall seriously before. To him, it was just an organization created by Old Master Lin to extend his life. However, after yesterday's incident with Yang Xiao, he realized things were far more complicated. Whether it was the old immortal who could control swords or the never-missed Jiang and Qi, both were powerful awakeners. Old Master Lin was probably trying to create a mysterious organization composed entirely of awakeners. Little Shun. Before Shinchen could ask, Old Master Lin spoke again. I know you have many questions right now, but this matter can't be explained in just a few words. How about this? I'll send someone to pick you up in 3 days and I'll explain everything to you in person. Okay. Shinchen was silent for a few seconds before replying. Also, Zhou Dao and Xie Dang will handle yesterday's matter well. That Yang Xiao is just a minor character in the Yang family. They won't make a big deal out of him, so you can rest assured. Thank you, Old Master Lin. As he spoke, Shinchen couldn't help but cough again. Hearing his cough, Old Master Lin seemed to remember something. By the way, today Zhou Dao will arrange for those from the Awakener Research Institute to meet you. Since your absorption is an awakened ability, they should have a way to resolve it. I understand, Old Master Lin. I'll go meet them shortly. Shinchen glanced at the time, exchanged a few pleasantries with the other party, and then hung up the phone. After waking up Xiao and the others, they quickly washed up and had a simple breakfast before heading to the class to report. However, the three of them were not assigned to the same class. Shinchen was placed in a separate class while Xiao and the others were in the same one. Upon arriving at his assigned class, Shinchen discovered that it was already filled with students, at least over 40 of them. Among them were a few acquaintances, including the one linked Qinhao, as well as Yi Cheng and Lin Man. Seeing Shinchen walk in, Yi Cheng quickly waved at him. Brother Bing, over here. Shinchen smiled and took a seat next to Yi Cheng. I never knew there were so many awakened in our academy, Shinchen remarked as he surveyed the classroom. Originally, there were 33 students in the class, but this time, it said that awakened from several nearby small academies have also come over, and the newly discovered awakened are just you and Lin Man, making a total of 42 now, Yi Cheng explained. So that's how it is, Shinchen nodded. The two chatted for a few more minutes, and once all the seats in the classroom were filled, a man in a suit, standing tall, walked in. Shinchen recognized him at a glance. It was Tang Song, whom he had met twice before. He stepped onto the podium, tapped the blackboard with his hand, signaling everyone to quiet down. His gaze swept over the crowd, and when he saw Shinchen, he nodded slightly as a greeting. Hello, everyone, I am your new homeroom teacher. After saying this, he turned and wrote his name on the blackboard with chalk. My name is Tang Song, from the Tang and Song dynasties. I don't care what your previous homeroom teacher taught you, but from today onwards, everything starts anew. As he spoke, his gaze scanned the crowd again, and he asked, now, let me ask you a question. What exactly is an awaken? As soon as he said this, the crowd began to whisper among themselves, but more were discussing where their previous homeroom teacher, Su Changsheng, had gone. At this moment, Tang Song pointed to one of the boys. You, answer me, what is an awakened? The boy was slightly taken aback but stood up nonetheless. After a moment of hesitation, he tentatively replied, Superman? Superman. Tang Song pondered for a few seconds, then nodded silently. That's not a bad answer. Everyone here possesses a supernatural ability that science cannot explain. Calling you Superman is not an exaggeration. Teacher Tang, does that mean we will have to save the world in the future? A student asked teasingly. After saying this, he couldn't help but laugh, and many students joined in the laughter. Pretty much, Tang Song nodded seriously. Seeing his expression, the students laughed even louder. Save the world? What a joke. Nowadays, Siau country has already become a top global power. They could only see wars on the news, and those were just in some unstable remote countries. What are you laughing at? Tang Song frowned and asked, is it really that funny? Teacher, don't you feel a bit delusional? A girl with lip piercings and smoky makeup asked with a laugh. Delusional? Tang Song was taken aback for a moment, then ran his hand through his short hair. Don't you understand that with great power comes great responsibility? Ha 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 ha. As soon as he said this, the students burst into laughter. The girl with the smoky makeup spoke again. Teacher, this is so old-fashioned. Can we not use it to brainwash us? Old-fashioned? Brainwash? Tang Song found it somewhat amusing and frustrating. He had joined the military at 18, and now 10 years had passed. Although he looked young, he was actually approaching 30, and his years in the military had caused him to become almost disconnected from society. The phrase, "with great power comes great responsibility," which he had always regarded as his life motto, was seen as outdated by the others. Could faith also become obsolete? Tang Song took a deep breath and then looked down at the crowd, finally resting his gaze on Shinchen, one of the few who wasn't smiling and the only person he knew. "Shinchen, come up here and help me." Shinchen was slightly taken aback but still stood up and walked to the podium. Tang Song pulled out his phone from his pocket, rummaged through it, and pointed at several files and photos on the screen, saying, "Can you help me get this on the screen?" Shinchen casually glanced at the contents of the files and gasped. He then lowered the projector and mirrored Tang Song's phone. Soon, the first document appeared on the screen. As Tang Song looked at the document, his expression grew complex and he spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. On July 16, 2021, the first incident of an awakened person injuring others occurred in Shinchen, and the ability that awakened person possessed was blazing fire. At this, everyone's gaze fell on Xin Hao. "What are you looking at me for?" "It wasn't me," Xin Hao replied irritably. Tang Song ignored the crowd and continued, "At that time, we didn't know much about awakened individuals and didn't realize the other party was one. Our squad received orders to go to Shinchen to assist the law enforcement team in apprehending the criminals." As he spoke, Tang Song's gaze dimmed a little, and after adjusting his emotions, he continued, "We had never witnessed the terrifying aspects of awakened individuals." The fire snake surged. Leading the charge was my old squad leader, who had just been bragging to us about how his child could call him daddy not long before the mission. At this point, Shinchen appropriately displayed a photo, showing a slightly plump woman holding a babbling toddler. The woman in the photo wasn't particularly beautiful, but she smiled sweetly and looked very happy. However, in the days to come, she might never show such a heartfelt smile again. All smiles were frozen on July 16, 2021. Looking at the photo on the screen, even this iron-willed man, Tang Song, had red-rimmed eyes and his voice became even hoarser. In fact, the casualties from that incident were far more than just that. The squad leader who rushed in first was instantly engulfed by the fire snake. I was the first to react, but in my panic, I made a mistake. Tang Song's face showed intense self-reproach. "Because of my mistake, I failed to deliver a fatal shot, which led to the blazing fire wielder launching a final counterattack, and the entire building was instantly engulfed in flames." In that operation, aside from the initial victim, a total of 7 people sacrificed their lives, including 2 from the military, 3 from the law enforcement team, and 2 firefighters who arrived later. It is said that those 2 firefighters had just turned 18, younger than you all. At the same age, you sit here in class, enjoying the admiration and worship of the awakened, while they perished in the flames. The only thing that returned home was a handful of ashes. After hearing this, everyone instinctively lowered their heads. The girl with the smoky makeup hesitated for a while, then finally lifted her head, her tone tinged with a hint of guilt. "Teacher, I'm sorry, I was just joking." "It's nothing." Tang Song smiled wryly and shook his head. "I don't blame you, you were born in a peaceful era and you truly haven't experienced these things. But the first lesson I'm giving you today is to face this real world head on." "The real world?" Even Shinchen, who was sitting nearby, looked somewhat puzzled. "Exactly." Tang Song turned to glance at Shinchen, then looked at the students present and said, "All along, the military has chosen to conceal many dangerous matters to avoid causing unnecessary panic, including what I just told you. It was publicly declared as an accidental fire. In the past, the soldiers of the military and the members of the law enforcement team had greater abilities than you. They understood the principle that with great power comes great responsibility, so they silently bore everything, providing you with a carefree and peaceful summer in the Siau country." At this point, Tang Song shifted his tone, "But each of you sitting here now is an awakened. Your abilities have surpassed most soldiers and law enforcement members, and it's time for you to see the true dangers of this world. It's time for you to take on the responsibilities that rest on their shoulders. Are you willing?" "Willing." The 42 students below responded in unison. Seeing this scene, Tang Song nodded slightly. However, he knew very well that this was just the beginning. He understood that some people would remain passionate throughout their lives, while most would only feel fervent for 3 minutes, just that moment of excitement. When they encounter real danger, when they witness cruelty and bloodshed, many of them will retreat and quickly forget the willingness they shouted out passionately at this moment. But he also knew that this matter could not be rushed. The military had enough time to wait for them to grow and stand on their own. Next, Tang Song recounted many cases of awakened individuals committing crimes, each case accompanied by sacrifice and tears. The atmosphere in the classroom grew increasingly solemn, and the expressions of everyone looking at Tang Song no longer held the previous levity and mockery. All that remained was respect and admiration. When Su Changsheng was their homeroom teacher, he would explain the use of awakening abilities, but he wouldn't instill a correct worldview in them. He would only tell them that the Stronger you are, the higher your future status and the more abundant your rewards will be. Such an educational approach, while motivating students' desires and driving them forward, also subtly led their worldviews astray. In contrast, Tang Song instilled in them the value that during times of great change in the world, faith is the primary weapon against unknown disasters. Feeling the shift in the student's mindset, Tang Song nodded in satisfaction. But inwardly he secretly scoffed. Being a teacher to students was far more challenging than battling those awakened individuals. Indeed, no profession was easy. Alright, next, I will explain how the Dao Ju helps with awakening. Dao Ju is essentially a form of cultivation technique. From ancient times. Cultivation technique? The kind that allows you to soar to the heavens and traverse the earth after training? A student asked. Excitedly. Stop reading so many fantasy novels. Tang Song replied irritably, the so-called cultivation technique can only strengthen the body, perhaps. At higher levels, you might be able to break stones with bare hands or run up walls, but don't think about soaring to the heavens or traversing the earth. Then why should we cultivate it? The student muttered softly. Good question. Tang Song did not blame the other party. Instead, he gave him an appreciative glance and explained, for ordinary students in the Dao class, practicing the Dao formula can indeed only strengthen the body, but it's different for you. You are all awakeners, and you definitely share a common characteristic. After frequently using your abilities, you feel physically drained, and in severe cases, you might even faint. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. When Yi Qing fought with Qin Hao, he had frequently activated his combat instinct, and even with his physique, he ended up pale. Others might not have been able to endure it at all. Practicing the Dao formula can perfectly solve this problem. Once the Dao formula is cultivated to a certain level, you might be able to unleash your abilities without limitations. At this statement, all the students present brightened their eyes. Sitting next to Shinchen, Yi Qing also straightened his posture slightly. If he could use combat instinct for an extended period, it would definitely elevate his strength to a new level. Not only that, Tang Song feigned mystery and spoke again. The students looked anxious. Teacher Tang Song, please don't keep us in suspense. What other effects does the Dao formula have? The Dao formula not only allows you to use your abilities frequently, but it can also make your abilities stronger. You can understand it as an upgrade of your abilities. As Tang Song's words fell, the classroom fell into a brief silence. Then, an uproar ensued. Tang Song pressed his hand down, signaling everyone to quiet down, and continued to explain. You might not understand what I'm saying, so let me give you an example. Saying this, he turned to the document on the projector and said, let's take blazing fire as an example. Initially, the awakened blazing fire could only shoot some fireballs, and those with slightly better talent could release fire snakes no longer than 10 meters. Although this ability seems powerful to ordinary people, in actual combat, it's quite a useless ability because many weapons in the military can achieve the same. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze fell on Qin Hao, who had always been nurtured as a genius in the Dao class by Su Changsheng, but now Tang Song was saying his ability was useless. Seeing the scene, Tang Song realized that Qin Hao was likely the blazing fire awakener in the class, so he continued, but now, the Qingzhou military has seen an upgraded blazing fire. Hearing this, Qin Hao's eyes lit up again, his face full of anticipation, and he excitedly asked, Teacher Tang Song, is the upgraded blazing fire powerful? Tang Song nodded seriously, as if recalling something terrifying, a hint of caution flashing in his eyes. After a long while, he spoke. During a live drill between the Hanzhou military and the Qingzhou military, I personally witnessed the terrifying aspects of the upgraded blazing fire. How terrifying is it? Qin Hao eagerly pressed on. His blazing fire cannot be extinguished. A flicker of barely perceptible anger crossed Tang Song's eyes as he continued. This incident even caused an accident during the drill, resulting in the deaths of 2 soldiers from the Hanzhou military under the blazing fire. Hiss. At this revelation, the students involuntarily gasped, an unquenchable flame? Wouldn't that mean if you got hit, you could only wait to die? Yet Qin Hao, upon hearing this, excitedly waved his fist, looking thrilled. Seeing his reaction, Tang Song felt somewhat displeased and said, you shouldn't be too happy too soon. Wanting to upgrade isn't that easy. Although the Dao formula can facilitate the upgrade of abilities, it's still a matter of probability, and the odds aren't very high. However, Qin Hao was completely unconcerned. He believed that his talent was no weaker than anyone else's, and since other blazing fire awakeners could advance, so could he. Soon after, Tang Song passed the operation method of the Dao Ju to everyone and encouraged them to try running it within their bodies. Shinchen felt that the so-called Dao Ju was like a technique for cultivating qi. After running it once, he felt much lighter all over, but that was all. There were no other sensations. Sitting next to him, Yi Qing was somewhat different. Shinchen could visibly see that there was a faint fluctuation of gas around him, and the air around him underwent subtle changes. Tang Song also keenly noticed this scene and then looked at Yi Qing, asking, have you discovered the qi cycle within you? Qi cycle? Yi Qing replied, somewhat confused. I just feel like there's a black hole inside me, and the qi generated from running the Dao Ju is being absorbed by that black hole. Upon hearing this, Tang Song nodded in satisfaction. Very good, you have great talent. As he spoke, he turned to the others and explained, in fact, each of our bodies contains the existence of a chi cycle, which is what this classmate just referred to as a black hole. Usually, it's hard for us to detect the presence of the chi cycle, but once you practice the Tao Ju, you will discover its existence within you. Moreover, each person has not just one chi cycle, but 7. As for why there are 7 chi cycles, we have also asked this question before, and now I will explain it to you again. Tang Song clasped his hands behind his back and spoke slowly, pretending to be profound. The so-called Tao gives birth to 1, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 gives birth to all things. And 3 gives birth to all things. Encountering 7 must change. 3 gives birth to all things is easy to understand. 1 is the beginning, representing Taiji. 2 is yin and yang, which can also be understood as male and female. 3 is the offspring, born of yin and yang, and all things are composed of countless yin and yang in their descendants, which is what we call 3 gives birth to all things. But what does encountering 7 must change mean? The girl with smoky makeup asked. Initially, she was very resistant to Tang Song. She felt he was just there to brainwash them, trying to instill a belief that the country is greater than everything else. However, after seeing those shocking cases and the bloody photos, she suddenly felt that as awakeners, as the superhumans in others' eyes, they indeed should do something. Good question. Tang Song cast a teachable look at her and then explained, the development of things corresponds to the 6 lines in the 8 trigrams. It symbolizes the 6 stages of development. What we often say about 6 great smoothness means hoping that all 6 steps go smoothly. Once the 6 steps are completed, a new situation will arise, which is encountering 7 must change. In fact, there is another saying about encountering 7 must change. At this point, Tang Song seemed to have adapted to his role as a teacher, walking back and forth on the podium as he spoke. Some say encountering 7 must change is an unchanging law throughout the ages. For example, in our Huaxia history, the Hanwu era, the Kaiyuan era, and the Yanla era all reached their peak after 700 years, and the Yanla era has been over 600 years ago, so the emergence of awakeners means that the situation of encountering 7 must change is about to begin. Teacher Tang Song, you are so knowledgeable. The girl with smoky makeup's eyes sparkled, her face full of admiration. Not bad, not bad. Tang Song waved his hand calmly, but inside, he was overjoyed. He had entered the military right after graduating from high school. Although he had always performed well in the military and was often praised, this was the first time someone had complimented him on being knowledgeable, which made him somewhat proud. Alright, back to the main topic. Tang Song cleared his throat and continued, the cultivation of the Tao formula is essentially about operating the technique, absorbing the spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth into your body to fill your internal energy vortex. Once you fill one vortex, you have broken through. After filling one vortex, your physical quality will far exceed that of ordinary people. With some simple combat techniques, dealing with 10 or 8 ordinary people will be a piece of cake. Teacher Tang Song, how many vortices need to be filled for the ability to upgrade? Xin Hao asked, as this was the question he was most concerned about. The unquenchable blazing fire was something he yearned for. Tang Song glanced at him and explained, under normal circumstances, after filling 3 vortices, each breakthrough has a chance for ability enhancement. But as I mentioned, it's a matter of probability. Some people fill 3 vortices and upgrade, while others may never upgrade in their lifetime. Teacher Tang Song. At this moment, the girl with smoky makeup raised her hand. Go ahead, Tang Song nodded. I want to know what happens if all 7 vortices are filled? Hearing this, Tang Song almost laughed out loud. You really are blissfully unaware. So far, the highest level of Tao formula cultivation discovered in our Xiao country has only filled 5 vortices, and even so, that person's strength is already unfathomable. If all 7 vortices are truly filled, perhaps one could transform at 7, and achieving immortality is not out of the question, Tang Song said, half jokingly and half seriously. After finishing, Tang Song raised his hand to check the time and said, alright, that's all for today. You can practice the Tao formula on your own when you go back. Goodbye, Teacher Tang Song. The girl with smoky makeup waved her hand and even threw a flirtatious glance at Tang Song, leaving him both amused and exasperated. When Shinchen stood up and walked near the podium, Tang Song called out to him, Shinchen, wait a moment. I want to introduce you to 2 people. Upon hearing this, Shinchen quickly realized that Zhou Dao had mentioned yesterday that today there would be people from the Awakened Research Institute meeting with him, so it seemed they had already arrived at the academy. Shinchen then followed Tang Song to a private office. As soon as he pushed the door open, he saw 2 people inside, a young man wearing glasses and an elderly man with graying hair, but a spirited demeanor. On the table in front of them was a laptop, and they seemed to be discussing something. When they saw Shin Chen and Tang Song enter, they stopped their conversation, and their gazes fell on Shin Chen. Professor He, this is Shin Chen, Tang Song introduced, pointing at Shin Chen. The elderly man looked Shinchen up and down, then nodded and said to Tang Song, "Not bad, you can leave now." Tang Song turned to Shinchen and advised, "Colonel Zhou couldn't come today because he has to deal with matters regarding the young family. He asked me to tell you that you can ask these two if you have any questions." "I understand, thank you. Teacher Tang Song," Shinchen replied with a smile. "You rascal," Tang Song chuckled and then turned to leave the office. As Tang Song left and closed the office door, the elderly man smiled and said, "So, Shinchen, please have a seat." Shinchen nodded and sat down in the chair opposite the two. "My name is Xiao, and I am an academician at the Awakened Research Institute." He then pointed to the young man beside him and introduced, "This is my student, Tianwen." "Hello, Professor He." "Hello, Academician Tian." Shinchen greeted both of them. Professor He always wore a cheerful expression, looking like a kind old neighbor, while the young man named Tianwen had a rather dull look on his face. "Little Shin, let's get straight to the point." Professor He looked up and down at Shinchen again, then said, "Colonel Zhou has already informed us of your general situation. For this reason, we held a discussion meeting overnight and finally reached a conclusion regarding your issue." "What conclusion?" Shinchen asked. "Your abilities are undoubtedly powerful, but you feel like you're about to die, which is a problem." Professor He paused for a few seconds, then continued. "Based on our understanding of awakened abilities, you may not be dying, rather, your ability is about to advance." "Advance?" Shen was slightly taken aback. "Isn't it said that only by cultivating the Dao technique and filling 3 energy whirlpools can one have a chance to advance?" "Usually, that's the case, but there are always some people and abilities that are special," Professor He explained. "Before the Dao technique became widespread, there were already people whose abilities advanced, so your situation is not an exception." "What should I do next?" Shinchen asked again. "Continue to absorb the diseases from others," Professor He said bluntly. Upon hearing this, Shinchen pondered for a few seconds, then tentatively asked, "Are you sure I won't die?" "Not sure." Shen, sensing the change in Shinchen's expression, Professor He awkwardly smiled, then added, "But I have an 80% certainty, so you can rest assured." Although the other party said to put Shinchen at ease, he felt anything but reassured. He always had the feeling that this seemingly kind old man was actually full of tricks. "Little Shen, I am a professor at the Research Institute, and my words carry a lot of authority at the Awakening Research Institute. You have to trust me," Professor He said, looking at Tianwen beside him. "You tell him, am I not authoritative?" "Aha." Tianwen nodded dumbly, but his gaze was somewhat unfocused. Shinchen seriously suspected that this guy hadn't even heard what Professor He asked. "What do you mean, aha?" Professor He pushed him irritably, then said, "Little Shin still has some concerns, you should persuade him." "Okay." Tianwen turned to Shinchen, remained silent for a long time as if pondering how to comfort him, and after a while, he finally spoke, "Don't worry, you can definitely do it, unless you can't." Shinchen was instantly filled with question marks. This statement seemed to say something, while actually saying nothing. Tianwen also felt that what he said was nonsense, so he quickly changed his words. "What I mean is, you can boldly give it a try, after all, before you die, you must be alive." Shinchen felt a bit of a headache. All right, you better not say anything more." Professor He quickly interrupted Tianwen, then looked at Shinchen and said, "Little Shin, don't listen to his nonsense, the situation is just as it is, and the specifics still depend on the situation." After saying this, Professor He quickly patted his mouth. He felt that after being with Tianwen for so long, he had also caught the habit of talking nonsense. "Now, we have also formulated a combat method for you based on your abilities." Professor He quickly changed the subject and said, "Tianwen specializes in this area, let him explain it to you." "No nonsense." Professor He glared at Tianwen as a warning. "All right." Tianwen nodded seriously, "Then I'll be brief." Hearing this, Shinchen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Being brief was good, as he didn't want to hear any nonsense. Then he heard Tianwen slowly begin, "This matter is a long story." Shinchen felt like he was about to collapse. Fortunately, once it involved the professional field, Tianwen finally stopped talking nonsense. "Since I learned about your abilities, I haven't slept a wink. After summarizing and judging, I have formulated a series of combat methods for you." Speaking of which, Tianwen took out a small notebook from his pocket and slowly said, "First, you must have one or more diseases that can be fatal and cannot be completely cured, such as various cancers." "I have that, and quite a few," Shinchen replied. "Very good." Tianwen nodded in satisfaction and continued, "Secondly, you also need to prepare some diseases that can cause a person to instantly lose their combat ability or consciousness." Shinchen had already discovered this point while fighting against Yang Zhao's bodyguard. Although he possessed over 20 diseases, he couldn't find one that could make the opponent lose their combat ability instantly. Even if he bestowed acute appendicitis upon the opponent, they still had the strength to fight. Cancer, while deadly, is not instantaneous. After all, some people live for 3 to 5 years after being diagnosed with cancer. "Don't worry, I've already thought of something for you." Seeing Shinchen's difficulty, Tianwen immediately said, "This type of disease doesn't necessarily have to be fatal. It can also be some trivial minor ailments. For example, hypoglycemia. Hypoglycemia? Shen was slightly taken aback. He indeed did not have this condition. Hypoglycemia isn't a major illness, but low blood sugar can lead to insufficient energy supply to brain cells, resulting in temporary loss of consciousness. At this point, Tianwen smiled. Just imagine, during a fight, if one side suddenly faints from hypoglycemia, would there still be any suspense in the battle? Of course, there are many other diseases that can cause someone to lose consciousness instantly, not just hypoglycemia. For example, cerebral thrombosis, epilepsy, and many other diseases. Before Shinchen could respond, Tianwen continued excitedly, moreover, I suggest you absorb some mental illnesses. Just think, if a normal person suddenly has a mental breakdown during a fight, that would definitely be interesting. Seeing the other person's somewhat crazy demeanor, Shinchen couldn't help but gasp. Indeed, when a cultured person goes mad, it can be a terrifying thing. After half an hour of in-depth discussion, Shinchen had gained a lot from the unreliable lunatics, Professor He and Tianwen. At least the fighting methods they arranged for him were indeed sharp. If he had had hypoglycemia when facing that person named Zhuan Lei, the opponent probably wouldn't have had a chance to fight back. Thinking of this, he felt it was indeed necessary to visit a hospital soon. By the way, he also needed to go to a mental hospital. After returning to the dormitory, Shinchen found that Xiao and the others were not there, so he called them, but surprisingly, they didn't answer. He then called Qian Meng, but that guy actually hung up on him. Shinchen frowned. They had been in the same dormitory for so long, and no matter when he called, even if the other party was in class or sleeping, they would never hang up on him. After hesitating for a few seconds, he dialed Zhao Xiaodao's number, and after a good 10 seconds, the call finally connected. Immediately, Shinchen heard Xiao's scolding voice, "Old four, you damn Xiao boss, I." Hearing this, Shinchen's frown deepened. "Old four, where are you guys?" There was silence on the other end for a few seconds, and then Zhao Xiaodao's voice came through again. Three, brother, we are in class." Zhao Xiaodao stuttered. He only stuttered when he was nervous, and Shinchen immediately recognized that he was lying. So he simply stopped talking to Zhao Xiaodao and shouted into the phone, "Xiao, are you hiding something from me now?" The other end of the phone fell silent again. After a few seconds, a somewhat hoarse voice from Xiao came through. "We're at the second hospital of Ice City." Upon hearing this, Shinchen hung up the phone directly. 40 minutes later, Shinchen appeared at the entrance of the second hospital of Ice City. This hospital was one of the four sponsored by Xiao's father, Xiaolong. Arriving at the reception desk, Shinchen didn't call Xiao but directly asked a nurse, "Which ward is Xiao in?" "Ah." The nurse looked momentarily taken aback. "Are you looking for the young master?" "Yeah, I'm his friend," Shinchen nodded. "The young master is in the special care ward. I'll take you there." The nurse extended her hand, indicating for Shinchen to follow her. 3 minutes later, Shinchen arrived at a very quiet floor where there were no patients, only anxious medical staff, coming and going, none of whom spoke a word. At the far end of this floor, there was a private ward where Xiao and 3 others were anxiously pacing outside. Seeing Shinchen arrive, Xiao's expression changed slightly, but he still came forward. However, Shinchen didn't even glance at him. Instead, he approached the ward door and spoke to a middle-aged man with a somewhat weary face. "Uncle Xia, I might be able to help Aunt Meng." Wubbing? Although Xiaolong rarely returned to the Xia family due to his wife's illness, he was somewhat familiar with Shinchen, because Xiao often brought Shinchen to the hospital for checkups due to his health condition. "What did you just say? You can save Meng Ru?" Xiaolong looked incredulous. For his wife's illness, he had abandoned martial arts for medicine, even giving up his status as the heir of the Xia family, dedicating himself entirely to the medical field, all to find a way to treat his wife. "It should be possible," Shinchen nodded, his face pale. He had hurried to the hospital and jogged a bit to catch a taxi, which was already a significant burden on his health. How is that possible?" Xiaolong still found it hard to believe. For his wife Meng Ru's illness, he not only immersed himself in the medical field but also sponsored 4 hospitals and 2 medical research institutes. Yet, even so, he remained helpless against his wife's condition. Until today, Meng Ru's health had finally begun to fail, which was why Xiaolong had called Xiao over. If something were to happen to Meng Ru, at least she could see her son one last time. "Uncle Xia, I've awakened," Shinchen explained. "Awakened?" Xiaolong still didn't quite understand. What does awakening have to do with Meng Ru's illness? "It's hard to explain right now. Let me see Aunt Meng first," Shinchen urged. "But," Xiaolong hesitated. He knew his wife's condition better than anyone. He had consulted all the famous hospitals in the world and sought out renowned traditional Chinese medicine experts, but not only had they failed to treat her, no one had even seen a case like hers. "Dad, Wubbing says it's possible, then it definitely is," Xiao said, casting a complex glance at Shinchen before speaking softly. He had known about Shinchen's awakening for a few days, but Shinchen had also mentioned that his health had been off lately, saying he felt like he was close to death. If something were to happen to Shinchen because he absorbed his mother's illness, Xiao feared he would feel guilty for a lifetime, which was why he had kept quiet, even hiding it from Shinchen today. Alright, Xiaolong glanced at Xiao and then gritted his teeth. He had no better options now, he could only try this desperate measure. When the door to the intensive care unit swung open, Shinchen stood frozen in place, for there was no one in the hospital bed, only an arm resting on it. What shocked Shinchen the most was that on that pure white arm, 2 golden characters were absorb. This was the first time Shinchen had seen the golden absorb. Over the years, he had helped many people, including those with various difficult ailments and even terminal illnesses, but even those conditions had only manifested as purple. This had led Shinchen to believe that the most severe illness in the world was purple. But now, the 2 golden characters left him utterly astonished. Wu Bing, you see, this is Meng Ru's condition, Xiaolong said with a bitter smile, his eyes slightly reddening. When we first discovered she was ill, it was just her left hand that started to fade, but after a few minutes, it reappeared. Then it was her body. Until now, the time her body has been fading has increased, and now it has reached a point where it cannot recover. Since yesterday, her upper body has been in a state of fading, and she can't even eat. Many doctors say that when her right hand completely fades, she will vanish from this world entirely, leaving nothing behind. At this point, Xiaolong could no longer hold back, and 2 streams of tears flowed from his fierce eyes. He pinched the corners of his eyes and then looked at Shinchen, saying, Wu Bing, is there any way you can help? If you can save Meng Ru, then my life will belong to you. Even if you can't, my uncle won't blame you. This is Meng Ru's fate, and it's also mine. Xiaolong's voice grew softer until only he could hear it. Aunt Meng Ru's condition is indeed unheard of. After saying this, Shinchen began to cough violently. It's fine, I'm used to it, Xiaolong replied. Over this long time, he had sought out countless renowned doctors and had long since grown accustomed to disappointment. After coughing a few times, Shinchen slowly spoke, but I can treat it. It's fine, you don't need to blame yourself, this is. Xiaolong's words were abruptly cut off as he suddenly turned to look at Shinchen. What did you say? For so long, Xiaolong had seen the so-called miracle doctors shake their heads, sigh, and furrow their brows. He had heard the most about being powerless and having done all one could, and he had grown used to it. But I can treat it, those 3 simple words were a luxury to him, so much so that he didn't even react when Shinchen said them. You say you can treat it? Xiaolong grabbed Shinchen's shoulder, his grip so tight from anxiety that his knuckles turned slightly white. Cough, cough, cough. Shinchen coughed a few more times and smiled, saying, Uncle Xia, please be gentle, my health isn't great. Xiaolong was momentarily taken aback, then quickly released his grip, looking at Shinchen with a tense expression. Wu Bing, you're not joking, are you? You really can cure Meng Ru? Shinchen nodded seriously and then walked to the bedside. Just as he was about to reach out to touch the arm on the bed, a hand suddenly grabbed his arm. Shinchen turned to see Xiao looking at him with a serious expression, his eyes also red and bloodshot. Third brother, I know you can cure my mother, but will you? Xiao didn't continue, but his meaning was clear. He was afraid Shinchen would trade his own life for his mother's. Shinchen said nothing, just smiled and shook his head, then gently removed Xiao's hand. He then reached out again to touch the arm. Meng Ru's arms were very smooth, but they had no warmth at all, even feeling somewhat cold, which was not the temperature one would expect from a living person. However, at that moment, Shinchen couldn't care less. He paused briefly before activating Absorb. In the next second, the black hole within him reappeared, gradually drawing the golden light from Meng Ru's body. This time, the absorb process took longer than ever, lasting a full 3 minutes without any sign of ending. At this point, Shinchen felt as if the black hole inside him was nearing fullness, and the speed at which he absorbed the golden light began to slow down. Meanwhile, Xiaolong and Xiao, standing behind Shinchen, were astonished to find that Meng Ru's originally ethereal body was gradually becoming visible, starting with her head, followed by her torso. 5 minutes later, Meng Ru finally appeared, completely before the two of them. Seeing her slowly open her eyes, the excitement on Xiaolong's face was impossible to hide. Meng Ru, you're awake? Just as he finished speaking, Xiao noticed that Shinchen was slowly disappearing from his sight. Third brother. Xiao reached out to grab where Shinchen had been, but touched nothing. Third brother. Sangu. Qian Meng and Zhao Xiaodao hurried forward, their faces filled with terror. This. Xiaolong instantly came to his senses, looking bewildered. What's going on? Before Xiao could respond, Shinchen's figure reappeared, though it looked somewhat blurry, giving the impression that he could vanish again at any moment. Third brother, are you okay? Xiao grabbed Shinchen's wrist, as if afraid he would disappear from his sight again. Shinchen opened his mouth to say something, but he felt the arm that Xiao was holding turn to nothingness again. Xiao noticed this too, looking at Shinchen with a face full of panic, and then said, Third brother, quickly transfer this disease to me. No need. Shinchen waved his hand, forcing a smile. Xiaolada, although my health is poor, when it comes to adapting to diseases, I would claim second place, and no one would dare claim first. Moreover. At this point, Shinchen paused, a look of confusion appearing on his face. Moreover what? Xiao pressed. Moreover, it seems this disease cannot be bestowed. Shinchen frowned, lost in thought. What do you mean bestowed? Xiao. Xiaolong asked, looking puzzled, glancing between Xiao and Shinchen, finally asking, what are you two talking about? Why would Meng Ru's disease appear in someone healthy? Just as Shinchen was about to explain, he found his body once again becoming ethereal, so he helplessly said, Xiao, you explain it to Xiaoshu. Xiao gave Shinchen a deep look, and after a moment he briefly explained Shinchen's awakening ability to Xia Xiaolong. After hearing Xiaoyu's explanation, Xia Xiaolong's expression changed slightly, and then he spoke somewhat awkwardly. So, the healthy person absorbed your mother's illness into his body? Yes. Xiaoyu nodded with a complex expression. Wubbing, you. Xia Xiaolong opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Such a favor would feel pale and powerless no matter how it was expressed. At that moment, Meng Ru, lying on the bed, regained consciousness. Listening to their conversation, she looked up at Shinchen and weakly said, Child, how can you do this? And let Auntie feel at ease? Aunt Meng Ru, Xiaoyu is my brother, his mother is my mother, and my constitution is special, so I won't die. Shinchen smiled and shook his head. In just a few short sentences, Shinchen's body had already experienced several instances of becoming ethereal. Seeing this scene, Xia Xiaolong immediately arranged for Shinchen to have a private hospital room to rest well. This time, Shinchen did not refuse, as he was truly too weak. This absorption was different from before. It had drained too much of his strength, and the feeling of being filled by that black hole made him once again sense the threat of death. Before long, he fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, the Xia family of three stayed close by Shinchen's bedside, and even the recently recovered Meng Ru disregarded their advice, insisting on staying by Shinchen's side. Tell me about Wu Bing, Meng Ru said, sitting in front of Shinchen's bed, reaching out to smooth the hair that covered his eyes. Okay. Xiaoyu nodded and began to recount everything he knew about Shinchen's past to the two of them. After listening to Xiaoyu's story, Meng Ru could no longer hold back, and two streams of hot tears slowly flowed down her cheeks. How much suffering has this child endured? That's nearly 30 kinds of diseases. How did he manage to survive? When Shinchen woke up again, the sky had already darkened. He had slept for a full 6 hours. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the Xia family of three chatting at his bedside. He couldn't hear the specifics of their conversation, but he vaguely caught his name. Third, you're awake. Xiaoyu was the first to notice Shinchen had woken up, quickly standing up and saying to Qian Meng beside him, Second, go get the chicken soup we prepared for the third. Okay. Qian Meng nodded and left the room. There's no need to go through all that trouble, Shinchen said weakly, trying to sit up. Seeing this, Xia Xiaolong placed a hand on Shinchen's shoulder and said, Wu Bing, your body is still too weak, you should rest for a while. It's fine, Uncle Xia. Shinchen still managed to sit up and forced a smile. I've been used to this. Since I was 12, my body has always been like this. Even if I don't help Aunt Meng Ru today, my condition wouldn't be much better. Upon hearing this, Xia Xiaolong's hand on Shinchen froze, his expression incredibly complex, unsure of what to say. Meanwhile, Meng Ru could no longer hold back and began to sob softly. Child, from now on, I will be your mother and the Xia family will be your family. At these words, Shinchen was taken aback. Family was such a strange word. Ever since his parents passed away, all his relatives and friends had begun to deliberately distance themselves from him. At 12, he was seriously ill and utterly alone. It was only after he accidentally helped old Master Lin that he found someone who truly cared for him. And now, someone was telling him that he had a family. After nearly 10 years of torment from various illnesses without shedding a single tear, Shinchen's eyes turned red at that moment. Brother Long, I want to take Wu Bing as my godson. What do you think? Meng Ru turned to look at Xia Xiaolong, who was standing behind her. I would certainly agree, 1,000 times over. I'm just afraid Wu Bing won't agree, Xia Xiaolong said while looking at Shinchen. Feeling the hopeful gazes of Xia Xiaolong and Meng Ru, Shinchen found himself in a dilemma. Although he had helped Meng Ru, it was entirely because of Xiaoyu, and he had never been one to repay kindness with obligation. Otherwise, with the people he had saved, his status in Ice City would probably not be much lower than that of the Xia family. After all, just old Master Lin was someone the entire Xia family had to look up to. What are you hesitating for, kid? Xiaoyu patted Shinchen on the head. Don't you want to be my real brother? Smack. As soon as Xiaoyu finished speaking, Xia Xiaolong slapped him on the back of the head, looking displeased. Who are you hitting? Xiaoyu was speechless. Meng Ru, however, ignored the father and son, still looking at Shinchen with an expectant expression. Her voice extremely gentle. Wubbing, let us take care of you from now on, okay? Shinchen looked at Meng Ru, whose face was pale and whose tone was almost pleading, and he could no longer bear to refuse her, so he slowly nodded. Seeing Shinchen nod, a happy smile instantly blossomed on Meng Ru's face. She reached out and patted Shinchen's head, then said, Wubbing, from now on we are family. Ha ha ha. Xia Xiaolong also laughed happily and said cheerfully, Today is a great day. Not only has Meng Ru's health recovered, but we also have a good son now. Saying this, he took out his phone from his pocket and said, I'll have someone arrange a banquet outside the building. to invite all the prominent figures in Ice City. I want everyone to know that Wubbing is now part of the Xiao family. Okay. Mengru smiled a bit helplessly but did not oppose. In her eyes, the previous Shinchen had always been alone and vulnerable, inevitably bullied by others. Now, it was time for them to support each other and prevent some unseeing people from provoking him again. Stop making calls, I'll handle it. I won't delay your heartfelt family drama, Xiao shrugged and teased. Xiao. Xiaolong kicked Xiao's butt in response. Watching the father and son playfully bickering, Mengru also wore a doting smile, then turned to Shinchen. Wubbing, don't mind them. Those two are just like that. Shinchen nodded with a smile. Not long after Xiao left, Chen Meng and Zhao Xiaodao walked in with chicken soup. Wubbing, this is the soup I had specially made for you. Give it a try, Mengru said as she took the chicken soup from Chen Meng's hands, filled a bowl, scooped a spoonful, blew on it, and then held it out to Shinchen. This action left Shinchen somewhat at a loss. Even when he was sick and hospitalized before, he had never been cared for like this. While it felt warm, he also felt a bit uncomfortable. Mengru noticed Shinchen's reluctance and smiled. Then you can hold it yourself. Having not eaten for a day, Chen was indeed hungry, and after half an hour, he had finished the entire bowl of chicken soup. Seeing this, Mengru's face once again showed a look of heartache, and she silently resolved to treat Shinchen well in the future, striving to make up for the 10 years of maternal love he had missed. At that moment, a middle-aged doctor in a white coat walked in and looked at Xia Xiaolong, saying, Mr. Xia, the examination for your wife has been prepared. Okay, I understand. Xia Xiaolong nodded, then turned to Shinchen and said, Wubbing, your mother's health has just recovered. I've arranged a full-body checkup for her, and I'll accompany her over. Ah, the term your mother truly stunned Shinchen. Although he had agreed to the request to be recognized as a son, he was still a bit unaccustomed to calling her mom right away. Mengru also noticed Shinchen's embarrassment and smiled, shaking her head. No rush, take your time to adjust. I'll come back to see you after my checkup. After Mengru and Xiao Xiaolong left, only Shinchen, Chen Meng, and Zhao Xiaodao remained in the ward. Xian Meng approached Shinchen's bedside and asked, Lao San, is your body okay? I don't know, Shinchen said, frowning and feeling uncertain. Don't know? Xian Meng and Zhao Xiaodao both looked puzzled. At this moment, Shinchen slowly extended his hand, and as he concentrated, his right hand suddenly vanished, leaving only an empty sleeve fluttering there. Seeing this, Xian Meng was taken aback and tentatively reached out to touch the spot where Shinchen's right hand had just been, but he grasped at nothing. Third brother, what is going on here? Shinchen shook his head, and then his previously vanished right hand reappeared out of thin air. After pondering for a few seconds, Shinchen slowly spoke, I feel like this shouldn't be a disease. Not a disease? Xian Meng was even more puzzled. It feels more like an awakening, Shinchen said uncertainly. I can't be sure right now, Shinchen shook his head and continued, this is just my guess. I'll have to ask the people at the Awakening Research Institute when I get back. Although he said this, Shinchen was almost certain in his heart that this was indeed some kind of awakening ability, as he could now freely control his right hand to enter a phasing state, though he couldn't do the same with other parts of his body yet. But why Mengru couldn't do it, Shinchen hadn't figured that out yet. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the Lu had been completely booked for the day, which was almost unprecedented for the establishment. The consumption level at Lu was simply too high, and given its scale, one banquet hall was sufficient for any kind of event, so there was no need for such a hassle as booking the entire place. However, today it was booked by the Xiao family from Ice City, and it was said to be personally arranged by the rarely seen young master of the Xiao family, Xia Xiaolong. On this day, all the prominent figures in Ice City received invitations from the Xiao family, and no one dared to offend them. Thus, the Lu was filled with all the influential figures in Ice City. Young master Song, why did the Xiao family book the entire Lu? Su Qingqing, dressed in a fiery red evening gown, asked with a smile while linking her arm with a man. The man turned to glance at her and replied, it's said that the young master of the Xiao family, Xia Xiaolong, has taken in an adopted son. I wonder who got so lucky. Just an adopted son, nothing compared to young master Song, Su Qingqing said with a flattering expression. I am the legitimate son of the Song family, don't compare me to something so unworthy, the man said, pinching Su Qingqing's chin, a malicious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The man's name was Song Qingfeng, the heir of the Song Group, a commercial giant in Ice City. He had encountered Su Qingqing at the hospital yesterday while handling some business, and he was immediately captivated by her beauty. Later, he learned that Su Qingqing was suffering from severe leukemia and that her family's financial situation couldn't support the expensive treatment costs. So, he generously helped her pay part of the medical expenses, and naturally, their relationship developed into a mutually beneficial arrangement. As a commercial giant in Ice City, the Song Group also received an invitation from the Xiao family to cultivate. Song Qingfeng as the heir, the head of the Song family sent him to attend this banquet, to meet some of Ice City's big shots and build connections for his future takeover of the Song Group. Song Qingfeng brought Su Qingqing along. At that moment, Chen Meng, and Zhao Xiaodao also arrived at the banquet hall. Looking around at everyone dressed in suits and formal attire, the three of them, dressed somewhat casually, exchanged awkward glances, each seeing the embarrassment in the other's eyes. At this time, Su Qingqing also spotted Shinchen, and a flicker of resentment flashed in her eyes. In her view, the reason she had become like this was entirely due to Shinchen. Otherwise, Jinhao wouldn't have dumped her, her leukemia wouldn't have relapsed, and she wouldn't have been reduced to the point of having to trade her body for medical expenses. Thinking of this, she leaned in and whispered a few words into Song Qingfeng's ear. After hearing her words, a mocking smile appeared on Song Qingfeng's lips, and he slowly walked toward Shinchen and the others. Zhao Xiaodao was the first to spot Su Qingqing and the man beside her, and he gently nudged Shinchen's arm. Following Zhao Xiaodao's gaze, Shinchen saw Su Qingqing proudly linking arms with that man, striding confidently towards him. He frowned slightly but chose to ignore her, pulling out his phone to contact Xiao. Just then, Su Qingqing's somewhat sharp voice rang out at the perfect moment. Shinchen, what are you doing here? None of your business, Shinchen replied curtly, continuing to search for Xiao's number on his phone. Hey, buddy, isn't it a bit rude to speak to a beautiful woman like that? Song Qingfeng reached out to stop Shinchen from making the call. Shinchen looked up at him, his brow slightly furrowed, and casually replied, still none of your business. Are you talking to me? Song Qingfeng raised an eyebrow, looking at him in surprise. Given the Song family's status in Ice City over the past 2 years, Song Qingfeng could easily walk around with an air of authority. Everyone around him, whether friends or business associates, treated him with either flattery or sycophancy, and no one had ever dared to speak to him like that. Moreover, the person in front of him was just a nameless nobody. If your hearing is bad, you should see a doctor. I know someone at the hospital who can help you, Shinchen said, shaking off Song Qingfeng's hand nonchalantly. Ha! Song Qingfeng let out a cold laugh, straightening his collar with a sense of pride. You might not know who I am. Let me introduce myself. Song family, Song Qingfeng. With that, he extended his hand towards Shinchen. Shinchen pondered for a few seconds, then looked up at him. I'm sick. Didn't she tell you? He gestured towards Su Qingqing. What? Song Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback by this nonsensical statement. I said I'm sick, probably with about 30 different diseases, many of which are contagious, Shinchen explained quite seriously. Upon hearing this, Song Qingfeng quickly retracted his hand. Seeing his reaction, Chen Meng couldn't help but laugh out loud. You? Song Qingfeng pointed at Shinchen, his face turning red, but he didn't know how to reprimand him. At that moment, Su Qingqing rushed forward, pointing at Shinchen's nose and scolding, Shinchen, you sickly wretch. How dare you come here with all your illnesses? What if you infect someone else? Can you take responsibility for that? Su Qingqing deliberately raised her voice, drawing the attention of many onlookers, most of whom began to point at Shinchen. And some even covered their mouths and noses, fearing he might spread his diseases to them. Witnessing this scene, Shinchen forced a bitter smile. Indeed, the closer the relationship, the sharper the knives when turning against each other, the more lethal. 5 years of close companionship had given Su Qingqing an understanding of Shinchen that surpassed anyone else's. No one knew better than her where Shinchen's vulnerabilities lay, and no one knew better how to rub salt in his wounds. Although Shinchen didn't care about being called a sickly wretch or the strange looks from others, he was a person with a strong sense of pride and didn't want to trouble anyone. Meanwhile, some people around began to join in the mockery. Who is this guy? How dare he come here if he's sick? Doesn't he know everyone here is a big shot in Ice City? If something happens, not just him, even the host, the Xiao family, will have to take responsibility. This punk doesn't look like someone invited by the Xiao family. He must have sneaked in. And he even dares to disrespect young Master Song. Truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Zhao Xiaodao couldn't help but feel indignant, saying, We are not. It was Uncle Xiao. Uncle Xiao Xiaolong who invited us. You see how you stutter, unable to speak clearly, and yet you thank Xiao Xiaolong for inviting you. Xiao Xiaolong hasn't shown his face in years. Would he personally invite a bunch of snot-nosed brats like you? A man not far away sneered disdainfully. Zhao Xiaodao wanted to explain something, but his nervous stutter made it impossible for him to argue with these people in front of him. Shinchen reached out to stop Zhao Xiaodao. He didn't look at the hecklers but turned to Su Qingqing and said coldly, Su Qingqing, in the years we've been together, I've always regarded you as a treasure. Even when you did something to hurt me, I didn't make things difficult for you, but now you continue to pursue me relentlessly. Shen's expression changed slightly, and then his tone suddenly turned icy. Su Qingqing, do you really think I will always indulge you? Seeing Shinchen's cold gaze, Su Qingqing suddenly felt as if she were being watched by a beast, as if she could be devoured at any moment. They had known each other for nearly 10 years, and she had never seen such a look in his eyes. No matter what mistakes she made in the past, he always looked at her with affection, but now his eyes held only coldness, devoid of any emotional color. At that moment, Song Qingfeng directly pulled Su Qingqing into his arms and looked at Shinchen with a half-smile. Are you threatening my woman? Su Qingqing instantly realized she was now Song Qingfeng's nominal woman, and although the Song family's status was not as high as the Xia family, it was certainly not something Shinchen could provoke. As for the incident at the hospital entrance when Jang Ani stood up for Shinchen, she thought it was probably because of Xiao. But today's banquet was arranged by Xiao, Xiao's father, who would not be impulsive like that hot-headed kid Xiao. Offending the Song family over someone as trivial as Shinchen. They would absolutely not make such a foolish mistake. Thinking of this, Su Qingqing regained her confidence and looked at Shinchen with her head held high. Shinchen, I'm just speaking the truth. What do you want to do to me in front of young Master Song? Shinchen merely glanced at her, not paying much attention to this foolish woman, and turned to Song Qingfeng. Song family? Song family, Song Qingfeng. Song Qingfeng repeated, his eyes full of arrogance. Never heard of it. Shinchen shook his head and said, but you'd better take this foolish woman and leave here. I have a few friends coming later, and their tempers aren't great. If something happens, I might not be able to stop them. Today's banquet was originally hosted by Xie Xiaolong for Shinchen, and Xie Xiaolong had given Shinchen a few invitations, saying that if he needed to invite friends, he could bring them along. With the Xie family's status in Ice City, they could support Shinchen in the future. Shinchen didn't hold back. He accepted 4 invitations because he really didn't have many friends in Ice City. He gave these 4 invitations to 4 people, his classmate from the road crew, Yiqing, Jang Ani, who had once helped him, and the other 2 were Zhou Dao and Old Master Lin. Among these 4, except for the backgroundless Yiqing, the other 3 were probably not the kind of people the Song family could provoke. Although Jang Ani's military rank was not high, if Song Qingfeng offended her, he might end up in serious trouble. What did you say? Song Qingfeng showed a look of barely suppressed laughter, pointing at Shinchen with an exaggerated expression. You say your friends have bad tempers? Ha 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 ha. Are you trying to make me die laughing? Song Qingfeng pretended to be scared, looking at Shinchen. I'm so scared. Hurry and let them come scare me to death. Why are you here, Wu Bing? At this moment, Meng Ru walked over in a seemingly ordinary yet elegant evening gown, saying, I've been looking for you everywhere. It's time to change clothes. I got held up by something here, Shinchen explained with a smile. Meng Ru turned to glance at Song Qingfeng and Su Qingqing, then asked, Are these 2 your friends? We don't have friends like him, Su Qingqing said with a look of disdain, immediately sizing up Meng Ru from head to toe. Although Meng Ru was in her 40s, her good maintenance and outstanding appearance made her look around 30. The unique charm of a mature woman, along with the poise cultivated from years in a high position, made her no less impressive than the youthful Su Qingqing. I was wondering how someone like Shinchen could attend such a high-class banquet. Turns out he's hooked up with a rich woman, Su Qingqing said with disdain. How shameless. Upon hearing her words, Song Qingfeng quickly covered her mouth and turned to Meng Ru with an apologetic smile, saying, Madam Xia, I'm sorry, this is her first time at such an occasion, and she doesn't know you. Meng Ru frowned slightly, glanced at Su Qingqing, and said calmly, You young girl speak so unpleasantly at such a young age. I think you should keep that tongue of yours to yourself. Hearing this, Su Qingqing immediately became unhappy, pointing at Meng Ru and about to curse, but was sharply interrupted by Song Qingfeng. Shut up. After that, Song Qingfeng once again flashed a flattering smile at Meng Ru. Madam Xia, I am Song Qingfeng from the Song family. I visited you with my father at the Xia family years ago. Do you remember me? You're the son of Song Chang? Meng Ru asked after pondering for a few seconds. That's right, the head of the Song family, Song Chang, is my father. Song Qingfeng said with a smile, tentatively asking, Could you not hold this against her for my father's sake? No, Meng Ru replied without any hesitation, her tone firm. This. Song Qingfeng was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected Meng Ru to be so resolute, not even giving face to his father. I may be of an age where it doesn't matter, but does that mean my son can be slandered by her? Meng Ru said coldly. Did she offend young Master Xie? Song Qingfeng turned to look at Su Qingqing. At this moment, Su Qingqing also realized that this woman was not ordinary and quickly shook her head, signaling that she hadn't offended Xiao. Meng Ru smiled and shook her head. I know that brat Xiao well. If a woman curses at him, it must be because he did something wrong. As his mother, I won't be biased. At this point, Meng Ru turned to glance at Shinchen, her eyes filled with kindness, but when she turned back to Su Qingqing, her gaze became icy. But if you maliciously slander him without cause, then you must be looking for trouble. What? He's your son? Song Qingfeng pointed at Shinchen, his eyes filled with disbelief. Su Qingqing finally reacted. Today's banquet hosted by the Xie family was because young Master Xie was adopting a son, and it seemed this banquet was specifically for Shinchen. In that moment, Su Qingqing panicked, quickly clutching Song Qingfeng's arm, trembling as she said, Song Xiao, save me. Song Qingfeng glanced at Su Qingqing. Although she had offended the Xie family, her face and skills in bed were hard for him to forget. So, he gritted his teeth and spoke again, Madam Xia, this matter is Qingqing's fault, but it's all a misunderstanding. I will have Qingqing apologize to Shinchen, and the Song family will also come to present a congratulatory gift on another day. But, Su Qingqing, you cannot move. As soon as these words were spoken, a slight smile appeared on Meng Ru's lips, and she looked at Song Qingfeng, saying with a smile, the Song family has indeed produced someone with backbone. Madam Xia, you flatter me. Song Qingfeng smiled and was about to be modest, but he was immediately choked back by Meng Ru's next words, his smile freezing in an instant. After tonight, the Song family will go bankrupt. Meng Ru's tone remained calm, as if she were discussing a trivial matter. But this statement was like a thunderclap, plunging the entire banquet hall into a deathly silence. Some bored individuals had ranked the 4 major families of Ice City, the Xia, Lin, Song, and Qin families. Among them, the Xia family started with black and later began to wash white and transform. Although they have not been doing well in business in recent years, they are still the #1 family in Ice City, with extremely deep roots. The Lin family is involved in politics, with many members being government officials and military personnel. However, they rarely make public appearances and do not engage in various conflicts, which is why they are ranked as the second family. Yet, no one in Ice City dares to provoke them easily, not even the Xia family. As for the Song and Qin families, they only emerged as business families in the past 2 years, taking advantage of the problems the Xia family faced in the business world. Although their foundations are not deep, they are quite wealthy, especially the Song family, which is even referred to as the richest in Ice City. However, the fact that Meng Ru claimed she would make the Song family go bankrupt overnight was shocking. Some people, however, thought Meng Ru was just boasting. After all, the Song family had been dominating the business scene over the past 2 years, consistently outpacing the Xia family, and their influence in Ice City was growing. Song Qingfeng was momentarily stunned by her words, but after a while he smiled faintly and said, "Madam Xia is joking. Although our Song family has always respected the Xia family, it doesn't mean we are truly afraid of them." At this point, Song Qingfeng seemed to think of something and grinned, saying disdainfully, "If the Xia family wants to resort to those underhanded tactics again, my Song family is more than willing to accompany you to the end." In the past 2 years, the Song family had made many connections due to their strong financial power, even establishing relationships with some people in the military. With this connection, they were not afraid even if the Xia family wanted to play dirty. "Oh," Meng Ru laughed in anger, shaking her head helplessly. "I haven't been involved in external matters for 2 years, and the Song family has become this arrogant? They don't even regard the Xia family? Also, can you, Song Qingfeng, represent the entire Song family?" Meng Ru's gaze gradually sharpened, and her aura changed. At that moment, she seemed to transform from a gentle matron into a lofty queen. Madam Xia may not know, but in the past 2 years, nearly 50% of Ice City's business has been in the hands of the Song family, while the Xia family holds at most 20%. Song Qingfeng extended 2 fingers towards Meng Ru and continued, "As for your question about whether I can represent the Song family, I can clearly tell you that I am the future heir of the Song family, the only heir. So, can I represent the Song family?" At this point, he looked at Meng Ru with a half-smile and retorted, "On the contrary, I heard that Xie Xiaolong has already given up his status as the heir of the Xia family, so can what you say represent the entire Xia family? Represent the Xia family?" Meng Ru couldn't help but laugh, then said, "Do you really think the mere Song family is worth the Xia family making such a fuss? Although I am a weak woman, it only takes me to make your Song family go bankrupt." "Madam Xia, I think you've been confused after spending years in a hospital bed?" Song Qingfeng scoffed. As soon as these words left his mouth, before Meng Ru could respond, Shinchen beside them couldn't hold back any longer. He covered his mouth and coughed a few times, then said to Qian Meng beside him, "Disrespecting elders, teach him a lesson." "Alright, I've long found this kid displeasing. I don't know what he's pretending to be." Saying this, he stepped forward and kicked the other party in the chest. Song Qingfeng never expected that the other party would actually take action in such a situation. He didn't even have time to react before Qian Meng kicked him 2 meters away. Qian Meng was someone who could gain the upper hand even against military personnel. Although he didn't use his full strength, this kick was something Song Qingfeng couldn't withstand. He lay on the ground, retching continuously, and it took him a full half-minute to catch his breath. He glared fiercely at Shinchen and Qian Meng, gritting his teeth and saying, "You dare to hit me? I will kill you. You still dare to yap?" Qian Meng said as he moved forward again, but was stopped by Meng Ru. "Qian Meng, there's no need to stoop to the level of such a person. After tonight, there will be no place for the Song family in Ice City," Meng Ru said, still wearing a faint smile, but her tone revealed immense confidence. After saying this, Meng Ru looked down at Song Qingfeng and spoke, "What I rely on has never been the Xia family, and..." At this point, Meng Ru paused and said slowly, "Do not call me Mrs. Xia, call me Ms. Meng. Of course, you can also call me Mr. Meng." As soon as these words were spoken, all the business tycoons present gasped in shock. Speaking of Mr. Meng, he was practically a legend in the business world. No one had ever seen his true face, they only knew that he rose to prominence during the Xia family's transformation, successfully helping them clean up their image single-handedly. At that time, the business world in Ice City was almost entirely under Mr. Meng's control, while the Song and Qin families were merely small players. However, 2 years ago, Mr. Meng suddenly disappeared, and the Xia family's position in the business world plummeted. At that time, some speculated that Mr. Meng's status had seriously threatened the 5th Master Xia, leading to his secret removal. But now it seemed like nonsense. The so-called Mr. Meng was actually Xie Xiaolong's wife, Meng Ru. The reason for her disappearance was not that she threatened 5th Master Xia's position but because she had fallen ill. However, it appeared that her health had now recovered, and since she was Mr. Meng, what she just said about the Song family's bankruptcy after tonight was far from an empty threat. The business world in Ice City was about to change. As soon as the name Mr. Meng was mentioned, Song Qingfeng lost all his previous fierceness, collapsing to the ground like a deflated balloon. It was over, everything was over. Although the Song family was financially strong, facing the renowned Mr. Meng was like striking a rock with an egg, and the vast wealth the Song family prided itself on was nothing in front of Mr. Meng. Then, Song Qingfeng seemed to think of something and quickly spoke up. You can't touch our Song family. Yes, you can't. Oh, Meng Ru smiled and asked, why not? Captain Wang is on good terms with our Song family and has a close relationship with us. If you dare to touch our Song family, Captain Wang will not let you go. Song Qingfeng gritted his teeth and said again. Hearing this, Meng Ru couldn't help but frown. Although the Xia family was known as the underground emperor of Ice City, there was one department they could never afford to offend, and that was the military. Since the Xia family transformed, 5th Master Xia had been trying to find ways to establish a relationship with the military, but unfortunately, their background was not very clean. The military personnel looked down on people who rose from the underworld like them, so the Xia family had no connections in the military. In theory, a mere captain was nothing in the military, but as long as the other party held a military rank, the Xia family could not and dared not act against them. Seeing Meng Ru silent, Song Qingfeng immediately regained his confidence. With Su Qingqing's support, he stood up and said proudly, I was originally planning to give your Xia family some face, but since you insist on pushing me, I no longer need to consider your dignity. No one is allowed to touch my woman today. After saying this, he pointed at Shinchen and Shin Meng, coldly stating, and I want each of them to lose a leg. Right now. Are you still half asleep? Meng Ru's face showed a hint of sarcasm, and then she coldly glanced at Su Qingqing. She maliciously fabricated a disease. No one can protect her. Madam Xia, are you really willing to offend the military just to stand up for that little brat? Song Qingfeng's voice rose a few notches. This has nothing to do with you. Meng Ru's expression darkened. She had originally planned to deal with the Song family as well, but now that they had the military as their backing, she had to think long-term about how to handle the Song family. However, this woman, Su Qingqing, insulting Shinchen in such a situation, she had to cut out her tongue. At that moment, Shinchen, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly coughed twice and then walked over to Meng Ru's side. Aunt Meng Ru, there's no rush to handle this matter. Meng Ru turned to look at him and nodded, saying, alright, then I'll take you to change clothes first. Saying this, she glanced at Su Qingqing again and added, don't worry, I won't let go of anyone who has bullied you. Shinchen smiled and nodded, then took out his phone to check the time, and said to Meng Ru, Aunt Meng Ru, I have a few friends coming over, and since the time is almost up, I'll wait for them here. Since they are your friends, I'll wait with you. Meng Ru smiled and took Shinchen's hand. At that moment, Shinchen felt a special and long-lost sensation. When he was young, his mother used to hold his hand like this, but ever since she passed away, he had not experienced this feeling of being cared for and valued by someone. Meanwhile, Su Qingqing tightened her grip on Song Qingfeng's arm and said fearfully, Young Master Song, should we leave here? What are you afraid of? Song Qingfeng chuckled lightly, then looked at Meng Ru's back with a resentful gaze, coldly saying, don't worry, the Xia family wouldn't dare offend the military. Just then, the door of the banquet hall slowly opened, and 4 figures appeared at the entrance, causing a smile to curve on Shinchen's lips. However, Meng Ru's eyes widened in shock. Looking at the 4 people walking towards them, Meng Ru could hardly believe her eyes, especially the one leading them. It was an elderly man dressed in a zhongshan suit with a head full of white hair. Although he wore a broad smile, there was an imposing aura in his eyes that commanded respect without anger, a suffocating pressure that was even stronger than when facing Xiao Wuye. Few people present had seen this elderly man, but Meng Ru was fortunate enough to have met him once. Lin Tianrong, Old Master Lin, was the only military general in the entire Ice City and even in the 3 provinces of Hanzhou, one of the 10 generals of the Xia country. And the man supporting him was someone everyone recognized. It was Colonel Zhou, who had just taken over the entire Ice City road class. Seeing this scene, everyone gasped in shock. Who is that old man? How could he have Colonel Zhou personally supporting him? I don't know, but judging by his aura, he must also be from the military. And his rank is likely above Colonel Zhou. Above Colonel Zhou? Then he must at least be a major general. I think I know who he is. Someone said thoughtfully. Who is it? I'm afraid that must be the old master of the Lin family. In the entire Ice City, there is only one major general, and that is Lin Beiwang from the Lin family. However, Lin Beiwang is only in his early 40s, so this old man in front of us cannot be him. That leaves only one person. Are you saying it's the old Master Lin? General Lin? As everyone speculated, Shinchen had already approached the 4 of them. He first glanced at Yi Qing, who was following behind the old Master Lin, and asked, in confusion, Old Master Lin, how did you come here with Yi Qing? Ha ha ha. The old Master Lin laughed heartily, then turned to look at Yi Qing and explained, we ran into this young man downstairs just now. Anchi said he is your friend, so we came up together. I see. Shinchen smiled, then greeted Zhou Dao and Jiang Anchi one by one before turning to Meng Ru and introducing Old Master Lin. This is Aunt Meng Ru. And now, he paused for a moment, feeling a bit shy, and said, now she is my mother. Upon hearing the word mother, a smile instantly spread across Meng Ru's face. He then continued to introduce Meng Ru. This is Old Master Lin, a very kind elder to me. I've met Old Master Lin, but I didn't expect you to come in person. It's truly a loss on my part, Meng Ru said as she stepped forward and bowed respectfully. There's no need to be polite, we are all family, Old Master Lin replied with a smile, not taking it to heart. Shinchen then introduced Meng Ru to Zhou Dao, Jiang Anchi, and Yi Cheng. The others nodded in acknowledgement, signaling that they had greeted each other. At that moment, Master Xiao also received the news and hurried over. He might not personally greet others, but with Old Master Lin present, he couldn't just sit still. Old Master Lin, what brings you here? I apologize for not welcoming you properly, Master Xiao said as he quickly approached Old Master Lin, his face beaming with smiles. There's no need for such formality, Master Xiao. I came today at the invitation of Wu Bing to attend a banquet, Old Master Lin replied with a smile. Master Xiao? That's just what outsiders call me. You can just call me Xia Deng, Master Xiao. Wu said, a bit flattered. He then looked at Shinchen in surprise and said, I didn't expect Wu Bing to know Old Master Lin. It seems that Xiaolong has really found a good mentor in Wu Bing. You're overestimating it, Master Xiao, Shinchen shook his head and said. After a few more pleasantries, everyone took their seats. As the host, Master Xiao sat nervously at the main seat, while Old Master Lin sat beside him. The two chatted and laughed, looking like old friends. Shinchen followed Meng Ru's family to a room where Meng Ru had prepared clothes for him in advance. When Shinchen emerged in a custom-made suit, the three of them were taken aback. The saying clothes make the man is indeed true. Shinchen was not unattractive, but he usually dressed comfortably in sportswear. Now, dressed in a tailored suit, combined with his somewhat sickly pale complexion, he exuded a unique charm. Third brother, I didn't realize your level of handsomeness is only second to mine, Xiao said, stroking his chin as he assessed Shinchen. Meng Ru, satisfied, stepped forward to help Shinchen adjust his clothes, even bending down to straighten his pants. This made Shinchen quite anxious, and he hurried to help Meng Ru up but was stopped by Xia Xiaolong, who looked at Shinchen seriously and said, Wu Bing, don't worry too much about it between mother and son. Shinchen was taken aback for a few seconds, then nodded, silently enjoying the maternal love he hadn't experienced in years. After neatly arranging Shinchen's clothes, Meng Ru straightened up and smiled with satisfaction. Xia Xiaolong, on the other hand, looked at Shinchen with a somewhat complicated expression, as if he had something to say but didn't know whether he should, appearing a bit conflicted for a moment. Uncle Xia, do you have something you want to say? Shinchen immediately noticed that the other party seemed to have something on his mind, so he asked. Xia Xiaolong was silent for a few seconds before finally speaking up. Wubbing, do you know Old Man Lin? Yes. Shinchen explained without any concealment. Years ago, Old Man Lin was suffering from a terminal illness, and I happened to help him. Over the years, he has also given me a lot of help. I see. Xia Xiaolong nodded in realization, then spoke somewhat awkwardly. Wubbing, at first we really didn't know your relationship with Old Man Lin. Now it seems that my Xia family has indeed overstepped, but I assure you that neither I nor Aunt Meng Ru have any other intentions. We just… Uncle Xia, what are you talking about? Shinchen interrupted Xia Xiaolong with a wry smile and said, although I have helped Old Man Lin and our relationship is good, I am still just a powerless student. If anyone is overstepping, it would be me overstepping with the Xia family. Moreover, before I even helped Aunt Meng Ru, you had already offered to check my health for free multiple times and even invited many renowned doctors for me. I remember all of that. But… Xia Xiaolong wanted to say something more but was interrupted by Meng Ru's hand. Alright, why are you two big men being so sentimental? Meng Ru took Shinchen's hand with one hand and held Xia Xiaolong's hand with the other, speaking gently. Family ties cannot be measured by status or position. No matter what Wubbing's status is, I only know he is my son. Even if he has nothing, if someone bullies him, I won't allow it. Even if he has a high status in the future, if he makes a mistake, I will still discipline him. Hearing Meng Ru's words, Xia Xiaolong was first taken aback, then a relieved smile appeared on his face. It seems I was the one being sentimental. After saying that, he patted Shinchen's shoulder vigorously and laughed heartily. Good, then let's not worry about so much. No matter what, you are my son, my own son. Cough, cough. Shinchen couldn't help but cough when Xia Xiaolong patted him like that. Seeing this, Meng Ru immediately raised her fist and punched Xia Xiaolong in the chest, her face full of reproach. Wubbing's health is not good, can you be gentler? Xia Xiaolong looked guilty. Meanwhile, Xiao beside them patted his forehead and said helplessly, forget it, I think I'll go out and find Air and the others to play. I feel a bit out of place. The following events became quite formal. Xia Xiaolong and Meng Ru adopted Shinchen as their godson, with Xia Wuye and Old Man Lin as witnesses. The appearance of these two turned what was originally a simple recognition ceremony into a grand event in Ice City, attracting not only all the prominent families in Ice City but even some military personnel who came uninvited. Old Man Lin had rarely been seen in public in recent years, only attending particularly important occasions occasionally. His presence today immediately drew a large number of military personnel, including Captain Wang mentioned by Song Qingfeng. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s, tall and upright, with a resolute face, and a scar at the corner of his eye that testified to his past achievements. Captain Wang, welcome, welcome. Xiao Woye greeted him with a smile and shook his hand. Since the Xia family had been cleared of their past, Xiao Woye had been looking for an opportunity to get to know people from the military, but he had struggled due to a lack of connections, and the military personnel looked down on him, a local emperor who had risen from the underworld. Today, Xia Xiaolong took in an adopted son. Initially, he didn't pay much attention to it. He had met Shinchen before, a sensible child who shared a brotherly bond with Xiao. Now, he had even cured Meng Ru's strange illness, which could be considered a great blessing. However, what he didn't expect was that such a family recognition banquet would actually attract the attention of Lin Tianrong, this great figure, to personally make an appearance. After today, it was likely that no one would dare to look down on the Xia family because of their past anymore. Master Xiao Wu, congratulations to the Xia family on acquiring a Qilin child. I, Captain Wang, have come uninvited, and I hope for your understanding, Captain Wang said with a smile. Captain Wang is joking. It is an honor for my Xia family to have you here. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Master Xiao Wu led Captain Wang to the spot where Shinchen and Meng Ru were seated, introducing the two. However, upon hearing the other's title, both Meng Ru and Shinchen's expressions changed slightly, but soon, Meng Ru's expression returned to normal, and she smiled as she began to chat with him. Shinchen, however, remained expressionless and abruptly asked, Captain Wang, are you on good terms with the Song family? Captain Wang was chatting with Meng Ru and Master Xiao Wu, but his gaze was fixed on the direction of old Master Lin, pondering what excuse he could use to visit him. He was momentarily taken aback by Shinchen's question. What? Just now, the heir of the Song family said it himself, Shinchen replied. Let's talk about these trivial matters later, Master Xiao Wu interjected, sensing the atmosphere had become somewhat delicate. No, Shinchen shook his head, then looked seriously at Captain Wang, speaking slowly, it's not a trivial matter. At this moment, Captain Wang also sensed something was off about Shinchen's attitude towards him. After pondering for 2 seconds, he smiled and said, Song Cheng from the Song family is a childhood playmate of mine. Our relationship is indeed quite good. No wonder, Shinchen nodded, then looked at Song Qingfeng not far away and said, Song Xiao's companion insulted me and my mother stood up for me, only to be threatened by Song Xiao. The reason he had the audacity to threaten my mother is because of you, Captain Wang. Upon hearing this, Captain Wang's expression changed and he coldly glared at Song Qingfeng in the distance, then said, that brat really doesn't know the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. Saying this, he turned back to Shinchen and smiled, don't worry, I will definitely tell his father about this matter so that he can give him a good lesson. That won't be necessary, Shinchen waved his hand, then turned to Meng Ru, you said you could make the Song family go bankrupt overnight, is that true? Yes, Meng Ru was momentarily taken aback, then nodded seriously, if the military doesn't intervene, I can make the Song family completely bankrupt overnight. Then you should go ahead and do it. Shinchen coughed twice into his hand, then looked at Captain Wang and smiled, I believe Captain Wang wouldn't interfere in business matters, right? Hearing this, Captain Wang frowned, pondered for a few seconds, then said solemnly, to ruin a family over such a small matter, that seems excessive, doesn't it? No, Shinchen shook his head again, repeating, I just said, this is not a small matter. I have been called a sickly child since I was young, and I have long been accustomed to such insults. But threatening my mother is a serious matter. Merely making the Song family go bankrupt is already a small punishment for a great crime. At this moment, old Master Lin, sitting not far away, had been silently observing everything. He turned to Zhou Dao beside him and said with a look of satisfaction, this child is finally no longer as timid as before. However, being too impetuous is not a good thing for the young, Zhou Dao said with some concern. You don't understand him. Old Master Lin shook his head and smiled, saying, what is a mere ice city? With his abilities, he could walk sideways even in the entire Han province. That's true, Zhou Dao agreed. With you backing him, there's naturally no problem. You still don't understand him enough. He doesn't need me to back him up. Old Master Lin shook his head again, then directly changed the subject, instructing Jang Ani behind him, go take a look and help him out if there's any trouble. Got it. Jang Ani picked up a piece of pastry from the table, popped it into her mouth, and then stood up, walking towards where Shinchen was. Seeing Jang Ani approach, Captain Wang couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart. Outsiders might not understand each other, but being in the military, he knew just how crazy this seemingly harmless woman was. 8 Extreme's Fist, Wolf Blade, and Angel's Bullets, though these 3 were collectively known as the 3 untouchables of Han province, to him, the first 2 were nothing compared to this Angel's Bullets. This was someone who would shoot to kill at the slightest disagreement, and she wouldn't care about your identity or status. He heard that just a couple of days ago, the young master of the Yang family from the capital was shot dead by her. Captain Jiang, Captain. Wang cautiously looked at Jang Ani. I'm no longer a captain. Jang Ani waved her hand and said, I've caused quite a bit of trouble recently, so now I'm a second lieutenant. As she spoke, she pointed to the rank insignia on her shoulder. With Captain Zhang's skills, it's only a matter of time before you rise back to captain. Captain Wang said with a smile. Jang Ani smiled back but didn't respond to him. Instead, she turned to Shinchen and asked, Is there anything you need my help with? Shinchen glanced at Captain Wang and then said, If Captain Wang doesn't intervene in this matter, there shouldn't be anything you need to help with. Upon hearing this, Jang Ani's eyes instantly lit up. Shinchen's implication was clear: if Captain Wang got involved, then he would need her help, and as long as Shinchen needed her help, it meant she could enjoy a few more meals at the restaurant outside. In such matters, Shinchen was quite generous. So, Jang Ani looked at Captain Wang with anticipation, her right hand instinctively resting on the grip of her gun. Captain Wang looked at Jang Ani's fervent gaze and quickly waved his hand. I never said I would get involved. Hearing Captain Wang's words, Song Qingfeng felt his legs go weak and collapsed to the ground. He knew that the Song family was finished. In fact, ever since Old Master Lin and Zhou Dao appeared, chatting and laughing with Shinchen, he had a foreboding feeling. Throughout the banquet he had been hiding in a corner, afraid of being noticed. But he never expected Captain Wang to show up, and the arrival of the latter directly reminded Shinchen of what had just happened. Now, not to mention Old Master Lin and Zhou Dao, even a woman with the rank of second lieutenant was someone he couldn't afford to offend, let alone protect his Song family. And how could the Song family withstand someone like Mr. Meng, known as a legend in the business world? He thought of how the Song family had endured for 10 years, taking advantage of Mr. Meng's disappearance over the past 2 years to rise to become one of the top families in Ice City, but now it was all ruined by a woman. A woman? Yes, it was all that woman's fault. Thinking of this, Song Qingfeng glared fiercely at Su Qingqing beside him. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have offended Shinchen for no reason, and none of this would have happened. Song Xiao, think of a way. They won't really cut off my tongue, will they? Su Qingqing, realizing that Song Qingfeng might no longer have the ability to save her, still clung desperately to this last straw of hope. You shameless woman, you still dare to ask me to save you? Song Qingfeng grabbed Su Qingqing's neck, his voice incredibly hoarse. I damn well wish I could strangle you right now. Mengru had also learned from Xiao about the affair between Su Qingqing and Shinchen, so she turned to Shinchen and asked, Wubbing, how do you plan to deal with this woman? Upon hearing this, Shinchen cast a deep glance at Su Qingqing, who was not far away and was currently being choked by Song Qingfeng. Their eyes met, and Su Qingqing's eyes were filled with regret. Shinchen, on the other hand, remained expressionless as he looked into her eyes, recalling all the memories from when they first met to when they were together. Yet, even as he searched his mind for beautiful memories of the two of them, he could only bitterly shake his head. Over the years, he found that he couldn't recall even a little kindness from her. He had once regarded her as his best friend, but what friendship was there between them? It was merely his own need for love at a time when he felt most unloved, encountering her, who came from a mediocre background but desperately needed to showcase her superiority. When they were together, she could flaunt her superiority to her heart's content. He had once seen her as his only family, but what kinship was there between them? It was just his own wishful thinking, desperately longing for familial love. He had once thought of her as a lifelong partner, but what love was there between them? It was simply that he happened to fulfill her dual needs for emotional and material support. With these thoughts, Shinchen let out another bitter smile and casually waved his hand. You can handle it as you see fit. Upon hearing this, Mengru and Xie Xiaolong both nodded in satisfaction, and then Xie Xiaolong patted Shinchen on the shoulder and said, Wubbing, good job. Who hasn't encountered a few scumbags in their youth? A man must know when to hold on and when to let go. As soon as these words were spoken, Mengru's expression changed instantly, and she turned to Xie Xiaolong and asked, Didn't you say I was your first love? Ah, well. Xie Xiaolong chuckled awkwardly and then said with righteous indignation, I'm just comforting Wubbing. I've never encountered a scumbag. You are my first love. Mengru pondered for a few seconds and then asked again, Then why did the old man say that Xiao resembles you? Ha! Xie Xiaolong immediately shot a pleading glance at Old Master Xiao. Old Master Xiao was also taken aback and quickly waved his hand. I won't get involved in your couple's matters. I still need to accompany Old Master Lin. You two can sort it out slowly. After saying that, he turned and left. Hey, Dad, you. What dad? Speak up. Mengru directly grabbed Xie Xiaolong's ear. Wait. Xie Xiaolong covered his ear with one hand and said, Give me a chance, I can explain. Then hurry up and explain. Mengru released her grip, looking at him with an angry pout. Xie Xiaolong thought for a few seconds and then said with righteous indignation, Who is Xiao? I don't know him, our son is Wubbing, right? Upon hearing this, Mengru also pondered for a few seconds and then suddenly laughed. What you said doesn't seem wrong. As she spoke, she stepped forward and linked her arm with Xia Xiaolong's, and the two left here chatting and laughing, leaving Shinchen and the others behind. Shinchen turned to take a glance at Xiao. Xiao shrugged indifferently and then said, "What are you looking at me for? You guys are so unlucky." After the banquet, Su Qingqing was dragged out of the building by two men in black suits. She kept crying out Shinchen's name, but Shinchen never looked at her again. That one glance might have been a final farewell. At this moment, Old Master Lin and the slightly tipsy Old Master Xie also walked out, while Zhou Dao had left midway due to military regulations prohibiting alcohol, leaving only Zhang Yanqi by Old Master Lin's side. "Old Lin, I truly didn't expect you to come today. I apologize for the lack of hospitality. Please bear with me." Xiao Wuye kept apologizing. "What do you mean by bearing with you? I've long heard that Xiao Wuye is a generous person and have wanted to pay a visit for some time. Meeting you today is indeed better than hearing about you," Old Lin replied with a smile. After a round of pleasantries, Old Lin declined Xiao Wuye's offer to have someone escort him and instead chose to have Shinchen personally see him off. Xiao Wuye had no objections to this, he simply regarded Shinchen with a more meaningful gaze. Watching Old Lin's car gradually disappear down the street, Xiao Wuye turned to Xia Xiaolong and said, "Xiaolong, you did well in this matter. Dad, we took Wu Bing as our godson because we genuinely like and care for this child without any involvement in profit or interests." Xia Xiaolong understood the implication and spoke directly. "Did I say you had other intentions?" Xiao Wuye immediately became displeased, but soon his expression turned serious again as he said in a deep voice, "However, your unintentional actions might just continue the glory of the Xie family for 100 years. Inside Old Lin's car, a man in a black suit wearing sunglasses was driving. Meanwhile, Jiang Anqi sat in the passenger seat, happily munching on some pastry she had packed from the restaurant. Old Lin looked at the man's back with a helpless smile, then turned to Shinchen. Beside him, Wu Bing, "I originally planned to talk to you about this in a few days, but since we have this opportunity today, let's discuss it now." "Are you talking about the matter of Bai Kaitang?" Shinchen asked. Upon hearing the words Bai Kaitang, Jiang Anqi immediately turned to look at the two, while the driver took out a pair of headphones from his pocket and put them on. "That's right," Old Lin nodded, then looked at Jiang Anqi and said, "Anqi, you should listen too." Old Lin's gaze wavered slightly, and after a full half-minute of contemplation, he slowly began. "The original intention of establishing Bai Kaitang was to find miraculous doctors and good medicine to save Wu Bing, but with the appearance of one person, I completely changed this idea." Shinchen felt he was about to learn the inside story of the organization established in his name, while Jiang Anqi continued to toss pastries into her mouth, listening intently, neither of them interrupting Old Lin's words. "His name is Yunyu. He was originally a soldier in my son Bei Wang's unit. Later, Bei Wang discovered that his awakened ability was quite special, so he brought him to see me." "What is his awakened ability?" Shinchen asked. He felt that the person's ability might have a significant connection to the current direction of Bai Kaitang's development. Old Lin glanced at the two and then spoke slowly. "His ability is called soul transfer." "Soul transfer?" Jiang Anqi was slightly taken aback. Shinchen, however, was somewhat confused. He had just joined the Dao class and only had a rudimentary understanding of awakened abilities. So far, he only knew of Qin Hao's blazing fire, Yi Qing's combat instinct, Lin Man's mind reading, and Jiang Anqi's own ability, which she had mentioned that day in the law enforcement team, unerring. Among the 132 types of awakened abilities currently recorded by the military, I have never heard of soul transfer, Jiang Anqi said, noticing Shinchen's confusion. "That's right," Old Lin also spoke. His awakened ability is unique and I chose not to report it." "Why?" Jiang Anqi asked. "Because of Wu Bing," Old Lin said, looking at Shinchen. "Because of me?" Shen was even more puzzled. He simply couldn't understand what the ability soul transfer had to do with him. Old Master Lin didn't keep them in suspense and directly explained, after soul transfer is activated, it can exchange souls with anyone it comes into contact with. Of course, this requires the consent of both parties. Shinchen and Jiang Anqi were momentarily stunned, the shock in their eyes hard to conceal. Old Master Lin didn't continue speaking but gave the two of them time to digest this information. After a while, Shinchen suddenly realized, "You thought my body couldn't take it anymore, so you wanted that person named Yunyu to exchange souls with me?" "Partly yes, partly no." Old Master Lin explained again, "Although his ability is called soul transfer, it can also be understood as exchanging bodies." Shen pondered for a few seconds, feeling that what the other party said was true. The exchange of their souls would indeed mean an exchange of bodies. "I once had him try to activate soul transfer on a person suffering from illness, and in the end, that person's illness remained in his body, which is to say, in Yunyu's body." After hearing Old Master Lin's words, Jiang Anqi felt something was still off, so she asked, "If that's the case, why didn't you have him exchange bodies with Shinchen?" Old Master Lin gave Shinchen a meaningful glance, then turned his gaze back to Jiang Anqi and asked, "You should already know the identity of Wu Bing, right?" "His identity?" Jiang Anqi was taken aback for a moment, then the words of Old Master Lin earlier flashed in her mind. The original intention of Bai Chaohal was to help Shinchen find a miraculous doctor in herbs. And all the members of Baichao Hall knew that everything they did was for their mysterious leader. Thinking of this, Jang Ani looked at Chen in shock and exclaimed, "He is Wang Buliexing." That's right, Wu Bing's code name in Baichao Hall is Wang Buliexing. Old Master Lin nodded seriously. He is the true leader of Baichao Hall. All your code names were given by me. Your codename Nanling Yaohua signifies redemption, and Wang Buliexing signifies helping others. Jang Ani stared at Shinchen for a full minute, then smiled. She should have thought of this earlier. When Shinchen and Hao had a dispute at the hospital entrance, Old Master Lin had sent her to help the other party and even specifically instructed her that this matter was very important. If necessary, she could shoot, even kill. At first, she was puzzled as to why Emir Shinchen would be so important to Old Master Lin, but now that she knew his identity, everything made sense. It turned out he was Wang Buliexing, the true king of their Baichao Hall. After a moment of silence, Old Master Lin continued, "All members of Baichao Hall are awakeners, and even I, as the organizer, have not formally joined Baichao Hall. How could Wu Bing, as the leader of Baichao Hall, be an ordinary person? But unfortunately, the awakening ability is attached to the soul, not the body." Hearing this, Shinchen felt it was quite reasonable. If the awakening ability were attached to the body, wouldn't that mean he would lose this ability after you activated soul transfer? In that case, this ability would indeed be too useless. After a pause, Old Master Lin continued, "So I have been searching for a perfect body. Even if it can't awaken, I want to create a body for Wu Bing that can contend with awakeners purely through physical strength. Only in this way can he intimidate the many awakeners within Baichao Hall." At this point, Old Master Lin smiled, but now Wu Bing has already awakened and he is uniquely afflicted by disease, so this plan can only be temporarily shelved. Next, we just need to continue developing Baichao Hall. Old Master Lin, I don't quite understand Ishin. Chen scratched his head and asked, "Since the original intention of Baichao Hall was for my health, and now that I'm fine, is there still a need for Baichao Hall to develop?" "Of course." Old Master Lin instantly sat up straight, his eyes wide as he looked at Shinchen. "If I were around, I could naturally protect you, but I'm already 72 this year. How many more years can I live? If I'm not here, as long as Baichao Hall exists, I can rest easy." "But Old Master Lin, you won't die." Shinchen smiled and shook his head. "Without illness, I know that with you here, I will remain free from troubles. But what about 100 years from now?" Old Master Lin sighed. "You won't die. Even 100 years from now." Shinchen shook his head again. This time, not only Old Master Lin, but even Jang Ani looked at Shinchen with some confusion. How could a person not die? Even if one lived healthily and free from troubles, reaching over 100 years is already the limit. However, Shinchen just smiled nonchalantly and said, "As long as soul transfer doesn't die, you won't die." Upon hearing Shinchen's words, both Old Master Lin and Jang Ani were momentarily stunned, but soon it seemed they both thought of something, their expressions turning strange. So this was the correct way to use soul transfer? According to Shinchen, it was entirely possible to have Yu perform a soul transfer to a healthy and young body when Old Master Lin's time was near, and then perform a soul transfer on Old Master Lin. In this way, Old Master Lin would obtain a youthful body. Of course, this method required someone willing to die for the other, but as a general in the military, Old Master Lin had countless soldiers under him. Finding someone willing to die for him would be a trivial matter. Old Master Lin pondered for a few seconds, then shook his head. "This method seems a bit inhumane. At my age, how can I let my subordinates die for me?" "You absolutely don't need your subordinates to die for you." Shinchen smiled again. "Find a death row inmate or someone with a terminal illness who has little time left and promise some benefits to their family. I think many would be willing." At this, both Old Master Lin and Jang Ani looked at Shinchen with renewed interest. This was simply exploiting a loophole. With soul transfer combined with afflicted by illness, if they didn't want someone to die, then that person would find it difficult to even wish for death. Old Master Lin couldn't help but gasp, then said, "Let's not rush this matter. After all, my body isn't in any major trouble for the time being. The most important thing now is the development direction of Baichao Hall, and we need you to formulate it." "Well," Shinchen hesitated for a moment, then looked at Old Master Lin with a wry smile and said, "Old Master Lin, why don't you handle this matter?" Old Master Lin was silent for a few seconds, then nodded. "All right, the current situation isn't very clear. We should choose to act low-key for now. When the world has completely changed, we can discuss the next steps." At this point, Old Master Lin seemed to think of something else and said to Shinchen, "By the way, Zhou Dao mentioned to me that your class will conduct group training tomorrow, with 9 people in each group." "Group training?" Shinchen was a bit puzzled. "It means, according to military regulations, the students of the class will undergo militarized training. You 9 will train together in the future, execute missions together. They will become your most trustworthy partners and comrades you can rely on," Old Master Lin explained. "I see." Shinchen nodded thoughtfully. "According to the rules, this grouping will be done by your homeroom teacher based on each of your abilities." At this point, Old Master Lin paused for a moment before continuing, "But you can choose your trusted people yourself, because many times, a reliable teammate is far more useful than a powerful one. You just need to hand me the list and I will have Zhou Dao arrange the rest. Shinchen lowered his head and thought for a few seconds before asking, can people from other classes also be included? Hearing this, Old Master Lin smiled. Are you referring to those 3 kids from your dorm? Shinchen nodded with a smile. He didn't have many friends, and when it came to the most trustworthy people, the first ones that came to his mind were Xiao and the others. No problem, I've already sent someone to investigate those 3 kids. There's no need to mention Xiadang's grandson. Given your relationship with the Xia family, he is undoubtedly the most trustworthy. Plus, that kid named Xiao is also very loyal. As for Qian Meng, although he is not an awakened, his physical fitness is solid, so he won't hold you back. At this point, Old Master Lin paused again, then hesitantly said, as for that Xiao. Old Master Lin, you also said that a trustworthy teammate is far more important than a powerful one. For me, Xiao is that trustworthy teammate, Shinchen. Interrupted Old Master Lin's words, speaking decisively. Seeing Shinchen's attitude so resolute, Old Master Lin didn't say anything more but asked again, do you have any other candidates for the remaining few? Yi Qing, Shinchen said without any hesitation. Old Master Lin nodded in satisfaction. I've heard Anqi mention this Yi Qing. His combat instinct is indeed impressive. If used well, he could become the sharpest spear in your team. Is there anyone else? Old Master Lin asked. Shen Chen pondered for a few seconds but ultimately shook his head. Within the school, he had very few acquaintances, and in the class there was only Yi Qing, making it impossible for him to select 8 trustworthy people. Old Master Lin seemed to have anticipated this and took out a document from beside his seat, handing it to Shinchen. This is the remaining 4 teammates I've selected for you. Take a look and see if there's anything you're not satisfied with. Shinchen was slightly taken aback. Although Old Master Lin said that Zhao Xiaodao wouldn't be of much use to him, he was well aware that Shinchen would definitely choose Zhao Xiaodao as his teammate, otherwise, he wouldn't have only prepared 4 backup teammates for him. When Shinchen opened the document and saw the information of the first person, he was stunned, then looked at Old Master Lin in shock, and glanced at Jang Ani, who was sitting in the front passenger seat. Jang Ani, what do you want? Jang Ani instinctively turned her head, but when she saw the document in Shinchen's hand, she was also taken aback, then quickly snatched the document from him, which clearly had her profile information on it. Name, Jang Ani. Gender, female. Age, 23. Rank, 2nd Lieutenant. Awakening ability, unfailing. Below were some details about Jang Ani's life experiences, but before Shinchen could read them, Jang Ani had already taken the document away. Then, with a confused expression, Jang Ani looked at Old Master Lin and asked, are you saying I have to go to school? Yes, Old Master Lin nodded and said, you came to the military at 17 and haven't really attended school properly. Now is a good time to go to school and study well. Don't just think about fighting and killing all day. But Jang Ani wanted to say something more but was directly interrupted by Old Master Lin. No buts, this is an order. Looking at Old Master Lin's serious expression, Jang Ani knew there was no room for negotiation on this matter and could only reluctantly respond, yes. Shinchen smiled helplessly, then continued to look at the second person's file. When he saw the name and photo on the file, he was momentarily taken aback. Name, Lin Man. Gender, female. Age, 21. Awakening ability, mind reading. Old Master Lin, this woman. Shinchen shook his head, a bitter smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. What's wrong? Do you have a conflict with her? A hint of confusion flashed in Old Master Lin's eyes. I clearly remember that you and Xiao saved her outside the building. It's not because of that, Shinchen explained. I just don't want someone who could potentially pry into my inner secrets to be by my side. It makes me feel very insecure. So that's how it is, Old Master Lin chuckled, reaching out to take Lin Man's file from Shinchen. After glancing at it a few times, he slowly spoke. You can't even manage to recruit such a young girl? Recruit? Shinchen was slightly taken aback, momentarily not understanding the other person's meaning. Old Master Lin smiled again, then explained, since 9 people form a small team, there will naturally be a captain. And in your small team, more than half of the members joined because of you, so this captain must be you. Hearing this, Shinchen slowly nodded, as if he understood the other person's meaning. Old Master Lin was suggesting that he cultivate his own power, starting with these 8 people. Seeing that Shinchen seemed to grasp this point, Old Master Lin nodded in satisfaction and continued. The ability of mind reading is treasured by major organizations. Just yesterday, Bei Wan came to ask me for that girl Lin Man. You actually don't want to use her? As for what you said about the possibility of her prying into your secrets at any time, that depends on your own abilities. The military also has mind reading, and even some criminal gangs have it. Do they not fear having their secrets exposed? As he spoke, a fierce glint flashed in Old Master Lin's eyes, and his voice turned somewhat cold as he said, what you need to do is ensure her complete loyalty to you, to the point where even if you actively make eye contact with her, she wouldn't dare to read your mind. Of course, different people require different methods to win over. I believe you can manage that. Shinchen pondered for a few seconds, then silently nodded. Gaining someone's complete loyalty isn't something that can be achieved in a day or two. It requires not only some necessary means but also shared experiences and prolonged contact. So he temporarily set aside thoughts of Lin Man and flipped to the next teammate's information. Name, Shining, gender, male, age, 21, rank, second lieutenant. Awakening ability, none. This person is the perfect body I just mentioned for you, but it's not needed right now. However, he can become a sharp blade in your hand. He will be absolutely loyal to you, and even if you send him to his death, he will do so without hesitation, Old Master Lin explained. Moreover, his height and weight are similar to yours, and even his appearance bears some resemblance. Initially, my idea was to use soul transfer to swap your bodies, and with a simple adjustment to your appearance, you would still retain your own looks, which would save a lot of unnecessary trouble. While Shinchen marveled at how meticulous Old Master Lin was, he also opened the last person's file. Name, Tang Xiaohua, gender, female, age, 22, awakening ability. Blink. Shinchen looked at the photo of the person in the upper right corner of the file. He recognized this woman. She was a classmate from his training class. Although he didn't know her name before, her distinctive lip-piercing and heavy, smoky makeup made her instantly recognizable to him. You have enough sharp blades in your team with Yi Qing, Shen Meng, and Shining. Tang Xiaohua's special ability can play an unexpected role at critical moments. At this point, Old Master Lin smiled. However, this little girl is like a wild horse. Whether you can tame her depends on your own skills. The next day, in the Dao class, Tang Song walked in holding a document and addressed the group of students below. Starting today, you will undergo semi-militarized training. Teacher Tang Song, what is semi-militarized training? Asked a girl with smoky makeup named Tang Xiaohua. In simple terms, in the coming days, you will need to train in groups, and you may also be assigned some relatively low-risk tasks, Tang Song explained. He then took out the document in his hand and continued. This is the team assigned to you by the military department based on your awakened abilities, with 9 people in each team. He handed the document to a girl sitting in the front row. Share it with everyone. 10 minutes later, Tang Xiaohua looked at the team list in her hand, but the more she looked, the tighter her brows furrowed. Finally, she couldn't help but speak up. Teacher Tang Song, is there a problem with my team list? What's wrong? Tang Song looked up at her. Of my 8 teammates, aside from Yi Qing, I've never even heard of the others. Are you sure they are all from the Dao class? Tang Xiaohua shook the team list in her hand, looking speechless. Everyone on the list is a student from the Dao class, but not all of them are awakened. After all, the number of awakened individuals is still quite scarce, so we can't form a team of all awakened members for you at this time, Tang Song explained with a smile. But you can rest assured that all the team member lists have been specially discussed and researched by the academicians of the Awakening Research Institute. They are definitely the most suitable teammates for you. At this point, Tang Song paused and continued, of course, you will need to gradually understand your teammates' personalities and character. We are only assigning based on your abilities. Alright. Then, although Tang Xiaohua was still a bit confused, she chose to trust Tang Song's words. Next, Tang Song led everyone to the school playground. At this time, many Dao class students had already gathered on the playground. Shinchen quickly spotted Siau and the others in the crowd, and at that moment, Jang Ani and a young man who bore a slight resemblance to Shinchen were also standing with them, chatting about something. On the podium of the playground stood dozens of soldiers in military combat uniforms, each standing tall with resolute gazes, their hands clasped behind their backs like javelins. Tang Song looked at the Dao class students he brought out and said, those people up there are the best soldiers in the military department, and they will conduct practical training for you in the future. When your name is called, step behind your respective instructors. Understood, Teacher Tang Song, the students replied somewhat lazily. Seeing this scene, Tang Song didn't say much more, but thought to himself that these sheltered flowers would soon face some hardships. With that thought, Tang Song's gaze fell on the instructors on the podium, and when he saw the first person on the left, he couldn't help but shake his head and smile wryly. He had long known that Zhou Dao had high hopes for Shinchen, but he didn't expect that they would send this living Yama to be his instructor. He seriously doubted whether Shinchen's frail body could withstand the torment of this person. Soon, all the Dao class students had gathered, and the dozens of instructors on the stage began to call out names in order. The first to speak was the person on the left. His cold gaze swept over the group of trainees below, and he called out the first name in a loud voice, Shinchen. Hearing her name, Shinchen raised her hand and walked over. The instructor frowned slightly but said nothing more, continuing to call out names. When he reached the name Jang Ani, his expression clearly became complicated, yet he still chose to call it out loudly. Present. Today, Jang Ani was dressed in comfortable sportswear, looking like an ordinary college student, but as soon as she spoke, an inexplicable aura instantly enveloped the room, rivaling even the instructors on stage. Her appearance immediately captured the attention of all the students in the class. Is this beauty from our school? I've never seen her before. I haven't seen her either. She must be from a nearby school. I really want to be in the same team as her. Stop dreaming. Didn't you see her team already has 9 people? Damn. What kind of luck did those guys have? There are actually 3 stunning beauties in one team. As each team was assigned, the instructors led their respective students off the playground. "Instructor, where are we going?" Xiao asked. Lazily, "I haven't had breakfast yet. How about we grab something to eat first? I'll treat it Lu Wai Lu." Sure. Upon hearing this, Jang Ani almost instinctively spoke up. After saying that, she quickly covered her mouth, glancing nervously at the straight-backed figure in front. Sure enough, after hearing the two, the instructor stopped in his tracks, and the girl with smoky makeup, Tang Xiaohua, bumped right into him. "Damn, couldn't you at least give a warning before stopping?" Tang Xiaohua complained with an annoyed expression. After the words left her mouth, she realized something was off and shrank her neck. The instructor felt that this time, Colonel Zhou had handed him a big headache. In the past, having one troublemaker in a class was enough to give them a headache, but now this 9-person team seemed to have 3 troublemakers: Jang Ani, Xiao, and Tang Xiaohua. Thinking of this, he turned to look at Shinchen and Linman, relieved that they seemed relatively well behaved for now. He then cast a cold gaze over Xiao and the others, finally landing on Xiao, and asked coldly, "You want to eat?" Seeing the sharp gaze directed at him, Xiao felt a bit uncertain, so he muttered softly, "I'm not particularly hungry. It's fine if we don't eat." Hearing Xiao's words, the instructor shifted his gaze to Jang Ani. "Once you leave the military department, you're no longer a soldier?" Jang Ani did not answer, standing straight and looking straight ahead. Seeing this, the instructor took a deep look at her, then withdrew his gaze, finally looking at Tang Xiaohua. Before he could speak, Tang Xiaohua jumped in. "I'm sorry. I was wrong. I won't curse at you again next time." Looking at her sincere expression, he didn't say anything more and turned to continue walking forward. "Zhang, the great beauty, what's the background of this instructor?" Xiao leaned closer to Jang Ani and whispered, "Even you're afraid of him?" Jang Ani took a deep look at the figure in front, then lowered her voice in response. "His name is Huiyan. Everyone secretly calls him the living king of hell. He is very strict with his troops, but those he trains are also the most elite among the new recruits. You guys encountering him for your first military training, I don't know if it's your luck or your misfortune." Saying this, she glanced at the others with a complex expression and added, "In any case, you all better take care of yourselves." As they spoke, several people had already arrived at the school gate, where dozens of military pickup trucks were lined up, stretching as far as the eye could see, looking quite spectacular. "Get in the car," Huiyan said, opening the back of one of the pickups and gesturing for the others to get in. The group exchanged glances and then climbed into the vehicle one by one. Just as Jang Ani was about to get in, Huiyan called out to her, "You drive." Jang Ani paused for a moment but eventually nodded. She knew he didn't want her to help drive, he had something to ask her. As the vehicle slowly moved, Huiyan turned to Jang Ani. "Don't you have anything to say to me?" "What is there to say?" Jang Ani kept her gaze fixed on the road ahead, feigning confusion. "Still pretending?" Huiyan scoffed, then turned to Jang Ani. "Do you think I don't know who you are? The fact that you were sent out means one of those 8 kids is a big deal. Tell me, who is it?" Huiyan stared intently at Jang Ani. Jang Ani continued to focus on the road, and after a long pause, she sighed and said, "Instructor Hua, knowing too much isn't necessarily a good thing. Since no one has informed you, it means the higher-ups don't need you to know about this. All you need to do is train well, train seriously." Huiyan was momentarily taken aback by her words and then fell silent. Meanwhile, in the back of the truck, Tang Xiaohua was complaining, "Which bastard is driving? This is making me sick." "Girl, you'd better not say that in front of Zhang, the great beauty, or I'm afraid she'll shoot you," Xiao teased. "Are you threatening me?" Tang Xiaohua rolled her eyes, thinking, what era is this, shooting her? Why not just bomb her with a missile? Just as the two were bickering, Lin Man sat with her arms wrapped around her knees, her beautiful eyes darting around, scanning everyone. Shinchen looked at the group and then said, "Since we're all just sitting here, why not take this chance to get to know each other?" In fact, aside from Shining and Tang Xiaohua, everyone else present already knew each other. Even if they weren't familiar, they at least knew each other's names. "I like this suggestion." Tang Xiaohua was the first to agree. She didn't know anyone in the truck except for Yi Qing and wanted to take this opportunity to get acquainted. After all, Tang Song had said they would be comrades from now on. "I'll go first." Xiao raised his hand and looked at everyone. "My name is Xiao, I'm 22 years old. Young, rich, healthy, and most importantly, I'm handsome." After hearing his words, Tang Xiaohua looked at him with disdain and then asked, "What about your abilities?" "Abilities?" Xiao was slightly taken aback, then seemed to think of something and said, "I already said, I'm healthy. 7 times in one night is an exaggeration, but 3 to 5 times is no problem." After saying this, he proudly patted his chest. "Not." Tang Xiaohua's gaze towards Xiao became even more disdainful. "You have such a perverted ability? What's so perverted about that?" Xiao immediately became unhappy and exclaimed, "Is it wrong to be healthy? Then tell me, what abilities do you have?" "Listen carefully." Tang Xiaohua raised her chin and said, "I'm Tang Xiaohua, 22 years old, and my ability is blink." "Blink?" Xiao burst out laughing, teasing, "I can ignite." "You don't know anything," Tang Xiaohua retorted angrily. At that moment, Shining, who had been silent, suddenly asked, "What's the range of your blink?" Tang Xiaohua looked up at him and replied honestly, "Currently, it can only be within 10 meters." Shining nodded and then fell silent again. Immediately after, Xian Meng, Zhao Xiaodao, and Shining introduced themselves in turn. Upon learning that none of them had awakened their abilities, a hint of disappointment flashed in Tang Xiaohua's eyes, and then her gaze fell on Shinchen. Seeing the other party looking at him, Shinchen also spoke up. "I'm Shinchen, 21 years old, my ability is afflicted by illness." Afflicted by illness? A look of confusion crossed Tang Xiaohua's eyes. She was one of the earliest students in the class, and they had learned about many awakened abilities, but this afflicted by illness was something she had never heard of before. Shinchen nodded and briefly introduced his ability. After hearing Shinchen's description, Tang Xiaohua's mouth dropped open in surprise, and after a long while, she slowly uttered 3 words, "So overbearing." "It really is a very overbearing ability," Shining beside her nodded in agreement, then said, "However, in actual combat, it should have many inconveniences and is only suitable for sneak attacks." Shinchen merely smiled at this and did not rebut. Whether it was suitable for actual combat could only be determined through experience. Moreover, it seemed that he did not possess only one ability, but Shinchen had no intention of revealing that. He wanted to keep some cards up his sleeve. After Yi Qing finished his self-introduction, only Lin Man had yet to speak up in the entire vehicle. Tang Xiaohua looked at Lin Man, who was curled up in the corner, and asked, "Miss, it's your turn." "Oh." Lin Man timidly lifted her head and slowly said, "My name is Lin Man, 21 years old, my ability is mind reading." Upon hearing the words mind reading, Shining immediately turned his head away to avoid making eye contact with Lin Man. However, Tang Xiaohua was unfazed and asked, "So it's mind reading, huh?" "I heard that. Mind reading is like mind control, you can see our inner thoughts, right?" Lin Man nodded. This ability had brought her a lot of trouble, and she had even begun to reject her ability. "Then tell me what I'm thinking right now," Tang Xiaohua said, looking at Lin Man like a curious child. Lin Man was slightly taken aback. It was the first time someone had actively asked her to read their mind. She then raised her head to look into Tang Xiaohua's eyes. Although the other girl wore heavy smoky makeup and had a lip piercing, looking like a delinquent, her eyes were very clear, remarkably clear. Because of her ability, Lin Man always subconsciously focused on other people's eyes, and among all the pairs of eyes she had seen, aside from children's, it was rare to find someone with such a clear and clean gaze as Tang Xiaohua's. Moreover, her thoughts were very simple. Just a glance was enough for Lin Man to read all of her current inner thoughts. A few seconds later, Lin Man withdrew her gaze. "So, did you read it?" Tang Xiaohua asked curiously. Lin Man nodded. "Quick, tell me what I'm thinking," Tang Xiaohua urged. Lin Man raised her head and looked deeply at Tang Xiaohua, then said somewhat awkwardly, "Do I really have to say?" "Of course, just say it boldly," Tang Xiaohua replied nonchalantly, appearing very open. "All right." Lin Man hesitated for a moment, then said, "You think Xiao is quite good looking, but his ability is just too sleazy." "What the hell?" Xiao was taken aback, unsure whether the other party was complimenting or insulting him. Then Lin Man looked at Shinchen and continued, "You feel that Shinchen's ability is very powerful, but he looks sickly and isn't very likable. Shining has a face like an ice block, always pretending to be profound. Xian Meng is just a big fool," Zhao Xiaodao stutters when he speaks, looking rather dim-witted. As Lin Man spoke, she looked up at Tang Xiaohua, a bit embarrassed, and said, "You think I'm very pretty, but your chest isn't as big as mine." Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaohua quickly covered Lin Man's mouth with her hand and then awkwardly smiled. That's enough, don't say any more." Lin Man then looked down at her own flat chest and then glanced at Tang Xiaohua's fullness, secretly nodding to herself. Indeed, what the other said was true, it was definitely bigger than hers. From this, Shinchen also gained a rough understanding of Tang Xiaohua. This woman was just as she appeared, without much guile or bad intentions, otherwise she wouldn't dare let Lin Man demonstrate mind reading in front of so many people. About half an hour later, the car slowly came to a stop. With the sound of a car door closing, the back door was opened. Everyone jumped out of the car, and it was at this moment that Shinchen realized they were no longer in Ice City but had arrived at a military district located on the outskirts of Ice City. "You will all need to spend the next week here," Huyen said, his gaze sharp as he looked at everyone, then continued, "Now, each of you has 3 minutes to call home and explain the situation here, after which all communication devices must be surrendered." "Only 3 minutes?" Xiao was taken aback for a moment, then spoke up, "I have 7 girlfriends, how is 3 minutes enough for me?" Huyen ignored Xiao and raised his wrist to check his watch. "There are 2 minutes and 57 seconds left." Seeing this, everyone took out their phones to call their families, while Shinchen simply turned off his phone and handed it to Huyen. Hua. Yen was slightly taken aback and asked, "Don't you need to explain the situation to your family?" "No family," Shinchen replied succinctly. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze towards Shinchen became somewhat complicated. Huyen hesitated for a few seconds, then still reached out to take Shinchen's phone. 3 minutes later, Huiyen said, time's up, everyone turn off your phones and hand them in. Baby, I can't talk to you anymore, okay? Remember to tell the other 6 babies to miss me. Xiao spoke rapidly, and before hanging up, he even kissed the phone's microphone, completely unconcerned about the strange looks from everyone. After collecting everyone's phones, Huiyen led them into the military district. Passing by the training ground, Shinchen and the others noticed that there were cushions laid out, and the soldiers in combat uniforms were not training as they had imagined, but were all sitting on the cushions, seemingly meditating. Are they practicing Daoju? Tang Xiaohua asked. Huiyen did not answer her but continued walking forward. Along the way, the instructors responsible for supervising everyone's training saluted Huiyen with a standard military salute. Seeing this, Xiao leaned closer to Jang Ani and whispered, I see his rank is just a second lieutenant. Why are so many people saluting him? Because many of these people are soldiers trained by instructor Hua. Jang Ani glanced at Huiyen's back with a complex expression, then whispered, under normal circumstances, Instructor Hua should have already been a major by now if it weren't for what happened back then. Before Jang Ani could finish her sentence, Huiyen had already led everyone to a temporarily erected tent and stopped, turning to face them. The military department doesn't have extra space for you to stay, so you'll rest here from now on. The group looked up and saw that several dozen identical tents had been neatly set up, and they appeared to be quite spacious. It looks pretty good. Xiao assessed the tent in front of him and then said, Ladies, first, you choose first. As he spoke, he extended his hand towards a few girls, looking quite gentlemanly. At least you're sensible, Tang Xiaohua said proudly, but before she could step forward, Huiyen coldly interjected, There are 9 of you, 1 tent. He pointed to the tent at the front marked with the number 001. Are you kidding me, uncle? Tang Xiaohua immediately became displeased. You want us 9 to sleep in 1 tent? Mixed genders? Even the military doesn't have such a rule, right? Huiyen stared into Tang Xiaohua's eyes for a moment, then said, If you can't accept such trivial matters, I suggest you leave now and voluntarily apply to exit the training class. You? Tang Xiaohua glared fiercely at Huiyen, just about to say something, but then she saw Jang Ani already walking into the tent. Witnessing this, Tang Xiaohua swallowed her words and followed her inside, muttering under her breath, So what if we stay together? It's not a big deal. Once inside the tent, the group found that the situation wasn't as bad as they had imagined. Although it was 1 tent, it was spacious enough, containing 3 bunk beds and 3 single beds. A piece of camouflage fabric separated the 3 single beds from the bunk beds, clearly indicating that the single beds were prepared for the 3 girls. Seeing this, Xiao couldn't help but click his tongue and shake his head. When did the military start treating people differently? Huiyen shot him a glance with his eternally cold eyes and said nothing more, only stating, Your training uniforms are on your respective beds. You have 10 minutes to change and gather outside. With that, he turned and left the tent without looking back. Watching Huiyen's departing figure, Tang Xiaohua pouted, then walked over to her bed to check the clothes and toiletries the military had prepared for them, complaining again, What is all this? Can I go back and get my own cosmetics? Cosmetics? Xiao scoffed, teasing, Just hope you don't get your period during this time. You're dead. Tang Xiaohua shot him a fierce glare. Meanwhile, Jang Ani had already found her clothes and pulled the curtain shut, preparing to change. Seeing this, Shinchen and the others also began to change into the combat uniforms provided by the military. 10 minutes later, all 9 of them had changed and gathered outside the tent. Huiyen looked at his watch and said, You're 12 seconds late. Upon hearing this, Jang Ani and Xin Ying's expressions turned somewhat unpleasant, while Tang Xiaohua nonchalantly replied, It's just over 10 seconds. Is that really late? Shut up. Huiyen interrupted Tang Xiaohua sharply, his piercing gaze fixed on her like a hawk. If this were a battlefield, even being 1 second late could cost you your life or the life of your comrades. Understood. Tang Xiaohua shrank her neck and muttered softly, Why be so fierce? Huiyen ignored her, his gaze sweeping over everyone before he spoke. 1 second late, 10 push-ups. Everyone, start. Ha! 120 push-ups? Xiao's face was filled with despair. Meanwhile, as he spoke, Jang Ani and Shining had already bent down to start doing push-ups. Seeing this, the others reluctantly followed suit. However, this posed a challenge for Shinchen. Given his physical condition, he couldn't manage even 20 push-ups, let alone 120. But when he saw Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua already starting, he gritted his teeth and bent down. A minute later, Jang Ani and Shining almost simultaneously stood up, reporting. In unison, report. 120 push-ups, completed. Huiyen nodded, then looked at the remaining few. When his gaze landed on Shinchen, he couldn't help but frown. As a grown man, Shinchen's speed in doing push-ups was even slower than that of the 2 girls. Tang Xiaohua and Lin Man, and his expression looked extremely pained, as if doing a few push-ups was taking his life. Huiyen stepped forward to stand over Shinchen, looking down at him coldly. You really are a flower in a greenhouse, don't you ever exercise? Upon hearing this, before Shinchen could respond, Xiao couldn't help but speak up, Instructor, the 3rd one. Shut up. Huayan interrupted him directly, then said sternly, I didn't ask you. But, Xiao wanted to say more, but Shinchen shook his head at him. Then he turned to Huayan and said, report, instructor. No. After saying that, he began to cough violently. Seeing this, Huayan frowned. From the first moment he saw Shinchen, he felt that the latter's complexion was sickly pale, looking very weak. Now, after doing just 10 push-ups, he started coughing, and his arms were trembling, looking completely genuine. Thinking of this, he glanced back at Jang Ani, who immediately averted her gaze, avoiding eye contact with Huayan. Seeing this, Huayan realized that she must know something but didn't want to tell him. Since the higher-ups didn't need him to know about this matter, he just needed to focus on his own duties. With that thought, he retracted his sympathetic gaze and said sternly, I don't care if you've exercised before, if you can't finish these 120 push-ups today, don't even think about getting up. Shinchen gritted his teeth but still said nothing, just enduring the discomfort in his body as he continued with the grueling push-ups. Jang Ani, witnessing this scene, also flashed a look of pity in her eyes, ultimately turning her head away to avoid watching him. Meanwhile, in the Lin family villa, Old Master Lin and Zhou Dao sat across from each other, with a tablet placed between them, displaying the training footage of Shinchen and the others. Zhou Dao looked at Shinchen, who was trembling all over yet still gritting his teeth to persist, and couldn't help but feel anxious. Old Lin, is this really going to work? Aren't you afraid that a healthy body won't be able to hold out? Sigh. Old Master Lin sighed and then said, since the Awakening Research Institute has said so, there must be a reason for it. Professor, he told me in person before that the ability of those without illness is already very close to the edge of a breakthrough. After that, he absorbed the illness of the Siau family's daughter-in-law. According to reason, he should have already broken through by now. The fact that he hasn't could very well be due to his poor physical condition. Therefore, his physical fitness must be improved, and with the operation of the Dao Ju, he should be able to break through in no time. But I'm afraid his body can't handle it, Zhou Dao said anxiously. Didn't Professor he say he has an 80% chance? Old Master Lin replied. But there's still a 20% chance he could die. Zhou Dao's tone grew increasingly urgent. Which successful person hasn't crawled and fought on the edge of death? Old Master Lin's expression turned serious as he looked at Zhou Dao. How many times did you escape death on the battlefield in the southern frontier? At these words, Zhou Dao was momentarily stunned. Indeed, even he, a colonel, had gone through countless life and death trials, and their expectations for Shinchen were far beyond just a mere colonel. Some things he would have to face sooner or later. Thinking of this, Zhou Dao turned his gaze back to the screen. At this moment, Chen Meng and Yi Qing had completed 120 push-ups. Although they weren't as fast as Jang Ani and Shining, it was clear they were quite relaxed, only slightly breathing heavily. Next was Zhao Xiaodao. The remaining few were struggling more than the last, with Tang Xiaohua cursing as she labored through her push-ups. I'm not angry, just treating it as a workout for the sake of my abs. At this time, Lin Nan was already sweating profusely, continuously taking deep breaths, looking significantly stronger than Tang Xiaohua and Shinchen. Without a doubt, the one struggling the most was Shinchen. His camouflage combat uniform was completely soaked with sweat, his arms trembled uncontrollably, and even his teeth were chattering. Another 10 minutes passed, and Lin Man slowly stood up, panting as she said, report. Huayan nodded, not saying much. His gaze remained fixed on Shinchen. He felt something was off about this young man. His body was far too weak, nothing like what a 20-something should be. Normally, even an ordinary person shouldn't be this frail. Moreover, the data showed he was an awakened, whose physical fitness should far exceed that of an ordinary person. 120 push-ups shouldn't be this difficult, even if he lacked regular exercise. Before he could figure out what was going on, Shinchen's arms finally gave out, and he collapsed heavily onto the ground. This scene startled Tang Xiaohua, making her shudder and nearly fall to the ground as well. Damn, instructor, he's exhausted. Shut up. Huayan shot her a cold glance, then reached out to stop Xiao and others who wanted to help Shinchen. I said, if you can't finish, don't get up. Huayan's voice was very stern, devoid of any emotional tone. This made Xiao and Xian Meng look at him with resentment. If they weren't in the military, Xiao might have acted out. I have some things to instruct you. Huayan first scanned the crowd, then fixed his gaze on Shinchen, saying lightly, you listen while you do, get up when you're done. Shinchen stubbornly lifted his head to look at him, then got back up again. In the coming week, you will undergo formal military training, which includes morning physical training, afternoon combat training, and evening Daoju cultivation. After saying this, he looked at everyone again and continued, additionally, after 7 days, the military will assign you a task. These tasks won't be too difficult, but if not handled carefully, there could be a risk of death. So what you need to do now is to improve your strength as much as possible. For Shinchen, he didn't hear a single word of Huayan's speech. He felt that after this excessive amount of exercise, his body was once again experiencing problems. After he absorbed Meng Ru's disease that day, he sensed something was off with his body. It felt as if the black hole inside him had been filled, and it seemed ready to burst at any moment. However, as he gradually regained control over the phasing of his arms, that feeling disappeared. But now, that sensation had returned, and it was even stronger. He felt that in the next second, the black hole would burst. At that moment, his bent arms could no longer straighten, cold sweat streamed down his forehead, and he felt he was truly on the brink of death. Am I really going to die? No, I've barely managed to survive. More than 30 diseases couldn't take my life, and now a mere 120 push-ups think they can kill me? Dream on. With that thought, Shinchen slowly straightened his bent arms. In the next second, he felt the black hole inside him burst like a balloon filled with air, with a loud bang. Immediately, an indescribable pain swept through his entire body. Even Shinchen, who had been tormented by illness for years, let out a heart-wrenching scream at that moment. Ah! As the scream faded, Shinchen felt that after the black hole exploded, countless tiny black particles emerged, freely roaming through his limbs and bones. The crowd was also drawn in by his scream. They only saw a faint layer of black mist appearing around Shinchen, vanishing in an instant. A few seconds later, those black particles seemed to have merged into Shinchen's flesh and blood, completely disappearing, and he distinctly felt that another black hole had reappeared inside him, this time much larger than the previous one. He then felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. Doing push-ups again felt as easy as lifting his hands. 30 seconds later, Shinchen finally stood up, looking at Huyen, who wore a shocked expression, and shouted, "Report!" Huyen said nothing, his eyes wide open, staring fixedly at Shinchen, disbelief written all over his face. This is level Wu? That's right, it's level Wu. Jian Yanqi also looked Shinchen up and down, her expression somewhat complex. How is this possible? Huyen still couldn't believe what he was seeing. Wait. Xiao stepped forward and asked, "What exactly is this level Wu you're talking about? Are you referring to the third one?" At that moment, not only Xiao but even Shinchen himself wore a puzzled expression. He only felt an endless supply of strength within him, with no other changes, and he had never heard of the term level Wu before. Hua Yen took a deep breath, adjusted his emotions, and slowly began to speak. "This question should have been explained to you by your class teacher, but since you're not yet in a position to understand it, they probably didn't tell you." At this point, he paused slightly before continuing. "However, since it has come up today, I will explain it to you on behalf of your teacher." Upon hearing his words, everyone became serious, as they felt they were about to truly understand what it meant to be an awakened. The abilities possessed by awakened individuals can be broken through, which you should already know. Huyen looked at everyone, and they nodded. Indeed, Tang Song had mentioned this to them. And every time an awakened breaks through, their strength is significantly enhanced, which includes improvements in physical fitness and the enhancement of their awakened abilities. After an awakened breaks through, we refer to it as level Wu. Then, if there is level Wu, does that mean there are also levels Jia, Yi, Bing, and Ding? Shinchen asked. Upon hearing this, Huyen cast an appreciative glance at him. At this moment, his view of Shinchen had shifted from previous disdain and dissatisfaction to a newfound admiration and respect. You're right. According to research from the International Awakening Organization, awakeners can break through a total of 5 times, corresponding to levels E, D, C, B, and A. Of course, internationally they are referred to as levels A, B, C, D, and E, while we in Siau country use the terms N. At this point, his gaze fell back on Shinchen, and with a complex expression, he continued, "And Shen has already broken through to level E." Just then, Huyen seemed to remember something and added seriously, "But I must remind you of one thing, unless absolutely necessary, do not attempt to break through on your own. It's best to find your teacher or leader when you sense a breakthrough coming, so they can help you." "Why?" Tang Xiaohua asked curiously. "Because during a breakthrough, the abilities you awaken will comprehensively transform your body in a short period, and that kind of pain is something most people cannot endure." After saying this, he looked deeply at Shinchen. He should have a profound understanding of that. At this moment, all eyes were on Shinchen. Chen forced a smile and then said, "I've been tormented by various ailments since childhood, so I'm used to all kinds of pain. However, the pain brought by this breakthrough is indeed unbearable." Shinchen recalled the suffocating pain he had just experienced and couldn't help but feel a bit of fear. By the way, Huyen seemed to suddenly remember something and said, "If someone breaks through to level E, it must be reported to the military. I will go report Shinchen's information now. You all wait for me here for a moment." As Huyen was about to leave, he was stopped by Jang Ani, who said earnestly, "Instructor Hua, Shinchen is not yet a member of the military. Even if it needs to be reported, it should be reported to his school, not the military." Huyen was slightly taken aback and felt a bit puzzled. Once an awakener breaks through to level E, their strength significantly increases, and those with powerful abilities, if they lose control, could pose unimaginable dangers to society. Therefore, the military had long issued a new law stating that any awakener who breaks through to level E must report to the local military at the first opportunity. As for whether a student's breakthrough should be reported to the school or the military, this was not clearly specified, and as of now, Shinchen should be the first student to break through to level E with no precedent to refer to. Huayan stared into Jang Anqi's eyes for a few seconds, then silently nodded, as if he understood something in that moment. Why was he assigned to be an instructor for a group of students? Why was Jang Anqi, a well-known troublemaker in the entire Hanzhou military, sent to school? And that Xining, although he didn't know him, he could tell from the other's demeanor that he was definitely someone from the military, at the very least someone who had undergone special training. All of this was likely because of that young man named Shinchen. Huayan slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, then looked at everyone and said, in that case, let the training continue. At this time, other teams also arrived at the military base, each led by their respective instructors to set up tents. Soon, everyone saw these students beginning to experience everything they had just gone through. First, there was dissatisfaction with the tents, then the dragging of feet in being late, and finally being forced by the instructors to do push-ups. Next to Shinchen's tent was Tent 002, which housed 9 students, one of whom was a familiar face to Shinchen, Fire Qin Hao. At this moment, Qin Hao was still limping, but he looked much better than before. With the Qin family's financial resources, it wouldn't be long before his leg would be completely healed. Seeing their weak appearances, even having to ask the instructor for tissues while doing push-ups because they were afraid of getting their hands dirty, and it was a few boys who spoke up. Xiao couldn't help but chuckle, then looked at Huayan, who was frowning in front of him, and said, Instructor Hua, compared to them, we're not doing too badly, right? Are you proud of yourself? Huayan's cold voice returned, and he said, Now everyone go back to the tent. There are weighted objects under each of your beds, go get them. Upon hearing this, everyone returned to the tent, and sure enough, there were many sandbags placed under their beds. They took the sandbags out and placed them at their feet, then stood with their hands behind their backs like Jiang Anqi and Xining, trying their best to keep their bodies straight. Huayan saw that. Except for Jiang Anqi and the other two, the rest of them were standing in an unstandard military posture, which made him both angry and amused. However, he didn't say much this time. After all, it was already quite good that they were willing to learn. But Huayan still spoke. With a cold face, now you have 3 minutes to secure the weighted objects. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly bent down to start fiddling with the sandbags. They didn't want to do push-ups anymore. 3 minutes later, everyone stood up, their arms and calves strapped with sandbags. The sandbags you are wearing weigh 10 kilograms each, Huayan said expressionlessly, then slowly continued. I need you to wear them for the next 7 days, even while eating and sleeping, you are not allowed to take them off. Do you understand? Hearing this, everyone was slightly taken aback. Not allowed to take them off while eating and sleeping? Not only did Shinchen and the others find it absurd, but even the instructor of Qin Hao and the others, who was not far away, cast a sympathetic glance at Shinchen's group. Under normal circumstances, the weight training for special forces in the military is around 13 kilograms, and in special situations, it can reach up to 45 kilograms. However, the weighted objects are usually supplies needed during combat, such as weapons or food, so they can be completely put down while eating and sleeping. Yet Huayan had specifically prepared sandbags for them and required them not to take them off for 7 days. That instructor shook his head. The living Yama was indeed the living Yama, treating a few students so harshly. He was glad he wasn't the one leading them. What's wrong? Huayan coldly looked at everyone and asked, Do you have any objections? No. Xiao quickly waved his hands and then muttered softly, Who would dare to have objections? This isn't a living Yama, this is purely a living father. Huayan ignored him, raised his wrist to check the time, and then said, Today is your first day of training, and lunch is approaching, so let's start with a 5-kilometer cross-country run. He then coldly reminded, You have 1 hour until lunch. If you can't make it back, then don't eat. After saying this, he looked at Jiang Anqi, You take them. Then it seemed he thought of something and pointed to the drone hovering above them, saying, It will monitor you the whole time, your little tricks from before won't work anymore. Am I that kind of person? Jiang Anqi rolled her eyes dramatically. Meanwhile, at the Lin family villa, old Master Lin smiled broadly, like a blooming chrysanthemum upon seeing Shinchen's breakthrough. See, what did I tell you? Young people need some pressure to grow. You still have great foresight. Zhou Dao also chimed in, hesitating for a few seconds before saying, But the military exercise in a month. Upon hearing this, the smile on old Master Lin's face instantly vanished. For nearly 2 years, the Hanzhou military had always been at the bottom during military exercises, and every time he sat down for tea with those old fellows, they would tease him about it. Lin Tianrong could afford to lose face, but the Hanzhou military could not continue to be humiliated. Seeing old Master Lin's expression darken, Zhou Dao sighed, if it weren't for the southern border war back then, our Hanzhou military wouldn't be in this situation. Alright, let's not bring up the past, we still have a month. Old Master Lin took a deep breath and looked at Shinchen and the others on the screen, murmuring, I just hope these young people from the training team can bring us some surprises. I say, beautiful Jiang, is this really climbing a mountain? Xiao said, leaning on his knees, panting heavily. They were currently in a forest outside the military district, an area sealed off by the military where ordinary people were prohibited from entering. Most of the time, it was used for training the military personnel. Pretty much, Jang Ani nodded and said, if you cross this forest, you will see the Hanzhou military's fierce tiger flag. As long as you reach there and come back, that's 5 kilometers. Oh my goodness. Tang Xiaohua quickly waved her hands, her face showing a look of despair, saying, you guys go ahead, I can't run anymore. I need to rest for a bit. With that, she plopped down on a fallen tree, gasping for breath. No way, Jang Ani shook her head, speaking calmly, if we go back late, we might just miss lunch, but if we leave you behind, I guarantee it will be disastrous for all of us. What do you mean? Tang Xiaohua asked, somewhat confused. Literally, Jang Ani replied flatly, from the moment we were assigned to the same team, we became one unit. In the military, abandoning a comrade is a grave taboo. Forget it, Tang Xiaohua waved her hand, scoffing, who's your comrade? After 7 days, we'll part ways. I didn't even plan to join the military. You don't plan to join the military? Jang Ani frowned slightly. Yeah, why should I join the military? Tang Xiaohua retorted, look at me, I'm so beautiful, and I have a great figure. Plus, you don't know I have a special talent for performing. With my identity as an awakened, I might even become a top-tier female star in the future. As she spoke, she curled her lip, disdainfully saying, why would I want to join the military and suffer like this? Jang Ani fell silent for a few seconds, momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, not everyone was like her, with no other choice. Among those present, not only Tang Xiaohua but also Siau had many options. Even if they did nothing, they could live comfortably for the rest of their lives. At that moment, Shinchen, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. No matter what you do in the future, right now you are a member of our team, so please don't hold everyone back. No, Tang Xiaohua immediately became displeased upon hearing this. What do you mean I'm holding you back? I just can't run anymore. Is that a problem? I want to rest. Is that a problem? If you can't run, that's fine, Shinchen nodded and said, if you can't run, then walk. We'll walk with you. If you can't walk either, the guys will take turns carrying you. You think that sounds nice, but who would want you to carry me? Tang Xiaohua said with a look of disdain. Hearing this, Shinchen's gaze sharpened slightly, then he said calmly, Tang Xiaohua, we are your comrades, not your parents. What do you mean? Tang Xiaohua frowned and looked at Shinchen. It means no one here will pamper you, Shinchen replied coldly. According to Instructor Hua, there's practical training in the afternoon. If you don't eat lunch, no one can handle it. At this point, Shinchen paused, then looked her up and down, saying, also, aside from Xiao, no one here will be interested in you, so don't take yourself too seriously. That's not, Xiao said, looking speechless. How could he be caught in the crossfire when he hadn't done anything? I'm not interested in her either, okay? Who knows what she looks like without her makeup? You guys. Tang Xiaohua looked aggrieved. Alright, enough nonsense. Are you going to run by yourself, or do you want us to carry you? Shinchen interrupted her directly. I can run by myself. Tang Xiaohua glared fiercely at Shinchen, then abruptly vanished from where she stood, much to everyone's surprise. In the next moment, she appeared 10 meters away. Flash. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but smile wryly and shake their heads. The military arranged for them to undergo physical training to improve their physical fitness, but Tang Xiaohua using her awakened ability to travel didn't achieve that goal at all. Not only that, but using her awakened ability was also very energy-consuming, and frequent use would put a significant strain on her body. Even someone as strong as Yi Qin couldn't bear it, let alone Tang Xiaohua. However, even so, no one said much. As long as she could keep up, they didn't care what method she used. Thus, every few steps Tang Xiaohua took, she would activate her flash ability, and finally, after they had traveled over 100 meters, a wave of intense dizziness suddenly surged to her head. In the next moment, she collapsed straight to the ground. Among those present, aside from Lin Man, who appeared quite anxious, everyone else looked on expressionlessly, and all eyes fell on Shinchen, as if waiting for him to decide what to do. Shinchen pondered for a few seconds, then slowly said, let's take turns carrying her. We can't just leave her here alone. Upon hearing his words, Xian Meng stepped forward. He wanted to pick up Tang Xiaohua but didn't know where to start, so he awkwardly scratched his head and looked back at Shinchen. Don't worry about that. Before Shinchen could speak, Jang Ani interjected, on the battlefield, there are only comrades and enemies, not men and women. Xian Meng was taken aback for a moment, then still looked at Shinchen with a questioning gaze. In his life, aside from his parents, he only trusted 2 people, Xiao and Shinchen. Shinchen nodded, then bent down and grabbed the back of Tang Xiaohua's collar, lifting her up entirely. Seeing this, Xian Meng was slightly stunned, then bent down and turned his back to Shinchen. Shinchen unceremoniously tossed her onto Xian Meng's back and said, let's keep moving. Without Tang Xiaohua dragging them down, the group's pace noticeably quickened. During the journey, Lin Man struggled a few times, but she refused the kind offers from Shinchen and the others, insisting on running the entire distance by herself. Unlike Tang Xiaohua, Lin Man didn't come from a wealthy family. She even earned her college tuition by working part-time, to the point where she didn't dare go to the hospital when she fell ill. Logically, with her awakened mind-reading ability, she should have been a target for various factions to recruit. However, because her former class teacher, Su Changsheng, feared that she might peek into his dirty thoughts, he rejected Lin Man's entry into the class and denied the fact that she had awakened. This led Lin Man to believe for a time that her awakened ability was unrecognized and despised by others. The Dao class is now fully recruiting, and Su Changsheng has also been removed from her position as the class leader. She finally has another chance to join the Dao class, and this time she must do everything she can to stay, hoping even more to remain in the military. An hour and a half later, everyone finally dragged their weary bodies back to the military base. During this time, Tang Xiaohua also woke up just as Shinchen was carrying her on his back. After she scolded Shen for being a rogue, he roughly dropped her on the ground. However, to everyone's surprise, after being thrown down, she first rubbed her sore bottom with a pitiful expression, and then surprisingly behaved very well, not asking anyone to carry her again, and stubbornly persevered until the end. As the figures of the group slowly appeared, Huiyan looked down at his wrist to check the time, his expression dark as water. Seeing his face, everyone knew that their speed had far from met the other party's expectations. It wasn't until the 9 of them stood in line that Huiyan slowly spoke, his voice as cold as ever, but his tone was calm. Do you know how long it takes for a normal military member to complete a 5-kilometer weighted run? Seeing everyone bow their heads in silence, Huiyan turned to Jang Ani. You speak? The excellent time for a 5-kilometer weighted run is about 19 minutes, but the weight should be the basic equivalent of 13 kilograms. In special circumstances, there is no specific time, but it generally won't exceed half an hour, Jang Ani replied seriously. To be precise, it's 27 minutes. Huiyan frowned slightly and then asked, and how much time did you all take? This time, Jang Ani didn't speak. Instead, it was Shining who chimed in, 112 minutes. Hearing this, even Huiyan was momentarily taken aback because the time from when they left the military base to when they stepped through the military gate was exactly 112 minutes, not a second off. What the hell, is that true? Xiao looked at Shining with suspicion. You're not just making that up, are you? Shining didn't answer Xiao, just looked up at Huiyan. Huiyan nodded slightly and then said, that's right, it really is 112 minutes. This is the worst performance I've ever seen. Actually, I'm quite curious about how you managed to do that, Huiyan said with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Did you know you wouldn't get lunch, so you decided to hunt some game on the mountain and roast it? Old yin-yang man, Tang Xiaohua muttered under her breath. Huiyan shot her a cold glance, but seeing her drenched in sweat, he ultimately didn't hold it against her and coldly said, all of you get back to the tent. Gather at the training ground in an hour. After saying this, he turned and left without looking back. Wait, Xiao shouted at Huiyan's back, are we really not getting any food? I didn't eat breakfast. Alright, stop shouting, Shinchen said with a helpless smile, not being punished is already good enough. Saying this, he was the first to return to the tent. As soon as he entered, he froze, because each of their beds had a meal box placed on it, each wrapped in a plastic bag. From the steam on the plastic bags, it seemed the food was still warm. Wow, Tang Xiaohua exclaimed as she walked into the tent, I didn't expect this uncle to be a cold exterior but warm-hearted person. At least he has a bit of conscience, Xiao muttered. An hour later, at the training ground. To avoid doing push-ups, Shinchen and the others had already arrived at the training ground early, but when they got there, Huiyan was already standing there waiting for them. Aside from Huiyan, there were dozens of instructors standing like javelins, but at this moment, there were only a few scattered students on the training ground, the rest had yet to arrive. After Shinchen and the others arrived, they stood in front of Huiyan in order. Upon seeing this, Instructor 002 spoke with envy. Instructor Hua, the group of students you have is much stronger than the ones I lead. Them? Huiyan coldly glanced at Shinchen and the others, then said, they are the worst soldiers I've ever trained. Although he said this, Shinchen and the others could clearly sense a barely noticeable pride on his face. Just a group of students, they're only here for some training, the instructor chuckled, then looked at Huiyan and said, Instructor Hua, you're just too serious. Hearing this, Huiyan's expression changed, and he said sternly, once you step through the military gate, you are a soldier. As a soldier, you must undergo strict training. How can you take it lightly? Alright. The instructor quickly waved his hand and said with a smile, I won't argue with you. In a bit, our two teams will have a practical training session to see whether your strictly trained soldiers are better, or my casually trained ones. Then let's wait and see, Huiyan replied coldly, turning his head away and no longer looking at the other man. Instructor Hua, don't worry, we guarantee to knock their teeth out. Tang Xiaohua said, waving her fist. When I haven't asked you to speak, don't speak. Huiyan glared at her. About 5 or 6 minutes later, the members of the other team gradually arrived, all looking as if they hadn't woken up, appearing exceptionally lazy. Seeing that the members of each team had gathered, Huiyan spoke again. For the practical training, you will be conducting combat training against Team 002. This will be divided into individual combat and team combat modes. During this time, I will not assign you any tactics. You can choose a captain from your squad to devise the tactics. At this point, he paused and then said, I have only one requirement. Of you, win. Do you understand? Understood, everyone replied in unison. Meanwhile, in Team 002, Jinhao smirked slightly, looking at Shinchen and the others, and said with a smile, practical combat isn't about who shouts the loudest. I see you're not feeling pain in your legs anymore, huh? Xiao glanced at the other's legs and said, don't worry, today I'll let you relive that feeling. Humph. We'll see about that. Jinhao snorted coldly. Oh. Xiao smiled and said, little guy, you're quite fierce. Just wait and see if I don't knock your bottle out. You. In terms of verbal sparring, even 10 Jinhaos combined wouldn't be a match for Xiao, and in the end, he could only glare fiercely at Xiao. All right. At this moment, Huiyen directly interrupted Xiao and said with a serious expression, the individual combat will consist of 4 matches, each. Victory earns 1 point, and winning in team combat earns 3 points. As he spoke, his gaze swept over everyone, then he said, next, you have 10 minutes to devise your tactics. During this time, neither I nor the opposing instructor will participate. How are we going to fight? Tang Xiaohua said somewhat uncertainly, just to be clear, even though I've awakened, I really can't fight. After thinking for a moment, she added, but I can. Curse. At this point, her voice had become as soft as a mosquito's buzz, perhaps because she felt that cursing didn't seem effective in the current situation. Didn't instructor Hua say we should choose a captain to devise the tactics? At this moment, Shening, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Hearing his words, Tang Xiaohua quickly chimed in, yes, let's choose a captain, let the captain make the arrangements. Shening ignored Tang Xiaohua and turned to look at Shinchen, saying, Shinchen is the only level 5 among us, so I suggest he take on the role of captain. Xin Ying's purpose for coming this time was to assist Shinchen. Before he left, old Master Lin had told him that once he stepped through this door, he would no longer be a soldier of the military or a personal guard of the Lin family, but a death warrior solely belonging to Shinchen. Jiang Anqi glanced at Shening, thinking to herself, does he not even want to act? However, she straightforwardly said, I agree. The 3 of us definitely support the third one, Xiao said with a smile, while Qianmeng and Zhao Xiaodao beside him remained silent, nodding continuously. I also agree with Brother Bing as captain, Yiqing said. At this point, only Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua had not expressed their opinions in the group of 9. Lin Man, who usually had no opinions, nodded at this scene, I agree too. Is this a pleasant decision? Don't we need to discuss it? Tang Xiaohua felt a bit confused. The minority obeys the majority, your opinion doesn't matter anymore. Xiao waved his hand impatiently, then looked at Shinchen and said, third one, quickly arrange the tactics, we don't have much time. Okay. Shinchen did not refuse, this team was specially tailored for him by old Master Lin, and the captain had already been predetermined before the team was formed, so it could only be him. Shinchen first glanced in the direction of Jinhao's team, which also had 9 members, 7 males and 2 females. The 2 girls looked delicate and weak, not seeming like they could participate in individual battles. As for the 7 boys, aside from Jinhao, there was a scholarly-looking boy wearing glasses, while the others appeared quite robust, leaving Shinchen momentarily unsure of their capabilities. After pondering for a few seconds, Shinchen spoke, in our team, Tang Xiaohua, Lin Man, and Xiaodao have almost no combat power, and the 2 girls on the opposing side also seem to lack combat ability, so our strengths in team battles should be evenly matched. To ensure we win this competition, we must maintain a perfect record in individual battles. The first match is crucial for morale. I believe the opponents we face will not be weak, and we must secure a victory. As he spoke, Shinchen's gaze fell on Yiqing and Shening. Yiqing's abilities go without saying. His strong physical fitness combined with combat instincts means there are not many peers who can match him. As for Xin Ying's strength, Shinchen was not clear, but old Master Lin had mentioned that his initial goal was to create a body capable of suppressing awakened ones, so Xin Ying's strength was likely on par with Yiqing. I'll take this one, Shening stepped forward and said earnestly. Are you confident? Shinchen asked. Shen. Ying simply nodded, saying nothing more, but the confidence in his eyes gave a reassuring feeling. Good. Shinchen also did not say much and continued. Then for the second match, Zhenmang will go, and for the third match, Yi Cheng. No problem, the 2 answered in unison. As for the last match, Shinchen's gaze landed on Jiang Anqi. Feeling Shinchen's gaze, Jiang Anqi was slightly taken aback, then quickly said, why are you looking at me? I'm a marksman and don't have any equipment. If you give me a gun, I could take them all down. Shinchen was somewhat speechless. In Shinchen's impression, Jiang Anqi's strength should be quite formidable. Even if she wasn't a match for Shening and Yiqing in a one-on-one, she should at least be able to hold her own against Qianmeng. However, he didn't expect that after losing her gun, she had almost no combat ability at all. Thinking of this, Shinchen couldn't help but feel troubled, his gaze wandering back and forth among the remaining few. Sensing Shinchen's gaze, Lin Man became a bit flustered and said with a lack of confidence, then, I should be considered support, right? I'm the healer. Tang Xiaohua puffed out her chest. Everyone fell silent. At that moment, Shening suddenly spoke up. Did you forget about yourself? Myself? Shinchen was slightly taken aback. That's right, you are the only level Wu among us and the only level Wu in this batch of Dao class students. You should be able to secure a point easily when you step onto the field. Clearly, Shinchen hadn't realized that he had already reached level Wu until it was pointed out. The diseases still accompanied him, making him appear weak and his complexion as pale as ever. I don't have much combat experience, Shinchen said. You don't need experience. With your current strength, even if you swing your fists randomly, not many can withstand it, Shining said calmly. All right. Shinchen looked down at his fists and then said, then I'll take the last match. The group then briefly discussed the tactics for the team battle. Just as they finished their discussion, Huiyen reminded them that time was up. Immediately after, Huiyen and another instructor from Team 002 led them to a spacious training ground, which was usually used by the military for combat training. There were also several referees present to record the results of the matches. One of the referees saw Huiyen and the other instructor approaching and greeted them with a smile. Instructor Hua, Instructor Wang, are your two teams conducting practical training? That's right, Instructor Wang replied with a half-smile. Instructor Hua said I was slacking off with my troops and needed to be taught a lesson. Huiyen shot a cold glance at the other party, saying nothing, and simply looked at the referee. Let's begin. The referee nodded with a smile and then addressed the two teams. Captains from both sides, step forward and submit your battle lists. Upon hearing this, Xinhao and Shinchen stepped forward simultaneously and handed their battle lists to the referee. Shinchen, this is the military. Your and Xiao's backgrounds are worthless here, only strength matters. Xinhao leaned closer to Shinchen and whispered. Shinchen looked at him as if he were an idiot and then said, wait until I knock your bottle away and you'll behave. You. Having failed again in their verbal sparring, Xinhao could only glare at Shinchen fiercely before returning to his team. The referee, having received the lists, glanced at both sides' battle lists and then announced loudly, the first individual match, Team 001 Shining vs Team 002's Zhao Li. After saying this, he stepped back, leaving the field to the two. Zhao Li was a rugged-looking boy who didn't seem like a student at all. He was about the same height as Shining, both just over 1.8 meters, but in terms of weight, they were not in the same league. He was a full circle thicker than Shining, and his body showed no excess fat. It was clear that he was filled with explosive power. Seeing Shining step forward, Instructor Wang couldn't help but smile and said to Huiyen, Instructor Hua, let's secure a good start with this first match. Is that so? Huiyen scoffed. You might not know, but this Zhao Li is an awakened, and he has the brute force ability, which is one of the strongest in the early stages of awakening, Instructor Wang said proudly in a low voice. Hearing this, Huiyen couldn't help but frown. Although brute strength was a relatively common awakened ability, rated as a D-level talent by the Awakening Research Institute, there were hardly any awakened abilities that could rival it without a breakthrough. After all, their power far exceeded the limits of ordinary people. Even a world-class boxing champion would be no match for an awakened brute strength user. There had been news reports of a middle-aged man who, after getting into an argument with a bus driver, awakened brute strength in a fit of rage and subsequently overturned the bus with his bare hands. Such power would be difficult for Shining to handle, even with special training, as it was simply not a battle of the same level. Just as Huiyen was pondering this, the two stood facing each other, ready to fight at any moment. Zhao Li looked Shining up and down, then grinned. Kid, you might as well give up. With your small frame, I'm afraid I could kill you with a single punch. Shining ignored him and turned to the referee beside him, asking, can we start? It already started when I announced the combatants, the referee said, smiling with interest at Shinying's calm demeanor. To remain so composed in front of an awakened brute strength user, it seemed this Shining was not simple. Just as the referee finished speaking, Shining moved. He made no unnecessary motions, just a simple straight punch, but it was incredibly fast, so fast that even Huiyen and Instructor Wang, standing nearby, had their pupils constrict in shock as they could barely catch the trajectory of the strike. Bang! A dull sound echoed. Zhao Li felt a sharp pain in his neck, then his brain suddenly felt heavy, and he collapsed straight down. Seeing this, Instructor Wang immediately stepped forward to check Zhao Li's neck. A heavy blow to the neck nerves and blood vessels caused insufficient blood supply to the brain. Just a fainting spell, he won't die, Shining said flatly. Instructor Wang looked deeply at Shining, then had someone take Zhao Li to the medical department. Shinying's strike was quick, precise, and ruthless, and while he could do that to face Zhao Li, an awakened brute strength user, and manage to knock him out without endangering his life was no simple feat. Awesome, little shadow. Xiao gave Shining a thumbs up. Hearing this nickname, Shinying's mouth twitched slightly. If you can't come up with a good nickname, then don't try. Meanwhile, Chen Meng looked at Shining with an incredibly serious expression. If that punch had been aimed at him, he wouldn't have been able to dodge it either. After this battle, everyone's gaze toward Shining changed. This young man, who had always kept a cold face and rarely spoke, turned out to be so formidable. His opponent was an awakened brute strength user, and he hadn't even had a chance to strike back before being taken down. As Shining passed by Yi Qing suddenly spoke, "You're strong." Shining was taken aback for a moment, then replied calmly, "It's just brute strength, not hardening." You could do it too. To this, Yi Qing did not retort. He could do it, but he definitely couldn't do it as cleanly and decisively. He would have to rely on his combat instincts to maneuver with the opponent for a moment before finding an opportunity to strike. After this battle, Xin Hao's expression began to darken significantly. The referee's voice rang out again. Second match of the individual battles, Team 001's Chen Meng versus Team 002's Jiang Wan. This time, the opponent's combatant was unexpectedly one of the two seemingly frail girls from the opposing team. Xin Hao first whispered a few words to the girl, then raised his head to look at Shinchen, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Third brother, this. Qian Meng scratched his head, a look of difficulty on his face. Why is it a woman? Shinchen frowned, then looked at Qian Meng and said, did you forget what Jiang Anqi said? On the battlefield, there are only comrades and enemies, no men and women. Alright, I got it. Qian Meng replied in a deep voice, then walked over to the girl. Seeing Qian Meng approach her, the girl named Jiang Wan smiled and said, hey there, little brother, be gentle when you strike later. This really won't do. Qian Meng awkwardly scratched his head and said, big sister, why don't you just admit defeat? Second brother, stop dragging it out. This girl is not someone you can handle. Finish it quickly. Xiao quickly reminded from the side. Xiao could be said to have seen countless women. Just by glancing at Jiang Wan a few times, he knew this woman was not simple, and she looked quite strange because her hands were hidden in her sleeves. Got it, boss Xie. After hearing Xiao's words, Qian Meng's expression also became serious. Big sister, I'm sorry. With that, Qian Meng suddenly threw a punch at her, aiming straight for her face. Seeing this powerful strike, Jiang Wan's face also showed a serious expression, and she quickly dodged the punch. The next second, she made an unexpected move. She forcefully tossed her head, and her long hair, which reached her waist, whipped towards Qian Meng. Seeing this, Qian Meng frowned and instinctively raised his hand to block, and then everyone saw a spray of blood mist erupt from Qian Meng's arm. His sleeves were completely torn, and his sturdy arm looked as if it had been slashed by countless sharp blades, blood and flesh a mess. Qian Meng let out a muffled groan, instinctively covering his arm, and at that moment, Jiang Wan had already taken the opportunity to come to Qian Meng's side, her hand that had been hidden in her sleeve finally revealing itself. Her fingers were slender and white, looking like they were well maintained. However, her next move made it impossible to admire her delicate fingers. She suddenly clawed at Qian Meng's shoulder with her 5 fingers like hooks. Immediately, blood splattered out. Qian Meng's solid muscles felt as soft as tofu in front of her fingers, instantly leaving 4 deep, invisible blood marks. Before Qian Meng could react to the intense pain, her fingers had already clamped around his neck. Stop! Hua Yan and Shinchen shouted almost simultaneously. Jiang Wan turned to look at the two, smiling brightly. Don't be so excited, I'm not going to kill him. Saying this, she slowly moved her hand away from Qian Meng's throat, but although she claimed she wouldn't kill him, several blood marks had already appeared on Qian Meng's neck. Jiang Wan turned to the referee beside her and asked, I should have won, right? The referee's expression was somewhat unpleasant, but he still nodded. In the military, many were injured during practical training between squads, but it had never happened that someone like Jiang Wan was so ruthless. After all, they were all comrades, and there was no need to fight to the death. Shinchen, Xiao, and Zhao Xiaodao quickly stepped forward to check Qian Meng's injuries, but when they saw Qian Meng's wounds, a raging anger ignited in their eyes. At this moment, one of Qian Meng's arms looked as if it had been sliced hundreds of times with a very fine knife, the flesh on his arm a blurry mess like dumpling filling. And on his shoulder, Jiang Wan had brutally carved out 4 deep, invisible blood marks with her fingers. It was important to note that this was not done with fingernails but with her fingers. Even if her fingers were delicate, they were still fingers, which led to large chunks of flesh disappearing from Qian Meng's shoulder, leaving only 4 deep blood grooves. No, to be precise, they weren't blood grooves but blood channels. Shinchen quickly took off his coat and wrapped it around Qian Meng's shoulder, barely managing to stop the bleeding. Qian Meng smiled weakly, his face pale. Thanks, boss, old 3, I've embarrassed myself. Don't say that. Shinchen shook his head, then turned to Zhao Xiaodao beside him and said, you take old 2 to the medical department, we'll handle things here. Damn woman, Xiao pointed angrily at Jiang Wan not far away, cursing fiercely. But Shinchen reached out to grab Xiao, shaking his head. Don't worry, there will be a team battle later. Shinchen's tone was calm, but a hint of barely perceptible coldness flashed in his eyes. Ever since his parents passed away unexpectedly, Shinchen had almost no relatives or friends left until he entered university and met Xiao and the others. He finally experienced the feeling of friendship again. For someone who had hovered on the edge of death for nearly a decade, almost nothing could be considered a big deal, but this matter at hand was significant. For him, fists and kicks have no eyes, getting hurt is inevitable. Xin Hao smirked, then said, Xiao isn't going to run home to find his parents again, is he? At this point, he sneered and continued, but this time, it seems useless to find your parents. This is the military. This time, Xiao didn't retort with Xin Hao but returned to their team's position with Shinchen. Cut Jade. Seeing Shinchen return, Jiang Anqi suddenly uttered 2 words. What? Shinchen didn't react at first. I said that girl named Zhang Wan has the awakened ability cut Jade. Jang Ani glanced at Zhang Wan, who was laughing and chatting with Qin Hao, and explained. Cut Jade allows her to make every part of her body as sharp as a knife, including the hair and fingers she just used. Cut Jade. Shinchen repeated. He had heard this term before, originating from Lizi, Tangwen, used to describe the sharpness of swords. And indeed, Zhang Wan's hair and fingers were as sharp as blades, if not sharper. During the upcoming team battle, they had to be extremely cautious because, in practical training, no one was allowed to use weapons while she essentially carried countless blades with her. Damn! Xiao, who had been serious, suddenly cursed after hearing Jang Ani's words. What are you going crazy about? Tang Xiaohua, beside him, was clearly startled. That woman must be single, Xiao said seriously. Why? Tang Xiaohua asked curiously. Think about it, her hair can be as sharp as a knife, so, Xiao said while looking at Tang Xiaohua, his gaze gradually moving downward. Where are you looking, you pervert? Tang Xiaohua shot him a fierce glare. Xiao, however, was unfazed and continued. Whoever sleeps with her, isn't that like sleeping with a ceiling fan? Do you think she can find a boyfriend? Jang Ani paused for a few seconds, then said uncertainly, she should be able to control a certain part to enter the cut jade state through her thoughts. So that's how it is. Xiao nodded thoughtfully, then said, but that's still not okay, the risk is too great, it's not worth it. Who knows if her ability will go out of control when she gets emotional? No, you pervert. Shouldn't we be discussing how to deal with her during the team battle right now? Tang Xiaohua looked at Xiao with disdain. That's true. Xiao awkwardly scratched his head, then shrugged and said, you all discuss it. I have no way, but I will definitely take revenge for the second one. Once we're out of the military, I have plenty of ways to kill her. Are you really going to find her parents? Tang Xiaohua asked curiously. Otherwise, am I supposed to fight her one-on-one? Xiao retorted, what era is this? Who still fights one-on-one? I can just throw money at her until she's dead. As soon as she heard about throwing money, Jang Ani's eyes lit up instantly, and she lowered her voice, saying, Sandan Lu Wai Lu, I guarantee a one-shot kill. As long as you can kill her, you can eat at Lu Wai Lu 3 times a day in the future, just put it on my tab. Xiao said nonchalantly, money was just a number to him. Hearing their conversation, Tang Xiaohua and Lin Man both shivered. They felt like their little team was a bit dangerous. A life is worth 3 meals? Alright, this is the military after all. Discussing murder here is not very appropriate, Shinchen interrupted their conversation. This made Tang Xiaohua and Lin Man breathe a sigh of relief. At least their newly appointed captain seemed relatively rational. However, before they could catch their breath, Shinchen continued, and she still has 7 days before leaving the military. That's too long. We should aim to take revenge during the team battle later. At this moment, the referee's voice rang out again. Individual battle, third match, Team 001 Ziqing versus Team 002 Xiao. After the previous battle, sparks had already flown between the two teams. It was no longer just a simple spar, but both sides were thinking of inflicting the maximum damage allowed within the rules. Yiqing's solo combat ability was top-notch in Shinchen's team, while the boy named Huayu was not an awakened, he just had better physical fitness. Facing Yiqing, his chances of winning were nearly zero. However, it would be too embarrassing to admit defeat at this point, so Huayu could only brace himself and step forward. Having learned from Chen Meng's previous experience, Yiqing didn't waste a single word and charged straight at his opponent, throwing a swinging punch aimed at Huayu's temple. Huayu had some skills himself and quickly raised his arms to block the punch, but with just a single collision, he felt as if his arm had instantly lost all sensation. The intense pain made his mouth twitch uncontrollably. Before he could react, Yiqing's other fist was already coming for his abdomen. This time, Huayu took the punch head-on. He had heard of Yiqing's reputation before awakening. He was the head of the college's sparring department and even won the runner-up in the provincial college competition. But only after experiencing it firsthand did he truly understand how heavy Yiqing's punches were. With that punch, Huayu's entire body bent like a bow, and he felt a tumult in his stomach. He wanted to concede, but when he opened his mouth, he only spat out a mouthful of bile. Immediately after, Yiqing wrapped his arms around Huayu's head and then drove his knee upward with force. Crack, accompanied by a crisp sound of bones breaking. Huayu's large body was sent flying 2 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground, and he passed out. This series of actions seemed slow when described, but in reality, it took less than 3 seconds. The clean and decisive moves even made someone as strict as Huiyen nod slightly in satisfaction. On the side, Qin Hao looked at this scene with some disdain, as this was already the best outcome. Trading Huayu free. Qing's opportunity to strike meant that the opponent would have no one to counter his blazing fire. In the next match, they would surely win. Thinking of this, his gaze fell on Jang Ani. Tang Xiaohua, like him, was a former student of the Dao class, and he was well aware of her ability, which was blink. If paired with someone like Yiqing or Qian Meng, her ability could be considered a divine skill. However, Tang Xiaohua was just a frail girl with no strength to speak of, using blink. To get close was not a sneak attack but rather a way to deliver herself to death. As for Lin Man, who had once admitted that her ability was mind reading, that was even more of a completely useless awakening, one he had already disregarded. Among The remaining people, only Jang Ani made him feel a hint of threat. After all, the unreasonable shot she fired at the hospital entrance had not only intimidated Su Changsheng but also sent chills down Qinhao's spine. He didn't know why a military member would appear here, but since she was present, it meant her ability wasn't strong enough to not require training. Thus, he was confident he could defeat her. After all, he was Blazing Fire. Ever since awakening Blazing Fire, Qinhao felt like the protagonist of this era. As in many novels, the protagonist either controlled flames or wielded lightning. To him, lightning had already surpassed the realm of awakened abilities. It was not awakening but rather celestial magic. In this light, flames were the most powerful awakened ability, and as the possessor of Blazing Fire, he was destined to become the strongest being of this era. As for being defeated by Yi Qing and having his leg broken by Xiao before, those were merely setbacks that the protagonist had to endure in the early stages. A spoiled second generation like Xiao was the best sharpening stone for the protagonist. The oppression in the early stages was meant for the excitement in the later stages, which, in literature, is called suppressing before uplifting. Today was the time for him to slap the villain in the face, the moment of pure exhilaration. Not only that, but after achieving this victory, he would also look for opportunities to eliminate Xiao and Shinchen, and then, through careful planning, take down the massive Xia family. As for the others, he could consider using them for his own purposes, but Xiao and Shinchen had to die. If he didn't kill them, he would become a saint. In others' eyes, which was unacceptable, the protagonist must be decisive in killing. Thinking of this, Qinhao's face flushed slightly. He was already a bit impatient. Before the referee could speak, he had already walked up. However, the matchup announced by the referee left him momentarily stunned. Individual match, round 4, Team 001 Shinchen vs Team 002's Qinhao. Hearing the referee announce the matchup, Qinhao was clearly taken aback. Shinchen? He was actually going to fight. That sickly Shinchen? Did he even deserve it? Just as he was in shock, Shinchen had already stepped out from the team and was looking at him with a cold gaze. Qinhao, come up, Shinchen said flatly. Ha ha ha. Qinhao couldn't help but laugh out loud, thinking, is this my protagonist Halo? Clearly, the two of them shouldn't have crossed paths. He had previously speculated that the opponent might be Qian Meng or Jiang Anchi as the final combatant, but he never expected the final opponent to be the sickly Shinchen. Although this guy had awakened some kind of luck, he clearly still looked sickly. Even if he had awakened, it wouldn't be a particularly powerful ability. So he stepped forward, smiling at Shinchen. Shinchen, your luck isn't too good. Just as he finished speaking, before he could say a second word, Shinchen had already rushed in front of him and swung his fist at him. Shinchen didn't know much about the 5th level. He only felt an explosive power coursing through his body, but due to various illnesses, he felt very weak. For a moment, he didn't know what his situation was, so he could only go all out with a single strike. Qinhao never expected that Shinchen would act without saying a word, which was completely against reason. Although Yi Qing and Shining had also acted without unnecessary chatter before, they were side characters while he was the protagonist. How could he not give himself a chance to shine in front of his own people? However, Shinchen and his fist were oblivious to what the other was thinking. Before Qinhao could react, Shinchen's fist had already landed on his face. Bang! Qinhao felt as if he had been hit by a speeding truck. He felt his whole body lift off the ground, and Shinchen's figure grew further away in his eyes until everything went black and he lost consciousness completely. Shinchen's punch had sent Qinhao flying 5 meters away. If he hadn't crashed into his teammate at the end, he would have flown several more meters. Seeing this scene, the members of Qinhao's team were all shocked, as no one expected that the seemingly sickly young man possessed such immense strength. Is this brute force? Jiang Wan turned to the young man, with glasses standing beside her, and asked. It should be. I really don't know what other awakened abilities could possess such powerful strength, especially pure physical strength. The young man with glasses furrowed his brows into a frown. Your team actually has a brute force user? Instructor Wang turned to Huiyan, his gaze filled with confusion. Generally speaking, those who awaken brute force are tall and strong individuals, but Shinchen clearly did not fit this characteristic. Am I obligated to tell you? Huiyan replied nonchalantly. In fact, it wasn't that Huiyan didn't want to tell him, but he himself didn't know what awakened abilities the students he brought had. The information only indicated whether the opponent was an awakened one but did not specify their abilities. So far, the Awakening Research Institute of Siau country had announced a total of 132 types of awakened abilities, and he had some understanding of most of them. He believed that once Shinchen truly activated his ability, he would be able to observe which type it was. At this moment, with Qinhao unconscious, 2 members of Team 002 had already lost their combat capability. Reluctantly, the referee had to announce a half-hour delay for the team battle to start. This also gave everyone enough time to discuss tactics. Half an hour later, Qinhao and Zhao Li returned together. Zhao Li seemed to be in decent condition, though his face looked a bit pale. However, Qinhao's situation was somewhat exaggerated. His entire face was wrapped in bandages, with only his eyes visible, making him look somewhat comical. Yet even with only his eyes exposed, Shinchen and the others could still see his cold and hateful gaze. The referee looked at the members of both teams and tentatively asked, "Are you sure you don't need to rest for a bit?" At this point, Shen Meng's arms and shoulders had been bandaged, but blood was still seeping through, staining the bandages a deep red. Xin Hao's condition looked even worse. In his view, the team battle could easily be postponed until tomorrow. No need, Xin Hao said fiercely. The young man with glasses standing behind him wanted to say something, but seeing Xin Hao's resolute attitude, he could only exchange a glance with Zhang Wan, filled with helplessness and a hint of dissatisfaction towards Xin Hao. Meanwhile, Shinchen and the others were completely unconcerned. Although Qian Meng was injured, even without him, Shinchen, Yi Cheng, and Xining alone were more than enough to handle them. Since that's the case, let's begin. The referee shook his head helplessly and added, remember, you cannot endanger each other's lives and you cannot continue to attack those who have lost their combat capability. The referee's voice became a bit more serious. To him, this was just an inconsequential practical training session. Although it needed to be taken seriously, it was by no means a matter of life and death. If anything were to happen to these students from the training class during the military exercise, neither the two instructors nor he, the referee, could escape responsibility. As the referee's words fell, neither side responded but instantly arranged their formations, ready for battle. The tactics of Shinchen's side were simple. Apart from Shinchen, Yi Cheng, and Xining, the rest retreated the moment the battle began, with Jiang Anqi, the injured Qian Meng, and Xiao Zhao Xiaodao surrounding Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua in the center. On the other side, Xin Hao's tactics were not much different from Shinchen's. They had 3 people standing at the back and 6 at the front. The ones standing at the back were Xin Hao, the bespectacled man, and another girl from their team, excluding Zhang Wan. The other 6, led by Zhao Li and Zhang Wan, formed a sharp arrow formation. The first to launch an attack was Zhao Li, who had awakened brute force. In the previous individual battle, he had not shown any strength and was taken down by Xining in one move. But now, after preparing, he was set to become the most terrifying assault machine. Even Shinchen and the others had no confidence in withstanding the full force of his attack, and if he broke through to the backline, it would spell disaster for Jiang Anqi and the others. Therefore, Shinchen and the others had to stop him. Leave him to me. Shinchen's gaze sharpened slightly. Whether it was Yi Cheng or Xining, their strategy against Zhao Li was to maneuver around him and find an opportunity to take him down. However, this time, the opponent's goal was clear: to charge at their backline. At this moment, someone had to use brute force to stop him, and that person could only be Shinchen, who had broken through to the 5th level. Immediately, Shinchen was in front of Zhao Li, launching a powerful punch. Zhao Li was not to be outdone. He had just heard Xin Hao say that the opponent was likely also a brute force awakener, and a battle between 2 brute force awakeners was undoubtedly a clash of strength. With this in mind, Zhao Li raised his fist and struck at Shinchen. Bang! The dull sound of their fists colliding echoed across the spacious training ground, like a muffled thunder, causing everyone to shudder. In the next second, Shinchen felt his arm go numb, and even his entire body trembled slightly, involuntarily taking half a step back. In contrast, Zhao Li staggered back 3 steps, his face turning ashen. At that moment, both were taken aback. Shinchen felt that this brute force awakener was truly terrifying. According to Xining and the others, after breaking through to the 5th level, his physical quality had already surpassed the limits of an ordinary person, yet his full force strike had only pushed Zhao Li back 3 steps. Zhao Li was even more shocked. This was the first time he had found himself at a disadvantage in a pure strength competition. Meanwhile, Yi Cheng was also engaged in battle with Zhang Wan. Due to Zhang Wan's jade-cutting ability, Yi Cheng did not dare to confront her head-on and could only rely on his combat instinct to maneuver around her. If no one else intervened, the outcome of their battle was entirely predictable. With his combat instinct activated, Yi Cheng would not suffer any of Zhang Wan's attacks, but Zhang Wan had to be cautious at all times. After all, with her physical quality, if she were hit by even one of Yi Cheng's attacks, she would never have the chance to get back up. At this moment, the one who was the most relaxed was Xining. The 4 opponents he faced had not awakened any abilities. Although their physical qualities seemed decent, in just one exchange, Xining took down 2 of them with a single move each, leaving them no chance to retaliate. Seeing this scene, Xin Hao, hiding in the back, waved his hand, and a blazing fireball flew towards Xining. As Xining was entangled with the 2, his gaze sharpened slightly. He then swiftly dodged a rapidly approaching fireball and looked towards Xin Hao not far away. It must be said that the lethality of the flames was not to be underestimated. If he allowed the fire to recklessly unleash fireballs and fire snakes from the back, it would inevitably hinder their battle. With this in mind, Xining first kicked towards the burly boy named Huayu, then used the rebound to rush towards Xin Hao's position. Seeing this scene, Xin Hao's pupils suddenly constricted, while the boy beside him, wearing glasses, slightly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a smile of triumph. Just as Xining approached Xin Hao, the glasses boy instantly blocked in front of him and took off his glasses. This action piqued Xinying's curiosity, causing him to involuntarily look into the other's eyes. At that moment, a faint purple glow enveloped the glasses boy's eyes, giving them an eerie appearance. Immediately after, Xining felt a sharp pain in his brain, as if a nerve within was being plucked by someone's hand. Although it was just a brief pain, it caused Xinying's movements to momentarily falter. Seeing this, the glasses boy quickly shouted, "Xin Hao, Upon hearing this, Xiao instantly reacted, and a blazing fireball shot out from his palm, striking Shining squarely in the chest. In an instant, Ying's chest turned charred black and a faint scent of cooked flesh wafted out. "It's mines." Jang Ani, who was watching from a distance, couldn't help but exclaim. "What mine's eye?" Siau asked. However, Jang Ani had no time to explain. She glanced around and found that there wasn't even a small stone in the entire training ground. Her gaze then fell on Tang Xiaohua's lip piercing. Feeling Jang Ani's gaze, Tang Xiaohua suddenly had an ominous premonition. "What are you going to do? Damn it." Before Tang Xiaohua could finish her sentence, she saw Jang Ani directly reach out and grab her lip piercing, then yank it down with force. The intense pain made Tang Xiaohua's tears flow instantly. "Are you out of your mind?" However, Jang Ani didn't even look at her, pinching her lip piercing between her fingers and flicking it away. The glasses boy, just about to launch another mind's eye attack on Shining, felt something flying towards him. He instinctively closed his eyes and then felt a cool sensation on his eyelids. Tang Xiaohua's lip piercing was shaped like a cross, although small. Its sharp corners left a bloody mark on his eyelid in an instant. If he hadn't closed his eyes in time, it would have likely blinded him. Meanwhile, the battle between Shinchen and Zhao Li had reached a fever pitch. Although their strengths were comparable, Zhao Li clearly felt that the seemingly sickly Shinchen was tougher than himself. After each clash, he felt his own energy surging, while the other, pale as a ghost, seemed unaffected. From the very first strike, Shinchen had maintained this half-dead appearance, yet after exchanging over a dozen punches, he still looked the same. However, at this moment, Zhao Li had no better options and could only grit his teeth and throw a punch at Shinchen's head. Yet this time, Shinchen did not dodge at all. Seeing this, Zhao Li's heart finally settled. It was about to end. But the next second, a shocking scene unfolded. Shinchen's head was gone. Yes, it had vanished into thin air. His full-force punch hit nothing but air, and before he could react from the shock, Shinchen's fist was already crashing towards him. Bang! Zhao Li was sent flying by this punch, collapsing to the ground without even a groan, unconscious. In the second before he lost consciousness, he couldn't understand why the opponent's head had suddenly vanished. At this moment, Shinchen's head had grown back, and he first glanced at Zhang Wan, who was entangled with Yi Qing in a fierce struggle, then slowly made his way towards Qin Hao's direction with heavy steps. The battle between Shinchen and Zhao Li had been quite stalemated, and everyone thought they wouldn't be able to determine a winner in a short time, so all eyes turned to Shining, believing he was the key to this fight. If he could defeat Qin Hao quickly, he could then deal with Huayu and the other without any worries, and without the restraint of the fierce fire, the two would be no match for Shining. As long as Shen Ying could free his hands, this battle could be declared over. However, no one expected that there was actually a heart eye hidden within Qin Hao's team. The appearance of the heart eye instantly shattered Shen Ying's plan to ambush Qin Hao, and if Shen Ying fell first, it would also signal the end of the battle, but the defeated side would be Shinchen's. Yet, in the ensuing flash of lightning, unexpected changes occurred. First, Jang Ani used Tang Xiaohua's lip piercing as a hidden weapon, almost blinding the bespectacled man with her never-miss technique, and then Shinchen instantly defeated Zhao Li. Since these events happened almost simultaneously, no one noticed how Shinchen had actually defeated Zhao Li. By the time their gaze shifted to Shinchen, Zhao Li was already lying unconscious 5 meters away. At this point, the team battle could basically be declared over. However, Shinchen did not think so. This battle was far from over. Some people were about to pay a price. Watching Shinchen approach step by step, Shining looked down at the chart area on his chest and silently stepped aside. Since Shinchen had dealt with that brute force, he was no longer needed here. You actually defeated Zhao Li? Qin Hao looked at Shinchen in disbelief. He was very clear about Zhao Li's solo combat capabilities. If it hadn't been for Shen Ying's sneak attack earlier, he would never have easily defeated Zhao Li. But now Zhao Li had actually been defeated by Shinchen, and even if he had awakened his brute force with his usual sickly state and lack of exercise, he couldn't possibly be Zhao Li's opponent. Shinchen did not respond to him but stepped forward without further ado, and directly punched the bespectacled man's chest. The already somewhat emaciated body flew out instantly. This was still Shinchen holding back, otherwise, that punch might have killed him outright. Immediately after, Shinchen's cold gaze turned to Qin Hao. What do you want? Qin Hao was clearly a bit intimidated. He unconsciously swallowed hard and took 2 steps back, trying to distance himself from Shinchen. However, Shinchen gave him no such opportunity, directly grabbing his collar and lifting him up. Qin Hao, we had no grievances or grudges, but because of a foolish woman, you chose to offend me. Shinchen's voice was very low, continuing in a tone only the two of them could hear. I was originally thinking of just teaching you a lesson, but you insisted on being relentless, inciting that Xiao to seriously injure Qianmeng. Shinchen, let me down. What do you want? Qin Hao shouted while casting a pleading glance at Instructor Wang. Seeing this scene, Shinchen couldn't help but sneer. So now you're looking for your parents? Qin Hao's face turned bright red. This line was originally meant to tease Xiao, but now Shinchen used it to counter him, leaving him speechless. Forget it, I can't be bothered to waste words with you. Just wait to die slowly, Shinchen said, tossing him aside. Just moments ago, Shinchen had once again activated Bestow on Qin Hao. However, this time it was no longer just a simple hemorrhoid but pancreatic cancer. Pancreatic cancer, due to its insidious onset, is usually discovered in the middle to late stages and it progresses extremely quickly with a typical survival time of no more than 5 months and a very high mortality rate, often referred to as the king of cancers. With pancreatic cancer bestowed upon him, Xiao was practically doomed. Then Shinchen approached the girl who had not yet made a move and asked casually, "What is your awakening ability?" The girl clearly felt some fear. Her voice trembling as she said, "I am healing. Healing?" Shinchen frowned. "But right now, I can only heal some basic external injuries. It really doesn't have much effect." The girl quickly waved her hands, afraid that Shinchen would target her. "Got it." Shinchen nodded, and before she could react, he struck her neck with a knife hand. Her pupils dilated instantly, and she collapsed to the ground. At this moment, only Jiang Wan was left struggling against Yi Qing. It must be said that this woman was indeed difficult to deal with. Yi Qing had found multiple opportunities to attack her, but in the end, his hands were covered in wounds. Cutting Jade was already very powerful, and Jiang Wan's control over her ability far exceeded that of an average awakener. Every time Yi Qing attacked her, she would make the area being attacked incredibly sharp. Although she would also get hurt, Yi Qing would similarly be injured by cutting Jade. Jiang Wan, panting, looked at Shen and the others, then turned to glance at her teammates who were all down on the ground, smiling helplessly. "You are indeed strong, but I just lost because of my teammates." "Is that so?" Shinchen took a slow step forward. Seeing Shinchen's movement, everyone was slightly taken aback, as they truly had no way to deal with her unless they continued to fight until she exhausted her stamina and could no longer use cutting Jade. But if that were the case, she would likely concede defeat directly, which would be completely meaningless. In the distance, Xiao saw the scene and couldn't help but turn to Jang Ani, asking, "Jiang, isn't this cutting Jade a bit perverse? Is there really no way to deal with her?" "Of course there is," Jang Ani said dismissively. "Although cutting Jade is quite good, it is rated as B, on the same level as Tang Xiao was Blink and Lin Man's mind reading. Don't associate me with you, I can't stand you." Tang Xiao shot Jang Ani a glare, her mouth still bleeding. Jang Ani felt a bit embarrassed. She didn't know that lip piercings could be removed, and the incident had happened so suddenly that she hadn't thought much about it and just yanked it off. Jang Ani cast an apologetic glance at Tang Xiao and continued, "If it were a life and death struggle, as long as Yi Qing had a knife, he would have killed her long ago. But this is training. What if we can't use weapons?" Xiao continued to ask. "Well, there is still one way." Jang Anchi's gaze sharpened as she said, "That is to exchange injury for injury." Before Xiao could ask again, Shinchen had already slowly walked towards Jiang Wan, signaling Shining and Yi Qing to step back. He wanted a one-on-one with Jiang Wan to personally avenge Qian Meng. "Are you still going to fight me?" Jiang Wan was somewhat puzzled, as even brute force would not be able to harm her without the use of weapons. She did not understand the significance of continuing to entangle with the opponent. However, Shinchen said nothing and simply put all his strength into a punch aimed at her. Upon seeing this, Jiang Wan's expression changed instantly. She quickly crossed her arms in front of her chest and simultaneously activated cutting Jade. In the next moment, Shinchen's fist struck heavily against Jiang Wan's arm, producing two completely different sounds. One was the sound of a blade cutting into flesh and scraping against bone, sending chills down the spine of anyone who heard it. The other was the crisp sound of bones shattering. As these two sounds intertwined and reached everyone's ears, they saw Jiang Wan fly out like a cannonball, soaring over 10 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Immediately, a large mouthful of blood gushed from her mouth, instantly staining her entire chest area red. At this moment, Shinchen's fist was still tightly clenched, but the joints were already a bloody mess, exposing stark white bones, looking particularly gruesome, with crimson blood dripping from his fist onto the ground. There were only two ways to break cutting Jade. One was to use a weapon, and the other was to exchange injury for injury, breaking through all methods with sheer force. This practical training session came to a complete end with the fall of the last team member, Jiang Wan, from Team 002. After the battle ended, Huiyen surprisingly did not have them continue training but instead allowed them to return to their tents to rest. As for Shinchen, he was led by Huiyen to the medical department. When a military doctor in a white coat saw the wound on Shinchen's fist, he couldn't help but click his tongue. "Instructor Hua, they are still just a bunch of kids. Your training intensity is a bit too much." Huiyen could only smile helplessly and did not explain further. As night fell, after everyone had a good rest for 3 to 4 hours, Huiyen's familiar yet cold voice rang out from outside the tent. "All personnel assemble." 30 seconds later, Shinchen and the other 8 stood neatly at the tent entrance. Huiyen nodded in satisfaction and then spoke. "The next period is for practicing the Dao techniques." Practicing the Dao techniques is much more tedious than physical training and practical training, but it is also an indispensable part of enhancing your strength. As he spoke, his gaze slowly swept over the group, and then he said with utmost seriousness, "In 7 days, you will leave here. I don't know if you will be sent back here for further training, but I hope that even after returning to school, you do not neglect the practice of the Dao techniques because it is truly important." When he said this, a complex emotion clearly flashed in Huiyan's eyes. However, he quickly adjusted his emotions, then slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Alright, now follow me, I will take you to your training ground. Before long, they arrived at a training area, but there were no equipment or training props, only a series of mats placed on the ground. Feel free to find a place to sit down and start your practice, Huyen said, pointing to the mats on the ground. Everyone was very clear about the importance of the Dao techniques, as their respective homeroom teachers had emphasized this matter, so their attitude towards practicing the Dao techniques was noticeably more serious than during training. Even the other team members who usually appeared more laid back were not tardy this time, actively finding their spots to sit cross-legged. The cultivation of the Dao technique has no time requirements. All the instructors remind their students to act according to their abilities, as excessive training not only brings no benefits but may also cause subtle damage to the body. This is a conclusion drawn from long-term experimentation by the military. As everyone began to operate the Dao technique, the air around the training ground seemed to undergo slight changes. 2 hours later, the first student stood up from the mat, shaking his slightly dizzy head and glancing at his instructor. The instructor said nothing, merely nodded, indicating that he could leave. With that student's departure, others followed suit, returning to their tents. 2 hours is the most basic time for cultivating the Dao technique. Anyone with a suitable physique for cultivation can manage it, and the longer the duration, the higher the talent. This was the first collective cultivation of the Dao technique, and it was also a test of everyone's talent by the military. Each instructor held a small notebook, recording the training duration of their respective students. At this moment, Huyen was also looking solemnly at the 9 individuals sitting cross-legged in front of him. According to his guess, Shinchen should have the best talent among the 9, perhaps capable of reaching the daily limit of 5 hours. The 5-hour limit is the maximum training time calculated by the Awakening Research Institute based on the longest training time achieved by current Dao technique practitioners. So far, the number of people in the Xiao kingdom who can reach this maximum training time is very few. Those who have achieved this limit are all significant figures in the Xiao kingdom or young geniuses being cultivated by the military. Another hour passed and the remaining students in the training ground were less than half, but Huyen felt somewhat relieved that all 9 members of Shinchen's team were still present. At that moment, Xiao stretched his arms and then slowly stood up. Seeing this, Huyen sighed inwardly. Had someone finally reached their limit? 3 hours was still a decent achievement. Just then, Xiao suddenly looked at Huyen and said, "Instructor Hua, I drank a bottle of cola at noon, and now I really need to pee." Huyen was slightly taken aback and then asked, "Aren't you the one who couldn't hold on any longer? What's so hard about holding on? It's just a matter of luck in filling the internal cyclone, right?" Xiao smiled and said, "Actually, this is quite fun. It's much more comfortable than physical training." Comfortable. Huyen was at a loss for words. In fact, cultivating the Dao technique is not a simple task, as it requires continuously absorbing the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth into the body to fill the internal cyclone. During this process, the spiritual energy circulates within the body and eventually converges into the cyclone. Some people's bodies cannot withstand the circulation of spiritual energy, which is why some cannot cultivate the Dao technique, including Huyen himself. Even for those who can cultivate the Dao technique, the constant circulation of spiritual energy within the body can create a significant burden over time, leading to symptoms like dizziness and nausea, and in severe cases, fainting, which can affect future cultivation of the Dao technique. Xiao's ease in this process only indicates one thing: his body has a great affinity for the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. In other words, this kid is a genius at cultivating the Dao technique. "So can I go pee now?" Xiao asked tentatively. Huyen was slightly stunned and then said, "Go ahead, you can go." Watching Xiao's departing figure, Huyen couldn't help but fall into deep self-doubt. When he first practiced the Dao technique, there were no current methods to test whether one was suitable for cultivating the Dao. At that time, the military randomly selected a group of physically strong soldiers for the experiment, among whom was Huyen. Huyen clearly remembered the indescribable pain that coursed through his body as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth flowed within him, as if countless ants were burrowing into his skin, crawling incessantly while gnawing at his flesh. However, as an elite of the military, when he saw everyone else managing to endure while he could not, Huyen chose not to speak up. Instead, he gritted his teeth and stubbornly persevered until he collapsed on the training ground. After that incident, Huyen's body suffered significant damage. The academicians at the Awakening Research Institute indicated that he might never awaken or cultivate the Dao technique and could only remain an ordinary soldier. Since then, he began to abandon his own cultivation and devoted himself entirely to training new recruits, hoping to forge an invincible army for the cold state military through his efforts. However, in the blink of an eye, more than half a year had passed. Although the soldiers he trained could be considered outstanding within the cold state military, it was still not enough. They were far from his expectations. Thinking of this, his gaze fell upon Shinchen and his group. Looking at these vibrant young men, he seemed to see a glimmer of hope. 4 hours later, there were fewer than 30 students left in the training area, and what pleased Huiyan was that all 9 of Shinchen's group remained, with none dropping out. Meanwhile, only 4 members of Team 002 were still holding on: Xinhao, the bespectacled boy, the girl with the healing awakening, and Zhaoli, who had awakened brute strength. As for the girl Jiangwan, after suffering Shinchen's full force strike, she had 2 arms with shattered bones and 3 broken ribs, and had already been sent to the military hospital for treatment. She would not be able to continue participating in this week-long special training. No wonder the first team's combat power is so formidable. Instructor Wang glanced at Shinchen and the others with a hint of disdain, then said somewhat begrudgingly, "So, this team is made up of carefully selected genius youths." Sensing the slight bitterness in his tone, Huiyan rarely showed a smile and teased, "What, are you jealous?" "Poof." Instructor Wang snorted coldly, then turned his head away, not wanting to look at Huiyan's smug expression. However, he was genuinely happy. For Huiyan, he was well aware of the other's experiences. Although he would not choose to become like him, he respected him from the bottom of his heart. After all, they were all fine young men of the military, and there was no reason for any overnight grudges. Just then, while practicing the Dao technique, Xinhao suddenly furrowed his brows tightly and quickly covered his abdomen with his hand. He, who had been sitting cross-legged, instantly hunched over, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "Xinhao, what's wrong?" Instructor Wang rushed over. "My stomach hurts," Xinhao managed to say with difficulty. Hearing this, Instructor Wang frowned slightly. Overexertion in practicing the Dao technique could indeed have side effects, but abdominal pain was not one of them. However, he had no time to think further and quickly helped Xinhao up, then looked at Huiyan and said, "Instructor Hua, I'll take him to the medical department. Can you keep an eye on my students?" "Go ahead, I'll take care of it here." Huiyan nodded gravely. At this moment, Shinchen was completely unaware of everything happening outside. He had fully immersed himself in the world within his body, following what Tang Song had said before. Every person has 7 vortices within them, and what they needed to do was to circulate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, filling each of the vortices one by one. Shinchen indeed felt the presence of the 7 vortices, but he also discovered that within him, besides those 7 vortices, there was an enormous black hole. The 7 vortices surrounded the black hole, just like the Big Dipper encircling the sun. The spiritual energy he cultivated only lingered briefly within the first vortex for a few seconds before being forcefully siphoned away by that black hole. Thus, 3 hours passed, and his first vortex remained completely empty, devoid of any spiritual energy. Shinchen was unwilling to accept this and continued to operate the Dao technique, drawing in the spiritual energy continuously, but the final result remained unchanged. That enormous black hole acted like a bandit, forcibly draining all the spiritual energy from the vortex, leaving not a trace behind. It was unclear how much time had passed when Shinchen finally gave up helplessly and slowly opened his eyes. But as soon as he opened them, he was startled, because at that moment, 9 people, including Huiyan, were all staring at him, their expressions increasingly strange. "Damn, third brother, you finally woke up?" Xiao looked at Shinchen in surprise. "Tell me the truth, did you fall asleep?" Chen scratched his head, then uncertainly said, "I shouldn't have." "Shinchen, didn't you feel any discomfort?" Huiyan pushed Xiao aside, his face a bit agitated as he asked. "Discomfort?" Shinchen pondered for a few seconds, then shook his head in confusion. He didn't feel any discomfort, it was just that, after cultivating for so long, there wasn't a single trace of spiritual energy in the vortex, all devoured by that black hole. A genius, a genius. Huiyan was excited, pacing back and forth as if it were he, not Shinchen, who possessed such talent. "What's wrong with Instructor Hua?" Shinchen asked, somewhat puzzled. "He should be happy for you," Jang Ani said. "Happy for me?" Shinchen still felt a bit confused. "Let me explain." Shining paused, then spoke. "According to the research of the academicians at our research institute, the longer the time spent cultivating the Dao technique in a single day, the more outstanding the talent is. So far, the maximum time recorded is 5 hours in a single day." At this point, Shining paused again, then spoke with a somewhat complex expression. "And your daily cultivation time is 7 hours and 32 minutes. So that means my talent is good?" Shinchen asked, tentatively. "It shouldn't just be good." Shining shook his head, then continued, "To be precise, you are a bit of a monster." "Is that so?" Shinchen scratched his head awkwardly, unsure of how they would react when they learned that there wasn't a single trace of spiritual energy in his vortex. However, Shinchen had no intention of telling them about this for now. He would wait until he understood his body better before discussing it. The following days were almost formulaic. Every morning, everyone would start weighted cross-country running, and Huiyan's demands on them became increasingly high, gradually increasing from the initial 5 kilometers to 10 kilometers, then 20 kilometers. The afternoons were spent in practical combat against other teams, but their opponents were no longer the second team led by Xinhao, as Xinhao had been diagnosed with pancreatic cancer in the medical department and was now sent back to the Qin family. What would happen next was unknown to Shinchen and the others. As for the evenings, that was their time to cultivate the Dao technique. 6 days passed in the blink of an eye, but there was still not a trace of spiritual energy in Shinchen's first vortex, which left him feeling utterly helpless. Fortunately, he felt that his physical strength had greatly increased with the cultivation of the Dao technique, and now if he were to face Zhao Li again, he was confident he could defeat him in 3 moves. As the morning weight training came to an end, everyone had lunch and arrived punctually at the combat training ground, where Huoyan was already waiting for them as usual. "Instructor Hua, who are we fighting today?" Xiao asked with a smile. Over the past few days, they had been engaged in combat training with 2 small teams almost every day, and so far, they had not lost a single match. In fact, during the later confrontations, Shinchen, Yiqing, and Shining had tried their best not to intervene, leaving opportunities for others, as once they made a move, the outcome would be a foregone conclusion. Seeing Xiao's relaxed expression, Huoyan surprisingly smiled, but everyone felt there was a hint of cunning in his smile, as if the person before them was not Huoyan but an old fox. "Instructor Hua, maybe you shouldn't smile, I have a bad feeling about this." Tang Xiaohua couldn't help but shiver. "Today's combat training will cancel the individual matches, there will only be one team battle. Once it's over, you can go rest," Huoyan said cheerfully. However, the more he said this, the more uneasy everyone felt, considering they hadn't seen this living Yama smile in the past 6 days. Sure enough, Huoyan's next words made everyone gasp in shock. "Today, your opponents will no longer be other teams' trainees, but the regular army from the military." Upon hearing this, the ones who reacted the most were not Xiao and Tang Xiaohua, who usually made the most noise, but rather the relatively quiet Shining and Jang Ani, because only they understood the gap between the regular army and trainees like them. After about 10 minutes, a group of 10 arrived in front of Shinchen and the others. The clothes they wore were no different from those of Shinchen and the others, the only distinction being that each of them wore a shoulder badge with a fierce tiger emblem. Seeing this scene, Jang Ani instinctively blurted out, "Fierce Tiger Special Forces." "Fierce Tiger Special Forces?" Xiao turned to Jang Ani and asked, "Beauty Jang, I've been in the military for a while, how come I've never heard of them?" Jang Ani's expression became unusually serious as she began to explain. The Fierce Tiger Special Forces were established a year ago, specifically to deal with various awakened organizations. Like us, they also operate in small teams, with 9 members per team, and each team must have at least 2 awakened individuals. Hearing Jang Ani's words, everyone frowned slightly. The military's members already had strong overall capabilities, and as for the awakened individuals in the military, it was even more daunting. Even if the awakened individuals had the same abilities, ordinary people stood no chance against those from the military. Shinchen also raised his head to scrutinize the 10 individuals across from them. The leader was a middle-aged man in his 30s, who was currently chatting and laughing with Huoyan, while the 9 behind him stood expressionless, their postures as straight as cold pines. There were 8 men and 1 woman, but even that woman exuded no hint of the fragility one would expect. Her aura was as fierce as Jang Ani's, only appearing even more formidable. "Instructor Hua, I've brought the people you requested. How you arrange them is up to you," the leading man said, with a smile, then cast a complex glance at Shinchen and the others. His gaze held a hint of pity and a touch of longing. Once upon a time, he too had been a soldier trained by Huoyan, and back then, he had 8 steadfast comrades, but now he was the only one left. All his 8 comrades had perished in the Battle of Nanjing. He himself was also covered in old wounds. Since then, he had become a professional instructor like Huoyan, but the troops he led were the most elite unit in the entire Hanzhou military, the Tiger Special Forces. After Huoyan thanked the other party, they left the training ground, while the 9 remained standing in place. Huoyan's gaze swept over Shinchen and the others, and then he slowly spoke. "After today, you will be assigned to carry out a mission. I have reviewed the mission details. It's not particularly dangerous, but it is definitely not foolproof. Therefore, I specifically invited members of the Tiger Special Forces to conduct a real combat training session with you." As he spoke, he turned to the members of the Tiger Special Forces and said, "Urban area search and destroy, you are responsible for defense." "Yes," replied the man standing at the front of the 9. "You can start setting up now. The live exercise will officially begin in half an hour," Huoyan said again. The 9 then left the training ground in an orderly manner. "What is urban area search and destroy?" Tang Xiaohua asked. "Urban area search and destroy simulates enemy capture operations in an urban environment," Huoyan explained with a serious expression. "You will act as the attacking side, and during this time, you can use firearms, but I do not recommend this for anyone except Jang Ani." He continued without waiting for anyone to speak. "Firearms may be more practical for you now, but one day when your strength reaches a certain level and you face stronger enemies, the effectiveness of firearms will diminish. As for Jang Ani, due to her awakened abilities, her firearms may differ from those of others." Huoyan raised his wrist to check the time, then looked at everyone. "Now, let's go get your weapons and equipment, and I'll give you 20 minutes to discuss tactics." After saying this, he led everyone to the weapons storage room. Looking at the various weapons displayed before them, Xiao's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly picked up a submachine gun, unable to put it down. "Put it down," Huoyan said lightly. everyone is only allowed to choose cold weapons, except for Jang Ani. He pointed to the rack where cold weapons were displayed. 3 minutes later, everyone had chosen their weapons and left the armory. Xining casually picked up a dagger to carry, not for combat but for emergencies, claiming that his body was the best weapon. This was indeed the case. When Xining was hit in the chest by Qinhao's flames, he didn't even go to the infirmary, just bandaged himself up a bit. Now, a week later, his injury had long since healed. With such physical quality, even Yi Qing and Qian Meng felt inferior. Yi Qing chose a military knife, while Qian Meng opted for a pair of tiger claws. Xiao was a bit exaggerated. He chose 3 daggers, 2 military knives, and even carried a compound bow on his back along with a bag of arrows, practically a walking armory. Shinchen, Lin Man, and Tang Xiaohua each chose to carry a dagger, believing that without a solid foundation, weapons could even become a burden. The most enviable was undoubtedly Jang Ani. Although she only chose 2 types of weapons, they made everyone else envious. Besides a handgun, she also selected a sniper rifle over a meter long. The dark muzzle gave an inexplicable sense of pressure. As for the bullets, you can only choose blank rounds, Huayan reminded. Any target you hit in a vital area will voluntarily leave the field. Understood. Jang Ani nodded. Before long, everyone arrived at a building area specifically designated for drills. There were 3 buildings in total, spaced quite far apart, interspersed with some bungalows. Huayan first looked at the buildings from a distance, then turned to the group and said, "The live drill officially begins." After saying this, Huayan fell silent and stepped aside. The tactics for this live drill had already been discussed among the group, and as soon as Huayan's words fell, everyone immediately dispersed. Siau, Jang Ani, and Zhao Xiaodao formed a team, heading straight for the tallest of the 3 buildings. For Jang Ani, occupying the high ground was essential to maximize her effectiveness. Siau and Zhao Xiaodao's task was to ensure that Jang Ani was not disturbed. Xining, Yi Qing, and Qian Meng formed another team, responsible for conducting a thorough search of the entire area. Upon discovering the enemy's position, they would promptly use communication devices to inform everyone. Shinchen led Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua. Although these two had no combat abilities, they were still quite useful. Tang Xiaohua's blink allowed her to pass through walls at will, making her responsible for scouting information and terrain. This not only achieved an element of surprise but also meant that no one could catch her even if she encountered danger. Lin Man's mind reading, while currently not very useful, could provide them with all the defensive information of the opposing team as long as they could capture one of their members. In military engagements, intelligence is often the most crucial factor, which is why Old Master Lin insisted on placing Lin Man in Shun Chen's team. At this moment, Shinchen brought the 2 into a building, an ordinary old residential building with no elevator, consisting of 7 floors, each with 3 rooms. Shinchen noticed that the doors to the 3 rooms on the first floor were all open, so the 3 of them cautiously entered to check, exchanging glances and shaking their heads to indicate they found nothing. Shinchen then gestured to the 2, and they continued up to the second floor. The 3 of them searched through 4 floors in succession without any discoveries. When they reached the 5th floor, their pupils slightly contracted. The door to room 501 on the 5th floor was tightly closed. Shinchen first glanced at the closed door, then nodded at Tang Xiaohua, who understood immediately and activated her blink, disappearing from her spot. At the same time, Shinchen felt a chill behind him. He chose not to turn around but instead pulled Lin Man to retreat to the side. Almost simultaneously, a figure appeared at the spot where Shinchen and Lin Man had just been, delivering a punch that struck the door of room 501. Bang! The tremendous impact caused the entire door to cave in. Oh! The man clicked his tongue, then looked at Shinchen with interest. "Not bad, very sharp. No wonder you're the soldier brought out by the living Yama." He spoke while rubbing his fist and rolling his neck. "But your luck isn't too good." "Is that so?" Shinchen retorted, then signaled Lin Man with a glance to head downstairs. Lin Man nodded and turned to walk down the stairs. The corridor of the residential building was very narrow, and Shinchen stood there, nearly blocking the entire staircase to prevent the man from pursuing Lin Man. However, the man merely smiled and showed no intention of chasing after Lin Man. A few seconds later, Lin Man's figure slowly returned, as she was now facing a woman, the only female member of the Tiger Special Forces. Seeing this scene, Shinchen's gaze sharpened. He knew they had fallen into a trap. The man smiled and casually said, "This is your first lesson. Search carefully. You must have searched every room, but did you check under the bed?" As he spoke, he pointed upwards. "Did you search the ceiling?" Just then, Tang Xiaohua reappeared in the hallway. "Shinchen, there's no one inside." Before she could finish her sentence, she saw the man standing not far from her and the woman blocking the staircase, causing her to pause slightly. "So, lively? Should I go inside instead?" she tentatively asked, pointing to the room behind her. "There's another flash, quite interesting," the man chuckled, then shrugged and said, "If you want to run, we can't stop you, feel free. Then I'll go in first, you all have fun." With that, she seized the opportunity, while the others weren't paying attention, grabbing Lin Man beside her, and the 2 of them vanished from the hallway. Immediately, her ethereal voice came from Afar, Shinchen, take care of yourself, I can't take two people. Seeing this scene, the man was clearly taken aback, then clicked his tongue and said, a little girl has managed to control her abilities to this extent, she can even take someone with her when she flashes. He then shook his head and looked at Shinchen, but it's a pity she can only take one, otherwise we would have really wasted our efforts this time. As he spoke, he suddenly reached out and grabbed at Shinchen. The opponent's speed was incredibly fast. Shinchen didn't have time to react before the man's hand was already on his shoulder. The man's fingers curled like hooks, suddenly exerting force, trying to subdue Shinchen instantly. As an excellent special forces soldier, he would never underestimate any opponent, even if they were just a student soldier. However, what he didn't expect was that Shinchen merely shook his shoulder slightly and broke free from his grip, then directly threw a punch at his chest. Although the man was surprised, his movements didn't slow down at all. He quickly withdrew his hand to cross it in front of his chest while simultaneously channeling the spiritual energy from his internal cyclone to counter it. As soon as they clashed, he sensed that Shinchen was not ordinary. The opponent was an awakener, and a very powerful one at that. If he didn't channel his spiritual energy, he wouldn't be able to block the attack. But just as his palm made contact with Shinchen's fist, he felt his channeled spiritual energy vanish upon contact. As if a cow had entered the sea, disappearing without a trace, bringing no harm to Shinchen and not even enhancing his own strength. However, Shinchen's punch was solid. A tremendous force surged forward, causing the man to stagger back several steps, crashing heavily against the wall. The already old residential building had chunks of plaster falling off. Seeing this, the woman at the staircase instantly became serious, taking 2 steps at a time to reach the 5th-floor hallway. The hallway was already very narrow, and if the 3 of them fought here, it would be difficult to maneuver. Shinchen's attention was primarily on the woman because he knew one thing. Due to physiological structure, most women's physical qualities were far inferior to men's. A woman who could become a special forces soldier must have her unique strengths, and this was likely due to her awakening ability. And indeed, it was just as Shen thought. He saw the woman's palm slightly open, and the door to room 503 suddenly fell from the doorframe. Then, as if controlled by someone, it flew straight towards Shinchen. Although Shinchen was already on guard, his attention had been focused on that woman. He didn't expect her to be able to manipulate other objects from a distance to attack him. In a moment of panic, he had no choice but to raise his arm to protect his head. Bang! The heavy iron door slammed down on Shinchen's arm, accompanied by a sharp pain, causing him to take half a step back. But soon, he gathered his strength and punched the iron door, leaving a deep imprint while the door suddenly flew out, heading straight for the man from before. The man dodged the iron door with a quick move, and, seeing it crash into the wall, he cursed, "This damn kid is really ruthless." However, Shinchen ignored him, as the man was equally fierce. If it had been anyone else, even Xian Meng would probably have to lie in bed for a few days after that woman's attack. Thinking of this, Shinchen dared not let his guard down. They had only encountered 2 of the enemy here, while there were still 7 others unaccounted for. If the strength of the others was as terrifying as this woman, he didn't know if they could withstand it. Therefore, he had to resolve the battle here quickly and then go support the others. After forcing the man back with the iron door, Shinchen directly ignored him and charged towards the woman, whose threat was far greater than that of the man. Just as Shinchen reached her, a chair suddenly flew out of the room, aiming for his back. Shinchen seemed to sense it, but he did not dodge. Instead, he continued to throw a punch at the woman. Crack! The solid wooden chair smashed heavily against Shinchen's back, shattering instantly, sending wood chips flying. The woman, being a special forces member, was very agile. She leaned back just in time to avoid Shinchen's punch while his fist crashed directly into the wall. Instantly, large chunks of plaster fell off, revealing a mixture of sand and dirt everywhere. Seeing the power of Shinchen's punch, the woman's expression changed slightly. Instinctively, she regarded Shinchen as a brute force awakener and dared not confront him head-on, instead constantly looking for an opportunity. However, the corridor was too narrow. No matter how agile she was, she could not evade all of Shinchen's attacks and soon found herself at a disadvantage. At that moment, the man drew a dagger from his waist, searching for an opportunity nearby. However, the blade of his dagger was already wrapped in gauze, likely fearing that he might accidentally injure Shinchen. After all, no matter how powerful he was, in their eyes, he was just a bunch of kids. Just as he was about to make a sneak attack on Shinchen, he felt a strange wave in the air behind him. Before he could turn around, a dagger glinting coldly was already pressed against his neck. Immediately, Tang Xiao's somewhat teasing voice rang out, "Uncle, you've been captured." The man was taken aback for a moment, then smiled wryly and slowly dropped the dagger to the ground. "I focused all my attention on that kid and forgot about your blink dot." "Then, uncle, let's just enjoy the show here," Tang Xiao said, putting away her dagger, crossing her arms, and walking into room 503, leaving the corridor. For Shinchen and the woman. Watching Tang Xiao put away her dagger, the man was slightly taken aback and then asked, "Aren't you going to help him?" "No need," Tang Xiao waved her hand casually and said, "Don't be fooled by that guy looking sickly. If it weren't for the exercise, you guys would probably be waiting to die right now." What do you mean? The man was somewhat confused. However, Tang Xiaohua did not provide much explanation, as at that moment, the battle between Shinchen and the woman had already been decided. Shinchen's slightly bruised fist was firmly stopped in front of the woman, who smiled helplessly and slowly raised her hands, indicating her defeat. The young people nowadays are truly remarkable. Shinchen said nothing more, slowly retracting his fist. He did not turn around but simply said lightly, Lin Man. Lin Man immediately reacted and walked up to the man, staring directly into his eyes. Feeling Lin Man's gaze, the man was momentarily taken aback, but soon it seemed he remembered something and quickly turned his head to avoid her eyes. However, his reaction was still a bit slow. If Lin Man wanted to pry into all his secrets, it might take some time, but she was purposefully reading his information regarding this exercise, which did not require long, just a moment of eye contact was enough. After using her mind-reading ability, Lin Man was momentarily stunned, then quickly looked at Shinchen and said, the remaining 7 of them are in the building where Shining and the others are. Upon hearing this, Shinchen's expression became serious. Shining and the 3 of them could be said to be the strongest combat power in their team, but 3 against 7 had a very low chance of winning, and if the 3 of them were defeated, the probability of winning this exercise would drop significantly. Mind reading? The man shook his head helplessly. No wonder the living Yama wanted us to come and practice with you. Ordinary teams really have no chance against you. How many awakened are in your team, and what abilities do they have? Shinchen asked. The man shook his head and replied, I already know that. Little girl can read minds. If this were real combat, I would immediately commit suicide. Shinchen looked at the man's resolute gaze and ultimately did not ask anything further, as he knew the man was not joking. If it were real combat, knowing that the opponent had a mind reader, they would definitely blind themselves even if they did not commit suicide. Let's go. As Shinchen spoke, he took out the communication device and said softly, we have 2 people here, 1 awakened, and they have already been dealt with. The other 7 are in the building where Shining and the others are. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao's voice came from the communicator, old 3, awesome. Shinchen did not respond to Xiao but waited for more than 10 seconds, yet still received no response from Shining and the others. His expression grew even more serious, and he continued speaking into the communicator, Xiao Lauda, you and Xiao come out and meet us. We will go support Shining and let Jang Ani focus all her attention on the building where Shining and the others are. Understood. Xiao replied straightforwardly. A few minutes later, Shinchen and the 3 met with Xiao and Zhao Xiaodao at the bottom of the building where Shining and the others were. As soon as they arrived downstairs, they heard a fierce sound of fighting coming from inside the building. Old 3, what's going on? Xiao turned to look at Shinchen. Shinchen pondered for a few seconds, then gritted his teeth and said fiercely, let's go straight for them. After saying that, he was the first to rush into the building. On the 3rd floor, as soon as Shinchen arrived, he was shocked by the scene before him. The doors of rooms 301 and 303 were wide open. In room 301, Yi Qing was panting and confronting 2 special forces members, all 3 of them bearing various injuries. What shocked Shinchen the most was room 303, which was in complete disarray. Shining was entangled with 4 special forces members. A trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, several bruises on his face, and his shirt torn at the arm, revealing his strong forearm and a deep blood mark. The other 4 special forces members were not in much better shape, each bearing injuries and looking at Shining with eyes full of caution. As for Qian Meng, he was chatting with a man in room 302. Upon seeing Shinchen arrive, Qian Meng awkwardly scratched his head and said, "Third brother, I'm dead." Hearing this, Shinchen was momentarily stunned but quickly understood that the man must have been ambushed by Tang Xiaohua, just like the man in their building. The man standing next to Qian Meng looked even more surprised when he saw Shinchen and the others. He sized them up and noticed that aside from Shinchen, who had some signs of a fight, the others were completely unscathed. Did the coyote and the falcon fail? Shinchen knew that coyote and falcon were the codenames for that man and woman in the special forces. However, he did not respond to the man's question but instead gave a glance to Xiao and the others, signaling them to help Yi Qing while he himself walked into the room where Shining was. Seeing Shinchen enter, Shining slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air and then said, "You're here. You've worked hard." Shinchen looked deeply at him. Shining tugged at the corner of his mouth and pointed to one of the tall men beside him, saying, "This one is hardening, I'll leave him to you." "Okay." Shinchen stepped forward, fists clenched tightly. During these days at the military headquarters, he had gained some understanding of various awakened abilities. The ability of hardening was not particularly rare, but it was extremely difficult to deal with, as it could make every inch of his skin incredibly hard, making it hard for ordinary attacks to injure him. But if he faced Shinchen, he would have no chance of winning. Seeing Shinchen step forward, the man with the hardening ability smirked slightly and, with a somewhat stiff tone, looked at Shinchen and said, "You can't be more ferocious than that kid, right?" They had a deep understanding of Xin Ying's strength. He had not awakened, yet the 4 of them together still couldn't take him down, and they had all sustained some injuries to varying degrees. If this got out, To other Special Forces members, they would probably become the laughingstock of the entire Tiger Special Forces team. You'll know if you try. Shinchen didn't waste any more words and charged directly at him. He wanted to see just how hard hardening really was. Boom, the two fists collided heavily, and both men stepped back half a pace. Shinchen felt as if he had punched solid marble, a sharp pain radiating from his joints. The hardening man also looked at Shinchen in shock, as that punch had made his arm feel slightly numb. He hadn't felt that sensation in a long time. The last time was during a spar with a brute from another team. This showed just how powerful Shinchen's punch was. Are you a brute? The man re-evaluated Shinchen, his tone laced with skepticism. Shinchen's body looked too frail, and his almost pale complexion seemed somewhat unhealthy. Could someone like this really awaken the ability of brute? He found it hard to believe. Not a brute, but it's enough to deal with you, Shinchen replied calmly. Kid, you're pretty arrogant. Before the man could finish his sentence, he felt an indescribable pain in all his joints, a sensation he couldn't quite describe, just a kind of soreness. He wanted to move his body to relieve the pain but found that his joints seemed to be somewhat restricted. What did you do to me? He looked at Shinchen with a serious expression. Gout. Shinchen spoke expressionlessly, and it's a very serious case of gout, which may affect your joint mobility. You've already lost. Gout? The man looked bewildered, his eyes wide as he stared at Shinchen, incredulously saying, Are you telling me you gave me gout with one punch? Just then, 3 consecutive gunshots interrupted their conversation. The 3 men who had been entangled with Shining felt a sharp pain in their chests, then looked down to see the marks on their chests from the blank rounds, shaking their heads with bitter smiles. There was even a sniper hidden? This is really beyond our expectations. One of the men turned to look through the window towards Jang Ani's position, his expression somewhat grave. At such a distance, hitting a moving target and with 3 shots in a row without a hint of deviation, this was something he, let alone the best sniper in the Hanzhou military, could hardly achieve. So, who exactly was shooting from that building? Should we continue shooting? Shining asked the 3 men. We've been shot. The man pointed to the position over their hearts, smiling as he said, We 3 are already dead. How can we continue? Saying this, he turned to the one called Rock. Rock, can you handle them all by yourself? Handle my ass. The man known as Rock looked speechless, pointing at Shinchen and saying, This kid gave me gout with one punch. The others were all confused. If you're not going to fight, then stop talking nonsense, one man scolded. I'm not talking nonsense, he really gave me gout, Rock said, looking aggrieved, unsure how to explain, and could only look at Shinchen for help. Shinchen glanced at him, then explained to the others, What he said is true, I really did give him gout. Because this is a drill, otherwise, it wouldn't be gout, it would be cancer. Upon hearing this, everyone looked dumbfounded. They had heard of injuries in fights, even deaths, but it was the first time they had heard of someone being beaten into illness. With the 3 men shot, and the one called Rock blessed with gout by Shinchen, this drill officially came to an end. Shinchen and his team had defeated the Tiger Special Forces in direct confrontation. Of course, this was just a drill. If it were a life and death struggle with both sides armed, the battle would be incredibly brutal. First, when Shinchen and his team searched the room for supplies, they might lose a member, and in a life and death fight, Shining and Yi Qing might not be able to hold off the other side for long. As the drill concluded, Shinchen also absorbed the gout from Rock. On one hand, it was because the other side was not an enemy. On the other hand, this disease could cause great suffering, and Shinchen, who had long adapted to it, wanted to keep it for dealing with others. After leaving the drill site, Huiyan was still waiting for them in the same spot. Watching the group return, his eyes were filled with anticipation. He hoped Shinchen and his team could win this drill, but he also knew the strength of the Tiger Special Forces, so he only hoped Shinchen's team could cause some trouble for them, even if it meant eliminating a few of their members. In recent days, Shinchen's team had been dominating their opponents in daily combat training, and it was inevitable that everyone felt a bit proud. He wanted to take this opportunity to remind them what it meant that there were always people better than you. However, he was also afraid that the Tiger Special Forces would be too harsh and affect everyone's morale, so throughout that afternoon, Huiyan was on edge, pacing back and forth in place. Seeing that everyone had finally returned, his expression became extremely complex. However, when he saw them walking over, chatting and laughing, he let out a slight sigh of relief, thinking that they must not have been hit too hard. Instructor Hua, it's done. Xiao gestured an OK sign to Huiyan from a distance, leaving Huiyan momentarily stunned. Done? What does done mean? Did they defeat the Tiger Special Forces? Instructor Hua, as expected of the troops you lead, the brothers have really taken a fall this time. A man who had previously fought with Shining stepped forward and spoke to Huiyan, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness and a touch of comfort, because he saw the future of the Hanzhou military department in these young people. With these few young men around, the future status of the Hanzhou military department in Siau country might not be so awkward anymore. Did they really win? Huiyan's tone was noticeably excited. Yes. The man nodded solemnly and added, Instructor Hua, rest assured, our Tiger Special Forces take every exercise very seriously. Even if they are just a bunch of kids, we won't go easy on them. They really won, and it was based on their true skills. Upon hearing this, Huyen was first slightly taken aback, then his expression became extremely excited as his gaze swept over Shinchen and the others, his emotions very complex. Uncle, proud, aren't you? Tang Xiaohua couldn't help but tease Huyen upon seeing his expression. However, to everyone's surprise, this time Huyen surprisingly did not refute her words but rather nodded earnestly, proud. Hearing this, everyone felt a bit unaccustomed. After a week, they had grown used to Huyen's strictness, even finding him somewhat cold-hearted, but today Huyen rarely revealed genuine emotion. Indeed, it was pride. Although he had only led them for 7 days, during this time, Huyen had watched them grow from clueless kids into soldiers. Perhaps they were not yet qualified soldiers, but Huyen believed that one day they would be. Moreover, in the future, they would not only be his pride but also the pride of the entire Hanzhou military department. After returning to the military department, everyone had dinner and then began practicing their techniques as usual. Their lives had not changed at all because they had defeated the Tiger Special Forces. It wasn't until late at night that they finished their training, and after a simple wash-up, they returned to their tents. At this time, Huyen was already waiting for them inside the tent. Upon seeing Huyen, everyone immediately lined up neatly. Sit down. Huyen waved his hand casually, showing none of his usual stern demeanor. After tonight, you will be leaving here, but before returning to school, you have one more task to complete. Saying this, he took out a sealed document and placed it on the table. The task you need to complete is to capture a group of wanted criminals. There are 5 people on the list, all of whom have blood on their hands, and if necessary, you can execute them on the spot. At this point, Huyen's expression became serious again as he looked at everyone and said, remember, you must not show mercy. This time is not an exercise. The other side will not go easy on you. They will use every means to kill you. Upon hearing this, everyone became serious. Even Siau and Tang Xiaohua, who usually liked to joke, fell silent. Kill someone? Among the 9 present, aside from Jang Ani and Shining, probably no one had truly killed someone with their own hands. This was undoubtedly a huge challenge for them. This is the wanted list, along with the current locations of the suspects. Take a good look. Huyen pushed the sealed document forward, then stood up and left the tent. As he reached the entrance, he paused for a moment and slowly spoke, I won't be seeing you off tomorrow, and this time, Huyen paused for a full half-minute before continuing, if the mission isn't completed, it isn't completed. There's nothing to be ashamed of, everyone must come back alive. After saying this, he left the tent without looking back, and a long silence fell within. After an unknown amount of time, Shinchen slowly picked up the sealed document from the table and tore it open. Just as Huyen had said, inside were the personal details of 5 wanted criminals and their current addresses. When Shinchen flipped to the last person's information, his gaze momentarily froze. Because among these 5, there was actually an awakened one. Moreover, he was very familiar with the other's awakening ability, as it was the same as Tang Xiaohua's. Blink. The next morning, Shinchen and the others habitually gathered at the training ground, still strapped with those heavy sandbags. However, this time, Huyen did not arrive early to wait for them. He only sent someone to inform them that the vehicle was ready, and they could pack up and set off. Upon hearing the message, everyone was momentarily stunned, and a hint of disappointment flashed in their eyes. In the distance, Huyen and the referee who had previously been in charge of Shinchen's practical training watched the group leave from afar. The referee spoke, aren't you going to see them off? Forget it, they have to go through this sooner or later. Huyen slowly exhaled a breath of frustration, not hiding the reluctance in his tone. The fledgling eagle must ultimately soar alone. The 3 provinces of Hanzhou are located in the northeast of the Xiao kingdom, covering a vast area, but due to geographical reasons, development has never been particularly good. At this moment, in a village in Long province of Hanzhou, a dirty van was parked not far from the village entrance. Damn it, what kind of road is this? It's shaking me to death. Tang Xiaohua cursed as she turned to the driver, Xiao, and said, Xiao, can you even drive? If you think you can do better, go ahead, Xiao replied with a face full of grievances. I've never seen such a terrible road in my life. Alright, stop complaining. Shinchen glanced at the navigation and said, let's just stop the car. Here, the village ahead isn't very big, and a strange vehicle entering would inevitably attract attention. With that, Shinchen opened the car door and stepped out first. The others followed suit. According to the information from Instructor Hua, these people are in the village ahead, but we can't determine exactly which house yet. Shinchen surveyed the nearby village and continued, I suggest we gather some intel first, confirm their exact location, and then make our move tonight. Agreed, both Shining and Jang Ani nodded. But how are we going to gather intel? Tang Xiaohua asked. That's simple. As Shinchen spoke, his gaze fell on Lin Man. Sensing Shinchen's gaze, Lin Man instinctively looked up, but when her eyes were about to meet Shinchen's, she quickly averted her gaze. Later, Xiao will drive the car a bit further away, and you all wait for us in the car. Lin Man and I will be responsible for gathering intel. Isn't it too dangerous for just the 2 of you? Xiao frowned and said, "Why not let Shining or Yi Qin go with you?" "No need," Shinchen shook his head. "Having too many people would actually be less safe. Just the two of us won't raise any suspicion." "Alright then, you two be careful and contact us if anything happens." Xiao nodded and then led everyone back into the car. After about 10 minutes, Lin Man helped the pale-faced Shinchen into the village. At the entrance of the village, a few elderly men were sitting together, chatting about something. Upon seeing the two, their gazes quickly fell on Shinchen, curiously sizing them up. Lin Man supported Shinchen as they approached, and she asked one of the elderly men, "Old man, is there an old divine doctor in your village?" While speaking, her eyes were fixed on the man's, silently activating her mind-reading ability. The old man pondered for a few seconds, then whispered a few words to the other elders beside him before looking back at Lin Man and saying, "You must have come to the wrong place. There are hardly any families left in our village, let alone a divine doctor. There isn't even a decent doctor." Lin Man frowned slightly at his words. The old man was indeed very old, and his thoughts were too chaotic. What she read were merely his worries and longing for his children, along with some trivial village gossip, yielding no useful information. Shinchen turned to glance at Lin Man, and upon seeing her expression, he seemed to think of something and said to the old man, "Sir, I heard that the divine doctor is a recluse who has never revealed his identity and only recently came to this village." "Recently came to the village?" The old man contemplated for a few seconds but shook his head. "There have been people moving into the village recently, but they definitely aren't the divine doctor you're talking about. You must have come to the wrong place." At that moment, Lin Man's eyes lit up and she subtly tugged at Shinchen's sleeve, saying to the old man, "I understand now. Thank you, old man." With that, she helped Shinchen turn and leave. "Did you read anything?" Shinchen asked quietly after they had walked away. "Yes." Lin Man nodded and said, "At first, the old man's thoughts were too chaotic, just trivial matters, making it quite troublesome to read, and it could take a long time. But your words guided him to think about the people who recently moved to the village, and he subconsciously focused on that, making it much easier to read." Shinchen didn't respond, just nodded. He had intentionally said that to steer the conversation. "This village is called Yuajin Village. There are hardly any families left. The young people are either studying elsewhere or working away, leaving only the elderly behind." Lin Man slowly began sharing the information she had gathered from the old man with Shinchen. "But just a month ago, a group of about 20 people, both men and women, came to this village. They said they were working at a nearby construction site and rented 3 houses here, but the villagers have never seen them go to work. The villagers are quite curious about this, but since the rent they offered was high and they never did anything bad, the villagers didn't pay much attention." "Do you have a specific location?" Shinchen asked. "Yes." Lin Man nodded firmly. "That's good." After returning to the car, Shinchen shared the information Lin Man had gathered with everyone. After some discussion, they decided to take action. At 3 in the morning, once those people were asleep, inside the military department. At this moment, Huiyan was packing his luggage. He was not originally from Ice City but from Hanzhou Steel Province. This time, he had been specially transferred to train Shinchen and the others, and now that his task was complete, it was time for him to leave. As an instructor, he had experienced many farewells, including both partings and deaths. But this time, these kids gave him a different feeling. In just 7 days, their changes were visibly apparent, which left him with a deep sense of reluctance in his heart. After packing his luggage, Huiyan wanted to go to the tent where Shinchen and the others were to take another look. He shouldered his bag and walked outside, but just as he passed by the entrance of the information office, he saw a person hurriedly coming out, accidentally bumping into him. The documents in that person's hands scattered all over the ground. "What's going on? Why the rush?" Huiyan squatted down to help pick up the papers. "There's been an error in the intel. One of the student teams out on a mission seems to have a target related to the poker organization," the person said. "Urgently. And it's in a remote village where the signal is blocked. No one can contact them right now." After saying this, he stood up to leave, but Huiyan firmly grabbed his wrist. The man had once been a trained soldier, but even so, he could feel the pain radiating from his wrist, showing how much strength Huiyan was using. "Which team?" Huiyan's expression was extremely serious. The man paused for a moment and then replied, "It's Team 001. Upon hearing this, Huiyan felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He frantically pulled out his phone from his pocket, searching through his contacts for a few numbers he had saved not long ago, dialing them one by one, but the result was always the same, temporarily unable to connect. Huiyan paced back and forth in place, and after a while, he seemed to think of something and hurriedly ran back to the information officer. "Third brother, let me try yours," Xiao said, turning to Shinchen from the driver's seat. "Bro, it's all instant noodles. Is mine really more fragrant than yours?" Shinchen replied, looking speechless. "Come on, I said we should find a restaurant to have a proper meal. We still have several hours." Xiao casually tossed the instant noodles aside. Meanwhile, Jang Ani nodded vigorously at the mention of food, expressing her agreement. "Just hold on, after the mission, I'll treat you all to a meal at the outside restaurant," Shinchen said with a helpless smile. "Oh, I didn't see that coming. You're quite the nouveau riche, Tang Xiaohua." said, sizing up Shinchen. Shinchen didn't bother to explain further. The next period was boring and long. Due to the lack of signal, everyone could only practice their techniques in the car to pass the time. Until around midnight, a vehicle drove in from a distance, and upon sensing the lights, everyone instantly snapped out of their training state. The car slowed slightly as it passed by Shinchen and the other's van but ultimately did not stop, instead heading towards the village ahead. Why would a car come to this village so late? Jang Ani frowned. Third brother, it seems they went to the target's village. Xiao also turned his head to say, let's wait a bit. If the car leaves in a while, we'll stop it and check. We can't let the target leave the village. Shinchen pondered for a few seconds and then said, understood. Mentioning the mission, everyone's expressions turned serious. About half an hour later, the vehicle slowly drove out. Xiao, get ready to stop the car. If it's not the target, come up with some excuse to let it go. If it is. Shinchen paused, then said in a low voice, take action directly, regardless of life or death. Got it. Xiao gritted his teeth, started the car, and gripped the steering wheel tightly. As the other car slowly approached them, just as Xiao was about to stop it, the other vehicle came to a halt, and a person got out from the passenger side. He jogged a few steps to the front of Shinchen's car and knocked on the driver's window. Xiao was slightly taken aback and then rolled down the window. It was a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a simple smile. Hey, buddy, can I borrow a light? Xiao glanced at the other person, then reached into his pocket for a lighter. Just then, the man's expression suddenly changed, his previously innocent smile morphing into a fierce glare. Xiao, be careful, Shinchen shouted as he reached to pull Xiao from the front seat. Immediately after, the man pulled out a handgun from who knows where and aimed it directly at Xiao, pulling the trigger. Bang! With a flash of fire, a bullet sped towards Xiao's chest. If Shin hadn't pulled him back, that shot would have hit him squarely in the heart. Almost simultaneously with the gunfire, Jang Ani had already produced a silver handgun and without any hesitation, pulled the trigger. The next second, the man fell to the ground. With 2 gunshots, the Land Rover across the street roared to life, its engine roaring as it charged toward Shinchen and their van. Crash! The front of the van crumpled instantly. The Land Rover showed no signs of stopping, instead reversing to prepare for another collision. Jang Ani! Shinchen shouted. Jang Ani understood immediately, steadied herself, and without even looking, fired a shot at the driver's seat. The vehicle suddenly came to a halt. Get out! Shinchen yelled, then jumped out of the car and quickly pulled Xiao from the driver's seat. Seeing the bloodstain on his chest, fear filled his eyes. Bro, are you okay? It's just a small matter. Xiao forced a dry smile despite the pain. Don't talk, we'll take care of them and get you to the hospital, Shinchen said, glancing at Lin Man, who was pale with fright. Take good care of Xiao. Lin Man nodded heavily. Shinchen then walked towards the Land Rover with bloodshot eyes. Shining and Yiqing followed closely behind, while Jang Ani aimed her gun at the car door. Just as they reached the front of the Land Rover, the back door swung open violently and 2 burly men charged out, each wielding a gleaming steel knife instead of guns. Seeing this, Jang Ani put her gun away and retrieved a medical kit from the car to treat Xiao's wound. Among everyone present, she was the only one who had learned some methods for treating gunshot wounds. Meanwhile, Shinchen and the others engaged in a fierce battle with the men, one of whom swung his steel knife down towards Shinchen's head. Fueled by Xiao's injury, Shinchen was filled with rage, making no unnecessary movements. Before the knife could strike, he lunged forward and landed a heavy punch on the man's chest. Crack! The sharp sound of breaking bones echoed painfully in the quiet night. The immense force sent the man flying backward, his chest visibly caved in, bright red blood gushing from his mouth along with unknown chunks of organs, clearly indicating he was beyond saving. The other man, witnessing this, froze in shock. They had initially thought these people were merely law enforcement waiting in ambush, but it was now clear they were not from the enforcement team and likely came from the military. The thought of those 2 words made the man almost lose grip on his knife, but remembering the consequences of being caught, he gritted his teeth and charged forward. However, before he could reach Shinchen, Shining appeared like a ghost in front of him, striking with lightning speed, delivering a knife-hand blow to his neck. The man rolled his eyes and collapsed, unconscious. Shining glanced at the other person, then said to Shinchen, leave one alive, and we'll hand him over to Lin Man for mind reading. Later, Shinchen nodded, said nothing more, and walked directly towards Xiao. How's Boss Xiao? Shinchen asked Jang Ani, who was tending to Xiao's wounds. I've already removed the bullet for him, but to avoid infection, he needs to get to the hospital as soon as possible, Jang Ani replied. Upon hearing this, Shinchen looked around and then turned to Qian Meng, saying, you and Xiao take Boss Xiao to the hospital, we'll handle things here. Okay. Qian Meng nodded and carefully lifted Xiao into the Land Rover as their van was likely beyond repair. Watching the Land Rover gradually disappear from their sight, Shinchen slowly walked towards the man who had been knocked out by Shining. Shining pulled a bottle of mineral water from the van and handed it to him. Shinchen took the bottle and poured the entire contents over the man's face. The man coughed violently a few times before slowly opening his eyes. Upon seeing the crowd in front of him, his eyes instantly filled with wariness, his muscles tensed, and he assumed a defensive posture. However, Shinchen raised his foot and kicked him hard in the chest. The sharp sound of cracking bones accompanied by the man's scream instantly shattered the night's silence. Immediately, Shinchen crouched down and forcefully grabbed the man's hair, forcing him to lift his head. Seeing this, Lin Man understood and stepped forward, locking eyes with the man as she activated mind reading. Just a few seconds later, Lin Man withdrew her gaze, but her eyes were filled with shock. What happened? Seeing Lin Man's expression, Shinchen couldn't help but ask. They? Lin Man pointed at the man on the ground, her voice trembling as she said, they are part of a drug trafficking organization called Poker. Hearing the name Poker, Shinchen's pupils suddenly constricted. He had heard Yang Xiao mention this organization before. It was currently the largest drug trafficking organization in the country and also an awakened organization. They were not only powerful but also operated extremely secretly, and because there was a mind reader within, the military's undercover agents had been unable to infiltrate them, leaving the military at a loss. But previously, Huo Yan had clearly said that the tasks they were executing were not too dangerous. How could they be involved with the Poker organization? It must be a case of mistaken intelligence. Jang Ani, standing nearby, seemed to guess what Shinchen was thinking and leaned in to whisper. The intelligence indicated that they were just a few wanted criminals with a murder case, but due to the secrecy of the Poker organization, it's normal that the intelligence department couldn't find anything. Shinchen nodded, then gritted his teeth and said, forget it, let's take down their stronghold first. The fact that Xiao had been shot had completely ignited the anger within Shinchen. He could no longer care about anything else. If Lin Man were to use mind reading on Shinchen at that moment, she would find that there was only one thought in his mind. That was to kill. What should we do with this person? Jang Ani looked down at the man curled up on the ground, groaning continuously, and asked. He's of no use anymore. Shinchen's tone was exceptionally cold. Understood. Without any hesitation, Jang Ani pulled a dagger from her boot. Before she could act, Shinchen spoke again, let Tang Xiaohua and Lin Man handle it. Upon hearing this, Jang Ani's movements slightly paused. Tang Xiaohua and Lin Man's expressions changed drastically. Lin Man said nothing more, her face pale as paper, her expression becoming very conflicted. As for Tang Xiaohua, she directly shouted, Shinchen, what do you mean? You want us to kill someone? Do what you can, and if you can't, apply to leave the team when you get back. Shinchen's tone was calm, yet devoid of any emotional fluctuation. After today's events, Shinchen had come to a profound realization of the dangers they would face in the future, dangerous criminals who would shoot to kill at the slightest disagreement, a group of desperate individuals unafraid of death. If they couldn't even muster the courage to kill, they would eventually become the second Xiao, and not everyone was as lucky as Xiao. If the two of them truly couldn't act today, even if old Master Lin insisted on keeping them, Shinchen would not agree. I can't do it. Tang Xiaohua stepped aside decisively. After a week of training, she had indeed started to enjoy life in the military, as it was so different from her usual life. She could clearly feel herself growing stronger every day, and when they defeated the Tiger Special Forces, she felt genuine joy and pride from the bottom of her heart. However, killing was still too far out of reach for her. She had never imagined that she would be associated with the word kill. After we return this time, you can leave the team, Shinchen said flatly, then turned his gaze to Lin Man. This time, he did not avoid Lin Man's eyes but stared directly at her without reservation. Upon feeling Shinchen's gaze, Lin Man chose to look away. Seeing this, Shinchen said nothing more, only calmly added, you too. After saying that, he walked towards the village without looking back. Jang Ani and the others exchanged complex glances at Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua, then sighed and ultimately followed Shinchen's lead. Just as they had taken a few steps, they heard Lin Man's almost hysterical cries and Tang Xiaohua's exclamations from behind, along with the sound of a blade piercing flesh. Shinchen paused, then turned to look. He saw Lin Man gripping a dagger with both hands, frantically stabbing at the man, one thrust after another. It was unclear how long it lasted, but by the time Lin Man finally stopped, the man was covered in stab wounds, resembling a beehive. I killed him, I can stay now, right? She slowly raised her head, her face splattered with blood, looking somewhat unsettling. Shinchen stared at her for a long time, then nodded, stay in the car and rest well, we'll come to get you after we finish this. Lin Man said nothing, simply sheathed the dagger and turned to enter the car, leaving Tang Xiaohua standing there, staring blankly at the man lying in a pool of blood. It was unclear how much time had passed. Shinchen and the others had long since disappeared into the night. Tang Xiaohua, moving somewhat stiffly, returned to the van and sat across from Lin Man. At that moment, Lin Man was washing the blood off her face and hands with a bottle of mineral water, but the blood was very thick and wouldn't wash off no matter how hard she tried. Tang Xiaohua took out another bottle of water and helped Lin Man clean up. After a while, Tang Xiaohua suddenly asked, what does it feel like to kill someone? Upon hearing this, Lin Man shuddered. slightly, remaining silent for a long time before slowly raising her head to meet Tang Xiaohua's eyes. It feels like nothing, really. Lin Man forced a smile, one that seemed strained. Compared to being destitute, it really doesn't count for much. Destitute? Tang Xiaohua frowned. Those 4 words felt as distant to her as killing. However, Lin Man did not elaborate, only smiled and said, if you have other choices, there's no need to stay here. I can sense that we will face things 100 times more dangerous and 100 times more brutal in the future. Tang Xiaohua was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly looked up into Lin Man's eyes and said, Lin Man, can you read my heart? Lin Man was taken aback, not understanding what the other person meant by that. Tang Xiaohua pointed to her heart and looked at Lin Man earnestly. Read my heart and then tell me what my heart is thinking. Just as Lin Man said, there are a total of 3 houses, all adjacent. The first house on the left has 13 people inside, and it looks like they are making drugs. The second house has its lights off, but there are sounds of snoring inside, so someone must be sleeping. The third house has a woman's voice coming from it. Shining lowered his voice and came to Shinchen's side. Did you see the target? Shinchen asked. Shining shook his head. Only the first house has its lights on. Those people are probably just small fry. As for the target, they are likely resting in the second or third house. Shinchen pondered for a few seconds, then said, Shining, Yi Qing, the 3 of us will take 1 room each. Jang Ani will guard outside. If anyone tries to escape, shoot them on sight. No need to leave any survivors. Okay. The 3 nodded simultaneously. Shinchen then looked at the time and continued, we'll act simultaneously in 1 minute. According to Shinchen's arrangement, he went to the first room, which was the drug-making workshop, while Yi Qing and Shining went to the second and third rooms, respectively. The 3 of them cautiously approached the door and stared at the time on their watches. 1 minute later, they burst into the rooms simultaneously. Shinchen looked at the more than 10 drug makers in protective suits inside the room, and without any hesitation, he threw a punch at the person closest to him. These people were just ordinary individuals, with only some basic fighting skills, but facing Shinchen, who was at the 5th level, they had no ability to resist. Anyone hit by Shinchen's fist would either be severely injured and unconscious or dead on the spot. This time, Shinchen showed no mercy. Every punch he threw was aimed at taking a life. In just a few dozen seconds, several people lay motionless on the ground, their fates unknown. In the second room, as Yi Qing kicked open the door, he felt an intense sense of danger through his combat instinct, so as the door swung open, he immediately dodged to the side. Almost simultaneously, 2 muffled gunshots rang out, hitting the doorway. As the gunfire sounded, the lights in the room also turned on. There were 3 people inside the room. 2 were holding guns, pointing them at the door, while the other was standing against the wall, having just turned on the lights. Seeing Yi Qing manage to dodge the bullets at such close range, the 3 of them were somewhat surprised. Kid, you've got some skills, one of the armed men grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Yi Qing didn't respond to them, but his expression turned extremely serious. These people were evidently prepared. It seemed their operation had been exposed. He wondered if Shinchen and Shining had been ambushed, as they didn't possess the life-saving ability of combat instinct like he did. Fortunately, there were no gunshots coming from the other 2 rooms. Kid, tell me who sent you, and I can make it quick for you, the man with yellow teeth said, aiming his gun at Yi Qing, still wearing an unpleasant smile. Yi Qing, who was not one to talk much, had no intention of wasting words this time either. He charged directly at the man. The yellow-toothed man, seeing that the other dared to strike first, instantly turned vicious and pulled the trigger. At the moment he pulled the trigger, Yi Qing seemed to sense something. He merely tilted his head slightly and dodged the bullet, which whizzed past his ear. This time, the 3 men in the room were completely panicked. When Yi Qing had dodged the bullet earlier, the lights in the room were still off, and they thought the other party had merely escaped by luck or had a higher level of alertness, choosing to evade as they kicked open the door. But now, the other party had genuinely and effortlessly dodged the bullet right in front of them. However, Yi Qing would not give them time to be shocked. His fist came crashing down on the man's temple. With a loud bang, the man with the yellowed teeth was sent flying, crashing heavily onto a nearby table, which shattered instantly despite not being particularly old. Seeing this scene, the other 2 men exchanged glances, then put away their guns, each pulling out a steel knife and charging at Yi Qing. At this moment, the one facing the greatest crisis was Shining. In his room were 2 men and 1 woman. The woman was curled up naked in the corner, her body marked with numerous scars. The 2 shirtless men were grinning grotesquely as they sized up Shining. Xin Ying's expression was unusually grave. Just moments ago, he had a brief confrontation with them and had suffered a slight disadvantage. One of the 2 men opposite him was the Flash mentioned in the intel, while the other had an unknown awakened ability, but he was a genuine level 5. Ice City, Lin family. Old Master Lin looked at the intel in his hand, his eyes filled with rage. Even the wrinkled skin on his face was trembling slightly. Zhou Dao, on the other hand, resembled a child who had made a mistake, silent and shivering. The intel is wrong, the intel is wrong. Old Master Lin threw the document on the ground and spoke in an icy tone. What's the Current situation? Zhou Dao swallowed hard and replied, the military personnel are unaware of Wu Bing's special identity, so they did not report the situation immediately. Instead, they are trying to find a way to remedy it. By the time I learned of the news, it was already too late to provide assistance. I have notified the local enforcement team, hoping they can arrive in time. At this point, Zhou Dao paused, then continued, after learning of the news, Hua Yan drove to the destination alone. If nothing goes wrong, he should be able to support Wu Bing and the others. Hua Yan? Old Master Lin frowned and said, in a deep voice, he is someone who cannot cultivate the Dao technique and cannot awaken, and he went out on his own without even any firearms. How can you expect him to support Wu Bing? Upon hearing this, Zhou Dao fell silent. He was well aware of Hua Yan's situation, but right now, Shinchen and the others indeed had only this one support, a single person's support. In the van belonging to the village road, Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua sat facing each other. So, what you mean is that I want to stay? Tang Xiaohua asked Lin Man. You know your own heart better than I do. Why do you need to ask me? Lin Man did not answer but countered with a question. Tang Xiaohua fell silent at this. She did want to stay, but she had no reason to kill. At that moment, she suddenly felt as if she was the most useless one in the entire team. Initially, she thought Lin Man and Zhao Xiaodao were not as capable as herself, but now it seemed Zhao Xiaodao had done nothing, yet he had Shinchen's deep trust. When Siau was injured, he would only let Qian Meng and Zhao Xiaodao take the other to the hospital, for these two were the ones he trusted the most. And Lin Man. Today, Lin Man's actions made her feel a chill. She had witnessed the other person stab a dagger into their own heart, killing them instantly, and then she didn't know how many more stabs she had inflicted on the body. This, she could not do, nor did she dare to do. Just as the two were talking, another car sped towards them. They first glanced at the direction the car was coming from, then exchanged a look, both seeing a hint of seriousness in each other's eyes. It was already early morning, and logically, there shouldn't be any cars passing through this village at this hour. Moreover, the car was moving extremely fast, clearly heading towards the nearby Yuejin village. What should we do? Tang Xiaohua's expression was somewhat anxious. Don't panic. At that moment, Lin Man was surprisingly calm. She pondered for a few seconds, then said, if they are from the poker organization, they will definitely stop to check when they see our car. Seeing two girls, they will let their guard down, and then we will try to find a way to keep them here. As she said this, Lin Man instinctively tightened her grip on the bloodstained dagger. Hearing Lin Man's words, Tang Xiaohua was slightly taken aback, then looked at Lin Man in disbelief, tentatively asking, you mean, keep them here? Kill them? Lin Man gritted her teeth and said, if they are from the poker organization, they must be after Shinchen and the others. Since they haven't returned for so long, they must have encountered something tricky. We can't add to their troubles. But, no buts. Lin Man directly interrupted Tang Xiaohua, her face serious as she said, Sister Xiaohua, tell me now, are you going to help me? If you don't help me, I'll do it myself. Hearing Lin Man's words, Tang Xiaohua fell silent for a few seconds, then nodded vigorously. Lin Man fixed her gaze on her eyes and eventually slowly withdrew her gaze, knowing that she would definitely help her. Soon, the car stopped in front of their van, and Lin Man gave Tang Xiaohua a look, then got out of the car first. At the same time, a burly man in a black leather jacket also got out of the other car. When he saw Lin Man, he was clearly taken aback for a moment. Lin Man's appearance was beyond reproach. Definitely a school beauty level. If she weren't usually so unadorned, even Su Qingqing would have to concede defeat. After all, she was the kind of person who could make the flirtatious Xiao furious for her sake. Big brother, we had a car accident and there's no signal here. Can you help us? Lin Man said pitifully. Hearing Lin Man's soft voice, the man's tense nerves relaxed a bit and the hand he had kept at his waist dropped, but he still cautiously asked, just you alone? It's just the two of us, me and my sister. As Lin Man finished speaking, Tang Xiaohua also got out of the car. Seeing that it was indeed two girls, the man let out a sigh of relief, but he still had important matters to attend to and didn't have time to flirt, so he said, I have something to do right now. Wait for me to finish, and then I'll come help you. As he spoke, he turned to leave, but Lin Man grabbed his hand, pleadingly saying, Big brother, please help us. What if we encounter bad people? Feeling the smooth touch of Lin Man's hand, the man hesitated for a few seconds, then said, I'll take a look for you. If the car isn't too damaged, I'll help you fix it. If it's severely damaged, you'll have to wait until I'm done. I have urgent matters to attend to. Thank you, big brother. Lin Man's face lit up with surprise as the man walked over to there. Then, he bent down and immediately saw the pool of bright red blood on the ground. You guys? Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Man had already pulled out the dagger she had prepared earlier and swiftly stabbed it into the back of his heart. Immediately after, Lin Man grabbed his hair and, as he lay dying, activated her mind-reading ability on him. In just a few seconds, Lin Man turned to Tang Xiaohua beside her and said, There's another person in the car, and he has a gun. Leave it to me. Tang Xiaohua took a deep breath and drew the dagger she always carried with her. Be careful. Lin Man gave her a deep look and said. Tang Xiaohua didn't respond, just nodded, and then she vanished from Lin Man's sight in an instant. Inside the car, the man in the driver's seat lit a cigarette and rolled down the window, cursing, "Old hey, stop chasing girls, it's delaying our business, and we'll both end up in trouble." Both of them were external members of the poker organization, mainly responsible for delivering essential supplies to the drug production base. Today, they had sent someone to deliver goods to the villagers as usual, but when the person didn't return for a long time, they came to check. Hearing that old hey didn't respond, the man couldn't help but feel annoyed. "Damn it, you're going to die because of a woman one day." As he said this, he was about to get out of the car, but just as he reached for the door, he felt a chill behind him. He instinctively turned around, and before he could see what was behind him, he felt a cool sensation at his throat, followed by the feeling of something continuously flowing away. It seemed to be his life. In the back seat of the car, Tang Xiaohua stared blankly at the dagger in her hand, covered in blood, her eyes somewhat vacant. After an unknown amount of time, she suddenly threw the dagger aside and let out a piercing scream. Hearing her voice, Lin Man rushed over, and as soon as she got close, she saw the middle-aged man in the driver's seat, covered in blood and devoid of any life. Seeing this scene, she instantly breathed a sigh of relief. She knew Tang Xiaohua had done it. "Lin Man, I killed someone. I killed someone." After a long time, Tang Xiaohua finally broke free from her overwhelming emotions, but her eyes remained vacant, repeatedly muttering, "I killed someone." Lin Man chose not to comfort her with words. Instead, she silently got into the car, sat beside her, and helped wipe the blood splattered on her hands. What Tang Xiaohua was experiencing now was what Lin Man had just gone through, so she understood very well that at this moment, no one could help her. She could only rely on herself. After the first time, she could completely stay, perhaps never able to escape again. But just as the two sat silently in the car, the quiet was broken by the headlights of another car illuminating the area, and the buzzing sound of the engine grew closer. At that moment, Lin Man's gaze sharpened slightly, and Tang Xiaohua was forced to awaken from her dazed state, directly picking up the dagger she had discarded. Seeing this, Lin Man gently patted Tang Xiaohua's hand that was gripping the dagger, signaling her not to be too nervous. Then, she calmly opened the car door and got out, though she tightly held onto the dagger that had just taken 2 lives. Soon, the car drove up in front of Lin Man. This time, she had no intention of using any tricks, as they had run out of options. The previous Land Rover had been taken away by Chen Meng and the others to send Siau to the hospital, but now the other car was parked right here, and anyone approaching would immediately notice something was off. Even if they saw that they were 2 girls, the other side would not let their guard down. This time, she was prepared to fight. In the week at the military base, her progress, though not as remarkable as others, made her unafraid even when facing ordinary people, even if it was 3 or 5 strong men. Just then, a car suddenly stopped in front of Lin Man, the high beams casting a long shadow of her figure. As the dull sound of the car door echoed, Lin Man saw a familiar and friendly face. Hua Yan had arrived. "Hua, Instructor Hua, what are you doing here?" Lin Man's face was filled with intense confusion. At that moment, Tang Xiaohua also appeared beside Lin Man, and when she saw Hua Yan's stern face, she could only stammer out 2 words, "Uncle." Hua Yan first glanced at the 2 corpses nearby, then stepped forward and gently patted their shoulders, using the gentlest tone he could muster to comfort them. "It's okay, you both did well." This dry consolation made the 2 burst into tears instantly, tears streaming down their faces. Even though Lin Man appeared calm on the surface, it was merely a facade, as she knew she had no support. If she showed panic, Tang Xiaohua would crumble too. But at that moment, with Hua Yan's arrival, she could no longer hold it together. No more crying, no more crying. Hua Yan truly didn't know how to comfort people, so he could only keep repeating those 3 words. After about half a minute, Lin Man wiped her tears, adjusted her emotions, and said, "Instructor Hua, Shinchen and the others are in the village ahead. They've been gone for a while now, and I think they must be in trouble." Hua Yan nodded seriously, but before he could think about how to handle the situation, a large number of headlights lit up behind them. Soon, 3 extended vans stopped not far from them. Then, the doors opened and nearly 30 people poured out of the vehicles, each holding a gleaming steel knife glinting ominously in the light. Seeing this scene, Hua Yan's expression turned extremely grim, and he returned to his car to retrieve 3 military batons, handing one to each of Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua. "Are you scared?" "Not scared," Lin Man replied earnestly. Tang Xiaohua said nothing, simply reaching out to take the baton, then swinging it forcefully, her resolute gaze saying it all. Leading the group was a middle-aged man in his 30s, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, the rising smoke causing him to squint slightly. He looked Lin Man and the others up and down, then casually waved a finger. Immediately, the more than 30 people behind him charged at the 3 with their knives. Hua Yan and the others gritted their teeth and charged back. They couldn't retreat. Shinchen and the others had not returned, likely encountering some trouble. If they let this group pass now, it would undoubtedly be adding insult to injury for Shinchen and the others. And just as Lin Man and Hua Yan had guessed, Shinchen and the others were indeed facing an unprecedented crisis. The more than 10 people in Shinchen's room had long been dealt with, and with Shinchen's help, Yi Qing's room was quickly handled as well. However, when they arrived at Xinying's room, they found Xinying covered in wounds and 2 middle-aged men with sinister smiles at the corners of their mouths. Seeing Shinchen and Yi Qing arrive, Shining quickly warned, "Be careful, 2 Wu level." Indeed, there were 2 Wu levels, Shining had initially thought. There was only 1 Wu level among them, but after engaging, he realized that the one who blinked had also reached Wu level. As for the other person, up until now, he has not revealed his abilities. Shining suspects that the other party most likely awakened a support-type ability which is not suitable for combat. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that the other party has been keeping a trump card hidden. If that is the case, their situation will become even more unfavorable. "When did the military start producing little wolf cubs like you? You really have some skills," said the man with the unknown ability. Shinchen merely glanced at him indifferently, choosing not to respond, while quickly contemplating strategies to deal with the current situation. At this moment, the other side clearly had 2 level 5 fighters, one with the known ability of blink, while the other's ability remained unknown. On their side, apart from himself as a level 5, there were also Yi Qing and Shining, both of whom were extremely strong in close combat. However, this was not their advantage. Their greatest asset was the ever-hidden Jang Ani, who had not made a move from the beginning. The other side clearly did not know of Jang Ani's existence, so their attention would largely be focused on Shinchen and the other two. If Jang Ani suddenly made a move, combined with her nearly overpowered ability perfect shot, it was very likely she could defeat the 2 opponents in an instant. However, Jang Ani's ability was also countered. She had mentioned to Shinchen and the others before that her perfect shot was restrained by 4 types of abilities. Shinchen was aware of these 4 abilities: hardening, phasing, combat instinct, and blink. And currently, they were facing an enemy with the ability to blink, which might be the reason Jang Ani had yet to act. "Boss, stop wasting time with them. This stronghold has been exposed. Let's deal with them quickly and leave," said the man who had awakened the blink ability in a low voice. The man nodded at the words, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. The next second, he suddenly charged towards the injured Shining. Shining reacted quickly, retreating several steps to dodge the opponent's strike. In the next moment, Shinchen's figure had already blocked between the two, swinging his fist towards the opponent. At the same time, another man used blink to appear beside Yi Qing, but just as he was about to strike, Yi Qing had already slightly turned to evade his sneak attack. Thus, a chaotic battle erupted among the 5. Outside the wall, Jang Ani opened her rectangular black leather case for the first time, which she never left behind. Inside lay a specially made sniper rifle. This sniper rifle was custom-made for Jang Ani by Old Master Lin. While it resembled the GM 12.7 sniper rifle in appearance, Jang Ani's version had almost sacrificed the stability and precision that sniper rifles are known for, focusing instead on its lethality. Because against ordinary people, Jang Ani only needed a handgun to resolve the fight. This sniper rifle was meant to deal with awakened individuals, powerful awakened individuals like the 2 level 5s in front of her. Jang Ani skillfully assembled the sniper rifle, then bent down and moved swiftly outside the wall, searching for the best shooting position. On the village road, Lin Man leaned against the van, covering her arm with her hand as a trickle of blood flowed through her fingers. However, the baton in her hand was still tightly gripped. Tang Xiaohua was not in a good situation either, but due to the presence of blink, she was much stronger in combat than Lin Man. She had no idea where her baton had been thrown, as she felt it was not suitable for her. Instead, she clutched a blood-soaked dagger in her hand. In the span of 20 minutes, the number of people who fell to Tang Xiaohua's hands exceeded double digits, rivaling even Huiyan. Since getting blood on her hands, Tang Xiaohua seemed to have transformed into a different person. Her strikes were clean and decisive, even somewhat ruthless. Each flash of movement was like a ghost claiming a life, reaping a vibrant existence. Watching his more than 30 subordinates fall one by one, the leading man couldn't help but frown. He irritably pulled out a bag of powder from his pocket, inhaled it beneath his nose, and revealed a look of enjoyment. Then, he sniffed again and took out a pitch-black wooden box from his pocket. As the box opened, a strange fragrance instantly spread. In the next moment, some unknown black insects crawled out of the box and made their way toward the corpses on the ground, burrowing into their mouths and noses. What happened next sent a chill straight to the crown of Tang Xiaohua and Lin Man's heads. Those corpses, which had long been dead, began to twitch oddly on the ground before standing up again. Is this a ghost? Girls are naturally more fearful of ghosts and monsters, and seeing those resurrected corpses made Tang Xiaohua's voice tremble. Meanwhile, Huiyan shuddered all over and glared at the leading man, his eyes filled with rage. "You come from the southern border?" These words were almost squeezed out from between his teeth, his expression turning incredibly ferocious and terrifying. The leading man was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and said, "After all these years, someone still remembers us. What an extreme honor." At this moment, Huiyan's eyes were bloodshot, resembling a bloodthirsty beast. Remember? How could he forget? Countless comrades had spilled their blood in the southern border. How could he dare to forget? Instructor Hua, what exactly are those? At this time, Lin Man also stood up again, brandishing a baton as she approached Huiyan and the others. Southern border Gu clan, they practice some sinister insect rearing techniques. What he is using now is the southern border corpse Gu technique. Those insects will crawl into the deceased's brain through their 7 orifices, allowing for temporary control of the corpses. Saying this, he looked seriously at Lin Man and the others and said, "These people are already dead, they feel no pain, and ordinary fatal injuries have no effect on them. Even if you pierce their hearts, they will still continue to attack you." After hearing Huayan's words, both Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua turned pale. However, neither spoke, knowing that since Huayan understood the so-called corpsecue technique so well, he would surely have a way to deal with it. There are 2 ways to deal with these things. Huayan glanced at the corpses slowly approaching them and said in a deep voice, "The first method is to smash their heads. Without a place to parasitize, the insects will naturally be unable to control the corpses. As for the second method..." At this point, Huayan looked again at the leading man and said fiercely, "The second method is to kill the one who raises the goo." After hearing Huayan's words, Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua's gazes naturally fell on the man controlling the insects. The first method Huayan mentioned was to smash the heads of those corpses, and the skull is the hardest part of the human body. Even if they were given a hammer to smash a person's skull, it would take considerable effort, let alone the fact that they only had batons in hand. So, the most direct and effective method right now was to kill the man controlling the insects. Sensing the murderous intent in the 3 pairs of eyes, the man sniffed and provocatively beckoned them with his fingers. Seeing this, the 3 exchanged glances, and after Huayan gave a slight nod, they charged forward together. Huayan and Lin Man quickly brought down the corpses controlled by the goo worms, while Tang Xiaohua instantly vanished from her spot. Teleportation? The goo controller frowned slightly, then almost simultaneously with Tang Xiaohua's disappearance, he suddenly turned around and threw a punch behind him. Just as Tang Xiaohua's figure reappeared, she saw a massive fist coming down towards her. She hurriedly crossed her arms to shield her face, but even so, she was still sent flying by the overwhelming force of the punch, crashing heavily to the ground. Battle instinct? Tang Xiaohua struggled to stand up, her expression serious as she looked at the goo controller. Upon hearing this, the man paused for a moment, then shook his head. With a smile, "No, we of the Southern Goo clan are all cursed individuals, we can never awaken." As he spoke, he slowly drew a sharp dagger from his waist, ran his fingers along the blade, and a drop of crimson blood instantly appeared at his fingertip. "This knife is really sharp, killing you with it, you shouldn't feel any pain, right?" Not far away, Huayan and Lin Man, held back by a group of corpses, looked at Tang Xiaohua's sudden defeat with anxious expressions. "Lin Man, I'll leave this to you, I'm going to help Xiaohua." Huayan shouted to Lin Man, "Okay." Lin Man nodded heavily, then took off her blood-soaked jacket and wrapped it around her hand, gripping the baton, tightly binding her hand and the baton together. Immediately after, she launched another round of attacks against the seemingly indestructible corpses. At this moment, Huayan had already reached behind the goo controller, raising his baton high and aiming for the man's head. The man seemed to sense something and merely sidestepped to avoid the deadly blow. Following that, Huayan swept the baton horizontally. The man had no way to evade and could only raise his arm to block, a searing pain instantly engulfing his entire arm. He frowned, looked Huayan up and down, then sniffed and said, "A veteran who participated in the Southern War?" Huayan ignored him and walked in front of Tang Xiaohua, reaching out to pat her shoulder. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, uncle." Tang Xiaohua lowered her head, feeling somewhat ashamed. After training in the military for a week, everyone had worked harder than her. During weighted training, she often used teleportation to cheat. Yet now, facing an ordinary person who hadn't awakened, she had still lost, and so thoroughly. At that moment, she felt she had let down Huayan's teachings and her teammates who were fighting desperately. "You've done very well." Huayan's hand on her shoulder applied a bit of pressure, and he said with utmost seriousness, "You may not be the best soldiers I've ever trained, but you are definitely the ones who have improved the fastest. I have always been proud of you." Seeing the earnest look in Huayan's eyes, Tang Xiaohua's guilt intensified, and for a moment, she didn't know what to say. "All right." Huayan tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing a stiff smile. "Go help Lin Man, I'll handle things here." Tang Xiaohua nodded, and her figure vanished once more. "Hey, veteran, I'm talking to you." The goo controller spoke to Huayan again. "You bunch of scum aren't worthy of talking to me." Huayan shot a cold glance at him, then stretched his neck, a murderous intent filling his eyes. All right. The man curled his lips into a playful smile, then slowly said, "Then go reunite with your dead comrades. It's just a pity you didn't die on the land of Southern Goo." As he spoke, a nearly maniacal smile spread across his face. "Do you know? Just 2 years after you attacked Southern Goo, the land was covered in red flower bulbs. That sea of blood-red flowers was truly spectacular. We have to thank the corpses of your comrades as nourishment." "Shut your mouth." Huayan's teeth ground together, his forehead veins bulging. "What, can't I say it?" The man's gaze turned sinister, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Did only you stinking soldiers die? How many of my Southern Goo clan have perished on that land? How many families have been torn apart? You used the living to refine Goo, it's all deserved." Huayan said coldly. "Those people volunteered. What business is it of yours?" the man retorted. "Were those infants still in their cradles also volunteers?" Huayan's eyes turned red, his voice trembling. Although many years had passed, he still couldn't forget those babies packed in jars, their bodies gnawed by goo insects, not a single piece of intact skin. At this point, Huyen stopped wasting words and swung his baton directly at the man, seeking death. The man gritted his teeth and brandished the dagger in his hand to meet him. Neither of them were awakened, their fight was devoid of fancy moves, purely a brutal exchange of blows, trading injuries for injuries. In just a few minutes, both of them were covered in wounds. Meanwhile, the battle on Tang Xiaohua and Lin Man's side was equally intense. Faced with those corpses that wouldn't die no matter how hard they hit, they had no better option than to knock them down again and again. During this time, Lin Man used all her strength to smash a man's head, the milky brain matter splattering out along with bright red blood, the viscous substance, splattering onto Lin Man's face. Warm, Lin Man could even feel the milky chunk twitching slightly on her face before it slid down her cheek. However, just as Huyen had said, when she crushed the man's head, two black goo insects crawled out, seemingly looking for their next corpse. But Lin Man naturally wouldn't give them that chance, stepping forward to crush the two goo insects underfoot. With each sound, thick black blood spread beneath Lin Man's soles, slowly seeping into the black earth. Boom! A deep rumble of thunder rolled in, the already dark night sky shrouded in another layer of gloom. If it weren't for the car lights still shining, it would probably be impossible to see anything here. The next moment, heavy rain poured down. Under the illumination of the headlights, the rainwater fell like layers of curtains, even obscuring her vision. Lin Man slowly tilted her head back, letting the rain mercilessly beat down on her face, washing away the bloodstains. Then she wiped her face and swung her baton again at another corpse. 10 minutes later, Huyen and the man controlling the goo both knelt on the ground, propping themselves up with their weapons to avoid collapsing. Tang Xiaohua, having overexerted her abilities, was too drained to even stand, collapsing weakly onto the muddy road. Her slightly rising chest and half-closed eyes the only signs that she was still alive. The most unexpected was Lin Man. Logically, she should have been the weakest in combat, yet she still stood there, surrounded by more than 10 headless corpses. Her already thin clothes clung to her body under the rain, but even though it was pouring heavily, it couldn't wash away the bloodstains on her clothes. Her pure white t-shirt had turned blood red. Lin Man stood in the midst of those headless corpses, the scene looking exceptionally terrifying. Old soldier, still have strength left? The man controlling the goo looked at Lin Man, who was swaying unsteadily, then smirked and spoke to Huyen. Huyen said nothing, only struggled slightly, trying to stand up, but the injuries on his body were too numerous, even moving was a luxury, let alone standing. Ha 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 ha. The man controlling the goo let out a nearly mad laugh, then shouted loudly at Huyen, "You lost. You all lost." Huyen followed the man's gaze and saw that Lin Man seemed to have exhausted all her potential, even though she was still standing, she had no strength left to face the remaining monsters. At that moment, the corpses once again launched an attack on Lin Man, but before their assault could land, Lin Man swayed slightly and collapsed. Falling into the pool of blood, Lin Man seemed to be stimulated by the cold sensation, her eyes opened again. She used all her strength to try to lift her right hand, but all she managed to do was tap the blood-soaked ground lightly with the baton, splashing some water. Hua! Instructor Hua! I'm sorry, I really tried my best. Watching Lin Man fall, the corpses approached her in eerie postures, and Huayan's memories of the dead began to attack him frantically once more. The horrific scenes from the battlefield and the southern frontier resurfaced in his mind. Countless comrades, and the soldiers he had led, all perished before his eyes. And now, was even the student soldier he had only brought for 7 days going to meet the same fate? No, no way. Huyen roared in his heart, and then, under the shocked gaze of the man controlling the goo, he slowly stood up. One of his legs had a penetrating wound from a dagger, the bone misaligned, and he held the baton in one hand while pressing his other hand against his abdomen, crimson blood flowing down through his fingers. Pat, pat, the sound of his shoes splashing in the water echoed, but to the man controlling the goo, every step Huyen took felt like a stomp on his heart. Are you out of your mind? He struggled to rise, but his injuries were too severe, he simply couldn't do it. To him, Huyen's injuries should be worse than his own. The wound on his abdomen was more than just bleeding. If he moved violently, his intestines could spill out. How could he stand up? With such injuries? How could he still be on his feet? But the reality was right in front of him, leaving no room for disbelief. At that moment, Huyen staggered to stand before him, looking down from above. You can't kill me. Feeling death approaching, the man controlling the goo no longer had his previous madness. He was clearly flustered, even mumbling incoherently, repeatedly saying the words, "You can't kill me." However, Huyen completely ignored him, raising the baton high and suddenly bringing it down onto his head. Crack! The crisp sound of a skull shattering echoed in the rainy night. In that moment, even the pouring rain seemed to pause for a moment. Then the man's pupils gradually dilated, and he fell heavily into the pool of blood. As he fell, the corpses that were about to attack Lin Man also froze instantly, then fell one after another like cut wheat. Hua! Yen maintained his previous posture, staring intently at the man's corpse, and slowly spoke, "Evil is evil, and it can never suppress righteousness. We couldn't eradicate the Goo clan in the southern frontier back then. But I believe that someone will take up the weapon from our hands and step onto the battlefield in the southern frontier again. That day will be the day of the Gu clan's destruction. After speaking, his somewhat vacant gaze first fell on Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua, then shifted away as he gazed into the distance at the nearby village. With a slight upward curve of his lips, he finally collapsed beside the man's corpse. Instructor Hua. Lin Nan's heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the rainy night. Inside the village, the battlefield for several people had already shifted from inside the room to outside. Faced with 2 level 5 opponents, the 3 clearly felt overwhelmed. Although Shinchen was also level 5 and had various means at his disposal, the opponent's ability to blink made him feel powerless. Every time Shinchen was about to make contact, the opponent would instantly vanish before him, and the next target of attack might not even be Shinchen, it could be Yi Qing or Shining. After several attempts, the opponent had already guessed that Yi Qing's awakened ability was combat instinct, as every sneak attack from the blinking figure was evaded by Yi Qing in advance. However, it was ultimately just combat instinct, not mind reading. He could sense the danger in battle and evade, or counterattack accordingly, but he had no idea what the opponent was thinking. As long as the opponent's target was not him, he could not foresee it. The two clearly understood the shortcomings of combat instinct. They had almost given up on attacking Yi Qing and focused their main target on Shining, who had no awakened abilities. However, this choice was undoubtedly a mistake. Although Shining had not awakened, his strength was certainly not weak. In some respects, he might even be the strongest among the 3. In terms of brute force, he was not as strong as Shinchen. In terms of evading attacks, he was not as agile as Yi Qing. In other words, his strength surpassed Yi Qing's, while his dodging ability was better than Shinchen's. Most importantly, his ability to withstand blows was unmatched. Even a hulking figure like Qian Meng, who was as strong as an ox, could not compare to him. After several rounds of attacks, the two exchanged glances, clearly feeling that they had chosen the wrong target. Unanimously, their gazes fell on Shinchen. After a brief exchange, they realized that Shinchen was not just brute strength but a level 5 fighter. Although it was hard to believe that someone could reach level 5 at such a young age, the facts before them left no room for doubt. However, in the current situation, they were facing a combat instinct and an absurdly powerful physical presence akin to a humanoid monster. In comparison, Shinchen, as a level 5 fighter, seemed to be an easier breakthrough point. The two communicated without words, deciding their next battle plan merely through eye contact, clearly demonstrating a good rapport, likely from frequent cooperation in battle. Although Shinchen lacked combat instinct, he sensed that the way the opponents were looking at him was off. They had likely set their attack target on him. However, this was precisely what he desired. In the next moment, Shinchen felt a chill at his neck. Be careful, Shining and Yi Qing almost simultaneously warned. But Shinchen remained unfazed, showing no intention of dodging. Seeing this, the blinking figure curled his lips into a sinister smile. It was finally coming to an end. These 3 little brats had caused them quite a bit of trouble. But the next second, he froze for a moment, as his dagger glided across Shinchen's neck as if cutting through air, encountering no resistance whatsoever. He blinked, realizing that Shinchen's neck had vanished. Yes, only his neck had disappeared. He stood still without moving an inch. Even his head was still there, but his neck was gone. However, at that moment, he could not afford to be shocked, as Shinchen suddenly raised his leg and kicked him hard in the chest. He clutched his chest and staggered back a few steps, but just as he was about to move forward again, he realized that every joint in his body was aching, making even the simple act of shifting his feet feel laborious. At that moment, a dull gunshot rang out abruptly. Bang! At close range, he was hit by a large-caliber sniper rifle, and the entire head of the flashing figure was blown to pieces. Everyone turned to look and saw a stunningly beautiful girl outside the wall, holding a massive sniper rifle, still maintaining her aim in the pouring rain. Angel's bullet killing a level 5. Witnessing the grim fate of his comrade, the remaining level 5 was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Just now, if that shot had been aimed at him, could he have dodged it? Soon, he answered his own question. He couldn't escape, no matter what. Who would have thought that the opponent had hidden a sniper in the shadows, and judging by the destructive power of that sniper rifle, it was probably loaded with armor-piercing rounds? Not to mention a level 5, even a tank would likely be unable to withstand such a shot, right? Thinking of this, he instinctively took half a step back. Meanwhile, Shinchen and the others, seeing this scene, silently shifted their positions, surrounding him. At this moment, the man before them was almost in a situation of certain death. Zhang Yanqi had been waiting for this opportunity, a chance to take out the flashing figure with a single shot. If she shot and killed the level 5 in front of her, the remaining flashing figure would surely find a way to escape. With someone so intent on fleeing, they really had no way to keep him from getting away. But this man was different. He couldn't run. Surrender, and I can spare your life, Shinchen said calmly, looking at him. At this point, he already knew that the man came from the mysterious drug trafficking organization, Poker. This organization had always been a thorn in the side of the military in Siau country. If they could capture him alive and hand him over to Lin Man for mind reading, perhaps they could glean some information about this organization. After all, this man was a level 5, and he must hold a certain status within the Poker organization. Ha! The man sneered, then looked at Shinchen with a mocking gaze, saying lightly, "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child?" Shinchen frowned, not responding. The man chuckled, then continued, "I've been killing since I was 16 and I have at least 30 lives on my hands. Add in drug trafficking, what makes you think you can spare my life?" Upon hearing this, Shinchen's frown deepened. At this moment, he finally understood why members of the poker organization captured by the military would rather destroy their own eyes or commit suicide than reveal any information about poker, because the crimes they committed were a death sentence. No matter how great their contributions, they could never offset their sins. Seeing Shinchen silent, the man's lips curled into a disdainful smile, then his expression suddenly changed, and he said fiercely, "Stop with the nonsense. If you're going to make a move, do it quickly." "I won't surrender. Even if I die, I'll take a piece of you with me." Saying this, he actually took the initiative to attack, targeting Jang Ani outside the wall. Seeing this, Jang Ani instantly threw aside her sniper rifle, then kicked off the low wall with force, using the recoil to propel herself backward. As she soared back, she had already drawn the silver pistol from her holster, aiming at his head. Bang bang bang! In an instant, Jang Ani pulled the trigger 3 times in quick succession, sending 3 high-speed spinning bullets hurtling toward him. However, it seemed he had anticipated this, as he sidestepped the 3 bullets at close range. Jang Ani's no exceptions ability, while somewhat inexplicable, has the drawback of being usable only 3 times in a day. Today, she has already activated no exceptions 3 times. The first was when Xiao was shot. In a moment of desperation, she used no exceptions to kill the person who shot Xiao. The second time was also during that incident, where she shot the driver of a Land Rover through the glass of 2 cars. As for the third time, it was just now when she shot the man who had just teleported. Although the distance was very close and the opponent's movements seemed to be restricted by Shinchen, she still chose to activate no exceptions to ensure absolute certainty. This led to her facing the grade 5 opponent in front of her, with all 3 shots missing. It wasn't that Jang Ani's marksmanship was poor, on the contrary, even without using no exceptions, her shooting skills rank among the top in the Cold State military headquarters. However, the reaction speed of a grade 5 opponent is simply too strong, making it difficult to hit a prepared grade 5 even at close range. This is also why Hui Yen advised everyone against using firearms. At this moment, the grade 5 opponent had closed in on Jang Ani, and the dagger in his hand was now right in front of her eyes. In that instant, Jang Ani could even feel the cold blade had brushed against her eyelashes, yet the opponent's movement suddenly halted, as if time had paused. Jang Ani looked up, the sharp dagger still hovering before her, while the man's pupils appeared somewhat dazed, his eyes filled with terror. In the next second, the man's body collapsed. This revealed a thin figure behind him. Shinchen's hair was soaked by the rain, sticking to his forehead, half covering his eyes. Through the gaps in his hair, Jang Ani could see a hint of frost in his gaze. His hand remained in a punching position, his entire fist and half of his forearm smeared with bright red blood, having punched through the opponent's body, the grade 5's body. "Are you okay?" Shinchen's voice was a bit hoarse. I'm fine." At that moment, Jang Ani, who had been staring into Shinchen's eyes for a long time, found her voice unexpectedly shy. It was also the first time she noticed that this sickly boy in front of her seemed to have a bit of charm. Hearing Jang Ani's response, Shinchen nodded slightly, then turned to look at Xining and Yi Qing, saying, "Take photos of the 5 target corpses and pile the rest in the room. Once we reach a place with signal, notify the enforcement team to come and clean up." "Understood." The two nodded in agreement and began to busy themselves. 10 minutes later, 4 figures slowly left the village, heading towards the direction of the van. However, when they arrived near the van, they all froze in place. The headlights of the 3 vehicles illuminated the rainy night as bright as day, and in the open space in front of the cars lay more than 30 corpses, sprawled in disarray. Blood flowed like a river, washed away by the rain, continuously streaming into the ditches on either side of the road. Not far from those corpses, 2 figures sat around one of the bodies, silent, but faintly, one could hear the sound of a woman sobbing. Seeing this scene, Shinchen felt his mind go blank. He stood there for over 10 seconds before he ran wildly towards the 2. As he got closer, he finally saw the face of the body lying on the ground. It was a face with sharp angles, as resolute as if carved by a knife or axe. In that moment, Hui Yan's stern expression surfaced in Shinchen's mind, and that cold voice echoed incessantly in his ears. "They are the worst soldiers I've ever led. Proud. I won't see you off tomorrow. And, if the mission isn't completed, it doesn't matter, there's no shame in it. Everyone must come back alive." Inside the hospital of the small county town, Shinchen and his group arrived at Xiao's hospital room with somewhat gloomy expressions. Upon seeing them enter, Xiao, supported by Qian Meng, sat up. His voice was weak, but a smile still lingered at the corners of his mouth as he asked, "So, how did it go? Was the mission completed?" Shinchen nodded. Noticing the somber atmosphere among the group, Xiao furrowed his brows, then glanced around at everyone. After confirming that no one was missing, he slowly let out a sigh of relief and asked, "What's going on? Did someone get hurt?" "No." Shinchen shook his head. Among their team, Xiao was the one who was most seriously injured, followed by Lin Man, who only had some superficial wounds, while Tang Xiaohua had nearly fainted from exhaustion and had already recovered significantly after resting.
Then what's this all about? Xiao pressed again. Everyone kept their heads down in silence.
Finally, Shinchen exhaled a deep breath and, with a somewhat hoarse voice, said, Instructor Hua came to support us,
to help us hold off the enemy's reinforcements.
At this point, Shinchen felt a sting in his nose and ultimately managed to utter a few words. He died in battle. As soon as those words left his mouth, Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua, who were standing behind him, couldn't help but start to sob quietly. Xiao, on the other hand, instantly sat up straight, seemingly oblivious to the blood seeping from his wound, his gaze fixed intensely on Shinchen's eyes, as if trying to confirm whether the other was lying.
But aside
from a barely noticeable fatigue in his eyes, there was nothing but sorrow. Witnessing this scene, Xiao's tense body suddenly slumped, as if he were a deflated balloon, murmuring to himself, how could a good person
just disappear like that? Saying such heartless things, yet when it comes to the crucial moment, how could I be so muddled? Truly an old fool, an old fool. After Xiao's condition improved slightly, Shinchen and his group returned to Ice City. Inside Xie Xiaolong's hospital,
Mengru looked at Xiao lying on the bed undergoing a checkup, then glanced at Shinchen, whose face bore numerous scars, and silently shed tears of heartache.
It's not like we can't support them at home. Why are these two kids pushing themselves so hard?
Xie Xiaolong held Mengru in his arms and sighed. Everyone has their own aspirations. This is the path they chose for themselves, and as parents, we should support them.
But Mengru wanted to say more when the door to the hospital room was pushed open.
Immediately, Old Master Lin and Zhou Dao walked in.
Old Master Lin, what brings you here? Xie Xiaolong gently bowed his head while holding Mengru's hand towards Old Master Lin.
No need for formalities, I just came to check on these kids, Old Master Lin said as he slowly approached Shinchen, looking
him up and down.
Noticing that he wasn't seriously injured, he let out a sigh of relief, then turned to Xiao, who was lying on the hospital bed, and asked, Xie kid, everything alright?
Xiao, somewhat flattered,
sat up and patted his chest, smiling as he said, Old Master Lin, there's no need to worry, I'm doing just fine.
Ha ha ha.
Seeing Xiao like this, Old Master Lin laughed heartily and praised, good lad, you have your
grandfather's spirit from back in the day.
The group exchanged a few casual pleasantries before Old Master Lin took Shinchen out of the hospital room. Once outside, Old Master Lin's smile gradually faded, and his voice
turned colder. No illness, so those people are from the poker organization? Shinchen nodded.
Poof. Old Master Lin snorted coldly, his gaze suddenly becoming sharp. What a poker organization, I haven't even troubled
them yet, and they dared to extend their hands into Hanzhou. Shinchen, however, seemed distracted and instead changed the subject, asking, Old Master Lin, do you know about the Gu clan in the southern border?
Hearing the words southern border Gu clan, Old Master Lin's pupils suddenly constricted, and then as if recalling something, he sighed and said, regarding Huayan.
Old Master Lin, I know about Instructor Hua. I just want
to know about the southern border Gu clan. Shinchen interrupted him directly, his gaze resolute as he looked at Old Master Lin.
Very well, very well.
Old Master Lin shook his head helplessly. These matters you will have to know sooner or later. Saying this, he walked over to a nearby chair and sat down, then gestured for Shinchen to come and sit beside him.
Shinchen hesitated for 2 seconds but ultimately sat down. The southern border Gu clan is located in a large mountain in the southern border.
Initially, the local law enforcement discovered many missing persons cases, and after filing an investigation, all clues pointed to a village in that mountain, which is the southern border Gu village. Later, when the law enforcement team entered the village for investigation, all the investigators who came out died mysteriously.
Mysteriously died? Shinchen frowned slightly.
That's right, they died mysteriously. Old Master Lin nodded, then continued. Later, the local law enforcement sought assistance from the military, requesting troops to enter the Gu village for a
detailed investigation.
The team that entered the Gu village was a vanguard unit from the Yunzhou military, consisting of 322 people, including a colonel. As a result, all were killed. Hearing this, Shinchen did not feel shocked, as he had already heard some of the conversation between Huiyan and that controlling Gu man from Lin Man on the way back, and he guessed that many military personnel must have been buried in the southern border. Old Master Lin remained silent for a long time, seemingly recalling some past events, slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air, then continued. Due to the personnel adjustments at the Yunzhou military at that time, they were unable to send a large army to attack the Gu village, so the higher-ups decided to have the strongest military force at the time, the Hanzhou military, march south to pacify the Gu village. So the Hanzhou military failed? Shinchen asked tentatively. Not exactly a failure. Old Master Lin shook his head. In that battle, the elite forces of Hanzhou were fully deployed, sending out 7 special operations brigades totaling over
25,000 men, with fewer than 3,000 surviving. Why not use bombers and other large-scale weapons?
Shinchen, not very knowledgeable about military matters, felt that with the current military strength of Xiao country, a firepower coverage should be enough to wipe out any Gu village. Although the Gu village is called a village, it has a very large population, with over 40,000 people, and not all of them are evildoers, so the military could not conduct indiscriminate attacks. Old Master Lin sighed again. Shinchen chose to remain silent. He could not say that the military's decision was flawed, as the military of Xiao country, indeed, could not raise a butcher's knife against its ordinary citizens. But the result of this was that 20,000 valiant soldiers shed their blood on the land of the southern border. Whether this was right or wrong, no one could judge. Then the southern border Gu clan was not exterminated? Shinchen asked. Most of the Gu clan perished in that battle, but a few escaped into the deep mountains. It has been many years since we heard any news of the Gu clan, and I never expected they would collude with the poker organization. As he spoke, Old Master Lin's tone grew increasingly cold, clearly indicating that he already knew about Huayan's situation. Shinchen remained silent. After a long while, he slowly stood up and looked at Old Master Lin, saying, "If there is ever a time to take action against the poker organization and the southern border Gu clan, I hope I can participate in the battle." Wu Bing, I can understand your feelings right now, but what you ultimately need is, Instructor Hua is dead. Shinchen directly interrupted him, then a bitter smile crept onto his lips. He died to support us, to help us block the enemy's reinforcements. This grudge must be settled with poker and the Gu clan. After saying this, Shinchen walked into the hospital room without looking back, leaving Old Master Lin sitting alone in the empty corridor, sighing silently. This time, the death of Huayan was a huge blow to Shinchen. Ever since he awakened his abilities, he had selflessly helped others like a saint, whether they were strangers or friends he had known for a short time. Everyone who had been good to him did so because he had actively released goodwill. Old Master Lin was kind to him because he had saved his life. Yi Cheng listened to him because he had once alleviated Yi Qing's grandfather's trigeminal neuralgia, saving the grandfather who was on the verge of taking his own life. Even Meng Ru and Xie Xiaolong chose to take him as a godson. Only after Shinchen cured Meng Ru's illness. Shinchen had never thought there was anything wrong with this because in his view, no one would be good to him for no reason, and moreover, the kindness these people showed him was pure, without any ulterior motives. However, Huayan's appearance shattered Shinchen's understanding as he realized that there are indeed people who would be good to you without expecting anything in return, simply wanting to be kind. They had only known Huayan for a week, yet he was willing to die for them. Why? Why would there be such foolish people? Shinchen had saved many people, but that was always when he knew he might die, adopting a reckless mindset. Huayan was different. He willingly chose to die for these people he had only known for a week. Shinchen didn't know what words to use to describe Huayan. A good person? That word might be too ordinary, but it was the only word that came to his mind. A good person shouldn't die like this. This grudge must be avenged. If no one is willing to make a big deal out of such a small character, then they would take matters into their own hands. 3 days later, Shinchen and his group returned to school. In just half a month, they felt as if they had returned from another world. Looking at the students running on the playground and mingling under the trees, they felt that the others were very immature. Shinchen and his group did not return to their respective classes but went together to the class where Shinchen was. Earlier, when they were in the hospital, Zhou Dao had mentioned that in the coming days, Xiao and the others would attend classes with Shinchen in Tang Song's class. When they arrived at the classroom, most of the students had already taken their seats, and Tang Song was standing at the podium as usual. Upon seeing them enter, Tang Song's gaze dimmed slightly and he nodded slightly to them without speaking. The class in Dao class was not boring, as Tang Song not only explained the cultivation techniques of the Dao formula but also often shared real cases related to awakened abilities, which were much more interesting than the textbook knowledge for everyone. However, Shinchen and the others had no interest at all. They didn't even catch what Tang Song was saying during the entire class, each with their heads down, lost in their thoughts. It seemed that Tang Song was aware of their situation, so he didn't say much, only occasionally letting out a helpless sigh. After the first class ended, Tang Song looked deeply at Shinchen and the others, then shook his head and left the classroom. At that moment, a woman slowly walked to Shinchen's desk, a hint of a playful smile on her lips. Shinchen, didn't you guys get first place in this training? Why do you still look so downcast? Shinchen raised his head, glanced at her, and didn't pay her much attention. This woman was a member of the team led by Qin Hao, who had crossed paths with Shinchen and the others at the military department. Xiao, Zhongwan. Seeing that Shinchen was ignoring her, a trace of malice flashed in her eyes. During the previous battle at the military base, her arm bone and 3 ribs had all been broken by Shinchen. This left her unable to participate in the subsequent training, resulting in a training score of 0. Shinchen, why aren't you speaking? Is it because of the death of your hellish instructor? Zhang Wan's lips curled into a smug smile. What's the best way to hurt someone? Of course, it's to rub salt in their wounds and then repeatedly pick at their scars. Just as Zhang Wan was feeling pleased, she suddenly sensed an inexplicable chill as several icy gazes locked onto her, filled with an extreme, murderous intent, as if they wanted to swallow her whole. Instantly, feeling a bit guilty, she muttered, I didn't say anything wrong, he's dead anyway. As her words fell, she felt a chilling sensation at her back, followed by a cold dagger pressed against her throat. Tang Xiao's icy voice sounded behind her. Zhang Wan, do you want to die? Feeling the coldness of the sharp dagger against her skin, Zhang Wan instinctively swallowed hard, her throat rolling, and then mustered her courage to say, "Tang Xiaohua, this is school. I don't believe you dare to touch me." Just then, another figure slowly stood up and walked in front of Jiang Wan. This girl was someone Jiang Wan recognized, the most useless awakener in Shinchen's team, the mind reader, Lin Man. During that training match, Lin Man had been hiding in the back, not participating in the fight at all, showing she had no combat ability. "What did you just say?" Lin Man looked at Jiang Wan with a calm expression. "I said this is school, you guys." Before Jiang Wan could finish her sentence, she felt a sharp pain in her thigh. Looking down, she saw Lin Man holding a dagger, having stabbed it into her thigh, blood slowly oozing from the wound and dripping onto the floor. Lin Man, you crazy woman, what are you doing?" However, Lin Man did not respond to her words. She slowly pulled the dagger out and stabbed it into her thigh again. Lin Man's actions were completely unexpected for Jiang Wan. She didn't even react in time to activate her ability before being stabbed twice in succession. In fact, not just her, everyone present was taken aback that this usually shy girl would act so ruthlessly, resorting to a knife at the slightest disagreement. Even Shinchen was slightly stunned. He had originally planned to teach this woman a lesson, but unexpectedly, Lin Man had beaten him to it. It seemed that the death of Huiyan had indeed hit her hard. In truth, Shinchen and the others did not understand Lin Man, or rather, no one in the world truly understood her. With her mind-reading ability, she could understand anyone at any time, yet no one could understand her, which was somewhat ironic. When Lin Man was very young, her parents divorced, and now they both had their own families and children. Lin Man felt like the extra one. She had grown up under her grandmother's care until her grandmother also left her in her second year of high school. She felt that there would never be anyone in this world who would genuinely care for her again. She could never forget the scene before the start of college when she went to ask her parents for tuition. Her father's family had grim expressions, and that woman had a fierce argument with her father. In the end, her father secretly slipped her 200 yuan and lamented, telling her to go find her mother. At that moment, Lin Man wanted to throw the 200 yuan in their faces and say something like, "From now on, I have no father like you." But she couldn't, because that mere 200 yuan was enough for her expenses for nearly half a month. After the college entrance examination, she chose to go out and work, but in 2 months of vacation, she only earned 4,000 yuan, while her tuition and accommodation fees totaled 12,000 yuan. Later, she went to her mother's house, where the family's attitude was much better than her father's. They even let her have dinner at home. During dinner, Lin Man felt the taste of the food was very unfamiliar. She repeatedly pondered how long it had been since she had eaten her mother's cooking, but in the end, she could only smile bitterly and shake her head, because as far back as she could remember, it seemed she had never had a meal made by her mother. Looking at the so-called brother sitting across from her, crying and shouting that he didn't want to eat, wanting to have KFC instead, Lin Man felt an inexplicable heartache. It seemed she had never eaten KFC. Could those things really be better than her mother's cooking? After dinner, Lin Man bit her lip and brought up the issue of tuition fees. Upon hearing this, her mother and the man were both taken aback, and then they fell into a brief silence. Seeing the change in their expressions, Lin Man quickly spoke up, "Mom, Uncle, I only need 1 year's tuition. After I get into college, I can work while studying, and I definitely won't trouble you again in the future." Upon hearing Lin Man's words, her mother instantly reddened her eyes. The man also sighed, then took out 10,000 yuan and handed it to Lin Man, reminding her that if she ever needed anything in the future, she could come to them any time. However, when Lin Man was leaving, her mother chased after her, red-eyed, telling Lin Man how difficult things had been for her, how she had no choice, saying that she didn't have a job and that the family's expenses were all supported by that man. Lin Man couldn't remember exactly what she said, but she understood the implication. She didn't want Lin Man to seek her out anymore. Since that time, Lin Man had never gone to find her parents again. All her college tuition and expenses were earned from part-time jobs during her spare time. Lin Man was very attractive, and over the past 2 years while working part-time, countless people had hinted at wanting to support her. There were many times when she almost thought, why not just give up? What was the use of holding on to this elusive bottom line? Could it even buy a full meal? But every time she was about to make up her mind to be a bad woman, a voice inside her kept warning her that once she took that step, there would be no turning back. In the end, she still held on to her true self. Life in the military camp, though only for a brief 7 days, was the happiest time of Lin Man's life. Here, everyone wore military uniforms, even including underwear provided by the military. No one would dress in flashy colors, making themselves stand out. The appearance of Huiyan was like a light shining into Lin Man's life. His impartiality was something Lin Man had never experienced before. In front of Huiyan, there was no distinction of identity or background, nor did it matter what prominent status one held. In his eyes, there were only excellent soldiers and less excellent soldiers. Yet even for those he deemed the worst soldiers, he was still willing to face death for them. When Huiyan died, Shinchen and the others were still in the village fighting 2 level 5 enemies, and Tang Xiaohua had fainted from overexerting her abilities. Only Lin Man witnessed the entire process. These days, she often dreams of the look in Huiyan Lin's eyes before he died. It was a complex gaze filled with comfort, expectation, and a hint of relief that seemed to come from nowhere. After hearing Jiang Wan's words, Lin Man felt her mind go blank in an instant. If someone could read her heart at that moment, they would surely find it filled with murderous thoughts. Just then, a large hand gently patted Lin Man's shoulder, pulling her back from her memories into reality. Lin Man turned to look at the owner of that hand, meeting Shinchen's gaze. Just as she was about to look away, she heard Shinchen slowly say, "Lin Man, read my mind." At his words, Lin Man was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Shinchen with a questioning look, to which he simply nodded slightly. Seeing this, Lin Man no longer hesitated and instantly activated her mind-reading ability. Immediately, she read 3 words from Shinchen's gaze. "I come to kill." Lin Man's eyes trembled slightly. She knew this was the message Shinchen wanted to convey to her. Although she was very curious about Shinchen's thoughts, she still suppressed her curiosity and looked away. "Step aside," Shinchen said softly, knowing Lin Man had grasped his intentions. Lin Man silently nodded and stepped aside, her gaze still coldly fixed on Jiang Wan. Chen took a step forward, coming to Jiang Wan's side. He first examined the wound on her leg, then looked up at her and patted her shoulder. Leaning in closer, he whispered in her ear, "Go to the hospital. Remember to watch your mouth in your next life." Watching Jiang Wan being helped out, Lin Man walked to Shinchen's side and quietly asked, "Will she really die? With stomach cancer and liver cancer, her chances of survival are slim," Shinchen replied, then returned to his seat. After a while, Tang Song entered the classroom and called Lin Man outside. After all, this was school, and directly attacking a classmate in front of so many people would surely lead to punishment. However, Shinchen knew that the punishment wouldn't be too severe, as they had the backing of Zhou Dao and Old Master Lin. Back at his seat, Shinchen carefully sensed the diseases within him. He now had only a dozen ailments left. Thinking of this, he decided he would go to the hospital after school. The entire day of dull classes soon came to an end, and the school's punishment for Lin Man was announced. Just as Shinchen had expected, only a major demerit, a punishment that was more nominal than real. After school, everyone went to the restaurant outside the school for dinner, with Xiao treating to thank Jang Ani for saving him with that shot. In response, Jang Ani secretly resolved to protect Xiao, this free meal ticket, during future missions. After dinner, everyone dispersed, and Shinchen followed Xiao to the hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital, a little nurse at the reception desk spotted the two of them in the crowd and quickly came over. "Young master, second young master, what brings you here?" Hearing this title, Shinchen was momentarily taken aback but quickly realized that Xie Xiaolong and Mang Ru must have informed everyone, as he had already mentioned to them that he would be coming to the hospital soon. Xiao glanced at Shinchen and said, "Just tell her what you need." Shinchen pondered for a few seconds and then said, "I need something for low blood sugar, something for insufficient blood supply to the brain, and a few types of cancer." At this point, Shinchen seemed to think of something and looked at the nurse, asking, "Do we have any mental patients in this hospital?" "Ha!" The little nurse looked bewildered. She felt that these two young masters were not here to seek treatment but more like they were shopping in a mall. "Are there?" Shinchen asked again. There is." The young nurse responded, nodding repeatedly. "Then take us to see it," Shinchen said. With a smile. "Neurology ward, room 513. Get the hell over here and call a doctor for me, I'm dying from the pain." A burly man lay in the hospital bed, cursing at the two men beside him. "Yes, boss." One of the young men pushed the door to leave the room. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a young and beautiful female nurse standing at the entrance, followed by two young men, one with yellow hair looking rather carefree, and the other a sickly-looking boy. The man glanced at the two and then turned back to the nurse, anxious. "Nurse, our boss can't take the pain anymore. Hurry and find a doctor." "Step aside, I'm here to check on him," the nurse said, looking at the man blocking her way with some displeasure. She had a poor impression of these people. They had been admitted 3 days ago from a county in Long Province, and their behavior was extremely low class, often causing a ruckus and cursing. All right. The man quickly stepped aside. The young nurse didn't look at him but turned her head, putting on a smile as she looked at Shinchen, "Second young master, it's him." The young nurse pointed to the burly man cursing in the bed, saying, "He has postherpetic neuralgia. The symptoms include spontaneous knife-like pain or persistent burning pain, with the suffering only second to trigeminal neuralgia. Even gout can't compare." Shinchen nodded and stepped forward to take a look at the burly man. He was very muscular, not much different from Qian Meng, with tattoo marks faintly visible on his neck, peeking out from his hospital gown. Looking at the two young men accompanying him, it was clear they were part of a gang. "It's him," Shinchen said, glancing at the young nurse. "Okay, second young master." The young nurse nodded and said to the burly man, "Extend your hand." "Ah." The burly man was taken aback and tentatively asked, "Are you planning to let this kid treat me?" "Stop talking nonsense, extend your hand," the nurse said impatiently. Oh. Although the burly man felt a bit uncertain, he obediently extended his hand. Seeing this scene, Shinchen couldn't help but feel amused. Indeed, one thing suppresses another. No matter if they were a gang leader or a high-ranking official, in a hospital, they had to behave Shinchen slowly stepped forward, grasped the man's large hand, and activated Absorb. As he held the man's hand, Shinchen frowned slightly. There were thick calluses at the man's palm and calluses on both sides of his index finger as well. Previously, Huiyan had mentioned that only those who frequently held guns would have such calluses. This person in front of him was definitely not a simple thug. Moments later, the burly man felt the pain in his body gradually disappear and he felt incredibly relaxed. Damn, a miracle doctor. The man's shout jolted Shinchen from his thoughts, and he slowly released the man's hand. In that instant, the knife-like burning pain spread throughout Shinchen's body. Shinchen frowned but quickly suppressed the pain. Before the man could thank him, Shinchen followed the young nurse as they headed towards other wards. About 2 hours later, Shinchen and Xiao walked out of the hospital. At this point, Shinchen's face was even paler and he kept patting his temples with his hands, looking somewhat unwell. Third brother, aren't you just asking for trouble? Xiao looked at him helplessly. No, I feel great, better than ever. Shinchen's lips curled into a strange smile, sending a chill down Xiao's spine. Before Xiao could ask further, he saw 3 men running towards them. Xiao quickly stepped in front of Shinchen, his expression turning wary. The burly man at the front paused slightly upon seeing Xiao's action, then pointed to his own face, grinning as he spoke to Shinchen behind Xiao. Little brother, it's me. Shinchen's lips curled into a wicked smile again, and he cast a slightly shadowy glance up and down at the man. What do you want? Little brother, you've cured my illness, so I wanted to thank you in person. But that little nurse wouldn't give me your information, so I had to wait for you here. The burly man grinned widely, then reached out to one of his underlings behind him. The underling understood and handed him a bank card. The burly man took the card and presented it to Shinchen with both hands. Little brother, this is a small token of my appreciation, please don't dislike it. Shinchen glanced at the card in the man's hand, then looked up at the burly man, whose face was full of smiles. At that moment, the burly man felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine, as if he were being closely watched by a venomous snake. He clearly remembered that just moments ago in the hospital, Shinchen's gaze had been quite calm, devoid of any dangerous aura, but now Shinchen seemed like a different person, exuding an extremely dangerous vibe. He had only felt this sensation around a few people. Thinking of those individuals, he couldn't help but shiver. He quickly dismissed the thought. After all, the person before him was just a young man in his early 20s, how could he be compared to those few? You can keep the money, I haven't had lunch yet, Shinchen said with a smile. Old 3, we still need to. Xiao began to say something but was directly interrupted by Shinchen. Seeing this, the burly man quickly spoke up. Luelu, it's on me. Alright, Shinchen nodded. Our car is over there. The burly man pointed to a nearby parking lot. No need, we drove here too. Shinchen glanced at Xiao and said, let's meet at Luelu. That works, we'll wait for you at Luelu, the burly man said, then turned and walked towards the parking lot with his 2 underlings. Old 3, didn't we agree to go pay respects to Instructor Huo with Lin Man and the others? Xiao asked, watching the 3 retreating figures. This guy is interesting. Tell Lin Man and the others to go ahead, we'll meet this strange person first, Shinchen said without further explanation, heading towards their parking spot. 20 minutes later, in a private room at Luelu. Little brother, my name is Zhao Luo, thank you for today. The burly man raised his glass and downed it in one go, then showed the bottom of his glass to Shinchen. So it's brother Xiao, I'm Shinchen, a student from the Institute of Technology. Shinchen didn't drink alcohol but poured himself a cup of tea. I'm not in good health, so I can't drink, I'll use tea instead. Brother Shin, feel free, Zhao Luo said. The people of Hanzhou are known for their straightforwardness, especially at the dining table. Even though Shinchen didn't touch a drop of alcohol, Zhao Luo still drank to the point of oblivion with Xiao. Once people start drinking, they tend to boast, and Zhao Luo was no exception. Brother Shin, you really helped me out this time, Zhao Luo said, sitting down beside Shinchen with his glass, his words slurring slightly. I'm not exaggerating, I've been in the streets, and getting stabbed 10 or 8 times doesn't even make me flinch, but this illness is just too tormenting. It seems brother Zhao is also a man of the world, Shinchen said with a smile. Speaking of this, Zhao Luo immediately became energetic, patting his chest and saying, I'm not bragging, you can ask around in the Han province who doesn't know the name of Buddha Yi. Upon hearing the term Buddha Yi, Shinchen felt a bit puzzled, while Xiao beside him narrowed his eyes slightly, clearly having heard of this figure before. Buddha Yi? Shinchen looked the other person up and down, then asked in confusion, I wonder how brother Zhao got this nickname? He. Zhao Luo grinned, then slowly stood up. Today, let Shin brother have a good look. After saying that, he directly took off his short sleeve, revealing his muscular physique and the tattoo on his chest. It was a Buddha tattoo, but in Buddha's hand was a, with faint crimson blood dripping from the blade's tip. What a beautiful tattoo. Even Shinchen, who had no interest in tattoos, couldn't help but praise. But soon he let out a soft "oh" because he noticed a heart tattoo on the other's wrist, which looked somewhat out of place. What's this? Shinchen pointed at the heart tattoo. Hearing Shinchen's question, Zhao Luo's expression changed, and he quickly put his clothes back on, laughing awkwardly. I was young and didn't know better, just got it done randomly. Half an hour later. Even Xiao's alcohol tolerance couldn't hold up, and he went to rest with the help of a waiter. Zhao Luo also started to sway a bit, his speech becoming a bit slurred. "Brother, I can't drink anymore, let's call it a day, we'll continue another time." Zhao Luo put his arm around Shinchen's shoulder, burped, and continued, "We'll continue another day. No problem." Shinchen smiled, then helped him walk downstairs. When they reached the underground parking lot, two younger brothers went to get the car while Shinchen supported Zhao Luo and waited there. Just then, Shinchen suddenly felt an inexplicable killing intent. The next second, more than 10 men in black suits and masks rushed out, each holding a gleaming steel knife. "Blood Buddha, it seems your illness is better, the hospital couldn't find you and you actually came here to feast." One of the men stepped forward and said, "But that's fine, it saves you from being a starving ghost." After saying that, he waved his hand and the more than 10 men in black charged forward. Seeing this, Zhao Luo instantly sobered up, pushing Shen away. "Shin brother, you hurry and run." After saying that, he glanced around and not finding a suitable weapon, he directly took off his coat, wrapped it around his hand, and charged at the opponents. Zhao Luo was tall and strong, and when he fought, he was full of momentum, knocking down a black-clad man holding a machete with one punch, then snatching the machete from the fallen man and joining the fray. Soon, the two younger brothers who went to get the car also rushed back to join the battle. Although the three were brave, the opponents were clearly not easy to deal with. They were a group of desperate criminals, each strike aimed at the trio's vital points. A few minutes later, Zhao Luo had already been slashed several times, and his stamina was running low. "Damn it, I admit defeat today, tell me who sent you, let me understand this." Clearly, Zhao Luo spat out a mouthful of blood, asking the leading black-clad man, "Blood Buddha, oh Blood Buddha, you've offended too many people, too many want to kill you, you might as well go down and ask King Yin." After saying that, he casually waved his hand, and the crowd surged forward again. At that moment, a figure suddenly charged over, leaping into the air and crashing a knee heavily into someone's chest. Accompanied by the crisp sound of bones breaking, the person was instantly sent flying, dragging along the ground for more than 10 meters before finally crashing into a car, barely managing to stop. Zhao Luo was momentarily taken aback, then raised his head to look at the slightly thin silhouette. Brother Xiao, you go first, leave this to me," Shinchen said without turning to look at Zhao Luo, his tone calm. "Brother Shin, how can I let you take risks for me alone? I'm with you." As he spoke, Zhao Luo struggled to get up and stood beside Shinchen. "Take Brother Zhao away," Shinchen said to Zhao Luo's two younger brothers in an unquestionable tone. The two exchanged glances, then stepped forward and cupped their hands towards Shinchen. "We won't speak of gratitude." Saying this, they ignored Zhao Luo's curses and helped the injured Zhao Luo towards the car. "Stop them." The leading man in black waved his hand and said. Shinchen's gaze turned cold, and he immediately threw two punches, knocking down the two advancing men in black without giving them any chance to fight back. Seeing this scene, the leader frowned, sizing up Shinchen and said, "Little brother, this is a private matter between us and that Blood Buddha. Please do not interfere. Get lost or die." Shinchen slapped his temple, the agitation in his eyes hard to conceal. This morning in the hospital, he had absorbed Zhao Luo's diseases and then several mental disorders. Although Shinchen had previously suffered from 30 diseases, he had never absorbed any mental disorders, making it somewhat difficult for him to adapt in a short time. Today, he absorbed 4 types of mental disorders: mania, schizophrenia, personality disorder, and paranoid personality disorder. These 4 mental disorders shared a common characteristic: they easily led patients to impulsive behavior and violent tendencies. At this moment, Shinchen found it hard to suppress the violent tendencies within him. Faced with more than a dozen knife-wielding men in black, he felt no fear, only intense excitement in his eyes. He even eagerly hoped that these people would charge at him without hesitation to fight. However, the little remaining rationality in his mind told him that he should not kill unless absolutely necessary. But to the group of men in black, his words sounded like a blatant threat and provocation. As members of a top assassin organization, they could not tolerate being spoken to in such a manner. So, without waiting for the leader to speak, they surged forward to attack Shinchen. A wicked smile crept onto Shinchen's lips, and the last shred of rationality in his mind was instantly overwhelmed by impulse and violent tendencies. Soon, the underground parking lot was filled with piercing screams. Moments later, Shinchen walked out of the underground parking lot, wiping the blood from his hands. As soon as he emerged, he saw a group of about 10 people, all wielding iron rods and steel knives, marching towards him aggressively. His gaze sharpened as he prepared for battle once again. At that moment, Zhao Luo, who was injured and had only been simply bandaged, ran out from the back of the crowd, taking 2 steps for every one of his own, arriving in front of Shinchen with a tense expression as he looked him up and down. "Brother Shun, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Shinchen shook his head. "Then, what about those people?" Zhao Luo seemed to think of something and asked tentatively. "Those people." Shinchen pondered for a few seconds, then said lightly, "If you go now, there should still be survivors." Hearing this, Zhao Luo couldn't help but gasp in shock. He had crossed paths with those people, each of them ruthless and with a certain level of martial arts skills. Even he, a practitioner, couldn't gain any advantage. under their hands. Yet, Shinchen managed to handle them all by himself? As he spoke, he waved his hand skeptically at the little brothers behind him, signaling them to check the situation. 2 minutes later, a few of his subordinates brought up a black-clad man who was barely clinging to life. One of the subordinates glanced at Shinchen with some trepidation before turning to Zhao Luo and said, "Boss, this is the only one still breathing." Although he was prepared, Zhao Luo's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Shinchen. After a long moment, he swallowed hard and said, "Little brother, you come with me first." Without waiting for Shinchen to respond, he directly addressed one of his subordinates, "Thin dog, take care of this. If it doesn't work out, arrange for a few little brothers to take the blame." "Understood, big brother." Before long, Shinchen followed Zhao Luo into a hotel room. Shinchen sat in a chair while Zhao Luo sat on the bed, both of them silent. After a long while, Zhao Luo was the first to speak. "Shin, little brother, about today's incident, consider it as me owing you a life. If you ever need anything." Before he could finish, Shinchen raised his hand to interrupt him. "Brother Zhao, let's skip the pleasantries. We've already established a bond of life and death, so can you tell me why those people are after you?" "Ah," Zhao Luo waved his hand casually, his expression indifferent. "We in this line of work all have our enemies, it's normal." "Then what exactly do you do, brother Zhao?" Shinchen leaned slightly forward, his gaze sharp. Hearing this, Zhao Luo instinctively tensed up, adopting a defensive posture. But as if recalling something, he slowly exhaled a breath of stale air and sighed. "Little brother Shin, it's better if you don't know about this matter. Is brother Zhao not trusting me?" Shinchen withdrew his gaze and leaned back comfortably in his chair. "Little brother Shin, it's not that I don't trust you, but every profession has its own rules. Knowing too much about certain things won't do you any good." Zhao Luo shook his head and said. Upon hearing this, Shinchen's suspicions deepened. When he was at the hospital extracting the disease from the other party, he had already sensed the calluses on their hands, a hand that had long held a gun. In Siau country, there is a gun ban, even law enforcement members cannot carry guns without special tasks. So far, among the people Shinchen knew, only Jang Ani was never without a gun. Out of curiosity, Shinchen had refused the money offered by the other party and instead hinted that they should treat him to a meal. During the drinking process, when Shinchen saw the other party's tattoo, his suspicions deepened. It wasn't because of the beautiful blood Buddha tattoo, but rather the red heart tattoo on the other party's wrist. What seemed to be a red heart, when mentioned, clearly caused a flicker of panic in the other party's eyes. Thus, Shinchen had a bold guess in his mind. It wasn't a red heart, but rather the red heart from a deck of cards. "Since brother Zhao finds it inconvenient to speak, I won't press further," Shinchen said as he stood up to leave. "Little brother Shin." Zhao Luo quickly got up and grabbed Shinchen's sleeve, looking troubled as he said, "Little brother Shin, I really can't tell you right now. Can you wait for me for 2 days? Alright, then we'll meet here in 2 days." Shinchen glanced at him and was about to leave. "Little brother Shin, I will find someone to settle today's matter, and it absolutely won't implicate you." Zhao Luo spoke again. Shin paused, not turning back, and simply said lightly, "It's fine if it can't be settled, I can handle it myself." Zhao Luo was slightly taken aback. "Did you forget how that little nurse addressed me when I was treating you?" Shinchen asked. "Address?" Zhao Luo, tormented by illness, indeed hadn't paid much attention to such details. After pondering for a while, he tentatively asked, "Second young master?" "Exactly." Shinchen nodded, then pushed the door to leave. Just as he was about to step out, a calm voice slowly emerged from his lips. "That hospital is the property of the Xiao family in Ice City." Watching Shinchen's departing figure, Zhao Luo was momentarily stunned. After a few minutes of contemplation, he suddenly stood up. "The Xiao family in Ice City, the property of the fifth master Xiao. He is the newly recognized young master of the Xiao family? Not long ago, the Xiao family in Ice City had invited all the prominent families and local power brokers to the Lu Wai Lu restaurant, all for the sake of that adopted son of Xia Xiaolong and Meng Ru. Although the blood Buddha Zhao Luo wasn't involved in Ice City, he had heard about this matter. After all, given the Xia family's status in the 3 provinces of Hanzhou, even minor matters would be magnified infinitely. After leaving the hotel, Shinchen hailed a taxi and then took out his phone to dial a number. "Uncle Xia. You little brat, still calling me Uncle Xia." Xia Xiaolong's annoyed voice came from the other end of the line. Shinchen chuckled awkwardly. "Alright, did you call me for something?" With the serious matter at hand, Shinchen's expression turned grave as he sat up straight and said, "Uncle Xia, have you heard of the blood Buddha Zhao Luo?" "Blood Buddha?" There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the line, then Xia Xiaolong's voice returned. "I haven't inquired about matters in the martial world for a long time. Why are you looking for this person? Did he offend you?" As he spoke, Xia Xiaolong's tone carried a hint of coldness. "No, I'm just very interested in this person and want to learn more." Shinchen didn't reveal his suspicions. This matter might involve the poker organization, and he didn't want to drag the Xia family into it. Seeking revenge for Huayan was their private affair, unrelated to others. "How about this? I'll give your contact information to the wolf and he'll reach out to you later. He knows much more about the martial world than I do," Xia Xiaolong said after a moment of thought. "Thank you, Uncle Xia." You little brat, come home to visit when you have time, your mother misses you all. Got it. After hanging up, Shinchen leaned back slightly, relaxing against the car seat, closing his eyes in contemplation. After returning from the military, he had many things to do, the first being to absorb diseases to prepare for future battles. He also planned to visit those two lunatics at the Awakener Research Institute again. After such a long period of use, he had completely mastered the ability of phasing, but he didn't understand why he could absorb Meng Ru's awakening ability. Later, he had carefully sensed that the words absorb would never appear on Yi Qing and the others, so he needed those two lunatics to clarify things for him. If he could truly absorb others' awakening abilities at will, he believed that both Old Master Lin and Zhou Dao could provide him with countless awakeners to absorb. The Awakener Research Institute would also select the most suitable awakening abilities for him. Furthermore, Shinchen planned to continue taking on some military tasks. After several previous practical experiences, he had clearly identified his advantages and shortcomings. His advantage lay in possessing two awakening abilities, making it hard for others to guard against him unexpectedly, but the drawbacks were also evident. His combat skills and practical experience were severely lacking. He had already discussed the combat techniques with Yi Qing and Shining, and they would train together next, mainly under the guidance of Yi Qing and Shining. However, his practical experience came solely from taking on military tasks, which had improved through life and death battles. But now, facing Zhao Luo, many things had to be postponed. If the other party was indeed from the poker organization, he needed to extract more information about them from him. Although Shinchen was not good at expressing himself, avenging Hui Yan had always been his top priority. The poker organization and the Southern Gu clan must be eradicated. Unknowingly, the taxi had already stopped at the school gate. After paying the fare, Shinchen got out of the car. After getting out, he contacted Zhou Dao, saying he had some awakening-related matters to consult Professor He about. The other party did not ask much and directly gave him Professor He's contact information. After calling, Shinchen learned that the professor had been stationed at their academy for a long time to conveniently serve the students of the Dao class. Before long, Shinchen arrived at the door of a laboratory and gently knocked. Come in. A somewhat wooden voice from Tianwen came from inside the room. Pushing the door open, Shinchen saw Tianwen sitting on a chair, reading a book. He looked around but did not see Professor He. You're here. Tianwen put down the book, gestured for Shinchen to sit in the chair opposite him, and then slowly spoke. 7 days apart feels like a week. Here we go again. Shinchen felt speechless. He had already experienced the other party's verbose style, so he didn't dwell on it too much and instead asked, Where's Professor He? On a blind date, Tianwen replied calmly. A blind date? Shinchen was taken aback. Yes. Tianwen nodded, then adjusted his glasses and explained. Professor He's partner passed away 3 years ago. During these 3 years, he has been without a partner, so he wants to find a new one. Shinchen felt a headache coming on. Alright, let's get to the point. I have something to discuss with you regarding awakening abilities. Go ahead, Tianwen said, seemingly unconcerned. I followed the plan you gave me and went to the hospital to absorb some diseases. Shinchen looked up into Tianwen's eyes and then tapped his temple, saying, I have absorbed the diseases you mentioned, like hypoglycemia and insufficient cerebral blood supply, which can cause someone to lose combat ability instantly. There are no major issues. That's good. Tianwen still seemed indifferent. But regarding mental illnesses, Shinchen pondered for a few seconds, then frowned and said, I absorbed a total of 4 types of mental illnesses, but now I feel like I can't suppress them. Whenever I experience some stimulation, I have severe violent tendencies, even thoughts of killing. I feel very dangerous right now. Upon hearing Shinchen's explanation, Tianwen's originally calm eyes suddenly lit up and a somewhat crazed smile crept onto his lips. Dangerous? That's great. Feeling the somewhat sinister smile from Tianwen, Shinchen felt a chill run down his back. Danger is wonderful. What strong person isn't dangerous? Tianwen said animatedly, those high-level powerhouses in our Xiao country, even if they just stand there doing nothing, will give people an inexplicable sense of oppression. Oppression and danger aren't the same, right? Shinchen asked tentatively. They're the same, all the same. Tianwen waved his hand, signaling Shinchen not to mind the details, then excitedly asked, in the past few days of training at the military, have you killed anyone? Shinchen was silent for a few seconds, then nodded. Through military tasks and what had just happened. In the parking lot, Shinchen had at least taken nearly 20 lives. What does it feel like? A glimmer of excitement flashed in Tianwen's eyes. Feel? Shinchen recalled the feeling he had when he killed his first person in the village, and finally shook his head. I felt nothing. Shinchen was not lying. He truly felt no emotion while killing, neither the perverse thrill nor the discomfort that Lin Man and the others experienced during their first kill. No feeling? The excitement in Tianwen's eyes intensified. That's great. Shinchen tapped his temple, feeling that if this guy wasn't from the Awakening Research Institute, he must be even more dangerous than those desperate criminals. Tianwen paid no mind to Shinchen's strange gaze and instead grabbed Shinchen's sleeve, asking, You said you get sick when you encounter stimulation? What do you mean by sick? Shinchen removed the other's hand and explained, "It means that when stimulated, I become very impulsive.
And have violent tendencies."
No difference, no difference.
Tianwen waved his hand and continued to ask, "So can you actively make yourself sick?"
Seeing Shinchen's face turn pale, Tianwen quickly covered his mouth and rephrased, "I mean, can you
actively provoke your violent tendencies? What do you mean?" Shinchen asked, somewhat confused.
I've read some books on mental illness, and those patients, when they get overly excited, can unlock their inner potential and gain strength greater
than before. If it were you, it might elevate your combat power to a new level.
Shinchen was silent for a few seconds, then shook his head. I'm not sure if I can actively control my mental illness.
Tianwen waved his hand dismissively and said, "It's fine, this can be trained slowly."
Shinchen was somewhat speechless. It was the first time he had heard that illness could be trained. By the way, there's one more thing I need you to help me with, Shinchen said as he extended his
hand. Tianwen looked at Shinchen's hand, somewhat confused about what the other meant.
The next second, Shinchen's hand abruptly vanished. Tianwen's eyes widened in shock, and he tentatively reached out toward the spot where Shinchen's hand had
just been, only to touch a mass of air. What the hell? This scene made Tianwen curse out loud. This. Tianwen stared intently into Shinchen's eyes, his voice trembling slightly. "You actually have 2 awakening abilities?" Chen did not hide anything and told Tianwen everything about how he treated Meng Ru. After listening to Shinchen, Tianwen fell silent, resting his chin on his hand, lost in thought.
Shinchen did not urge him, just quietly waited.
After an unknown
amount of time, as Shinchen began to feel drowsy, Tianwen slowly lowered his hand from his chin and said softly, "I have a bold guess." Looking at the other's ominous expression, Shinchen felt that this bold guess must be quite daring.
Tianwen, unfazed by Shinchen's strange gaze, said seriously, "You said Meng Ru's health has always been poor, right?"
"Yes."
Shinchen nodded. "So that means your transparency should originally be an awakening ability, but because Meng Ru's physical condition is too poor, she can't control this ability at all, so her body has classified this awakening ability as an illness. And your sickness can absorb all diseases, so." Tianwen did not continue, but Shinchen understood what he meant. Since no such ability had been discovered among all awakening abilities so far, Shinchen did not know the name of this ability. He referred to it as phasing, while Tianwen called it transparency. Shinchen pondered for a few seconds and still felt that the name he came up with sounded better. After all, that's what scholars do. Seeing Shinchen silent, Tianwen said excitedly, "To verify my hypothesis, I think we need to conduct an experiment." "What kind of experiment?" Shinchen asked.
"We need to find another person with poor physical fitness and wait for them to awaken." Tianwen's eyes flashed with excitement.
"It's easy to find someone with poor physical fitness, but how can we be sure they will awaken?"
Shinchen was somewhat puzzled. "That's simple," Tianwen said with a slightly wicked smile.
"As long as the sample size is large enough, the probability will increase infinitely." "You mean?" Shinchen asked with a complex expression. "Most people who awaken their abilities are around 20 years old. We can find 10. At this point, Tianwen felt it was a bit risky, so he quickly waved his hand. "No, 100. Find a 20-year-old, and then we can imprison them and find a way to make their physical fitness worse." Tianwen rubbed his hands together excitedly, his face full of enthusiasm, looking somewhat perverse. "Wait a minute." Shinchen interrupted him, raising his hand to ask, "How do you plan to make their physical fitness worse?" "That's simple." Tianwen
casually waved his hand, his face showing displeasure, seemingly unhappy that Shinchen interrupted his train of thought. "We can imprison them and inject some drugs to lower their immunity, or we could consider infecting them with some viruses. If that doesn't work, we could break their legs and not feed them. Over time, their physical fitness will naturally decline."
Shinchen looked at the seemingly mild-mannered Tianwen, feeling a chill run down his spine. This boy, who appeared cultured and reserved, transformed into a different person the moment the topic of awakening came up, like a terrifying madman. "You shouldn't get involved in this, leave it to me, I have a plan." Shinchen pinched the bridge of his nose. "No need, I can handle it." Tianwen's face showed a hint of madness.
Forget it, Shinchen waved his hand. "The Xiao family has several hospitals. I will talk to them and ask them to start a charity event specifically for treating young people under
20. I believe many people will be willing to send their sick children there." Tianwen thought for a few seconds. Shinchen's method was indeed more reliable than his. Medical expenses are currently very high, and even a serious illness can drain a regular family's savings. If a hospital could treat young people for free, once the news spread, young patients from all over the country would likely flock there. As long as the hospital keeps an eye out, the efficiency would surely be high. After bidding farewell to Tianwen, Shinchen called Xiao again and briefly explained the situation to him. Upon hearing that this matter was related to Shinchen's awakening ability, Xiao agreed without hesitation and said he would prepare a hospital building soon to specifically accommodate these patients under 20. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 days, Shinchen and the others attended classes during the day, and after school, they would go to the Sanda department, where Yi Ching and Shining took on the role of instructors to train them in combat skills.
Shinchen was somewhat surprised that Tang Xiaohua, who had originally been very resistant to training and even reluctant to join the military, also participated in the training. Her reason was that on the day she avenged Huiyan, she wanted to be involved too. 2 days later, Shinchen received a call from an unfamiliar number. "Shin, my brother," came Zhao Luo's voice from the other end of the line. Shinchen simply responded with an and didn't say much more. Zhao Luo was silent for a few seconds, then said quietly, "I'm waiting for you at the old place." After he finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Looking at the mobile phone in his hand, Shinchen fell into a moment of contemplation. Just yesterday, he had also received a strange call from the wolf of the Xie family. Xie Xiaolong had once told the wolf to help investigate the Blood Buddha Zhao Luo. The wolf informed Shinchen that the Blood Buddha was a thug in a county under Long Province, running a large slaughterhouse and had some reputation locally, but in the wolf's eyes he was just a small fry, not worth much attention. However, when it came to the assassination of Zhao Luo in the parking lot that day, the wolf indeed became serious, saying that the assassins came from an organization called Mount Everest. Mount Everest is the largest assassin organization in the world, known for their relentless methods. It is said that their task completion rate has reached 97% to date. The wolf was also puzzled as to why Mount Everest would target Zhao Luo, as his status clearly did not warrant the attention of the world's #1 assassin organization. Moreover, the wolf also told Shinchen that Zhao Luo had been investigating him for the past 2 days. Shinchen pondered for a few seconds, then dialed another number. His voice was slightly low. "Come to the school gate, I need to go out with you." More than 20 minutes later, Shinchen and Linman got out of a taxi and arrived at the entrance of a hotel. Shinchen looked up at the room with the curtains drawn on the upper floor, then whispered a few words to Linman before leading the way upstairs. Linman followed Shinchen without any hesitation. Arriving at the door, Shinchen lightly knocked on it. Soon, the door opened, and Zhao Luo peeked out. When he saw Linman behind Shinchen, his expression changed slightly. "Brother Xiao, this is my girlfriend," Shinchen said, taking Linman's hand and smiling. "Oh," Zhao Luo nodded, but there was still a hint of displeasure on his face. He then moved aside to let the two in. Shinchen pulled Linman to sit on the bed while Zhao Luo took a seat in the chair opposite them. Zhao Luo first scrutinized Linman with a discerning gaze before turning to Shinchen and saying in a low voice, "Shin, why don't you let your girlfriend step out for a bit?" "Brother Bing, what do you mean by that?" Linman wrapped her arm around Shinchen's, speaking in a spoiled tone. After saying that, she shot a provocative glance at Zhao Luo. Seeing this, Zhao Luo's gaze turned cold as he stared at Linman. If it weren't for the fact that she was Shinchen's woman, he would have slapped her already. In his mind, women were merely tools and should not be spoiled. Shinchen could only smile wryly and shake his head, pretending to be helpless. Linman and Zhao Luo were both unyielding, staring each other down for several minutes until Linman finally averted her gaze, muttering in dissatisfaction, "If I have to go out, then so be it. What's the big deal? I don't even want to hear it." After saying that, she reached out her hand to Shinchen, puffing up her cheeks. "Give me money, I want to go shopping." Seeing this, Zhao Luo timely pulled out a bank card from his pocket and placed it in Linman's hand, smiling, "Just a small token, consider it my apology to my sister-in-law." Linman took a look at it. The back of the card had 6 digits written on it, presumably the password. Then, without hesitation, Linman pocketed the card, shot Zhao Luo another glare, and left the room. It was only after Linman's footsteps faded away, slowly disappearing in the hallway, that Zhao Luo turned to Shinchen with a smile, saying, "Shin, I'm really sorry, but this matter is quite serious and not convenient for outsiders to hear." "It's fine, brother Xiao, this woman has indeed been spoiled by me," Shinchen replied with a helpless smile. I understand, Zhao Luo chuckled. "It's hard for a hero to get past the beauty barrier." Shinchen nodded slightly, then changed the subject, saying, "Brother Xiao, can we talk about your matters now?" Zhao Luo pondered for a few seconds before asking, "Before that, can I ask you a question, little brother?" "Go ahead. Why are you so curious about me?" Zhao Luo's gaze sharpened, fixating intently on Shinchen's eyes. Shinchen furrowed his brows, and after a long pause, he let out a slow sigh and said somewhat helplessly, "Since that's the case, I won't hide it from you, brother." With that, Shinchen began to speak slowly. "You should already know my identity, right? The adopted son of Xie Xiaolong, the young master of the Xie family." In the past few days, Zhao Luo had been busy, almost digging up everything about Shinchen. Shinchen's expression changed slightly, then he nodded seriously, "That's right, I am the adopted son." Hearing Shinchen's words, Zhao Luo frowned, momentarily unsure of what the other meant. "Although the Xie family has publicly acknowledged my identity and seems to value me." Shinchen's gaze flickered, and a wicked smile crept onto his lips, "But the Xie family still has a legitimate young master." Upon hearing this, Zhao Luo was momentarily taken aback, then immediately understood Shinchen's meaning, and he couldn't help but reassess. Shinchen. He thought to himself that the Xie family was inviting a wolf into the house. This young man before him had considerable ambition, wanting to covet the entire Xie family. However, seeing that Shinchen had such thoughts, Zhao Luo felt somewhat reassured. After a few seconds of silence, Zhao Luo asked, "So, little brother, are you planning to have me help you with something?" Xiao Luo was a man of the world. Shinchen had done him a favor, and even if they ultimately found they were not on the same path, he would never refuse to help if the other needed it. Moreover, it seemed that Shinchen was quite to his taste. So far, there isn't anything I need help with, but in the future, when I compete for power with Xiao, I will definitely need my own influence. Shinchen pondered for a few seconds, then slowly said, "You also know that the Xiao family has 4 formidable generals, and they all unconditionally support Xiao." Zhao Luo nodded in agreement. The Xiao family's formidable generals were well-known figures in the underworld, especially that vicious wolf. "So, I want to know if you have enough weight, brother." Shinchen's gaze suddenly became sharp as he stared at Zhao Luo. Hearing this, Zhao Luo frowned as well, pondering for a few seconds before saying in a low voice, "Little brother, although I'm just a local tyrant in a county town, I truly am not afraid of the Xiao family when it comes to background." Upon hearing this, Shinchen withdrew his gaze and gestured for him to continue. "Have you heard of the poker organization?" Zhao Luo raised his eyes, his expression slightly changing. At the mention of the poker organization, Shinchen instinctively clenched his fists, but his face showed no change. Instead, he wore an expression of as expected. Zhao Luo slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, then took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, pulled one out, and lit it. "The poker organization is divided into 4 factions: black, red, square, and grass. I am the Red Heart, mainly responsible for some combat matters." "What about the other 3 factions?" Shinchen asked. Zhao Luo shook his head. "I can't conveniently discuss the others with you, little brother. You just need to know that we definitely have the qualifications to cooperate with you." Shinchen nodded, indicating his understanding. The two chatted for over an hour, and in the end, Shinchen left the room satisfied, while Zhao Luo remained in the room with a smile on his face. They had reached a consensus. Shinchen would provide Zhao Luo with some help within reasonable limits to facilitate his expansion of influence in Ice City, and in the future, when Shinchen needed it, the poker organization would do its best to assist him in vying for the position of head of the Xiao family. After leaving the hotel, Shinchen paused for a few seconds at the entrance, keenly sensing that someone was watching him from the shadows. This was largely thanks to the counter-surveillance awareness that Hui Yan had taught them. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for his former self to notice he was being followed. He took out his phone and called Lin Man, briefly explaining the situation to her. More than 10 minutes later, Lin Man arrived at the hotel entrance carrying several shopping bags, and the two of them quickly hailed a taxi to leave. "Did you find out anything?" Shinchen asked quietly from the back seat of the taxi. Lin Man glanced at the taxi driver in front, her expression somewhat serious. Shinchen understood and didn't press further. After returning to school, the two of them went to a cafe at the school gate, found a place to sit, and ordered 2 cups of coffee. "Go ahead," Shinchen said after taking a sip of his coffee. "He really belongs to the poker organization," Lin Man said, clearly a bit excited. She was more determined than anyone to avenge Hui Yan because she had witnessed his death right in front of her. "The poker organization is divided into 4 factions: spades, hearts, clubs, and diamonds. Zhao Luo belongs to hearts, and they mainly handle conflicts between the poker organization and other groups. They are a combat organization. Spades are responsible for drug transportation and route planning, clubs handle drug production, and diamonds are in charge of laundering and processing the drug money. The leaders of these 4 factions are Spade J, Heart Q, Club K, and Diamond A." At this point, Lin Man paused before continuing. "It said that there are also 2 leaders above them, the King and the Jack, but Zhao Luo's status is low, and he only hears about these matters." "Did you manage to get the location of the poker organization's headquarters?" Shinchen asked, which was the question he was most concerned about. If he could find out the location of the headquarters, he could definitely inform Old Master Lin and Zhou Dao, and he believed they would be eager to take credit for it. No, Zhao Luo doesn't even know the exact location of the headquarters. Every time there's a mission, it's Heart Q who contacts him directly. Lin Man shook her head. Although Shinchen felt a bit disappointed, it was within his expectations. If the poker organization were that easy to discover, the military of Xiao country wouldn't have been troubled for so long. By the way, Lin Man seemed to remember something and took out the bank card that Zhao Luo had given her earlier from her backpack, handing it to Shinchen. "This is the card Zhao Luo had. I checked, and there's a full 100,000 yuan in it." At this point, Lin Man paused, then somewhat shyly added, "After I left, I was afraid they would send someone to follow me, so I went to a nearby mall and spent a little over 20,000. As she spoke, she placed the shopping bags on the table. "Everything is here. Put it away." Shinchen pushed the bank card and the shopping bag back towards Lin Man and said, "I might need your help going forward. You can't keep wearing Tang Xiao's clothes, can you?" Saying this, Shinchen looked Lin Man up and down. He had reminded her to dress up a bit when she left home today, saying there was a mission. However, Lin Man didn't have any decent clothes, so she had to go out wearing Tang Xiao's outfit. Lin Man lowered her head, rubbing her fingers together, then reached out to take back the shopping bag. "Take the money too," Shinchen spoke again. Lin Man's life was relatively tight. Financially, everyone knew this. Although Xiao and Shinchen were not short on money, giving gifts for no reason always felt a bit inappropriate. And given Lin Man's character, she clearly wouldn't accept it. I don't want it, Lin Man shook her head. Lin Man, Shinchen took a sip of his coffee, then looked at her seriously and said, it's not shameful to seek benefits for oneself under reasonable circumstances. And some money, if you don't take it, it's a loss. After speaking, Shinchen stood up and left. Watching Shinchen's departing figure, Lin Man remained silent for a long time, and in the end, she still put away her bank card, finally grabbing her shopping bag and the half cup of coffee she hadn't finished, and hurried after the direction Shinchen had gone. 3 days later, Shinchen and the others arrived at the training class. As usual, but they waited for a long time without seeing Tang Song. What's going on? Why hasn't teacher Tang Song arrived yet? Tang Xiaohua held a small mirror, admiring her smoky makeup. As for the lip stud, she had stopped wearing it the last time Jang Ani had left her with a shadow. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, Tang Xiaohua glanced at Lin Man sitting next to her, sizing her up, and then said, Man, can I do your makeup? Ah. Lin Man was slightly taken aback and quickly waved her hand. She had once been very curious and yearning about makeup because she thought those girls looked beautiful after applying it. What girl doesn't love beauty? However, after training in the military for a few days, she had only one thought in mind, to become stronger, and she had completely lost interest in makeup and pretty clothes and accessories. Tang Xiaohua shook her head regretfully. She had always been confident about her appearance, but after joining this small team, she realized that she seemed to be the most ordinary among the 3 girls. Lin Man belonged to the pure and cute type, with a soft and delicate appearance combined with a somewhat inferior mindset, always giving people a sense of pity. As for Jang Ani, her features were even more exquisite than Lin Man's, and most importantly, there was a contrast in her demeanor. Her long military career gave her a hint of heroism, yet she was also a glutton, often giving off a silly and cute vibe. Thinking of this, Tang Xiaohua looked up at Jang Ani again. Anchi, do you want to put on some makeup? Jang Ani glanced at her, shook her head, and then took out 2 lollipops from her pocket, looking at them with a bit of reluctance before handing one each to her and Lin Man. Tang Xiaohua looked at the lollipop in her hand, feeling a bit bored. Just then, the classroom's intercom suddenly turned on, and a somewhat solemn voice echoed through. All students of the training class, gather at the training ground. Hearing this voice, everyone exchanged glances, seeing a hint of confusion in each other's eyes. However, the students present had all trained in the military, and after a brief hesitation, they orderly walked out of the classroom and ran towards the training ground. More than 10 minutes later, all the students of the training class had gathered at the training ground. Compared to their lazy state a week ago, the current students, although they couldn't compare to the military personnel, had gained a bit of a serious atmosphere. After the training ended, all the small teams independently completed a task, and many students had blood on their hands. On the podium, Tang Song stood straight, his gaze serious as he scanned the students. After a long while, he slowly spoke, his voice somewhat low. I just received news that members of the world's #1 assassin organization, Mount Everest, have entered the territory of the 3 provinces of Hanzhou in large numbers. Hearing this, the students below looked puzzled. They had never heard of this assassin organization. However, Shen and the others changed their expressions. Shinchen had already told them about Zhao Luo, and they had deliberately learned about Mount Everest. Members of this assassin organization came from all over the world, and it was said that the assassins within the organization were divided into 3 levels, with the lowest level being called climbers, which were the people Shinchen had encountered in the parking lot, chasing Zhao Luo. They were just ordinary people, but after strict training, they became a group of ruthless fugitives. Shinchen had witnessed this firsthand. If he hadn't been present at the time, even the infamous underworld boss, Blood Buddha, would have fallen into their hands. The second tier of assassins is known as halfway up the mountain. Assassins at this level have already surpassed the realm of ordinary people. They rarely take on tasks unless they are particularly important or exceptionally difficult. As for the highest tier of assassins, they are referred to as the first peak. According to the intelligence from the evil wolf, the first peak has only acted twice so far, one of which was the assassination of a leader from a small country, and the other was the assassination of a major general from the Summer Nation's military. In both instances, they succeeded. Since that major general was assassinated, the Summer Nation's military was furious and launched a manhunt for members of the Everest organization throughout the entire Summer Nation, a search that lasted a full 3 months. Since then, the Summer Nation has become a forbidden zone for Everest. They have rarely accepted mission targets within the Summer Nation. However, this time, Everest had unexpectedly set foot in the Summer Nation again. Upon receiving the news, the Han Province military immediately issued a manhunt order, vowing to capture all members of the Everest organization who had entered the 3 provinces of Han. Elder Lin and Zhou Dao, upon learning this news, decided to assign the task to the students of the Dao class, knowing that the assassins coming this time were mostly climbers, whose combat abilities far exceeded those of ordinary people. Yet for the Dao class students, it would serve as the best sharpening stone and wasn't overly dangerous. Tang Song glanced at the confused students below and spoke again. Now we have grasped their hiding places, which are roughly distributed across Ice City, Hua County, Lingfeng County, Wanmen County, and other counties and cities in the 3 provinces. As he spoke, his tone became serious. This manhunt operation will adopt a military merit system. Anyone who kills or captures a member of Everest will earn military merit, and after this operation concludes, those with sufficient military merit can directly enter the military and receive a military rank. Upon hearing Tang Song's words, the crowd erupted in an uproar. A military rank. It should be noted that even normal people who join the military do not have the opportunity to receive a rank in a short time, especially in this relatively peaceful era. And they had not yet graduated. If they accumulated enough military merit during this operation and were directly awarded a rank afterward, their future would undoubtedly be limitless. Thinking of this, everyone's eyes lit up. However, Shinchen frowned slightly at this scene. He was all too aware of the assassin's strength. Even the lowest tier of assassins, the climbers, were not something ordinary people could handle. If there were a few halfway up the mountain level assassins hidden among them, these student soldiers would inevitably suffer casualties. Weaker teams could even face total annihilation. Yet Tang Song only wore a complex expression, showing no signs of giving any warnings. Shinchen had a vague suspicion. During the last mission, the military had wanted them to see blood. This time, it seemed they were to be given a lesson, and the cost of that lesson could very well be their own lives or those of their companions. Half an hour later, the 9 of them received the details of their mission. This time, the task they received was the most difficult of all. When handing over the documents, Tang Song gave them a deep look, saying little, but his expression was somewhat complex. Upon opening the document, Shinchen's expression changed slightly. Because their mission target included not only 22 climbers but also a halfway up the mountain level assassin. What's wrong, third? Xiao asked, noticing the change in Shinchen's expression. There's a halfway up the mountain level assassin, Shinchen said as he handed the document to Xiao. Xiao took the document and casually glanced at it, his brows furrowing as he tentatively asked, "Are we being targeted?" "No." Shinchen shook his head. "It's not targeting. We should be considered a priority." Xiao shrugged, feeling there was little difference. "We are indeed receiving special treatment," Shining, who was nearby, explained. "Under normal circumstances, when awakeners join the military, they are awarded the rank of second lieutenant. However, if we can complete this mission, the 9 of us might be promoted to first lieutenant, or even captain." Upon hearing this, Xiao scoffed, while Jang Ani, still sucking on her lollipop, wore an indifferent expression. Due to his family background, Xiao didn't care much about military ranks. Although old Master Xia had high hopes for him to make a name for himself in the military and help the Xia family completely shed the title of Underground Emperor, Xiao found this laughable. So what if they started from the underworld? He didn't think it was shameful. In an era where gold was everywhere, it was all about who had the biggest and hardest fist, who had more say. Now the times had changed, but the Xia family had also changed. They hadn't dabbled in the underworld for a long time. As for Jang Ani, she was already a first lieutenant, but she often got into trouble, so she oscillated between the ranks of captain, first lieutenant, and second lieutenant. Yi Ching and the others, on the other hand, were filled with anticipation. Before the emergence of awakeners, for someone from an ordinary family, studying was not the only way out, but it was indeed the only shortcut. Compared to other paths, this one was relatively fairer. Of course, it was only relatively fair. After all, there is no absolute fairness in this world. With the emergence of awakeners, they had one more path to choose from. After becoming awakeners, their options would increase, but comparatively, the best path was to join the military, as it was backed by the entire Siau country. Whether in terms of cultivation techniques or various resources, it far surpassed other forces. To stand out in the military, the only way was to achieve military merit, and now, even before they had officially joined the military, a significant military merit lay before them. How could they not be excited? "Don't get too happy too soon," Shinchen said, noticing the excitement in everyone's eyes, timely pouring cold water on them. "Our mission target is in Langshan County, which is already on the border of Long Province, only a little over 100 kilometers from the national border. We must plan carefully, otherwise, if the other side crosses the border, our mission will be declared a failure." Hearing his words, everyone nodded silently. 2 days later, at 8:30 in the evening, a luxurious business car slowly drove into Langshan County with a stone tablet on the side of the road, reading "Welcome to Langshan" in large letters. Sitting in the passenger seat, Xiao stretched lazily and yawned, saying, "Finally here, I'm exhausted. Brother Bing, where are we staying?" Yi Qing, who was driving, turned to look at Shinchen, who was comfortably lying in the back seat. Shinchen slowly opened his eyes, sat up straight, and took out his phone from his pocket. After searching for a while, he said, "Langshan Hotel." Before setting off, Shinchen and Shining had already chosen their accommodation based on the information provided by the military. According to the intelligence, the mission target was located in an old community called Mylan Bay. To avoid alarming the enemy, they did not choose to stay directly in that community. After all, this was just a small county town, and the floating population was not too large. Suddenly moving in 9 people would inevitably attract attention, so they chose to stay at the Langshan Hotel, which was on the site of the Milan Bay community. Milan Bay was an old community with only 7 floors. The Wolf Mountain Hotel is a high-rise building that combines bathing, entertainment, and accommodation, making it the best hotel in Wolf Mountain County. If they stayed at the Wolf Mountain Hotel, not only would they not attract attention, but they could also effectively monitor the movements of the opposite community. Before long, a business vehicle with an Ice City license plate slowly parked in front of the Wolf Mountain Hotel. 9 people, including Shinchen, got out of the car and entered the hotel. They didn't book too many rooms. The 9 of them only took 3 rooms, with 3 people in each room for convenience in case anything happened. The rooms they checked into were 1207, 1208, and 1209, which Shinchen specifically chose because the 12th floor was just right for observing the personnel movements in the opposite community. Lying on the hotel bed, Xiao stretched lazily and then suggested, "I saw there's a bathing area downstairs when I came up. How about we go for a bath?" The bathing culture in Hangzhou is renowned across the country, and many southerners experience Hangzhou's large bathhouses as their first activity upon arrival, though some find it hard to accept such frankness. However, everyone in the group was a native of Hangzhou and had no qualms about it. Even the 3 girls raised their hands in agreement. Shinchen smiled helplessly, not wanting to dampen the group's enthusiasm, so after assigning the rooms, they headed to the bathing center downstairs. After changing clothes, everyone took their respective handcards and entered the male and female bathhouses. The bathing habit of Hangzhou people generally involves first taking a shower, then spending a few minutes in the steam room, followed by finding a bath master for a scrub, and finally soaking in the public bath for a while. Of course, Shinchen wasn't very familiar with some special services, as he had never personally experienced them, but Xiao must have known them well. After the scrub, Xiao moved his somewhat stiff neck and said, with a look of enjoyment, "So comfortable." Saying that, he dove straight into the large bath, splashing water everywhere. The others laughed and jumped in after him, as it was a rare chance to relax, especially with a tough battle ahead of them. Just then, Shinchen suddenly felt several gazes locking onto them, giving him a prickly sensation on his back. He instinctively looked at Shining, and indeed, he noticed that the other's expression had also turned a bit serious. Feeling Shinchen's gaze, Shining gently lifted his chin, signaling Shinchen to look in that direction. Shinchen slowly turned around and saw a few muscular men staring at them with serious expressions. To be precise, they were watching Shining and Xiao. Shinchen was initially puzzled and confused, but when his gaze fell on the bare upper bodies of the 2, his expression changed slightly. Xinying's seemingly thin but explosively powerful upper body was covered in crisscrossing scars, some from old injuries and others from recent missions. As for Xiao, while he didn't have as many wounds, there was a gunshot wound on his chest. Knife wounds were relatively easy to explain, but having a gunshot wound indicated only 2 possibilities. One was an official from the law enforcement team or military, and the other was a ruthless fugitive. Xiao, with his yellow hair and carefree demeanor, looked nothing like a member of the law enforcement team or military. However, Shining, standing beside him, was serious and stern, resembling someone from the military. Xiao looked down at the wound on his chest, his expression changing slightly. He realized he might have caused trouble for the team. But soon, Xiao reacted, his expression shifting as he glared fiercely at the few muscular men in the water nearby who were staring at his chest. "What are you looking at? What are you looking at?" A burly man with a violent temper stood up directly, glaring at Xiao. As he rose, more than 10 people in the entire bathhouse instantly stood up, the sound of splashing water echoing continuously. Seeing the surrounding muscular men adorned with tattoos, Xiao chuckled, "What's up? Want to mess with me?" As he spoke, he waded through the water, stepping closer to the man who had just spoken, saying, "Damn, who in this little Wolf Mountain County dares to touch me?" Upon hearing this, the burly man became visibly angrier, his fists clenched tightly. Just then, the only middle-aged man in the bathhouse who hadn't stood up slowly spoke. "Little brother, you're not from around here, are you?" Xiao turned to look at him, seeing the man leaning back against the edge of the bathhouse, a white towel covering his face. As if sensing Xiao's gaze, he reached up and removed the towel, revealing a somewhat fierce face. A scar ran across his face, stretching from the corner of his eye to the corner of his mouth, and as he began to speak, the scar seemed to writhe on his face like a living centipede, looking somewhat menacing. As soon as he spoke, the burly men who had been ready to tear Xiao apart instantly cooled down, their tightly clenched fists slowly relaxing. Seeing this scene, Shinchen and the others also slightly relaxed their tense bodies. Xiao smiled, then looked at the scar-faced man. "I'm from Ice City, where are you from?" The scar-faced man sized up Xiao, finally letting his gaze rest on the wound on Xiao's chest, pausing for a few seconds before slowly replying, "Wolf Mountain County, Hishan." "Hishan?" Xiao pondered for a few seconds, then shook his head, "Never heard of it." Upon hearing this, the burly men who had already sat down stood up again, glaring at Xiao. Meanwhile, Xiao calmly said, Xiao from my city. Upon hearing this name, the scar-faced man first frowned, the menacing scar on his face writhing slightly, and a few seconds later he looked up at Xiao and tentatively asked, Your surnamed Xiao? Which Xiao? Is there a second Xiao family in Ice City? As soon as Xiao said this, everyone's expression turned extremely serious.
The scar-faced man's expression also changed slightly, then he slowly stood up, and a younger brother hurriedly stepped forward to
hand him a bath towel. He wrapped the towel around his waist and then looked at Xiao with a serious expression, cupping his hands in salute. So it's the young master of the Xiao family visiting Wolf Mountain. My underlings were ignorant. Please forgive me, young master Xiao. Just as he cupped his hands, Shinchen keenly noticed a blood-red tattoo on the man's wrist. It was a red heart tattoo. In an instant, Shinchen's mind raced. This was the first time he encountered a killer from Everest whose target was Zhao Luo, and Zhao Luo was the heart in the poker organization. Now, the Everest killer had come to Wolf Mountain County, and coincidentally, there was also a member of the poker organization in Wolf Mountain County. Soon, Shinchen reached a conclusion. The reason the Everest killer entered the country was to target the poker organization. Or perhaps specifically the heart within the poker organization. Alright. Xiao waved his hand, saying nonchalantly, it's all a misunderstanding. Young Master Xiao is magnanimous. The scar-faced man named Hishan cupped his hands again, smiling apologetically. I wonder if young Master Xiao has time for me to host a banquet to make amends. Let's skip the banquet. Then let's do it tomorrow. Shinchen directly interrupted Xiao, smiling as he spoke. Xiao was slightly taken aback, looking at Shinchen in surprise, but only saw him nodding. Although he didn't know the other party's intentions, he thought Shinchen must have his own ideas, so he quickly changed his tune. Alright, anyway, we'll be staying in Wolf Mountain County for a few more days, so we'll inevitably trouble boss he. Xia Xiaoyan, you're being too polite. If there's anything, just give a direct order. After a few simple pleasantries, everyone returned to the room upstairs. As soon as they entered, Shinchen shut the door firmly. Just as Xiao was about to ask something, he saw Shinchen put his index finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Seeing this, he glanced around and wisely closed his mouth. Shinchen then exchanged a look with Shining. Shining nodded, opened a backpack by the bed, and took out something resembling a radio, skillfully extending the antenna and walking around the room as if searching for a signal. A few minutes later, Shining returned and shook his head at Shinchen. There are no monitoring devices. Hearing this, Shinchen finally breathed a sigh of relief and sat down in a chair in the room. Third brother, what exactly is going on? Xiao asked, puzzled. Why did you agree to have dinner with Hishan? Aren't we supposed to be keeping an eye on the killer from Mount Everest? Because I suspect that the killer from Mount Everest in Langshan County is targeting Hishan, Shinchen said with a serious expression. What? Upon hearing this, everyone looked confused. They couldn't understand why Shinchen had come to this conclusion after just one meeting. I don't know if you noticed the tattoo on Hishan's wrist? Shinchen asked. Third brother, are you talking about a red heart tattoo? Zhao Xiaodao, who had been somewhat invisible in the team, spoke up. Exactly. Shinchen nodded at him and then shared his speculation with everyone. After listening to his explanation, everyone slightly nodded in agreement with Shinchen's theory. So what do we do next? Xiao asked again. We can't just stay by Hishan's side all the time, right? That would probably attract the attention of those killers. At this, the room fell silent again. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Everyone's expressions changed, and they cautiously looked towards the door. But soon, they heard Tang Xiaohua's voice from outside. It's us, open the door. After opening the door, Shinchen saw Tang Xiaohua and the other two hurriedly walk in, accompanied by the fresh scent of shampoo and the faint fragrance of the girls. Xiao stroked his chin, carefully examining the three bare-faced beauties before him, unable to suppress a click of his tongue. It must be said that Tang Xiaohua and her friends were all top-notch beauties. Even just after a shower, without any makeup, their looks were still striking. Especially Jang Ani and Lin Man. Even though Xiao had seen countless women, he felt a sense of amazement every time he saw them. Of course, this wasn't to say that Tang Xiaohua was unattractive. On the contrary, she was the belle of the class back then. It was just that she wasn't very lucky, being assigned to Lin Man and Jang Ani's team, and in the competition of two beauties, she passively became the supporting role. What happened? Shinchen asked, noticing the damp strands of hair still dripping slightly from the three. Man, Tang Xiaohua stepped aside and pushed Lin Man in front of Shinchen. You explain. Lin Man nodded and, looking somewhat anxious, said, tonight, the killer from Mount Everest might target someone named Hishan. Upon hearing this, the gazes of Xiao and the others instantly fell on Shinchen. Shinchen had just mentioned that the target of the Mount Everest killer was likely Hishan, and now Lin Man was delivering the same news. If it were just Shinchen's speculation, it wouldn't prove that the target was indeed Hishan, but now Lin Man was saying the same thing, and it was known that she didn't even know Hishan. The fact that she knew this name could only mean that the other party had read someone's mind and learned about Hishan from the information obtained. Please elaborate. Shinchen's expression changed, and she urged, just now, after we finished our shower, because Sister Tang Xiaohua ordered a special service, we need to go to the front desk to pay the fee. Wait a minute. Tang Xiaohua sensed the strange gazes from everyone and quickly interrupted Lin Man. Be clear, I just had a cupping therapy. What special service? I don't quite understand. Lin Man smiled awkwardly, then continued. When I went to the front desk to settle the bill, there happened to be a scar-faced man also checking out. I noticed the cashier at the front desk looked at the scar-faced man in a very strange way. Lin Man frowned. Because of her mind-reading ability, Lin Man enjoyed observing others' expressions. Many times, even without activating her ability, she could sense something off in people's eyes. So you used your mind-reading on him? Shinchen asked tentatively. Yeah, I'm just used to it. Lin Man lowered her head a bit shyly, but soon raised it again, saying seriously, but through mind-reading, I found out that she just started working a few days ago, and her true identity is actually a climber from Mount Everest. Their goal this time is a person named Hishan. Are they planning to act tonight? Shinchen pressed. That's right. After scouting, Hishan has a mistress outside, and he meets her every Sunday. Did you get the location? Yeah. Lin Man nodded heavily. Very good. Shinchen looked at her with appreciation. At that moment, Shinchen finally understood how powerful mind reading could be, especially for someone with a strong curiosity. Even an unintentional act could provide the team with very important intelligence. After simply laying out the tactics, everyone left the Wolf Mountain Hotel. Although Hishan is now the local tyrant of Wolf County, a few years ago he was an unknown small-time thug. Because he was good at fighting, he gradually caught the attention of the local gang leader, who began to groom him. Later, after frequently visiting the gang leader's home, he got to know the gang leader's daughter, and over time, they developed a romantic relationship. Eventually, with the identity of the gang leader's son-in-law, he took over the entire underground force of Wolf County after the gang leader retired. However, since the gang leader had just retired, many people were not very convinced by Hishan, thinking he only rose to power because of a woman. This led to significant unrest in the underground organization of Wolf Mountain. Just as Hishan was troubled by this, a woman who called herself Red Peach Q approached him, claiming she could help him unify the underground organization of Wolf Mountain in a short time. The only request was for him to join the poker organization. When Hishan learned that the poker organization was the largest drug trafficking organization in the country, he refused very decisively. He was well aware of his own capabilities. He had no problem with fighting and cutting people, but drug manufacturing and trafficking were serious crimes that could cost him his life. He was already very content being a gang leader in Wolf County, living a life without worries about food and drink, so why take such a big risk? However, the woman named Red Peach Q clearly stated that she would not involve him in drug manufacturing or trafficking. All he needed to do was provide some special care for the drug dealers when the poker organization's drugs reached Wolf County. For a drug trafficking organization, expanding into a new market is bound to be fraught with difficulties. First, they have to face the law enforcement's pursuit, and secondly, they must deal with the local power players' exclusion. For instance, in a small place like Wolf County, not to mention drug traffickers, even the number of drug users is very few. But even so, if the poker organization directly sells drugs in Wolf Mountain County without any warning, they would be caught by the local tyrants within 3 days. The light punishment would be broken hands and feet, while the heavy could lead to death. After all, no one would report to the law enforcement team if a few drug dealers died. After 2 days of consideration, Hishan could no longer withstand the pressure from the people of Wolf Mountain County and ultimately chose to join the poker organization. The Queen of Hearts also kept her promise, and that very night, she brought a group of people to Wolf Mountain, helping him to suppress the local black bosses who were defiant towards him with a thunderous approach. The person sent by her was someone Shan had heard of before, a black boss from a nearby county named Zhao Luo, nicknamed Blood Buddha. Now, this matter has passed for half a year, but the other party has yet to contact him, possibly because Wolf Mountain County is relatively remote and the poker organization has not yet expanded its market here. However, it should be soon, as he heard from Zhao Luo a few days ago that members of the poker organization had already started selling drugs in the county where he was located. As the car slowly came to a stop, Zhao Luo snapped out of his thoughts. Looking through the car window at the apartment building in front of him, a rare gentle smile appearing on his fierce face. His wife is the daughter of the former black boss of Wolf Mountain County. Even though the other party has now retired, her prestige remains. Therefore, over the years, Hishan has always been somewhat wary of his wife, and there are often people who mock him for it, saying that Hishan is a dragon outside but turns into a worm at home. The mistress he keeps outside, however, is completely different compared to the tigress at home. She is like heaven and earth. Just thinking about her young and beautiful body, as well as her gentle and lovely personality, Hishan couldn't wait to push open the car door and walk towards the apartment building. He didn't notice that as he entered the apartment building, many gazes, intentionally or unintentionally, fell upon him. Not far away, a business car was parked across the street. Third brother, he has entered, Xiao. Xiaodao's voice came through Shinchen's communication device. At that moment, Zhao Xiaodao was standing at the apartment entrance, wearing a Bluetooth headset, occasionally glancing into the distance, pretending to wait for someone. Continue to follow him, Shinchen said softly. At this time, Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua were linked arm in arm, chatting and laughing as they followed Hishan into the elevator. Once inside the elevator, the two did not rush to press the button. They waited until Hishan pressed the button for the 21st floor before they reached out to press the button for the 20th floor. There were 7 people in the elevator, Hishan and one of his younger brothers, Tang Xiaohua and Lin Man, along with a young couple and a middle-aged man in a white tracksuit. The elevator ascended slowly and no one spoke, creating a silent atmosphere. Just then, a rapid ringtone broke the silence, drawing everyone's attention. Hishan took out his phone from his pocket, frowned slightly upon seeing the caller ID but still pressed the answer button. Old he, where are you now? A somewhat urgent voice came from the phone. Hishan hesitated for 2 seconds before replying, I'm about to go home. Although Hishan did not use the speakerphone, the elevator was relatively small and everyone could still vaguely hear the voice coming from the phone. Upon hearing that voice, Lin Man couldn't help but frown. The voice sounded somewhat familiar, but she couldn't recall where she had heard it before. At that moment, the man on the other end of the phone spoke again. Stop fucking lying, it's still this time and you're making excuses. I just called your home phone, and your sister-in-law said you have something on tonight and won't be coming home. Hearing the word younger sister-in-law, Lin Man's eyes widened. Instantly, she finally remembered where she had heard that voice before. When she and Shinchen pretended to be a couple to meet Zhao Luo had called her younger sister-in-law and the tone and pitch were exactly the same. What do you want? Hishan, caught in a lie, glanced at the few people in the elevator, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and impatiently said, if there's nothing, I'm hanging up. Wait, Lao He. I have reliable information that you've been targeted by people from Mount Everest. They will make a move on you tonight, so hurry back home. Mount Everest? Upon hearing these 4 words, Hishan felt a chill run down his spine and turned to look warily at the people in the elevator. His gaze swept over everyone, finally landing on the middle-aged man in a white tracksuit. Sensing Hishan's gaze, the middle-aged man smiled. I was planning to wait a bit longer before making a move, but it seems. He paused, then quickly pulled a dagger from his pocket and lunged straight at Hishan. Looks like you're going to die a little earlier. Hishan had once been a ruthless character who danced on the edge of danger. Although he had rarely fought in the past 2 years, his perception of danger and reaction ability still far exceeded that of ordinary people. Almost the moment the other party drew the knife, he began to retreat. After the knife missed, the middle-aged man was not in a hurry. Instead, he shifted his body to block the elevator door. At that moment, the young couple who had been cuddling also dispersed, each standing in a corner of the elevator, surrounding Hishan and his little brother in the middle. Tang Xiaohua and Lin Man pretended to be scared and hid in a corner of the elevator, but they both opened their communicators at the same time. The middle-aged man smiled at the 2 sisters. No need to pretend. He raised the dagger in his hand and said with a smile, when I made a move on him just now, your first reaction wasn't a scream or fear, but you both instinctively reached for your pockets. Do you think that's normal? Seeing the 2 remain silent, he continued, it's quite laughable, really. Your reactions were even calmer than that little brother of his. It seems those who mix in society aren't that impressive after all. Upon hearing this, Lin Man decided to stop pretending. She pulled a dagger from her pocket and looked at Hishan, saying, we're here to help you. If you don't want to die, fight with us. Hishan pondered for a few seconds and then nodded heavily. He didn't know if what Lin Man said was true, but it was the only option he had at the moment. Lin Man didn't care about Hishan's life or death. Their mission was to hunt down or eliminate these assassins from Mount Everest, and they hadn't said anything about protecting anyone's safety, especially since the other party was from the poker organization. If possible, Lin Man would prefer to deal with them all. Meanwhile, Shinchen and the others, waiting for news in the business van, heard the commotion coming from Lin Man and the others, so they could no longer afford to stay hidden. They got out of the car and ran towards the apartment building. Just as they stepped out, a black SUV in the distance suddenly turned on its headlights and a deep engine roar sounded as it sped towards them. Everyone's expressions changed, and they quickly dodged. Bang! In the next second, the black SUV crashed heavily into Shinchen's business van. The van's body instantly caved in significantly. Following that, a long-haired man struggled to push open the SUV's door and stepped out. He brushed aside his long hair, and crimson blood flowed down his forehead, covering his face, looking somewhat inexplicably eerie. A mad smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he looked at Shinchen and the others. It's such a pity that none of them died. How about we do it again? Crazy. Xiao cursed under his breath, then turned to Shinchen beside him. Shinchen shook his head and said, Shining, Yi Qing, you go help Lin Man and the others. I'll handle this. Yes. The 2 nodded and left. Just a few steps away, 5 or 6 men wielding machetes blocked their path. Shinchen frowned, then charged towards the long-haired man while shouting, quick and decisive. However, just as Shinchen was about to reach the other side, the long-haired man moved. His speed exceeded Shinchen's imagination, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Shinchen, a manic smile spreading across his face as he threw a punch at Shinchen's face. Shinchen couldn't dodge in time and could only raise his arm to block in front of him. But the next second, a shocking scene unfolded. With a loud bang, Shinchen was actually sent flying by the man's punch, his sneakers screeching against the pavement as he slid for over 10 meters before finally coming to a stop. To avoid Shinchen, several cars on the road collided. The owner of the car in front poked his head out of the window and yelled angrily, "Are you looking for death?" However, when he saw Shinchen stomp down hard, shattering the solid asphalt, and then charge at the long-haired man like a missile, the driver rubbed his eyes and obediently pulled his head back in, muttering softly, it's fine now." Seeing Shinchen charge again, the long-haired man showed an excited expression. "It's been a long time since I've encountered such a durable toy." After saying that, he vanished from his spot, leaving only an afterimage. The next second, he appeared in front of Shinchen again, swinging his fist once more. Blink? Xiao frowned slightly. No. Jang Ani looked at the long-haired man fighting Shinchen and couldn't help but swallow hard, slowly saying, "It's a level D." Level D? Xiao's pupils dilated instantly. This was their first encounter with a level D powerhouse. Back at the military base, Huayan had specifically warned them that in the hierarchy of A, B, C, D, E, one level was like a chasm. If they encountered a stronger opponent while on a mission, they could attempt a sneak attack or gang up on them. If that wasn't possible, they should run away and never attempt a one-on-one fight, because there was no chance of winning. Challenging someone of a higher level was never something to encourage. It wasn't a testament to strength but rather a last resort. If one had options and still chose to fight above their level, they were a fool. Remembering Huayan's words, Xiao turned to the others and said irritably, "What are you waiting for? Let's go together." After saying that, he jogged to the car and tossed out a few military knives, the same weapons they had chosen during their exercises with the Tiger Special Forces. Xian Meng pulled out his knuckle duster from his pocket, tapped his fists together, and shouted at Shinchen, "Third brother, I'm here to help you." Immediately, he noticed everyone looking at him as if he were an idiot. "What's wrong?" Xian Meng scratched his head awkwardly. Xiao directly flicked the back of his head and said irritably, "Sneak attack. Do you understand what a sneak attack is?" Oh. Xian Meng smiled a bit sheepishly. "Xian Meng, you and Xiao deal with those climbers." Shining stepped forward and said, quick and decisive, "After you finish, go help Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua. I'm afraid they won't hold out much longer." "Then third brother, leave this to us." Shining turned to look into Xiao's eyes, his expression extremely serious as he said, "I can't guarantee he will be fine, but if he dies in battle, I will definitely die before him." Seeing Xinying's solemn expression, Xiao nodded, "Thank you." After saying that, he pulled Xian Meng and charged towards the group of climbers that had surrounded them, while Zhao Xiaodao, who had been standing at the apartment door, showed a hesitant expression. Because he had been standing at the apartment door, those assassins had not noticed him. He now had two choices. One was to attack from behind, helping Xiao and Xian Meng deal with the climbers, and then go support Lin Man and the others. The other choice was to go upstairs directly to support Lin Man and her team. After much hesitation, he decided to support Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua first. In his view, the most dangerous situation on the battlefield was undoubtedly for Shinchen and Lin Man. Shinchen was facing a level D powerhouse they had never encountered before, which was undoubtedly the most dangerous. Next was Lin Man and her team, as the original target of the opponents was Yishan. Perhaps because Yishan was not very strong, Zhumu Langma had not sent strong fighters to deal with him, but to successfully complete the mission, the people sent would not be too weak. Therefore, Lin Man and her team's situation was also absolutely unsafe. He had no way to intervene in the battle at Shinchen's side, so his best choice was to go upstairs to help Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua. With that thought, he gritted his teeth and ran upstairs without looking back. Really too much fun, can't be killed. Ha 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 ha. The long-haired man stared intently at Shinchen, who was half kneeling on the ground with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with madness. Shinchen wiped the corner of his mouth and slowly stood up, then a smile also crept onto his lips. Compared to the other's maniacal laughter, his smile was equally intense, even more dangerous. "It really is fun," Shinchen grinned as he took a step forward, slapping his temple with his hand, the curve of his mouth becoming even more pronounced. He still had trump cards, many trump cards. He had just been curious about the level D power and had used only his physical strength to confront the opponent. However, he now had a preliminary understanding of level D. A, B, C, D, E, one level is a chasm. Huayan was absolutely right. The opponent's speed and strength far exceeded his own. In the brief exchange just now, Shinchen had hardly touched the opponent at all, remaining in a passive state of being beaten. The opponent's speed was simply too fast, as if they were constantly using a flash ability. Shinchen had thrown punches multiple times but could only hit the opponent's afterimage. However, it was unclear whether the opponent had not used their full strength or if Shinchen's physical body was relatively strong, but he had not suffered any particularly serious injuries in the recent exchange. Originally, he had planned to continue testing the opponent, wanting to force out their awakening ability, but because the opponent kept laughing, Shinchen's impulsiveness and irritability brought on by his mental illness had become somewhat uncontrollable. He now just wanted to beat the opponent to death, punch after punch. Seeing the strange smile on Shinchen's face, the long-haired man, who had been acting mad, suddenly frowned, losing interest in continuing to toy with him. At the same time, a flash of killing intent crossed his eyes. Why could he still laugh? He had already beaten him to the point of spitting blood. How could he still laugh? Was he also a madman? No, he absolutely would not allow anyone to be crazier than himself. If there was, then he must kill him. With that thought, he raised the corner of his mouth again and stepped forward to meet Shinchen, but this time his expression lacked a hint of madness and was filled with a cold killing intent. Instead, Shinchen's eyes were filled with madness. The sudden change in identity left Xining and the others, who were ready to launch a surprise attack nearby, momentarily stunned. They exchanged glances, seeing confusion and bewilderment reflected in each other's eyes. What should we do? Yi Qing asked, glancing at Xining. Among their group, Shinchen undoubtedly held the most authority, followed by Jang Ani and Xining, as both had trained in the military for many years, making them significantly stronger in both strength and experience than the others. Forget it, let's find an opportunity to strike. Xining gritted his teeth and said. Just then, Shinchen turned to the others and said calmly, no one is allowed to intervene. Shinchen, the opponent, is a level D and you are not his match right now, Xining said anxiously. I said. Shinchen's tone carried an undeniable firmness as he spoke each word deliberately, no one is allowed to intervene. This. Xining turned to Jang Ani beside him, his expression complicated. Trust him, Jang Ani casually tossed out the words before turning to walk towards the climbers. You want to fight me one-on-one? The long-haired man looked at Shinchen in disbelief. Shinchen did not respond, he simply stretched his stiff neck and walked towards him step by step. Interesting, interesting. The long-haired man grinned maliciously, tightening his fists. Then, as if they had made a pact, both charged at each other simultaneously. In the next second, Shinchen's fist landed heavily on the long-haired man's abdomen, while the long-haired man's punch missed entirely. As a level E, Shinchen might not match the opponent in strength, but even a level D would suffer greatly from his full-force strike. The long-haired man staggered back several meters, his back colliding with a lamppost. Cough, cough. He clutched his abdomen and coughed violently a few times, still smiling, but his expression had grown serious. He remembered clearly that he had hit the opponent, yet after his fist made contact, it felt as if it had struck nothing but air. What is your ability? A hint of confusion flashed in the long-haired man's eyes. Shinchen remained silent. Even if he wanted to explain, he couldn't, because among the more than 100 abilities officially recorded, there was no such ability. Otherwise, Tianwen, an academician at the Awakener Research Institute, would have known about it. Moreover, this ability was drawn from Mangru. If it were a documented awakening ability, Xia Xiaolong would not have been at a loss, treating it as a strange illness. All right. Seeing Shinchen's silence, the long-haired man smiled, a frenzied look returning to his eyes. Since you want to play with awakening abilities, I'll play along. Saying this, he slowly opened his right hand and made a grasping motion towards a car parked by the roadside. Immediately, Shinchen saw the car begin to shake uncontrollably. In the next second, the long-haired man swung his hand violently, and the car shot towards Shinchen like a cannonball. Seeing this, Shinchen had no time to think and quickly dodged. Bang! The car crashed heavily into the spot where Shinchen had been standing, shattering into pieces. Controlling objects? Shinchen's lips involuntarily curled into a smile. In his current state, the stronger the opponent, the more excited he became. Meanwhile, Xining and the others, who were entangled with the climbers not far away, changed their expressions drastically. Although they had trained in the military for many years, this was their first time witnessing a level D awakener going all out. Their control over awakening abilities was terrifyingly strong. Typical object manipulation could only control very light items. For instance, the nominal first awakener of Siau country was discovered because he could control a basketball, while ordinary object manipulators could only handle simple everyday items. Even an awakened individual at the 5th level can only manipulate some weapons, albeit at a higher level of mastery, allowing for free control over them, similar to sword control. However, the ability to use objects to throw a car as a weapon, like manipulating objects, has yet to be seen by either Xining or Jang Ani. As for the elder who controls swords mentioned by Yang Xiao earlier, his awakening ability is not about manipulating objects. Interesting, very interesting. Shinchen glanced at the deformed car that had crashed nearby, a manic smile creeping onto his lips. Interesting? The long-haired man chuckled, then spread his arms again. There's something even more interesting. With that, another car was hurled towards Shinchen, and this time it wasn't an empty vehicle. A middle-aged man, his face filled with fear, was seated in the driver's seat. At that moment, the man was in a daze, wondering what was happening. He had just slammed on the brakes to avoid Shinchen, only to be rear-ended by the car behind him. As he poked his head out to yell at the other driver, he saw the other party stomp the ground, and then he was sent flying. He was about to call the enforcement team to handle the situation when he inexplicably found himself soaring through the air. The man had played flying card games for many years, but this was his first real experience of flying. Exciting? Absolutely. Worth risking his life for. As the car crashed heavily to the ground, the airbags deployed instantly, and the man lost consciousness, unaware of his fate. Shinchen didn't even glance at him. He seized the moment when the other was distracted by controlling the vehicle and charged forward. However, just as he was about to reach the man, a street light pole behind the long-haired man suddenly made a noise and shot up from the ground, crashing towards Shinchen. This sudden turn of events completely caught Shinchen off guard. Uprooting a street light pole was far more challenging than controlling a car. Faced with this unexpected strike, Shinchen showed no signs of panic. Instead, he vanished from his spot. The long-haired man's expression changed, losing the previous madness, replaced by seriousness and caution. In the next moment, the thick streetlight pole smashed down onto the pavement, scraping across the surface and sparking. Meanwhile, Shinchen's figure had appeared behind the long-haired man, suddenly delivering a punch to the back of his head. The long-haired man didn't turn around. Relying on his combat experience and the wind from Shinchen's punch, he sensed Shinchen's position. He slightly tilted his head to evade the punch and reached out to grasp Shinchen's fist. Just as he prepared to throw Shinchen over his shoulder, he felt a sudden wave of dizziness wash over him, his head feeling heavy and his legs light, nearly causing him to collapse. Thanks to his powerful physique at the ding level, he barely managed to suppress the dizziness, but he still felt somewhat lightheaded. At the moment their fists met, Shinchen had transferred his low blood sugar and insufficient blood supply to the brain to the other man, but he hadn't expected the man's physique to be so strong. An ordinary person would likely lose consciousness from just one of those ailments, yet this man was standing despite receiving both. Is this the power of a ding-level physique? However, Shinchen didn't pause for long. He bent his arm to lock the man's neck from behind and forcefully threw him away. The long-haired man's side face slammed hard against the ground, the rough concrete scraping his skin and leaving it bloodied and mangled, looking quite gruesome. But Shinchen wouldn't give him any chance. He moved in closer, straddling the man, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Then, he grabbed the man's long hair, lifted his head, and slammed it forcefully against the ground. Meanwhile, inside the elevator, the man in the white tracksuit lunged again with the dagger towards Hishan's chest. Faced with such an attack, Hishan could have dodged, but the elevator was simply too cramped. To his left was a younger brother who had come up with him, and to his right were Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua. In the face of the attack, he found himself with no room to evade. In a moment of desperation, he instinctively grabbed the younger brother on his left and pulled him in front of himself. The sharp dagger instantly pierced the younger brother's chest, and bright red blood splattered out in an instant. Seeing this scene, Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua's expressions changed dramatically. This was supposed to be a normal occurrence. Those who mixed in the underworld all worshipped Guan Er, but very few were truly loyal. They would shout about standing by their brothers, yet behind their backs, for profit. Or for women, they would not hesitate to stab their brothers in the back. However, for Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua, this was still hard to accept. Hua Yan's training philosophy for them was that no matter when or where, one must never abandon their comrades. Hishan's actions only deepened the disdain Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua already felt towards him. Yet at this moment, Hishan couldn't care less. In his eyes, nothing was more important than his own life. As the younger brother fell, Hishan swung his fist directly at the man in the white tracksuit. The couple immediately launched an attack on Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua, and the cramped elevator was instantly thrown into chaos as the six of them engaged in a brutal close-quarters brawl. At this moment, Zhao Xiaodao arrived at the elevator entrance. Looking at the elevator that had stopped on the 21st floor, he pressed the button several times, but the elevator showed no response. After hesitating for just 2 seconds, he ran towards the stairwell. Minutes later, Zhao Xiaodao, panting heavily, reached the stairwell on the 21st floor. Before he could open the door, he heard the sounds of a fierce fight and saw blood seeping out from the crack under the door. Looking at the blood on the floor, an ominous premonition surged in Zhao Xiaodao's heart. He extended his trembling hand and slowly pushed the door open. When he saw the scene in the hallway, his pupils constricted, but at the same time he let out a long sigh of relief. At that moment, the elevator doors were wide open, and a male corpse lay at the entrance, blocking the elevator door and preventing it from functioning. Meanwhile, Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua were entangled with a man and a woman. Lin Man's arm had a long tear in her clothing, revealing a section of her arm that looked like lotus root, but there was no wound present. At the entrance of a room, Hishan was frantically banging on the door, shouting inside, Lin, open the door. Hurry up and open the door. As he pounded on the door, he turned to look at the middle-aged man covered in blood. The man was dressed in a white tracksuit, but it was now stained red with blood, not just his own, but more from Hishan and his younger brother. Hishan looked at the man with fear as he stepped closer, then he crazily pounded on the door again. Lin, you shameless woman, open the door for me. This room was his lover's room. He had even bought this apartment for her. But when he was in danger, that woman didn't even dare to open the door for him to avoid getting involved. How pathetic, the middle-aged man said, stepping closer to Hishan, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. At this moment, you still place your hopes on a woman who was with you only for money. Saying this, he twirled the dagger in his hand and then kicked Yishan in the abdomen. At this moment, Yishan had already been stabbed countless times, blood pooling around him. After enduring a kick from his opponent, he collapsed to the ground and surprisingly begged for mercy. Big brother, I know you are mountaineers. I can give you money. No matter how much your employer pays you, I can offer you double. Just let me go. Since you know we are mountaineers, you should understand our rules. The middle-aged man slowly crouched down, grabbing Hishan's hair, and sneered, even if the employer only spent $1, as long as we accepted this task, we will definitely complete it. With that, he yanked hard on Hishan's hair, and with his other hand, he plunged a dagger into Hishan's neck. In an instant, bright red blood gushed from Hishan's throat and mouth. The middle-aged man smiled, then slowly stood up, his gaze falling on Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua. You must be from the military, right? Lin Man glanced at Hishan, who lay in a pool of blood, and frowned slightly. It had been a while since Shinchen and the others had arrived, and she had a vague suspicion that they must have encountered some resistance. The intel indicated that their mission target included not only mountaineers but also a mid-level assassin. It was very likely that they had been delayed by the enemy, and the current situation could only be resolved by them. Just then, Zhao Xiaodao emerged from the staircase, tightly gripping a dagger, and approached Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua. Xiaodao, why are you here? What about Shinchen and the others? Lin Man asked. They ran into some trouble. Zhao Xiaodao didn't look at Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua. His face was tense as he stared at the middle-aged man in front of him. He had just witnessed the man kill Yishan, and the brutality of it was shocking. Among their 9-member team, Xiao was accustomed to such things due to his family background, while Qianmeng had seen plenty of bloodshed following Xiao around. As for the others, even Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua had blood on their hands, but Zhao Xiaodao, he was still just a naive boy. At this moment, he was far more nervous than Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua. Xiaodao, we can handle this, Lin Man whispered. Sister Man. I can too, Zhao Xiaodao stammered. Hearing his tone, Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of worry in each other's eyes. After spending time together, they knew that he stuttered when nervous, indicating that he was not in a good state. Just then, the middle-aged man chuckled. Another one comes to die. With that, he charged at Zhao Xiaodao, who stood in front of Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua. Watch out! Lin Man shouted, reaching out to grab Zhao Xiaodao's collar, pulling him back with force, and then confronting the man. At the same time, Tang Xiaohua engaged in battle with a couple nearby. Zhao Xiaodao was yanked down by Lin Man, sitting on the ground, watching the two battlefields before him, his eyes filled with bloodlust. He was so scared, yet so filled with hatred. He feared that his weakness would harm Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua, and he hated that he was the most useless one in the team. Minutes passed, and Zhao Xiaodao seemed to fall into a strange state, sitting silently on the ground, his eyes still blood red. Just then, the man kicked Lin Man in the abdomen, sending her flying against the wall with a heavy thud. Not bad, little girl. The man wiped his face with his hand, then looked at the blood on his palm, a slight smirk forming on his lips. Much better than that useless Yishan. No wonder you're from the military, but what a pity. He shook his head, then walked towards Lin Man, slowly raising his dagger. At that moment, Zhao Xiaodao finally lifted his head, looking at the middle-aged man with blood-red eyes, and growled, everyone, stop it. As his words fell, a look of surprise appeared on the middle-aged man's face, as if his hand gripping the knife had been bound by some force, unable to move even a fraction. Even Tang Xiaohua, who was entangled with the couple, was shocked to find that her blink had failed. This is... The middle-aged man looked at Zhao Xiaodao in terror, slowly uttering two words, prophecy? Upon hearing these two words, the couple's eyes widened in an instant. Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua, on the other hand, showed expressions of delight. Prophecy, talent rating S. Among the most powerful awakeners in today's Siau country, one of them possesses the ability of prophecy. The ability of prophecy is similar to the mythological concept of words manifesting reality. As long as he is strong enough, he can even achieve the terrifying effect of making enemies retreat with a single utterance. Zhao Xiaodao's gaze swept over the few people in front of him, finally landing on the middle-aged man. Restrict weapons. As Zhao Xiaodao's words fell, the man's hand seemed to lose control and slowly loosened, the dagger falling to the ground with a clatter. Seeing the dagger drop, Lin Man wasted no time, directly picking it up and swiftly stabbing it into the man's heart. The man's eyes widened in shock as he looked down at the dagger embedded in his chest, opening his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately he couldn't utter a word and could only fall down in despair. Watching the life drain from the man, Zhao Xiaodao's lips curled slightly, then his eyes rolled back and he fell straight backward. Tang Xiaohua was quick to react, blinking to appear behind him, reaching out to support him, and then gently laying him on the ground. Under normal circumstances, an awakener who has just awakened their ability finds it difficult to unleash a powerful ability. Zhao Xiaodao's command of restrict weapons was only directed at the middle-aged man and did not consume too much of his energy. However, before that he had uttered a command for everyone to stop. This command applied to everyone present, even restricting Tang Xiaohua's awakening ability. Releasing awakening abilities incurs significant energy consumption, with stronger abilities requiring even more. Zhao Xiaodao, in his first use of his awakening ability, had not realized the extent of his power. He inadvertently restricted all 5 people present, leading to excessive energy consumption that nearly caused him to faint. In the end, he had exhausted nearly all his strength to shout that command, "Restrict weapons." There has always been a tradition in Mount Everest where a master can take on apprentices. Climbers who have completed more than 10 missions can take on apprentices, imparting their experience while also receiving a portion of the mission rewards earned by their apprentices. The young couple was the apprentices of the middle-aged man, and this was their second mission together, unexpectedly encountering such a tricky task. Watching the middle-aged man fall into a pool of blood, a flash of terror crossed the couple's eyes. They knew they were finished, they were going to die here today. Their assassin careers, just beginning, had reached an abrupt end, and so had their lives. After subduing the couple, Lin Man activated her mind-reading ability on them, but as they were new members, they knew very little about the internal information of Mount Everest, and all climbers had no opportunity to learn about the employer's information. Not obtaining any valuable information, Lin Man's gaze turned cold, and without hesitation, she eliminated the two. Seeing this scene, Tang Xiaohua couldn't help but frown. She felt that after the incident with Hui Yan, Lin Man seemed to have changed into a different person, being extremely ruthless in every battle, whether it was her treatment of Jiang Wan back in school or just now with this couple. After a moment of silence, Tang Xiaohua finally spoke up. "Lin Man, I feel like you're a bit different." Lin Man looked up at her and smiled. "Because I'm scared." "Scared?" A hint of confusion flashed in Tang Xiaohua's eyes. "Scared of what?" "I'm afraid that my kindness towards them will lead to them stabbing me in the back. I don't want to lose my life because of being soft-hearted, because I haven't lived enough yet, and I also don't want." At this point, a shadow crossed her eyes, and then she bitterly smiled. "I also don't want to lose my teammates again." After saying this, she kicked a few corpses on the ground to confirm that they were lifeless, then casually walked over to help Zhao Xiaodao up and calmly said, "Let's go, we need to meet up with Shinchen and the others." When Lin Man and the others arrived at the bottom of the apartment building, they saw a crowd gathered across the road, with some members of the enforcement team present to maintain order. "Stop filming, stop filming." An older member of the enforcement team snatched a woman's phone and pointed at her nose, scolding, "If you keep filming, I'll take you back to the team." After saying this, he ignored the woman's resentful gaze and instructed a few young enforcement team members beside him, "Keep an eye on them. Anyone caught taking photos or videos, bring them back to the team." The enforcement team members were dispersing the crowd while supervising to prevent anyone from secretly filming, as the scene here, if leaked, would cause a huge uproar. In the center of the enforcement team, a thin young man was straddling a long-haired man, his hardened fists relentlessly pounding on the already bloodied face of the latter. His fists were covered in blood, making it impossible to tell whether it was his own or the others. A group of enforcement team members surrounded him but dared not take any action, as at that moment, Jang Ani was standing in front of everyone with one hand holding her officer's ID and the other gripping her silver Desert Eagle pistol. "I say, Second Lieutenant Jiang, even if the military is handling things, you can't completely disregard public opinion, right?" The older enforcement team member spoke with a hint of helplessness. "If you all just pack up and leave, it wouldn't be fair for us in the enforcement team of Langshan County to be left in the spotlight, would it?" Jang Ani did not respond, only shook her head. "After this matter, the military will give you an explanation and won't make things difficult for you, but if the enforcement team dares to act, I will shoot you." The older enforcement team member was about to say something when one of his colleagues tugged at him and whispered, "Boss, look over there." The older enforcement team member followed the direction of the finger and saw 2 blood-soaked girls supporting a frail young man as they walked towards them. He couldn't help but frown. What on earth was happening today? Had they angered the spirits? "Control them," he ordered impatiently. Langshan County is located on the border of Siau country, considered a remote small county. Due to poor development, it has experienced severe population loss in recent years, and there hadn't been a murder in the county for many years. However, today, the enforcement team's phone was almost overwhelmed with calls, and without exception, they were all from this apartment building. "Yes." One of the enforcement team members waved his hand and led a few people towards Lin Man and the others. As they got closer, they noticed that the 2 girls were each holding a dagger, and the one with particularly striking features had a dagger that was covered in blood. As soon as they approached, they were hit by the strong smell of blood coming from the girls. "Put your hands up." The leading enforcement team member quickly drew his gun and aimed it at Lin Man, his expression tense. Lin Man glanced at him, her gaze falling on his trembling hand that held the gun, and she calmly replied, "Military business." "Ha? The member of the enforcement team was slightly taken aback. Another military department? However, Lin Man ignored him and directly supported Zhao Xiaodao as they walked towards the direction where Jang Ani and the others were. The enforcement team member stood there somewhat at a loss, and when Lin Man and the others passed by him, the pungent smell of blood made him frown involuntarily. What happened to Xiaodao? Not far away, Siau saw Lin Man and the others supporting Zhao Xiaodao, and approached with a worried expression, looking them up and down. "It's nothing, just a bit of excessive energy consumption from activating his ability," Lin Man explained. "Oh, that's good," Xiao said, but then felt something was off, and His eyes widened in shock as he looked at Lin Man. You mean, Xiao awakened? That's right, Lin Man nodded. What ability? Shining also asked curiously. This boy named Xiao had always been a transparent presence in their 9-member team. He had no courage and no combat power, and even in a fight, he was not as capable as Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua, the two girls. Now that he had awakened, if his ability was decent, their team would lose one less weakness. Prophecy. When it came to this ability, Tang Xiaohua glanced at Zhao Xiaodao with a somewhat complex expression. They had seen the ability of prophecy in the data before, but only by experiencing it firsthand could one understand how perverse this ability was. The moment Zhao Xiaodao spoke, Tang Xiaohua couldn't even use her own teleportation. Prophecy? Shineng and Jang Ani looked at Zhao Xiaodao with surprised expressions. This ability of prophecy was jokingly said to rely solely on one's mouth to break all laws. However, was it really suitable for this shy big boy, who stuttered when nervous, to awaken this ability? The few of them didn't say much, but Siau looked at Lin Man seriously and asked, did Xiaodao stutter when he activated his ability just now? Lin Man thought for a few seconds and then said, he probably did stutter. Sigh. Siau helplessly slapped his forehead. That's so embarrassing. He could even imagine the scene where Zhao Xiaodao, like the big shot in the data, faced dozens of awakened ones alone, originally supposed to exude a righteous aura that would render everyone's abilities ineffective. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he stuttered for a long time without being able to say a word, and before he could finish, he might have already been taken down. What is Shinchen doing? At this moment, Tang Xiaohua noticed Shinchen riding on someone and repeatedly throwing punches. Oh, he's hitting someone. It's been almost 10 minutes, Jang Ani shrugged and explained. Is he still alive? Tang Xiaohua was somewhat surprised. He should have been dead for a while now, Jang Ani said as she took out 3 lollipops from her pocket and generously handed one to Lin Man and one to Tang Xiaohua. Of course, this was because Lin Man had bought these lollipops for her while shopping at the supermarket. Another 5 minutes passed and Shinchen finally stood up from the other person, panting heavily. At this moment, his face was splattered with blood and a sinister smile hung at the corner of his mouth. Seeing this scene, Shining shook his head helplessly. You should have left a live one for Lin Man to read their mind. Perhaps she could get some useful information. Shinchen did not respond to him but forcefully slapped his own head and said, let's go. Saying this, he took the lead and left. When he walked in front of the older enforcement team member, the latter looked at his blood-soaked face and couldn't help but shiver. Then he raised his hand to the team members behind him, who understood and made way for Shinchen and the others, all of them letting out a sigh of relief. They were truly afraid that the captain would make them bring the other party back to the team. After all, they had just witnessed Shinchen's methods. It was completely monstrous. Thinking of this, they instinctively glanced at the corpse with a shattered skull, and their hair stood on end. As Shinchen left, Jang Ani followed him, sucking on a lollipop. When Lin Man reached the captain of the enforcement team, she seemed to remember something, paused her steps, turned to look at him, and said, by the way, there are still 5 corpses in the corridor on the 21st floor of the apartment. Don't forget to handle that. Upon hearing this, the captain of the enforcement team felt as if the sky had fallen. According to the count of corpses at the scene, there were already more than 10, and with the 5 additional corpses upstairs, that made over 20 lives in total. If the military didn't provide an explanation, not only would he, the captain of the enforcement team, be in trouble, but even the mayor of Wolf Mountain County wouldn't be able to keep his job. Back at the hotel, Shinchen looked at himself in the bathroom mirror. His face was still pale, but he could see a hint of ferocity in his eyes. Just moments ago, he had forcibly activated 4 types of mental illnesses, and in that instant, there was only one thought in his mind: to kill. Even after killing that long-haired man, he still felt a strong urge to kill. To avoid harming others, he could only vent his intense bloodlust on the corpse. He slowly tilted his head back, letting the cold water from the shower wash over him. He didn't know how long it had been, but he finally wrapped a towel around himself and walked out of the bathroom. At that moment, everyone was in his room except for Lin Man, who had gone back to change clothes. When they saw Shinchen come out, everyone stood up and looked at him, their expressions somewhat complex. How are you? Jang Ani asked. I'm fine, Shinchen replied with a smile, shaking his head. Seeing his usual smile, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Activating mental illnesses would indeed greatly enhance Shinchen's combat power, but no one wanted their teammate to be an uncontrollable beast. I just vaguely heard that Xiaodao awakened? Shinchen looked at Zhao Xiaodao, who appeared somewhat pale. Zhao Xiaodao awkwardly scratched his head, grinning. I don't know, what happened? Seeing him get nervous and stutter again, everyone exchanged smiles. It was really hard to connect Zhao Xiaodao with the ability of prophecy. Just then, Lin Man also walked in through the door. Just in time, everyone is here. I have something to tell you, Shinchen said, looking at everyone, his gaze somewhat wavering. Instructor Hua's home is in a town under the jurisdiction of Wolf Mountain County. Let's go take a look. Upon hearing this, everyone instantly sobered up, their smiles fading, and nodded solemnly. Gucheng Town, under the jurisdiction of Wolf Mountain County, is a relatively remote small town. At 5 in the morning, in a breakfast shop, A middle-aged woman, who was strikingly beautiful but dressed simply, was busy in the kitchen with an apron tied around her waist. She glanced at the clock on the wall and then shouted outside, "Mulan, tidy up, it's time to go to school." "Okay, Mom," came a girl's crisp voice from outside. Immediately after, a sharp, piercing female voice followed, "You little beast. Are you blind?" Hearing this, the middle-aged woman quickly put down her work and hurried out of the kitchen. As soon as she stepped outside, she saw a flamboyantly dressed woman raising her hand towards a 5 or 6-year-old girl in a school uniform. "Stop!" Smack, the middle-aged woman's voice and the sharp sound of a slap rang out almost simultaneously. The little girl who had been hit instantly had a swollen, red face with 4 red fingerprints appearing on her skin. Her eyes turned red in an instant, tears swirling in her eye sockets, but she gritted her teeth, trying her best to hold back the tears. "Mulan." The middle-aged woman hurriedly ran forward, pulling the little girl close. "Mulan, are you okay?" "Mom." "Mulan is fine, it doesn't hurt." The girl named Mulan gritted her teeth, forcing out a smile that was heart-wrenching in its maturity. "You go inside first, Mom will handle this." The middle-aged woman reached out to touch Mulan's face but hesitated, fearing it would hurt her, and finally settled for gently ruffling her hair. "What do you mean go inside? This little beast has dirted my clothes, can't you see?" The woman who had hit Mulan stepped forward insistently, tugging at Mulan's clothes. "Let her go." The middle-aged woman pushed her away and then spoke sternly to the girl, "Mulan, go inside." The girl's big, watery eyes were filled with worry, but she understood that she couldn't help her mother here. Instead, she would only cause her more trouble. As she walked into the house, the middle-aged woman took a deep breath to calm her emotions before turning to face the unreasonable woman. "Miss, what happened just now was our fault. How much did your clothes cost?" "I'll compensate you." "Just you?" The rude woman looked the other up and down, then disdainfully said, "This dress is a limited edition bought in the city. Do you understand what a limited edition is?" "I don't understand what a limited edition is." The woman shook her head and said, "But my daughter dirtied your clothes, so I will definitely compensate you." "Then pay me 50,000. The rude woman extended her hand towards the woman, her bright red nails looking somewhat garish. The woman's expression changed, staring at the woman's clothes for a moment before tentatively asking, "Are you saying your clothes cost 50,000? I already said it's a limited edition, do you understand what that means?" The woman shouted, tugging at her clothes, "I bought this in Ice City, even if you have money, you can't buy it. Only people of status can get it, got it?" The woman's voice was loud, and a few people having breakfast in the shop put down their chopsticks, looking over with interest. Life in the small town was dull yet comfortable, lacking the hustle and bustle of big cities. In no time, not only the customers in the shop were watching the commotion, but even some neighbors gathered at the door, whispering and pointing. Seeing this scene, the woman clearly felt anxious, but 50,000 was an enormous sum for her. After hesitating for a moment, she gritted her teeth and said, "You show me the receipt, and I'll compensate you." Upon hearing this, the rude woman immediately became displeased, shouting, "What receipt do you want? This dress was a gift from someone, how would I have a receipt? And do you know who gave me this dress? You still dare to ask me for a receipt? I see you don't want to keep this shabby shop open." The woman wanted to say something more but noticed an older lady at the door waving at her. The woman hesitated for a moment and then walked over. "Aunt Lu, you called me." Yapping, "Don't provoke her." Aunt Lu glanced at the rude woman and then lowered her voice to the woman. "Her name is Chen Wan, she's the daughter of old man Chen. She has been living in the county for years. I heard she's currently the mistress of the deputy county head of Wolf County. You can't afford to mess with her." Upon hearing Aunt Lu's words, the woman named Yapping's face instantly turned pale. Her husband was a military man, but he sacrificed his life not long ago. When she attended the memorial service, the military commander told her that she would receive a compensation payment. However, upon returning to Wolf County, the county leaders informed her that her husband's death was due to disobeying orders and acting independently. This was a mistake, so she would not receive a single cent in compensation. "Are you going to pay or not?" At that moment, a woman named Chen Wan impatiently spoke up. "If you're not going to pay, then just see if your broken shop can stay open." With that, she grabbed her bag from the table and was about to leave. "Wait a minute, beautiful." Yaping swallowed hard and said somewhat awkwardly, "I will pay, but I don't have that much money right now. Can you wait for 2 days? I'll borrow some." 2 days? Chen Wan frowned, looking at Yaping with disdain, then said irritably, "I don't have that much time to wait for you. This afternoon, I'll come back for the money. If you can't get it, just wait for your shop to close." After saying that, she ignored Yaping's pleas and left the breakfast shop. Watching her leave, Yaping's eyes turned slightly red, but she quickly wiped her eyes and smiled at the others. "Dear neighbors, you all can go back now, it's nothing. Yaping, you should just pay her quickly. There's no use reasoning with someone like that, you can only accept it." Aunt Lu sighed. "It's fine, Aunt Lu, I'll find a way." Yaping waved her hand at the comforting words and returned inside. Little Mulan had been standing at the door of the inner room, watching everything that happened outside. When she saw her mother come back, she walked over with her head down. "Mom, I'm sorry, it's all Mulan's fault." Yaping didn't say anything. She rummaged through the room for a while, found a medicine box, and gently applied medicine to her. Does it hurt? Mom, it doesn't hurt. Every time Yaping touched her face with a cotton swab, she instinctively flinched in pain but still insisted it didn't hurt. Mulan, this isn't your fault, it's my fault. It's all because I'm useless and can't protect you properly, Yaping murmured softly while applying the medicine. Mom, how about we call Dad's friends? Mulan took out a mobile phone from her pocket, which was her father's keepsake. The once calm Yaping's expression changed instantly upon hearing this, and her tone became suddenly stern. Hua Mulan. Yaping threw the cotton swab on the ground and looked at Mulan, saying, you remember this, no matter what, you can never call any of your father's comrades, understand? Mom. Mulan immediately lowered her head, tears as big as beans falling down. Seeing Mulan like this, Yaping's heart softened again, and she added in a barely audible voice, unless one day I'm not here anymore. The woman's name was Li Yaping, and her husband was Huiyan, an instructor in the military of Hanzhou. In Siau country, the military's benefits are quite high. Although Huiyan was just an ordinary instructor without a high rank, his salary was enough for the family to live a comfortable life. However, more than half of Huiyan's monthly salary went to support the widows of his fallen comrades, so the family's life had always been quite tight. Li Yaping had no complaints about this. Instead, she opened a breakfast shop, waking up at 3 in the morning every day to prepare breakfast to help with the household expenses. However, she was a strong-willed woman. She could accept her husband supporting the widows of his comrades but could not accept others supporting her and her daughter because she was still here and she could support the family on her own. Alright. Li Yaping adjusted her emotions and then looked at Mulan, saying, you should go to school now. But Mom. Although Mulan was only 6 years old, she understood what 50,000 yuan meant for their family. However, Li Yaping directly interrupted her, you don't need to worry about these things, just focus on your studies. 50,000 yuan is something our family can still manage. Mom is just lying to her. After saying that, Li Yaping smiled. Watching Mulan's departing figure, Li Yaping quietly walked into the inner room, where a family photo was placed on the bedside table. It was the only picture of her and Huiyan together. She gently stroked the photo with her hand, her eyes unconsciously becoming moist. Around 4 in the afternoon, at the entrance of Guqing Town Primary School. Boss Xia, you say you're not short on money, so why do you insist on buying a second-hand car? Shen Meng patted the steering wheel and said in a deep voice. After the incident at the apartment entrance, their car had been wrecked, and this van was bought by Xiao for 30,000 yuan in the second-hand car market. In just a short drive of a few kilometers, their vehicle had already broken down more than 5 times. As a result, they left Langshan County in the morning and only arrived at Guqing Town in the afternoon. You don't understand anything, this car and I are fated. I took a liking to it at first sight, Xiao said somewhat sheepishly. Boss Xie claims to know cars and says this one has the best cost-performance ratio. Shinchen lazily stretched his arms, looking at him with a half-smile. Old 3, don't think I won't dare to hit you just because you're a level 5. Xiao shot him a glare. Enough with the nonsense, Instructor Hua's daughter is about to get out of school. Lin Man interrupted the bickering. You all have met Instructor Hua's daughter, right? Shinchen asked. On the day of Huiyan's memorial service, he happened to run into Zhao Luo, so he didn't attend and missed the chance to meet Huiyan's wife and daughter. I met her once, Lin Man said, her expression slightly complicated. That day, except for Xiao and Shinchen, everyone else was present, but they never wanted to experience such an occasion again. About half an hour later, with a clear bell ringing, a crowd of students rushed out of the school. If you've seen Instructor Hua's daughter, keep an eye out, Xiao said. Do we need you to tell us that? Tang Xiaohua shot him an annoyed glance. Over there, Jang Ani pointed, accurately locking onto Hua Mulan in the crowd. No wonder you're a sharpshooter, your eyesight is impressive. Xiao gave her a thumbs up. The group carried the large and small gifts they had bought in the county town, opened the car door, and got out. Little Mulan, Tang Xiaohua waved at Hua Mulan. Hearing someone call her name, Hua Mulan was momentarily stunned, then looked in the direction of the voice. Soon, she spotted Shinchen and the others. Not far from the school gate, most of them she had seen at her father's memorial service. When she saw Shinchen and the others, a flash of surprise crossed her eyes, but thinking of her mother's words, her gaze dimmed again. Little Mulan, come here, Tang Xiaohua waved at her again. Oh, okay. Well, Mulan adjusted her emotions and jogged over to them. Come here for a hug, little Mulan. Tang Xiaohua squatted down and opened her arms. While Mulan appeared a bit shy but still nestled into Tang Xiaohua's embrace. Little Mulan, do you remember me? Tang Xiaohua asked, looking into her bright eyes. Sister Xiaohua, Hua Mulan called out sweetly. So good. Tang Xiaohua smiled and pinched her cheek. Ah, Hua Mulan let out a muffled sound. Xiaohua, be gentle, you're hurting little Mulan, Xiao said irritably. Tang Xiaohua feigned an innocent expression. I didn't use much force. It wasn't Sister Xiaohua who did it. Hua Mulan quickly waved her hand. At that moment, Shinchen slightly furrowed his brows and then looked at Lin Man beside him. Lin Man was momentarily taken aback, her gaze towards Shinchen carrying a hint of inquiry. Shinchen remained silent, merely nodding slightly. Lin Man immediately understood, and then her gaze fell into Hua Mulan's eyes as she softly said, Xiao Mulan, look into your sister's eyes. Hua Mulan, a bit confused, raised her head to look into Lin Man's eyes. The heart of a child is pure, without too many distractions. In less than a minute, Lin Man had already read all of Hua Mulan's thoughts. Soon after, Shinchen saw a strong killing intent spreading in Lin Man's eyes, her body even trembling slightly. "What's wrong?" Shinchen asked in a low voice. Lin Man took a deep breath and leaned closer to Shinchen's ear to inform him of what she had read. After hearing Lin Man's words, Shinchen's fists clenched tightly, making a cracking sound. After a while, he looked at everyone and said, "Let's go, let's visit Instructor Hua's home." With that, everyone helped Hua Mulan into the car and, under her guidance, drove towards the breakfast shop. 10 minutes later, the second-hand van slowly stopped in front of the breakfast shop. When Li Yaping saw Hua Mulan get out of the car, she quickly opened the door and walked out. "Mulan, who are these people?" She pulled Hua Mulan behind her and looked at Shinchen and the others with a guarded expression. "Sister-in-law, it's us. I'm Tang Xiaohua. We've met before, do you remember me?" Tang Xiaohua pointed to herself and then introduced Jang Ani and Lin Man. "They are Jang Ani and Lin Man, we met in Ice City." Mentioning Ice City, Li Yaping was clearly taken aback. She had never left Langshan County in her life, and the only time she went far was to Ice City. "You are Hua Yan's comrades?" As soon as Hua Yan was mentioned, Li Yaping's eyes uncontrollably turned red, her voice trembling slightly. "We are all soldiers brought out by Instructor Hua," Shinchen said solemnly. "Good, good, good." Li Yaping repeated the word good 3 times, then wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. "Come in quickly." Saying this, she somewhat flusteredly opened the shop door, gesturing for everyone to come in and talk. Once inside, she picked up a cloth and wiped each chair clean. "The shop is a bit messy, please don't mind." "Sister-in-law, we'll do it." Lin Man, Tang Xiaohua, and Jiang Anqi quickly grabbed the cloth from each other's hands and started cleaning. "Sister-in-law, please sit down, we just came by to take a look." Shinchen pulled out a chair and placed it behind her. "Oh, you all sit too." Li Yaping wore a smile. This was the first time someone had come to visit her and her daughter in a personal capacity since Hua Yan's sacrifice. "Xiaohua, take Mulan out to play for a while," Shinchen signaled to Tang Xiaohua. Tang Xiaohua was clearly taken aback. Lin Man had only informed Shinchen about her mind reading of Hua Mulan, and no one else knew, but Tang Xiaohua didn't say much, just picked up Hua Mulan and smiled. "Sister will take you to buy something delicious, okay?" "No need, sister, I don't want to go." Hua Mulan quickly waved her hand and looked at her mother. Li Yaping was about to say something when she was directly interrupted by Shinchen. "Sister-in-law, I have something to discuss with you." Seeing Shinchen's serious expression, Li Yaping frowned but ultimately said nothing more. As Tang Xiaohua took Hua Mulan away, Li Yaping finally spoke. "What do you want to say?" "Sister-in-law, can you tell us what happened during the time after Instructor Hua left?" Shinchen said straightforwardly. According to the information Lin Man gathered, the mother and daughter seemed to be living in quite a tight situation. However, as far as they knew, after Hua Yan's sacrifice, the compensation issued by the military was a considerable sum. Li Yaping was slightly taken aback, then smiled bitterly and shook her head. "It's nothing much. It's just that my husband, Old Hua, violated the organization's regulations and made a mistake, so there was no compensation. Although life is a bit tight, we can still manage." "Wait." Shinchen frowned and directly interrupted Li Yaping, tentatively asking, "Sister-in-law, are you saying that Instructor Hua made a mistake? The compensation wasn't issued?" Seeing Shinchen's puzzled expression, Li Yaping was also a bit confused and then explained, "That's what the local military leader said, and the county committee said the same. Isn't that right?" At this point, Li Yaping seemed to think of something and added, "By the way, the local military did send 3,000 yuan, saying it was a small token of their appreciation." 3,000 yuan? Xiao, standing aside, nearly ground his teeth in anger. "These bastards, are they trying to brush us off like beggars?" Xiao Lauda. Shinchen turned to look at Xiao. Xiao also realized he had misspoken, patted his mouth, then took a deep breath to adjust his emotions, pulling out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. "I'm going out for a smoke." Seeing Xiao leave, Shinchen turned back to Li Yaping and said apologetically, "Sister-in-law, he's just angry, please don't take it to heart." "It's fine." Li Yaping quickly waved her hand. "After all, it's still someone else's goodwill." "That's not right, sister-in-law," Shinchen said with a serious expression. "Instructor Hua did not make a mistake." Hearing this, Li Yaping's eyes filled with hope, and she nervously swallowed. "Is what you said true?" "Absolutely true." Shinchen's hand, which was under the table, unconsciously clenched, his expression slightly complex, filled with anger, guilt, and an unmistakable hint of sorrow. "Instructor Hua left the military to save us. If it weren't for his timely arrival, many of us would have died. Didn't make a mistake. He did it to save people." Li Yaping lowered her head, continuously rubbing her fingers, murmuring to herself. Before long, her tears had already soaked the apron tied around her waist. This woman, who had been strong all her life, finally shed her facade of strength and broke down in tears upon hearing that her husband had done nothing wrong. Lin Man and Jang Anqi, witnessing this scene, hurriedly stepped forward to comfort her. The few boys, Shinchen and the others, stood up and left, heading to the shop entrance. "Xiao Lauda, give me a cigarette." Shinchen reached out his hand towards Xiao. Xiao was taken aback for a moment, then took out a cigarette and lit it for Shin-Chen. Cough, cough, cough. Shinchen took a hard drag, the sharp smoke rushing into his throat and nasal cavity, causing him to cough violently and uncontrollably. He then pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Old Master Lin, the compensation for Instructor Hua hasn't been issued. What? The voice of Old Master Lin came from the other end, confused. Wubbing, aren't you on a mission? The local military and county committee said it was because Instructor Hua violated military regulations and acted without permission, so the compensation won't be issued. I want to know if this is a decision from the military? Shinchen countered without answering. No. Old Master Lin also sensed that Shinchen's emotions were a bit off, and denied, according to regulations, Huayan's actions did indeed violate the rules, but the cause was an error from the intelligence department. Huayan's actions are understandable, so the military will issue the compensation as normal. I see, so it's the local military and county committees doing, Shinchen said calmly, his tone carrying a hint of cold murderous intent. Wubbing, wait a moment. Old Master Lin seemed to have guessed something, so he quickly spoke up. Wubbing, the military will handle this matter, you must not act on your own. What will the military's handling result in? Shinchen asked. It's still unclear for now, but they will definitely receive the punishment they deserve. Will it be a death sentence? Shinchen directly interrupted, asking straightforwardly. There was silence on the other end of the phone. Shinchen smiled, then hung up. In Ice City, the Lin family. Old Master Lin listened to the sound of the call disconnecting, his expression becoming somewhat serious. After a moment of silence, he dialed Zhou Dao's number. Zhou Dao, I need the information on the county committee of Langshan County and the local military commander. Langshan County? Zhou Dao hesitated for a few seconds on the other end of the line, then said, Old Lin, no need to check this. The county head of Langshan County is surnamed Long, and the military commander is his brother-in-law. Surnamed Long? Old Master Lin's brows instantly furrowed. The surname Long is already rare, and in Hanzhou, the only Long he had heard of was the Lord of Hanzhou, Long Sihai. That's right, Old Lin, he is the Lord's nephew, sent to Langshan County for some training, and if nothing unexpected happens, he will be transferred back to the province by the end of this year, Zhou Dao explained. Upon hearing this, Old Master Lin felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Old Lin, what happened in Langshan County? Zhou Dao asked. Old Master Lin did not respond but directly hung up the phone, then dialed Shinchen's number again, only to hear the prompt that the other party's phone was turned off. He then called Jang Ani and Shining in succession, but without exception, they did not choose to answer. Bang! Old Master Lin slammed his fist heavily on the table, then called Zhou Dao again, speaking in an unquestionable tone. Zhou Dao, immediately send someone to Longshan County and bring Shinchen and the others back. During this time, no matter who wants to take them away, do not let them go. Make sure to bring them all the way back to Ice City. Old Lin, what exactly happened? Don't ask too much, just go do it now. After saying that, Old Master Lin hung up the phone. He then opened a drawer, took out another phone, turned it on, and edited a text message to send out in bulk. The content of the message was very simple, just a short sentence. Everyone, immediately go to Langshan County and cooperate with the military to safely escort Shinchen and his group back to Ice City, at any cost. Outside the breakfast shop, Jang Ani and Shining walked out of the store. Jang Ani handed her phone to Shinchen. Old Master Lin's call. Hang up. Turn it off, Shinchen said succinctly. Oh. Jang Ani showed no hesitation, directly hanging up the call and then turning off the phone. Immediately after, Shinchen's gaze fell on Shining. Both Shining and Jang Ani were sent by Old Master Lin to be by his side. Although they said they would be part of his team in the future, at a critical moment, Shinchen was not sure whose orders they would choose to follow. Shining smiled, then right in front of Shinchen, directly threw the phone on the ground and stomped on it. Crack, the phone was instantly smashed to pieces. Rich and willful, Jang Ani pouted. I've used my phone for 3 years, this is also work-related, I think the captain will reimburse me, Shining joked for once. Reimburse, Shinchen nodded with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the sound of another phone being smashed, and turning his head, he saw Jang Ani forcefully stepping on the already shattered phone screen. As the crying in the room gradually stopped, Shinchen and the others also walked in. I'm sorry, I lost my composure, Li Yaping said with an apologetic smile towards Shinchen and the others. It's human nature, we understand, Shinchen shook his head. By the way, Shinchen, someone came to the store this morning looking for trouble. And even hit Xiao Mulan, Lin Man suddenly interjected. In fact, both Shinchen and Lin Man had known about this matter for a while. It was Lin Man who discovered it. While reading Xiao Mulan's mind, and just now, she had guided Li Yaping to recount the story again while comforting her. Shinchen nodded, then looked at Lin Man and said, You two will handle this when Xiao Hua returns. As he spoke, he glanced at the few people behind him and said, We need to go back to the county to deal with some matters. What needs to be done? Although Lin Man was asking for Shinchen's opinion, the killing intent in her eyes was already spreading. Among the group, aside from Shinchen, Lin Man undoubtedly had the strongest killing intent. Among the 9 of them, if one were to count the most kills, it would be Jang Ani and Shining. as they both grew up in the military and had participated in many missions with countless lives on their hands. However, they could now control their killing intent at will. But Lin Man had only killed for the first time recently, and every time she encountered a situation, she found it hard to suppress her urge to kill. This phase was something Jang Ani and the others had also experienced. Handle it according to your thoughts, go ahead and do it. Shinchen looked deeply at her, although he didn't say it outright, his meaning was clear. Li Yaping, sensing that the atmosphere was a bit off, spoke up, don't be impulsive. I can still come up with 50,000 yuan, I've already prepared it. When she comes, I'll just give it to her, and this matter will be settled. You don't need to get yourselves into trouble. Sister-in-law, if it weren't for Instructor Hua, we would already be dead. There's no trouble at all. Lin Man linked her arm with Li Yaping's and said with a smile. All right. Li Yaping smiled helplessly, then looked at everyone and urged, but you must promise me not to be impulsive. Talk it out clearly with them, and absolutely do not let this matter with old Hua affect your own future, understand? Don't worry, sister-in-law. Shinchen and the others nodded. A few minutes later, Tang Xiaohua returned with Xiao Mulan, followed by two men pushing a cart filled to the brim with groceries, oil, rice, tissues, drinks, and countless snacks. Sister-in-law Hua, your relatives are really extravagant. They almost cleared out our little supermarket, ha ha ha. One of the men pushing the cart said with a beaming smile. Why did you buy so many things? Li Yaping was also a bit surprised and shot a reproachful glance at Xiao Mulan. It wasn't me, it was Sister Xiaohua. Xiao Mulan said pitifully. Sister-in-law, don't blame Xiao Mulan, she's very good. I wanted to buy all this myself, Tang Xiaohua explained. But this is too much, we can't possibly use it all. Sister-in-law Hua, this is just the beginning, the supermarket owner said with a smile. This little girl still has 10,000 yuan stored in our supermarket. If you need anything in the future, just come to the store and take it, and we'll deduct it directly from the account. That's not acceptable. Li Yaping quickly waved her hand. We're very happy just to have you come see us. We absolutely cannot let you spend anymore. Sister-in-law, just accept it with peace of mind. Lin Man smiled, and then glanced at Tang Xiaohua, saying, Sister Xiaohua is a little rich lady, you don't need to worry about it. Just then, a discordant voice came from a distance. It's just 50,000 yuan. Do you really need to gather so many people to raise the money? What a hassle. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice, and saw a slightly plump woman with a thick layer of foundation on her face. Her lips were slightly thin, and her eyes had a sharp upward tilt, making her look like a bitter and acerbic person. Shinchen merely glanced at her and then withdrew his gaze. Lin Man, this is up to you and Xiaohua. We'll head to the county, take care of things there, and come back to pick you up. Alright, you go ahead. Just leave this to me and Xiaohua. Just as Shinchen and the others were about to get in the car and leave, the woman named Chen Wan spoke up again. What? You want to leave without compensating? Her gaze immediately fell on the van parked at the entrance of the breakfast shop, her lips curling in disdain. At that moment, she suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. When she looked up, she met Shinchen's cold gaze. In that brief moment of eye contact, she felt as if she had walked through the gates of hell and quickly averted her eyes, not daring to look into his eyes again. Seeing this, Shinchen ignored her and directly led everyone into the car. It wasn't until the van had driven out of sight that Chen Wan let out a long sigh of relief. That man had been too terrifying. She had never seen such a frightening look in anyone's eyes. Fortunately, he didn't seem interested in Li Yaping's matter. With that thought, she regained her haughty demeanor and looked at Li Yaping, saying, Have you prepared the money? Li Yaping was about to say something, but Lin Man stepped in front of her and spoke first. It's ready. Isn't it just 50,000? Saying this, she pulled out a bank card from her pocket, which Zhao Luo had given her. Chen Wan glanced at it and reached out to take it. But just as she was about to grab the card, Lin Man pulled it back and said, The clothes can be compensated, but are your clothes really worth 50,000? Why aren't my clothes worth 50,000? Chen Wan immediately became agitated at the mention of this. She first looked Lin Man up and down. The latter was dressed as simply as ever. After the fight at the apartment, their original clothes were all stained with blood and were no longer wearable. Now, they were wearing clothes they had bought in Langshan County, and even Tang Xiaohua was dressed in relatively ordinary sportswear. Do you two poor students even know what a limited edition is? Chen Wan said disdainfully. Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua were both in their early 20s, with a hint of youthful innocence on their faces, indeed looking like typical students. You say I don't understand limited editions? Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh. Although her family background couldn't compare to Xiaoyu's, they were still among the top families in Ice City, and her wardrobe was nearly overflowing with various limited edition clothes from big brands. Now, this person actually said she didn't understand limited editions? So, where did you buy your clothes? Tang Xiaohua, unwilling to waste time, directly asked. I bought my clothes in Ice City. Even if I told you the store, would you know? Chen Wan replied with a hint of sarcasm. Whether I know or not is my business. Just tell me where you bought your clothes, Tang Xiaohua said while rummaging through her bag. At that moment, Chen Wan noticed Tang Xiaohua's luxurious bag. and her pupils involuntarily narrowed. She had heard the sisters in the county mention this bag. Its name was in English and she couldn't remember it. However, it was said that this bag was a collaboration between Hermes and a major jewelry brand made of crocodile-embossed rose gold and embedded with 1,160 diamonds, priced at around 12 million. It could be considered a luxury among luxuries. But looking at Tang Xiaohua's ordinary sportswear, she scoffed, carrying a fake bag. What are you showing off for? Whether my bag is real or fake has nothing to do with you. At this moment, Tang Xiaohua had already taken out a card holder from her bag, which was bulging with various membership cards and bank cards. She casually tossed it towards Chen, saying, "Here are the high-level membership cards for all the luxury stores and big-name clothing shops in Ice City. Just tell me which store you bought from, and I'll call to ask the price." As she spoke, Tang Xiaohua waved her phone at the other person. Chen was momentarily at a loss for words, her expression somewhat unnatural. Looking at the card holder in her hands, she didn't know how to defend herself. Her clothes were originally a no-name brand she bought online for 199 yuan, which could only impress someone like Li Yaping, who usually didn't pay much attention to clothing brands. Seeing this scene, the onlookers had already figured it out. Chen was deliberately trying to extort Li Yaping. Suddenly, the crowd began to murmur, quietly criticizing Chen. Chen, who had never experienced such humiliation, immediately shouted at the onlookers, "What are you all staring at? Get lost! Do you know who my boyfriend is? How dare you point fingers at me?" Upon hearing this, the crowd dispersed with a sense of regret. While the commotion was entertaining, attracting trouble was not a good idea, especially since they all knew Chen background. As the crowd thinned, Chen, whose thoughts had been exposed, didn't even bother to pretend anymore and directly said, "I don't care what relationship you have with this nasty woman. I advise you to pay up honestly, or you can forget about surviving in Langshan County in the future." Just as Tang Xiaohua was about to say something, Li Yaping pulled her hand and whispered, "I heard from the neighbors that she is the mistress of the deputy county head. We can't afford to mess with her." Tang Xiaohua frowned and exchanged a glance with Lin Man, who understood and stepped aside to call Shinchen. However, Shinchen's phone was already turned off, so she had to dial Xiao's number and inform him of the situation. On the other end of the line, Shinchen replied with just one sentence, "Go ahead and do it, leave the rest to us." After hanging up, Lin Man nodded at Tang Xiaohua, who also slightly bowed her head in acknowledgement. "So, she's the deputy county head's mistress." Tang Xiaohua emphasized the word deputy with a sarcastic tone, saying, "But it seems we can't afford to offend her, right, Man? "Yeah, we really can't afford to offend her," Lin Man agreed. "How about this, we'll pay the money and you come with us to withdraw it," Tang Xiaohua suggested. "At least you know what's good for you," Chen sneered. "Xiaohua, Man, I have this." Lin Man stepped forward and took Li Yaping's hand, saying earnestly, "Sister-in-law, just leave it to us, don't worry." Watching the three of them walk away, Li Yaping nervously clutched Xiaomulan's hand, her eyes filled with worry. "Mom, Sister Xiaohua and the others will be fine." Xiaomulan looked up at Li Yaping and comforted her in a crisp voice. "Let's hope so." Li Yaping still felt a bit uneasy. At this moment, Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua had already brought Chen to the only bank in the town, the Rural Credit Cooperative. Tang Xiaohua withdrew 100,000 yuan from her card and handed it to Chen. Looking at the 100,000 yuan cash in her hands, Chen eyes lit up at first but then quickly furrowed her brows. Having struggled outside for so many years, she knew well that there were no free lunches. Unexpected gifts always made people feel uneasy. "What do you mean by this?" "Let's talk outside," Tang Xiaohua said, linking her arm with Chen and almost dragging her out of the credit cooperative. Once they reached a deserted alley, Chen expression grew even darker. "What do you mean?" "My boyfriend is the deputy county head of Langshan County." All right. Don't say it's the deputy county head. Even if your boyfriend is the county head, you won't survive today." Tang Xiaohua's lips curled slightly, but her tone was chillingly cold. What did you say?" Chen eyes widened in disbelief. She couldn't understand why such a frigid statement would come from the sweet-looking student in front of her, and the tone was so flat, as if she were discussing something trivial. But through the icy glares exchanged between them, she realized they weren't joking or trying to scare her, they truly wanted to kill her. Thinking of this, she quickly raised her voice to shout, "Help!" However, before she could utter the second word, a sharp pain surged through her abdomen. She blankly looked down, only to see a dagger embedded in her stomach. The one who attacked was Lin Man, who had hardly spoken the entire time. Her gaze was cold, a murderous aura surrounding her, her expression eerily calm. It was as if she wasn't killing a living person, not even a chicken or a dog, but an insignificant ant. "You." Chen reached out towards Lin Man, trying to grab her. Lin Man ignored her, allowing her hand to grasp her collar, and coldly said, "Remember not to bully others with your power in your next life. Some people are not to be trifled with." After saying this, Lin Man abruptly pulled out the dagger and slashed it across Chen throat. After doing all this, she acted as if nothing had happened, calmly picking up the 100,000 yuan lying on the ground and handing it to Tang Xiaohua. Put it away, every bit counts. Nowadays, Tang Xiaohua was no longer the person she used to be, even with a fresh corpse lying in front of her, she could still remain composed and chat casually. She looked at Lin Man with a half smile and said, Man, you're getting more and more handsome, and so frugal, I like you more and more. Upon hearing Tang Xiaohua's teasing, Lin Man's originally cold eyes flickered for a moment, and her pretty face flushed. Seeing this scene, Tang Xiaohua let out a slow breath. Recently, everyone could clearly feel the changes happening in Lin Man. Her killing intent was growing stronger. This was quite normal in the military. Anyone who had killed would experience some changes in mindset, and some might even develop psychological issues. The military even had specialized psychologists to treat these individuals, but since that mission ended, Lin Man had hardly had time to adjust. Repeated battles and killings had intensified her killing intent. To prevent her from developing psychological problems, Tang Xiaohua would joke with her to ease her state. All right, Tang Xiaohua patted Lin Man's shoulder and took the dagger from her hand. Let's go back. In front of the gate of the county committee compound in Langshan County. What are you doing? The guard at the entrance stopped the van. The van slowly came to a halt, and Shining, sitting in the passenger seat, rolled down the window and showed his military officer's ID. Military business, open the gate. The guard straightened up instantly upon seeing Xinying's ID, saluted sharply, and then opened the gate. The van then slowly drove into the county committee compound. After parking, Shinchen and the others got out and walked towards the office building. The staff and the public, moving about inside the building, turned their gazes towards the group as they emanated an inexplicable aura that made people feel they were not to be approached. Military business. Can someone tell me where the county head's office is? Shining raised his military ID and called out loudly. As his voice fell, the service hall fell into a deep silence. A few seconds later, a young woman timidly spoke up. The county mayor's office is in the innermost room on the 3rd floor. Thank you. Shinchen smiled at her, then led everyone directly upstairs. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, they followed the young woman's directions to the innermost room. Looking up at the door plate that read County Mayor's Office, Shinchen slowly pushed the door open. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a woman in uniform sitting on the lap of a plump middle-aged man, whose hands were indecently roaming inside her clothes. Hearing the door open, the woman panicked, stood up, adjusted her clothes, and moved behind the plump man. Damn it, who is it? The plump man also adjusted his belt, looking displeased as he said, Don't you know to knock before entering? Chen did not respond to him but took the officer's ID from Xinying's hand and tossed it directly onto the desk in front of the man. Are you the county mayor of Langshan County? The plump man picked up the ID and glanced at it. Hanzhou Military Department? Second Lieutenant? He disdainfully tossed the ID back and carelessly said, If you have something to say, hurry up. Seeing the man's attitude, Shinchen frowned but ultimately asked, The compensation for Huoyen, did you withhold it? Huoyen? The plump man pondered for a few seconds. Oh, you mean that disciplinary violating military instructor, right? He waved his hand dismissively and said nonchalantly, He violated the rules, so according to regulations, there's no compensation. If there's nothing else, you can leave, I have things to do. After saying that, he turned to look at the female clerk, a lewd smile on his face. Seeing the man's arrogance, Xiao couldn't hold back any longer and charged forward, throwing a punch at the man's fat face. Screw you for violating the rules. Xiao put all his strength into that punch, and the plump man, not expecting these kids to be so reckless as to attack him in his office, was completely unprepared. Thus, his chubby cheek trembled violently, and a mouthful of blood along with 2 teeth instantly sprayed out. How dare you hit me? As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao swung another punch. I'm hitting you, you bastard. Xiao grabbed the man's collar, gritting his teeth. As he said, You dare to embezzle a soldier's compensation, you must be out of your mind. You dare to hit me. Who exactly is out of their mind? The plump man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled at Xiao. Kid, you're dead. Meanwhile, the female clerk behind the plump man had secretly dialed a number. This scene naturally did not escape Jang Ani's eyes, but she chose not to stop her because they were not just dealing with this county mayor, they also had to confront the local military department's head. At this moment, the man was calling for help, and he had only 2 options, the law enforcement team or the local military department's head. They had already shown their military credentials, and even if the law enforcement team arrived, they wouldn't dare to act against them, so they could only seek help from the military. Shinchen was waiting for the military. Breaking into the county committee compound was relatively easy for the few of them, but storming the military's garrison would definitely be a one-way trip. About 20 minutes later, hurried footsteps and a man's curses could be heard outside. Damn it, who dares to mess with my brother-in-law in Langshan territory? Are they looking for death? As the words fell, the door to the room was kicked open. Following that, a robust man in military combat gear walked in, followed by a small team of armed military personnel. Brother-in-law, are you okay? The man quickly walked up to the overweight man, looking at his bruised and battered face filled with uncontrollable anger. Zhongli, kill them all for me, the overweight man said fiercely. If anything happens, it's on me. All right, The burly man known as Zhang Li turned to look at Shinchen and his group, his gaze fierce. Take them all back. Hearing his words, the military personnel at the door surged in, wanting to capture Shinchen and the others. In the next moment, a deafening gunshot suddenly rang out in the room. Just as one of the military personnel was about to place his hand on Jang Ani's shoulder, he let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. His hand was pierced by a bullet. The hollow gun barrel emitted a puff of smoke, and everyone in the room was momentarily stunned. Even the originally fierce-looking overweight man and Zhang Li were caught off guard, wondering who dared to openly fire in the county chief's office. After a while, Zhang Li was the first to react, pulling out a gun from his holster, but just as he drew his weapon, another dull gunshot rang out. Zhang Li felt a tremendous force in his right hand holding the gun, and then the gun slipped from his grasp. Seeing this, all the military personnel outside raised their guns, aiming at Shinchen and the others. Meanwhile, Jang Anqi's gun was also aimed at Zhang Li. Tell them to put their guns down, Jang Anqi said calmly. Little girl, are you trying to scare me? Zhang Li's forehead bulged with veins as he stared intently into Jang Anqi's eyes, then spoke slowly. Go ahead and shoot. Jang Anqi had never been threatened before, and the moment his words fell, the gunfire rang out again. Bang! Blood mist erupted from Zhang Li's thigh, and he instantly dropped to one knee on the ground. Boss! The people outside immediately aimed at Shinchen and the others, ready to fire at any moment. Just then, Zhao Xiaodao stepped in front of everyone, looking at the military personnel and saying, Unload, unload, unload your guns. Clatter, clatter. As soon as Zhao Xiaodao's words came out, a squad of military members almost unconsciously dropped their guns to the ground at the same time, then exchanged glances, seeing a hint of confusion in each other's eyes. Before they could react, Shening, Yi Chine, and Shen Meng had already charged at them. The local military personnel were already significantly inferior to regular soldiers, and their usual training was merely superficial, consisting of morning runs while shouting slogans, with their training being very lax. Faced with Shening and the others, they had no chance to fight back. In less than 2 minutes, an entire squad of members lay on the ground. Seeing this scene, Zhang Li's face turned ashen, and the overweight man was drenched in sweat. Who the hell are you? The gun control order in Siau country had always been strict. The fact that they could carry guns likely meant they were military personnel, but why would military personnel storm the county committee compound and beat up the county chief? Were they crazy? It doesn't matter who we are, what matters is that you dare to be greedy for money. Are you looking to lose your lives? Shinchen stepped forward slowly, looking at the two with no emotional fluctuation in his gaze, as if he were staring at two corpses. Zhang Li was somewhat puzzled. He didn't know the purpose of Shinchen and his group's visit, so he could only turn to the overweight man. The man was silent for a few seconds, then looked up at Shen. Chen, the compensation for Huiyan was a mistake in our decision-making. I will have someone deliver the compensation to his family shortly and grant honors to the martyr's family. If he has children, all expenses until they turn 18 will be covered by the county committee. How does that sound? Not good enough. Shinchen shook his head, thinking of how Huiyan and the others fought to the death against the Gu clan, shedding blood in the southern border to protect these parasites. Chen could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. Not all apologies can be exchanged for it's okay. He clearly remembered when Xiao joked with Huiyan, asking him why he was so serious every day. Huiyan said it was just his personality, not seriousness. Xiao asked when he was the most serious. Huiyan replied, when holding the ashes of his comrades returning home, that was the most serious. He said, holding the remains is no child's play, do not let them feel a chill. But now, the actions of the county committee and the military not only chilled the hearts of the martyrs' families but also extinguished the flames of loyalty in the hearts of the loyal souls. With this in mind, Shinchen took the silver Desert Eagle pistol from Zhang Anqi's hand. Seeing this scene, the fat man panicked completely, his voice trembling as he said, you can't kill me, my surname is Long Si Hai. Shinchen seemed not to hear his words at all, directly raising his hand, the empty gun barrel aimed at his forehead. Meanwhile, Xiao, hearing this, pressed down on Shinchen's hand, shaking his head and whispering, Long Si Hai is the governor of Hanzhou, his power reaches the heavens. Shinchen frowned slightly and then glanced at Zhang Anqi. Long Si Hai is the governor of Hanzhou, the entire Hanzhou and the 3 provinces are under his jurisdiction, and even in the military, more than half of the officers are his direct subordinates, Zhang Anqi said, pulling a lollipop from her pocket and popping it into her mouth before continuing, he's not someone to mess with. After hearing Zhang Anqi's words, the fat man smiled and then coaxed Shinchen. If you touch me, there will be no place for you in all of Hanzhou or even in the entire Siau country, but if you leave now, I can pretend this never happened, and everything I promised you earlier still counts. How about it? Shinchen pondered for a few seconds, then turned to the others and said solemnly, you all leave. Upon hearing this, Shin Ying's gaze sharpened and he asked in a deep voice, have you thought it through? Yeah. Shinchen didn't say much, but that resolute gaze already said it all. Third brother. Xiao's expression was somewhat complicated. He wanted to follow Shinchen, but he wasn't alone. Behind him was the entire Xia family. If he killed someone from the Long family today, it would bring disaster upon the entire Xia family. Xiao, I understand, take them away. Shinchen patted his shoulder, reassuring him, don't worry, I won't be in trouble. All right. Xiao gritted his teeth and said, once I handle things at home, I'll come find you. Chen didn't respond. This matter was too complicated, and even old Master Lin might not be able to suppress it, so he had his reasons for doing this alone. Everyone go out, Shinchen said calmly. The crowd fell silent for a few seconds, then still left the room under Xiao's lead. Standing at the door, Xiao lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and slowly exhaled a puff of blue smoke. Am I being too ungrateful as an older brother? He seemed to be asking others, yet also questioning his own heart. Don't worry, Jang Ani said, with a lollipop in her mouth as if nothing was wrong, just trust him. She didn't know when it started, but she had an unreasonable trust in Shinchen. She didn't know where this trust came from. Was it from old Master Lin? From Baichao Hall? Or was it from him himself? Jang Ani didn't know. In any case, she just trusted him a lot. Just then, two muffled gunshots rang out from the room behind them. The expressions of everyone turned serious. They knew that with the sound of these two gunshots, Shinchen would have no way to turn back. A few seconds later, Shinchen pushed open the door and stepped out. He handed the handgun back to Jang Ani and then looked at everyone, saying, you all go back to the town and pick up Lin Man and the others, then head straight back to Ice City as quickly as possible. As he spoke, his expression turned extremely serious as he reminded them, remember, this matter was entirely handled by Shinchen alone, and has nothing to do with you. Jang Ani. Shinchen looked at Jang Ani, who was sucking on a lollipop. You say, after you return, take everyone to find old Master Lin immediately and tell him exactly what I said. He may not be able to save me, the culprit, but he should be able to protect you all. As for instructor Hua's wife and daughter, that's up to you. Hearing Shinchen's tone as if he were arranging his last affairs, everyone felt a heavy weight in their hearts, but no one said anything more. There's no time left. Shinchen looked at the guards at the stairway, startled by the gunfire, and smiled at everyone. Brothers, may we meet again. With that, he dashed towards the stairway. Cold State, Steel City. Inside the magnificent and grand governor's office, a man in his 50s with graying temples sat at his desk, his hand gripping the phone, trembling slightly, turning pale. Bang, the phone was instantly crushed in his grip. In the next moment, he suddenly stood up and shouted towards the door, come in. Immediately, the door opened and a young man in a black suit with gold-rimmed glasses walked in. Governor, Long Yan has been killed, the man said, his voice trembling. What? The bespectacled man was momentarily stunned, then his whole body shuddered. Long Sihai, the governor of Cold State, controlled the entire Cold State across 3 provinces, and in terms of power and status, he was one of the top figures in the whole Xiao country. However, Long Sihai had always harbored a deep pain in his heart. He had no sons. Years ago, when the Northern Army was dispatched south to suppress the Gu tribe in the southern border, Long Sihai sent his only son to the front lines to boost the morale of the troops. However, his son ultimately died on the battlefield in the south. Since then, Long Sihai had raised his nephew Long Yan as his own son. Learning from the tragedy of his son, he chose not to let Long Yan enter the military but instead encouraged him to pursue a political career. However, Long Yan was disappointing. Compared to his deceased son, he was simply worlds apart. Yet, with Long Sihai's status, he could elevate even a pig to a high position. A few years ago, Long Sihai arranged for Long Yan to serve as the county chief in Wolf County, intending to help him build a political record for future promotion, and just now he received news from Wolf County. Long Yan was dead, killed by military personnel who stormed the county committee compound and shot him in the county chief's office. Send out the Cold State Guard. Even if I have to turn Wolf County upside down, I want the murderer who killed Long Yan brought to me. Long Sihai's eyes erupted with immense fury as he gritted his teeth and said, I will crush him to ashes. Ice City, Lin family. After receiving the news, old Master Lin also slumped into his chair, his eyes somewhat vacant. He didn't know how long it had been before he took out another phone from the drawer, dialed a number, and a few seconds later, an elderly voice came from the other end. What is it? Old G, there's something that may require your personal intervention. The voice on the other end clearly paused for a moment and after a long while, asked, who is the other party? The Cold State Guard. In the northern border of Wolf County, there was a mountain called Wolf Cave Mountain, which is how Wolf County got its name. At this moment, Shinchen was also covered in wounds, with a faint scar on his pale cheek. After leaving the county committee compound, he was being hunted down by the military stationed in Wolf County. 3,000 armed personnel. Even if Shinchen was a level 5 awakened, he could not confront them head-on and could only flee, hiding in Wolf Cave Mountain. Boss, if we catch that kid, can we leave Wolf County and go to Ice City or Steel City military headquarters? One member of a 9-man fully armed team said as they searched through the jungle. Ha! The team leader at the front sneered and shook his head, saying, you'd better pray we don't run into him. Just now, I received news that 2 squads encountered him on the road outside the mountain. 18 people in total, aside from 2 who were unconscious. The other 16 had injuries as severe as severed limbs. So, fierce? Everyone gasped in shock, and one person tentatively asked, "Is that kid an awakened?" "Not just an awakened, he's very likely a level 5 awakened." The leader sighed helplessly. He was originally a veteran from the Ice City military headquarters and had even participated in the Southern Border War, where he was affected by miasma, leading to a sharp decline in his physical condition, so he was reassigned to the relatively easy Wolf County. The ease of life in Wolf County exceeded his expectations. Since his transfer 2.5 years ago, he had never executed a single mission, and aside from simple training, there was nothing else to do. Although today's events made him feel uneasy, he also felt a thrill he hadn't experienced in a long time. Just then, he heard a slight sound and immediately raised his hand to signal the others to stop. With his keen hearing, he detected the sound of footsteps on dry leaves. "Everyone, be alert!" He swung his submachine gun behind him, then pulled out a handgun from his holster, carefully aiming it to his left front as he moved forward cautiously. At that moment, a muffled grunt came from behind him. He turned sharply, only to see a thin figure swiftly take down 2 of his team members and then vanish from their sight. "Everyone be careful, the opponent has abilities similar to invisibility or teleportation," the experienced leader quickly warned. However, no matter how seasoned he was, he could not guess Shinchen's abilities, as the latter's powers were not part of the known awakened sequence in Xiao country. What followed was a one-sided crushing defeat. The 9-man team didn't even have a chance to fire a shot before they were all taken down by Shinchen. In the end, only the leader remained, who now deeply understood that the gap between them was an insurmountable chasm, yet he still maintained a high level of vigilance, not relaxing for a moment. The next second, that thin figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and almost simultaneously, he raised his hand and pulled the trigger 3 times. Bang bang bang. However, to his horror, he found the opponent's head had vanished, yet the body still stood in place. Before he could react from the shock, the opponent kicked him in the chest, and he felt as if he had been hit by a speeding truck. He flew backward over 2 meters, crashing heavily against a sturdy poplar tree. Dry yellow leaves fell rustling down. Watching his handgun fly away, the leader shook his head helplessly. He no longer had the strength to stand up and could only look at Shinchen and ask, "Who exactly are you?" "Me?" Shinchen stood there, looking down at him, momentarily unsure of how to introduce himself. "You're from the poker organization, right?" The leader, seeing the other party silent, spoke again. In his impression, the only criminals capable of mobilizing the entire station military would be members of the poker organization, and they should be high-ranking individuals. However, looking at the other person's age, he didn't seem like the kind of ruthless drug dealer, so for a moment he was unsure of the other person's identity. "Poker?" Shinchen shook his head. "I'm just an ordinary student. I just spent some time in the military, nothing else." "Student?" The captain frowned. Shin did look like a student, but how could an ordinary student provoke the entire stationed army to hunt him down, especially since the other party's strength he had personally experienced? Driven by curiosity, he asked again, "What exactly did you do?" He was just an ordinary squad leader in the stationed military, and the orders he received were simply to capture criminals. As for what crime the other party had committed, he had no way of knowing. "I killed Zhang and a county magistrate with the surname Long," Shinchen said calmly. "What?" The captain's eyes widened in disbelief. He even suspected his ears were malfunctioning. A college student in his 20s had actually killed a county magistrate and a lieutenant officer. "Why did you do that?" he asked in a deep voice. Shinchen originally didn't want to explain, but he felt a surge of pent-up frustration in his chest and needed someone to confide in. So he recounted the whole story about Huoyan. After listening, the captain's forehead had already bulged with veins, and he slammed his fist heavily on the ground. The branches on the ground cut into his fist, but he seemed to feel nothing, gritting his teeth as he said, "These beasts. Do you think they deserve to die?" Shinchen asked. The captain was momentarily taken aback. He indeed felt that those 2 beasts deserved to die, but if he agreed with Shinchen, then what was he doing leading a team to capture him? After a moment of silence, he spoke, "But even if they are guilty, it shouldn't be up to you to punish them. You could report this to the military. I believe the military will give a satisfactory punishment." "Satisfactory?" Shinchen chuckled. "What does satisfactory mean? A fine? Spending a few years in prison like a lord, then coming out to continue their misdeeds, oppressing the common people? And that county magistrate has the surname Long. You should know his status, right? What kind of punishment do you think he would receive?" Faced with Shinchen's series of rhetorical questions, the captain lowered his head and fell silent. Seeing this, Shinchen scoffed and chose not to strike the other party again, instead turning to leave. Before he left, he slowly uttered a sentence. "I have been trying my best to hold back until now. From now on, regardless of whether the ones chasing me are innocent soldiers or not, I will show no mercy." After saying this, his figure gradually faded away until it disappeared from the captain's sight. Watching that disappearing figure, the captain took out his walkie-talkie. "This is Lu Xingli, captain of Team 17. I have something to report." A van sped down the road, and the people inside remained silent. Only the sound of the van's engine and the howling wind outside could be heard. "Boss Xie, someone is blocking The road, said Chin Meng, who was driving, in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, everyone raised their heads in unison. At this moment, 3 black SUVs were blocking the road ahead, and as the doors opened, a group of people dressed in black trench coats and hoods stepped down. The leader waved at Xiao's car, signaling them to get out. Seeing this group in black coats, Shining and Jang Ani exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of seriousness in each other's eyes. Hanzhou Guard. What is the Hanzhou Guard? Xiao looked at the two in confusion. Given the Xie family's status in the 3 provinces of Hanzhou, he was relatively well informed, but he had never heard of the Hanzhou Guard. The Cold State Guard is the protector of the Cold State's lord, and they are all strong individuals carefully selected from the military department. The minimum requirement to be chosen for the Cold State Guard is to reach the Wu level, Jang Ani explained with a serious tone. Upon hearing her words, everyone was taken aback. Only Lin Man silently tightened her grip on the dagger in her hand. Lin Man, put away the dagger, Jang Ani said as she reached out and took the dagger from Lin Man, shaking her head at her. Meaningless resistance is pointless. With that, she opened the car door first and stepped out. Jang Ani? The man in the black trench coat was visibly taken aback upon seeing Jang Ani, then his brows furrowed instantly. The person the Lord wants to capture is you? It's not me. Jang Ani pulled a lollipop from her pocket and popped it into her mouth, mumbling indistinctly, "You must have the wrong person." The man in the black trench coat glanced at the van's license plate and shook his head. "Although I don't want to believe it, unfortunately, it's you. Come with us." Jang Ani slowly took 2 steps back and said, "I can go with you, but you have to let the others go." Others might not know enough about the Cold State Guard, but she was very clear about their methods because she had once been admitted to the Cold State Guard as an exception. Although she hadn't reached the Wu level, her abilities were special, and it was only a matter of time before she broke through to the Wu level due to her talent. She had undergone a month of training with the Cold State Guard, but ultimately chose to leave and return to Ice City because she couldn't accept their way of doing things. Anyone taken away by the Cold State Guard would suffer, regardless of their guilt. "No," the man in the black trench coat shook his head. "Although I would like to give you this favor, my orders are to bring all of you back." "Are you sure?" Jang Ani took another step back, now at the car door. "Jang Ani, you know the Cold State Guard. No matter how you resist, it will be meaningless." The man in the black trench coat noticed Jang Ani's small movements but had no intention of stopping her. "Is that so?" As Jang Ani's words fell, the van door was suddenly opened and a fully assembled sniper rifle was handed to her by Shining. She immediately ducked behind the van and set up the custom sniper rifle. Seeing this scene, the man in the black trench coat raised his hand and the people behind him began to move, each looking for cover. "Jang Ani, are you going to fight us?" Jang Ani did not respond, her finger lightly resting on the trigger, her gaze icy. Shining and the others also got out of the car, forming a formation. "Jang Ani." The man in the black trench coat was clearly displeased, his face dark as he warned, "You are resisting arrest. The Cold State Guard has the right to kill you on the spot." "I said, let them go, and I will go with you," Jang Ani said with unwavering determination. "Otherwise, I guarantee I can take at least 3 of you with me. You know my abilities." Upon hearing this, the man's brows furrowed slightly. He was aware that Jang Ani's awakening ability was always accurate. He had thought highly of her when she entered the Cold State Guard for training. If Jang Ani didn't have a gun, her ability would be quite useless and most combat-type awakeners could defeat her. But if she had a gun, her strength would increase exponentially. Now that she had a custom sniper rifle in her hands, she could use her accurate shots 3 times a day to take down 3 people, even those at the Wu level. Seeing the hesitation on the other side, Jang Ani seized the opportunity and continued, "I can guarantee that this matter has nothing to do with them. The real culprit has already escaped. I can go back and cooperate with your investigation, but you must let them go." "Jang Ani, what nonsense are you talking about?" Xiao frowned at her, his tone somewhat displeased. "You want us to leave you behind and run?" Xiao felt more suffocated than ever in his life. He had always walked with confidence in Ice City, but today he had just abandoned his best brother, and now a girl was supposed to step up to protect him. He really couldn't take it anymore. "Xiao, this is not the time for impulsiveness." Jang Ani didn't look at him, her gaze fixed firmly on the man in the black trench coat, her finger resting on the trigger. If he made any sudden moves, she would shoot without hesitation. "To hell with it, I can't care about that anymore." Xiao pulled out a baton from the car and swung it forcefully. "Calm down, think about your family." Shining placed a hand on Xiao's shoulder and whispered, "Jang Ani has a history with the Cold State Guard. They won't make things too difficult for her." Before Xiao could respond, the man in the black trench coat laughed. "You little brats, stop with the sentimentality. None of you are leaving today." After saying that, his gaze fell back on Jang Ani, and his smile gradually faded, his tone turning icy cold. "Jang Ani, I admire you, but since you know the Cold State Guard, you should understand that once we receive orders, we will execute them thoroughly, even if it means death." Upon hearing this, Jang Ani's face turned pale. She bit her silver teeth and said in a deep voice, "Prepare for a fight to the death." Being taken away by the cold state guard might be worse than dying. At that moment, the man in the black trenchcoat slowly raised his hand and shouted to the cold state guard behind him, "Cold state guard, respond." Here, everyone replied in unison. With Jang Ani's strength, she can only launch 3 attacks in one day, which means she can only take 3 of us. If I die, you must continue to carry out the orders and bring everyone back to the cold state. Guard. Yes. As their voices fell, Jang Ani and the others felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. They could clearly sense that everyone on the other side was determined to die. Just as despair settled over them, a tungsten longsword shot through the air like lightning from a distance. With a clang, it embedded itself in the asphalt right in front of the man in the black trench coat. In an instant, gravel flew everywhere. Then, an aged voice echoed in everyone's ears, "What grass did Zhua Yi of Baichao Hall ask for? I request the cold state guard to release them." Seeing the tungsten longsword deeply embedded in the asphalt, the man's pupils suddenly constricted. "Be on guard." As his voice fell, everyone behind him instantly entered a combat stance, a powerful aura sweeping across the entire road. At that moment, an old man in a green robe appeared at the end of the road. His steps were slow, but in an instant he moved forward several dozen meters, and in the blink of an eye, he was standing in front of Jang Ani and the others, hands behind his back, looking at the cold state guard with a disdainful gaze. "Nanling Yaohua, are you all right?" he asked without turning around, his tone flat. "If you had come any later, we would have been in trouble." Jang Ani put away her sniper rifle with annoyance. "Actually, I've been here for a long time." He still didn't turn around, his voice giving off an ethereal feeling, as if he were a transcendent being. "If you've been here for so long, why did you only show up now?" Jang Ani cast a reassuring glance at the others. Although they were puzzled, they still put away their weapons, their expressions relaxing a bit. A master always appears at critical moments, that's how they showcase their grandeur. Zui Yi He Chao spoke calmly, then secretly reached into his pants pocket to scratch, before continuing, "From now on, just leave it to me." Jang Ani helplessly tapped her forehead and then said, "Get in the car. Let's go." Although this old man seems unreliable, he's quite dependable when it comes to fighting. Are you sure he can hold off the cold state guards by himself? This time, even the usually calm Shining couldn't help but express disbelief. After all, among the 12 opponents, the weakest was at the Wu level, and the leader was likely at the Ding level. Don't worry, there are no more than 3 people in the entire cold state who are qualified to fight him. Jang Ani waved her hand casually and got into the car first. Although everyone was a bit puzzled, they chose to trust her and followed her into the vehicle. "Stop them." The man in the black windbreaker waved to the people behind him, but his gaze remained fixed on the old man in the green shirt, not moving an inch. "Did I tell you to move?" The old man in the green shirt raised an eyebrow, then slowly extended his right arm. Immediately, his lips moved, and he slowly uttered 2 words, "Digga." As soon as he said this, everyone looked at him in confusion. Damn! Jang Ani, sitting in the van, felt embarrassed for him upon hearing this and quickly rolled down the window, reminding him, "Old man, you called the wrong name." The old man in the green shirt was taken aback for a moment, then quickly reacted. He secretly made an okay gesture towards Jang Ani, cleared his throat, and spoke again, "Sword, come." This time, the long sword deeply embedded in the ground began to tremble violently, then suddenly shot out from the ground, as if it had a life of its own, and landed steadily in his hand. At the same time, countless sword shadows appeared behind him, their blades pointing directly at the cold state guards in front. The man in the black windbreaker never took his eyes off the old man in the green shirt, murmuring to himself, "Green shirt. Old man, tungsten sword." At this point, he seemed to realize something and his eyes widened in shock. "You are the sword body, Jifengnian. Since you know it's me, why not quickly retreat?" After saying this, he lightly waved his sword, and the asphalt road in front of everyone was instantly swept by the sword energy, creating a half-meter wide crack. Xiao was just about to start the van when he saw the ground in front suddenly crack open. He quickly slammed on the brakes, causing everyone in the vehicle to stumble. "Old man!" Jang Ani poked her head out of the car again, shouting angrily, "Why are you attacking the ground instead of the people?" The old man in the green shirt, Jifengnian, also felt that his actions were somewhat inappropriate. He looked at Jang Ani with an apologetic smile. "Little Yaohua, you guys should take another route." Jang Ani rolled her eyes and pulled her head back, then said to Xiao, "Let's change routes. This old man is crazy." It wasn't until the van gradually disappeared from everyone's sight that the man in the black windbreaker slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air and looked at Jifengnian, saying, "Are you really going to be enemies with the cold state guards? You should know that even if you are at the B level, there are people in the cold state guards who can deal with you." "Are you talking about that little girl, Fengqiong?" Jifengnian scoffed. "In the previous battle, I was careless. Now that you let her appear in front of me, let's see if I can make her cry. Boss Feng is on her way and should arrive shortly." The man in the black windbreaker glanced at him and said, "You can talk to her face to face in a bit." Upon hearing this, Jifengnian's hand gripping the sword suddenly trembled. "How about this? I won't meet that little girl." You tell her for me that in this pursuit operation, the cold state guards can only deploy ding level and below awakened ones, otherwise, don't blame me for not playing by the rules. May I ask what is the relationship between the killer and the 100 Herb Hall? The man in the black windbreaker asked. Ji Fingnian did not answer, but slowly turned around and said calmly, you don't need to know, but if that little girl Feng Qiong dares to break this agreement, the Baichao Hall will launch a hunt against the Hanzhou guard. After saying this, he ignored the man in the black windbreaker, taking a step that placed him 10 meters away, and with another step, he vanished from their sight. Boss, who exactly is this old man? It feels like we're filming a movie, it's too bizarre. A member of the Hanzhou guard stepped forward. Looking at the massive crack in front of him, the shock in his eyes still not fully dissipated. S-Class's only awakened talent, sword body owner, Ji Fingnian. The man in the black windbreaker exhaled deeply and said, originally, almost no one knew about his awakening ability. Later, by chance, Boss Feng had a confrontation with him and learned about the other party's awakening ability. Who won between Boss Feng and him? The Hanzhou guard member pressed. Boss Feng won, the man in the black windbreaker replied. That's good. However, after that battle, Boss Feng lay in the hospital for a month. A day later, deep in the Wolf Cave Mountain, Shen had lost count of how many waves of enemies he had repelled. At this moment, his body was covered in wounds, especially a gunshot wound on his shoulder, blood flowing uncontrollably. He looked down at his hands, knowing he could no longer turn back, for his hands were stained with the blood of innocent soldiers. In the beginning, when he was in good condition, he could ensure that he incapacitated his opponents without taking their lives, allowing him to escape. But as the number of battles increased, with the dual exhaustion of physical strength and mental energy, he could no longer defeat his opponents with ease. To ensure his own safety, he had no choice but to kill. Shinchen weakly leaned against a tree root, casually grabbing a handful of grass leaves and stuffing them into his mouth. After chewing a few times, he spat them out. The bitter taste stimulated his taste buds, waking him from his drowsiness. Hanzhou was located in the northeast, where most of the mountains were birch and pine trees, with hardly any edible fruits. After dark, the temperature in the mountains dropped sharply. A person might not be defeated by a powerful enemy, but in the face of hunger and cold, even the strongest would struggle to endure. As the sky gradually darkened, Shinchen, who had lost too much blood and was suffering from hunger and cold, felt his consciousness fading. In a daze, he seemed to see a figure approaching him. Shinchen shook his head vigorously, trying to open his eyes to look at the person, but when he finally saw the face, he felt a layer of fine goosebumps rise on his skin. The figure appeared to be a young girl, but her face was covered in dense, poisonous sores, and her once smooth skin was marred by rotten flesh. Shinchen could even faintly smell a hint of decay. Seeing this scene, Shinchen instantly reached out and grabbed the girl's neck. Who are you? Shinchen's strength was immense, even injured, he could easily snap an ordinary person's neck. Seeing the girl unable to fight back, he slowly released his grip. Cough, cough, cough. Ugh. The girl coughed violently a few times, eventually gagging. After a while, she recovered, looking at Shinchen with some resentment, then gestured with her hands. Shinchen frowned, not quite understanding her meaning. Seeing that Shinchen had no reaction, the girl anxiously pointed to his injured shoulder. Do you want to help me heal? Shinchen asked tentatively. Upon hearing this, the girl nodded repeatedly. Thank you. Shinchen struggled to stand up, then looked apologetically at the other person. I'm sorry for earlier, I thought you were. The girl waved her hand, indicating it was no problem. It was only then that Shinchen began to carefully examine her. Due to the poisonous sores on her face, he couldn't discern her age, but judging by her figure, she seemed to be around 17 or 18. She was dressed very simply, with even some patches on her clothes, which was quite rare in this era. However, what caught Shinchen's attention the most were the two large characters glowing with a purple hue on her body. Absorb. After about half an hour, with the girl's assistance, Shinchen finally arrived at an unnamed village after several twists and turns. Upon seeing the scene within the village, Shinchen couldn't help but gasp, then glanced at the girl beside him with a complex expression. The village had about 30 households, nestled deep within Wolf Cave Mountain, resembling a hidden paradise. However, there were no crops grown in this mountainous area. As far as the eye could see was a sea of fiery red flowers, looking exceptionally enchanting and dazzling. Yet, Shinchen had no time to marvel at the grandeur and beauty of this flower sea, because he recognized these flowers. They were all poppies. They were one of the key raw materials for making certain drugs. This was actually a drug village hidden deep within Wolf Cave Mountain. However, the girl beside him seemed unfazed, pointing to a nearby house, signaling Shinchen to follow her. Shinchen nodded and, with her support, walked towards the house. After pushing open the wooden door, an elderly man, hunched and over 50, was sitting on a heated bed, picking the seed pods of the poppy flowers. When he saw Shinchen and the girl enter, he was momentarily taken aback, then looked at Shinchen with caution. Old man, sorry to disturb you. I was being chased and had no choice but to escape deep into Wolf Cave Mountain. Shinchen glanced at the girl beside him, then continued, This young lady saved me. Upon hearing his words, the Old man looked at the girl, and after she gestured with her hands for a while, he nodded but still frowned, his eyes filled with reproach. However, he nodded at Chen, then got off the bed and lit an oil lamp. There's no electricity in the village, so make do with this. As the oil lamp flickered to life, Shinchen could see the old man's face, which was also covered in poisonous sores, even more severely rotted than the girl's. Take off your clothes, the old man said hoarsely, retrieving a medicine box from an old cabinet. Shinchen was slightly taken aback, then turned to look at the girl beside him. Seeing her nod, he took off his blood-stained coat. Compared to the old man before him, he was more willing to trust the girl who had saved him. As he removed his clothing, it revealed a thin yet sturdy body, which seemed somewhat contradictory. Upon seeing the gunshot wound on Shinchen's shoulder, the old man was clearly taken aback for a moment. Then, he seriously examined Shinchen from head to toe before gesturing for him to sit on the bed. This is a gunshot wound, you need to have the bullet removed. I don't have any anesthetics, so you'll have to bear with it. It's fine, thank you for your trouble, Shinchen nodded. Half an hour later, the bullet inside Shinchen had been removed, and the wound was bandaged. The old man's skill exceeded Shinchen's expectations. Even ordinary doctors weren't very adept at handling gunshot wounds, but this old man was exceptionally skilled, as if it wasn't his first time dealing with such injuries. Arya, go get him something to eat, he probably hasn't eaten in a long time, the old man said while tidying up the bloodstained bandages left from treating Shinchen's wound. There's a wild rabbit outside, stew it for him, he needs to replenish his strength. The girl nodded vigorously, smiled at Shinchen, and then left the room to prepare the meal. Great kindness needs no thanks. Shinchen looked deeply at the old man and then asked, May I know how to address you, old sir? Everyone calls me Lu Laohan, the old man replied calmly. Lu uncle, Shinchen said respectfully, then glanced at the girl busy cooking in the kitchen before continuing, Lu uncle, why is this village hidden deep in the mountains? Village? Lu uncle frowned, and then smiled bitterly, this is no village. This is a cage, a hell. What do you mean? Shinchen asked, somewhat confused. Sigh. The old man tossed the bloodstained bandage into the basin and then took out an iron box from the side, which contained some tobacco leaves. He rolled a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag. The acrid smoke making Shinchen frown slightly. About 3 years ago, someone from the county came to recruit workers, saying it was to clear land in the mountains, and the pay was quite generous. So we came here. And once we came, we could never leave. Half an hour later, the entire room was filled with thick smoke. Shinchen had a rough understanding of the situation here. 3 years ago, a businessman from outside came to recruit workers in Langshan County, claiming it was to clear land in Langdong Mountain, offering a salary of 180 yuan a day, with a work period of about a month, including food and accommodation. Such pay was quite good for many unemployed people in rural areas. Over 5,000 yuan was enough for their living expenses for half a year. So many people signed up. They accepted. Everyone, reportedly needing a lot of manpower due to the heavy workload, and they recruited over 200 people locally. However, once they arrived, they discovered that they were not brought here to clear land but to cultivate poppies. Poppies are illegal in Siau country, and private cultivation is not allowed. Years ago, drones were used for large-scale inspections, and anyone found growing poppies, even a single one, would face legal consequences. But Langshan County is close to the northern border of Siau country, and Langdong Mountain is less than 10 kilometers from the border. This location is impossible to inspect with drones. After bringing them here, besides cultivating poppies, there was something even more terrifying. They used them for drug testing. These people wanted to research a new type of drug, but since it had not yet been successfully developed, they needed many living subjects for experiments. In just 1 year, the number of people who died from drug testing reached over 100. The remaining people also suffered from severe ailments to varying degrees. So the poison sores on your faces are caused by drug testing? Shinchen asked. Not only that, but Arya's inability to speak is also due to this. Lu Laohan glanced at Arya, who was still busy in the kitchen, shaking his head and sighing. Arya also came here when they were recruiting workers? Shinchen asked, puzzled. Arya looked to be only 17 or 18, she wasn't even an adult. 3 years ago, how could she have come to work in such a place? No, Lu Laohan sighed again, she was captured about a year ago while foraging for hazelnuts on the mountain. Haven't you tried to escape? Shinchen pondered for a few seconds and said, I see there are no guards here. At first there were people responsible for guarding, but now it's no longer necessary. Lu Laohan lit another cigarette. We are all infected with a virus that cannot be cured, but for some unknown reason, as long as we live in this place full of poppy flowers, our symptoms can be suppressed. Although we won't recover, at least we can keep our lives. And as soon as we leave the deep mountains, we will immediately rot and die. Over 200 people went missing at once. Didn't the law enforcement team investigate? Shinchen still felt that there were many unreasonable aspects, so he asked again. The law enforcement team? Old Lu scoffed. The recruitment information back then was released with the help of the county committee, and the vehicle that brought us here was borrowed from the local military. Upon hearing this, Shinchen's pupils slightly constricted. From the previous descriptions, he guessed that the person who lured them here and asked them to plant poppies must have come from the poker organization. But he never expected that the poker organization had already entangled itself with some local military and the county committee. Thinking of this, Shinchen felt that killing those two back then was too lenient. Just then, Arya walked in with steaming hot food. Old Lu pushed a large plate of wild rabbit meat in front of Shen and said, "You need to replenish your energy urgently, eat more. Although your physical condition is surprisingly good, this is still a gunshot wound. Without proper treatment, it will take you at least half a month to fully recover. Thank you, Uncle Lu." After saying that, Shinchen glanced at the girl sitting opposite him and smiled, "And thank you, Arya." Perhaps it was because he was too hungry. Shinchen felt that the rabbit meat Arya made was far more delicious than the delicacies outside, and he ate 4 large bowls of rice and more than half a bowl of wild rabbit meat before he finally put down his chopsticks in satisfaction. Seeing him devour his food, Arya couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. This scene seemed to evoke some memories for old Lu, who surprisingly revealed a rare smile. 3 days later, watching Shinchen stretching his limbs on the ground, old Lu clicked his tongue in amazement. He had treated many people's wounds here, but he had never seen anyone with such good physical condition as Shinchen. While normal people needed more than half a month or even a month to recover from their injuries, he had completely healed in just 3 days. Feeling that his injuries had fully healed, Shinchen looked at Uncle Lu and Arya and said, "Uncle Lu, Arya, thank you." Arya quickly shook her head. "What are you being polite for?" Uncle Lu waved his hand casually while smoking a dry cigarette, but a hint of reluctance flashed in his eyes. After spending these 3 days together, although he hadn't asked about Shen's background, he knew that the other party was definitely not an ordinary person and could not possibly stay in such a hellish place forever. He just didn't expect the separation to come so quickly. "Uncle Lu, do you want to leave here?" Shinchen suddenly asked. "What?" Uncle Lu was slightly taken aback, looking at him in surprise. "I have a way to take you away from here." Shinchen looked at the words absorbed wrapped in a purple halo around the two of them, his gaze carrying a serious tone. Upon hearing this, Uncle Lu's originally murky eyes seemed to clear up a bit, bursting forth with hope that had been absent for 3 years. "Wu Bing, is what you said true?" He grabbed Shinchen's hand tightly, his voice trembling slightly. "We can give it a try." Shinchen nodded earnestly. Good. Uncle Lu retracted his hand, momentarily at a loss, constantly looking around for something. "What do we need? We can prepare now." "We don't need anything." Shinchen stepped forward, supporting Uncle Lu's arm, and smiled. "Uncle Lu, you sit first, I'll help you." Saying this, Shinchen placed his hand on the other's shoulder and activated Absorb. In the next second, Shinchen felt a dense black mist surge out from Uncle Lu's body, and the black hole within him seemed to have discovered some delicacy, frantically devouring that black mist. In less than half a minute, the black mist within Uncle Lu was completely consumed, and Shinchen could feel that the black hole inside him was both satisfied and slightly yearning for more. At the same time, faint toxic sores began to appear on Shinchen's hand, and a severe itching sensation spread throughout his body, causing him to let out a muffled groan. In contrast, Lubo seemed to be invigorated, with dark, congealed blood seeping from the sores on his face. Feeling the changes in his body, a look of wild joy appeared on Lubo's face. "Wubbing, you really can." But before he could finish his sentence, he saw that familiar toxic sores were appearing on Shinchen's hands and face at a visibly rapid pace. "Wubbing, what's wrong with you?" Lubo hurriedly stood up, grabbing Shinchen's hand, his face filled with panic. Beside them, Arya also noticed the changes in Shinchen and anxiously wanted to say something, but could only let out a whimper. "I'm fine, it will be over soon." Shinchen leaned against the wall, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. After a while, Shinchen finally managed to suppress the discomfort, and the toxic sores on his body slowly disappeared. "Wubbing, what on earth is going on?" Lubo looked at Shinchen with a worried expression. "Why did those sores appear on you just now?" "This is my awakening ability. I can transfer the ailments from others onto myself." Shinchen wiped the sweat from his forehead and explained with a smile. Upon hearing Shinchen's words, Lubo's heart seemed to twist painfully, his deeply sunken eye sockets glistening with murky tears. "Wubbing, why must you do this? At my age, I've already 1 foot in the grave. Why must you go to such lengths for me?" Lubo's face was filled with regret, and at that moment he only hated himself for being so foolish. With such complex ailments, how could Shinchen possibly cure them easily? Even if he had special means, it would surely come at a significant cost. In his moment of excitement, he had directly asked Shinchen to treat him without even questioning, leading to Shinchen's condition deteriorating. "Lubo, I'm fine, this ailment is nothing to me." Shinchen wasn't just trying to comfort him, the ailments within Lubo had not harmed him at all, instead, they seemed to nourish the black hole within him. As he spoke, he glanced at Arya. Sensing Shinchen's gaze, Arya took 2 steps back and quickly waved her hands, gesturing several signs. After 3 days of interaction, Shinchen had learned to understand some sign language. Her meaning was that she didn't want Shinchen to harm his own body to treat her. "Don't worry, I told you I'm fine," Shinchen reassured her. After confirming that it wouldn't harm Shinchen's body, Arya and Lubo agreed to let him continue treating her. The toxins within Arya were clearly much more than those in Lubo, and Shinchen's black hole finally had a hearty meal. After a full 3 minutes, Shinchen slowly released his hand. Having learned from the previous experience, Shinchen's body seemed to have fully adapted to the toxins this time, and he did not exhibit any obvious symptoms. At that moment, the toxic sores on Arya's face also began to ooze dark congealed blood, just like Lu Bo's. Woo! Wubbing ge. As the crisp voice rang out, both Shinchen and Lu Bo turned in surprise, looking at Arya with joy. Even Arya, who had spoken those words, was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed with delight, I can talk. I can speak again. Arya. Lu Bo wanted to say something, but his nose tinged with emotion, and in the end, he said nothing, only revealing a comforting smile. Lu Bo, I really can talk now, Arya said excitedly, then ran up to Shinchen, wubbing ge. Thank you. Shinchen glanced at the other person, noticing the dark bruises still visible on their face. He reached out and rubbed their head, smiling as he said, go wash your face. Hearing Shinchen's reminder, Arya finally reacted, first glancing at the mirror nearby, then hurriedly running out to the outer room. Seeing her shy demeanor, Lu Bo and Shinchen couldn't help but chuckle. Before long, Arya walked back into the room, and when Shinchen saw her appearance, he couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. At that moment, Arya's face was free of the previous sores, not even a tiny flaw remained. Although her beauty couldn't compare to Lin Man and Jang Ani, her youthfulness brought a freshness that they lacked. Ha ha ha. Lu Bo laughed heartily, wubbing, this little girl looked like this when she first arrived. I've lived nearly 60 years, and I've never seen such a pretty girl. Shinchen smiled and nodded in agreement. Arya, don't just focus on looking beautiful, go make something delicious. Today we should celebrate properly, Lu Bo said with a grin. Got it, Lu Bo. Arya made a face at the two of them and then skipped out of the room. Wubbing, let's leave here after we finish eating, Lu Bo said, looking at Shinchen. Lu Bo. Shinchen pondered for a few seconds, then asked Lu Bo, how many people here are still infected with the virus? There are still more than 70 people here, and each one is infected with the virus. At this point, Lu Bo seemed to remember something and looked at Shinchen in shock. Wubbing, you don't mean to help everyone get cured, do you? Before Shinchen could respond, he quickly interjected, Wubbing, you really don't need to do this, they are all strangers to you. Lu Bo, I'm not some kind-hearted person, I just feel that the viruses seem to have some benefits for my awakening ability. Shinchen explained. After hearing his words, Lu Bo fell silent for a few seconds, then confirmed again, is that really the case? Absolutely, Shinchen replied earnestly. In that case, I can gather them all together. If you can help them with their ailments, they will all revere you as a bodhisattva, Lu Bo said, half jokingly and half seriously. Then I'll trouble you. Lu Bo, Shinchen smiled. You little rascal, what nonsense are you talking? What trouble is there between us? Lu Bo said. With a hint of annoyance, then continued, after we finish eating, I'll go gather everyone. Okay. After the meal, Lu Bo went out, and about half an hour later, a commotion could be heard outside the door. Wubbing Gidge, they must be here, let's go take a look, Arya said. Alright. Shinchen nodded and followed Arya outside. As soon as he opened the door, Shinchen saw dozens of people standing at the entrance, chattering away. Their clothes were quite worn, as if they were refugees entering the city, and the commonality among them was that each person's face was covered in sores. Look, Arya's sores are gone, one elderly man, about the same age as Lu Bo, excitedly pointed at Arya. Hearing his words, everyone looked at Shinchen with hopeful expressions. On the way here, Lu Bo had already informed them that Shinchen could help them deal with the virus. As Shinchen looked at the disfigured faces before him, a glimmer of anticipation flashed in his eyes. Just moments ago, after absorbing the viruses from Lu Bo and Arya, he discovered that the viruses in their bodies greatly aided his awakening ability. If he could absorb all the viruses from these people, he might even break through again. Everyone, please be quiet. Old Lu raised his hand, signaling for silence. Then he cleared his throat and said, although Wu Bing can help everyone clear the viruses, it will also cause great harm to his body, so please don't rush. Old Lu, just take charge. We've been tormented by these poisonous sores for so long, a few more days won't make a difference. The old man who spoke earlier glanced at Shinchen and continued, don't let our rescue affect this young man's health. Right, we're not in a hurry. The group echoed in agreement. They had long since lost all hope, only daring to dream of leaving this place in their sleep. Now, with Shinchen's appearance, they had rekindled their hope and didn't want to leave a bad impression on him. If they offended him and he refused to treat them, it would be a loss. Wu Bing, there are a total of 72 people here. How many do you plan to treat in a day? Old Lu asked Shinchen. Shinchen pondered for a few seconds and then replied, 3 days. I aim to cure everyone within 3 days. This, Old Lu was slightly taken aback. Standing next to Shinchen, Arya anxiously tugged at his sleeve. Wu Binggage, there's no need to rush. She had seen Shinchen treat Old Lu before, and his body had clearly shown signs of problems, with sores appearing on his face and hands. Although they quickly disappeared, he had only treated Old Lu then. Now, he was planning to treat more than 20 people in a day, and she was genuinely worried that he wouldn't be able to handle. It's fine. Shinchen shook his head at her and smiled, saying, I've adapted now, it shouldn't be a problem. If I feel unwell, I'll stop in time. Okay. Arya nodded obediently and didn't say anything more. Following old Lu's arrangement, 24 people stayed behind while the others returned home, waiting for treatment the next day. The selected 24 looked as if they had won the lottery, unable to hide their excitement. 2 full hours later, Shinchen's face was pale, his forehead covered in fine sweat, and he looked extremely weak. Wu Binggage, how are you? Arya held a towel, wiping the sweat from Shinchen's brow, her face filled with concern. I'm fine, let everyone go back. Shinchen slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. At this moment he needed to adjust himself because the black hole within him had become even more full, even giving him a feeling of impending overflow. He had experienced this sensation before, once when he broke through to level 5. In the military. At that time, Wei Yan had told him that his breakthrough was due to his awakened ability being full, but his physical quality was insufficient. So, while doing push-ups, he activated his body's potential and broke through. However, his physical quality was no longer lacking. He didn't need to develop his potential again. He only needed his awakened ability to be full to break through. When he was absorbing diseases at the Xiao family's hospital, he had thought about filling the black hole all at once, but even with his strong resistance to diseases, he couldn't support that many entering his body. So, he could only absorb some diseases that could enhance his combat power. Now, the viruses in the bodies of the people were all identical, making it easy to develop resistance. Moreover, this virus had a deadly allure for the black hole within him. Absorbing one person's virus was equivalent to absorbing 3 to 5 diseases. As the viruses from these 24 people entered his body, Shinchen felt he was just one step away from breaking through to level 4. Seeing Shinchen's weak appearance, the faces of those who had been cured also turned somewhat complex. Finally, a dark-skinned man in his 30s stepped forward and said in a deep voice, Brother Shin, my name is Ding Gayu and my home is in Linha Village, Langshan County. If you ever need help, just call on me. I can give my life for you at any time. So can we, the others chimed in. Shinchen smiled and nodded, not saying much more. To him, they were merely seeking mutual benefit and there was no intention of repaying any favors. Alright, everyone, let's head back. Let Wu Bing rest properly, old Lu said. At that moment, a woman in her 30s glanced at Shinchen and suddenly spoke up. How about this? Let Brother Shin rest at my place. I'll take care of him. Uncle Lu, you're getting old, and Arya is just a little girl. She doesn't know how to take care of someone. As she spoke, she shot Shin a flirtatious look. Seeing this, Arya immediately stood in front of Shinchen like a protective hand, puffing up her cheeks and said, I've been taking care of Brother Wu Bing these days. Who says I can't take care of people? You little girl don't understand anything. Taking care of someone isn't just about cooking and doing laundry, the woman said with a seductive smile. The others nearby understood the implication and looked at Shinchen with amused expressions, while Arya appeared confused. Shinchen naturally understood what was being implied, so he quickly waved his hand and said, I've been with Uncle Lu and Arya for several days now, and I'm used to it, so I won't trouble this sister. Hearing Shinchen's words, Arya proudly lifted her chin and made a face at the woman. The woman smiled helplessly. Alright then, mainly because I'm just a woman, I don't know how to repay this life-saving grace. Upon hearing the woman's words, everyone nodded in agreement. Most people from Hanzhou are straightforward and generally don't like to owe others favors. Shinchen's kindness to them was indeed immense, but their family conditions weren't very affluent. Otherwise, they wouldn't be out working this job. Besides money, they really couldn't think of any other way to repay him, which led this woman to consider using her body as a means of repayment. Hearing this, Shinchen smiled helplessly and explained, Everyone, this is just a small effort on my part. There's no need for repayment. After you leave, just go home and live well. If one day members of the military or law enforcement ask about me, just say you've never seen me. That would be the greatest help to me. Upon hearing this, everyone was slightly taken aback. Shen Chen's words undoubtedly revealed his identity as a fugitive, but they quickly reacted, each assuring him, Brother, don't worry, we don't believe you're a bad person. If you ever have nowhere to go, each of our homes can be your hiding place. Right. Seeing everyone's reaction, a hint of gratitude flashed in Shin Chen's eyes. The more righteous one is, the more they are surrounded by scoundrels. After everyone left, old Lu couldn't help but ask, Wu Bing, what exactly did you get into? When he first saw the gunshot wound, old Lu knew that the person's identity must be unusual, but since the other party was unwilling to elaborate, he didn't ask. Now, feeling familiar with him, he finally voiced his curiosity. Arya, who was beside him, also looked at Shinchen with curiosity. After spending these days together, she could sense that Shinchen was not a bad person and definitely wouldn't be wanted for no reason. Shinchen glanced at the two and ultimately recounted his story in detail. After hearing him, old Lu clapped his hands in righteous indignation. Well done. This group of corrupt officials deserves to be killed. Arya nodded continuously, and there was a hint of admiration in her gaze as she looked at Shinchen. The three of them then started chatting casually. Shinchen learned that old Lu had a wife at home and a son who was attending university. It was precisely to earn tuition for his son that he was looking for work everywhere. He had originally been a barefoot doctor, but without a medical license, he could only treat minor ailments for the villagers. Now, his son should have graduated from university and he just hoped to return home, find some work with his wife, and watch his son get married and have children. As for Arya, she had lost both parents at a young age and lived with her grandmother. Their life was very difficult and she often went up the mountain to gather hazelnuts to sell for some money. After returning, she planned to continue her studies and find a good job to support her grandmother. When they asked Shinchen about his future plans, he fell silent. After a long time, he looked out the window towards the south and said, "Some things still need to be done, some grudges still need to be avenged." The two of them didn't speak, but they understood his thoughts from his words. He still couldn't let go of his hatred for his instructor. They didn't know what kind of poker organization it was, nor did they know the so-called Southern Gu clan, but they were very clear that it must be a formidable group of people. They were somewhat worried about Shinchen's safety, but they didn't say much more, as everyone had their own path to follow. The next morning, as soon as Shinchen and the others got up, he opened the door to wash up and saw a group of people waiting outside. When they saw Shinchen come out, their faces instantly lit up with surprise. Good morning, Shinchen said awkwardly as he looked at the crowd. "Good morning, brother Shin," everyone replied cheerfully. "Should I wash up first?" Shinchen asked tentatively. "You go ahead, we're not in a hurry." "Not at all," they said, but from their eager gazes, it was clear how anxious they were. After a quick wash, Shinchen began to absorb the viruses for everyone again. However, when he finished with the fifth person, his body began to change. Toxic sores appeared on his face and lingered for a long time. "Brother Wu Bing." Arya stepped forward anxiously, her bright eyes instantly filling with tears. "I'm fine, you all go wait outside, let me rest for a bit," Shinchen said weakly. Arya was clearly worried, but under old Lu's gaze, she reluctantly left the room, looking back 3 times. Once everyone left, Shinchen immediately sat cross-legged, drawing on the power of the black hole within him to absorb the viruses that were spreading throughout his body. However, it seemed that the various diseases and viruses inside the black hole had already filled it up and it could explode at any moment. But Shinchen was waiting for it to explode because he knew that once the black hole within him burst, he would break through again and reach the ding level. However, at that moment, Shinchen was caught in a vicious cycle. The black hole in his body needed more diseases and viruses to break through, but now the viruses had spread all over him, and the black hole could not absorb them. If this continued, he would likely be covered in toxic sores, and he would end up like old Lu and the others, unable to leave the depths of Wolf Cave Mountain, or else he would rot away and die. Shinchen rolled up his sleeves and looked, finding that the toxic sores had spread to his arms and were visibly creeping upwards. Seeing this, Shinchen frowned, then seemed to think of something, quickly closed his eyes, and began to operate the Dao formula. Since training in the military, Shinchen and the others have not forgotten Hua Yan's advice. Every day, they set aside some time to practice their Dao techniques, but while the others have made progress, Shinchen has shown no improvement in his Dao skills. This is because the spiritual energy he absorbs from the heavens and earth is devoured by the black hole within him. As the Dao technique operates, the black hole, which had previously been unable to continue consuming the virus, begins to slowly devour the spiritual energy like a greedy snake. A few minutes later, an incredibly familiar and intense pain once again swept through Shinchen's entire body. At this moment, he recalled Hua Yan's previous admonition. When Shinchen broke through to the 5th level, Hua Yan had said that this method was not advisable, and that next time he should report to the military in advance or find a powerful awakened one to protect him. But now, Shinchen had no way to retreat. He could only grit his teeth and endure this ordeal. With a heart-wrenching scream echoing in the room, everyone waiting outside was startled. Old Lu and Arya exchanged glances, then hurriedly pushed the door open and rushed in. However, as soon as they opened the door, a terrifying wave of energy surged in, instantly sending both of them flying back, crashing heavily against the wall behind them. Seeing this, the others quickly rushed forward to help the two up, then cautiously looked towards the doorway. At that moment, Shinchen's figure slowly emerged from the room. When everyone looked at him, they felt a chill run down their spines, for Shinchen was now enveloped in black mist, appearing as terrifying as a devil crawling out of hell. A few seconds later, Shinchen's gaze cleared, and the black mist around him instantly surged into his body, disappearing without a trace. "Uncle Lu, Arya, are you okay?" Shinchen looked at the two with an apologetic expression. "We're fine, but what happened to you, brother Wu Bing?" Arya quickly got up, examining Shinchen from head to toe, fearing he might be in trouble. Shinchen reached out and ruffled her hair, reassuring her, "I'm fine too." After saying that, he turned to old Lu. "Uncle Lu, gather everyone together, I will help them all with their treatment." Hearing Shinchen's words, old Lu nodded, then spoke to the people at the door. "Everyone line up, Wu Bing will continue to treat you." "Uncle Lu," Shinchen interrupted him, continuing, "what I mean is you can gather the rest of the people together, I will treat them all at once." "What?" Old Lu was slightly taken aback by Shinchen's words. Arya beside him also looked at Shinchen in shock. Previously, Shinchen had been exhausted after healing more than 20 people in a day, and now he wanted to heal everyone remaining at once. She was very worried that Shinchen's body wouldn't be able to handle it. "Just do as I say, I can manage." Shinchen noticed their concerns and comforted them. Old Lu looked at him deeply, then finally nodded and turned to leave. Soon, the remaining 20 or so unhealed people hurried over, and upon hearing that Shinchen could treat them in advance, excitement lit up their faces. Seeing everyone standing before him with eager expressions, Shinchen nodded in satisfaction and slowly extended his hand towards them. As his palm slightly opened, everyone felt something being drawn out from within them. Meanwhile, Yet and Old Lu clearly saw dozens of black energies surging out from those bodies, while Shinchen inhaled all the black mist into his own body like a whale swallowing water. In just a few minutes, Shinchen reluctantly withdrew his hand, and the black blood began to ooze out from the poison sores on everyone's faces and bodies. Their toxins had all been eliminated. Looking down at his palm, Shinchen felt quite satisfied. Having been promoted to the D rank, he could now extract and bestow diseases from a distance, significantly enhancing his combat power. Even when facing opponents stronger than himself, he could take the initiative. After expressing their gratitude, everyone returned home, agreeing to leave this haunted place together at dawn the next day. Wubbing, have you become stronger? Old Lu looked at Shinchen and asked. Shinchen nodded, offering no further explanation. That night, everyone in the village was too excited to sleep, bringing various game they had hunted to Old Lu's house. Several women, along with Arya, pitched in to prepare several large tables of food. Looking at the array of dishes on the table, some even brought a case of beer. These items were sent by the people who used to guard them. According to Old Lu, someone would come periodically to deliver necessities and collect the poppies they had grown. Although it was only early autumn, the nights in Hanzhou were already quite cold. However, due to their excitement, no one returned to their homes. They sat outside, drinking and chatting, with a few men who had drunk a bit too much even breaking into folk songs. Some women looked at them with disdain. Shinchen took a bottle of beer and sat down on a nearby stone stump, gazing at the full moon hanging high in the sky. It seemed today was the Mid-Autumn Festival. Wubbingij, what are you looking at? Arya also came over with a bottle of beer, her pretty face resembling a half-ripe apple, youthful yet flushed. What are you doing drinking beer, little girl? Shinchen reached out to snatch the bottle from her hand and lightly flicked her smooth forehead. Poof. Arya pouted, then sat beside Shinchen, linking her arm with his and resting her head on his shoulder. Wubbingij, will you still come to see Air? Yet in the future? Shinchen took a sip of beer, fell silent for a moment, then slowly replied, if I have the chance, I will definitely come to see you and Uncle Lu. Arya nodded in satisfaction. Before long, Shinchen heard soft snoring and turned to see that Arya had fallen asleep on his shoulder. Shinchen let out a wry smile, gently placing her head on his lap and draping his jacket over her. Watching her sleep peacefully, he suddenly felt that living this way forever wouldn't be so bad, but thinking of those who had deceived them, using their lives for experiments, and the officials from the military and county who colluded with the poker organization, as well as the unresolved issues with the Southern Gu clan, Shinchen dismissed such thoughts. He still had many things to do, and he couldn't enjoy a leisurely life until those tasks were completed. Looking up at the round moon, Shinchen couldn't help but think of Xiao. Yu and the others, he wondered how they were doing now. Had they returned safely to Ice City? Had they faced any difficulties from the military? Ice City, Xiao family villa. Due to the Mid-Autumn Festival, Old Master Xiao summoned all his trusted aides for a dinner. Even the usually absent Xiao Xiaolong and his wife attended this time. Is there still no news of Wubbing? Meng Ru asked with a furrowed brow. Just a few days ago, the Hanzhou military had issued a wanted notice for Shinchen, stating that he had brutally killed the county magistrate of Langshan and a lieutenant from the military. The Hanzhou governor, Long Sihai, personally issued the warrant calling for Shinchen's capture nationwide, declaring that anyone who sheltered him would be guilty by association. Not yet. The lightheartedness had vanished from Xiaoyu's face, replaced by a hint of weariness visible in the stubble on his chin. Have you really made up your mind? Xiao Xiaolong suddenly asked. Xiaoyu looked up at the other person for a moment, then nodded resolutely. Xiao Xiaolong reached out and patted Xiaoyu's shoulder heavily, opening his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Before long, Master Xiao Wu arrived at the dining hall, supported by a woman in a black leather jacket. Master Wu! Everyone stood up to greet him. Ha ha ha! Master Xiao Wu laughed and waved his hand. Everyone sit down, this is a family gathering, no need for formality. After a few rounds of drinks, everyone began to report to Master Xiao Wu about their respective companies' earnings and development status. The Xiao family had now completely cleaned up its image, with almost all gray industries no longer involved. Listening to everyone's reports, Master Xiao Wu wore a smile like a chrysanthemum, repeatedly saying good. Just then, Xiaoyu, who had been silent, downed his glass of red wine in one go and slammed the glass down on the table, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Master Xiao Wu frowned slightly but still smiled and asked, do you have something to say? Grandpa, uncles, and elders, Xiaoyu slowly stood up, scanning the room. I have something I need to ask everyone. Hearing his words, everyone put down their chopsticks or wine glasses and looked at him seriously. Why did you all follow Grandpa to start from scratch, building everything from nothing? Ha! The tiger sitting next to Xiaoyu laughed. Heartily, I thought it was something serious. This is easy to answer, of course, it's because of loyalty. When your grandpa was out in the world, I was just a little kid. It was his reputation that drew me to him. With the tiger speaking first, many others chimed in, but some more observant individuals noticed something amiss. From the moment Xiao stood up, although Master Xiao appeared cheerful, his eyes were slightly narrowed. The people present had followed him for many years and knew him well. This expression indicated that he was not in a good mood. At this moment, Xiao also smiled and nodded, continuing, in that case, I have a brother named Shinchen. I believe all of you uncles have heard of him, right? That's enough, don't say any more. Master Xiao interrupted Xiao with a darkened expression. Why can't I say it? Xiao turned to look at Master Xiao, his gaze unwavering. He has offended the Lord of Hanzhou, Long Sihai. That's not something our Xia family can provoke. A flash of anger crossed Master Xiao's face, and his tone grew heavier. After returning, Xiao had already discussed this matter with Master Xiao and hoped to use the Xia family's influence to find Shinchen and protect him. However, Master Xiao had decisively refused, the reason being that Shinchen had caused too much trouble, and the Xia family could neither manage nor dare to intervene. What if the one being hunted is one of the uncles present? Xiao pressed on, looking aggressively at Master Xiao, his tone firm as he questioned, would Grandpa also abandon his brother because of the other person's identity? How dare you? Master Xiao slammed the table, exuding a terrifying, killing intent. Seeing this scene, everyone present fell silent, and the tiger, who was closest to Xiao, tugged at his sleeve and whispered, Young master, stop messing around, quickly. Apologize to your grandpa. Xiao ignored the tiger and instead wore a bitter smile. He scanned the crowd again and then spoke for himself. I, Xiao, was born into the most Jianghu-influenced family in the entire Ice City. My grandpa is the renowned Master Xiao who stands against Lord Guanair, with loyalty as the foremost principle. After saying this, he turned to Xiaolong beside him. My father is deeply devoted to my mother, unwavering in his love. My dear uncles, for my brothers, I would fight to the death and share my heart. At this point, he paused slightly, a self-deprecating smile curling at the corners of his mouth. And I, Xiao, when my best brother got into trouble, he chose to bear everything alone to avoid implicating me and the Xia family behind me. Now he is wanted across the 3 provinces of Hanzhou, yet I, Xiao, cannot help him even a little. I dare to ask you all, if one day I, Xiao, abandon my brothers and take over the Xia family, would you still be willing to serve me? Would you still dare to risk your lives for me? Enough! Old Master Xia slammed his wine cup on the ground with force. Crack, not enough. Xiao also slammed the table hard, staring intently into Old Master Xia's eyes, speaking each word deliberately. Grandfather, you are getting old. What did you say? A cold glint flashed in Old Master Xia's eyes. I said you are getting old. Xiao, unfazed by the anger, smiled and said, you no longer have the spirit of your youth. The Xia family has been low-key enough over the years. It's time to let the 3 provinces of Hanzhou see the brilliance of the Xia family. Xiao, do you want to rebel? Old Master Xia's voice was low, his eyes narrowing slightly. Grandfather, it's not rebellion. Xiao shook his head. Years ago, you let my father take over the Xia family, but he had no interest in it. You have always regarded me as your successor. I just want to take over your position a bit earlier. You should enjoy your old age. Hearing this, Old Master Xia instead smiled, looking calmly at Xiao, and said lightly, who do you think among these people will support you? Then let's see. Xiao smiled as well, then sat back down, pouring himself a drink from the tiger's cup beside him. Old Master Xiao looked at the crowd with a smile, seemingly waiting for the first person to speak. At that moment, a bald man stood up. Seeing him rise, Old Master Xia's expression changed slightly, the muscles on his face twitching. I thought many would betray me, but I didn't expect it to be you, Evil Wolf. The bald man bowed slightly to Old Master Xia and spoke calmly. Master 5, Evil Wolf will never betray the Xia family, nor will I betray you. Then what is this? A coup? Old Master Xia's face was as dark as water. Not a coup. Evil Wolf shook his head, explaining, the young master is right, the Xia family was built on loyalty. The eldest master has no interest in this, and the young master is the only heir of the Xia family. If he were not a person of deep feelings and loyalty, how could these brothers with such strong ties to the underworld be willing to follow him? Moreover, I also miss the reckless days of youth, where brotherhood was above all. So I, Evil Wolf, want to accompany him in this madness, even if it means being shattered to pieces. I want to fulfill the young master's brotherly bond. Upon hearing this, Old Master Xia said nothing more, merely casting a faint glance at Evil Wolf before shifting his gaze away. At this moment, a man with a ponytail also stood up, his voice somewhat androgynous. I share the same thoughts as Brother Evil Wolf. After speaking, he also bowed to Old Master Xia and then stood behind Xiao. Wang Bao. Old Master Xia nodded, softly, murmuring the name. No. The tiger, sitting next to Xiao, scratched his head, looking somewhat troubled as he spoke. Brother Evil Wolf, Little Leopard, what are you doing? Do you have to make such a scene? Tiger brother, you don't need to get involved in this. Xiao placed a hand on the tiger's shoulder and spoke calmly. Since childhood, no matter what trouble I got into, it was always you cleaning up after me, but this time I've gotten into something a bit big and I don't want to trouble you anymore. The tiger's expression darkened, revealing a complex look in his eyes. Under Master Xiao, the Xiao family has 4 individuals known as the wolf, tiger, leopard, and jackal. These 4 hold a unique position within the Xiao family group. They do not engage in any business matters because they are the ones who followed Master Xiao to carve out their territory. They do not know how to run a company. In Xiao's words, they only know 3 things: killing, killing, and killing. However, the 4 are not mere figureheads in the Xiao family, as they are responsible for recruiting and training the heads of many companies under the Xiao banner, which can be seen as a form of gratitude towards those leaders. It is no exaggeration to say that whoever controls the wolf, tiger, leopard, and jackal can completely control the entire Xiao family. At this moment, both the wolf and the leopard have clearly expressed their support for Xiao. The tiger opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but was silenced by Xiao's gaze. Good. Master Xiao smiled, his eyes landing on Xiao. I originally thought the one supporting you would be the tiger, after all, he is closest to you, but I didn't expect you to persuade the wolf and the leopard. That was beyond my expectations. As he spoke, he slowly stood up, and the woman in leather behind him quickly reached out to support him, but he stopped her. I'm not so old that I can't walk. He slowly walked in front of Xiao, his gaze sharp as he looked at him. You little brat, you don't think that controlling the wolf and the leopard means you can control half of the Xiao family, do you? Upon hearing this, Xia Xiaolong and Mangru, who were nearby, changed their expression slightly. They already knew what Xiao was planning to do today, and they were quite conflicted because they understood better than Xiao the terrifying nature of Master Xiao. If they stopped Xiao, it would be equivalent to giving up on Shinchen, so they chose to remain silent. However, now hearing Master Xiao's words, both of them couldn't help but worry for Xiao. Yet, Xiao merely smiled and did not refute. Seeing this, Master Xiao continued, the wolf, tiger, and leopard indeed divide the Xiao family into 4, but their roles are different. The wolf is responsible for the intelligence network, while the companies under the leopard are all in film and entertainment. At this point, Master Xiao smiled. If I were you, I would definitely not choose to dig into these 2. I may not be old, but you are certainly too young. Is that so? Xiao casually took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth, while the leopard behind him smartly lit it for him. After taking a puff, Xiao contentedly said, Brother Tiger is in charge of the financial companies. Although the Xiao family has cleaned up its image, financial companies inevitably harbor some thugs, serving as a means for the Xiao family to intimidate other small-time players. And Sister Mo Chai is nominally Grandpa's personal bodyguard. She doesn't have many companies under her, but I know that in terms of combat power, the people under Sister Mo Chai could sweep through the entire Xiao family. After saying this, Xiao slowly exhaled a smoke ring and then asked, Isn't that right, Grandpa? Upon hearing Xiao's words, Master Xiao's brows furrowed slightly, and he had a vague sense of foreboding. He then suddenly turned to look at the woman in leather, his eyes filled with vigilance. Sensing Master Xiao's gaze, the woman curled her lips into a charming smile and slowly said, Master Wu, what are you afraid of? I would never harm you. At this point, she shifted her tone. However, the young master is right, you are indeed getting old. Now that the awakened organization has emerged, if the Xiao family continues to cling to its territory, it will eventually be devoured. We do need a head of the family with ambition and drive to lead us out of the 3 provinces of Han and explore a broader world. Ha! After hearing Mo Chai's words, Master Xiao's heart, which had been in suspense, finally sank completely. He withdrew his gaze and looked at Xiao, who was sitting there expressionless, smoking. The complexity in his eyes was overwhelming, filled with helplessness, anger, resentment, and a hint of inexplicable comfort. You've grown up, really grown up, old master. Xiao slowly turned around, directly ignoring everyone present, and walked upstairs. At that moment, his silhouette appeared somewhat hunched, as if he had aged significantly in an instant. Dad! Xia Xiaolong and Mangru stood up, wanting to say something but hesitating. Old Master Xia did not look back. He merely raised his hand and said in a somewhat hoarse voice, Don't mind me, just support you or well. Being young and impetuous is a good thing, but things are different now. This path is truly difficult to walk. After saying that, he walked upstairs without looking back. Watching the lonely figure of the other, Xiao's eyes also turned slightly red, but he said nothing, only silently apologizing in his heart. Grandpa, I'm sorry, but I have no choice because he calls me brother. Taking a deep breath, Xiao adjusted his emotions and then stood up to take his seat at the head of the table, surveying everyone present. Now that Grandpa has retired and my father is indifferent to the family business, from today onwards, I, Xiao, will take over the Xiao family. Does anyone have any objections? The people present looked at Xiao with complex expressions. Some wanted to say something, but upon seeing the fierce wolf standing there fiddling with a pair of tiger claws, they ultimately chose to remain silent. In that case, I won't be polite with you all. Xiao moved his somewhat stiff neck and then slowly spoke. From now on, the Xiao family has only one task. He paused for a moment, then spoke with an extremely serious expression, mobilize all the resources of the Xiao family to find Shinchen, and spare no effort to ensure his safety.
Young master, a slightly plump,
middle-aged man was about to say something when he felt the wolf's cold gaze. He immediately changed his words. Xiao, what I want to say is that the one currently hunting Shinchen is the Han Prefecture guard. Even old Lin, who has been friendly with him, has chosen to remain silent this time. To put it bluntly, if our Xiao family wades into this murky water, it would undoubtedly be self-destruction. I don't care about old Lin or the Han Prefecture guard. All I know is that he is my brother, my little brother. Whoever wants to harm him, I will deal with them. Xiao. You slammed the table hard, then looked sharply at the man. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. If anyone is afraid, they can voluntarily leave the Xiao family. I, Xiao, will definitely not mistreat any brother. Upon hearing this, the man hesitated for a few seconds but ultimately shook his head helplessly. Meanwhile, at the Lin family villa, still no news about the healthy one. Old Master Lin looked at his pinched brow, his face full of fatigue. Our people have been secretly searching in Wolf Mountain County for 2 days, but so far there is no news. A tall man in a black suit spoke. I want to go to Wolf Mountain County. Jang Ani, who had been sitting on the sofa with a lollipop in her mouth, suddenly stood up and looked at Old Master Lin. Don't make things worse. Old Master Lin said with a helpless expression. I'm not. Saying this, she took out her phone from her pocket. It was a relatively cheap domestic phone. At that time, her phone had been broken, and she originally planned to have Shinchen reimburse her, but then this incident happened. She pushed the phone in front of Old Master Lin and said, I just discussed it with Lin Man, we are going together. Lin Man? Old Master Lin frowned and tentatively asked, is it the one who can read minds? That's her. Jang Ani nodded. She, like me, has no family and no ties. Upon hearing this, Old Master Lin fell silent for a moment, then looked at Jang Ani with a serious expression. If you do this, you will never have the chance to return to the military department again. I know, Jang Ani said without any hesitation. What about the others? Old Lin asked. Jang Ani knew that Old Lin was asking about Xiao. You and the others, so she explained. After Xiao and Tang Xiaohua returned, it was as if they had vanished without a trace, with no news at all. Yi Qing took his grandfather on a trip a couple of days ago, and after settling his grandfather, he will join us in Langshan County. Xian Meng and Zhao Xiaodao should be following Xiao. Old Lin nodded, and after waiting for a while without hearing Jang Ani speak, he looked up in surprise. What about Shining? Oh. Jang Ani shrugged and said he should already be in Langshan County. What? Old Lin suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with anger. Who allowed him to act on his own? Seeing Old Lin's strong reaction, Jang Ani was also taken aback. Then she shrank her neck and muttered softly, he said you told him that since leaving here, he is no longer a member of the military or a personal guard of the Lin family, but Shinchen's shadow, and that he must ensure the others' safety at all times and in all places. Old Lin was very angry, but he had indeed said those words himself back then, and for a moment he didn't know who to be mad at. Ultimately, he could only sigh helplessly and sit down again. Do you know that as long as you go to Langshan County to help him, you will never have the chance to return to the military again? I don't care. Jang Ani said nonchalantly, I'll go handle the paperwork in a bit. Saying this, she directly tore the shoulder insignia off her shoulder and then placed her officer's ID on the table. From her pocket. Looking at the shoulder insignia and officer's ID on the table, Old Lin remained silent for a long time before finally looking up at Jang Ani and asking, have you thought it through? Jang Ani nodded without any hesitation. You also need to turn in your gun or you will be wanted by the military. Old Lin reminded her. No problem. A hint of reluctance flashed across Jang Ani's face, but she still took out the silver pistol from her money pouch. Ever since she awakened her ability to hit without fail, she had always kept a gun on her, and now suddenly having to turn it in made her feel a bit uncomfortable. Old Lin slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, then said in a somewhat hoarse voice, go, and come back safely. Okay. Just as Jang Ani reached the door, Old Lin spoke again, if you see Wu Bing, help me convey a message to him. What message? Jang Ani asked calmly without turning back. Tell him that although the military cannot support him, Baikayatang will always be his strongest backing. He will always be the king of Baikayatang, and also the king of Baikayatang. Jang Ani paused for a moment, then nodded and said, got it. In a villa in the northern suburbs of Ice City. Is the young lady still not eating? A graceful middle-aged woman asked a maid who was coming down the stairs with a tray. Yes, madam, the young lady hasn't eaten for 3 days. This can't go on, the maid said with some concern. The middle-aged woman sighed, then took the tray from the maid's hands. You go on, I'll try. Saying this, she carried the tray to the door of a room upstairs and gently knocked on the door. Xiaohua, come out and eat something, okay? Inside the room, Tang Xiaohua, hearing the voice outside, hurriedly stuffed the half-opened bag of snacks into the drawer by the bed, then said, I won't eat. If you don't let me go out, I'll starve to death at home. Xiaohua, be good, don't be silly. Do you know how many connections your father had to pull for this matter? The middle-aged woman's tone carried a hint of reproach. As soon as she spoke, the room fell into silence. The beautiful woman outside the door also felt that her words were a bit harsh, so she changed her tone. Xiao, Mom isn't blaming you, but your friend has caused a huge problem that our Tang family simply cannot afford to handle, do you understand? The Tang family was considered a prominent family in Ice City, second only to the four major families of the city. However, recently, the bankruptcy of the Song family had caused a major upheaval in the business world of Ice City. The Siau family had almost swallowed up more than half of the Song family's assets, while the remaining assets were intentionally left by the Siau family for others to compete over. Among them, the Qin family acquired a portion, and the Tang family could only compete with a few other families where the Tang family held an absolute advantage. However, this also made the Qin family feel threatened by the Tang family, leading to a recent commercial war initiated by the Qin family against the Tang family. In this situation, Tang Xiaohua's father was exhausted from dealing with it. Just then, Tang Xiaohua's phone, which she had placed on the bedside table, rang. She glanced at the caller ID, frowned, but still pressed the answer button. What do you want? Have you eaten gunpowder? Siau. Yu's somewhat dissatisfied voice came through the receiver. Cut the crap, just say what you need to say, Tang Xiaohua replied irritably. Xiao clearly wasn't in the mood for banter, and spoke directly. I just got news that Lin Man and Jang Ani have already set off for Lengshan County. Why haven't you said anything recently? I called you and you didn't answer. I was too embarrassed to answer the phone, Tang Xiaohua said without hiding anything, directly explaining her situation to Xiao. Recently, everyone had been discussing the search for Shinchen in the group chat, but only Xiao and Tang Xiaohua had not spoken, as they were unlike the others. Jang Ani and Lin Man had no attachments. The others were all from ordinary families, and Long Sihai, as the governor of Hanzhou, naturally wouldn't bother with them, but both the Xie and Tang families were prominent in Hanzhou, and if their children sheltered criminals, Long Sihai would definitely take action against them. It seems we are in the same situation, Xiao said with a bitter smile. Are you here to seek comfort from me? Tang Xiaohua replied impatiently. I don't have the mood to entertain you. Go find your girlfriends for comfort. Don't hang up yet, Xiao quickly said. I heard that your Tang family is not doing well lately? I guess so. We've been targeted by the Qin family, Tang Xiaohua said nonchalantly. She had never been very concerned about these matters. Although she was the only daughter of the Tang family, she had no intention of inheriting the family business. Her dream had once been to become a dazzling star, but after joining the military, she gradually lost interest in that glamorous profession. Tell your father that, for your sake, I can help your Tang family. Xiao's calm voice came through the receiver. Oh, Tang Xiaohua teased in surprise. Since when do I have such a big favor with young Master Xiao? Xiao ignored Tang Xiaohua's teasing and continued. Your Tang family's courier company is spread all over Long Province. I need you to help me keep an eye on Shinchen's whereabouts. That's the condition. Upon hearing Shinchen's name, Tang Xiaohua's expression changed slightly, and she immediately dropped her joking tone, her expression becoming serious. Did you persuade old Master Xiao? No, I rebelled, Xiao replied in the same calm tone, as if discussing a trivial matter. However, Tang Xiaohua's pupils slightly constricted. Rebelled? Just two simple words, but Tang Xiaohua knew how much courage it truly took to do so. He wasn't rebelling against just anyone, he was rebelling against the underground emperor of Ice City, old Master Xiao. You just need to pass my words exactly to your father. If he agrees to cooperate, I guarantee I will take care of the Qin family within 3 days. 3 days? Tang Xiaohua frowned. Are you sure? Even if Mr. Meng returns to the scene, it wouldn't be easy to deal with the Qin family in just 3 days. The Qin family, along with the Song and Tang families, is different. They don't engage in a single type of business, but rather a complex array of enterprises. If Meng Ru were to take action, perhaps he could collapse a certain business chain of theirs in a short time, but he couldn't possibly dismantle all of the Qin family's businesses within 3 days. My Xia family didn't rise to power through business, and I don't know how to do business. I only know that whoever has the strongest fist has the most say. Xiao's words were clearly domineering, but he is surnamed Xia, so he has the right to be domineering. I will do my best to facilitate this matter. After saying that, Tang Xiaohua fell silent for a few seconds, then spoke up. If you get any news about Shinchen, remember to tell me. Okay. Xiao replied and hung up the phone. Looking at the ended call, Tang Xiaohua let out a deep breath, then ran barefoot to the door, opened it, and said to the beautiful woman still standing at the entrance, tell my dad I have a way to deal with the Qin family. That night, in a private room at the Lu Wai Lu restaurant, Tang Chang, the head of the Tang family, was pacing anxiously in the room. Xiaohua, are you sure the person in charge of the Xia family will come? Dad, this is the 7th time you've asked me the same question, Tang Xiaohua said impatiently as she picked up a piece of pastry and stuffed it into her mouth, then frowned and muttered, it's not even that good. I don't know why Anchi loves it so much. But why hasn't he come yet? Tang Chang asked anxiously. Dad, Tang Xiaohua said helplessly, we agreed on 9 o'clock and you brought me here at 7. It's only 8:30 now. Alright. Tang Chang glanced at the time and then sat back down, but his face still bore an anxious expression. It's not surprising that Tang Chang was so agitated. Although the Tang family had some Standing in Ice City, compared to the Xiao family, they were hardly worth mentioning. With the current turmoil in Ice City, the Song family has gone bankrupt, and many families are eyeing the positions of the four major families, with the Tang family being the most likely to seize the opportunity. However, the bigger the tree, the more it attracts the wind. Because of this, the Tang family has faced attacks from multiple families, and even the Qin family has begun to take action against them. If he couldn't find a way to break the deadlock, the Tang family might be doomed. At this critical moment, Tang Xiaohua unexpectedly brought him a huge piece of good news. The person in charge of the Xia family wanted to discuss cooperation with him. If this cooperation succeeded, the Tang family would undoubtedly become the fourth major family in Ice City. Half an hour later, Tang Chang raised his wrist to check the time, wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent. After all, the other party was the person in charge of the Xia family. It was normal for them to be late, or even to cancel a few times. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaohua, seeing that it was 9 o'clock and Xiao still hadn't arrived, couldn't help but feel a bit impatient. She took out her phone and dialed Xiao's number. "Xiaohua, who are you calling?" Tang Cheng asked. "Xiao, what's wrong?" "Don't rush, don't rush. Young Master Xia might be held up by something. Don't push him," Tang Cheng said quietly. "It's fine." Tang Xiaohua waved her hand dismissively. At that moment, the call connected, and Tang Cheng looked at Tang Xiaohua with an expectant and somewhat nervous expression. But when Tang Xiaohua spoke, she nearly scared Tang Cheng's soul out of his body. "Xiao, are you messing with me?" If it weren't for the call still being connected, Tang Cheng would have loved to slap this girl. Who was the other party? Xiao, the only grandson of old Master Xia, the sole heir of the Xia family. Offending him, would they still want to survive in Ice City? However, Xiao's answer left him both astonished and relieved. "My dear aunt, there's a traffic jam, it'll take at most 5 minutes. Got it." Tang Xiaohua impatiently hung up the phone. Xiaohua, seeing the call ended, Tang Cheng cautiously asked, "Are you and the young master of the Xia family close?" "Not really." Tang Xiaohua shook her head. In this regard, she wasn't lying. Among their team, if anyone had the worst relationship with Xiao, it was undoubtedly Tang Xiaohua. They were the type to clash at every turn, always arguing as soon as they spoke. A few minutes later, the door to the private room was pushed open. Xiao walked in with a fierce look. "Young Master Xia." Tang Cheng quickly stood up, a flattering smile plastered on his face. "Uncle Tang, no need to be so polite." "Xia." You smiled back, then sat down next to Tang Xiaohua, giving her shoulder a light pat. "Long time no see, gorgeous." "Don't be so cheap." Tang Xiaohua shot him a glare, not in the mood. Xiao shrugged, not wanting to make things awkward. However, after this little exchange, both of their moods lightened considerably. Since returning from Langshan County, both Xiao and Tang Xiaohua had lost their previous frivolity and liveliness, becoming increasingly taciturn. After they met, although they still argued, there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity between them. "Xiaohua, how can you talk to young Master Xia like that?" Tang Cheng glared at Tang Xiaohua, then turned to Xiao with a smile. "This child has been spoiled by me. I hope young Master Xia won't hold it against her." "Uncle Tang, you're being too kind. Xiaohua and I are friends, just joking around," Xiao replied with a smile, signaling that he didn't mind. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Xiao got straight to the point. "Uncle Tang, I won't beat around the bush. I came today to discuss a collaboration with you. Young Master Xia, just say it. As long as the Tang family can do it, we won't refuse," Tang Cheng assured, patting his chest. "It's actually quite simple." Xiao took a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and slowly began. "The situation in Ice City has changed a bit. The Song family no longer exists, and there are vacancies among the four major families. Many people are eyeing this position now." Yes, Tang Chang responded with a smile, his face showing a hint of anticipation. "I know Uncle Tang is also interested in this," Xiao said, holding the cigarette and looking at Tang Cheng with a smile. Tang Cheng fell silent for 2 seconds, then spoke quite seriously. "To be honest, young Master Xia, I did have my eyes on the position of the four major families, but now, I just want to hold on to our Tang family's territory. The question is, can you hold on?" Xiao asked bluntly, looking at Tang Cheng with a half-smile, a hint of mockery in his gaze. Tang Cheng's expression turned difficult, and he ultimately shook his head. "The pressure from the Qin family alone is almost enough to crush our Tang family, not to mention other small families lurking around. At this rate, I can last at most another half-month." "Half a month?" Xiao chuckled, then shook his head. "Uncle Tang, you might be overestimating yourself and your Tang family." Xiao's words were somewhat blunt and harsh, but they were also undeniable facts. Recently, the Song family's business was suppressed by Manga, and they almost completely exited the Ice City business scene overnight. The so-called whale fall brings life to all. The Song family might not mean much in the eyes of the Xia family, but for some small families and groups, the Song family was undoubtedly a giant whale in the deep sea. The fall of the Song family would inevitably lead to countless people coming to share the spoils. After defeating the Song family, Manga did not take all the benefits, as that would allow the Xia family to dominate Ice City, inevitably attracting envy. Therefore, Manga left some of the Song family's assets unacquired. It was precisely this move of hers that not only failed to incite hatred towards the Xie family but even garnered gratitude for her generosity, leading many to compete for the remaining assets of the Song family. As one of the four great families, the Qin family should have received the most benefits, but due to the sudden illness of Qin Hao, known as the Qilin child of the Qin family, the head of the Qin family had lost interest in business matters. Seizing this opportunity, the Tang family quickly acquired most of the Song family's assets, becoming a thorn in the side of many family groups in Ice City. Now that the head of the Qin family had freed up his hands, he was ready to deal with the Tang family. Given the strength of the Qin family, it was indeed unrealistic for Tang City to hold out for half a month. "Hey, is business always this complicated for you?" Tang Xiaohua suddenly interjected. "What do you know? Just keep quiet." Tang Cheng shot a glare at Tang Xiaohua. "I actually think she can speak." Xiao smiled, then looked at Tang Xiaohua and said, "The main reason I am willing to cooperate with the Tang family is because of Xiaohua, so we can listen to her thoughts." With that, he gestured for Tang Xiaohua to continue. Tang Xiaohua's big eyes twinkled, and then the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. "When it comes to cooperation, it's all about mutual needs. Our Tang family's needs are very simple: to protect ourselves while obtaining as many benefits as possible, right, Dad?" She glanced at Tang Cheng and asked, "Where do we dare to hope for more benefits now?" Tang Cheng sighed bitterly. "What young Master Xie said is correct. The Tang family's situation is quite dire. Without external assistance, the Tang family will face major problems within a week." Tang Xiaohua nodded, then looked at Xiao. "Young Master Xie's needs are also very simple. He has only two conditions." As she spoke, Tang Xiaohua extended two slender fingers. Hearing her words, Xiao couldn't help but frown slightly. In fact, he had only one condition for cooperating with the Tang family: to use their courier business to help him find Shinchen's whereabouts. "What are the conditions?" Tang Cheng instinctively asked. "The first condition is to help him find someone through our courier business, but this person is a wanted criminal." Upon hearing Tang Xiaohua's words, Tang Cheng gave Xiao a deep look, his expression complex. He already knew who the person in question was. Shinchen's wanted notice had been posted online, and Tang Xiaohua had repeatedly asked him for help. However, given the Tang family's precarious situation, he naturally didn't want to wade into this murky water. But if he could gain the support of the Xia family, it wouldn't be impossible to assist. After all, it was just about finding someone. "And the second condition?" Tang Cheng asked again. "The second condition is me." Tang Xiaohua leaned comfortably against the back of her chair, then took out her phone as a mirror. Fixing her hair with a sense of pride, "Your daughter is as beautiful as a fish sinking in a flower hiding the moon. Young Master Xia, this dashing playboy, inevitably harbors some desire. And his second condition is that he hopes I can accept his pursuit." Upon hearing this, Xiao, who was sipping tea, nearly choked. However, as soon as he looked up, he saw Tang Xiaohua's threatening gaze, and he quickly realized, choosing not to expose her clumsy lie. In contrast, Tang Cheng was completely oblivious to Xiao's reaction, his eyes wide open in shock as he looked at Tang Xiaohua. At that moment, his mind raced. The domineering CEO falls in love with the wealthy girl whose family is in crisis, spending lavishly to help the heroine resolve her troubles, all just to win a smile from the beauty. And he, Tang Cheng, would naturally become Xiao's father-in-law. In that instant, he even thought of names for their future children, calling them Xia Xiao Chao. That name is good, simple and unpretentious, and easy to raise. Thinking of this, he turned to Xiao and, as if possessed, said, "Let's call it Xiao Chao." Xiao was full of questions. Tang Xiaohua also looked confused. At this moment, Tang Cheng realized he had misspoken, so he quickly corrected himself. "I've agreed to both matters. I've agreed. The first matter is indeed quite urgent, so I hope Uncle Tang can arrange it as soon as possible." Xiao smiled awkwardly, then continued, "As for the Qin family's issue, I will arrange for someone to handle it. In 3 days, there will be no Qin family in Ice City, and whether the Tang family can become the top family in Ice City depends on you, Uncle Tang." Upon hearing this, Tang Cheng was first taken aback, then a wave of ecstasy washed over his face. He initially thought Xiao just wanted to help mediate to relieve the pressure from the Qin family, but he didn't expect Xiao to be so domineering, aiming to uproot the Qin family at once. The Song family was already gone, and if the Qin family were to be destroyed as well, even if Tang Cheng were a useless person, he could still ride this wave to elevate the Tang family to the ranks of the top families in Ice City. As for the second matter, Xiao was about to say that this matter was not urgent for the time being, but Tang Xiaohua interjected, "Don't worry, I know what you're thinking. I will move to the Xia family tomorrow." After saying that, she didn't wait for Xiao to respond and directly looked at Tang Cheng, saying with a wronged expression, "Dad, for the sake of the Tang family, I'm willing." Hearing her words, Tang Cheng felt greatly comforted, reaching out to hold Tang Xiaohua's hand, and said with deep emotion, "Xiaohua, you've really grown up. But I also believe that young Master Xia truly likes you, otherwise he wouldn't go to such lengths for you." In the following 3 days, Ice City experienced another major upheaval. Following the Song family, the Qin family, also one of the 4 major families in Ice City, faced a catastrophic disaster. Unlike the Song family, this time it was not a business war. On the first day, the wife of the Qin family head, along with his outside mistress and many direct relatives, were all kidnapped by mysterious individuals. The conditions they demanded were outrageous, requiring the Qin family head to hand over half of his assets. Upon receiving this news, the Qin family head realized this was not a simple kidnapping case, someone was deliberately targeting the Qin family. He contacted the enforcement team immediately, but their response was very perfunctory, merely stating that they were investigating. On the second day, all entertainment venues under the Qin family were vandalized and forced to close. At this point, the Qin family head already knew who was behind this, as in the entire Ice City. Besides the Xiao family, no one had such power. Thus, on the third day, the Qin family head personally visited the Xiao family to seek an audience with Master Xiao. It was unknown what happened at the Xiao family, but when the Qin family head emerged, he was limping, and that night he liquidated all the Qin family's assets, leaving Ice City with money and family in tow. On the same day, a girl with smoky makeup boarded a bus heading to Langshan County. "Wubbing, you must try this." Old Lu pointed to a plate of pig intestines, enthusiastically urging Shinchen to pick up his chopsticks. "My old partner makes this dish exceptionally well. I've been craving it for 3 years." Shinchen looked at the pig intestines in front of him, his expression extremely complicated. It must be said that this is a good dish. Many people love it, but some cannot accept the taste, like Shinchen. "You eat yours." An elderly woman with slightly graying hair smiled and said, "Child, don't listen to him, eat whatever you like. This old man just has a strong taste." Although the old woman complained about old Lu, her eyes were clearly filled with concern. When she first saw old Lu, the murky tears welling in her eyes were undeniable. Lu Leiahan's son is now attending university in Ice City, and he can only come back twice a year. Most of the time, she is home alone, managing the farmland for 3 people while often taking on odd jobs, living a very frugal life. After a hearty meal, Shinchen declined the offer to stay overnight, as he is, after all, a wanted criminal, and staying here would inevitably bring trouble to Lu Leiahan's family. Before leaving, Shinchen took Arya to the town's bank and secretly deposited 100,000 yuan into Lu Leiahan's cabinet, hoping it would improve their lives a bit. Shinchen has a lot of money in his card, and he doesn't have much concept of money, but sudden wealth for a family that has been poor for most of their lives may not necessarily be a good thing, so Shinchen chose not to leave them too much money. Arya's home is not far from Lu Leiahan's, only about 10 kilometers away. The two bought some gifts in town and then took a taxi to Arya's house. This village is similar to the one where Lu Laohan lives, with not many households left, which is the reality for most rural areas in Hanzhou. Upon arriving in the village, Shen and the others encountered an elderly lady carrying a basket of vegetables. She looked at the two with curiosity and finally asked uncertainly, "Are you Arya?" "Grandma Lu, it's me." Arya smiled as she stepped forward. "Oh my." The old lady slapped her thigh, then dropped the vegetable basket on the ground, grabbing Arya's hand and examining her excitedly. "You've grown taller and thinner. Where have you been all this time?" "I went up the mountain to pick hazelnuts and was captured by bad people," Arya said, her eyes reddening at the mention of the incident. Then she tugged at Shinshen's sleeve and said, "Thanks to Brother Wubbing for saving me. Otherwise, I might never have come back." Hearing this, the old lady nodded at Shinshen and reached out to touch Arya's face, her expression filled with concern. "What a poor child. It's all in the past, Grandma Lu." Arya wiped her wet eyes and smiled. "I'll come to your house to play another day. I need to go back to see Grandma now." After saying that, Arya was about to leave with Shinshen, but the old lady grabbed her. "What's wrong, Grandma Lu?" Arya asked, puzzled. The old lady looked at her with a complex expression, hesitating to speak. Seeing this scene, Shinchen frowned slightly, a bad premonition stirring in his heart. "Arya, why don't you come to Grandma Lu's house for a bit? She hasn't seen you in a long time and has missed you." The old lady's lips twitched, revealing a somewhat stiff smile. At this moment, Arya also sensed something was off. "Grandma Lu, my grandma, she..." Arya swallowed hard, forcing a smile as she looked at the old lady with anticipation. Seeing her pitiful expression, Grandma Lu felt reluctant to tell her the truth, but how could such a thing be hidden? In the end, she helplessly shook her head and sighed. "Arya, after you went missing, the villagers helped contact the law enforcement team, but they didn't respond for a long time. 3 months later, your grandma couldn't wait any longer. She caught 2 chickens at home and brought some gifts to the law enforcement team, hoping to get an accurate message. At this point, she sighed again. Not long after that visit, your grandma passed away." Hearing this, Arya felt her mind go blank, and she stumbled on her feet. Seeing this, Shinchen quickly stepped forward to support her. "Arya, grandma, grandma." Arya kept murmuring, her tone surprisingly calm. "Arya." Shinchen wanted to comfort her, but for a moment he didn't know how to start. In these 3 years, the only thing that kept Arya alive was her grandmother. Just the day before leaving Wolf Cave Mountain, Arya was still dreaming about her future, and in that future, her grandmother was always there. She wanted to study hard, to find a good job, and the ultimate goal of all this was to provide her grandmother with a good life. The good life in her eyes was also very Simple, to live in a big house and to have meat with every meal. That was her idea of a good life. But now she had returned, and her grandmother was gone. At that moment, she lost all hope and longing for life. Shinchen looked at her hollow and unfocused gaze, and he couldn't help but frown. At that moment, there was not a trace of attachment to this world in Arya's eyes. If Shinchen were to leave now, she might very well seek to end her life. Shinchen knew that what Arya needed most at this time was not comfort, but a reason to live. After pondering for a moment, Shinchen suddenly spoke. Arya, do you know who caused all of this? Hearing Shinchen's sudden question, Arya was clearly taken aback and she looked up at him in confusion. If you hadn't been taken away, none of this would have happened. Shinchen spoke slowly, his brown eyes fixed intently on Arya. At that moment, it seemed that Arya understood what he meant, and she asked, Brother Wooby, who exactly are the people who captured us? I'll tell you about this slowly in a bit. After Shinchen inquired about the location of Arya's grandmother's grave from Grandma Lu, he took Arya away. Arya's grandmother had been dead for several days before she was discovered. Because her son had not returned for many years, no one could contact him, and in the end, it was the village chief who gathered the villagers to help bury her. She was buried in a cemetery located to the north of the village. Shinchen watched from a distance as Arya knelt before the tombstone, crying uncontrollably, his expression complex. After an unknown amount of time, Arya's cries gradually ceased and she stood up to approach Shinchen, wiping her already swollen eyes. Brother Wooby, can you now tell me who exactly took us away? The poker organization. Shinchen briefly explained the situation. Regarding the poker organization. After listening to Shinchen's words, Arya fell silent for a long time. When she looked up again, there was no trace of sadness in her eyes, only overwhelming hatred. Brother Wooby, can I learn how to kill from you? Upon hearing this, Shinchen frowned slightly. Originally, he just wanted to give her a reason to live, and hatred was undoubtedly the best motivation for someone to keep going. Over time, she could encounter many wonderful people and things that would eventually heal her inner scars. However, after seeing her gaze, Shinchen realized he might have been wrong, because although this girl appeared weak on the surface, her heart was incredibly strong, and this hatred might accompany her for a lifetime. After a long silence, Shinchen slowly spoke, My skills are not suitable for you. What you need to do now is to go to school and study. I don't want to go to school anymore, I just want to learn how to kill from Brother Wooby. As she said this, a flash of hatred crossed her eyes. I want to kill everyone in the poker organization. Shinchen frowned, and after a moment of silence, he said, Let's leave here first. I want to talk to you about my situation. After you hear me out, you can decide whether or not to go to school. Then, Shinchen recounted everything he had experienced to Arya. This included his awakening of the ability afflicted by disease, his training in the military, going out on missions, and finally being wanted for killing the county chief of Wolf County. The little girl listened with great interest. Arya, I'm telling you this to let you know that if you want to become strong, just learning how to kill is not enough. Shinchen gently guided, you need to go to school first. Once you awaken at 20, you can join the military, and by then, you will receive the most formal training in the military. When the military sends troops to deal with the poker organization, you can follow along and take revenge for yourself, for grandma, and for all those harmed by the poker organization. After hearing Shinchen's words, Arya fell silent again, keeping her head down. Shinchen didn't know what she was thinking, but when she finally lifted her head, a sweet smile spread across her face. Brother Wubbing, I promise you, I will go to school. Upon hearing this, Shinchen finally let out a long sigh of relief. Soon after, Shinchen found a mobile phone store and bought the latest model. While paying, he seemed to remember something and said to the staff, give me 2 more and wrap them together. He recalled that he still owed Xining and Jiang Anchi each a new phone, and not knowing if he would have the chance to meet them again, he thought it would be better to let Arya take them to the 2. After leaving the phone store, Shinchen used Arya's ID to get 2 phone cards. During this time, he learned Arya's full name was Suyaya. Shinchen and Arya saved each other's numbers and also saved Xiao's number in Arya's phone. 2 hours later, in a cafe in front of the Langshan bus station. Once you arrive in Ice City, just dial this number and say I sent you to find him. Tell him everything about us, and he will help you arrange everything, Shinchen instructed Arya. I understand, Brother Wubbing. Arya looked at Shinchen with some reluctance and asked, Brother Wubbing, you will come to Ice City to see me, right? Shinchen was slightly taken aback but eventually reached out to ruffle her hair, smiling as he said, I'll come find you once you graduate from school. Arya nodded heavily. After sending off the reluctant Arya, Shinchen suddenly felt a sense of emptiness, as if he was left all alone. Just then, Shinchen keenly noticed several pairs of eyes secretly watching him. He raised an eyebrow, and his expression became somewhat serious. It seemed that someone had noticed him along the way and informed the local law enforcement or military personnel. Thinking of this, he straightened his collar and quickly walked towards a deserted alley. Almost simultaneously, 5 men standing in different positions exchanged glances and nodded to each other before following him. When they arrived in the alley, however, they found no trace of Shinchen, only the empty alley. "Where is he?" one man asked. "I don't know, he must have noticed us. Everyone be careful," a serious-looking man warned. Just then, Shinchen's figure emerged from the other end of the alley. He slowly raised his head to look at the group and calmly asked, "Which department are you from?" Seeing Shinchen suddenly appear, everyone was taken aback and immediately entered a combat stance. Noticing their movements, Shinchen shook his head and smiled, "Full of flaws. You can't be regular military personnel. You must be from the law enforcement team, right?" "No matter whether we are military or not, one thing is clear, we are soldiers and you are a thief," the serious-looking man replied. Upon hearing this, Shinchen's gaze slightly sharpened. "I am a thief?" A cold glint flashed in Shinchen's eyes. During this time living with Lu Laohan, an area in Wolf Cave Mountain, the hostility within him had dissipated significantly. However, upon hearing the other person's words, his already complex emotions from the incident with Arya's grandmother today were ignited like a fuse. "What did I do wrong? They are officials, but shouldn't they die? Embezzling the martyrs' compensation, colluding with drug trafficking organizations to sell ordinary people, using living human lives to test drugs, am I wrong to kill them?" Shinchen became increasingly agitated, his eyes filled with madness. The members of the nameless law enforcement team frowned at this scene, and a serious-looking man spoke up. "Take action. Subdue him, regardless of life or death." "Regardless of life or death?" Shinchen's voice was somewhat hoarse, and he let out a low, deep laugh. "Ha, what a notion of life and death." After saying this, he slowly extended his hand towards the crowd, and then opened his palm. Dense black mist spread out like venomous snakes towards the 5 people. Seeing this, the 5 were taken aback. Before they could react, the black mist had already coiled around their bodies and was entering through their noses and mouths. The next second, the alley was filled with the piercing screams of the 5. Soon, someone was drawn in by their screams, but when the newcomers saw the scene in the alley, they let out an even louder scream. In just a few seconds, the 5 had lost all signs of life. The state of their bodies was even more horrifying, their exposed skin had completely rotted beyond recognition. As for that emaciated figure, it had long since vanished. Half an hour later, a man and a woman arrived at the crime scene, both dressed in black trench coats and wearing hoods, their brims pulled low, obscuring their faces. Behind them followed more than 10 armed military personnel. The man crouched down, carefully examining the 5 corpses, then turned to the woman, died from complete decay, likely infected with some kind of virus. "Is it Shinchen's awakening ability?" the woman asked tentatively. "Not clear yet." The man stood up, waved to the people behind him to take the bodies away, and continued, "Shinchen's awakening ability is not clearly recorded in the military or the Daoist class. It seems to be something that can be hidden. Moreover, those in the military who had previously engaged with him stated that he did not use any abilities during the fight, defeating them solely with his grade 5 physical prowess. Are those people still unwilling to speak?" the woman frowned and asked. The man shook his head without answering. The 2 were from the Hanzhou Guard, and after arriving in Wolf County, they learned that Shinchen had broken through the local military's encirclement and had gone missing. According to the intelligence they gathered, the last contact with Shinchen was with members of Team 17, and the team leader, Lu Xingli, seemed to know something, but no matter how they pressed him, he was unwilling to reveal any information. Furthermore, there had been a significant number of military personnel in the local military disobeying orders, a situation that even the Hanzhou Guard had never experienced. In the military, disobeying orders is the greatest taboo. While there may be individual cases of disobedience in special circumstances, a large-scale collective defiance like that in Wolf County had never occurred. Yet, no matter how the Hanzhou Guard interrogated, their responses were only 2 phrases: Shinchen, not guilty. Director Long, to be executed. "Do you really think Shinchen did something wrong?" the woman suddenly asked. "Killing requires paying with one's life. Of course, he is guilty." The man pulled a tissue from his pocket and carefully wiped his hands, which had gotten dirty while examining the corpse. "But what if someone embezzles my compensation? What will you do?" the woman asked again. "Who dares?" "I'll kill him," the man blurted out instinctively, but halfway through, he realized the contradiction in his words, and his hand's motion paused slightly. "You see, if it were you, you'd do the same thing as him," the woman smiled. "It's not the same." "How is it not the same?" The woman pressed on, her bright eyes peering through her hood at the man. "We both know that no matter who this happens to, they would make the same choice as him." The woman chuckled self-deprecatingly and continued. "When the law enforcement, the military, and even our cold state guard cannot enforce the law fairly, naturally, someone like Shinchen will appear to demand justice for himself, his family, friends, or comrades. Killing a Shinchen isn't hard, but if you kill him, won't there be another like him?" Faced with the woman's question, the man fell silent for a long time, finally saying ambiguously, he was right to seek revenge. "For the battle, we were right to act on orders. The wrong lies in this world." With that, he left the scene without looking back. The woman watched his retreating figure and muttered to herself, "The right and wrong of this world, isn't it all determined by people?" After saying that, she shook her head helplessly and quickly followed him. 3 days later, in Qingchuan County, around 2 in the morning, Shinchen appeared in a bar wearing a baseball cap. He ordered a drink and sat in a booth, watching the men and women in the dance floor twisting their bodies wildly, his cold eyes showing no emotional fluctuation. 3 days ago, after killing several members of the law enforcement team, he had been hiding near an abandoned garbage station on the outskirts of the city to evade the cold state guard's search. At this time, Langshan County had been completely sealed off, with very strict checks on passing vehicles. With no other choice, Shinchen had to cross a large expanse of fields and walk to Qingchuan County. However, he still underestimated the cold state guard's determination to capture him. Even the hotels and inns in Qingchuan County, including some shabby little lodges, were plastered with his wanted posters. So he chose to come to a bar with a larger crowd. In fact, he had another purpose for coming here, to find someone, to find Blood Buddha Xiao Luo. Back in Ice City, Shinchen had Xiao Luo's contact information, but later, to evade capture, he had thrown away his previous phone, and the only number he could remember was Xiao's. Like Langshan County, Qingchuan County didn't have a large population, and there was only this one bar in the county, which had become a gathering place for local delinquents. If he wanted to find Xiao Luo, this was undoubtedly the best choice. "Hey handsome, can you buy me a drink?" A girl dressed provocatively, with heavy smoky makeup, approached Shinchen, flashing a seductive smile. Shinchen glanced at her heavily made-up face, and unconsciously, the image of Tang Xiaohua appeared in his mind. He smiled and then looked at the waitress beside him, signaling her to order for herself. "A glass of whiskey, please." The girl snapped her fingers at the waitress. "That drink is strong," Shinchen reminded her. "I like strong drinks." The girl leaned forward, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin, and whispered in a highly seductive voice into Shinchen's ear, "I prefer wild men." The scent of cheap perfume instantly filled Shinchen's nostrils, causing him to frown slightly. Shinchen extended his index finger and placed it on her fair shoulder, gently pushing her away, then said, "Your drink is here." Seeing Shinchen's actions, the girl was slightly taken aback but still reached out to take the wineglass handed over by the waiter. "You're different from other men." The girl took a sip of her drink and looked Shinchen over again. She felt that his face looked somewhat familiar, but for a moment, she couldn't recall where she had seen him before. "How am I different?" Shinchen continued to drink, but his gaze remained fixed on a few young men in the dance floor who were showing off. These people were clearly small-time thugs, and trying to find Xiao Luo through them was undoubtedly the best choice. "Other men buy me drinks to sleep with me, but you seem to have no real interest in me." The girl followed Shinchen's gaze and then smiled, asking, "Do you have a grudge against them? Why do you say that?" Upon hearing her question, Shinchen finally withdrew his gaze and looked at the girl. "They're all small-time thugs from our side. You don't look like a local, and instead of looking for women, you're just staring at a few scummy men. I can't think of any other reason than seeking revenge. Do you know them?" Shinchen raised his glass towards the girl. "Anyone who mixes in the streets of Qingchuan knows me." The girl clinked glasses with Shinchen. However, even though she said that, she showed no intention of introducing him. Shinchen was momentarily stunned, but he quickly understood her meaning. He directly pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket, around 3,000 to 4,000 yuan, and without counting, stuffed it into her arms. "I want to ask about someone." Seeing the large amount of cash in her arms, the girl was also taken aback, momentarily not daring to reach out to take it. Girls like her were mostly left behind children, with parents working away from home, and their grandparents couldn't manage them either. Their academic performance was terrible, and they ultimately had to drop out. Mixing in various entertainment venues, over time, they ended up like this. Usually, she relied on her youth and a bit of looks to fish for rich men in bars, and when she encountered someone generous, it could mean hundreds of yuan in income, which was already a considerable sum for her. Recently, she was in dire need of money, so she targeted Shinchen, but she didn't expect him to be so generous. For a moment, she felt flustered. After playing around for so long, she understood one principle: there would never be free pies falling from the sky. "What person do you want to inquire about?" The girl looked at Shinchen with some wariness. "These few scummy guys aren't worth this much money." "Photo, Xiao Luo," Shinchen said in a low voice. Upon hearing Xiao Luo's name, the girl's expression changed noticeably, and she hurriedly took the money from her arms and handed it back to Shinchen, as if the money were scalding hot. "Big brother, don't mess with me. I can't earn this money." The girl said as she stood up to leave. But Shinchen grabbed her. "I'm not looking for revenge on him. He's my friend. Just tell me where he is." "Bro, I'm not an idiot." The girl looked at Shinchen helplessly, her tone almost pleading. "Don't drag me into your big shot matters, okay?" "What do you mean?" Shinchen was somewhat confused. "Xiao Luo, the big boss Xiao, is the local underworld leader." She glanced at the few small-time thugs and then said, "These guys are nothing in front of Xiao Luo. A few days ago, a group of outsiders ambushed Xiao Luo and almost killed him. He's still in the hospital now." "You say you're his friend, and you don't even know about this? How can I trust you, big brother?" "Xiao Luo was attacked?" Shinchen frowned and asked again, "Is he dead?" "Not dead, no." The girl shook her head and said with a mocking tone, "Xiao Luo is really lucky to have a friend like you." Shinchen ignored her sarcasm and frowned in thought. It seemed that the assassins from Mount Everest had not given up on hunting Xiao Luo after the last assassination attempt. in Ice City was thwarted by Shinchen. They had tracked him to Qingchuan County and launched another attack. However, Zhao Luo's luck was evidently better than Hishan's in Wolf County, as both assassination attempts had failed to take his life. Big brother, if there's nothing else, just let me go. I don't want the money. I can't get involved in your big shots affairs, the girl pleaded, looking at Shinchen. Help me with one more thing, and not only will I give you this money, but I can also offer you another sum, Shinchen said seriously, looking up at her. Just as the girl was about to refuse, a group of people approached, surrounding the two of them. The leader was a fat bald man, who looked to weigh at least 300 pounds. Shinchen could see his flabby body quivering slightly as he moved. Wang Xiaomei, I finally found you, the fat man said, stroking his bald head and grinning at the girl with smoky makeup. Upon seeing the fat man approach, the girl, referred to as Wang Xiaomei, flinched like a startled kitten, grabbing Shinchen's arm and hiding behind him. Shinchen turned to glance at her and noticed her face was as pale as paper, clearly terrified of the man. Hey, kid, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. One of the fat man's lackeys pointed at Shinchen's nose and cursed loudly when he saw Wang Xiaomei hiding behind him. I just met her, you can sort out your own issues, Shinchen said, gently removing Wang Xiaomei's hand from his arm. Then, amidst her pleading gaze, he stepped aside, picked up his drink, and watched the scene with interest. At least you know how to be sensible, the lackey pointed at Shinchen again. Shinchen didn't care at all, just smiling as he observed the unfolding situation. Fat brother, I've already returned the money I owed you, principal and interest included. Just let me go, Wang Xiaomei pleaded, her voice trembling. That was in the past, the fat man chuckled, his already small eyes squinting into a slit due to his chubby cheeks. What about now? Fat brother, I've broken up with Zhang Chang. The money he owes you has nothing to do with me. Wang Xiaomei quickly explained. You should go find him, okay, fat brother? That kid has no idea where he ran off to. If I can't find him, I can only come to you, the fat man said, stroking his bald head again. But we've already broken up. Before Wang Xiaomei could finish her sentence, the fat man stepped forward, grabbing her hair and growling, Don't push your luck. Fat brother, let's talk this out. Wang Xiaomei clutched his hand, her frail body trembling uncontrollably from fear. I said your mother. The fat man slapped her hard across the face. His strength was considerable, and given Wang Xiaomei's frailness, the blow knocked her to the ground, her cheek swelling and blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Fat brother, I really have no money left. Please let me go. Wang Xiaomei crawled to the fat man's side, clutching his pant leg and begging desperately, tears streaming down her face. By now, a crowd had gathered around, but everyone was smiling as they watched the scene unfold, unwilling to offend the fat man for the sake of a little girl. I know you have no money, so fat brother, out of the kindness of my heart, I've thought of a way for you. The overweight man looked down at Wang Xiaomei with a condescending smile and said, Doesn't your old, decrepit grandfather have a house? Just bring me the property deed and we'll call it even. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaomei's cries abruptly stopped. She looked up at the overweight man with red eyes and gritted her teeth, saying, You're dreaming. Damn bitch, you think you can act all high and mighty? The overweight man kicked Wang Xiaomei in the stomach and then waved to his lackey behind him, Strip her clothes off. Don't. Wang Xiaomei clutched her chest, continuously backing away, her eyes filled with terror. At that moment, Shinchen finally set down his drink and looked at Wang Xiaomei, saying, Hey, I just asked if you could help me out. Are you going to help or not? Upon hearing Shinchen's words, the fear in Wang Xiaomei's eyes instantly brightened, reigniting a glimmer of hope. She scrambled to Shinchen's side, gripping his hand tightly, and earnestly promised, Brother, please save me. As long as you save me, I can help you with anything. Get up. Shinchen reached out to help her up, then pulled out 2 tissues from the box on the table and handed them to her. Wipe your tears. Kid, you want to meddle in this? The overweight man rubbed his bald head, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. How much does she owe you? Shinchen asked. Are you going to pay her debt? The overweight man was slightly taken aback, then looked Shinchen up and down before saying, Brother, let me give you a piece of advice. She's not some innocent girl. Spending that much money on her isn't worth it. Hearing the overweight man's words, Wang Xiaomei silently lowered her head. She couldn't refute this because she wasn't a good girl herself. However, she tightened her grip on Shinchen's sleeve. She helps me, I help her out of trouble, that's all there is to it, Shinchen said nonchalantly. Just name your price and I'll transfer it to you directly. With that, Shinchen pulled out a card. The overweight man frowned slightly upon seeing Shinchen's card. This wasn't an ordinary bank card, although he didn't know exactly what kind of card it was definitely not something an average person could possess. After a few seconds of silence, he said, Since you're so straightforward, let's make it 120,000. You give me the money and I won't bother her again. Upon hearing this amount, Wang Xiaomei tightened her grip on Shinchen's sleeve. However, Shinchen shook his head indifferently and said to the overweight man, You go find a machine, I'll transfer it to you. The overweight man looked at Shinchen deeply, then smiled and said, You can just charge it to the bar's account. I'll settle it with the bar owner. Later. 20 minutes later, Shinchen and Wang Xiaomei walked out of the bar. The August night still had a bit of chill, and Shinchen glanced at Wang Xiaomei, who was shivering beside him, then tightened his coat. Wang Xiaomei was taken aback. but didn't say much, only saying thank you. Just tell me what you need me to do. First, let's get a room at a hotel, Shinchen said as they walked. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaomei rolled her eyes dramatically, secretly cursing in her heart. You're just like those filthy men. Before long, they arrived at the largest hotel in Xinchuan County, the Longquan Hotel, which was comparable in scale to the Langshan Hotel in Langshan County. After checking into a room using Wang Xiaomei's ID, they went upstairs, during which Shinchen requested her to link arms with him, pretending to be a couple. Once they entered the room, Shinchen immediately pulled his arm away. I'm going to take a shower first. Do you want to join? Wang Xiaomei said as she took off her short shirt, leaving only a white bra on. Shinchen frowned slightly and spoke with a hint of displeasure. Put your clothes on. Why? Wang Xiaomei plopped down on the bed and casually tossed her short shirt onto the sofa beside her. Seeing this, Shinchen no longer insisted, but with a serious expression, he said, Your name is Wang Xiaomei, right? Yes, big brother, what's your name? Wang Xiaomei nodded and then asked in return. Shinchen. Shinchen? That name sounds familiar. Wang Xiaomei pondered for a few seconds, then suddenly jumped up from the bed, her mouth agape as she looked at Shinchen. You are that wanted criminal? That's me, Shinchen said. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. If you want to notify the enforcement team. Wow, that's so cool. Before Shinchen could finish his sentence, he saw an excited expression appear on Wang Xiaomei's face. She grabbed Shinchen's hand, her face slightly flushed. Big brother, you have to tell me your story. I'm your fan. Fan? Shinchen looked puzzled. Yes, big brother, you don't know? Wang Xiaomei explained excitedly. They all say you single-handedly stormed into the county committee compound, killed the corrupt county head of Langshan County, and finally fought your way out under the siege of thousands of military personnel, staining the entire Langdong Mountain with blood. Shinchen was speechless. The rumors were indeed terrifying. He had killed a few military personnel at Langdong Mountain, but the idea that blood stained the entire mountain was simply too exaggerated. By the way, big brother, are you here in Xinchuan County to kill our county head? Wang Xiaomei said with an excited expression, indignantly adding, Let me tell you, big brother, our corrupt county head is a big-time crook. I think he deserves to be killed. Sit down first. Shinchen helplessly removed her hand and explained, First of all, I'm not some chivalrous hero, nor am I a savior. I had my own reasons for killing the county head of Langshan. Secondly, I'm not here in Xinchuan County to kill your county head. Whether he is corrupt or not has nothing to do with me. Oh, Wang Xiaomei nodded. A bit disappointed, but soon she became excited again, looking at Shinchen mysteriously. Big brother, are you here to kill Zhou Luo? Do I look like a murderer to you? Shinchen pointed to his slightly pale face and asked. Not really, Wang. Xiaomei chuckled awkwardly. I just thought someone like you, coming to a small place like ours, must have something big to do. Don't say that. Shinchen waved his hand and corrected her. I'm not a big shot, just a desperate fugitive. I came to Qingchuan County because it's close to Langshan County and I have some connections with Zhao Luo. I wanted to lay low for a while. Oh, I see. Wang Xiaomei nodded and then asked, So, big brother, what do you need my help with? My ID is no longer usable, but I need a place to stay. Shinchen thought for a moment and continued, Tomorrow, I'll give you money to help me rent a place. It doesn't need to be too nice, preferably an old community, without surveillance, and no elevator. That's easy. My grandfather has a place. He's currently out working as a night watchman and isn't staying at home. That works. I'll pay you the rent, Shinchen said. Big brother, please don't. Wang Xiaomei quickly waved her hands, even though I need money and love money. You helped me pay off so much debt. If I charge you rent, then I really wouldn't be human. Shinchen didn't say much more, just continued. There's one more thing. I need you to find out where Zhao Luo is. I want to see him. That's no problem. I'll help you find out right now. Saying this, she took out her phone. It's so late now, let's talk about it tomorrow. Shinchen shook his head. Big brother. Wang Xiaomei looked Shinchen up and down with a face full of disdain, saying, You don't look much older than me. Why are you acting like my grandpa? It's only 3:30. Who goes to bed this early? More than 10 minutes later, Wang Xiaomei snapped her fingers. Got it. I found out. Wang Xiaomei said with a smile, but the information about Zhao Luo isn't just given away, so there's a fee. Shinchen said nothing, simply took out 2 stacks of cash from a nearby black backpack and tossed them over. This is 20,000 yuan. If it's not enough, I'll get you more tomorrow. Seeing Shinchen casually throw 20,000 yuan at her, Wang Xiaomei looked at him with a strange expression and tentatively asked, Big brother, did you just rob the Dog County head's house? The money is clean, just use it without worry. Shinchen replied lightly without further explanation. What does it matter if the money is clean or not, as long as it can be spent? Wang Xiaomei said nonchalantly as she took a stack of cash, pulling out 10 bills, 500 for the information, and the remaining 500 I'll use to buy you some daily necessities tomorrow. Saying this, she handed the rest of the money back to Shinchen. Shinchen did not reach out to take it, and after a few seconds of silence, he said, Just keep it, there might be other things I need your help with later. That's fine, I'll let you know if there's anywhere to spend money. Wang Xiaomei didn't continue with the pleasantries and directly put the money away. Then let's sleep. We'll go find out about Zhao Luo's news tomorrow. Shinchen stood up, first glancing at Wang Xiaomei, then at the sofa beside them.
What do you mean? Wang Xiaomei looked at Shinchen with some confusion. You sleep on the sofa.
Shinchen pointed to the sofa.
Ha! Wang Xiaomei looked bewildered.
Big brother, why don't we just sleep together?
I won't charge you.
Shinchen remained silent, directly pointing again at the sofa.
Alright.
Wang. Xiaomei rolled her eyes at him in annoyance, then huffily walked over to the sofa and lay down. Shinchen hadn't slept in 3 days, and when he finally fell asleep, he slept deeply. When he opened his eyes, the glaring sunlight was already shining on his bed. He reached for his phone beside him and saw that it was already 11:30 in the morning. He then looked over at the sofa, where Wang Xiaomei was no longer in sight. Shinchen's expression changed suddenly. His first reaction was that she had betrayed him. Just then, he heard the sound of a room card being swiped at the door.
Shinchen quickly got up, dark mist swirling around him. The next second, the door opened, and Wang Xiaomei walked in carrying 2 servings of snail noodles. Shinchen instantly drew the dark mist back into his body.
Big brother, you're awake. Come eat. Wang Xiaomei waved the snail noodles in her hand. Shinchen looked at the snail noodles in front of him, frowning slightly. He found it hard to accept the smell. In contrast, Wang Xiaomei was enjoying her meal, slurping the noodles while mumbling, "I found out the news. Zhao Luo has been discharged from the hospital. We don't know where he is now, but he will go to the slaughterhouse on the outskirts of the city tomorrow, which is also Zhao Luo's stronghold."
Oh, right.
Wang Xiaomei seemed to remember something and added, 2 servings of snail noodles, 30 yuan. Shinchen slapped his forehead, somewhat helplessly, saying, "You don't need to tell me about these small things in the future." After eating, the 2 of them checked out of the hotel and went to Wang Xiaomei's grandfather's house. At this point, Wang Xiaomei had already tidied up Shinchen's room, changing to brand new sheets and covers.
"You can stay in the master bedroom."
Wang Xiaomei pointed to the master bedroom and said, "I bought you a new set of clothes, and the toothbrush, toothpaste, and razor are all in the bathroom."
"Oh, and I put your underwear on the bedside."
Shinchen was speechless, yet he felt a strange sensation, as if no one had ever taken care of him like this before, buying him breakfast, helping him prepare daily necessities, and even buying his
underwear. "Thank you,"
Shinchen said softly, then returned to his room.
Watching Shinchen's back, Wang Xiaomei smiled, a sweet smile.
This man was truly different from others. The next day, Shinchen got up early to wash up but still saw the breakfast neatly laid out on the table, still steaming, likely just bought not long ago.
"Wang Xiaomei," Shinchen called out.
As soon as his voice fell, the door to the guest room was pushed open and Wang Xiaomei came out in loose pajamas, her
eyes still a bit bleary.
"You're up, big brother. You eat first, I'll wash up and then we can go out together." Seeing her drowsy appearance, Shinchen knew she must have gone back to sleep after buying breakfast, so he said, "I can go by myself."
"You can sleep a bit longer." "No way,"
Wang Xiaomei said indistinctly while brushing her teeth. "If you go out alone, it's easy to be recognized."
"I'll go with you." Hearing this, Shinchen didn't refuse. Having someone familiar with the environment along would indeed be much more convenient and could help provide some cover.
Right now, he didn't want to confront anyone from the military, whether he killed them or was killed by them. Neither outcome was what Shinchen wanted to see.
After a simple breakfast, the 2 took a taxi to the slaughterhouse on the outskirts of the city.
As soon as they got out of the car, a strong smell of blood rushed into their nostrils, causing both to frown slightly, their expressions somewhat unnatural. At that moment, the gate of the slaughterhouse was pushed open, and a burly man dressed like a butcher walked out, holding a bone-cutting knife smeared with bits of meat.
"Who are you? What are you doing here?"
The burly man spoke, his facial fat
shaking as he did, looking somewhat fierce. "I'm looking for Zhao Luo," Shinchen replied. Upon hearing this, the burly man's eyes widened. "You dare to call Buddha's name?" Seeing the fierce expression on the man's face, Wang Xiaomei instinctively shrank her neck and hid behind Shinchen.
"Tell Zhao Luo that Shinchen is looking for him." Shinchen's expression remained calm, his deep eyes showing no signs of fluctuation. To him, this fierce-looking man was no different from a child brandishing
a toy knife at him. "Buddha doesn't see guests. Even if the king of heaven came, it wouldn't work."
The burly man raised the bone-cutting knife in his hand and said viciously, "Go back where you came from, or I'll chop you up."
As soon as he
finished speaking, Shinchen directly lifted his foot and kicked the man in the chest. The man's massive body flew back like a cannonball, crashing heavily against the gate of the slaughterhouse, which dented upon impact.
"Someone's causing trouble."
Soon, a group of people armed with bone-cutting knives and other weapons Shinchen had never seen before rushed out. They all looked fierce, with faces full of flesh, appearing exceptionally menacing. Wang Xiaomei was so frightened that she shrank
completely behind Shinchen, like a startled rabbit. "I don't want to hurt you, just take me to see Zhao Luo."
Shinchen's expression was unchanged, his tone calm, completely unfazed by the aggressive crowd before him.
"You don't want to hurt us? That's quite a bold claim."
One of the men glanced at the burly man lying on the ground, then waved his hand and shouted, "Brothers, chop him to death."
"Stop."
At that moment, a young man rushed out in a hurry, looking at the crowd and scolding,
"Put away your knives."
As he spoke, he jogged up to Shinchen,
a flattering expression on his face. "Brother Shin, why didn't you give me a heads up before coming?
I could have come to pick you up, brother? Shinchen recognized the young man in front of him. He had seen him before when he and another young man were accompanying Xiao Luo at the Ice City Hospital. They were also present during the assassination in the parking lot. However, the title of brother left him somewhat puzzled. Oh, you don't know yet, the young man said, patting his forehead. Back when you saved the Buddha's life in Ice City, he instructed that from then on, you would be our second brother. After saying this, he turned to the others and announced, "This is the one the Buddha often mentions, who saved his life in Ice City and later killed corrupt officials in Langshan County, defeating the military, Shinchen, our second brother." Upon hearing this, the group of strong men was momentarily taken aback, then immediately tossed their knives aside. Hurry and call someone, the young man reminded them. It was only then that everyone reacted, quickly shouting in unison, "Second brother." Shinchen casually waved his hand, then turned to the young man and asked, "How's brother Xiao? I heard he was attacked again." "The Buddha is fine, but he's not here right now. He might be a bit late returning." The young man waved his hand, signaling the crowd to make way for Shinchen. "Second brother, you go in and sit first. I'll contact the Buddha. He'll definitely come back to see you as soon as he knows you're here." "Alright." Shinchen glanced at the time. It was still not yet 9 o'clock, and they had indeed arrived a bit early. Inside the slaughterhouse, both Shinchen and Wang Xiaomei were taken aback. The area was quite large, and there were indeed many freshly slaughtered animals in the yard, along with some butcher-like individuals processing the meat. However, as they ventured further inside, a different scene unfolded. There were various gambling tables, several pool tables, and even a large wine cabinet with all sorts of liquor lining the entire wall. "This is our base of operations. The slaughter business is just a cover," the young man explained as he led them further in. The Buddha was worried the brothers would get bored, so he set up a lot of entertainment facilities here. Whether it's singing, drinking, or playing cards, if Brother Bing wants women, we have. At this point, the young man glanced at Wang Xiaomei, who was following Shinchen like a little kitten, and then smiled apologetically. "Sorry, sister-in-law, I misspoke." No, I'm not." Wang Xiaomei could barely string together a complete sentence. She recognized the young man in front of her. She didn't know his full name, but everyone in the underworld called him sixth brother. Like Xiao Wu, he was one of Zhao Luo's right-hand men, a figure of great authority in Qingchuan County. Compared to the fat brother who had bullied her in the bar, this young man was nothing. "She's a friend I just met. Without her, I wouldn't have found you guys, so she helped me quite a bit," Shinchen casually explained. After hearing Shinchen's words, the young man nodded. "Brother's friend is my friend. If you need any help in Qingchuan County in the future, just come find me. As long as I, Xiaolu, can do it, I won't refuse." Xiaolu smiled at Wang Xiaomei. "Thank you, sixth brother," Wang Xiaomei said, somewhat flattered. "You're welcome, sister." Xiaolu waved his hand casually. He then led the two to sit in front of the wine cabinet, poured a drink for each of them, and called Zhao Luo. Upon hearing that Shinchen had arrived, Zhao Luo was very pleased and said he would rush back immediately. While waiting for Zhao Luo, Shinchen chatted casually with Xiao Lu for a while. Through their conversation, Shinchen learned that not long ago, Zhao Luo had once again been the target of an assassination attempt. However, having learned from the last incident, Zhao Luo now always went out accompanied by several underlings and rarely ventured out alone. Even so, he had sustained serious injuries. If it weren't for Zhao Luo's other trusted aide, Xiao Wu, sacrificing himself to save him, Zhao Luo might not have survived at all. About an hour later, Zhao Luo's hearty laughter echoed from outside the door. "Ha ha ha, Brother Shin, why didn't you give me a call when you arrived? I could have sent someone to pick you up." Hearing that familiar voice, Shinchen and the others stood up and looked towards the door. At that moment, Zhao Luo appeared to be much more haggard than the last time they met. The radiance he usually exuded was gone, likely due to the recent events that had troubled him greatly. Behind him stood a woman in a red trench coat. Just a glance was enough for Shinchen to confirm that this woman was definitely not Zhao Luo's wife or lover, as her demeanor showed no respect for him whatsoever. He could even faintly sense a unique aura about her. This kind of aura was something Shinchen had only felt from one person before, Xiao's grandfather, the local emperor of Ice City, Siau Woye. Sensing Shinchen's gaze, the woman smiled but said nothing. Shinchen quickly averted his eyes and turned to Zhao Luo. "I've run into some trouble recently. I lost my phone and couldn't get in touch with Brother Xiao. I've heard about your situation. Don't worry, brother, you can stay here from now on. I guarantee the military won't find you," Zhao Luo assured, patting his chest. Ahem. At that moment, the woman in the red trench coat cleared her throat twice. Zhao Luo's expression changed slightly, and he smiled awkwardly. "But brother, you know the rules here. It's not that I don't trust you, but some rules must be followed. Brother Zhao, just say what you need to say. We've been through life and death together. There's no need for beating around the bush," Shinchen replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhao Luo felt even more embarrassed. Were they really that close? Well, sort of. But more accurately, Shinchen had saved his life. What he was about to say might very well provoke Shinchen's displeasure. After hesitating for a few seconds, Zhao Luo steeled himself and said, "Brother Shin, you can join us, but you must accept mind reading." Upon hearing the term mind reading, Shinchen's brows furrowed instantly. After a 2-second silence, he let out a self-deprecating laugh. I was being presumptuous. I, Shinchen, am currently the #1 wanted criminal across the 3 provinces of Hanzhou. Coming here would indeed cause quite a bit of trouble for Brother Xiao, I understand. No, that's not it. Zhao Luo's face turned anxious as he hurriedly explained. Brother Shin, you know me, I'm definitely not an ungrateful person. It's just that Brother Zhao is not in control of his own situation, Shinchen interjected, implying, because here, Brother Zhao's word doesn't hold weight, right? At this, Zhao Luo trembled, looking at Shinchen in disbelief. Meanwhile, the woman in the red trench coat, who had been standing behind him, observed Shinchen with great interest. What do you mean by that, Brother Shin? Zhao Luo's confidence clearly wavered. Shinchen didn't respond but instead looked at the woman in the red trench coat and asked with a half-smile, are you going to keep pretending? Upon hearing this, the woman dropped the act, pulled a chair from the side, and sat down opposite Shinchen, crossing her snow-white legs. I'm very curious about how you figured it out. The aura, Shinchen replied succinctly. Oh? The woman smiled, her curiosity piqued as she pressed. Do elaborate. You should know my identity. I am the adopted son of Xie Xiaolong. I have encountered many people from the martial world. But the aura you possess, I have only felt it from Xiaoya. Shinchen deliberately avoided the other person's gaze and continued. A person with such an aura is definitely not simple, and they wouldn't be hiding in a small place like Qingchuan County. Flattery, the woman smiled again, her blood-red lips forming a perfect arc. Xiaoya is a senior in the martial world. How could I dare to compare myself to him? Not important, Shinchen stood up and said, since this isn't decided by Brother Xiao, I won't linger. Saying this, he turned to Wang Xiaomei, let's go. Wait. Before Zhao Luo could speak to retain him, the woman in red spoke first, stopping Shinchen. At the same time, 2 women appeared at the door, blocking Shinchen's path. Qujia, Shinlaodi is my lifesaver. What are you doing? Zhao Luo's expression clearly darkened. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for him. The woman in red slowly stood up and walked behind Shinchen, saying, actually, I've investigated you. You should be quite valued in the military. I'm curious why you would defect. No comment, Shinchen replied coldly. Since you won't speak, I can only take you back and have someone read your mind. Read my mind? Shinchen sneered, then turned to face her, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Am I giving you face? As soon as these words were spoken, the room was instantly filled with a tense atmosphere. Zhao Luo and Xiao Lu exchanged glances, both seeing the difficulty in each other's eyes. Shinchen was their lifesaver, and they naturally didn't want to clash with the woman before them, who was also someone they couldn't afford to offend. Are you talking to me? The woman in red pointed to her own nose, looking incredulous. What are you pretending for? Shinchen stepped forward, their faces almost touching, and spoke slowly. Who gave you the courage to dare read my mind? Seeking death. At that moment, the 2 women at the door moved instantly, drawing daggers and stabbing toward Shinchen's back. Watch out! Wang Xiaomei exclaimed. As the 2 women attacked, Shinchen moved as well. His figure was as fast as lightning. The others didn't even see how he made his move, only witnessing the 2 women flying over 10 meters away, crashing heavily onto the table used for processing pork in the yard. Seeing this, the woman in red frowned slightly, and then her figure abruptly vanished from the spot. Teleportation? Shinchen furrowed his brow but quickly dismissed that thought. Because teleportation could only achieve short-distance displacement, it couldn't make someone completely disappear. At that moment, he felt a bone-chilling coldness behind him. Instinctively, Shinchen slightly turned, but he still felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. When he turned his head, he saw the woman in red holding a short knife, blood dripping from the tip. Shinchen's shoulder was bleeding profusely, a chunk of flesh had been sliced off. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough, that knife would have likely severed his arm. Not teleportation, but concealment? Shinchen murmured. What if you guessed it? The woman in red smiled and continued, now, obediently. Come back with me to have your mind read, and I can spare your life. Ha! Shinchen smiled and shook his head, then looked at Wang Xiaomei and Zhao Luo not far away. You all go out. The others were somewhat confused but chose to follow Shinchen's words and exited the room. What's wrong? The woman in red was also puzzled. Isn't this big enough for you to show your skills? You think too much. Shinchen shook his head and then said, I just don't want them to accompany you to the grave. Arrogant. The woman in red sneered, then vanished again. Seeing this scene, a mad smile crept onto Shinchen's lips. Die for me. As soon as he finished speaking, black mist surged around him. Within seconds, the entire room was enveloped in thick black fog, followed by a piercing scream from a woman. Hearing that sound, Shinchen absorbed the black mist back into his body and then saw the woman in red curled up on the ground, scratching her face with her hands while wailing in pain. Ah! Help me! Shinchen stepped forward slowly, grabbing her by the neck and lifting her up against the wall. Aren't you good at pretending? Keep pretending. A manic look filled Shinchen's somewhat sickly face as he excitedly said, I won't kill you. I'll watch your skin rot inch by inch until you turn into a puddle of mud. Seeing this, Zhao Luo could no longer hold back, gritting his teeth and rushing into the room. Brother Shen, can you let her go? If she dies, my brothers and I won't survive either. Upon hearing his words, the madness on Shinchen's face gradually faded, replaced by calmness and indifference. He then drew back the black mist from within her. In the next moment, the woman's face, which had been grotesquely rotting, miraculously returned to its original state, shocking everyone present. The woman in red first reached up to touch her face, feeling the smoothness beneath her fingers. A glimmer of surprise flashed in her eyes. Just moments ago, she thought she was doomed. Even if she didn't die, she couldn't live with a rotting face. But now everything was fine. It was as if she had just been in hell listening to demons, and in the blink of an eye, she had arrived in a paradise on earth filled with the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers. Then, as if she thought of something, she looked at Shinchen warily. "You madman, I just wanted to test your skills, and you actually wanted to kill me. Do you want to continue sparring?" Shinchen's eyes narrowed slightly. No, the woman in red hurriedly waved her hands. "Then if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." With that, Shinchen left the slaughterhouse with Wang Xiaomei. Zhao Luo was about to chase after them but was stopped by the woman's gaze. "Sister Q, Brother Shin really isn't an undercover agent from the military," Zhao Luo said anxiously. "He saved my life, and now he's in trouble, yet I turned him away. How can I continue to mix in the world with my blood Buddha?" "Shut up," the woman in red said irritably. "Do you think I really don't believe him?" "Ha?" Zhao Luo was taken aback, his expression growing more confused. "Since Sister Q, you believe Brother Shin, why do you still do this?" "Because I value him and want him to join the headquarters," the woman in red said, glancing in the direction Shinchen had left, her voice low. "What?" Zhao Luo's expression changed. Although he was nominally part of the poker organization, he was an external member, and his understanding of the organization was limited. He had only seen the woman in red, the Queen of Hearts, among the higher-ups. He had only heard of other departments' higher-ups but had never met them. As for the secret of where the headquarters of poker was, he had no right to know, let alone go to the headquarters for mind reading. "Wait a minute," Zhao Luo thought of something and asked, "then why didn't you let me chase him back?" "Are you stupid, Red?" Peach Q shot him an annoyed glance and said angrily, "I wanted to bring him under my wing to work for me, so I thought I'd give him a show of strength. But now, it turns out he's the one giving me a show of strength. Now that I've called him back, how am I supposed to get along with him? How can I treat him like a boss? So what should we do?" Zhao Luo said with a helpless expression. "How would I know?" Red Peach Q rubbed her neck and said fiercely, "I will bring him under my wing sooner or later and torment him day and night." "Torment him day and night?" Zhao Luo looked at her with a strange expression. "What are you looking at?" Red Peach Q slapped him on the head. "Hurry up and send someone to follow him and see where he's staying." Oh. Zhao Luo finally reacted and quickly left the room to arrange for someone to investigate Shinchen's whereabouts. "Why is that woman so ruthless?" Wang Xiaomei cursed Red Peach Q while bandaging Shinchen's wounds. "She must not have been watered by a man for too long, leading to hormonal imbalance, which is why she's so fierce. Can you be quiet for a moment?" Shinchen was getting a bit of a headache from her chatter, as Wang Xiaomei hadn't stopped talking since they left the slaughterhouse. One moment she was praising Shinchen, saying he was amazing and fought like a superhero from Marvel. The next moment she was saying Zhao Luo was different from her impression. She had thought Zhao Luo was a ruthless gangster who wouldn't blink at killing, but upon meeting him, she found him quite friendly, at least towards them. In fact, Shinchen admired her because she talked non-stop without even taking a sip of water, and she didn't seem thirsty at all. The days of comfort always passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, a week had gone by. During this week, Shinchen hardly went out. Every day Wang Xiaomei would go out to buy groceries and come back to cook. It was somewhat surprising to Shinchen that she could cook. After spending these few days together, Shinchen got to know Wang Xiaomei a bit better. She was only 19 this year, and her parents had gone out to work when she was very young. They would come back to visit her and her grandfather during the holidays, but then her parents had another child. Since then, they rarely returned. It was also from that time that Wang Xiaomei became exceptionally rebellious, getting into fights with classmates at school and mingling with local delinquents. Eventually, she met a small-time thug named Zhang Chang, and the young girl was deceived by his sweet talk, falling in love with him, which led her to drop out of school. She was 16 that year, and after dropping out, Zhang Chang told her he wanted to earn money to give her a home. Young girls are easily satisfied. She could go without food or drink, living off the dreams he painted for her. Later, Zhang Chang said he wanted to open a small shop but didn't have the money, hoping Wang Xiaomei could think of a way to help him. Wang Xiaomei told her grandfather about this, but he didn't believe Zhang Chang and was unwilling to give her money. In the end, Wang Xiaomei threatened her grandfather with a hunger strike, and reluctantly, her grandfather took out all his savings of 30,000 yuan and gave it to her. Wang Xiaomei, filled with hope, handed the 30,000 yuan wrapped in layers of paper from her grandfather to Zhang Chang. At that moment, she envisioned them opening a small shop together, busy but without worries about food and clothing, and Zhang Chang promised her that after they got married, he would bring her grandfather to live with them. But the dreams painted on paper could not fill the stomach. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye, and Zhang Chang, having received the money, still did nothing all day. Every time Wang Xiaomei urged him to go out and scout for a shop, he would make up various excuses to avoid it. At that time, although Wang Xiaomei was simple-minded, she was definitely not foolish. Over time, she began to suspect that Zhang Chang had probably deceived her, but she ultimately underestimated the darkness of human nature. Until her 18th birthday, she had never truly witnessed what it meant to be a beast in human skin. That day, Zhang Chang took her to the best restaurant in the county and ordered a feast. Although Wang Xiaomei felt somewhat disappointed in Zhang Chang, after 2 years of their relationship, she still wanted to give him a chance, hoping he could turn over a new leaf and start afresh. After all, they were still young. Besides Zhang Chang, there were also some of his friends at the dinner. Wang Xiaomei didn't particularly like them, but thinking that it was her birthday and they were all there at Zhang Chang's invitation to celebrate her, she greeted them with a smile. However, the way those people looked at her was very strange. Wang Xiaomei had always had a good tolerance for alcohol, but that day, after just 2 glasses, she felt dizzy and weak all over. When she woke up again, she felt as if she had been beaten, every inch of her body was sore, and she vaguely heard Zhang Chang's voice. "Brothers, I've done what I promised you. Remember to talk to Fei Gu about the money I owe him. Just give me a week and I'll definitely pay it back." "Don't worry, Xiangzi, what the brothers promised you will definitely be done, but just a week, okay? And you're quite the lucky guy, your girlfriend is really something, ha ha ha." After that day, Wang Xiaomei was completely disappointed in Zhang Chang. She cried as she went home to find her grandfather, holding him and weeping for a long time without saying a word, and her grandfather didn't ask anything either. He just comforted her softly. Don't cry, you still have grandpa. No matter what mistakes you've made, no matter when you come home, grandpa will always be here." After that day, Wang Xiaomei completely turned over a new leaf and never saw Zhang Chang again. However, misfortune tends to seek out the unfortunate. Not long after, her grandfather was diagnosed with liver cancer. Although it wasn't in the late stages, the treatment costs were still astronomical for them, and her grandfather's illness became the last straw that broke Wang Xiaomei's back. In Qingchuan County, with her education level not even graduating high school, she could only find a job as a waitress, earning around 3,000 yuan, which was nowhere near enough for her grandfather's treatment. So she chose to hang out in bars every day. If luck was on her side, she could earn several hundred yuan in a day. As for dignity and pride, how much were they worth? However, after spending so many days with Shinchen, she felt that this man seemed a bit different. Because he had helped her pay off debts, she had hinted several times that she could repay him with her body, but he always firmly refused and would lecture her with some inexplicable moral principles. "Recently, because of your injury, I've bought a lot of meat, and our expenses have increased a bit," Wang Xiaomei said, looking at the accounting book in front of her, her brows slightly furrowed. "We need to save some money in the coming days. You don't need to keep track. When you run out of money, just go withdraw more," Shinchen said, pulling out a limitless card from his pocket and sliding it across the table to her. "That won't do. One thing at a time. Even if you have money, you can't spend it recklessly. You still need to buy a house and marry a wife. There are plenty of places to spend money." Wang Xiaomei pushed the card back, earnestly advising him, "You don't know, marrying a wife costs a lot of money now. I heard my grandfather mention a distant cousin who got married. The bride's family asked for a dowry of 288,000, and that doesn't even include buying a house and a car. Altogether, it could cost nearly $1 million. As she said this, Wang Xiaomei's eyes flashed with a hint of gloom, then she added, "Of course, I'm a good girl, unlike someone like me. Not worth anything." Seeing Wang Xiaomei like this, Shinchen felt a twinge of pity in his heart, then reached out and ruffled her hair. "Silly girl, what do you mean not worth anything? You're a good girl too." "Really?" Wang Xiaomei's eyes instantly lit up, filled with hope. "Then would you marry me?" Upon hearing this, Shinchen was slightly taken aback. "I don't need a bride price, I won't ask for a single penny." Seeing Shinchen remain silent, she hurriedly added, "I won't do anything bad. In the future, I can go find a proper job, and I'll figure out a way for my grandfather's illness. I won't be a burden to you." Shinchen just quietly looked at her, still speechless. He didn't know what to say. To him, they were simply not from the same world. The reason he was willing to help her back at the bar was that he happened to need someone familiar with the local area. Moreover, at that time, she was wearing heavy smoky makeup, which reminded him of Tang Xiaohua, so he chose to help her. As for that little bit of money, it really didn't mean much to Shinchen. Shinchen was not a feudal and rigid person. In this era where as long as two people found each other somewhat pleasing, they could go to bed together, chastity had become a sarcastic term. He didn't despise her past, he just never had any such thoughts. He had always been surrounded by many beautiful women, like the stunning Jang Ani, the delicate and pitiful Lin Man, and the quirky Tang Xiaohua. He had never developed any thoughts beyond comradeship and friendship towards them. Besides, his future was uncertain, and a stable, ordinary life felt too extravagant for him. Seeing Shinchen remain silent for a long time, Wang Xiaomei directly punched him in the chest. "I was just kidding, look at you. How could I marry you? I must marry someone 10 times richer than you, 100 times richer. And he has to be better looking than you. And he has to treat me well." Wang Xiaomei's voice grew smaller, eventually carrying a hint of a sob, her eyes slightly reddening. Yet, her face still wore a bright smile. Meanwhile, in Langshan County, Jiang Ani, Lin Man, and Tang Xiaohua arrived at a restaurant. I mean, you guys, this situation is ridiculous. We've been here for almost 10 days, and if Shinchen can't be found, fine, but now, we can't even contact Shining, Tang Xiaohua said, plopping down in a chair, fuming. Men really don't make things easy. Alright, stop complaining. No news means Shinchen is still safe, which is good news, Lin Man comforted. What are we eating? Jang Ani seemed to have completely ignored the conversation, her eyes glued to the menu on the table. Tang Xiaohua looked helpless, then waved her hand. Waiter, we'd like to order. Coming right up. A figure dressed as a waiter approached. What would you like to eat? He had only gotten halfway through his sentence when everyone froze. Chen-ing? Tang Xiaohua exclaimed in surprise. What are you doing here? You're a waiter now? Seeing Tang Xiaohua and the others, Chen-ing was almost in tears, awkwardly saying, it's a long story. Then let's order first, Jang Ani interjected. After ordering, Chen-ing took off his apron and sat down next to Jang Ani. So, what's going on? Lin Man asked. I originally didn't plan to come back, but I was worried about you all, so I returned with you. After safely arriving in Ice City, I greeted Jang Ani and then went straight back to Wolf Mountain County, Chen-ing explained. Why couldn't you get through on your phone? Lin Man asked. My phone broke. Shinchen said he would reimburse me, but right after that he had an accident. Then why didn't you just buy one yourself? Tang Xiaohua said, looking exasperated. I was in a hurry to leave and forgot to bring money. Then why didn't you call us? I had no phone. Then why didn't you buy one? I had no money. Alright, Lin Man rubbed her forehead, interrupting the deadlock between the two, then asked, so you came here to work as a waiter to earn money for a phone? Not exactly, Chen-ing explained. The phone isn't important. If I find Shinchen, he will buy me one. Besides, even if I had a phone, I wouldn't remember your numbers. Then what are you here for? Lin Man asked again. I have two reasons for coming here, Ing said, glancing around before whispering. First, if you turn left and walk about 30 meters, there's the law enforcement team. I've observed that many members of the law enforcement team come here to eat every day. So you're here to gather information? Exactly. After hearing this, Lin Man felt that Chen-ing was somewhat more reliable than Jang Ani. At least he wasn't just focused on eating, though he was a bit too rigid and lacked flexibility. But fortunately, he was experienced, with top-notch reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance skills. Thinking of this, she glanced helplessly at Jang Ani, who was engrossed in her meal. And the second reason? Tang Xiaohua asked. The second reason, Chen-ing said somewhat awkwardly, is that they provide food and accommodation here. Lin Man felt as if the sky had fallen. At this moment, she missed Shinchen immensely because as long as he was around, she only needed to follow his lead and didn't have to think about anything else. But now, it seemed she had become the brain of this peculiar team. At this point, Chen-ing spoke up. I've actually gained some information these past few days. He took out a small notebook from his pocket, opened it, and said quietly, a few days ago, there was a murder case in Wolf Mountain County. The victims were 5 members of the law enforcement team, and it is said that their bodies were decayed, as if they had been infected by some kind of virus. Are you sure it was a virus and not some kind of disease? Lin Man keenly caught the keywords virus. I heard the law enforcement team members chatting about it while eating here, but I think it was definitely Shinchen's doing, Chen-ing said firmly. Lin Man nodded in agreement. After all, in a small place like Wolf Mountain County, a murder might not happen for years, let alone killing members of the law enforcement team, and 5 at once. Also, the people from Hanzhou Wei are currently in Wolf Mountain County, led by a man and a woman, but their strength is still unclear, Chen-ing continued. However, they are not the man we encountered before. Is there any other useful information? Lin Man pressed on, as the current information was still too scarce. Well, I also heard that someone in the neighboring Qingchuan County spotted suspicious individuals resembling Shinchen. Recently, Hanzhou Wei is mobilizing personnel to head to Qingchuan County, he said, scanning the surroundings again before continuing. If you hadn't come, I was also planning to head to Qingchuan County soon. Qingchuan County? Lin Man pondered for a few seconds, then said, I suggest we set off for Qingchuan County today. If Shinchen is really there, we must find him first. Otherwise, if he is unprepared, I fear something might go wrong. Do you have any other suggestions? Lin Man looked at the 3 of them. At that moment, Jang Ani, who had been silent, suddenly raised her beautiful eyes. Anchi, is there something you want to say? Lin Man asked. I want to say, can I have another bowl of rice? I'm still a bit hungry. Meanwhile, inside the law enforcement team of Wolf Mountain County, a man and a woman, both members of the Hanzhou Guard dressed in black trench coats, were sitting in a temporary office listening to a report from a bespectacled man below. After our facial comparison, the suspicious individual found in Qingchuan County is very likely the fugitive. We are hunting Shinchen. Is the specific location confirmed? The man in the black coat asked. The community and unit door have been identified, but the suspect has received professional training in the military, so the local law enforcement team is hesitant to follow up further. If they expose themselves, it could be troublesome, the bespectacled man explained. Very good. The man in the trench coat nodded, then turned to the woman beside him and asked, Xiaorong, when will our people arrive? The man in the trench coat was named Zhao Jin, and the woman had a name that everyone was familiar with: Huang Rong. Both were members of the Hanzhou Guard and were also D-level awakeners. They will arrive in Qingchuan County tonight, Huang Rong replied. Through the corpses of the 5 law enforcement team members, the higher-ups of the Hanzhou Guard deduced that Shinchen's strength had likely increased again. As for Shinchen's awakening ability, although Old Master Lin and Zhou Dao deliberately concealed it, the Hanzhou Guard still guessed that his ability was likely related to a virus. Therefore, after learning of Shinchen's whereabouts, they did not act rashly but gathered all the Hanzhou Guard members searching nearby. They wanted to strike with certainty. Shinchen, it's time to eat. Wang Xiaomei set the dishes on the dining table and then called out to Shinchen. Hearing her voice, Shen slowly opened his eyes, coming out of his meditative state. When he walked out of the bedroom and saw the dishes on the table, he was somewhat speechless. Wang Xiaomei, can you tell me what this dish is? Tomatoes. Aren't tomatoes usually stir-fried with eggs? Shinchen pointed at the tomatoes on the plate and asked, what are you stir-frying them with? Stir-fried tomatoes with tomatoes, Wang Xiaomei said somewhat sheepishly. Shinchen. I told you, a few days ago you got hurt and I spent over 300 yuan on groceries, Wang Xiaomei said as she pulled Shinchen to sit down. Then said in a spoiled tone, just bear with it, my stir-fried tomatoes with tomatoes are also very delicious. Shinchen shook his head with a bitter smile and then sat down. I have to say, the stir-fried tomatoes weren't bad at all. I love tomatoes the most, Wang Xiaomei said, picking up a piece of tomato and putting it in her mouth, then exaggeratedly showing a look of enjoyment. When I was little, other kids ate hamburgers and fries, and I wanted to eat them too. But Grandpa didn't have money. She smiled and then looked at Shinchen, asking, can you guess what Grandpa did? Shinchen shook his head and remained silent. Grandpa bought a few potatoes, cut them into strips, and then fried them at home for me to eat, Wang Xiaomei said, reminiscing about her childhood with a sweet smile. I told Grandpa that other people's fries come with ketchup. After hearing that, Grandpa gave me a tomato, and then I would take a bite of the potato strips and a bite of the tomato. Hey, don't just listen to me, eat quickly, she said, placing a piece of tomato into Shinchen's bowl. Don't eat anymore. Shinchen put down his chopsticks and stood up, saying, I'll take you out to eat KFC. That's a shameful waste. Wang Xiaomei rolled her eyes dramatically, then smiled and said, but if you insist on treating me, then do it tomorrow. Okay. Shinchen reached out and ruffled her hair. Just then, Shinchen's ears twitched slightly and his expression changed abruptly. What's wrong? Wang Xiaomei noticed the change in Shinchen's expression and couldn't help but ask, stop eating, go back to your room. Shinchen looked seriously towards the doorway. Seeing his serious expression, Wang Xiaomei didn't say much more, just nodded earnestly and returned to her own room. As soon as the bedroom door closed, Shinchen slowly walked to the entrance. He stood at the door without moving for a full half-minute, then suddenly swung a punch at the security door. Bang! The sturdy security door flew out instantly with his punch. Behind the door, a figure in a black trench coat was also sent flying far away, crashing heavily against the wall of the corridor. It's exposed, take action. With a low voice echoing, more than 10 figures in black trench coats surged into the corridor, along with countless armed military personnel. Zhao Jin and Huang Rong were at the forefront. Zhao Jin's awakened ability was brute strength, one of the most common types of awakening abilities. Huang Rong's awakened ability was a relatively rare support ability called amplification. Her ability couldn't provide any enhancement to herself but could significantly boost her teammates' combat power. Feeling the powerful aura from the two, Shinchen frowned slightly. He could sense that both were Class D powerhouses. Before Shinchen could react, Zhao Jin had already thrown a punch at him. Shinchen crossed his arms to block, but in an instant, he felt his arm completely lose sensation and his whole body uncontrollably flew backward, crashing heavily onto the dining table behind him. Shaking his somewhat numb arm, Shinchen looked seriously at the opponent, Class D brute strength. Although Shinchen's physical quality was average, it was impossible for someone of the same realm to directly knock him away with a single punch unless they were using brute force. Shinchen, today there are a total of 12 Class D awakeners from Hanzhou Guard, you can't escape. Come back with us, Huang Rong reminded from the side. Although she stood on a different side from Shinchen, it didn't prevent her from admiring his solitary courage. If Shinchen continued to resist, he would surely die here today. Being a Class D himself, even if his awakening ability was powerful, he couldn't escape. The wisest choice was to go with them. Perhaps he could save his life. Stop talking nonsense, come again. Shinchen moved his wrist and then actively attacked Zhao Jin. As a brute strength awakener, the last thing he feared was a head-on clash. Zhao Jin's lips curled into a sneer, and he was about to throw a punch at Shinchen, but before he could raise his hand, a severe dizziness hit his brain. He stumbled, nearly falling. He shook his head, trying to clear his mind. But in that brief moment, Shinchen's fist had already landed on his chest. Bang! Shinchen's punch was powerful, and Zhao Jin staggered back several steps, ultimately being supported by Huang Rong. What's wrong with you? Huang Rong frowned. I don't know, suddenly feeling a bit dizzy, Zhao Jin said, patting his temple, his brows furrowed into a shape. Stop watching the show, do you really think he's easy to deal with? Huang Rong shouted towards the door. You guys from Peach Blossom Island can't handle a Class D awakener? As Huang Rong's voice fell, several figures appeared at the entrance, dressed exactly like Zhao Jin and the others, all in black trench coats with hoods. No more nonsense, everyone go together, quick battle, quick resolution. Seeing Zhao Jin injured, Huang Rong's expression turned a bit grim, and she scolded him impatiently. All right. The person shrugged helplessly and then suddenly charged towards Shinchen. Wang Xiaomei's home was not spacious, and the living room was particularly cramped, hardly able to accommodate a fierce battle. Thus, only two figures in black trench coats, along with Zhao Jin and Huang Rong, rushed into the room. Even so, facing four opponents as a D level was still a tremendous challenge for Shinchen. Moreover, even if he could defeat these four, there were more Hanzhou guards waiting outside. No matter how one looked at it, this was almost a certain death situation, unless Shinchen shook his head vigorously, dispelling that terrifying thought from his mind. He then opened one hand, his 5 fingers slightly curled. Immediately, four almost imperceptible void-like breaths surged into the bodies of the 4 Hanzhou guards. The next moment, all 4 of them trembled slightly, exchanging glances and seeing surprise in each other's eyes, as well as the pallor on their faces. If it weren't for their robust D-level physiques, they might have already lost their combat ability, but even so, they were unable to exert their full strength. At that moment, after breaking through to D-level, Shinchen's affliction had also undergone some changes. The most intuitive change was that he no longer needed to make contact with others to activate his abilities of absorption and bestowal. He could also target multiple individuals simultaneously, but since his breakthrough was recent, he had not yet mastered it skillfully. The disease was manageable, but the terrifying virus within him was somewhat uncontrollable. If he were to bestow the virus on one person or a few, he could do so with precision, but if the number exceeded a certain limit, he risked losing control, and the consequences of that could very well turn the entire neighborhood into a hell on earth. And at that moment, Wang Xiaomei was still in the bedroom. Shinchen pondered for a few seconds and ultimately chose to confront the few Hanzhou guards in front of him. As long as he could break out from here and reach a wider space, he would not fear even if more of them came. Zhao Jin and the others also forcibly suppressed their discomfort and attacked Shinchen again, while only Huang Rong remained in the corner without any movement. Aside from her, Shinchen had encountered the awakened abilities of the other 3, which were brute strength, hardening, and jade cutting. All 3 of these abilities were extremely powerful in combat, and Shinchen's expression was grave. This battle would likely require all his trump cards. The D-level awakened guards of Hanzhou were clearly much stronger than the mid-level killer he had encountered in Langshan County, both in combat skills and their coordination, which left Shinchen feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Especially Huang Rong, who had yet to make a move. Her ability could enhance her teammates' awakened powers. For instance, Zhao Jin's brute strength, when augmented by Huang Rong, increased by at least 20%, while the hardening enhancement boosted defense and the jade cutting enhancement improved sharpness. After a few minutes, Shinchen was already covered in wounds, and the other 3 were not faring well either. During the battle, Shinchen had implanted the virus into their bodies. Large areas of rot had appeared on the 3 of them, and if it were anyone else, they would have already succumbed to decay and death, just like the 5 members of the enforcement team before. Even that woman in red, the Queen of Hearts, had completely lost her combat ability and was in agony after being infected by the virus. However, the physical quality and endurance of the 3 before him surprised Shinchen greatly. Every inch of their exposed skin was rotting at a visibly rapid pace, yet despite such pain, they continued to attack Shinchen relentlessly, displaying a determination to fight to the death. Wang Xiaomei, who had been hiding in the bedroom, observed everything happening outside through the crack in the door, her eyes filled with anxiety. She wanted to help Shinchen, but she didn't know what she could do. Just then, a sudden wave of intense dizziness hit her mind, and she quickly closed her eyes, shaking her head vigorously. When she opened her eyes again, they were clear, as if the entire world had become more real, and she could see the tiniest details. For instance, the wound on Shinchen's arm. She could see the droplets of blood in the fresh flesh, and even the fine hairs on his arm standing slightly on end. And there was also a figure that had appeared in the corner of the room without her noticing. The figure was dressed in a black trench coat and wore a hood, identical to the other 4, gripping a sharp dagger, its eyes fixed intently on Shinchen, like a beast locking onto its prey. But for some reason, Shinchen, who was entangled with the others, seemed oblivious to the presence of this figure. At that moment, Shinchen exchanged a punch with Zhao Jin. Under the dual effects of disease and virus, Zhao Jin's strength had drastically diminished, and after the clash, both he and Shinchen stepped back 3 paces. Just then, the hidden figure finally moved, but its speed was slow, and its steps light, as if afraid of being discovered by Shinchen. Can Shinchen not see him? Wang Xiaomei's eyes flashed with confusion. Seeing the figure getting closer to Shinchen, she could no longer afford to be afraid. She pushed open the bedroom door and ran forward while shouting, "Shinchen, be careful." Witnessing this scene, several members of the Hanzhou guard frowned slightly. Long before Zhao Jin and Shinchen had their first confrontation, one hidden had sneaked in. At that time, Shinchen's attention was focused on Zhao Jin and Huang Rong, and he had not noticed the subtle footsteps. The Hidden and the Flash were known as natural assassins because they could kill invisibly and were the easiest to kill above their level provided they hid well and found the perfect opportunity to strike. If they missed, it was very likely that they would be the ones to die. This was a high-risk, high-reward awakening ability. That little girl has insight, Huang Rong exclaimed, speaking up to remind them. According to research from the Awakener Research Institute, there are currently over 100 known awakening abilities, each with varying strengths, but they also have mutual restraining relationships. For example, Jang Ani's ability, Unerring Shot, is a very rare and immensely powerful ability. Although she had not yet broken through to level E and could only activate her ability 3 times a day with a powerful sniper rifle, she could take down level E or even level D awakeners, which was undeniably formidable. But even as powerful as Unerring Shot was, it had its nemesis, Flash. Flash was not an especially rare ability, but as long as the Flash Awakener possessed a keen sense of danger, they could perfectly counter Unerring Shot. Similarly, the Hidden had its own nemesis, Insight. As the name suggests, an Awakener with Insight experiences a significant enhancement in vision after activating their ability and can detect any hidden units. Thus, in the face of Insight, the Hidden appeared as ridiculous as a clown with a red nose. After hearing Wang Xiaomei's warning, Shinchen hesitated for almost no time at all and immediately turned to throw a punch. Bang! The Hidden, who had stealthily approached Shinchen to launch a surprise attack, collided directly with Shinchen's fist after Wang Xiaomei's warning, and with a loud crash, he was sent flying. His strength had not reached level D. He was merely a level E awakener, as he had spent most of his time training assassination techniques. As a level E, he took Shinchen's punch squarely, and his chest instantly caved in, crimson blood and some unknown organ fragments spilling from his mouth, clearly indicating he would not survive. Damn it! Seeing this scene, the awakened one from the Cutting Jade sect cursed angrily and then suddenly turned to Wang Xiaomei. You filthy woman, it's all because of you. As he spoke, he instantly appeared in front of Wang Xiaomei, his palm transforming into a blade aimed at her throat. Stop! Stop! Shinchen and Huang Rong shouted simultaneously to intervene, but they were ultimately a step too late. Swish! The sound of the blade slicing through flesh echoed in the room, and the entire space fell into a deep silence. Wang Xiaomei clutched her throat, thick blood oozing out between her fingers. Zhang Yui! Huang Rong's eyes were filled with fury as she glared fiercely at the awakened one from the Cutting Jade sect, saying, "We have investigated, she is just an ordinary person. She and Shinchen are merely acquaintances, not his accomplice." But she, the awakened one, glanced at his blood-soaked hands, and for a moment he realized he had acted impulsively. However, seeing his comrade die before him, he couldn't control himself. At this moment, Shinchen was completely oblivious to their argument. He rushed to Wang Xiaomei's side and caught her frail body as she was about to collapse. Wang Xiaomei still covered her throat, desperately trying to say something, but she found that the scenes in TV dramas where people delivered their last words before dying were all lies. Because she couldn't utter a single word, she could only feel her life slipping away. Faintly, she sensed a warm liquid dripping onto her face, and the gradually blurring face seemed to be crying. She wanted to tell the person not to cry for her, that she wasn't worth it, but she could no longer make any sound. As her arm fell weakly, Chen felt a sharp pain in his heart, a sensation that was indescribable. Even the pain he experienced when breaking through to the 5th and 4th levels seemed trivial in comparison. In the next moment, Shinchen felt his world turn black and white. The pink pajamas of the girl and the blood pooling around her lost all color. He slowly stood up, his body stiffly turning to face the others. When everyone saw his eyes, they instinctively gasped, for at that moment, Shinchen's pupils had no whites left, only inky blackness. "Shinchen, I will report this matter truthfully when I return, and Zhang Yui will receive the punishment he deserves," Huang Rong said, her expression complex as she looked at Shinchen, continuing, "But I hope you won't make another mistake. Come back with us. I have already understood the actions of County Chief Long. He indeed deserves to die, but the military personnel and law enforcement members you killed are innocent. They shouldn't have died." Huang Rong shook her head. "Ha!" A cold glint flashed in Shinchen's dark eyes, his voice hoarse. "Then should I die? Should the hundreds of citizens used as guinea pigs for poison testing in Wolf Cave Mountain die?" As he said this, he turned to glance at the girl lying in a pool of blood, her eyes still filled with terror, his tone laced with overwhelming anger. "Should Wang Xiaomei die?" Huang Rong wanted to say something more, but Shinchen raised his hand to stop her. He slowly lifted his hand, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Don't say anything. Right now, I just want to kill everyone. Everyone in this world should die." As Shinchen's cold voice fell, Huang Rong and the others noticed a thick black mist spreading from him. They quickly covered their mouths and noses, but this was not smoke, it was a virus, infiltrating everywhere. Even with all 7 orifices closed, it could still enter the human body through tiny sweat pores. At this moment, Shinchen had been stripped of his reason by a strong killing intent. He simply released all the viruses within the black hole, without needing to control them at all. "What on earth is this?" Zhang Yui, who had killed Wang Xiaomei, looked at his skin rotting inch by inch until it revealed white bones. His voice began to tremble as he looked at the figure completely enveloped in black mist, his eyes filled with fear. A devil. He is a devil. Zhao Jin, seeing this, quickly reached out to grab Huang Rong's hand, wanting to pull her towards the door, but as soon as they reached the entrance, he saw countless military personnel lying on the ground in the corridor, scratching at their already rotting faces with bony fingers. The wails and screams were incessant. Seeing, he turned to Huang Rong beside him, whose face had rotted beyond recognition, only vaguely able to see the corners of her mouth twitching slightly, as if she were smiling. Then he also tugged at the corner of his mouth, his throat rolling, but it had already rotted, only able to emit a sound, unable to say a complete sentence. Zhao Jin felt a bit regretful. In the end, he still couldn't say those words, "I like you." Huang Rong seemed to know what he wanted to say. She just used the last of her strength to embrace Zhao Jin. In the end, the two of them died in each other's arms. Shinchen bent down to pick up Wang Xiaomei, then stepped over their bodies, never once glancing at the others. Wang Xiaomei's home was on the third floor. Shinchen walked from the third floor to the first, the corridor piled high with the bodies of military personnel, stepping over those corpses as he walked out of the unit door. He turned to look back, only to see the entire building now shrouded in black mist, looking eerie and terrifying. He then left without looking back, and as he departed, the thick black mist surged back into his body like a whale swallowing. In fact, Zhao Jin and the others had already evacuated everyone in the building before they arrived, so the only ones who died here were the military and the Hanzhou guards, but Shinchen was unaware of this. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. To him now, who in this world couldn't be killed? Who shouldn't be killed? What did you say? Zhao Luo answered a phone call and suddenly jumped up from his chair. Are you out of your mind? How old are you? Can't you be a bit more composed? Hong Tao Q, elegantly swirling the red wine in her goblet, scolded with an unhappy tone. If you had even a fraction of the calm I have, you wouldn't be stuck ruling a small place like Xinchuan. Sister Q, something big has happened. Zhao Luo's face was pale, his breathing a bit rapid. Speak. Hong Tao Q continued to look at the reflection of her unparalleled beauty in the wineglass, her expression unchanged. The person responsible for keeping an eye on Brother Shin just reported that the area around Wang Xiaomei's building has been sealed off, and then there were sounds of intense fighting from inside. Shinchen was discovered by the military? Hong Tao Q's movements paused slightly. Yes, Zhao Luo nodded. Did he escape? Hong Tao Q asked again. Escape? I guess you could say he did. Zhao Luo was at a loss for words, only able to repeat what that subordinate had said. They first heard the sounds of fighting, then the rising and falling screams and wails. Then they saw Shinchen carrying a female corpse out of the building. And then? Hong Tao Q frowned. Since the military had discovered Shinchen's whereabouts, they would definitely send heavy troops to encircle him, and they might even deploy the Hanzhou guards. The fact that Shin could walk out unscathed indicated that she had seriously underestimated his strength. Then our people went in to take a look, and the result was, Zhao Luo's voice trembled slightly, and his tone paused. What did you find? Hurry up and tell me. Hong Tao Q urged anxiously. We found hundreds of corpses of military personnel, including 12 in black trench coats. Zhao Luo gritted his teeth and said. Thud. Upon hearing this, Hong Tao Q fell directly from her chair, her high-stemmed glass wobbling and spilling bright red liquid all over her, yet she seemed completely oblivious. Sister Q, what should we do? Zhao Luo stepped forward to help her up, his tone somewhat anxious. What to do? Hong Tao Q sat back down in her chair, swallowed hard, and tentatively said, should we run? Ha! Zhao Luo was clearly taken aback. We can't stay in this cursed place, Xinchuan. Hong Tao Q stood up decisively and said, quick, pack your things. The situation in Xinchuan is about to change. By tomorrow at the latest, the higher-ups from Hanzhou Wei will arrive in Xinchuan County. If they can't find Shinchen, they'll come after you, the local tyrant. Just then, Xiaolu rushed in, panting, and said, Master, Sister Q, Brother Shin is here. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged a glance, their expressions extremely complicated. Sister Q, are we still running? Zhao Luo swallowed hard and asked. Run, run, run? What the hell are you talking about? Get out there and welcome him. After saying that, she adjusted her red trench coat and forced a friendly smile as she walked toward the door. Master, what's wrong with Sister Q? Xiao Lu was a bit confused. Don't ask, just inform the brothers to go back and pack their things. We might have to move. Zhao Luo patted Xiao Lu's shoulder and then followed in Hong Tao Q's footsteps. This time, Zhao Luo's subordinates all recognized Shinchen, and upon his arrival, they immediately opened the big door, each greeting him with smiles, calling him second brother. After seeing Shinchen, Hong Tao Q forced another smile and quickly stepped forward. You're here, have you eaten? Do you want to? Can you do makeup? Shinchen looked up, his gaze unusually calm as he looked at Hong Tao Q. Hong Tao Q was taken aback, then numbly nodded. On the way here, she had imagined countless times how Shinchen would react upon seeing her, but she never expected him to ask if she could do makeup. Smoky eye makeup, Shinchen added. I can. Hong Tao Q glanced at the girl's corpse in his arms and vaguely guessed. Something. Clean her up, then do a smoky eye. She loves beauty. After saying that, Shinchen's eyes turned cold, and he said flatly, if it doesn't look good, I'll kill you. I'll make it look good. Hong Tao Q forced a smile, then took Wang Xiaomei's corpse from Shinchen's arms. Holding Wang Xiaomei's body, Hong Tao Q whispered fiercely to Zhao Luo beside her, go buy me the best and most expensive makeup. If it's not here in half an hour, I'll kill you. That day in Xinchuan County, two strange things happened. One was that the law enforcement team sealed off an old residential building, prohibiting pedestrians and vehicles from approaching, forcing nearby businesses to close. The other was that a group of burly men stormed into various cosmetic stores, nearly clearing out the entire inventory. 2 hours later, Hong Tao Q walked out of the room cautiously and said, it's done. Do you want to come in and take a look? Shinchen didn't answer, just stood up and walked toward the room. Seeing the girl with smoky eye makeup quietly lying on the bed, Shinchen trembled all over. The girl before him was just as she had been when they first met, only now her face lacked a bit of playfulness, and her large eyes would never open again. If you're still satisfied, then I'll head out first? Hong Tao Q asked tentatively. Thank you, Shinchen replied in a hoarse voice. You're welcome. I actually quite enjoy makeup, Hong Tao Q said, now too afraid to provoke the other party. This sickly young man before her was like a living llama, and she feared that if he lost his temper, he might take her out too. As she spoke, she was about to leave the room when Shinchen called out to her again. Wait. Hearing Shinchen's voice, she paused, turning her head stiffly. Is there anything else? Could you please buy me some KFC? Make sure to get fries, Shinchen said softly. Then as if remembering something, he added, and don't forget the ketchup. Hong Tao Q was taken aback for a moment but quickly reacted, nodding eagerly, got it, just a moment. With that, she left the room without looking back. Hearing the sound of the door closing behind her, Shinchen slowly walked to the bedside and sat down, reaching out to tidy up the already neat hair, beginning to murmur to himself, little sister, get up and cook, I'm hungry. Can we have scrambled tomatoes with tomatoes? I haven't had enough to eat today. Alright, I had someone go buy you fries, and I specifically told them to bring ketchup so you can eat your fill. Little sister, when I heard you tell your story, I secretly remembered your birthday, and in 3 days, it will be your birthday. I was planning to surprise you on your birthday, to tell you that I can treat your grandfather's illness, and you won't have to worry about it anymore. I also wanted to tell you that I have some connections in Ice City, and I can arrange a good university for you, so you can study more, find a stable job after graduation, leave here, and everything can start anew. As he spoke, Shinchen's voice began to choke up, and he wiped the damp corners of his eyes, continuing, but why are you so foolish? Do you really not believe me? Didn't you say I was like a superhero from Marvel? How could a superhero die so easily? Shinchen didn't know how long he had been rambling, but by now, the sky outside had gradually darkened, and Hong Tao Q walked in carrying a large bag of KFC. Everything from the store is here, and there are fries and ketchup too. She set the food down and was about to leave when she paused after taking a couple of steps, as if remembering something, and said, there's a notebook on the bedside table. I found it when I was changing her clothes, and I left it there. Shinchen looked up and indeed saw a blood-stained notebook quietly lying beside her pillow. Holding the notebook, Shinchen's hands trembled slightly, and after a long while, he finally opened it. Inside were neatly written entries detailing expenses. August 22nd, 2 servings of snail noodles 30 yuan, information inquiry 500 yuan, bed sheets and covers 135 yuan, toothpaste and toothbrush 25 yuan, slippers 15 yuan, 2 pairs of men's underwear 50 yuan, razor 45 yuan, clothes 312 yuan, total 1112 yuan. August 23rd, breakfast 15 yuan, groceries 32.5 yuan, taxi 20 yuan, total 67.5 yuan. August 24th. Seeing the meticulously detailed accounts down to the last few cents, Shinchen could no longer hold back, tears streaming down from his reddened eyes. This should be the right neighborhood, Lin Man said, looking at the residential building cordoned off with police tape, her expression somewhat grave. It seems something serious has happened this time, Shining said, frowning deeply. Just then, Jiang Anqi's phone rang with an urgent tone. She took out her phone to take a look and said, it's old Master Lin. Answer it, he should know what's happening here. Lin Man nodded at Jiang Anqi. Immediately, Jiang Anqi pressed the answer button and switched to speaker mode. Jiang Anqi, where are you right now? Old Master Lin's somewhat hurried voice came from the phone. Changchuan County, what's wrong? Jiang Anqi replied. Come back immediately, you shouldn't get involved in this matter, Old Master Lin said in an irrefutable tone. No matter if it's you, Shining, or those 2 girls, all of you come back to me now. Jiang Anqi didn't respond, just shrugged, and looked at the 3 people in front of her, seemingly seeking their opinions. Lin Man reached for Jiang Anqi's phone and then spoke. Hello, Old Master Lin, I'm Lin Man. I want to know what exactly happened to Shinchen. Is he in danger? There was silence on the other end for a few seconds, then Old Master Lin's aged sigh came through. Sigh, I received news that there was a great battle in Xinchuan. Today, the military lost a total of 712 soldiers, including 12 from the Hanzhou Guard. Hearing this number, Lin Man's face instantly turned pale, devoid of any color. Shenning beside her also gasped. He's okay, right? Lin Man's voice trembled slightly. So far, he's fine, but soon there will be trouble, old master. Lin's voice came again, filled with helplessness. This matter is no longer just an internal issue of Hanzhou. The military headquarters already knows about it and has ordered the Hanzhou Guard to capture Shinchen within 3 days, regardless of life or death. The commander of the Hanzhou Guard, Feng Xiong, has personally set out for Qinchuan. She is a B-level awakener, and there are no more than 3 people in all of Hanzhou qualified to fight her. What about Ji Fengmian? Jiang Yanqi interjected. Ji Fengmian is not Feng Xiong's match either. If the two were to fight to the death, one of them would surely die, and whoever dies would be a huge loss for Hanzhou and even the entire Siau country. Old Master Lin sighed. I understand. Jiang Yanqi's tone suddenly became extremely cold, devoid of any emotional color. Anqi, I know. Don't call me Anqi. Jiang Yanqi directly interrupted Old Master Lin, speaking in a flat tone. Call me Nanling El Hua. You, Old Master Lin, I want to repay both the kindness of raising me and the kindness of saving my life, Jiang Yanqi said, shedding her usual gluttonous image and speaking quite seriously. But right now, Shinchen is in trouble, so I can only repay the kindness of saving my life first. As for your kindness of raising me, allow me to repay it in my next life. After saying that, she directly threw the phone to the ground and stomped on it, shattering it. Lin Man and the others looked at her in shock. Feeling the gazes of everyone, Jiang Yanqi puffed out her ample chest and said, proudly, cool, right? It is cool, but why did you smash your phone? Tang Xiaohua asked. Don't you think that smashing my phone is the coolest move? Jiang Yanqi retorted. Well, it is indeed very cool, Tang Xiaohua nodded in agreement, then asked, but what do you mean by the kindness of saving your life? Did Shinchen save your life? Yes. When I was 15, I contracted a strange illness. I saw many doctors, but none could help, and they all said I wouldn't live for more than 3 months. Later, Old Master Lin brought someone who cured me, Jiang Yanqi patiently explained. But at that time, we were separated by a curtain, so we never saw each other. Old Master Lin only told me he was from Baikatang and called Wang Buliexing. So Shinchen is Wang Buliexing? That's a long story. Then let's forget it for now, let's go find Shinchen first. Looking at the two chattering people, Lin Man couldn't help but smile. This time, Shinchen had caused a situation that was simply too big, almost a matter of great importance, so much so that even Old Master Lin had considered giving up on him. Jiang Yanqi usually seemed quite carefree, but she was actually a very clever person. Her words undoubtedly expressed her stance directly, meant for both Old Master Lin and Lin Man and the others. She and Tang Xiaohua appeared to be casually chatting, yet in their laughter, they had made decisions that were crucial to life and death. Being able to have such a group of people as comrades and friends, Lin Man felt this was the most proud achievement of her life, without exception. That night, Shinchen found Wang Xiaomei's grandfather. He absorbed the cancer from the other man and told him about Wang Xiaomei's situation. After hearing Shinchen's words, the old man took out an unopened pack of cigarettes from his pocket, seemingly reluctant, and finally a bittersweet smile of relief appeared on his face. Do you have a light? The old man asked Shinchen. Xiaolu, who had come with Shinchen, stepped forward to help the old man light the cigarette. Thank you, the old man said, then sat down on the curb, looking at Shinchen and asking, my little sister, she didn't do anything bad, did she? She was killed because she was trying to save me, Shinchen said, guilt filling his eyes. Then are you a bad person? The old man, not understanding much, asked straightforwardly. I guess I can't be considered a good person. Shinchen spread his hands, as if speaking to the old man, yet also as if talking to himself. I have saved many people with these hands, but I have killed even more. Upon hearing their conversation, Xiaolu wisely stepped aside, waiting for Shinchen from a distance, knowing that some things were of no benefit for him to hear. Soon after, Shinchen spoke a lot with the old man, from his mother's illness to how he absorbed diseases for others. He talked about joining the military and the sacrifice of Huoyan, and finally shared the reason he killed the county chief of Langshan County, as well as his encounter with Wang Xiaomei. This was the first time in many years that Shinchen had shared all his experiences with someone without reservation, not out of trust but out of a sense of debt. For this old man, who had no relatives and was in the twilight of his life, no compensation could compare to the truth of the matter. After listening to Shinchen, the old man lit another cigarette and the ground was already littered with cigarette butts. Child, you don't need to blame yourself. You are a good person, and Xiaomei did nothing wrong. As for those soldiers you killed, they were not at fault either, it's just that Hanzhou is rotted to the core. We are all ordinary people, with no voice, but I believe in one thing, when the road is uneven, someone will level it, when things are unfair, someone will take care of it. It will get better, it will get better. Saying this, the old man slowly got up and walked towards the watchtower. Watching the old man's hunched back, Shinchen deeply bowed, remaining in that position for a long time. When the road is uneven, someone will level it, when things are unfair, someone will take care of it. The next morning, Xiaolu knocked on Shinchen's door. Second brother, Sister Q is calling for you. Got it. Shinchen slowly tucked the blood-stained notebook into his pocket and then opened the door. Seeing the bloodshot eyes of Shinchen, Xiaolu spoke with a complex expression. Second brother, the dead cannot come back to life. My condolences. I'm fine. What does Red Peach Q want with me? As they walked towards the conference hall, Shinchen asked. The entire Hanzhou Guard has been mobilized and arrived in Qingchuan County early this morning. By the time our people got the news, it was already morning, and now the entire Qingchuan is completely sealed off, Xiaolu explained seriously. Hearing this, Shinchen's brows furrowed slightly. He knew very well that he had stirred up a big trouble this time. For the sake of public opinion and the military's authority, they would absolutely not allow him to escape. However, he did not expect the other party to act so quickly. When Shinchen arrived at the conference hall, Red Heart Q was already sitting in a chair, her delicate brows furrowed as if she were deep in thought. Zhao Luo was pacing back and forth in the room. Upon seeing Shinchen arrive, Red Heart Q immediately stood up and Zhao Luo hurried over to greet him. Brother Shin, you must have heard about the situation with the Hanzhou Guard, right? I was just informed by Xiao Lu on the way here, Shen. Shen nodded, then his gaze fell on Red Heart Q. What do you think? Shin did not express his own opinion because he had no choice in the matter, while the other party could choose to abandon him, to ensure their own safety. Although the Hanzhou Guard might not let them off if they knew the identity of their poker organization, they would definitely focus on Shinchen over the two of them. Red Heart Q stared at Shinchen for a while, then asked, are you willing to join poker? Join poker or join Red Heart? Shinchen looked at her with a half smile. Follow me, you won't need to be red, but if you want to climb higher, you can't avoid the mind-reading hurdle. Red Heart Q looked up into Shinchen's eyes and said, you are a strong person, and every strong person has their pride. You won't allow others to pry into your hearts. I understand that, but poker has its own rules, and no one can be an exception. At this point, she paused and added, unless one day you have the qualification to converse equally with the kings. But right now, you are not enough. Shinchen pondered for a few seconds, then looked up at Red Heart Q. If I join Red Heart, can you ensure my safe departure from Qingchuan? I can ensure it, but I can't guarantee it, Red Heart Q said straightforwardly without any concealment. We have our people in several surrounding counties, we can give it a try. But one thing I can guarantee is that as long as you follow me, I will do my best to ensure your safety. At least I won't let you die in front of me. Qingchuan County Committee. A woman dressed in a black trench coat and wearing a hood sat at the desk, one foot resting on the chair in front of her, her narrow eyes gleaming with a dangerous light from beneath the brim. Commander Feng, all the roads leading out of Qingchuan County have been completely sealed off, no entry or exit allowed. A middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s spoke up. Very good. The woman in the black trench coat nodded slightly. Commander Feng, may I ask how long this lockdown will last? The middle-aged man said with a troubled expression. Although Qingchuan is a small county, if we count the population of the villages and towns, there are over 400,000 people. If the lockdown lasts too long, it could lead to major chaos. The man's name was Shuai Jun, the county head of Qingchuan. He had been relieved to hear about the events in Langshan County a while back, thankful that such things had not happened in their Qingchuan. He was also glad that a madman named Shinchen had not come to Qingchuan. But just a few days ago, he received a notification from the Hanzhou Guard, saying that they had spotted a figure resembling Shinchen in Qingchuan County, which undoubtedly dealt him a heavy blow. Yesterday, he received another notification from the Hanzhou Guard, instructing them to secretly disperse the residents of an old apartment building. Although they did not inform him of the specific details, he guessed that Shinchen might be hiding in that building. Fortunately, the Hanzhou Guard looked down on the members of their county's law enforcement team, so they did not need to directly participate in the arrest operation. Moreover, there were no military troops stationed in Qingchuan County, so he, as the county head, did not have to worry about this matter. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he received a chilling piece of news. 12 members of the Cold State Guard and 700 soldiers from the military department had all died in that residential building, and their deaths were exceptionally tragic. At that moment, Shuai Jun felt as if the sky had fallen. There is no deadline. The woman in the black trench coat jumped down from the desk, her cold eyes casually glancing at him. Then she said coldly, as long as Shinchen does not face justice, Qingchuan County will not be unsealed. Captain Feng, this isn't appropriate, is it? Shuai Jun frowned, his tone clearly displeased. What's inappropriate about it? The woman in the black trench coat retorted. If you do this, I won't be able to report to the higher-ups. At that time, you'll have to explain it yourself. Captain Feng, Shuai Jun snorted coldly. As the head of a county, his official rank was not lower than that of the Cold State Guard's captain, but due to the other party's strength, he had been yielding to her. However, now she seemed to disregard him entirely, which inevitably made him a bit angry. Explain? The woman in the black trench coat sneered. The Cold State Guard is only responsible for catching thieves. As for explanations, we owe none to anyone. After saying this, she flicked the hem of her trench coat and strode toward the office door. At this moment, the corridor was filled with members of the Cold State Guard, all dressed in black trench coats. The woman slowly raised her right hand, clenched her fist, and placed it over her left chest, her voice cold yet resolute. Shinchen killed 12 of my brothers from the Cold State Guard. What should be done? Blood for blood. Blood for blood. In an instant, the entire county committee building was filled with a palpable cold-killing intent. Debts must be repaid and lives must be accounted for. The woman in the black trench coat pulled a piece of white cloth from her pocket, tied it around her right arm, bit one end to tighten it, then looked at the members of the cold state guard in the corridor and said again, "Follow me. Even if we have to turn Qingchuan upside down, we must find Shinchen. With his blood, we will honor the 12 heroic souls of the cold state guard." As she spoke, she stepped away, and the members of the cold state guard followed her, each pulling out a strip of white cloth from their pockets to tie around their right arms. Ice City, Lin family. Old Master Lin looked at a young man with a stern face and an upright posture before him and slowly spoke. "Yunyu, I leave this matter to you. Rest assured, Old Master Lin, I will definitely find Shinchen and bring him back safely." The young man, known as Yunyu, nodded solemnly. "This matter is of great importance, so I have arranged for 2 people to accompany you." Old Master Lin glanced at him, then called out toward the door behind him, "Come in." As his voice fell, the door was pushed open. Immediately, a young man and woman walked in. The girl was linked arm in arm with the boy, who turned his head to look at her. The two gazed at each other affectionately, seemingly completely ignoring Old Master Lin and Yunyu, their eyes only for one another. Ahem! Old Master Lin coughed forcefully twice, interrupting their gaze. Reluctantly, the two withdrew their eyes and looked up at Old Master Lin. The boy spoke, "Let's get to the point." Hearing the impatience in his tone, Yunyu frowned slightly. He was originally a personal guard of the Lin family, having followed Old Master Lin's son, Lin Beiwan, before being sent to Old Master Lin after awakening. Seeing the boy's disrespect toward Old Master Lin, he felt a bit displeased. If it weren't for Old Master Lin being present, he would have taught this arrogant brat a good lesson. However, Old Master Lin seemed to be accustomed to the other party's attitude and introduced to Yunyu, "Yunyu, this is Bayuja, and the other one is his girlfriend, Jiu Li Ming. They will accompany you on this mission." Understood. Yunyu didn't ask much, just nodded heavily. He was a soldier, and his duty was to obey orders. As for unnecessary matters, he didn't need to concern himself with them. Meanwhile, the boy named Bayuja spoke up with some dissatisfaction. "Old Lin, I need to remind you, Jiu Mei is not my girlfriend, she is my fiancée." Upon hearing his words, the girl, Jiu Li Ming, who was linked to his arm, slightly shook her bright eyes filled with tenderness. She looked up at Bayuja and cooed, "Ba gu, Jiu Mei." Bayuja responded softly, "Ba gu Jiu Mei. All right. Old Lin helplessly pinched the bridge of his nose. If it weren't for necessity, he wouldn't have brought these two over for anything. "You two should pack up and set off today." He didn't want to see these two for a moment longer. After leaving Old Lin's room, Yunyu took another look at the two in front of him, and only then did he realize that they were wearing matching outfits, both in white short shirts with blue jackets over them. The most awkward part was that their short shirts had 4 big characters written on the chest. The boys read, "Earn money to support the family." The girls read, "Beautiful as a flower." Yunyu felt utterly embarrassed. "You must be the soul transfer that Old Lin mentioned, right?" Bayuja looked Yunyu up and down and asked. "That's me." Yunyu nodded and then said, "You should know our mission this time, right? We need to find Shinchen before the Han Guard does, and then perform the soul transfer on him to help him switch bodies, thus evading the pursuit of the Han Guard." "Ba gu, who is Shinchen?" Jiu Li Ming asked in a spoiled tone. Shen is Wang Bulu Xing. He has run into some trouble, and we need to help him out." Bayuja explained, looking at her with a doting expression. "Wang Bulu Xing?" Jiu Li Ming pondered for a few seconds, then silently nodded. "This is indeed something we need to take care of." "Yes." Bayuja smiled and said, "So I agreed to Old Lin without discussing it with Jiu Mei. You won't blame me, right?" "Ba gu is right. How could I blame Ba gu?" Jiu Li Ming nestled against him like a little bird. Yunyu felt his skin crawl, so he quickly interrupted their conversation. "You two, the situation is urgent. Should we talk while we walk?" "Oh." Bayuja nodded nonchalantly and then said to Yunyu, "You go ahead. We'll wait for you in Qingchuan County." "Ha?" Yunyu looked at the two in confusion, asking in surprise, "Aren't you coming with me?" "It's not very convenient." Bayuja replied lightly. Just then, Old Lin's aged and deep voice came from the room. "Bayuja, Jiu Li Ming, if your delay causes the rescue of Wang Bulu Xing to be hindered, I believe the other members of the 100 Herb Hall will have a good talk with you." Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances. "Jiu Mei, I think for the greater good, we can make some sacrifices." "Ba gu, we always harmonize so well, I think the same." Saying this, Jiu Li Ming took out her phone from her pocket, opened the map function, and after searching for a while, said, "Qingchuan County, found it." She then tucked her phone back into her pocket, grabbed Bayuja's hand with one hand, and extended the other towards Yunyu. "Here, it's your turn." "What do you mean?" Yunyu frowned, completely baffled by their actions. "My awakening ability is teleportation," Jiu Li Ming explained. "Teleportation?" Yunyu pondered for a few seconds, then suddenly understood. Teleportation was a severely underestimated awakening ability. When the first teleportation awakeners were discovered, this ability was classified as a C-level awakening talent. Teleportation is somewhat similar to blinking, but it can cover a much greater distance and it can transport others as soon as it is awakened, provided that the person being transported has physical contact with the awakener. Most importantly, an awakener who has just gained the ability to teleport can only use it once every 3 days, which is why the Research Institute considers this ability somewhat useless. After all, modern transportation methods like airplanes and high-speed trains can easily replace it. However, a breakthrough by a teleportation awakener later changed everyone's perception of this ability dramatically. After that person broke through to level 5, every time he activated his ability, a light circle with a diameter of 10 meters would appear beneath his feet, and anyone standing within that circle could be transported along with him. A 10-meter diameter circle can accommodate about 200 people, which would undoubtedly be a game-changer on the battlefield. Therefore, after that, the level of teleportation was changed to A grade. Stop dawdling, hurry up. Jiu Li Ming stepped forward and grabbed Yun Yu's hand, then activated the teleportation. In the next second, the figures of the three vanished as if they had been edited out. Yun Yu felt his mind go blank as if he were in a void, and it took him a few seconds to regain the sensation of solid ground beneath his feet. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a room. The room had a double bed with snow-white sheets and a duvet, resembling a hotel decor style. Still not letting go? Jiu Li Ming's voice rang in his ear. He looked down to see that he was still tightly gripping the other person's hand, so he quickly released it. Sorry. After that, he turned to the two and asked, "Where is this?" "The largest hotel in Xingchuan County," Jiu Li Ming explained, linking her arm with Ba Yuzha. "We don't know where Wang Bulu Xing, Shinchen is right now, so we can only find a place to stay first." "Okay, I got it." Yun Yu nodded, but soon it seemed he thought of something and said, "But we haven't paid for the room. If you have money, you can pay for it yourself. Our money is useful." Jiu Li Ming looked up at Ba Yuzha beside her, her face showing a tender smile. "That's right, I'm saving money to marry Jiu Mei," Ba Yuzha said gently, reaching out to help tidy up Jiu Li Ming's slightly messy hair. Yun Yu looked speechless and waved his hand, saying, "You two continue, I'm going out to book another room." After saying that, he left the room. Hearing the sound of his footsteps fading away, Jiu Li Ming let out a long sigh of relief and then lay directly on the bed. "I'm exhausted." As she spoke, she kicked off her shoes and said, "Go get me a basin of water to wash my feet." "Okay," Ba Yuzha replied with a flattering smile, then walked into the bathroom. Before long, he came out carrying a basin of foot-washing water. "Jiu Mei, come try the water temperature." Jiu Li Ming, looking tired, sat up and placed her feet into the basin. As soon as her feet touched the water, she immediately pulled them out. "You bastard, do you want to scald me to death?" Hearing this, Ba Yuzha also stood up, looking displeased at Jiu Li Ming. "Li Jiu, am I giving you face? Who are you calling I?" Jiu Li Ming's big eyes widened in disbelief. "I'm calling you I, what can you do about it?" Ba Yuzha stood his ground. "You bastard." Jiu Li Ming hadn't finished her sentence when a knock sounded from outside the door. "It's me, Yun Yu." Hearing Yun Yu's voice, the curse words that were about to come out of Jiu Li Ming's mouth were swallowed back, and she shot him a fierce glare instead. Ba Yuzha also glared back at her, then walked to the door and opened it. "What's up? Come in and talk." Yun Yu walked directly into the room, first glancing at Jiu Li Ming, who was sitting by the bed preparing to soak her feet, then shifting her gaze to Ba Yuzha and saying, "The Hanzhou Guard has completely sealed off the entire Qingquan County, and they are currently searching house by house for Shinchen. Isn't that normal?" Ba Yuzha replied somewhat impatiently, "What's so surprising about that?" "The leader is Feng Qiong," Yun Yu added. "Who is Feng Qiong?" "The commander of the Hanzhou Guard." "I don't know him." Ba Yuzha shrugged, asking nonchalantly, "Is he very powerful?" "Awakening talent S level, strength B level." Yun Yu replied succinctly. After hearing this, Ba Yuzha was taken aback for a moment, then turned to Jiu Li Ming. "Sister Jiu, should we run?" In the slaughterhouse, Shinchen sat in front of the wine cabinet, pouring himself a glass of wine, expressionless as he watched the busy crowd before him, lost in thought. He had agreed to the request of Hong Tao Q and decided to join the Red Peach. This decision was made after careful consideration. He had completely burned his bridges. After this battle, all his previous supports might no longer be reliable. Even Lin Laozu, Shinchen didn't dare to rely on too much. Although he was the only general in the 3 provinces of Hanzhou, it didn't mean the other party would be willing to take risks for him, especially since the governor of Hanzhou held the powerful Hanzhou Guard in his hands. As for the Bai Chao Tang, it was nominally his, but in reality, it had always been under Lin Laozu's control. Upon reflection, Shinchen's only foundation was the 8 members of their team. Shinchen believed that as long as he called Xiao, all 8 of them would come to help him without hesitation, but this time he didn't want to drag everyone down. The reason he joined the Red Peach was that he had other thoughts. He had always had 2 hypothetical enemies, one being the Poker Organization and the other the Southern Gu clan. The former was the culprit behind Huayan's death, while the latter was Huayan's lifelong inner demon. The reason Shinchen saved Zhao Luo in the parking lot was to infiltrate the Poker Organization, but both the Poker Organization and Zhao Luo were particularly vigilant. Just saving Zhao Luo's life wouldn't make them trust him. They might even think he did it on purpose. However, with the subsequent Actions of Zhu Mulangma. Shinchen's suspicions were cleared. The two battles at Langdong Mountain in Qingquan County not only cut off Shinchen's retreat but also made the Red Peach Q completely trust him. With no way back, Shinchen decided to enter the fray himself. He wanted to destroy the poker organization, eliminate the Southern Gu clan, and kill the Han Zhou Guard. Since that was the case, let them fight among themselves. With this thought, Shinchen suddenly stood up and headed for the exit. Where are you going? Hong Tao Q quickly asked upon seeing this. I don't know how long it will be before I can come back. Some things can't wait that long, Shin said without turning around, his tone calm. It's dangerous for you to go out now, Hong Tao Q reminded him. It's fine, if I die out there, you won't have to go through so much trouble, Shinchen said, turning away. Without looking back, Zhao Luo exchanged a glance with Xiaolu beside him, who nodded in understanding, then called out to Shinchen, second brother, I'll go with you. Second brother, the Zhang Chang you mentioned is just a small thug. I've heard he owes Fat Pig quite a bit of money and Fat Pig is looking for him everywhere, Xiaolu said while driving, addressing Shinchen, who was sitting in the passenger seat. We can ask Fat Pig for information first. Exactly, I have some accounts to settle with him, Shinchen said expressionlessly. Xiaolu just nodded, not saying anything more on the topic. Before long, the car stopped in front of a chess and card room. Second brother, this is Fat Pig's lair. On the surface, it's just a chess and card room, but in reality, it's a small underground casino. Let's go. Shinchen said nothing more, opened the car door, and got out. As they entered the chess and card room, Xiaolu tapped his fingers on the front desk. What do you want to play? The flamboyantly made-up woman at the front desk didn't even look up, casually asking. Call Fat Pig out, Xiaolu said. Upon hearing the name Fat Pig, the woman slammed her phone on the table, about to curse, but met Xiaolu's icy gaze. In that moment, she performed a dramatic change of expression, swallowing back the curse she was about to unleash, her face now adorned with a flattering smile. Sixth brother, what brings you here? Cut the crap, where's Fat Pig? Xiaolu asked impatiently. Fat brother is in the basement, I'll have him come out to see you. Now, the woman said as she turned to leave, but Xiaolu stopped her. I'll find him myself. With that, he led Shinchen to the basement, a place not open to the public, accessible only to regular customers or those introduced by acquaintances. Two burly men leaned against the door, smoking and chatting. When they saw Shinchen and Xiaolu approaching, they immediately blocked their way. Who introduced you? You blind fool. Xiaolu kicked one of them squarely in the chest. The man stumbled back, falling to the ground. The other man, seeing this, was about to rush forward, but when he caught a glimpse of Xiaolu's roguish face in the dim light, his raised fist froze in midair. Six brother, what brings you here? Although Xiaolu was submissive in front of Shinchen and Xiaoluo, he was a well-known figure in Qingchuan County. In the realm of Qingchuan, he was undoubtedly someone who stood above the rest. Even their boss Fat Pig would have to bow his head in front of him, let alone these small fry. Is Fat Pig inside? Xiaolu asked. Fat brother is inside, the little brother said as he opened the door, gesturing for the two to enter. At that moment Fat Pig had already received the message from the woman at the front desk and waddled over, his plump body jiggling, smiling broadly at Xiaolu. Sixth brother, why didn't you notify me before coming? I could have come out to greet you. Let's talk in your office. Xiaolu waved his hand casually, sounding somewhat impatient. All right. Fat Pig nodded eagerly, leading the two through a series of gambling tables to the innermost room. Once inside, Xiaolu walked directly to the main seat, pulled out the chair, and stood beside it. Shinchen also made himself comfortable, sitting in the main seat, looking at the astonished Fat Pig. At this moment Fat Pig was somewhat bewildered. Who is Xiaolu? The right-hand man of Blood Buddha. How could he bow to anyone else? As he thought this, his gaze fell on the young man sitting in the chair. Upon seeing Shinchen's somewhat sickly face, he clearly froze, and then as if realizing something, his expression changed drastically. Where's Zhang Chang? Shinchen asked straightforwardly. Brother, it was all a misunderstanding back then. Fat Pig's chubby face was filled with smiles. I asked you where Zhang Chang is. Shinchen repeated his question. We've already recovered the money from that kid Zhang Chang, so we haven't been paying attention to his whereabouts. Fat Pig said somewhat awkwardly, and we even collected double. You have 1 hour to bring Zhang Chang here. Shinchen leaned slightly forward, his voice turning cold, otherwise, all of you will die. You? Fat Pig frowned, about to say something, but after glancing at Xiaolu behind him, he held back, only expressing some dissatisfaction with, I'll try to have someone look for him. Try? Shinchen slowly stood up, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He walked up to Fat Pig, looking at his chubby face full of excess flesh, and asked again, Are you sure it's just a try? I know where that brat Zhang Chang is right now, but what if he moved? Fat Pig said nonchalantly, after all, that brat Zhang Chang is not the same as before. His girlfriend is a rich second generation. Rich second generation, pretty good, Shinchen murmured, then pulled out a dagger from his pocket. Before anyone could react, he grabbed Fat Pig's ear and without hesitation, the dagger slashed down. The heart-wrenching scream of Fat Pig instantly echoed, and his group of little brothers rushed forward, while Xiaolu pulled out a dark handgun, pointing it at everyone and shouting, "Back off if you don't want to die." The gun control laws in Siau country have always been strict. Even law enforcement and military personnel cannot carry firearms casually when not on duty, making it extremely difficult for ordinary people to obtain guns and ammunition. Even Zhao Luo and the others got a handgun through the channel of Red Peach Q, which had been with Zhao Luo until he handed it to Xiaolu this time. The dark muzzle always brings an inexplicable sense of oppression, and if the person holding the gun is a notorious figure in Xinchuan, that sense of oppression multiplies. "I'm giving you 1 hour," Shinchen said, rubbing the sharp dagger against Fat Pig's greasy face, wiping off the blood, and continued, "After 1 hour, I'll cut off a piece of your flesh every minute. I think with your 300 pounds of fat, you should be able to last quite a while, right?" Hearing his words, Fat Pig's little brothers turned pale and swallowed hard. The madness in the man's eyes left them with no doubt about the truth of his words. "What the hell are you waiting for? Go catch that grandson Zhang Chang for me." Fat Pig covered the spot on his ear, blood flowing down between his fingers. "Yes, fat brother." The group of little brothers rushed out of the room in a frenzy. "Brother, I didn't know you were with Buddha. The previous matter was a misunderstanding." Fat Pig's voice trembled. "I'll return the money from before. No, I'll pay you back 10 times. 58 minutes left," Shinchen said to himself. "Brother." Fat Pig wanted to say something more when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, followed by a large chunk of flesh falling to the ground. "Noisy," Shinchen said irritably. At that moment Fat Pig finally reacted, belatedly letting out a scream. I won't talk." Fat Pig hurriedly moved his fat body away from Shinchen. "Do you remember Wang Xiaomei?" Shinchen kicked Fat Pig's fleshy belly, sending his over 300 pounds of weight flying over 2 meters, crashing heavily against the wall. Xiao Lu felt the entire room shake slightly, looking at Shinchen with a complex expression. Shinchen stepped forward, squatting in front of him, the sharp dagger scraping against the floor with a piercing sound. "Do you remember Wang Xiaomei?" Wang Xiaomei? Fat Pig pressed against the wall, trying to distance himself from Shinchen as much as possible, his fearful eyes trembling slightly as if recalling who the owner of that name was. A few seconds later, he suddenly remembered that the woman Shinchen had helped seemed to have the surname Wang, so he tentatively asked, Is it Zhang Chang's original girlfriend?" "Girlfriend?" Shinchen frowned, then directly reached out and grabbed the other person's injured shoulder, his fingers slightly curling. 3 fingers almost sank into the flesh. I was wrong. I remember her, she is your friend. You've hit her." Shinchen's lips curled into a strange smile. Even Xiaolu, who was not far away, felt a chilling shiver at the sight, imagining how desperate the Fat Pig would be facing him. "It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding." At this point, the Fat Pig no longer knew how to argue. The intense pain combined with overwhelming fear made his teeth chatter as he spoke. A misunderstanding is good." As he spoke, Shinchen slowly raised the sharp dagger, gently resting it on the other's arm, then suddenly applied force. Accompanied by a scream from the Fat Pig, another large chunk of flesh fell to the ground. Watching the other person scream and plead for mercy, Shinchen's face revealed a morbid smile. Xiaolu, witnessing this scene, felt a chill run through his body and quickly turned away, no longer wanting to see this bloody spectacle. He had seen plenty of bloody scenes before and had blood on his hands, but what was happening in front of him? Was this dismemberment? He had never seen it and did not want to gain such knowledge. "Don't scream. It's really noisy." Shinchen cut off a finger from the Fat Pig, then used his bloodied hand to scratch his hair, looking somewhat irritated at the Fat Pig's piercing screams. "Xiaolu, help me stuff his mouth. It's driving me crazy." Shinchen turned to Xiaolu, who had his back to him. Hearing his name called, Xiaolu shivered but obediently turned around. However, when he saw Shinchen's blood-soaked face, he couldn't help but gasp despite being prepared. The bright red blood contrasted sharply with his pale complexion, and his narrow eyes were filled with a frenzied look. "Hurry up," Shinchen urged. Oh, okay." Xiaolu came to his senses, glanced around, and then picked up a towel from the table to stuff the Fat Pig's mouth. But when he saw the Fat Pig's face, he didn't know how to proceed. The other person's face could no longer be called a face, as most of the Fat Pig's originally plump features had been sliced away, leaving 2 eye sockets that resembled dark holes from which dark blood flowed. He found it hard to understand how the Fat Pig could still remain conscious. Seemingly sensing Xiaolu's confusion, Shinchen's lips curled into a proud arc, then he explained, "I just bestowed upon him a kind of mental illness that keeps him in a state of excitement, preventing him from fainting, so he can clearly feel this wonderful sensation." Ha. Xiaolu didn't quite understand what he meant, but he gathered from Shinchen's words that he intentionally did not want the Fat Pig to faint, aiming to make him constantly endure this unbearable pain. This could no longer be described as cruel. Perhaps only a psychologically twisted person could do such a thing. However, Xiaolu dared not say anything. An hour and a half later, the Fat Pig had been artificially slimmed down by at least 100 pounds. The ground was covered in blood and greasy fat. Zhao Luo's lair was a slaughterhouse, and Xiaolu had seen many scenes of butchering animals, but this was the first time he had seen flesh being cut from a living person. He couldn't tell if just then, a knock sounded at the door. Shinchen looked up and gestured for Xiaolu to open it. As the door swung open, a man in his mid-20s was pushed inside. "Zhang Chang, we brought him over, hurry up and let my fat brother go." The little brother's words were only half finished when he saw Shinchen, covered in blood, and a human-shaped mass lying on the ground like a pile of mud. "Fat brother." The little brother rushed forward and shoved Shinchen aside. Looking at the bloody mess, he wanted to reach out to help, but for a moment he didn't know where to start. "Fuck. Your mother," the little brother cursed angrily. "You turned my big brother into this, no one gets to leave." With that, he swung his fist at Shinchen, but Shinchen didn't even dodge, allowing the punch to land on his face. "Ha ha 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 ha." Shinchen let out a sinister laugh, mockingly saying, "Haven't you eaten?" Just as the other man raised his fist again, Xiaolu directly grabbed his wrist. "Get lost if you don't want to die." Having been in the underworld for so long, Xiaolu never considered himself a good person, but today he felt he was doing a good deed. The man in front of him was a real man. Any normal person would have been too scared to speak in such a situation, yet he still dared to seek revenge for his boss. This courage was enough to make many people feel ashamed. Seeing Xiaolu's warning look, the little brother gradually came to his senses from his anger. He glanced at the bloody mass on the ground, noticing that the chest area was still slightly rising and falling, as if showcasing the power of life. At that moment, Shinchen finally stood up slowly, his already red sneakers making a pat-pat sound on the blood-soaked floor, like the tolling of a death knell in everyone's hearts. Shinchen looked Zhang Chang up and down. The man was tall and handsome, but his eyes were filled with terror, and his face was as pale as paper. Even so, it was clear he was a handsome guy. "You are Zhang Chang?" Shinchen took a towel from Xiaolu and, while wiping the blood from his hands, asked, I am Zhang Chang. Big brother, is there some misunderstanding? We seem to not know each other." Zhang Chang's legs trembled like a sieve. Although he didn't know who this young man was, he knew who the pile of flesh on the ground was. That was Fat Pig, the infamous fat brother in Qingchuan, who had nearly taken his life several times. The first time, if it weren't for that foolish woman named Wang Xiaomei helping him gather the money, he might have been killed by Fat Pig. The second time, he owed the other money again, and reluctantly, he had to abandon that gullible and useful woman, draining her of her last value and using her body to buy himself a week of escape time. By the time he returned to Qingchuan, he was no longer the same person, as his current girlfriend was the daughter of a wealthy businessman in Qingchuan County. Although her temper was worse than Wang Xiaomei's and her looks were not as good, it didn't matter. What was important was that she was rich. Zhang Chang had always believed that beauty could be hidden by wealth. However, when it came to beauty and wealth, he would choose wealth without hesitation, even if the other person had no other merits. "Tell me, who were the ones that harmed Wang Xiaomei back then?" Shinchen had no intention of wasting words with him. This man was going to die no matter what. His only value was to expose those who had harmed Wang Xiaomei back then. These people deserved to die, not one could be spared. Wang Xiaomei? Zhang Chang was clearly taken aback, secretly pondering, could it be that the stinking bitch Wang Xiaomei has found a powerful backer? Is that why they sent someone to trouble me? But even so, all I did was give her a little medicine, let her sleep with someone. She's not some innocent girl. It shouldn't lead to murder, right? Big brother. That matter has nothing to do with me. Zhang Chang said with a face full of terror. At that time, she was my girlfriend. How could I possibly harm her? As he spoke, he pointed at the pile of rotten flesh on the ground and said, "It was him, all those fat pigs. It was him who forced me, and at that time, it was his little brothers who harmed my sister." I'll ask again, who else was there? Shinchen couldn't be bothered to listen to his excuses, as the other party had already become a dead man in his eyes. Saying this, Zhang Chang spilled out the names of everyone who was there. At the time, and anyone he named changed their expression slightly. At this moment, even the dullest among them knew what this madman was here for. He was here to seek justice for Wang Xiaomei. Thinking of this, one of the men stepped forward and punched Zhang Chang in the face. "You bastard. Wasn't it you who took Wang Xiaomei to bed back then? You're talking nonsense. I was sincere. To Xiaomei, how could I do such a thing?" Zhang Chang looked angrily at the other party. Seeing the fury in the other's eyes, Shinchen couldn't help but smile. Indeed, scumbags are all actors. If he hadn't already learned the truth from Wang Xiaomei, he might even doubt whether he had misunderstood the other party. But now, the other's appearance only made him feel disgusted. "Big brother. It was these 5 people who harmed my sister. At that time, I desperately tried to stop them, but they were too many, and in the end, I could only watch this group of beasts bully my sister." As he spoke, his eyes reddened slightly, and 2 lines of tears flowed down his cheeks. "Very good." Shinchen nodded, then looked at Xiaolu beside him and said, "Except for Zhang Chang and those 5, everyone else can leave." "Yes, second brother." Saying this, Xiaolu pulled out a gun, pointed it at the crowd, and shouted, "Those unrelated, get the hell out, don't get yourselves into trouble. You go wait for me outside too." Shinchen spoke again. "Second brother, here's the gun for you." Xiaolu turned the gun around and handed the handle to Shinchen. "No need." Xiaolu fell silent for 2 seconds, then thought of Shinchen's achievements and smiled bitterly. He had been worrying for nothing. With Shinchen's abilities, let alone these 6 little thugs, even 6 Members of the Hanzhou guard probably wouldn't be a match. Thinking of this, he walked out of the room and stood guard at the door. Soon, the room was filled with the sounds of screams like that of a slaughtered pig, sending chills down the listeners' spines. Meanwhile, Lin Man and her group were sitting in a coffee shop. Man, look at that person over there. Did he vomit from playing cards? Tang Xiaohua pointed at a man leaning against the wall and retching continuously at the entrance of the game room. Alright, stop worrying about such trivial matters. Lin Man pinched her brow. They hadn't slept all night. After learning from Old Master Lin that the B-level powerhouse Feng Qiong was personally leading a team to capture Shinchen, they had been trying to gather information about him. Throughout that day, Lin Man had almost activated her mind-reading ability on everyone she saw, and she was already very tired. Just then, 2 men and a woman walked into the cafe, with 1 man and 1 woman sweetly cuddling together, while the other man wore a look of helplessness. The 3 each ordered a cup of coffee and then sat by the window, a distance away from Lin Man and her group. Man, continue reading them. Tang Xiaohua poked Lin Man's waist with her finger. I need a break. Lin Man pinched her brow again. At that moment, Xin Ying's gaze fell on one of the men, and he said in a deep voice he should be from the military. Hearing this, Zhang Yanqi also raised her head to follow Xin Ying's gaze and nodded. He does seem to be from the military. Is it the Cold State Guard? Tang Xiaohua's expression became a bit more serious. It shouldn't be. Zhang Yanqi shook her head. Most of the Cold State Guard would wear their distinctive uniforms, which are just black cloaks, and they also wear hoods. In short, they look quite impressive. Even when they go out in casual clothes, that air of arrogance is ingrained in their bones, and you can see their rebellious spirit in their eyes. Wait for me a few minutes. After hearing what a few people said, Lin Man shook her head vigorously, forcing herself to concentrate. Don't push yourself, Shining said. Even military personnel may not have useful information. Look over there. At that moment, Tang Xiaohua suddenly pointed to the opposite side. Everyone turned to look and saw more than 10 jeeps parked in front of the game room across the street. Immediately after, a group of people dressed in black cloaks got out of the cars, numbering at least several dozen. The leader in the black cloak raised a hand, and the people behind him instantly spread out, surrounding all the exits of the game room, while the leader walked in with more than 10 others. Seeing this scene, the few exchanged glances and then silently nodded. In Xinchuan County, apart from Shinchen, they couldn't think of anyone else who could mobilize so many Cold State Guards at once. Before they could react, however, 2 men and a woman not far away stood up simultaneously and walked towards the door. They're also coming for Shinchen. Xin Ying's gaze sharpened, a strong, killing intent spreading in his eyes. Stop them, Lin Man said. Almost as soon as she spoke, Zhang Yanqi picked up a small iron spoon from the table and threw it towards the door. This time she didn't use her usual precision, but the small iron spoon still flew accurately towards the neck of the man exuding a military aura. Faced with the sudden attack, the man frowned slightly and then reached out to catch the small iron spoon. His eagle-like gaze instantly fell on Zhang Yanqi. At the same time, Shining charged forward, throwing a powerful punch targeting the same man, as he sensed a similar aura from him, while the other couple gave off no dangerous vibes. The man blocked Xin Ying's heavy punch with his arm, then stumbled back 3 steps, a burning pain radiating from his arm. He shook his arm to relieve the pain and then turned to the other 2, saying, You go help Shinchen, I'll hold them off. Okay, but you can't die, or even if we save him, it won't matter, the other man replied. Hearing their conversation, Shining, who was ready to continue the attack, paused slightly and tentatively asked, Are you here to rescue Shinchen? Ha! The man was taken aback, and then countered, Are you? I'm Shining, a friend of Shinchen. Shining introduced himself directly. You are Shining? The man's expression changed slightly, but he also relaxed his guard a bit. You know me? I'm Yunyu. Lin Lao mentioned you, and also someone named Zhang Anqi, Yunyu said, glancing over the few people behind. Shining, finally landing on Zhang Anqi. It's me. Zhang Anqi shrugged and said, Yunyu, I've heard of you, you're the one who can transfer souls, right? That's right. Yunyu nodded. I'm here on Lin Lao's orders to help Shinchen escape from Qingchuan. Transfer souls, escape. Zhang Yanqi pondered for a few seconds and then silently nodded. If the ability to transfer souls exists, Shinchen could indeed borrow a body to be reborn, starting anew with a different identity. However, this would mean that Yunyu might have to become the scapegoat, because Lin Lao had mentioned before that while transferring souls is powerful, the conditions for activating it are quite stringent. Success can only be achieved when both parties are willing. After Yunyu and Shinchen exchanged souls, it was impossible for Yunyu to find someone willing to exchange souls with him again in such a short time, let alone someone who would voluntarily walk to their death. It seems that what old Master Lin wanted to abandon was not Shinchen, but Yunyu. Yunyu clearly understood all of this, but as a soldier, sometimes one is meant to face death. Although it is somewhat ironic, it is also a fact. Nevertheless, Shining still did not fully trust the other party and turned to Lin Man, her gaze filled with inquiry. I'm not lying, Lin Man said weakly. Since we're on the same side, stop hesitating and save the person quickly. Bai Yuzha suddenly spoke up. The Hanzhou guard has already entered. All right, Shining. nodded, then said to Yunyu, "You stay here, it's not your time to die yet." Yunyu wanted to say something but ultimately nodded, for the other party was right. He could die, and he must die, but it absolutely wasn't now. Man, you stay here too, Tang Xiaohua said, grabbing Lin Man, who was about to join them. "You've exhausted yourself too much lately, it's not suitable for you to fight." "I'm fine, don't waste time," Lin Man said, brushing off the other's hand, her face stubborn as she followed along. At this moment, Shinchen, covered in blood, walked out of the room. He slowly exhaled a breath of foul air, feeling some of the pent-up frustration in his heart dissipate, but it wasn't enough. He hadn't killed enough. The Hanzhou guard was not yet wiped out. "Second brother, the Hanzhou guard is here," Xiaolu's urgent voice interrupted Shinchen's thoughts. "Your nose is quite sharp," Shinchen said with a dark expression. After a few seconds of silence, he said to Xiaolu, "You should leave here, pretend you don't know me. They won't make things difficult for you. Go wait for me at the slaughterhouse. If I haven't returned before dark, you don't have to wait for me." "Second brother." Xiaolu's lips twitched, revealing a bitter smile. "Although I'm just a small person, I know one thing, you can't abandon your brothers. If I go back now, I won't have the face to see Buddha. Listen to me, go." Shinchen's tone was somewhat harsh. He could no longer bear anyone dying because of him. First it was Huiyan, then Wang Xiaomei. If Xiaolu were to die here because of him today, he would probably go insane. At that point, he would truly become a complete killing machine. Xiaolu stared into Shinchen's eyes for a long time, then sighed helplessly. "Second brother, you must survive. Don't worry, I won't die so easily because I still have many things to do," Shinchen said, patting Xiaolu's shoulder, a slight smile on his lips. He then walked straight towards the door. This time he had nowhere to hide and could only face it directly, for there was no one behind him. Watching the somewhat lonely figure of the other, Xiaolu took out his phone and dialed a number. "Buddha, second brother is trapped in Fat Pig's game room. Many people from the Hanzhou guard have come." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Before leaving, he glanced back at the blood-soaked room where several skeletons lay piled up. The bones were smeared with some tiny bits of flesh, and bright red blood covered the entire room, terrifyingly reminiscent of a hellish battlefield. When the blood-soaked Shinchen reached the entrance of the game room, there were no customers left inside, only countless figures in black trenchcoats remained, led by a person with a low-brimmed hat. Although her face was obscured, one could still tell from her slightly protruding chest that she was a woman. "You are Shinchen," the woman said, looking Shinchen up and down through the low brim of her hat. "Get out of the way," Shinchen said. Feng Xiong was momentarily taken aback, then a faint smile curled at the corners of her mouth. "Who gave you the courage to speak to me like this? You can kill me, but before I die, not many of the Hanzhou guards present will survive," Shinchen said bluntly. "Are you threatening me?" A cold glint flashed in Feng Xiong's eyes. "Cut the nonsense. If you don't believe me, just try it. I can not only take your Hanzhou guards, but at least a few hundred or even 1,000 residents nearby will also have to die," Shinchen said impatiently. He was truly disgusted by the people in front of him. If it weren't for his current lack of strength to confront them, he would definitely leave them all here. "Shinchen, don't forget you have also been in the military. You are considered half a soldier. Are you now threatening me with ordinary civilians?" Feng Xiong stepped forward and grabbed Shinchen by the collar. "Let go of me." Without any hesitation, Shinchen swung a fist towards her face. Bang! Feng Xiong did not dodge at all, simply reaching out to grab Shinchen's fist. Feeling the immense force in his punch, Shinchen was not panicked. Instead, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted, forming a dangerous arc. At the same time, Feng Xiong felt an immediate problem with her body, and it was a serious one. Since Shinchen broke through to the ding level, his bestowal no longer required contact to release, but both diseases and viruses would invade the opponent's body through breath. If it were an ordinary awakener, even at the ding level, they would be unable to escape the lock of this breath, but the strength of the person before him was unfathomable, and Shinchen was uncertain whether she had a way to hinder the invasion of this breath. So he chose to make contact to bestow the disease into her body. However, Feng Xiong's power far exceeded his expectations. In the instant their fists met, Shinchen bestowed nearly 10 kinds of diseases upon her, including that terrifying virus. Yet Feng Xiong only paled and took 2 steps back before stabilizing herself. Immediately, a blue light swirled around her, and within a few seconds, her complexion returned to normal. A mere trick. Indeed, just a mere trick, but how many of those behind you can withstand it? Shinchen observed her with a half-smile. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiong fell silent for a few seconds, then pulled down her hood, revealing a face that was not exceptionally beautiful but exuded a strong aura, and coldly said, "You don't need this ability, I won't make a move. If you can escape, I will let you leave Qingxuan." At this point, her tone paused, then she continued, "But if you don't follow the rules. By the way, I remember you have a few friends in Ice City, right? I heard that Siau has taken over the Xia family, and since he took over, the Xia family's business has become rather unsavory. If you dare to touch him, I'll kill you." Shinchen's eyes instantly clouded with a cold murderous intent, and dark mist slowly began to rise beneath his feet. "As expected, even a monster like you has a weakness. A smile crept onto Feng Xiong's lips, and her gaze flashed. With a strange light, Shinchen, if my Hanzhou guards want to move against someone, no one in the entire Hanzhou can be spared. Shinchen's expression darkened, but he remained silent. Seeing this, Feng Xiong continued, my Hanzhou guards have been established for 2 years, and a total of 16 members have sacrificed their lives, while you alone have killed 12. Do you think I would let you go? The county chief of Langshan was killed by me, and the Hanzhou guards and military personnel were also killed by me. It has nothing to do with anyone else, Shinchen replied. Now do you know how to write the word innocent? Feng Xiong scoffed. Then when you were killing, did you ever think about whether they were innocent or not? On the eve of the operation, Shinchen, Wang Rong, the woman from the Han State Guard whom you killed, was still contacting me to plead for you. She said that what you, Shinchen, did was all impulsive, a moment of recklessness, and that your crimes do not warrant death. Feng Xiong's voice became somewhat hoarse, and she continued, I have also felt a sense of regret for your talent, even wanting to recruit you into the Han State Guard to make amends, but you have closed off your own path. Path? Shinchen shook his head, a bitter smile tugging at his lips as he said, where is the path beneath my feet? Seeing Shinchen's momentum weaken, Feng Xiong knew that deep down he still had a trace of conscience, that he would feel regret and guilt for the killings he had committed. So she continued, Shinchen, come back with me. I may not be able to preserve your name, but I can guarantee that this matter will end here for you, without implicating others, including Xiao, Tang Xiaohua, Jang Ani, Boss Ca. Shinchen's eyes flickered slightly, his hands hanging limply. For some reason, Shin felt that the other person's voice had a kind of magic, making one involuntarily want to obey, even feeling that what she said made a lot of sense. At that moment, a figure in a black trench coat behind Feng Xiong swayed slightly, one hand resting on her back, and the strange look in Feng Xiong's eyes gradually faded as the other party's strength waned. At the same time, Shinchen seemed to awaken in an instant, his eyes suddenly clear. Isn't Wang Xiaomei innocent? Wang Xiaomei? A trace of mockery flashed in Feng Xiong's eyes. I have investigated her, she is just a woman who lacks self-respect. The reason she follows you is probably because of your money, so she cannot be considered innocent. Lack of self-respect? Cannot be considered innocent? A layer of frost covered Shinchen's eyes, his fists clenched tightly, and he almost spat out the words through gritted teeth, go to hell with your lack of self-respect. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of black mist erupted around him, uncontrollably spreading outwards. Seeing this scene, Feng Xiong took 2 steps back and shouted to everyone, step back. After saying that, a blue light surrounded her as she reached out towards Shinchen to capture him. Just as her hand was about to touch Shinchen's neck, she was shocked to find that she had grasped nothing. The upper half of his body had mysteriously vanished. In that moment of distraction, Shinchen lifted a foot and kicked her in the abdomen. This strike used almost all of Shinchen's strength, but the moment his foot made contact with Feng Xiong's abdomen, she remained completely still. Instead, Shinchen himself was rebounded several meters away, crashing heavily onto a mahjong table. You have quite a few tricks, but unfortunately, your strength is ultimately too weak. Feng Xiong brushed the dust off her clothes and stepped towards Shinchen. This choking black mist of yours has no effect on me. Ha! Shinchen slowly stood up, sneering, it may not be useful to you. But what about others? Then I'll kill you. Feng Xiong's gaze turned cold as she suddenly swung a punch at Shinchen. At that moment, Shinchen felt as if someone had grabbed his ankle, and before he could look down, a sensation of weightlessness hit him, followed by darkness before his eyes. Feng Xiong was also slightly taken aback, looking at the spot where Shinchen had vanished, where there was a large hole. Wang Buliexing, can you put away your black mist? My hands are all messed up. Shinchen listened to the unfamiliar voice beside him, fell silent for 2 seconds, then withdrew the poisonous mist and asked in a deep voice, who are you? Baichao Hall, August Jia. As the two spoke, Shinchen felt a terrifying aura coming from behind him. In the next moment, it was as if both of them were struck by some invisible force, feeling a tumultuous upheaval within their bodies, and then they burst forth from the ground in an instant. Damn! Bai Jia lay pale-faced in the middle of the road. At this time the entire street had been completely sealed off by the Hanzhou Guard, with not a single vehicle in sight, and it was utterly deserted. Shinchen quickly got up, only to see Feng Xiong's figure slowly emerging from the nearby chess room. She stretched her neck, her voice cold, you dare to sneak around in front of me with such trivial earth evasion? As she spoke, she lightly waved her hand, and Bai Jia's body uncontrollably flew up from the ground, then directly landed in front of Feng Xiong. Feng Xiong reached out and directly grabbed his neck. Tell me, who sent you? I'm from Baichao Hall, do you dare to touch me? Bai Jia's face turned a bit purple from being choked, but he still retorted defiantly. Baichao Hall? Feng Xiong frowned. She had dealt with this organization before, and not just once. Once, she had clashed with an eccentric old man named Ji Fengnian from Baichao Hall. In that battle, Ji Fengnian had retreated, but she herself had ended up in the hospital for half a month. In her estimation, if they wanted to deal with Baichao Hall, even if the entire Hanzhou Guard were mobilized, they would likely suffer heavy losses. Although the other side was an awakened organization, they had never done anything harmful to the people of Hanzhou, so Feng Xiong had tacitly allowed them to operate within Hanzhou's territory. However, not long ago, Ji Fengmian had interfered with their pursuit of Shinchen, and now they had sent someone to rescue him, suggesting that Shinchen was also a member of Baichao Hall. After a moment of silence, Feng Xiong slowly released her grip, allowing him to fall at her feet. Has Ji Fengmian come? Feng Xiong asked. Such a trivial matter doesn't require his old self to intervene. Bai Yuzhou rubbed his neck, slowly getting up from the ground, and then said, but he did. Say that if the Hanzhou guard mobilizes anyone above the Ding level, he will hunt them down. Think carefully before you act. Members of Baichao Hall rarely knew each other's names. Many members didn't even recognize one another, only knowing each other's code names, but Ji Fengmian was an exception. This old man was quite the eccentric. Every time he appeared, he would put on a show and never hid his name. Moreover, he was the top expert in Baichao Hall, which meant that both Jang Ani and Bai Yuzhou recognized this old man. Ji Fengmian doesn't come in person, and with just a word from you, plus a guy like you who only knows how to dig holes, you think you can make me let him go? A hint of disdain curled at the corner of Feng Xiong's mouth as she coldly laughed. I see Baichao Hall is getting more and more arrogant. As she spoke, her icy gaze fell on Shinchen not far away, and she slowly said, today, I will kill him, and let's see how Baichao Hall hunts down my Hanzhou guard. And as her words fell, a sudden sound of breaking air rang out. In the next moment, a long sword struck the ground in front of Feng Xiong like lightning. Looking at the sword just a few centimeters from his feet, Bai Yuzhou felt he was about to wet himself in fear, and he directly shouted, Ji Fengmian, you old fool, are you blind? Cough cough. With an awkward cough, Ji Fengmian in a blue robe appeared before everyone like a ghost. He ignored Bai Yuzhou's insults and glanced at Shinchen not far away, then slightly bowed. Seeing this scene, Shinchen was taken aback for a moment, then nodded in acknowledgement, as a return gesture. He had never seen this old man before, but he could guess that this was the old immortal who could control swords, as mentioned by Yang Xiao. Ji Fengmian, does Baichao Hall really want to intervene in this matter? Feng Xiong asked with a dark expression. Your question is problematic. Ji Fengmian's palm slightly opened, and the long sword flew directly into his hand. If I wanted to kill you, would the cold state guard just stand by? What do you mean? Feng Xiong instinctively asked, but she quickly realized, looking incredulously at Shinchen not far away. Ji Fengmian was actually comparing Shinchen to himself? She was the leader of the cold state guard. Did that mean this sickly boy before her was also the leader of the 100 Herb Hall? Little girl, although Shinchen was wrong in this matter, your cold state guard doesn't have much justification either. Ji Fengmian held the long sword with his hand behind his back, adopting an air of a transcendent master, and slowly said, I still stand by my words. If a D-level or above expert doesn't intervene, I won't get involved. D-level? Feng Xiong's mouth twitched slightly, then she spoke, are you joking with me? You don't know this kid's abilities? If only people of the same realm were sent to deal with him, no matter how many come, they are just delivering food to him. Hearing Feng Xiong's words, Ji Fengmian felt quite embarrassed. This was indeed somewhat inappropriate. Shinchen's abilities were too bizarre, and the tactic of overwhelming him with numbers was completely useless. D-level or below awakeners were easily slaughtered by Shinchen. The situation with C-level was still unclear, but B-level experts could resist the virus released by Shinchen using the spiritual energy accumulated from their cultivation techniques. Just like Feng Xiong earlier, as her technique operated, Shinchen's virus couldn't inflict any substantial harm on her. Therefore, regarding Shinchen's situation, the 100 Herb Hall and the Cold State Guard couldn't reach a consensus at all. If only D-level and below awakeners could be mobilized, it would undoubtedly give Shinchen another chance to kill freely, which Feng Xiong would never agree to. And if C-level or above were used, Shinchen's chances of survival would be minuscule, and Ji Fengmian would absolutely not allow such a thing to happen. Just as the two were at a stalemate, Shinchen slowly walked forward, his pale face looking at Ji Fengmian, his tone eerily calm. What is your code name? Ji Fengmian glanced at him and said, I am Lao Fuzhi Chao, and also, what is your reason for joining the 100 Herb Hall? Shinchen didn't give him a chance to show off, directly asking, Ji Fengmian was slightly taken aback, then the air of teenage bravado on his face diminished a bit, a complex look flashing in his murky eyes, and he said with a serious expression, Wang Buliexing has been kind to me, a tremendous kindness. Shinchen looked him up and down, not remembering this person among those he had saved before, thinking it must be part of old Master Lin's arrangements. Among those Shinchen had saved, only a small portion were people he had saved by chance, like the elderly man suffering from trigeminal neuralgia, who wanted to end his life, who was Yi Qing's grandfather. Most of the others were treated under Old Master Lin's arrangements. Old Master Lin treated Shinchen like a nephew, and Shinchen had never doubted his words. He believed that doing so might save his life, and he trusted it. Even if he ended up dying, Shinchen believed the other party had done their best. But now, Shinchen no longer believed anyone, even if the other party still sent Ji Fengmian to save him. In Shinchen's eyes, it was a choice made after weighing the pros and cons. After Huayan's death, a seed was planted in his heart, and when he watched Wang Xiaomei die before him, unable to avenge her, and instead had to hide like a rat, that seed took root and sprouted. From that moment on, he only believed in the power and influence in his own hands. Thinking of This, Shinchen continued to ask, so how do you plan to repay the kindness? Hearing this, Ji Fingnian was momentarily stunned again. He knew Shinchen's identity and had specifically learned about Shinchen's character. The codename Wang Duliexing said it all. He was inherently a person who enjoyed helping others and was definitely not one to seek repayment for favors. At least up to now, Shinchen had not made any demands of those he had helped. And now, was the other party asking this to make him repay a favor? Ji Fingnian fell silent for a few seconds before responding. What do you want me to do? At this point, Ji Fingnian had a faint suspicion. Shinchen did not beat around the bush or be polite. He spoke directly. I need 3 days. As long as the Hanzhou guard does not take action within these 3 days, your favor will be repaid. 3 days. Ji Fingnian pondered for a few seconds before saying, otherwise, I might as well help you kill that little girl. Feng Xiong. Ji Fingnian and Feng Xiong were both B-level awakeners, and both had very powerful awakening abilities. Although the battle at the time was nominally won by Feng Xiong, she ended up in the hospital afterward, while Ji Fingnian did not suffer serious injuries. He just felt that continuing the fight would leave him in a very awkward position, which would greatly affect his image as a high-level figure, so he chose to run away. No, in his view, it wasn't running away, because he had left a parting remark saying he was tired of fighting. However, Shinchen did not respond but instead bypassed Ji Fingnian, his calm gaze settling on Feng Xiong. Feng Xiong frowned. She knew Shinchen's words were not just directed at Ji Fingnian but were more for her benefit. As long as the Hanzhou guard did not take action against Shinchen within 3 days, he would not seek help from Bai Keatang. She did not immediately respond but instead calculated the pros and cons of the situation in her mind. By now, she had confirmed Shinchen's identity. He was the mysterious leader of Bai Keatang, Wang Duliexing, who had never shown his face. Currently, they were in Qingchuan County, which was only 300 miles from the northern border of the Xiao kingdom. In 3 days, Shinchen could even escape from the Xiao kingdom, making it nearly impossible to pursue him afterward. But if she did not agree to this condition, Shinchen's attitude was already very clear. Since he could leverage favors against Ji Fingnian, he could use the same tactic to demand the same from others in Bai Keatang. At that time, everyone in Bai Keatang might fight to the death against the Hanzhou guard to repay this favor. This was a result Feng Xiong did not want to see, and it was something the Hanzhou guard could not bear. With this in mind, Feng Xiong slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air and then took the initiative to speak. If your words can represent the entire Bai Keatang, I am willing to give you 3 days to escape. If Bai Keatang intervenes in this matter after 3 days, the Hanzhou guard will spare no effort to completely eradicate Bai Keatang. As she spoke, her tone paused, then she said solemnly, you should know that the Xiao kingdom is not just the Hanzhou region. The threat in her words was unmistakable. If Bai Keatang did not adhere to the agreement, she would seek help from other regions, and at that time, with the elite forces of the Xiao kingdom deployed, Bai Keatang would indeed face annihilation. After hearing her words, Ji Fingnian did not speak but looked at Shinchen. At this moment, it was no longer just a matter between two B-level powerhouses, but rather a matter between the two organizations of Bai Keatang and the Hanzhou guard, and Ji Fingnian had lost his voice in this situation. Shinchen looked at Feng Xiong's somewhat reluctant expression, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. And then he said, within 3 days, no one from the military, the Hanzhou guard, or the law enforcement hall is allowed to follow me. Agreed. Although Feng Xiong was unwilling, she still nodded. Seeing her nod, Shinchen withdrew his gaze and looked back at Ji Fingnian, calmly asking, if the Hanzhou guard does not adhere to the agreement, and everyone in Bai Keatang puts their lives on the line to repay this favor, is that acceptable? Ji Fingnian's pupils slightly constricted, and the carefree demeanor he once had was long gone, replaced by a serious nod. But I don't need you to fight desperately against their B-level powerhouses, that would be meaningless. A wicked smile curled at the corner of Shinchen's mouth as he casually said, you just need to kill indiscriminately, kill anyone you see, until the sky of Hanzhou turns blood red. Upon hearing Shinchen's words, even Ji Fingnian and the nearby Baijuezha couldn't help but gasp in shock. In their impression, Wang Duliexing was a kind-hearted person who would sacrifice his life for strangers. He had saved dozens of people and, as a result, had contracted numerous incurable diseases. Yet, this very person could now utter such words about turning the sky of Hanzhou blood red. What had he gone through? Was it his true nature? Or had this damned world forced him to this point? Both believed it was the latter. Shinchen's words also solidified Feng Xiong's resolve. No matter what, she had to find Shinchen in 3 days and kill him. Because this young man was far too dangerous. At 32, she had joined the military at 18 and had been in charge of Hanzhou guard for 2 years, yet she had never encountered such a madman. Indiscriminate killing, and turning the sky of Hanzhou blood red. How many people did he intend to kill? A city massacre? Is there a problem? Seeing Ji Fingnian silent, Shinchen calmly said, if you can't do it, then forget it. This favor need not be repaid. No problem. Ji Fingnian gritted his teeth and then furrowed his brow as he looked at Feng Xiong, saying, I advise you not to be foolish. Feng Xiong merely looked at Shinchen with a serious expression and said flatly, in 3 days, I will kill you. After saying that, she turned and left, followed by the members of Hanzhou Guard, until their figures completely disappeared from the street. Shinchen finally swayed slightly and fell straight down. Just before losing consciousness, he vaguely saw a familiar face, one that bore some resemblance to his. Oh, Ice City, Siau family. After hanging up the phone, Xiao's previously troubled expression finally broke into a smile. Brother Xiao, what's making you so happy? At that moment, a girl around 18 or 19 ran in, noticing the uncontainable curve at the corner of Xiao's mouth, and couldn't help but ask, "Yeah is back." Xiao patted the spot beside him and said, "Come here, I have good news for you." "What good news?" Arya sat down next to Xiao, looking at him with eager anticipation. "Your healthy brother has news." Xiao reached out and playfully flicked her nose. Upon hearing this, Arya was momentarily stunned, and then her eyes instantly turned red. Tears as big as beans rolled in her eyes, as if they would fall to the ground like pearls at any moment, making one feel a pang of heartache. Alright, don't cry. I've already sent someone to bring him back, you'll see him in a couple of days. Xiao pulled out a tissue from the side and wiped her tears. Arya nodded heavily. "I won't cry, I'm just happy." "Good, go back to your room, the teacher is already waiting for you." A doting smile appeared on Xiao's face. Ever since Ya called Xiao to tell him about her situation with Shinchen, she had become the little princess of the Siau family. She had bodyguards accompanying her everywhere. And even at school, those bodyguards stood guard at her classroom door, causing the headmaster to bypass her class every time he checked on lessons. After all, the two burly men in suits and sunglasses standing at the door were clearly not easy to approach. The entire school knew that a transfer student named Su Yaya was absolutely not to be trifled with. On her first day at school, a boy approached her, drawn by her beauty. When she ignored him, he flaunted his wealthy background, planning to use money to win her over. However, less than half an hour later, Zhen Meng arrived with 2 cars full of people blocking the school entrance. In front of all the teachers and students, he broke the boy's legs and declared that anyone who dared to lay a hand on Su Yaya would be thrown into Songjiang. From that day on, Su Yaya was always followed by 2 bodyguards whenever she went out. After learning about Su Yaya's life-saving grace towards Shinchen, Xia Xiaolong and Meng Ru treated her as their own. Meng Ru had always liked girls, but due to health reasons, they only had one child, Xiao. Now that they had Su Yaya, it felt like a dream come true for her. She even planned to pass on all her business acumen to Su Yaya, but the latter declined. Su Yaya had other ambitions. She said she wanted to become a powerful person like Shinchen, so she could protect those she wanted to protect and eliminate all the bad people. After watching Su Yaya go upstairs, Xiao's previously bright smile instantly darkened. He took out his phone and dialed a number. A few seconds later, the call connected. Brother Wolf, inform Brother Leopard to shut down all entertainment venues under the Siau family's name and not to operate for the time being. Also, tell Sister Emochai to gather all her people. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds before Brother Wolf's magnetic voice came through. "Young master, is there news about Shinchen?" "Yes." Xiao nodded and then asked again, "How is the preparation I asked you to do coming along?" "The explosives around the Siau family have been set up. I acquired these explosives at a high price from the black market, and some were secretly assisted by the old man of the Lin family. Now, even a B-level powerhouse wouldn't dare to storm the Siau family. At worst, we can take them down with us." "Very good, then let's wait for them to bring Shinchen back." At this point, a cold glint flashed in Xiao's eyes. "I don't care if he's a B-level awakened or a member of the Hanzhou Guard. If they dare to touch my brother, they will either die or I will die. If it comes to it, I'll drag them down with me." Since taking over the Siau family, Xiao had been plotting for Shinchen. He first restored the grey industrial chain that the Siau family had abandoned and kept Brother Wolf in contact with arms dealers from various places, purchasing various bombs and explosives at high prices. Now, the Siau family villa and its surroundings were filled with all kinds of explosives and dangerous materials. It was no exaggeration to say that if Xiao pressed the button on the remote, the entire Siau family would be reduced to ashes in an instant, and even a B-level powerhouse wouldn't escape unscathed if caught off guard. Moreover, Xiao had also arranged for bombs to be placed in several high-traffic areas in Ice City. If Shinchen's hiding place were discovered, he could instantly create a massive riot in Ice City. Even Brother Wolf was taken aback by Xiao's madness when he first learned of his plans. If Feng Xiong were to find out about Xiao's scheme, she would probably only sigh that like attracts like. The two had no communication but had coincidentally taken the same crazy action. When Shinchen opened his eyes, the sky had already darkened. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw several familiar faces. Shening, who bore a slight resemblance to him, the weary-eyed Lin man, Tang Xiaohua, who had long since removed her signature smoky makeup, and Jang Ani, who was sucking on a lollipop with a hint of worry in her eyes. At that moment, Shinchen felt as if he had crossed into another world. It was as if he had seen this scene in a dream before. In his dreams, he was still that good person who loved to help others, still that boy who didn't need to think too much, who could just follow the path laid out for him by others and walk out onto a broad road. But now, he was a demon that everyone wanted to strike down. Red Heart Q had once asked him if it was worth it to go against the entire Summer Kingdom for the sake of two people he had just met. To this, Shinchen did not answer, only smiled. Some things are beyond the understanding of those who have not experienced them. No matter how you explain, they will never understand. And those who share the same experiences need no explanation, they will only exchange knowing smiles. In this world, there is nothing that is truly worth or not worth it. If everything must be weighed for pros and cons before making a decision, it would seem rather ungraceful. Sometimes, a furious outburst is not necessarily for a beloved but can also be for a confidant, a friend, or even some unfamiliar strangers. When the road is uneven, someone will level it. When things are unfair, someone will take charge. A saying from Wang Xiaomei's grandfather gave Shinchen a new life goal. If the road is uneven, he will level it. If the world is unfair, then he will fight against all injustices. You've finally woken up. Seeing Shinchen awake, the fatigue in Lin Man's eyes seemed to dissipate a bit. Where is this? Shinchen's voice was somewhat hoarse. Xiao had us bring you back to Ice City. He said he has a way to keep you safe. Lin Man explained. Upon hearing this, Shinchen's originally weak gaze instantly turned serious. He sat up straight, a surge of energy coursing through him, but he didn't care much and directly said in a stern voice, "Stop the car." The driver, August Jia, exchanged a glance with the co-driver, Jiu Li Ming, as if asking for each other's opinion. I said stop the car. Shinchen's cold voice rang out again. With Shinchen's words carrying a hint of chill, August Jia felt a shiver run down his spine and, almost involuntarily, stepped on the brakes. What's wrong? Lin Man looked at Shinchen, puzzled. Do you know what I've done? Shinchen replied, sidestepping the question. We've all heard about it. Lin Man nodded, but soon her brows furrowed slightly. Since you know what I've done, do you think that just relying on Xiao and the Xiao family can keep me safe? Shinchen countered. At that moment, Lin Man and Jang Ani realized the gravity of the situation. Previously, they had been a bit flustered. Without a strong leader, and at that moment, Xiao had given them a sense of reassurance, so they had not thought much and had directly brought Shinchen to Ice City. But, after hearing Shinchen's words, they suddenly woke up to the reality that even the old General Lin could not protect Shinchen. What could a local tyrant from the Xiao family do to ensure Shinchen's safety? However, they had no better options at the moment. They couldn't just watch Shinchen be found by the cold state guard in 3 days, and then killed. So Lin Nan still wanted to try, saying, what if Xiao really has a way? Since he said so, I think we should give it a shot. No. Shinchen firmly rejected her suggestion and then smiled wryly. Although I don't know how Xiao Lauda has arranged things, it's nothing more than betting the entire Xiao family or threatening the lives of the Ice City citizens to try to protect me. But no matter which method it is, it won't keep me safe and will bring disaster to the Xiao family. He has underestimated the cold state guard's determination to kill me. Shinchen shook his head and then looked at everyone, saying, when I am surrounded by enemies, you all can still come to help me, and I, Shinchen, am very grateful to you. But the road ahead, I can only walk alone. Saying this, he looked at the driver, August Jia, and the co-driver, Jiu Li Ming. You two, please convey to old man Lin that what he owes me has been repaid, and the debts owed to me by Baichao Hall will also be cleared in 3 days. 1. August Jia turned to look at Shinchen, a bitter smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. We haven't done anything, so how can we call it even? I don't know how I saved you, but the fact that you can come today means we're even. Let me interrupt. At that moment, Jiu Li Ming, who had been silent, suddenly interjected. Shinchen, right? I don't care how you think, I, Li Jiu, have always been a person who distinguishes between gratitude and resentment. You may not care about this favor, but I do. Speak up, where do you want to go? I'll go with you. Shinchen merely glanced at her indifferently before looking away again, turning back to Lin Man and the others, and said, you all take me back to Qingchuan County, and then you can go back. Everyone has their own path to walk, there's no need to follow me down a road of no return. If one day we become strong enough to ignore the Hanzhou Guard and the rules of this world, we can meet again. I'm not going. Lin Man said nothing, just shook her head, her eyes showing a hint of stubbornness. I'm not going either. Tang Xiaohua reached out to wrap her arm around Shinchen's shoulder, smiling as she said, my captain, don't always think about leaving us behind. Stop messing around. Shinchen removed her hand from his shoulder and said seriously, Xiaohua, you must go back. You're not alone, you have the Tang family behind you. Hearing this, a complex expression flashed in Tang Xiaohua's eyes. She understood this principle, but she really didn't want to be a deserter. Don't overthink it, it's not just you, all of you need to go back. Shinchen patted her shoulder. Shinchen, Shining, who had been silent, was about to say something but was directly interrupted by Shinchen raising his hand. I know what you're going to say, but I want to tell you, you have never been anyone's shadow, you are you, one of a kind. Hearing Shinchen's words, Shining was momentarily stunned, his eyes slightly wavering. After a while, he suddenly smiled and looked up, saying, what are you talking about? What I want to say is, the phone you promised me before, isn't it time to fulfill that promise? Upon hearing this, Shinchen was also taken aback, then laughed, I'll buy it in a bit, the most expensive one. And me. Jang Ani quickly raised her hand. Seeing the few of them chatting enthusiastically, completely ignoring her, Jiu Liming and August Jia exchanged glances, then shrugged helplessly to mask their embarrassment. Meanwhile, inside Zhao Luo's slaughterhouse. You said Shinchen was rescued by someone? Hong Taoqiu looked at Xiao Lu in shock. Zhao Luo beside her also looked somewhat surprised. Nowadays, Shinchen could be said to be wanted by everyone, being hunted down by the entire Hanzhou. No matter who intervened to save him, it was an open declaration of war against the Hanzhou Guard, and the consequence of opposing the Hanzhou Guard was that one would no longer have a foothold in Hanzhou. At that time, my second brother told me to leave, but I was worried and secretly watched from the side, and as a result, someone rescued him. Xiao Lu briefly described the situation to the two. The room then fell into a long silence. Finally, it was Zhao Luo who couldn't help but speak first. Q sister, since brother Shen is safe now, do we still need to move? Who exactly rescued Shen? Shen? Hong Tao Q seemed to have completely ignored what he said, murmuring to herself, who on earth could rescue someone from the Hanzhou Guard? Buddha! Just then, a burly man dressed as a butcher rushed in, panting, and said, Buddha, the second brother is back. Second brother? Zhao Luo was momentarily taken aback, not reacting right away. Meanwhile, Hong Tao Q stood up directly, saying nothing, and ran straight towards the door. When she arrived at the door, Shinchen had already walked in with a few people. Seeing the others behind him, Hong Tao Q was momentarily taken aback, then awkwardly smiled. Hello, Sister Q. Shinchen also smiled and nodded, then introduced everyone behind him to her one by one. This isn't the place for conversation, let's go inside and talk. After a brief greeting, Hong Tao Q stepped aside to invite everyone into the room. Sister-in-law? Zhao Luo was clearly surprised when he saw Lin Man. Hearing this title made Lin Man feel a bit embarrassed. Previously in Ice City, in order to read Zhao Luo's mind, Lin Man and Shinchen pretended to be a couple, and now upon meeting again, Zhao Luo recognized her at a glance. Hello. Lin Man didn't know what to say for a moment, so she could only smile and greet him. Han Tao Q's gaze lingered on Lin Man for a few seconds before she turned to Shinchen and asked, What are your plans next? I promised you I would join Hong Tao, and I won't go back on my word. Shinchen smiled, then pointed to the girl beside him, Jiu Liming, but the retreat plan needs to be adjusted. Her name is Jiu Liming, and her awakened ability is teleportation. Teleportation? Hong Tao Q's eyes lit up, then she asked, Can she teleport people? Just 2 people, perfectly. Jiu Liming shrugged. 2 people? Hong Tao Q looked at Shinchen and Jiu Liming with some confusion. You and me. Shinchen pointed at Hong Tao Q, then at his own chest. Let her take us out first. The Hanzhou Guard won't waste time on others, and then Zhao Go and Xiao Lu can slowly retreat and meet up with us. Okay. Hong Tao Q nodded. Just then, Yun Yu, who had been silent, hesitated for a long time before speaking up. Shinchen, are you really not considering what I said? On the way here, he had already conveyed Lin Laozu's thoughts to Shinchen and clearly stated that he could die in Shinchen's place. However, Shinchen didn't hesitate at all and directly rejected his goodwill. The old Shinchen was a contradictory person. He could selflessly help a stranger, being given the codename Wangbu Lu Xing, which symbolizes helping others. Yet he could also be petty and seek revenge on everyone who had harmed him or his friends. Now, Shinchen was even more contradictory. In order to take revenge for Huiyan and Wang Xiaomei, he had begun to disregard life, not caring about most people's lives, but when he heard someone willingly offer to die for him, he was extremely resistant. When they first heard Yun Yu's suggestion, Lin Man and the others showed surprise. People are often selfish, and when they realized Shinchen wouldn't have to hide anymore and could openly return to their side to fight alongside them, they instinctively overlooked the cost of Yun Yu's life. Shinchen patted Yun Yu's shoulder and shook his head. Regarding Lin Laozu's matter, he couldn't say it in front of Hong Tao Q, so he can only convey with his eyes that he didn't need anyone to die for him. So when do we set off? Hong Tao Q asked. She can only activate teleportation once every 3 days. We still need 2 more days. Shinchen said. Understood, then I'll make arrangements in advance. In the following 2 days, Shinchen took everyone around Qingchuan County and its surroundings. This left Feng Qiong extremely puzzled. Although she kept her promise and didn't deliberately monitor Shinchen, he and his group were parading openly on the streets, making it hard not to notice them. Seeing Shinchen flaunting himself right under her nose, she felt a gnawing hatred, but due to her agreement with Bai Keatang, she dared not act rashly. Now, all she hoped for was that the 3 days would pass quickly so she could personally crush her opponent. Shinchen took Xining and Jiang Anqi to buy new phones, and then they went to Langshan County to visit Li Yaping and Xiaomulan. By now, Shinchen's wanted notice was already well known. When Shinchen arrived, Li Yaping's eyes instantly turned red. She already knew the reason for Shinchen's wanted status. He had killed the county chief in a fit of rage to help Huiyan and their mother-daughter duo seek justice. Next, Shinchen took everyone to visit Old Lu. After leaving Old Lu's house, Shinchen felt an immense sense of relief. His purpose in doing all this was so that everyone could take care of each other in the future, and now he had let go of all his burdens, with no more ties. From now on, he could completely let go and do everything he wanted. On the morning of the 3rd day, Shinchen and the others returned to Zhao Luo's slaughterhouse. Shinchen called Jang Ani and Lin Man aside, looking quite serious as he addressed them. His gaze first fell on Lin Man. Lin Man, your talent is quite good and you are very suited for a military path. Don't develop a bias against the military because of my instructor who has experiences. There are still many good people in the military, like Old Lin and Colonel Zhoudao. Also, your killing intent is too strong. You need to relax a bit and not think of solving everything with violence. Shining, don't be too fixated on what others say. You are you, and you only need to be yourself. No one needs to live for someone else. As he spoke, Shinchen shifted his gaze to Tang Xiaohua and continued, Miss Tang, you don't need me to remind you of much. You have the Tang family behind you, and with Boss Xia's support, you can probably live a carefree life. I believe your dream of becoming a star can also be realized. Finally, Shinchen looked at Jang Ani. He remained silent for a while before smiling and saying, eat a little less, be careful you don't get married in the future. Jang Ani pouted, making a fierce expression, but paired with her stunning beauty, it lacked any intimidation. Shinchen's gaze swept over everyone, and then he said earnestly, although I haven't been your captain for long, you are all my best friends. Each of you has your own path to walk. I can't be responsible for your lives, but I can be a choice for you when you find yourselves at a dead end. Upon hearing Shinchen's words, everyone's expression turned serious. Even Jang Ani put away her nonchalant demeanor and stood up straight. Alright, I have to leave now. Shinchen's lips twitched slightly, revealing a bitter smile. If given a choice, who would want to leave their hometown? Shinchen slowly turned around, taking just 2 steps before stopping again, raising one hand high. Everyone, when we meet again, I hope you can all do what you want, unbound and true to yourselves. After saying this, he did not linger and walked straight to Jiu Liming's side. Jiu Liming grabbed Shinchen with one hand and held onto Hong Taoqiu's hand with the other, then activated the teleportation. Watching Shinchen's figure suddenly disappear before them, everyone felt a strong sense of loss and deep self-reproach. If they were strong enough, could they keep everyone by their side without worrying about the unbearable separations of life and death? At that moment, different complex emotions flashed in Lin Man and the others' eyes, but there was a trace of determination in their depths, as if they had made a certain resolution. When we meet again, it will surely be at the peak. Where is this place? Shinchen looked around at the somewhat unfamiliar environment, frowning slightly. If the teleportation wasn't wrong, this should be Tianshui City Inn. Xinzhou, Hong Taoqiu said while surveying the surroundings, which looked like a hotel room. The location is definitely correct. Jiu Liming smiled awkwardly and then explained. I thought you would need a place to stay, so I directly teleported you to a hotel room to save on accommodation costs. Whoever marries you is lucky. Hong Taoqiu patted her shoulder, then lazily stretched her arms, outlining her curvaceous figure. But no need for that, now that we're here, it's my territory. After saying that, she placed one hand on Jiu Liming's shoulder and reached out with the other to wrap around Shinchen's shoulder, but due to the height difference, she had to tiptoe a bit awkwardly to hug Shinchen's neck. Come on, sister will take you out to have some fun. Shinchen's body stiffened slightly and he removed her arm from his shoulder. He still wasn't used to intimate contact with the opposite sex. Seeing this, Hong Taoqiu pouted and then wrapped her arms around Shinchen's neck again. In the world of rivers and lakes, we don't sweat the small stuff, let's go. After saying that, she led the two out of the hotel room. As they passed the front desk, the receptionist gave the three of them a surprised look but said nothing. She didn't recall any check-in records for them. After leaving the hotel, Hong Taoqiu took a deep breath of the smog-filled air and said with a look of enjoyment, home is still the best. Where are we going now? Shinchen asked. First, I'll introduce you to the little brats under me, Hong Taoqiu replied. Meanwhile, Jiu Liming shook her head and broke free from Hong Taoqiu's embrace. I won't go, I still need to go back to meet up with my old buddy. Can't be away from your little boyfriend for a moment, Hong Taoqiu said earnestly to Jiu Liming. Sister tells you, women must not fall into love brain. I've been through it, you have to believe me. Men shouldn't be spoiled. The more you spoil them, the worse they become. I got it, sister. Jiu Liming nodded obediently, exchanged a few pleasantries, and chose to leave. Shinchen didn't try to keep her. The path he had chosen wasn't easy, and the fewer people involved, the better. After sending off Jiu Liming, Shinchen followed Hong Taoqiu into a bar. It was still daytime, and the bar hadn't opened yet. Hong Taoqiu glanced at the lock on the door and then started banging on it. Soon, a stream of curses came from inside. Damn it! Who is it? Looking for death. But when they saw the woman in red standing at the door, their expressions froze, and the young man at the front, looking about 25 or 26, suddenly burst into tears. Sister Q, why did you take so long to come back? I missed you so much. After saying that, he hurriedly opened the door and hugged Hong Taoqiu tightly, crying with snot and tears. Sister Q, you don't know, during the time you were gone, I couldn't eat well or sleep well. Standing behind Hong Taoqiu, Shinchen frowned, as he clearly saw the young man rubbing his snot and tears all over Hong Taoqiu's red trench coat. At that moment, Shinchen felt a bit disgusted by them. Alright, I'm back now, Hong Taoqiu said, pushing him away irritably. Let's talk inside. In a private room, the young man came in holding a fruit platter and beer. He first sized up Shinchen, then turned to Hong Taoqiu and asked, Sister Q, who is this brother? I was just about to introduce you, Hongtao Q said, grabbing a bottle of beer, biting off the cap with her teeth and handing it to Shinchen. Shinchen hesitated for a few seconds but still picked up the call, discreetly wiping the bottle's mouth with his hand. Get all the brothers in charge over here. Hongtao Q waved her hand and shouted. Got it, Q's sister, the young man replied and then went out to call people. 2 minutes later, a large group of people surged into the private room. Q's sister. Welcome back, Q's sister. Missed you so much, Q's sister. The chaotic shouts made Shinchen feel a bit of a headache. Alright, everyone quiet down. Hongtao Q stood up, raised the beer in her hand, and looked at the crowd, saying, Today, I want to introduce you to an important person. Hearing her words, everyone's gaze instinctively fell on the pale-faced young man sitting on the sofa. This is Shinchen, from Hanzhou. Hongtao Q pointed to Shinchen beside her. Shinchen also stood up at the right moment and looked at everyone. However, what Hong Tao Q said next left everyone, including Shinchen, slightly stunned. From today on, he is our second-in-command in Hongtao. As long as I'm not here, everything will be based on his words. If you don't obey him, you don't obey me. Q's sister. Just as everyone was about to say something, Hongtao Q directly raised her hand to interrupt them and said with a serious expression, Do I need to repeat that? Hongtao Q had always been straightforward and never put on airs. She mainly handled the combat affairs of the poker organization and did not directly participate in drug production and transportation, so most of Hongtao's people were combatants. Every time Hongtao Q clashed with others, she was always at the forefront, which earned her the respect of everyone. But now, with Shinchen suddenly appearing and directly becoming their second-in-command, it was hard for these hot-tempered fighters to accept. If it weren't for Hongtao Q being present, they might have directly taught Shinchen a lesson on how to behave. In fact, Shinchen didn't expect them to trust him so much, as he was well aware that his motives for joining Hongtao were not pure. However, from Hongtao Q's perspective, Shinchen was incredibly trustworthy. An undercover agent? Pure nonsense. Have you ever seen an undercover agent who, to infiltrate the enemy, first kills hundreds or thousands of their own? Let alone an undercover agent who in the entire poker organization has killed more than Shinchen. Although the crowd didn't say much because of Hongtao Q, their dissatisfaction was still evident on their faces. Seeing this scene, Hongtao Q looked at Shen with a half-smile. I've done all I can to help you. My little subordinates only admire the strong. If you want them to respect you, you'll have to show them a bit of your skills. Can you kill? Shinchen calmly gazed at the people in front of him. Hongtao Q's expression changed, and she quickly replied, No need to kill. Use some other means. So, do you have any enemies? Chen asked tentatively. Hongtao Q pondered for a few seconds and then explained, Xingzhou is not like Hanzhou. Xingzhou can be said to be the most chaotic state in the 9 states of the Xiao kingdom, with a complex underground organization. To say we have enemies is an understatement. Just pick one, Shinchen said somewhat nonchalantly. What a big mouth you have, a young man beside him smirked. Speaking with disdain, since you're so confident, let's go with the Wild Wolf Gang. Upon hearing the Wild Wolf Gang, a strange smile appeared on everyone's faces. There are many forces in Tianshui City, among which the most powerful are the 3 organizations, Hongtao, Tianshui Chamber of Commerce, and the Wild Wolf Gang. Hongtao doesn't have much business, only a few bars as bases, which also serve as entertainment for the brothers under her command, because Hongtao's purpose has never been to make money. Their goal is simply to help the poker organization break into the market. As long as they can unify all the underground forces in Tianshui City, naturally, others will take over here to engage in drug trafficking. Before Hongtao unifies this place, the drugs from the poker organization will undoubtedly face significant obstacles in circulating here. The Tianshui Chamber of Commerce is composed of several prominent families in Tianshui City. Unlike Bing City, the major families here have always been united against external forces due to the numerous outside influences. The industries under the Tianshui Chamber of Commerce are spread throughout Tianshui City, and in terms of financial power, they are undoubtedly the top dogs. As for the Wild Wolf Gang, it originally consisted of a group of small-time delinquents, with their leader being a high school student. It is said that this kid was bullied since childhood, and after enduring it for too long, he brought a knife to school one day and stabbed the classmate who bullied him 3 times. Although it wasn't fatal, his reputation was established in school, and many students came to him, recognizing him as their big brother. Soon, he unified the entire high school with just a small knife and ruthless methods, then set his sights on other high schools. At that time, no one in Tianshui City's forces took him seriously, thinking what kind of storm a bunch of kids could stir up. But later, many awakened individuals emerged from that group of high school students, and by the time those organizations reacted, the Wild Wolf Gang had already become a force to be reckoned with. They don't run any businesses, all their economic sources come from collecting protection fees. Within Tianshui City, they are universally hated, yet there is nothing anyone can do about them. They had once come to the Hongtao bar to collect protection fees, and it was precisely because of this that both sides developed a grudge, resulting in several skirmishes with mutual losses. The young man mentioned the Wild Wolf Gang to dampen Shinchen's spirit. If he went to trouble the Wild Wolf Gang and ended up being dealt with by a bunch of kids, he would surely have no face left to be the second in command of Hongtao. If he could really take down the Wild Wolf Gang. The young man hadn't considered this point. After all, even Hongtao Q had only fought to a standstill with their leader. How could the sickly-looking boy in front of him be stronger than Hongtao Q? Lead the way. Shinchen placed the bottle of wine on the table and said straightforwardly, "What?" The young man looked at Shinchen in disbelief, even doubting if he had heard wrong. "Are you sure you want to go find trouble with the Wild Wolf Gang now? Don't you need to gather more people? You just need to lead the way. The others can prepare food and drinks. We haven't eaten yet." Shinchen's tone remained calm, as if he were just going out shopping rather than to eliminate an underground organization. The young man looked Shinchen over again, then turned to Hongtao Q with a questioning gaze. "I said, what he says represents my meaning." Hongtao Q shrugged. At that moment, the young man felt Shinchen had gone mad, and Hongtao Q had also come back crazy after going out. In the car, the young man introduced himself. While driving, "My name is Chen Shang. You can call me Xiao Shang, just like Qjia." Shinchen nodded lightly. Seeing the other person's aloof demeanor, Chen Shang wasn't upset but continued, "There are some things I need to explain to you in advance. Although there are countless underground forces in Xinzhou, there is a rule that all organizations must follow, the gun ban. No matter how much the underground organizations in Xinzhou fight, no one manages it, but once someone uses a gun, they can expect to be wiped out by the military. Whether it's us at Hongtao or the Tianshui Chamber of Commerce, using guns is tantamount to self-destruction." "Don't worry, I don't have a gun," Shinchen said casually. Before long, their car stopped in front of a place called Feiyu Internet Cafe. Chen Sheng pointed to the Internet Cafe and said, "This is the headquarters of the Wild Wolf Gang. The first floor is the Internet Cafe, the second floor is the billiard hall, and the third floor is where their higher-ups live. Just a bunch of kids who love to play these games." "Got it, wait for me in the car, I'll be down soon." Shinchen took out a black mask from his pocket and put it on, then pushed the door and walked out. "Wait, you're going by yourself?" Chen Shang looked surprised. Watching Shinchen's back, Chen Shang gritted his teeth and finally pulled out a machete from under the car seat, pushed the car door open, and followed him. It was September, and the weather in Xinzhou was much warmer compared to Hangzhou. Chen Shang was only wearing a sports short-sleeve shirt and casual pants, with a pair of white Adidas sneakers on his feet. He looked just like a student who had just walked out of school. In contrast, Shinchen was a genuine college student, still not graduated to this day, but he was dressed in a black windbreaker, wearing a mask, and the eyes visible beneath it were filled with a sense of weariness, as if he had endured countless years of hardship. Slowly pushing open the door of the Internet Cafe, it was the back-to-school season, and the cafe seemed a bit deserted, with only a few scattered customers sitting at their computers. On the sofa by the bar, 3 young people with brightly dyed hair were sitting, smoking and playing cards, seemingly engaged in a game of do di ju. Noticing someone enter, they instinctively looked over. Shinchen and Shen Shang were quite distinctive. Shinchen was dressed in a windbreaker on a hot day, fully covered with a mask, while Chen Shang had a pale face, one hand behind his back, looking somewhat tense. This wasn't Chen Shang being cowardly. He had clashed with the Wild Wolf Gang many times, and it wasn't about who feared whom. Both sides had their injuries, but those were battles fought with equal numbers, and now they had only 2 people barging into the enemy's stronghold. To him, it felt like walking to their death, and he didn't even know why he had followed him out of the car. Perhaps it was because of that damned face-saving. "Surfing the net?" one of the young men asked, tilting his head with a cigarette in his mouth, his eyes narrowed, looking rather nonchalant. Chen Chen didn't respond but slowly walked up to the young man, and then, under the incredulous gazes of everyone, he quickly reached out and slapped the young man across the face. Smack! With a crisp sound of the slap, the young man's head spun a full 180 degrees and then drooped weakly, clearly unable to recover. "Damn!" The other 2 young men jumped up, quickly retreating to maintain a distance from Shinchen, their legs trembling like chaff, with an unknown liquid trickling down their pants. Seeing this, Shinchen frowned slightly and then asked, "Where's your boss?" Upstairs. The boss is upstairs." One of the young men, mustering his courage, pointed upwards. Shinchen walked directly upstairs without looking back at the 2. Meanwhile, Chen Shang was left dumbfounded in place. At that moment, he seemed to suddenly understand why Sister Q wanted this person to be the second in command of the Red Peach. He indeed seemed a bit different from the others. At the very least, this ruthless method was something he couldn't compare to. He had killed before, but when the other party killed, they didn't even blink, as if they casually squashed an ant. If he wasn't born cold-blooded, then he must have killed so many people that he had become numb to it. Chen Shang was awakened by the shouts and screams from upstairs. Realizing what was happening, he quickly grabbed the knife and rushed upstairs. But when he arrived on the upper floor, he was once again shocked, and the knife in his hand clattered to the ground. The second floor isn't very large, but it has more than 10 pool tables, making it a small-scale billiard hall. However, at this moment, the entire second floor is filled with a pungent smell of blood. Bodies lie sprawled on the ground or on the pool tables, some with crushed chests, others with shattered heads, and some with arms torn off. In short, the deaths of everyone are extremely tragic. Now, on the entire second floor, apart from a few trembling customers in the corner, only Shinchen and a young man stand facing each other. That young man is the leader of the wolf gang, Zhua Xin. Chen Shang? Seeing Chen Shang come upstairs, Zhua Xin was momentarily taken aback, then his eyes filled with rage. You guys from the Red Hearts actually invited outsiders to Tianshui City. You have no regard for the rules. Ah. At this moment, Chen Shang finally snapped out of his shock and quickly ran to Shinchen's side, proudly saying, "What outsider? Who's an outsider? This is our second brother." Go to hell, second brother. Zhua Xian's eyes turned red, and a scorching flame ignited around him. In an instant, Chen Shang felt the temperature on the entire second floor rise a few degrees, and he couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. Immediately after, Zhua Xian's entire body shot towards Shinchen and the others like a cannonball. Shinchen reacted quickly. He grabbed Shinchen by the collar and directly threw him down the stairs, then fully exposed his back to Zhua Xian, seeking death. Zhua Xian's eyes flashed with wild joy at this scene. During their earlier confrontation, he had already seen that Shinchen was also a level D awakened, but the other party seemed to have received professional training. With rich combat experience and extremely ruthless strikes, almost no one could survive more than 2 moves against him. All were killed in 1 blow. But as long as the opponent was level D, there would be no way to survive after taking his hit, because he was incredibly destructive, fiery blaze. And at this moment, the other party was actually turning his back to him to save Chen Shang, which was simply foolish. Just as he was about to touch Shinchen's body, the latter suddenly vanished from his sight. He charged forward without any obstruction, and before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his back, followed by being blasted away by a tremendous force. Bang! He crashed heavily against the wall, and in that instant, he felt as if his whole body had fallen apart. But when he looked up, Shinchen had reappeared in his original spot and was slowly walking towards him. Looking at the calm and cold gaze of the other party, Zhua Xian felt as if he was facing not a person, but a soulless killing machine, as if he were a corpse crawling out from a mountain of dead bodies and a sea of blood. You don't come any closer. Just a quick death, nothing to be afraid of. Shinchen's tone was flat, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Seeing this scene, Zhua Xian felt even more terrified, pressing his body against the wall. I was wrong. I won't fight for territory with the Red Hearts anymore. Although Zhua Xian was powerful, he was ultimately just a student. He could ignore the lives of others, but when his own life was threatened, he became as fragile as a child. Shut up, it will all be over once you're dead. Shinchen smiled as he walked in front of him, then suddenly kicked hard at his chest. Crack with a sound of shattering bones, Zhua Xian's chest instantly caved in, and crimson blood along with chunks of internal organs spewed from his mouth. Chen Shang lay on the computer desk, rubbing his waist and groaning incessantly. My poor back. As he struggled to get off the computer desk, he saw Shinchen coming down from upstairs, his expression still calm. Zhua Xian. Chen Shang pointed upstairs tentatively and asked. Dead. Shinchen said, then walked out of the internet cafe without looking back. Dead? Just like that? Chen Shang couldn't believe it. The Wild Wolf Gang, which had been evenly matched with them for half a year, was just gone. What are you dawdling for? Get in the car, let's go eat. Shinchen leaned out of the passenger window and said to Chen Shang. Chen Shang finally reacted and hurried over. The Shanghao Hotel was the largest hotel in Tianshui City and also a property under the Tianshui Chamber of Commerce. Sister Q, long time no see, ho. You're doing well. A young man with gold-rimmed glasses and fair skin approached with a smile. Smiling Tiger, have you been demoted to be the lobby manager here at Xinghao? Hongtao Q teased with a smirk. Sister Q is joking, I'm just a worker. Of course, I do whatever the boss needs me to do. The glasses-wearing man smiled, his expression unchanged. If you can't make it in the Tianshui Chamber of Commerce, come to my Hongtao, I can give you a third seat. Hongtao Q patted the man's shoulder. Thank you for your kindness, Sister Q, but The glasses-wearing man had only spoken halfway when he felt something was off, his tone slightly pausing. Third seat? The glasses-wearing man's name was Zhang Xiao, a member of the Tianshui Chamber of Commerce, and also a D-level awakener with the awakening ability of imitation. His ability was quite special. He had no combat or support abilities of his own but could temporarily use others' awakening abilities by consuming their blood. With this ability, he wreaked havoc in Tianshui City, making significant contributions to the Tianshui Chamber of Commerce, having previously fought to a standstill against the Wild Wolf Gang Zhua Xian and Hongtao's Hongtao Q. It is no exaggeration to say that the Tianshui Chamber of Commerce's control over the economic lifeline of Tianshui City is largely due to this young man before them. Moreover, his style of doing things was quite ruthless. One moment he could have a warm smile like a spring breeze, and the next he might directly take a life, which is why people on the street called him Smiling Tiger. The Tianshui Chamber of Commerce was composed of several prominent families in Tianshui City, and Zhang Xiao was not from any of these families but was the bodyguard of the Wang family head. Therefore, Hong Tao-Q had tried to win him over multiple times before, but he had always refused. However, what Hong Tao-Q had promised him before was always the second seat of Hong Tao, and today, she mentioned the third seat. What's wrong? Hong Tao-Q's lips curled into a teasing smile. Are you looking down on our third seat? Not at all. Zhang Xiao quickly shook his head. I'm just curious who could make Sister Q so appreciative as to directly offer the second seat. You'll find out soon. Hong Tao-Q's lips slightly curled up, then she changed the subject. Get us the biggest private room. I want to treat my brother to a welcome dinner and celebrate. Celebrate? Although Jang Xiao was a bit puzzled, he didn't ask further and directly had someone prepare a luxurious private room for Hong Tao-Q and her group. Inside the private room, a younger brother leaned over to Hong Tao-Q and asked, Sister Q, are you sure there won't be any problems with Shanggu and the others? Do we need to go support them? 2. Hong Tao-Q shook her finger and said with a half smile, no, not 2. Your Shanggu is just responsible for driving and leading the way. No way, Sister Q, that's the Wild Wolf Gang. Zhua Xin is a D-level awakener, and his awakening ability is the powerful flame. The younger brother's voice grew softer as he spoke, finally mumbling, even if Sister Q wants that kid to die, don't drag Shanggu into it. What are you mumbling about? Red Heart Q slapped the back of the other person's head and said irritably, hurry up and order, and also tell Zhang Xiao to bring out all the wine I've stored. We won't go home until we're drunk today. Oh, the little brother looked unwilling but still obediently went to order. As the sharpest knife of the poker organization, Red Heart's strength was naturally not weak, but poker had great ambitions. Their goal was never just a small Tianshui city, so Red Heart also divided her forces in many places. Every time she unified an underground organization in a city, Red Heart Q would take a portion of her little brothers to a new city to start over. Some people, however, needed to stay behind to guard. Those who remained not only had to possess strong enough power to suppress the local remnants of those organizations but also had to be people whom Red Heart Q absolutely trusted, as they needed to coordinate and hand over work with members from other branches of the poker organization. So far, Red Heart Q had cleared out the underground forces in 3 cities and had arranged for her most trusted people in each city, all of whom had undergone mind-reading training at headquarters. Tianshui City was the 4th city. But at that time, she received a sudden order from above stating that a temporary base needed to be established in the Wolf Cave Mountain of Hanzhou for the development of a new type of drug, requiring her to unify all the local criminal forces in the surrounding small counties. So she went to Hanzhou. Meanwhile, the world's #1 assassin organization, Zhumu Langma, had a branch in Hanzhou. The assassin organization had a very keen sense of smell, and their intelligence system was very comprehensive. The moment Red Heart Q stepped into Hanzhou, Zhumu Langma received the news. Based on the principle that 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain, Zhumu Langma directly issued a kill order against the poker organization. Because of this, everything that happened later unfolded. Of course, Red Heart Q only learned about this later. Just then, the door to the private room was slowly pushed open. Following that, Shinchen and Chen Sheng appeared at the doorway. Seeing Chen Sheng returned safely, everyone from Red Heart, except for Red Heart Q, stood up. Brother Sheng, you're back. Brother Sheng, you weren't hurt, were you? Hearing everyone's greetings, Chen Sheng's expression darkened, and he scolded, Brother Sheng, what the hell, can't you see second brother is here? Ah. Everyone looked puzzled, their eyes filled with confusion. Before Chen Sheng left, he had looked down on Shinchen. How could his attitude change so much after just one trip? What the hell? Chen Sheng walked up and slapped a little brother on the head, scolding again, what the hell are you still dawdling for? Call someone. Oh. Although everyone didn't understand why, they quickly shouted, second brother. Shinchen said nothing, just silently walked over and sat down next to Red Heart Q. How is it? Red Heart Q asked. Shinchen knew she was asking about the Wild Wolf Gang's fierce fire, so he calmly replied, very average, not as good as you. Shinchen's words left Red Heart Q speechless for a long time. She secretly thought to herself, this guy really isn't likable at all. Meanwhile, a group of little brothers from Red Heart were pulling Chen Sheng, asking all sorts of questions. Brother Sheng, what exactly happened? How did you submit to him after just one trip? You guys don't understand anything. Chen Sheng poured himself a glass of water from the kettle on the table and said, at that time, second brother and I charged straight into the Wild Wolf Gang's headquarters. Those little brothers from the Wild Wolf Gang were quite arrogant, but second brother didn't say a word and just slapped one of them. Guess what happened next? Brother Sheng, stop keeping us in suspense, just tell us. Watching Chen Sheng boast about his experience, Shinchen could only shake his head and smile wryly. Are my brothers not great? Hong Tao-Q found a topic again and asked. Pretty good. This time, Shinchen chose not to retort her but nodded in agreement. Just as Hong Tao-Q was about to say something else, the door to the private room was pushed open again. This time, it was a waiter bringing the dishes, and in front of a group of waiters stood a young man wearing glasses, with a warm smile on his face. Sister Q, I've brought the wine you asked for. Jiang Xiao was speaking to Hong Q, but his gaze was fixed on Shinchen. He knew that this sickly-looking boy was the second in command of Hong Q, as she had mentioned. Do you really need to trouble yourself, the hall manager, for such a small matter? Hong Q deliberately emphasized the words hall manager. However, Jiang Xiao seemed to ignore the teasing tone and just smiled, then looked at Shinchen and said, "This brother looks a bit unfamiliar. May I ask for your name?" Shinchen merely glanced at him and then withdrew his gaze, picking up a glass of water to take a sip without saying a word. Facing this awkward situation, Jiang Xiao still showed no sign of displeasure on his face. He just looked at Hong Q and said half jokingly, half seriously, "Sister Q, it seems your brother is a bit aloof. Tough people don't talk much." Hong Q slowly stood up then, placed her hand on Shinchen's shoulder, smiling as she introduced, "Let me introduce, Hong Tao too." Hong Tao too? Jiang Xiao was slightly taken aback, then shook his head with a smile. "Sister Q, don't joke with me. I've never heard of a position called Hong Tao too. There wasn't one before, but now there is." Hong Q looked at him provocatively. "What? Is that a problem?" "No problem." Jiang Xiao smiled again, then said meaningfully, "But in a deck of cards, 2 is actually higher than Q. You." Hong Q was about to say something when someone beside her tugged at her arm. Then she slowly stood up, walked in front of Jiang Xiao, her narrow eyes fixed on him, a dangerous curve forming at the corner of her mouth. "Are you trying to sow discord?" At that moment, Jiang Xiao felt as if he was being watched by a beast ready to pounce. Every hair on his body stood on end, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. He had never seen such a terrifying person. "I'm asking you a question." Shinchen stepped forward, still wearing a faint smile. As Shinchen approached, Jiang Xiao instinctively took a step back, but he quickly adjusted his emotions and forced a smile, though it seemed more awkward than before, more like a forced grin. "Why are you silent? Is it because you're aloof?" Shinchen spoke again. Jiang Xiao was taken aback for a moment. Facing Shinchen's aggressive demeanor, he hesitated for 2 seconds before finally saying, "Second brother." Shen nodded with a smile, then reached out to pat Jiang Xiao's shoulder. "Not bad, keep it up." Jiang Xiao smiled awkwardly again, then said somewhat uncomfortably, "You all enjoy your meal. I have something to attend to, so I won't disturb you." After saying that, he turned and left the private room. Watching his somewhat embarrassed back, Hong Q's bright red lips curled into a captivating arc, and she habitually wrapped her arms around Shinchen's neck, proudly saying, "Not bad, little two. You really made me proud." Little two? Shinchen's mouth twitched slightly. "That's right, from now on, that's what I'll call you." Hong Q tightened her grip around Shinchen's neck, bringing them closer together. Shinchen could even see the fine hairs on her face, and a high-end perfume's fragrance stimulated his sense of smell. Not only that, but because the height of Red Peach Q was much lower than Shinchen's, when she wrapped her arms around his neck, Shinchen could only slightly bend down, and his shoulder just happened to rest against her chest, allowing him to feel that soft touch. Ahem. Shin coughed twice to cover his embarrassment and quickly broke free from her embrace. Seeing the flush on Shinchen's ears, Red Peach Q couldn't help but laugh. "Our little second brother is actually a shy big boy." Her words immediately sparked a burst of laughter from everyone at the table. After a few rounds of drinks, Red Peach Q raised a glass and clinked it with Shinchen's, then said quite seriously, "From now on, you can't use the name Shinchen anymore. You'll be called Red Peach too. It's just a name, whatever." Shinchen replied with a bitter smile. He then asked, "What are Red Peach's plans next?" "To unify Tianshui City." Red Peach Q answered without any hesitation or concealment. She had completely trusted Shinchen and laid bare the tasks assigned to her by the poker organization as well as all of Red Peach's plans. In response, Shinchen, while marveling at the ambition of the poker organization, became even more determined to eradicate it. The ambition of the poker organization was simply too great. They wanted to gradually control the underground organizations across the country through Red Peach, ultimately selling the drugs in their hands nationwide, which would completely corrupt the entire Siau country. Thinking of this, a cold glint flashed in Shinchen's eyes. Currently, he had no interest in saving the masses from fire and water, but if many of those people were ones he cared about, it would be a different story, such as Xiao, Lin Man, and others, as well as Lu Laohan and Su Yaya, and Li Yaping and Xiaomulan. Therefore, the poker organization must be destroyed. And, to bring about its demise, it must first be driven to madness. So Shinchen decided to assist Red Peach Q well, helping her unify Tianshui City and even more cities. "Little two, come on, drink a few more cups with your sister." A blush appeared on Red Peach Q's face, clearly having had a bit too much to drink. Shinchen smiled and clinked glasses with her again. After downing a glass, Shinchen suddenly remembered something and asked, "Who was that guy with glasses just now?" "Oh, him." Red Peach Q waved her hand and said, "His name is Zhang Xiao. He's from the Tianshui Chamber of Commerce." Then, Red Peach Q recounted Zhang Xiao's awakening ability to Shinchen, to temporarily gain someone else's awakening ability by drinking their blood. A strange smile crept onto Shinchen's lips. This awakening ability was undeniably domineering. With the ability to mimic, Zhang Xiao could almost evenly match any opponent of the same level, and if he put in some effort to stockpile the blood of several awakeners, he could even select abilities to counter his opponents during battle, easily defeating them. but then he encountered Shinchen. This could be said to be the first time Shinchen faced an ability that he could counter. If the other party wanted to gain his ability, Shinchen could guarantee that after drinking a mouthful of blood, the opponent might not even have time to use their ability before succumbing to illness and dying. Just as Shinchen was about to continue, inquiring about the specific strength of the Tianshui Chamber of Commerce, his phone in his pocket rang with an urgent tone. Taking out his phone, Shinchen frowned, a complex expression flashing across his face. The caller ID displayed the name Boss Siau. After losing his phone, the only number he could remember was Xiao's, so he saved it, but he had instructed Arya not to tell Xiao his phone number. Because he understood Xiao too well, he was someone who would go to great lengths for his brothers. If he learned of Shinchen's situation, he would likely come to help without a second thought, and doing so would only drag the Xie family into the water without serving any purpose. After hesitating for a few seconds, Shinchen greeted Hong Tao Q and then left the private room. He arrived at a quiet corner and pressed the answer button. Third, how long are you going to avoid me? Xiao's voice was a bit hoarse. Xiao Lao Da. Shinchen felt he had a lot to say, but as soon as he opened his mouth, his voice choked a little. Sigh. Xiao sighed and continued. I know what you're thinking. Where are you now? Qingzhou. This time Shinchen didn't hide anything and answered straightforwardly. Why did you run to Qingzhou? Xiao was a bit puzzled. I joined the poker club, Shinchen said without any preamble. Upon hearing this, Xiao had no doubts and directly asked, going undercover? Sort of, Shinchen forced a bitter smile, but I don't have the military's support behind me. Instead, I have the military hunting me down. If you need anything, just tell me directly. Xiao didn't ask Shinchen why he was doing this, nor did he try to persuade him. He knew Shinchen must have his reasons, and he just needed to support him as best as he could. Not for now. If I need anything, I'll contact you. Shinchen was also not being polite. Okay. Xiao nodded. Is Arya doing well with you? Shinchen changed the subject to ask. Hearing this, Xiao fell silent. A sense of foreboding surged in Shinchen's heart, and he quickly asked, Xiao Lao, has something happened to Arya? Not really, you don't need to worry. It's just that this girl has been acting a bit strange lately. Xiao fell silent again for a few seconds, as if he was thinking about how to express this to Shinchen. After a few moments, he spoke again. This girl awakened the day before yesterday. Her ability isn't rare, it's concealment. She also joined the Dao class, but she refused the group training arranged by the class and clearly stated that she wouldn't join the military. She must be like me, no longer daring to trust the military. Shinchen forced a smile. Arya's experiences had destined her not to fit into the military, as the military in Langshan County had already cast a shadow over her. She couldn't trust those who colluded with drug lords and harmed the people. That's not the point. Xiao interrupted Shinchen and continued. This girl has been harassed at school because of her looks, so I arranged for 2 bodyguards for her. But recently, she keeps using her concealment ability to shake them off. She disappears for about 2 hours every day, and no matter how I ask, she just says she's not used to being followed. What is this girl up to? Shinchen frowned. You might as well call her yourself, maybe she'll listen to you, Xiao said helplessly. Alright. The Iron Blood Boxing Gym, located in the center of Ice City, is home to many boxing enthusiasts, both professional and amateur, and is the largest boxing gym in Ice City. The gym has 3 floors. The first floor is open to the public, where anyone can come to learn and practice boxing techniques, with dedicated coaches available for guidance. The second floor is membership-based, accessible only to gym members, featuring several rings where prize matches are often held. Some people even place bets, and there are those who specifically bring fighters to challenge the gym's boxers, thus opening betting lines. As for the third floor, no one has ever gone up there. It is said that even the nominal owner of the gym must seek permission in advance to go up. People speculate that the third floor is where the gym's behind-the-scenes owner resides. At this moment, on the third floor of the gym, Suya changed into a training outfit and stood on a boxing ring, continuously taking deep breaths. Are you ready? A handsome middle-aged man, holding a glass of red wine and exuding elegance in every gesture, spoke up. Are you ready? Suyaha took a deep breath again and nodded seriously. At this moment, besides the elegant man, 3 men in black suits stood around the arena, each holding an automatic rifle. The elegant man glanced at Suyaha once more and said slowly, I feel it's necessary to remind you again that although these guns are loaded with blank rounds, they contain plastic projectiles and they are only 10 meters away from you. If hit, you could very well be seriously injured or even die. Have you really thought this through? The elegant man took a sip of his wine and asked again, if you give up now, it's not too late. I won't give up, Suyaha said with resolute eyes. The elegant man stared into her eyes for a few seconds, then revealed a charming smile, turning to the men in black and saying, 5 minutes of indiscriminate shooting, begin. As the elegant man's voice fell, the men in black suits almost simultaneously pulled the triggers. A flash of panic crossed Suyaya's eyes, and then she instantly vanished from her spot, reappearing in a corner of the arena the next second. This was not stealth, but blink. Seeing this scene, the elegant man wore a knowing smile. Duel. Awakening. Suyaya had an unprecedented dual awakening. Moreover, both of her awakened abilities were highly suitable for assassination, stealth and blink. The way the elegant man looked at Su Yaya was as if he had found a treasure filled with admiration. A natural king of the night. If this woman can join Mount Everest, she will undoubtedly become an insurmountable peak. Su Yaya's muffled grunt interrupted the elegant man's thoughts. He looked up to see her hit in the calf by a bullet, which quickly turned bruised. She stumbled and fell to the ground. The men in black suits stopped pulling the triggers and looked at the elegant man. The man swirled his wineglass, his finely shaped brows slightly furrowed, and said with some displeasure, "I said 5 minutes of indiscriminate shooting. Who told you to stop?" "Yes." The men in black gritted their teeth and resolutely aimed at Su Yaya on the arena again. Seeing this, Su Yaya's expression changed, and she vanished from the arena. Once more, this time using stealth. Losing their target, the men exchanged glances and could only open fire in a sweeping manner towards the arena. For 3 minutes, Su Yaya's muffled grunts echoed from the arena 3 times, but her figure never appeared. When the time was up, the men in black immediately stopped shooting. Su Yaya's figure also appeared at the right moment. She looked somewhat disheveled, with 2 bruises on her long, fair legs, one of which was swollen, causing her to limp as if she had injured her bone. "How many shots did you take?" the elegant man asked lightly, taking a sip of red wine. 4 shots, Su Yaya replied. "Where are the other 2 shots?" The elegant man looked her up and down, seemingly searching for her injuries. "Here." Su Yaya unabashedly lifted her training suit in front of everyone, revealing her slender waist, but there were 2 bruises on her waist, with a purplish-red outer ring. The men in black quickly turned away, not wanting to witness the scene. The elegant man frowned, pondered for a few seconds, then said, "If this were a real battle, you would be dead." "If it were a real battle, I wouldn't sit idly by." Su Yaya said somewhat unconvinced. "You're wrong. As a qualified assassin, what you need to do is kill the enemy at the lowest cost. If you miss your strike, you must escape immediately." The elegant man handed his wineglass to the man in the black suit, then whispered a few words in his ear. The man in the black suit nodded respectfully and then left with a few others. The elegant man waved his hand, signaling Su Yaya to come down from the arena, and then the 2 sat on a nearby sofa. If you want to become a qualified assassin, the first thing you need is agility. You have great talent, possessing 2 major awakening abilities, stealth and blink. If you practice, you will surely become a fearsome king of assassins, the elegant man said earnestly. Tomorrow, continue your training in this world and don't neglect the cultivation of the Dao technique. It is crucial for every awakener. "I understand," Su Yaya said as she prepared to get up and leave. But the elegant man reached out to stop her. "Wait a moment." Su Yaya looked at him in confusion. Just then, the man in the black suit returned, carrying a medicine box. The elegant man took the medicine box, gestured for Su Yaya to sit down, and then began to carefully apply the medicine, continuing to speak as he worked. "I know your identity is somewhat special. I've heard a bit about the Xiao family. They are indeed a local emperor in Ice City. While I have high hopes for your talent, I still want to advise you, once you embark on this path, there will be no turning back." The man's movements were light and graceful. Even the act of applying the medicine was like a dragonfly touching the water, fleeting and imperceptible. Su Yaya didn't even feel a hint of pain. Su Yaya was silent for 2 seconds, then smiled brightly. "I used to have only one relative, my grandmother. Later, I met a big brother who treated me very well, and I considered him family too. I thought from then on I would have 2 relatives. But when I returned home, my grandmother was gone, and I was left with only one relative." The elegant man gently lifted a small corner of Su Yaya's clothing and carefully applied the medicine while listening intently to her story. "My grandmother was killed by bad people. My brother said those bad people are very powerful, and even he couldn't help me take revenge in the short term. Moreover, my brother is facing great danger. Many people want to kill him." At this point, Su Yaya's mind conjured the pale and sickly face, her lips instinctively curling up. "When I learned of my grandmother's death, I was utterly despondent. My brother, wanting to give me the motivation to live, led me to seek revenge for my grandmother, hoping to use the power of hatred to sustain my will to live. I understood all this, but I didn't confront my brother because I certainly wanted to survive, not just for revenge, but also to help him. Initially, I didn't realize how difficult my brother's situation was. I only knew that many powerful people wanted to kill him. But now I know, my brother is in a situation where everyone is his enemy. Behind him, there are only a few siblings of similar age, and besides that, there is no one. So, I want there to be one more person behind him, a strong me." After Su Yaya finished speaking, the elegant man had also finished applying the medicine. He gently lowered her clothing corner and then looked up at Su Yaya, revealing a gentlemanly smile as he said, "All right, you can go back now. Aren't you going to ask who my enemies are, or who I want to help?" Su Yaya asked curiously. Because her enemy was the poker organization, and the person she wanted to help was Shinchen, who was wanted throughout Hanzhou. Both of these matters were extremely dangerous and would offend countless powerful individuals. "Why ask?" the elegant man retorted. Then without waiting for Su Yaya to respond, he slowly stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window on the 3rd floor, overlooking the endless flow of traffic below. In a calm tone, he said, "Remember, we At Zhumu Lang Ma only adhere to two things. What are those two things? Su Yaiha asked. One is compensation and the other is one's true intentions. After saying this, he turned to Su Yaiha, his smile still as graceful and gentlemanly as ever. But his words were incredibly domineering. As for you, just do what you want to do, even if the sky falls, I can help you hold it up. Shinchen called Su Yaiha, and during the call, the other party seemed very happy, showing no signs of anything unusual. Helpless, Shinchen gave the other party a few reminders before hanging up. When he returned to the private room, Hong Tao Q and the others were already drunk, with Hong Tao Q hugging Chen Shang's shoulder, repeatedly shouting little too. Meanwhile, another group of younger brothers gathered in 3s and 5s, drinking and playing games, creating quite a lively scene. Upon seeing Shinchen walk in, a hint of confusion flashed in Hong Tao Q's eyes. She first rubbed her eyes, looked at Shinchen, then at Chen Shang, who was enjoying himself in her embrace, and her eyes burned with anger. Damn you, taking advantage of me, huh? Saying this, she kicked Chen Shang to the floor, leaving him looking aggrieved. Immediately after, Hong Tao Q staggered to her feet and approached Shinchen, instinctively standing on tiptoe, wrapping her arms around Shinchen's shoulders, and somewhat slurred, said, Little two, do you think we have a life and death friendship? I suppose so, Shinchen replied perfunctorily. What? Do you mean I suppose so? Hong Tao Q immediately became displeased, glaring at him and correcting, It's definitely a yes. You almost took my life, how can that not be a life and death friendship? Shinchen was speechless. I almost took your life, so we have a life and death friendship. This was the first time he realized that such a friendship could be defined this way. Shinchen called over a few younger brothers who looked somewhat sober and instructed them not to drink anymore, ensuring that everyone would be safely sent back later. Second brother, you can rest assured, the younger brothers readily agreed. Then Shinchen glanced at Hong Tao Q, who was leaning against him, clearly intoxicated. After a few seconds of silence, he helped her leave the private room. When they reached the hotel front desk, they happened to run into Jiang Xiao, who wore gold-rimmed glasses and looked refined. Upon seeing Shinchen, Jiang Xiao's previously cheerful smile faltered slightly. Second brother, he said in a low voice, as if afraid his subordinates would hear. QGI is drunk, get me a room, Shinchen said, looking at him. Okay. Jiang Xiao walked to the front desk, communicated with the receptionist, then took a room card and walked back to Shinchen. Room 888 on the 6th floor, I'll take you there. No need, Shinchen directly took the card from him and helped Hong Tao Q toward the elevator. Watching their backs, Jiang Xiao displayed an extremely conflicted expression. His face still bore a spring-like smile, but the eyes behind the lenses contained a hint of cold, killing intent. However, that killing intent quickly transformed into a look of entanglement, eventually dissipating completely. Now that Hong Tao Q was dead drunk, and the younger brothers she brought were also heavily intoxicated, this was the first time in the 6 months he had known Hong Tao Q that she showed such a significant flaw. It was undoubtedly the best time to eliminate her. But that sickly-looking young man brought him too much pressure. Without understanding the other party's background, he still dared not act rashly. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Xiao slowly pulled his hand out of his pocket, revealing a small glass vial containing a few drops of crimson liquid. Upon entering the room, Shinchen directly tossed the red peach Q onto the bed, then walked into the bathroom. Home so soon, red peach Q murmured, then began to undress. Shinchen washed his face and noticed a liquor cabinet in the suite, so he took a bottle of foreign wine and returned to the bedroom. Sister Q, let's drink some more. Before Shinchen could finish his sentence, a sudden flash of spring light caught his eye. At that moment, red peach Q had already thrown her red trench coat onto the floor, and even removed her white shirt underneath, leaving her clad only in a cartoon underwear set featuring Mickey Mouse. Her hands were behind her back, struggling to unfasten her bra. Seeing this, Shinchen quickly stepped forward to stop her movements, then casually picked up the red trench coat from the floor and draped it over her. What are you doing? I'm hot. Red peach Q mumbled. Ignoring her struggles, Shinchen fastened the buttons of the red trench coat, inevitably brushing against her smooth, delicate skin. The soft touch at his fingertips, combined with the effects of alcohol, made him feel a bit parched. Struggling to suppress the restless nerves within him, Shinchen fetched 2 cups, sat down opposite red peach Q, and while pouring the wine, said, Sister Q, let's play truth or dare. Truth or dare? Red peach Q slowly sat up, her gaze still hazy, but she nodded eagerly, sure. Saying this, she raised her fist, let's play rock paper scissors. Shinchen scratched his head awkwardly and replied, I don't know how to play. You don't know how to play? Red peach Q said, preparing to lie back down, but Shinchen grabbed her and said, let's do rock paper scissors, whoever loses has to answer a question from the other. Alright then. Rock paper scissors. Red peach Q chose scissors, while Shinchen chose paper. I won. Although red peach Q's eyes were somewhat dazed, her face still radiated excitement. After pondering for a few seconds, she asked, when was your first time? What? Shinchen was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond, but when he saw the strange smile on red peach Q's face, he instantly understood, his expression falling, and he replied irritably, never. Red Peach Q couldn't hold back her laughter and then looked Shinchen up and down, finally settling her gaze on a certain part of him, teasing, "Little too, with how sickly you look, you wouldn't be suffering from kidney deficiency, would you?" The question has been answered. Let's continue. Shinchen ignored her mockery. This time, Red Peach Q chose paper while Shinchen chose rock. "You won again," Shinchen said dejectedly. "I won again." Red Peach Q's eyes were nearly closed, but she still asked her second question. "Little too, how many girlfriends have you had?" "One. I guess that counts as having dated," Shinchen replied somewhat perfunctorily. In the third round, Shinchen lost. In the fourth round, Shinchen lost. In the 12th round, Shinchen still lost. "Shinchen, what color are your underwear today?" Red Peach Q asked 12 questions in a row, none of which were substantial. Shinchen helplessly shook his head, then tugged at his pants and replied, "Blue, the same color as your Mickey Mouse." "Mickey Mouse is great." Red Peach Q grinned, looking a bit silly. "Last round," Shinchen said somewhat unwillingly. In this round, Hearts Q threw a stone and Shinchen threw scissors, yet Shinchen still lost. Shinchen glanced at the other person, then stealthily switched his scissors to cloth and quietly said, "Sister Q, you lost." "Oh, then go ahead and ask," Hearts Q said, completely oblivious to Shinchen's little maneuver, her voice drowsy. At that moment, Shinchen felt as if he was wasting his effort. Shinchen pondered for a few seconds, then looked at the drowsy Hearts Q and asked, "Why did you join poker?" Hearts Q grinned and, with a flirtatious glance, said, "I thought you were going to ask me some intimate question." Looking at the teasing smile on her face, Shinchen remained indifferent and continued, "Sister Q, don't play tricks, just answer the question. Am I the kind of sister who plays tricks?" Hearts Q rolled her eyes dramatically, then smiled and said, "Do you want to hear me say I have some unspeakable secret, some unavoidable hardship that made me join poker? But unfortunately, that's not the case. I simply joined for the money. I can only earn a little by working and joining. The military lets me earn a bit more, but there are so many rules." As she spoke, she waved her arm, tipsy, and said, "Look at how good I have it now, with endless money and a bunch of brothers. I tell them to cut whoever, and they just do it." Hearing this, Shinchen frowned slightly. Indeed, as Hearts Q said, the reason he asked this question was to hear her unspeakable secrets. Perhaps because of Wang Xiaomei, he believed that everyone who did wrong had their own reasons. But the truth is not so. Some people do bad things purely for their own benefit. After spending these days together, Shinchen's impression of Hearts Q wasn't too bad, as she was only responsible for fighting and killing, not directly involved in drug production and trafficking. However, he also knew very well that, without Hearts paving the way for the poker organization through various underground groups in different cities, poker wouldn't be able to smoothly transport their drugs nationwide. He was merely trying to whitewash Hearts Q for his own selfish desires. Even he himself was seen as irredeemable in the eyes of others. But soon, Shinchen adjusted his emotions. As long as he had no regrets, that was enough. Shinchen knew he was very conflicted. He had killed many innocent military personnel and even considered using more innocent lives as leverage to escape the pursuit of the Hanzhou Guard. Now, he was also set on destroying the poker organization. To outsiders, this might seem like a show to redeem himself, a reason to find for his dwindling conscience. But he didn't care. Poker killed Hua Yan, so he had to find a way to destroy poker. The Hanzhou Guard killed Wang Xiaomei, so he had to kill the Hanzhou Guard. That's all there was to it. With this thought, Shinchen's mind became clear again, and he pulled the collapsed Hearts Q up from the bed. "Sister Q, let's continue." "Xiao, I'm really sleepy. Get up." Shinchen disregarded her, casually throwing out a cloth, not even glancing at what Hearts Q had thrown, and directly said, "Sister Q, you lost." "Alright, you ask." Hearts Q was already half asleep, not caring about winning or losing. "Where is the headquarters of the poker organization?" Shinchen got straight to the point. "The headquarters, you definitely can't guess where it is, hee. Hearts Q was a few years older than Shinchen, probably around 25 or 26, but after drinking, she acted like a child, occasionally giggling foolishly. "So where exactly is the headquarters?" A glint flashed in Shinchen's eyes. "The headquarters is underwater," Hearts Q said, reaching out to stroke Shinchen's pale cheek, her nails grazing his skin, moving downwards. When her fingers reached Shinchen's chest, he grabbed her hand. "What underwater?" Shen stared intently into the eyes of the Queen of Hearts. This time, the Queen of Hearts did not respond but instead buried herself in Shinchen's embrace. She fell asleep. Watching the Queen of Hearts fall asleep so quickly, Shinchen shook his head helplessly. It seemed he would have to get her drunk again when the opportunity arose. Under the sea, under the sea. Shinchen kept repeating these two words. The headquarters of the poker group is underwater? But there are quite a few members in the poker group. How could they all possibly live underwater? Moreover, they have countless drugs. How could those things be stored underwater? For a moment, Shinchen was caught in a whirlwind of thoughts. Unfortunately, he was just an ordinary college student who had only recently begun to come into contact with these criminal groups and drug trafficking organizations, and his understanding of them was quite limited, so he couldn't deduce much useful information from the Queen of Hearts' words. Shinchen shook his head helplessly, then picked up a blanket to cover the Queen of Hearts before leaving the room. The next noon, bright and glaring sunlight shone on the Queen of Hearts' face. She raised her hand to shield her eyes, then slowly sat up, patting her somewhat aching head, cursing that bastard Jiang Xiao must have swapped the liquor I stored here for fake stuff. As she cursed, she got up and went to the bathroom. Looking at her smeared makeup and disheveled clothes in the mirror, the Queen of Hearts froze for a few seconds, then looked down at her red coat, which had a Mickey Mouse pattern on her underwear, and she was even more confused. Did I get laid? She quickly washed up, got dressed without reapplying her makeup, and walked straight out of the room. As soon as she opened the door, she saw a cleaning staff. She stepped forward and pulled the person over. Get that bastard Jiang Xiao to come here. The female staff member was startled by the fierce Queen of Hearts and timidly said, Mr. Jiang left early this morning. Do you know who brought me to the hotel room yesterday? The Queen of Hearts asked, raking her fingers through her messy hair. It was your subordinate. The Queen of Hearts was quite well known in Tianshui City, and as a staff member under the Tianshui Chamber of Commerce, she naturally recognized this female boss, so she spoke politely. I know it was one of my underlings. I'm asking which one. The Queen of Hearts was in a very bad mood. She didn't know if she had been taken advantage of or if she had drunkenly taken advantage of someone else, but either way, it seemed she was the one at a loss. I don't know. The staff member shook her head, and seeing the Queen of Hearts' unfriendly gaze, she quickly added, but he was tall and thin, and he looked sickly. Upon hearing the description, a flash of anger appeared on the Queen of Hearts' face, and she almost squeezed out two words through clenched teeth. Shun, Wu. However, when she saw the staff member still standing beside her, she forcefully swallowed the last word sick. Shinchen's incident had caused quite a stir in Hanzhou, but after all, this was Qingzhou, thousands of miles away, and not many people here should be paying attention to it. However, this was the territory of the Tianshui Chamber of Commerce, so it was better to be cautious. Why the hell should I care about his life or death? He fucking slept with me. The more the Queen of Hearts thought about it, the angrier she became. Just then, Shinchen arrived beside the Queen of Hearts, carrying a bag of breakfast. Sister Q, what are you mumbling about? Hearing that familiar voice, the Queen of Hearts was startled and turned to see Shinchen smiling as he looked her up and down. For some reason, although his gaze was as usual, she felt it was filled with filth. Sister Q? Seeing that she hadn't spoken for a long time, Shinchen spoke again. Red Peach Q was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to face Shinchen, so she lowered her head and walked into the room. Shinchen shrugged and followed her inside. Have some porridge, you drank too much yesterday, and your body can't handle skipping breakfast, Shinchen said, taking a bowl of porridge from the bag and placing it on the table. As he opened the lid, a wave of steam accompanied by a faint, meaty aroma wafted into Red Peach Q's nostrils, causing her to unconsciously swallow. Century egg and lean meat porridge. I love this in Hanzhou. Give it a try, Shinchen said, handing a spoon to Red Peach Q. Red Peach Q couldn't remember the last time she had breakfast given her daily routine. By the time she opened her eyes, it was almost afternoon. Who had time for breakfast? A few bites of hot porridge warmed her stomach, and the discomfort from yesterday's drinking faded away. What are your plans for today? Shinchen asked while sipping his porridge. Yesterday. Red Peach Q took a sip of porridge, hesitated for a few seconds, and asked, did you wear it yesterday? What? Shinchen was momentarily stunned, then looked at her with a puzzled expression. What do you mean by where? It's nothing. Red Peach Q shook her head and changed the subject. Let's take a day off today and let Xiao Shang and the others handle the Wild Wolfgang's venues. All right. Shinchen quickly finished his bowl of porridge, then ate 2 meat buns, patting his stomach in satisfaction as he leaned back comfortably in his chair. An hour later, at the Tianshui City Hospital. What seems to be the problem? A woman doctor in her 40s asked without looking up. Red Peach Q showed a conflicted expression, remaining silent for a while before quietly saying, I want to check if I'm pregnant. Only then did the woman doctor look up and assess Red Peach Q, asking, how long has it been since your last period? More than 10 days, Red Peach Q replied. Then go get a pelvic ultrasound, the doctor said, handing her a form before sending her on her way. Half an hour later, Red Peach Q returned with the test results. The woman doctor glanced at them casually and said, not pregnant. Really? Red Peach Q's face lit up with joy, but it quickly fell again. But I feel very uncomfortable. Where do you feel uncomfortable? The doctor asked. Just uncomfortable, Red Peach Q said, a blush creeping onto her face. If Qin Shang and Zhao Luo saw Red Peach Q like this, they would surely be shocked. The illustrious Red Peach Q of the poker organization, the renowned Q sister of Tianshui City, was actually blushing over such a trivial matter? It might be a gynecological issue. You should get a gynecological exam, the doctor suggested. Okay, Red Peach Q nodded obediently. Before long, Red Peach Q returned with a large stack of test results. After glancing at them, the doctor's expression turned strange, and she tentatively asked, do you have a boyfriend? Red Peach Q was slightly taken aback. She was about to say she didn't have a boyfriend, but then thought about how embarrassing it would be if she were pregnant without a boyfriend, so she replied, yes. Have you two been intimate? The doctor asked again. I guess we have. Red Peach Q recalled her disheveled appearance that morning, her pretty face flushing again. Hearing this, the doctor's expression became even stranger and she shook her head, saying, "You're still a virgin, and you're not sick. My suggestion is to take your boyfriend to see a urologist." Shinchen had no place to stay for the time being, so Red Peach Q let him stay at her home. While practicing his techniques, Shinchen heard the sound of keys turning in the door lock, instantly breaking out of his meditative state and getting up to head to the door. Immediately, that familiar figure in a red dress appeared before him. "Sister Q, where have you been?" Shinchen asked. Nothing. Hong Tao Q fled back to her room in a panic. "What's going on?" Shinchen looked at her disheveled back, scratching his head. Just as Shinchen was about to return to his room to continue practicing his techniques, Hong Tao Q ran out again, her face clearly looking a bit pale. "What happened?" Shinchen also stopped in his tracks, frowning as he asked. Xiao Shang and the others went to collect debts from the Wild Wolf Gang and ran into people from the Tianshui Chamber of Commerce. Now both sides are at a standstill and they might start fighting any moment, Hong Tao Q said, picking up her recently removed red trench coat and heading straight for the door. "I'll go with you," Shinchen said, pulling a mask from his pocket and following her. Hong Tao Q paused, then turned to Shinchen and said, "Unless absolutely necessary, don't use your abilities. If someone with ulterior motives notices, it will bring you great trouble." "Understood." Shinchen nodded, and the two of them exited the room. At this moment, outside the Tianyu Internet Cafe, over 100 people had gathered, one side led by Chen Shang and the others from the Hong Tao group, while the other side was made up of Jiang Xiao and the people from the Tianshui Chamber of Commerce. "Chen Shang, I think this little matter doesn't need to trouble Sister Q, right?" Jiang Xiao wore a friendly smile, and if it weren't for the dozens of burly men in black suits and sunglasses standing behind him, others might have thought he was a congenial businessman. "Is my proposal not fair?" Jiang Xiao adjusted his glasses and continued, "The Wild Wolf Gang, as one of the three major forces in Tianshui City, was wiped out overnight. Shouldn't we split their territory between our two families? The Wild Wolf Gang was destroyed by my second brother. What right do you have to come here and try to take a share?" Chen Shang said with an unfriendly tone. At this moment, Chen Shang was also very clear that the other party's purpose for coming here was not to take over the Wild Wolf Gang's territory. The Tianshui Chamber of Commerce, being the wealthiest organization in Tianshui City, didn't even regard the Wild Wolf Gang's assets as worth their attention. The profits they could squeeze from the Wild Wolf Gang would be enough for a lifetime. "Just because you say your second brother destroyed the Wild Wolf Gang, does that make it true?" Jiang Xiao shrugged, directly starting to act shamelessly. "I could say I destroyed the Wild Wolf Gang too." Just then, a somewhat cold voice rang out from not far away. "No worries, once I destroy your Tianshui Chamber of Commerce, you'll know whether I destroyed the Wild Wolf Gang or not." Hearing that familiar voice, Jiang Xiao shivered, but thinking of his trump card, he quickly adjusted his emotions and a smile returned to his face. "Smiling Tiger, I see you're really shameless, aren't you?" Hong Tao Q walked to the center of the crowd with Shinchen, directly approaching Jiang Xiao. She shot him a cold glare and said, "If you want to play tricks with me, do you believe I'll flip the table with your Tianshui Chamber of Commerce today?" "Oh?" Jiang Xiao raised an eyebrow, his gaze intentionally or unintentionally landing on Shinchen, who was wearing a black mask beside her, but he quickly withdrew his gaze and said to Hong Tao Q, "Sister Q has always been keeping a low profile. Why are you so angry now? First, you wiped out those kids from the Wild Wolf Gang, and now you want to turn against my Tianshui Chamber of Commerce. Is it because of this new little brother who just joined? Little brother? Who the hell are you calling that?" Chen Sheng pointed at Jiang Xiao, his tone unfriendly. As Chen Sheng spoke, the people behind Jiang Xiao also began to shout back in defiance, and the scene became somewhat chaotic. Hong Tao Q raised her hand, and immediately, Chen Sheng and the others fell silent. Seeing this, Jiang Xiao turned to glance at the people he had brought, and the street quieted down again. "So, tell me, what exactly does your Tianshui Chamber of Commerce want?" Red Heart Q knew very well that Jiang Xiao would not make such a big fuss over the Wild Wolf Gang's small enterprises. This time, when he gathered his men, he definitely had other purposes. "Then I won't beat around the bush." Jiang Xiao pushed up his glasses and said with a smile, "Originally, the Tianshui Chamber of Commerce wanted to coexist peacefully with Red Heart and the Wild Wolf Gang because our Chamber of Commerce follows a business route and there isn't much conflict of interest with you." At this point, the smile on Jiang Xiao's face gradually turned a bit cold, and he shifted his tone. "But now, you Red Heart have broken the balance of Tianshui City and have shown your ambition. We have always known that behind you Red Heart is the giant poker organization, so we gave you some face, but our president also said that apart from Red Heart, the poker organization is just a bunch of scoundrels who dare not step out of their rat holes for their entire lives. Jiang Xiao, you're looking for death." Red Heart Q's face turned ashen, gritting her teeth as she spoke. The reason Red Heart Q was so angry was not just because the other party insulted the poker organization, but because what they said was true, deeply piercing her. The anti-drug efforts in Siau country have always been a top priority. The poker organization's audacity to produce and sell drugs in this country destined them to live in the shadows. Red Heart Q had once suggested to the mysterious little king that the poker organization should abandon the drug trade. With their powerful strength and accumulated financial resources, they could become the top organization in Xiao country no matter what they did. However, the response she received from Little King was that to corrupt a vast country, drugs were the simplest and most effective method. They did not aim to become a top organization, they just wanted to show Xiao country a bit of color, to let this increasingly decaying country break and then rebuild. Don't be anxious, I haven't finished yet. Jiang Xiao raised his hand to interrupt Red Heart Q's anger and continued, our president also said that, considering the face of the poker organization, we will give you Red Heart a month to withdraw from Tianshui City, otherwise what? Red Heart Q's face was as dark as water. Otherwise, we will fight until you roll out of Tianshui City. Jiang Zhao's voice instantly rose a few notches, his tone carrying a sense of dominance. As his words fell, dozens of men in black suits behind him instantly drew gleaming steel knives from their waists, exuding a chilling aura. Compared to them, Chen Shang and the others were clearly less formal, wielding various weapons, machetes, batons, steel pipes, and even carrying fire axes, looking like a group of scattered soldiers. Fight if you want, do I look afraid of you? Without saying a word, Red Heart Q instantly activated her concealment, disappearing from everyone's sight. Jiang Xiao, on the other hand, took 2 steps back, revealing a small glass bottle in his hand. He directly flicked open the cap and poured the scarlet liquid inside into his mouth. As the foul-smelling liquid flowed into his body with a roll of his throat, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In the next second, a long sword slowly materialized in his hand. A level awakening ability, Manifestation. Manifestation, as the name suggests, is to materialize what one imagines, or it can be understood as creating something out of thin air. An awakener who has just awakened the manifestation ability can only materialize some common items in life that they are familiar with. For example, a smoker who awakens manifestation might never have to spend money on cigarettes again. An awakener who reaches level 5 can manifest weapons for combat, and the weapons manifested are far superior to ordinary weapons in terms of hardness and sharpness. Most importantly, the manifested weapons resonate with the awakener in an indescribable way, making them much easier to use. What Jiang Xiao just drank was the blood of a manifestation awakener. As the long sword materialized, Jiang Xiao directly positioned it in front of him. Clang, a crisp sound of metal clashing rang out, and the red figure of Hong Tao Q appeared beside Jiang Xiao, her dagger precisely stabbing against the blade of his sword. Sister Q, I've also practiced stealth. I know your attack methods all too well, Jiang Xiao said, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of his mouth, and then he suddenly swept the sword horizontally. Hong Tao Q's expression changed, and she quickly retreated. The tip of Jiang Zhao's sword nearly grazed the tip of Hong Tao Q's nose, and she could even feel the chilling aura emanating from the blade. Seeing Hong Tao Q suffer a setback, Chen Shang could no longer hold back and shouted angrily, brothers, let's take them down. After saying that, he pulled out a small wine flask from his pocket and took a big swig, a pained expression crossing his face. He then passed the flask to the people behind him, each taking a sip, their expressions reflecting a shared sense of despair. Chen Shang was also an awakened, classified as a support type awakened, with the ability named Drunkard. The Drunkard ability was quite interesting. The alcohol brewed by a drunkard awakened could temporarily enhance strength and speed, making it quite useful. However, Chen Shang was no brewer. The alcohol he produced was not much different from pure ethanol. The effects of his alcohol were summarized in 3 main points. First, if you grit your teeth and drink it, you could temporarily boost your strength. Second, it could be used as kindling when starting a fire. Third, it could be used for disinfection when injured. After drinking, the crowd charged wildly towards the group of burly men in black suits, and chaos erupted instantly. At that moment, Shinchen also witnessed the level of chaos in Qingzhou. The Xiao kingdom consists of 9 provinces, and most citizens say that Hanzhou has a fierce culture. But in recent years, Hanzhou has not seen any major disturbances. Instead, Qingzhou has become increasingly chaotic. Of course, the most chaotic, Huangzhou, is not included in this comparison, as its level of disorder rivals that of certain places abroad. Just 3 years ago, shortly after the Xiao kingdom discovered its first awaken, a significant event occurred. This event caused quite a stir in the Xiao kingdom at the time. 3 years ago was supposed to be the year for a change in leadership, but according to the customs of the Xiao kingdom, the incumbent ruler was expected to be re-elected. However, that time broke this tradition. No one knew the reason. The official announcement stated that the incumbent ruler, Qi Huitian, voluntarily stepped down due to health reasons. In the following year, Qi Huitian's close associates continuously fell from grace. Within just a year, most of his confidants either ended up in prison for various charges or were excluded from the power center. Over these 3 years, Qi Huitian had never appeared in public, and some even suspected he had been secretly executed by the current ruler. Others claimed he had fled to Huangzhou with some of his military confidants and was developing his own power, waiting for the day he would return. Shinchen was completely indifferent to these major events. However, the chaos in Qingzhou pleased him. If given the chance, he would also like to visit Huangzhou and experience the madness of the local people. If such a brawl occurred on the streets of Hanzhou, the law enforcement team would have arrived on the scene before the crowd even gathered. But now, both sides had already engaged in combat, and within just a few minutes, more than 10 people had fallen in a pool of blood, their fates unknown. Not far away on the street, groups of elderly men and women held sunflower seeds in their hands, watching with great interest, occasionally pointing and commenting on the scene. Several old men shook their heads repeatedly, their expressions seemingly saying, "I was much fiercer than them when I was young." Shinchen moved his somewhat stiff neck, then lazily stretched before slowly walking towards the crowd. Most of the people in front of him were ordinary folks or awakened ones who hadn't advanced. In the face of Shinchen, a D-level, they were hardly different from 3-year-old children. As Shinchen approached unarmed, a man in a suit swung a knife at him. However, the next second, he felt as if he had only struck at empty air. Just as he stood there in confusion, someone patted him on the shoulder from behind. The man in the black suit instinctively turned around, only to see Shinchen looking at him with a smile. Before he could react, the other's hand clamped down on his neck like a vice. Watching the pain etched on the man's reddening face, Shinchen felt a twinge of sympathy, so he tightened his grip slightly and with a crunch, snapped the man's neck, tossing him into the crowd like a dead dog. At that moment, a black figure leaped into the air, stepping on the body that was flying through the air, and with that force, he soared 10 meters high. What surprised everyone was that he didn't fall back down but hovered in midair. Suspension? Shinchen frowned. This was a relatively rare awakening ability, and also a rather lackluster one, rated only D-level. Because suspension wasn't flying, it didn't allow someone to take off directly but merely let them stay in the air for a short time after jumping. On the battlefield, using suspension would undoubtedly make one a live target. But here in Xinzhou, it was a different story. Due to the gun ban, gangs here absolutely dared not use firearms in their brawls, not even the Red Hearts or the Tianshui Chamber of Commerce. Without the threat of firearms, suspension was akin to being in an invincible position, though attacking others would still be quite difficult. Just as Shinchen was pondering this, he saw the man in black pull out a hand crossbow from behind his waist. He then loaded a bolt and aimed it at Shinchen. Shinchen frowned slightly, and then saw a bolt whizzing towards him with a whoosh. He shifted his feet slightly and easily dodged the bolt, then looked over at Jiang Xiao, who was cautiously on guard against a sneak attack from Red Heart Q. "Is this your trump card?" Hearing Shinchen's voice, Red Heart Q also revealed herself, coming to Shinchen's side and saying in a low voice, "Xiao, even if you can't handle it, don't use your ability." She had personally experienced Shinchen's terrifying powers. If he unleashed his abilities recklessly, this battle wouldn't even need to happen. He alone could kill everyone present, including the one shooting arrows from the air. However, doing so would expose Shinchen's identity, inevitably attracting the pursuit of the Hanzhou Guard, which would be counterproductive. Shinchen shook his head, signaling her not to worry, then continued to smile at Jiang Xiao, a look that made Jiang Xiao quite displeased as he saw a hint of mockery and disdain in Shinchen's eyes. It was as if everything he had meticulously arranged was merely a circus act in Shinchen's eyes. Nevertheless, he still spoke up. "I know you're very powerful, able to easily kill Xin of the Wolf Gang, but this is something I specially prepared for you. In other places, suspension might be quite useless, but in Xinzhou, it can put you in an invincible position. He will constantly disrupt you, keeping you in a state of high mental tension, while you will be helpless against him." After saying this, Jiang Xiao felt a surge of confidence, a smug smile creeping onto his lips. Over the years, he had always been a think tank within the Chamber of Commerce, and it was precisely because he had devised many clever strategies that the Tianshui Chamber of Commerce had achieved its current status. And today's plan was the one he was most satisfied with. With just a trivial awakening ability, he could hold back the strongest force of the opponent, thus overcoming strength with weakness and capturing the heart of the matter at the smallest cost. Thinking of this, he felt an immense sense of relief. Just then, Shinchen looked at him with a half-smile, his eyes still full of mockery. "In an invincible position? I'm helpless? What?" Jiang Xiao frowned, feeling that the other party was too calm, and retorted, "Isn't it?" Yes, you're right," Shinchen said dismissively. Then he slowly raised his hand, opening his palm towards the black-clad figure in mid-air. The next second, the black-clad figure plummeted as if it had crashed, falling straight down from the sky, landing precisely at Shinchen's feet. Following that, Shinchen slowly lifted his foot in Jiang Zhao's incredulous gaze. Looking at the body with a deep indentation in its chest lying before Shinchen, Jiang Zhao was stunned. What's going on? Clearly suspended in the air. How did it fall? Moreover, the other party merely stretched out a hand casually. What does this mean? At that moment, Jiang Zhao wanted to ask, "Are you practicing immortality or what? What's going on?" Even Hong Tao Q, who was beside them, couldn't react. "I don't know either." Shinchen shrugged, looking innocent as he said, "Maybe he was sick, suddenly had low blood sugar? Or perhaps insufficient blood supply to the brain? It could also be acrophobia, after all, he was standing so high." "That's true, who told him to climb so high for no reason? He probably fell to his death," Hong Tao Q echoed. Hearing their conversation, Jiang Xiao almost spat blood in anger. The person was dead, and yet they had to be insulted like this. If he weren't unable to defeat the other party, he would have rushed up to give each of them a big coin pouch. However, reason ultimately triumphed over impulse. He took a deep breath and shouted at the group of men in black suits, "All of you, retreat." Watching the backs of the departing figures, Shinchen glanced at Hong Tao-Q and asked, "I'm confident I can keep him." Hong Tao-Q shook his head, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "It's enough to teach them a lesson. Now is not the time to move against the Tianshui Chamber of Commerce. The organization has already arranged for people to start a commercial war against them. What we need to do is deliver a fatal blow at the critical moment." Upon hearing this, Shinchen nodded, saying nothing more. Previously, Lin Man had read Zhao Luo's mind, and at that time, Shinchen had learned about the 4 factions under the poker organization. Among them, the Diamond faction was responsible for the transfer and laundering of drug money, so it was likely that the Diamond faction was the one launching a commercial war against the Tianshui Chamber of Commerce. As for whether it was the Diamond A who personally took action, he couldn't guess. At that time, Shinchen was overly saddened by Wang Shirmei's death, which also led him not to think of having Lin Man read Hong Tao-Q's mind. Otherwise, he could have obtained much more information. However, given Hong Tao-Q's current trust in Shinchen, it wouldn't be long before Shinchen could obtain the information he wanted from the other party. In the following week, aside from the fixed time he spent practicing his Dao techniques each day, Shinchen spent almost all his time mingling with Hong Tao-Q and Shen Shang. Originally, Zhao Luo and Xiao Lu were also supposed to come to Qingchuan County to join them, but Hong Tao-Q was worried that the Hanzhou Guard would send someone to keep an eye on them, so he had the two stay behind in Qingchuan County. In just a week, Shinchen had almost mastered the ins and outs of the Hong Tao faction. Of course, all of this stemmed from Hong Tao-Q's trust in him, but whenever Shinchen mentioned some situations regarding the poker headquarters, Hong Tao-Q would still show a troubled expression, hesitating several times before ultimately choosing to remain silent. However, Shinchen was not in a hurry, because after understanding the Red Heart Hall, he realized how fanciful his initial thoughts had been. The power of the poker organization far exceeded his imagination. Just a single Red Heart Hall had nearly 6,000 formal members, not counting informal members like Zhao Luo and the others. If all were accounted for, there were at least over 20,000 subordinates. Among these 6,000 formal members, although the number of awakened was not large, there were still a full 120. Aside from the D-rank Red Heart Q, there were 3 E-rank members, while the rest had yet to break through. Moreover, although Red Heart Q did not disclose anything about the organization's headquarters, she had inadvertently mentioned during their casual chats that the poker organization, besides the black and red square grass, also had a punishment and reward hall, which had 2 hall masters, one responsible for rewards and the other for punishments. Red Heart Q was not very clear about their specific strengths, but she speculated that their power might not be weaker than that of the leader of the Cold State Guard, Feng Xiong. Shinchen had a deep understanding of the power of B-rank experts. When he fought against Feng Xiong, he had bestowed nearly 10 diseases upon her. Yet it still did not have a significant impact. To annihilate the poker organization was a long and arduous task. Meanwhile, at the first hospital of Ice City, Feng Xiong sat pale against the hospital bed, looking at the 2 figures in black trench coats standing in front of her, and asked, "Still no news of Shinchen?" "Not for now," one of the figures in black replied. "Sigh." Feng Xiong sighed helplessly, her expression growing even worse. After a few seconds of silence, she spoke, "Let's put this matter aside for now. In 7 days, there will be a military exercise held in Qingzhou. Last time we lost to Qingzhou, and it was a crushing defeat. This time, as the host, Qingzhou will have even greater advantages. The list of participants has been finalized. Our Cold State Guard will only send 10 people for the group combat, and the other candidates were all recommended by Lin Beiwang," the figure in black said, lowering his head. "Lin Beiwang is quite good. If it weren't for the war in the southern frontier back then, the Cold State soldiers he led could have ranked among the top 3 in the 9 provinces," Feng Xiong said softly, a barely noticeable hint of resentment in her eyes. After saying this, she directly got up from the bed. Seeing this, the 2 figures in black were clearly taken aback and quickly spoke up. "Boss, your health." Feng Xiong raised her hand to interrupt them and said, "It's just a few cancers. After reaching B rank, I can clear the cancer cells through the Dao technique, but it takes some time. Although I haven't completely eliminated all the cancer cells yet, it's no longer fatal. I will attend the military exercise." Meanwhile, Old Master Lin looked at a list in his hand, his brows occasionally furrowing and then relaxing. After a long while, he let out a long sigh. If he were still here, the group combat and arena battles for the younger generation would be a foregone conclusion. Upon hearing this, Zhou Dao, sitting below, also smiled wryly and shook his head, then said, "Old Master Lin, if Shining and Jiang Anqi lead the team, there is still a chance in the group combat. As for the most important Legion battle, it will depend on Bei Wang." Old Master Lin nodded, not saying much more, but soon it seemed he remembered something and asked, "What have his teammates been doing lately? I haven't seen Shin, Ying and Anqi in a long time." Zhou Dao hesitated for a few seconds, then finally spoke helplessly, "That kid from the Xie family has completely taken control of the entire Xie family now. Xie Deng has secluded himself and seems to be preparing to hand over the Xie family entirely to Xiao. Xian Meng and Zhao Xiaodao were originally Xiao's roommates, and ever since Shinchen's incident, they have been following Xiao around doing work. Speaking of which, he seemed to remember something and said that Xian Meng awakened a few days ago, his ability, mountain moving. Mountain moving? Old Lin nodded, his expression showing little change. The ability of mountain moving is rated B, and its specific effect is essentially a high-end version of brute strength. Once activated, the awakener's power will surge dramatically, exceeding brute strength by more than 10 times. However, it also has a significant flaw. If the awakener's physical condition is insufficient, it can impose a tremendous burden on their bodies. But Xian Meng's physical condition should be fine. This ability is almost tailor-made for him. And then there's Yi Qing. When he returned, Shinchen had already escaped. I tried to recruit him into the military, but he refused. His exact words were that as long as the military did not give up on hunting Shinchen, he would not join the military. Sigh. Old Lin sighed, helplessly saying, I contacted him too, and he also turned me down. Old Lin indeed reached out to Yi Qing, but not to invite him to join the military, rather to join the Baichao Hall. Shen had a debt of gratitude to Yi Qing's grandfather, and Yi Qing is a person who values gratitude, making him exactly the kind of person Baichao Hall needs. However, he still refused. His stance was clear, he only trusts those Shinchen trusts. Without Shinchen's endorsement, he would not join any organization. In his eyes, the only person Shinchen trusts is Xiao. So, for now, Yi Qing chose to temporarily join the Xia family. With the addition of Yi Qing, Xian Meng, and Zhao Xiaodao, the Xia family's position in Ice City became even more solid, and Xiao has even begun to expand into the surrounding cities. Originally, the Xia family was the local emperor of the 3 provinces of Hanzhou, but as they began to clean up their image, they gradually abandoned all gray industries and shrank most of their business to Ice City and its surroundings. Now that Xiao has taken over the Xia family, it is clear he intends to reclaim everything that was once his and become the underground emperor of the 3 provinces of Hanzhou once again. What about Lin Man and Tang Xiaohua? Old Lin continued to ask. Tang Xiaohua has been getting closer to the Xia family due to the Tang family's business. Recently, she has been hanging out with a girl named Su Yaya. As for Lin Man, at this point, Zhou Dao paused. What happened to that girl? Old Lin pressed. She rejected the military's invitation, and also chose not to stay with the Xia family. Her recent behavior has been somewhat unusual, and that girl has a heavy killing intent. In just a few days, she has been taken away by the enforcement team 3 times for intentionally injuring others. If it weren't for Xiao, she probably wouldn't have gotten out by now. Sigh. Old Lin sighed again, his eyes filled with helplessness and a hint of regret. At the same time, Lin Man arrived at a seafood market in Ice City. It is now September, the peak season for seafood business, but the seafood market was surprisingly closed tight, and at the entrance stood a few young men with unfriendly expressions, smoking, and idly playing on their phones. When they saw Lin Man approaching, they all looked up at her, their gazes aggressive, yet they restrained themselves from approaching her. They had a task at hand, and if they delayed the Xia family's matters, they wouldn't have a good outcome. Lin Man looked at the tightly shut door, frowned, and then took out her phone to dial a number. Soon, the call was connected, and a woman's voice came through, slightly nasal as if she had just been crying. Man, why did you think to call your mom? Hearing the word mom, Lin Man's expression dimmed a bit, but she quickly adjusted her mood and said, I just went to your house. My brother said you were at the seafood market. I've arrived, but the door is closed. Why did you come here? Hurry back, if there's anything, we can talk another day. The woman's voice on the other end of the phone was somewhat anxious. I have a flight tomorrow, I'm leaving Hanzhou, and I want to see you today. Lin Man spoke again. Hearing this, there was silence for a few seconds on the other end, then the voice said, wait a moment. As the call ended, the roll-up door of the seafood market was opened from the inside. A group of young people, hearing the noise, turned to look, a hint of a smile on their lips, but said nothing. Come in quickly, a middle-aged woman poked her head out and said to Lin Man. Lin Man hesitated for a moment but bent down and walked in. As soon as she entered, a strong fishy smell rushed into her nostrils, causing her to frown slightly. She had been here once before, when the seafood market was still quite lively, but now all the stalls were empty, and some tanks still held rotten fish and shrimp. The entire market was filled with a foul odor. A middle-aged man was sitting in front of a stall, head down, smoking, with the ground littered with half-burnt cigarette butts. What's going on? Lin Man turned to the woman and asked. Sigh. The woman sighed and shook her head, saying, the seafood market can't go on anymore. What do you mean it can't go on? The middle-aged man, hearing this, threw his cigarette but on the ground and said fiercely, if it comes to it, I'll fight them. We all have 2 shoulders and 1 head. I don't believe they have 2 lives. At this moment, Lin Man noticed the bloodshot eyes of the man, his face covered in stubble, looking quite worn. What nonsense are you talking? If something happens to you, what will happen to me and our son? The woman said, her eyes reddening. Again, what exactly happened? Lin Man frowned, her tone noticeably heavier. Why ask so much? The middle-aged man said impatiently, are you here to ask for money again? We can barely take care of ourselves now. You can see we have no money to give you. Lin Man was slightly taken aback but said nothing. Since her parents divorced, she had only asked her mother for tuition once before going to college. At that time, the man in front of her was still so spirited, and his attitude towards her was decent. At least Lin Man felt her mother was better off with him than with her father. Man, don't ask anymore. The woman shook her head and said softly, do you have no money left? Your uncle and I have encountered some difficulties recently, and all the money at home has been used to smooth things over. We really have no money left. Saying this, she took out a few bills from her pocket, counted them, and found 5 bills along with some change. She first took out 2 and stuffed them into Lin Man's hand, hesitated for a moment, then pulled out another bill and handed it to Lin Man. At that moment, the middle-aged man lit another cigarette, then sighed deeply and said, just give it to her. If she weren't really in trouble, she wouldn't come to you. I'll find a way to deal with the family matters. Hearing the man's words, the woman's eyes instantly filled with tears. At that moment, she knew she hadn't chosen the wrong person. She wiped the corners of her eyes, then forced a smile, stuffing the remaining money into Lin Man's hands. Man, you make do for now. Once we sort things out, if you need more, just tell your mother. Lin Man looked at the crumpled bills in her hand, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Did she hate the woman in front of her? Perhaps she had hated her for abandoning her. But as time passed, that hatred had long since dissipated. She even felt grateful to her, for without them, she wouldn't have been able to scrape together her college tuition. There was no hatred, just a lack of familial affection. She came this time just to repay the favor of the person who had helped her back then, because she didn't know if she would ever return, or if she could return at all. Thinking of this, Lin Man tucked the money into her pocket and said, I've accepted the money, and I'll help you resolve the seafood market issue. You? The middle-aged man was slightly taken aback, then asked with some disbelief, how can you resolve it? Do you know who those people are? What people? Lin Man asked expressionlessly. They're all from the Xiao family. The middle-aged man took a deep drag on his cigarette and then said somewhat dejectedly, who in the entire Ice City can afford to provoke the Xiao family? Yes, man, you mustn't act impulsively. The Xiao family is not someone we can afford to offend. If it comes to it, we can just sell the seafood market to them at a low price, Lin Man's mother also urged. The Xiao family. Lin Man frowned, then ignored the two and walked directly to the door, lifting the roll-up door with a swift motion. Seeing the door open, the gazes of those young men were once again drawn over. They were all under the tiger's command, and the tiger had come to acquire the seafood industry in Ice City at Xiao's request. However, he naturally wouldn't handle it personally, leaving it to his subordinates, who wanted to take this opportunity to make a profit. Thus, they sent people to create trouble, attempting to buy the seafood market at a low price. These people were afraid of escalating the situation and being found out by the tiger or Xiao, so they didn't dare to resort to outright violence. Instead, they arranged for a few people to guard the place every day, driving away anyone who came to buy seafood, trying to force the other side to yield in this way. Man, why don't we just forget it? Lin Man's mother said, seeing the few fierce-looking thugs outside, feeling a bit scared. Lin Man ignored her and walked straight up to the thugs, saying, get lost, and don't show up here again. Upon hearing this, the thugs were momentarily stunned. The man behind her and Lin Man's mother were both drenched in cold sweat. They had thought Lin Man would try to reason with them or use some subtle means, but they didn't expect her to be so direct, telling them to get lost right away. After all, those were people from the Xiao family. Beautiful lady, you're a bit too aggressive. Which law says we can't stay here? The leading thug said with a lewd grin. Lin Man paid no attention to his rogue demeanor and directly raised her hand, slapping him across the face in front of everyone's astonished eyes. Smack, the crisp sound of the slap left everyone momentarily stunned. Lin Man's mother and the middle-aged man behind her were even more shocked. Especially the middle-aged man, although he had said he would fight them, it was just in anger. Who didn't know that the Xiao family was the underground emperor of the entire Han province? Although Xiao Woya had retired, his grandson had taken over the Xiao family and was clearly more ruthless than Xiao Woya had ever been. One of the 4 great families, the Qin family, had already been driven out of Ice City by him, let alone small players like them, who would probably be crushed by a mere wave of his hand. You filthy bitch, how dare you hit me? The thug was stunned for several seconds before reacting, then raised his hand to slap Lin Man back. Lin Man frowned, then skillfully pulled a dagger from her pocket and lunged it toward his hand. His speed was simply too fast. By the time the thug saw the dagger, it was already too late to withdraw his hand, and a piercing pain instantly engulfed his entire body. A shrill scream echoed through the entire street as his palm was pierced by the dagger. However, this was far from over. Lin Man suddenly drew out her dagger and swiftly stabbed the thug in the thigh 3 times. This scene frightened the thugs behind him, causing them to retreat one after another, none daring to step forward to help. They were not the death warriors of the Xiao family, even their boss was merely a supervisor at a company under the Xiao family, earning a meager salary of 3,000 yuan. There was really no need to risk their lives for this. Lin Man's mother watched in horror as the thug writhed on the ground, howling in pain, and the crimson blood spreading rapidly beneath him. For a moment, her face turned as pale as paper. In her eyes, Lin Man was still that frail little girl who couldn't fend for herself. When she was young, Lin Man had never liked to talk. Relatives and friends would say the child was too shy. Back then, Lin Man lived with her grandmother, and even during the visits when she came to see Lin Man and her grandmother, Lin Man would keep her head down and not speak to her. The saying that children who act cute get candy is not false at all. Because of Lin Man's silence, even her own mother didn't particularly like her, thinking that the child was distant. But when did such a child transform into the person she was now? At this moment, she felt that Lin Man was incredibly unfamiliar, yet she was her own child. But it seemed she had never fulfilled her responsibilities and duties as a mother. Will you come again in the future? Lin Man asked. You crazy woman, you dare to meddle in the Xiao family's affairs. Even if I don't come, the Xiao family will send someone else. You can't protect this place. The thug gritted his teeth and said, troublesome. Lin Man frowned slightly, then took out her phone from her pocket and dialed a number. Soon, the call was answered, and Xiao's teasing voice came through. Sister man, what's up? Did you get caught by the enforcement team again? Since experiencing the incident with Huiyan, Lin Man had completely changed. She liked to resort to violence at the slightest disagreement, and once she acted, blood was bound to be shed. After returning from Qingchuan County, Lin Man had become even more violent. In just a few days, she had been taken away by the enforcement team several times for intentional injury. And since her family could not be contacted, the enforcement team had to reach out to her school each time. In the end, it was Xiao who bailed her out. Do you want the seafood market in the east of the city? Lin Man asked straightforwardly. The seafood market? Xiao was clearly taken aback. What seafood market? Are you craving seafood? Then I'll treat you tonight, and we can invite Xiao, Hua, and Qi, and Shining. I mean, do you want to acquire the seafood market in the east of the city? Lin Man asked again. Acquire? Xiao pondered for a few seconds, then suddenly realized, I want to unify the seafood business in Ice City. I'm not interested in seafood, but I'm quite interested in their supply channels. The seafood market in the east of the city belongs to my family. At this point, Lin Man felt something was off, so she corrected herself. It belongs to my mother's family. Xiao looked bewildered. All this time, he had never heard that Lin Man had parents. He had always thought she was an orphan like Shinchen. Your people are guarding the seafood market entrance, but the market is already closed. That family relies entirely on this seafood market for their livelihood. Lin Man had no intention of explaining further and simply briefed Xiao on the situation. After hearing Lin Man's words, Xiao was furious. Damn it, these blind fools are bullying my sister man. Just wait, I'll be there right away. No need, I've crippled one of his hands. You can talk to him yourself. With that, Lin Man bent down and handed the phone to the thug. The thug was clearly taken aback but still took the phone. A few minutes later, the little thug nervously handed over his phone. Sister man, I was wrong. I didn't recognize the mountain. I really didn't know you were young. Master Xiao's friend, please forgive me. Lin Man took back her phone amidst her mother's and the middle-aged man's incredulous gazes, then said, you can go now. Hearing her words, the thug felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. Disregarding the pain in his palm, he thanked her repeatedly and left the seafood market in a dejected manner. Watching the other parties embarrassed back, Lin Man's mother hurriedly stepped forward, holding Lin Man's hand and examining her eyes filled with concern. Man, are you hurt? No, it's fine. Lin Man withdrew her hand, feeling a bit uncomfortable with the sudden concern. The woman paused for a moment, then awkwardly reached up to tidy her hair. At that moment, the middle-aged man stepped forward and asked, who did you just call? Xiao. Lin Man did not hide anything and said directly, he is my friend. Xiao. The man's eyes widened instantly, then he said in shock, the young master of the Xie family, Xiao, the current head of the Xie family? Yes. Lin Man nodded expressionlessly. Upon hearing her words, Lin Man's mother and the middle-aged man both gaped in astonishment. Xiao. Lin Man was actually good friends with Xiao. With that identity, Lin Man could walk through the entire Ice City with ease. Let's have dinner together tonight. I'll go buy some groceries. And let your mother cook a few dishes you love. The middle-aged man said somewhat awkwardly. No need, I'm leaving soon, I just came to see you. Lin Man shook her head. Man, why are you in such a hurry? Where are you going? Lin Man's mother asked. This place is no longer suitable for me. Lin Man smiled bitterly, then pointed to the still-drying bloodstains on the ground. You've seen it too. Staying here will only keep bringing trouble to those around me, but I can't control myself, so I'm planning to leave. Where to? Lin Man was silent for a few seconds, then said in a deep voice, Guangzhou, are you saying this military exercise is set in Qingzhou? Hong Tao Q furrowed her brows, looking at Chen Shang in front of her. Yes, the news has already been announced online. Chen Shang replied. Upon hearing this, Hong Tao Q and Shinchen exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of seriousness in each other's eyes. The military exercise is very important for the military, especially for the Hanzhou military, which has been struggling since the Southern Border War, consistently finishing at the bottom. In the Jiuzhou military exercises, Last time, the Hanzhou military was eliminated by the Qingzhou military, and now that the venue is set in Qingzhou, the Hanzhou military must want to redeem themselves, so the Hanzhou guards will definitely be present. At that time, Qingzhou might be under full martial law. Maybe I should take you away first? Hong Tao Q said to Shinchen. Shinchen frowned and pondered for a few seconds, but ultimately shook his head. The military exercise officially starts in 7 days. They probably have already begun martial law, and other military personnel might already be on their way. It's better to stay here, as long as we don't make too much noise, they won't notice me. Chen Shang, who was listening to their conversation, was a bit confused. Is the second brother wanted by the military? Hong Tao Q did not answer directly but glanced at Shinchen, and, upon seeing him nod, she turned to Chen Shang and said, "You should know about the incident where 12 Hanzhou guards and over 700 military personnel died recently, right?" "Yes, I know, the deeds of that fierce person have long spread through the streets. Many organizations are trying to find a way to contact him and bring him in." At this point, his tone faltered, and he awkwardly turned to look at Shinchen, swallowing hard as he tentatively asked, "That fierce person wouldn't be you, would it, second brother?" Shinchen smiled but said nothing. He then turned to look at Hong Tao Q with a questioning gaze. Hong Tao Q also remained silent, merely nodding. However, that nod caused Chen Shang's pupils to dilate suddenly, and after a few seconds of being stunned, he threw his arms around Shinchen's thigh. "Second brother, from now on, I'll be your dog." Damn! Shen Chen rarely swore, but at that moment he was startled into exclaiming, "This guy was just too enthusiastic." "Second brother, no. Dad, from now on, you are my dad." Chen Sheng clung tightly to Shinchen's thigh, his eyes filled with admiration. "Dad, you have no idea how much I admire you. My respect for you is like the endless flow of the Yangtze River." At this point, Chen Sheng stumbled over his words, and after a 2-second silence, he continued, "Like the endless flow of the Yangtze River, rushing and crashing." Hong Tao Q slapped her forehead. This guy was just too embarrassing. She directly reached out and lifted him up, then scolded, "I told you to read more books. And all you know is chasing girls. That's called the endless flow of the Yangtze River, entwined and lingering." Sister Q is cultured. Chen Shang scratched his head awkwardly. Meanwhile, Shin Chen wore a look of speechlessness. "Second brother, don't worry. I, Chen Shang, hate corrupt officials the most in this life. You can stay here in peace. If the Hanzhou guard comes knocking, I will protect you with my life." Chen Shang patted his chest in assurance. "Get out of here. With your skills, who can you protect?" Hong Tao Q slapped Shin Sheng aside, then looked seriously at Shin Chen. "Actually, I think we should temporarily avoid the limelight and come back after the military exercise is over." Before Shin Chen could speak, a little brother rushed into the bar's private room. "What happened?" Seeing the other's panicked expression, Shin Sheng couldn't help but feel a bit displeased. "Brother Shang, Sister Q, second brother." The little brother greeted the three in turn before speaking. "The military department has sent someone." Upon hearing this, both Shin Sheng and Hong Tao Q stood up abruptly, their expressions serious. Shin Chen, however, narrowed his eyes slightly and said nothing. "How many people came? Are they from the Qingzhou military department or another state?" Hong Tao Q quickly asked. "Just one person, should be from the Qingzhou military department, and he specifically requested to see Brother Shang." Hearing this, both Hong Tao Q and Shen Shang let out a long sigh of relief. Hong Tao Q's identity was quite special, so the nominal owner of this bar was Chen Shang. "Let him in," Hong Tao Q said. After saying that, she turned to look at Shin Chen, who had already put on a mask, and asked, "Little two, do you want to step aside?" "No need, I also want to know what the Qingzhou military department is here for." The Hong Tao organization did not hide in Tianshui City but directly operated under the name Hong Tao. This name easily evokes thoughts of the poker organization, and even the Tianshui Chamber of Commerce knew that Hong Tao Q came from poker. Shin Chen did not believe that the Qingzhou military department was completely unaware. Therefore, he suspected that the higher-ups of the Qingzhou military department might be colluding with poker. "Alright then," Hong Tao Q said no more. Soon, a man in military uniform walked in. He first glanced at Hong Tao Q, who was wearing a red trench coat and was tall, then his gaze fell on Chen Shang, while he completely ignored Shin Chen standing beside them. "Chen Shang, I heard that your Hong Tao hasn't been very quiet lately. So it's Colonel Zhang." Chen Shang chuckled as he pulled a cigarette from his pocket and lit it for the other person. Colonel Zhang did not refuse but frowned and said, "How long have you all been quiet? And now you're starting to cause trouble again." Although there was a hint of reproach in the other person's tone, Shin Chen could clearly sense that he did not care much about these matters, as if the Red Hearts had wiped out the Wolf Gang and killed so many people, or had fought openly with the Tianshui Chamber of Commerce, were all trivial matters. "Please calm down," Shin Shang said with a flattering smile, then added, "I just hope to unify Tianshui City as soon as possible to cause you less trouble." As he spoke, he took a bank card from his pocket and stuffed it into the other person's pocket. Colonel Zhang glanced at it, nodded in satisfaction, and continued, "Let's not mention the past, but for the time being, you must keep a low profile. I don't want to see any serious incidents in Tianshui City. If something happens, I'll hold you and the Tianshui Chamber of Commerce accountable. Rest assured, Colonel Zhang." We, the Red Hearts, guarantee to behave ourselves. If it's not necessary, we will try not to go out, Shinchen promised with a smile. You brat, Colonel Zhang pointed at Shinchen and said, with the military exercise coming up, just get through this period. After that, you can cause as much trouble as you like, as long as it doesn't harm ordinary citizens, I won't bother with you. Understood. Finally, after Qin Shang's repeated assurances, Colonel Zhang left the bar. Watching him leave, Shinchen turned to the side and asked Hontao Q, Sister Q, are you hiding something from me? Hontao Q was slightly taken aback and asked in confusion, why do you say that? That colonel should know you are from the poker organization, right? Shinchen's gaze sharpened slightly, then he continued, but he seems completely unconcerned about your identity. You should know that the poker organization has always been a thorn in the military side. They want to eliminate it at any cost. Is that what you're worried about? Hontao Q casually sat down next to Shinchen and smiled. Actually, I don't know much about this either. It's all handled by Xiao Wang. We're not very clear, but he has instructed us 4 hall masters to act discreetly. Shinchen pondered for a moment and said nothing more. It seemed that the small and big kings of the poker organization were indeed influential figures, able to bribe so many high-ranking military officials. These people couldn't be bought off just with money. He must have offered them some irresistible conditions. Xiao, you've been with us Red Hearts for quite a while. I'll take you to get a tattoo later, Hontao Q said, wrapping her arm around Shinchen's neck with a smile. A tattoo? Shinchen was slightly taken aback. Second brother, it's this. Chen Shang rolled up his sleeve to reveal a heart-shaped tattoo on his wrist. Seeing this tattoo, Shinchen was speechless and somewhat puzzled, so he asked, when I was training in the military, I had encounters with other members of the poker organization. Why? Didn't they have tattoos? Because they aren't from the Red Hearts, Hontao Q replied matter-of-factly. So this tattoo is unique to the Red Hearts? Shinchen asked tentatively. Yes. Then may I ask what the significance of the tattoo is? Shinchen pinched his brow. It's pretty, Hontao Q said, standing up directly. Don't you think it's beautiful? At first, I was planning to unify our outfits, making them all wear red trench coats. It would look so imposing when we go out. As she said this, she shook her head regretfully, but unfortunately, that would clash with the state guards' outfits. Have you ever thought that your tattoos might expose your identities? Chen asked. How could that be? Hontao Q waved her hand and said, who would be so suspicious as to associate a heart tattoo with a poker organization? That would be purely delusional. Shinchen's mouth twitched slightly, recalling that he had initially thought of Zhao Luo's tattoo as a reason to suspect the other party might be part of a poker organization. Am I delusional? I indeed have issues. Then why don't you have a tattoo? Shinchen seemed to suddenly think of something and asked. I'm afraid of pain, Hontao Q shrugged. How does second brother know that Q's sister doesn't have a tattoo? Chen Sheng's face revealed an ambiguous smile, his gaze shifting back and forth between the two. Get lost. Get lost. They both cursed in unison. In the following days, aside from his daily unwavering practice of the Dao techniques, Shinchen spent almost all his time in the bar. He used to be quite averse to places like bars because he found them too noisy, giving him a headache. However, he gradually began to like this place, enjoying the DJ music and watching carefree young people twist their bodies freely on the dance floor, relaxing themselves. Most importantly, he looked forward to the day when a girl with smoky eye makeup would walk up to him, smile, and say, hey handsome, can you buy me a drink? But that scene could only be seen again in dreams. Little sister, give me some more time, I will wipe them all out. Shinchen picked up a nearby glass, squeezed a small packet of ketchup from his pocket into it, and then drank it all in one go. Cheer up, Hontao Q came over with a drink and patted his shoulder. She knew about Wang Xiaomei. Shinchen had asked her to do her makeup and had bought a lot of KFC, specifically reminding her to bring ketchup. Do you like her? Hontao Q suddenly asked. Like? Shinchen shook his head and then said, I don't know what liking means, but if she could come back to life, I would agree to any request she made. That's pretty good. Hontao Q didn't know what else to say, so she clinked glasses with Shinchen and comforted him. The road ahead is still long, the scenery may not be that bad. Shinchen nodded and then changed the subject. Tomorrow is the military exercise, I want to go see it. What? Hontao Q was slightly taken aback. Are you crazy? Hontao Q looked at Shinchen in shock. Do you know how dangerous that is? It's fine, I'm not going to cause trouble, I just want to see a few friends who are coming over, Shinchen said with a smile. No way. Hontao Q firmly refused. I don't agree to you going. Shinchen smiled and remained silent. I am your boss, I won't allow you to go. Hontao Q emphasized again. Shinchen continued to smile. Shin shower. Hontao Q put her hands on her hips, a hint of anger on her face. Alright, Q sister, I'm really just going to take a look. Shinchen placed both hands on her shoulders and gently pushed her back into her seat. I promise, I absolutely won't cause any trouble. Hontao Q was silent for a few seconds, then looked up at Shinchen and asked, Is it absolutely necessary to go? Shinchen nodded seriously. I received news yesterday that a few good brothers will be participating in this military exercise. I haven't seen them in a long time. He wasn't lying about this. Just yesterday, Xiao had called him, saying that Xian Meng, Zhao Xiaodao, and Yi Qing had all been borrowed by Old Master Lin to participate in this military exercise. Old Master Lin had taken good care of Shinchen in the past, and now he had also facilitated many things for the Xia family, so Xiao didn't refuse the request. As for Tang Xiaohua, upon hearing that she could fight alongside these people, she also volunteered to sign up for the military exercise. Along with her was Suya, who wasn't there for any military exercise, she just wanted to see her brother after hearing from Xiao that Shinchen was also in Xingzhou. This military exercise is divided into 3 parts: individual combat, group combat, and legion warfare. Hong Taoqiu shook her head helplessly and then said, the individual combat will take place at the central square of Tianshui, where a temporary arena has been set up to showcase the military's strength. Everyone can watch the individual combat. I can arrange for 2 good spots, and I'll accompany you there. Thank you, Qiu Jia. Shinchen picked up her glass and clinked it with hers. I can't help it. Hong Taoqiu rolled her eyes and continued, the group combat will be held at Huishan outside Tianshui City. I've heard it's been sealed off now, so it might be a bit troublesome to watch, but I can think of a way. At this point, Hong Taoqiu paused. As for the Legion warfare, don't even think about it. It's in the military fortress area at the border of Qingzhou, which is sealed off year-round, and no one can approach casually. Got it. Shinchen nodded gratefully. She had to admit that Hong Taoqiu was a good leader. Although she seemed a bit disorganized most of the time, she was reliable when it mattered. If it weren't for her involvement in a drug trafficking organization, Shinchen might genuinely consider working for her. That night, Shinchen was playing Do Diju with Hong Taoqiu and Shin Shang. A little too. Do you want it? Hong Taoqiu, the landlord, said while holding a card. I only have 1 card left. Xiao Shang, blow her up. Shinchen said to Chen Shang. Ergo, both jokers are out, and there are no bombs left. Chen Shang shrugged helplessly. They had been playing for 2 hours. And during that time, Chen Shang had come to a conclusion. If you want to win, there's only one way, regardless of how good the cards are. If Shinchen is the landlord, don't compete with her. If she's not the landlord, fight hard for the landlord. In simple terms, just don't team up with Shinchen to win. Shinchen looked at the cards in her hand, fell silent for a moment, then threw out a red heart Q, crushed. Wait, can your Q beat my 2? Hong Tao. Q looked at her in disbelief. Do you even know how to play cards? Just tell me if a red heart Q can beat it too? Shinchen smiled at her. Hong Tao Q was taken aback for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, can't beat it. In the following rounds, Shinchen managed to beat Hong Tao Q every time. When she played a 2, Shinchen used the red heart Q to beat it. When she played a 3 with a 1, Shinchen used the red heart Q again, and even when she threw out a bomb, Shinchen still used the red heart Q to beat it. Shinchen finally won, which opened a new world for Chen Shang. He decided that in the future, when playing Do Diju with those guys, he would always keep a red heart Q in his pocket to ensure he would win every gamble. Just then, Shinchen's phone rang with an urgent tone. After glancing at the caller ID, a helpless smile appeared on her face, and she pressed the answer button. My captain, long time no see, have you missed me? Tang Xiaohua's teasing voice came from the other end of the line. Although Shinchen didn't have the speaker on, Hong Taoqiu could still hear the voice coming from the phone. She disdainfully curled her lip and then threw her playing cards directly onto the table, saying irritably, I'm done playing, it's boring. Stop messing around, where are you guys? Shinchen glanced at Hong Taoqiu and then shook her head with a smile. We've already arrived in Tianshui City and we haven't eaten yet. Captain Shin, are you going to treat us? Although Tang Xiaohua had been teasing Shinchen, it was easy to hear from her tone that she was very happy. I'll send you the location, I'll wait for you at the hotel, Shinchen said straightforwardly. Okay. After Tang Xiaohua finished speaking, she hung up the phone. Jia, can you help me book a private room? Shinchen tucked his phone into his pocket and looked at Hong Taoqiu with a smile. Chen Shang, help your second brother book a private room. Hong Taoqiu turned her head away with annoyance. Oh. Chen Shang, looking confused, took out his phone but couldn't help saying, Sister Q, you seem like a jealous little wife right now. After saying that, he ran out of the room, shouting back at Shinchen, second brother, I'll take care of the private room. Chen Shang. Hong Taoqiu spat out those 2 words through clenched teeth, her eyes filled with fury. Come on, Sister Q, let's go drink. Shinchen directly pulled the flustered Hong Taoqiu out. I'm not going. Why should I? Go to your friend's gathering? Shinchen ignored her and continued to drag her outside. Shinshower, I'm not going. Let go of me. Shinchen still paid her no mind. Shinshower, can you at least let me touch up my makeup? At the hotel entrance, Shinchen sat in the car, watching Hong Taoqiu in the passenger seat, holding a small mirror and constantly checking her reflection, unable to help but feel speechless. Sister Q, you've been looking at yourself the whole way. Haven't you admired your own beauty enough? Shut up. I can't let them outshine me. Last time at Qingxuan, I saw that Lin Man and Jang Ani look like fairies. Hong Taoqiu continued to perfect her already flawless makeup. Just then, several young figures appeared at the hotel entrance. Seeing them, Shinchen's lips curled up slightly. Hong Taoqiu, noticing Shinchen's smile, was momentarily taken aback. It seemed like she was seeing Shinchen's genuine smile for the first time. She tightened her grip on the small mirror. Opening the car door, Shinchen waved at the group. Upon seeing Shinchen, a petite figure instantly vanished from her spot, and before Shinchen could react, she felt a small body leap into his arms. Wubbing Gij, I missed you so much. I thought you didn't want Arya anymore. Looking at Arya, who was clinging tightly to him, Shinchen first smiled helplessly, but the smile quickly froze on his face. That was a flash. But Xiao had clearly told him that this little girl's awakened ability was stealth. Could it be? Shinchen furrowed his brows but chose not to ask too many questions here. Instead, he reached out to ruffle her hair gently and said softly, "Alright, Arya, let's go inside and talk." Once they arrived at the hotel private room, everyone took their seats in turn. Su Yahe insisted on sitting next to Shinchen no matter what, while Hong Taoqiu sat on Shinchen's other side, her face beaming with a warm smile as she greeted everyone one by one. "Anchi, I heard from Shinchen that you love sweets. I've already instructed someone to buy desserts from the dessert shop. The food here is okay, but the desserts can't compare to a proper dessert shop." Upon hearing this, Jang Ani instinctively swallowed and nodded repeatedly. "Great, great." She then turned to Tang Xiaohua, feigning displeasure, and said, "Xiaohua, I really admire you." "Ha?" Tang Xiaohua was slightly taken aback. She had met this woman once but wasn't familiar with her, so she didn't quite understand what she meant. "The last time I saw you, I thought you were beautiful and didn't dare to stand next to you. I didn't expect you to be even prettier this time. How can you let others live like this? I'm not as pretty as Anchi." Although Tang Xiaohua said this, the corners of her mouth were clearly struggling to contain a smile. "Anchi is indeed beautiful, but you both have your own merits, and you're equally matched." Red Peach Q first glanced at Jang Ani, who was staring at the food on the plate and only swallowing her saliva, then continued to speak to Tang Xiaohua. "If you ask me, you shouldn't participate in any military exercises, but should join a talent show. With your looks, you're even better than those stars on TV." Really? This statement struck a chord with Tang Xiaohua, and Red Peach Q's favorability rating in her heart soared. Immediately after, Red Peach Q turned to the silent Shining sitting nearby. "Shining, still so quiet as always. I must drink a few more glasses with you later and see if you still act so aloof when you're drunk." Shining awkwardly smiled, unsure of what to say. However, the other person's attitude made him feel quite comfortable. Red Peach Q smiled broadly, her gaze landing on Qian Meng. She had never met Qian Meng but had heard Shinchen mention some things from the past, so she said, "Let me guess, you must be Qian Meng, right? You know me?" Qian Meng's face was filled with confusion. He had never seen this woman before, not even heard of her. "We indeed haven't met, but Shinchen always talks about you, always mentioning he has a second brother who is very honest and values loyalty." Qian Meng, not good with words, could only scratch his head awkwardly. "Second brother. I must toast you 3 glasses later." Red Peach Q was a few years older than Qian Meng, but she still called him second brother along with Shinchen. Qian Meng's carefree personality naturally wouldn't notice anything amiss. But Tang Xiaohua beside them shot Shinchen an ambiguous smile. Shinchen facepalmed. Yet Red Peach Q was completely unconcerned, her gaze shifting to Zhao Xiaodao, fourth brother, Zhao Xiaodao. Zhao Xiaodao became nervous again, standing up directly and stammering, "Sister, hello, sister." Seeing him like this, Red Peach Q couldn't help but laugh, quickly waving her hand. "Fourth brother, sit down, don't be nervous." Finally, Red Peach Q walked over to Su Yaya, gently pinching her smooth cheek. "Arya is really beautiful. You don't need to participate in military exercises. How about I take you shopping for new clothes tomorrow?" "Thank you, sister, but no need. Wubbing Gij will buy them for me." Su Yaha smiled sweetly. "Your brother wouldn't know how to choose clothes for girls, his taste is lacking." Red Peach Q said again. "Wubbing Gij likes them, so Arya likes them too." Su Yaya still wore a sweet smile, but there was a hint of wariness in her eyes. She always felt that this beautiful older sister had ulterior motives, as if she wanted to compete with her for her brother. Red Peach Q also didn't expect that among the group around Shinchen, the hardest to win over would be this seemingly harmless little girl. As the food and drinks were served, Red Peach Q began to toast everyone like a hostess. I must say, her drinking capacity was quite good, at least much better than Tang Xiaohua and Jiang Anqi. After toasting everyone in turn, she huddled together with Tang Xiaohua and Jiang Anqi to whisper about something, occasionally pointing in Shinchen's direction, clearly having formed a united front. As for Su Yaya, she stuck close to Shinchen, not wanting to part from him for even a moment. "Second, I heard you awakened your powers," Shinchen said to Qian Meng. It's the ability to move mountains." Qian Meng scratched his head and said in a deep voice, "Not as powerful as you and Xiao, but it suits me well. In my opinion, there is no strong or weak distinction in awakened abilities. All abilities are interdependent. As long as they are used well, they can exert their maximum effect," Shinchen said with a smile. Immediately, it seemed he thought of something and continued to ask, "Who will be on the field for tomorrow's individual combat?" Me and Qian Meng, Shining timely replied. The others aren't suited for solo combat. Only Qian Meng and I have decent individual combat abilities. However, I haven't awakened any abilities, so I don't know if I can place. Qian Meng has a chance, though. Is there no rank restriction? Shinchen felt a bit puzzled. Qian Meng's ability to move mountains was indeed impressive, but if he faced an opponent of level Wu or above, he wouldn't stand a chance. There are no rank restrictions, it's just divided into new recruits and veterans. Anyone who has been in the army for less than a year is considered a new recruit and placed in the new recruit group. I see, Shinchen nodded. Let's not talk about us, we don't really care about the outcome of the military exercise. Shining changed the subject. How are you doing here? Are you adapting? Pretty well. Shinchen glanced at the red peach Q, who was whispering with Tang Xiaohua, and smiled. Maybe this place suits me better than the military headquarters, if only poker wasn't a drug trafficking organization. 2 hours later, everyone was already drunk, and if it weren't for the military exercise tomorrow, Red Peach Q would have dragged everyone for another 300 rounds. Little brother, all trouble. You guys to take them back, Shinchen said at the hotel entrance, looking at Chen Shang and Red Peach's underlings. Don't worry, second brother. Chen Shang made an okay gesture and then got into the car. Captain Shin, we're leaving now. Remember to come watch tomorrow, even though I'm not competing, Tang Xiaohua said, a blush on her face, clearly having drunk quite a bit. After speaking, she winked at Red Peach Q, her expression somewhat strange. Zhang Yanqi took a lollipop out of her pocket, hesitated for a while, and then handed it to Shinchen. Here, eat it. Shinchen smiled helplessly and reached out to take the lollipop. The quality of the relationship with Zhang Yanqi depended entirely on whether you had eaten the lollipop she gave you. Those who received lollipops from Zhang Yanqi shared a bond of life and death. Shining and the others didn't say much, just waved goodbye to Shinchen and got into the car. As for Su Yaya, she kept holding onto Shinchen's arm, refusing to let go. I want to go back with my brother, you all can leave. What brother? Are you a little chick, clucking every day? Tang Xiaohua directly came over and grabbed Su Yaya's arm, ignoring her struggles and forcibly dragging her into the car. Red Peach Q secretly gave Tang Xiaohua a thumbs up upon seeing this scene. Watching everyone leave, Shinchen turned to Red Peach Q, Sister Q, let's go back. Oh. Red Peach Q raised her hand to her forehead, then stumbled and leaned against Shinchen, exhaling softly. Xiao, I think I've had too much to drink. Let's rest here for the night. Had too much to drink. Shinchen looked at her slightly flushed cheeks and recalled how much she had indeed drunk today, then reached out to support her, saying, let's go, I'll book 2 rooms for us to rest here. Red Peach Q didn't speak, only her fiery red lips curled into a breathtaking arc. 2 sweets. Shinchen walked to the front desk and said to the staff, there's only one left. The front desk girl first glanced at Red Peach Q, who was leaning against Shinchen, then shook her head. Then just 1 suite in 1 standard room. Sorry, the standard room is gone. The front desk girl shook her head again. Can't you check again? Shinchen pointed at the computer, somewhat puzzled. After hearing Shinchen's words, she looked down at the computer and repeated, sorry, there's only 1 suite left. Alright then. Shen was about to reach for his ID card, but then seemed to remember something and shifted his gaze to the bag of Red Peach Q. He then helped her sit down on the sofa. His ID card was not usable at the moment. If he dared to use it to check in today, the Hanzhou guard would come knocking on his door by tomorrow morning. Shinchen opened Red Peach Q's bag, intending to rummage for her ID, when the previously tipsy Red Peach Q suddenly sat up as if a switch had been flipped, her face flushed. Qjia, what's wrong? Shinchen looked at her with some confusion. What are you going to do? Red Peach Q asked, her face still red. I'm going to use your ID to check in, Shinchen shrugged. I'll get it myself. Red Peach Q fumbled around in her bag and pulled out her ID, but at that moment, a small packaging bag fell to the ground with a thud. Seeing the bag marked with the word Durex, Shinchen couldn't help but look at Red Peach Q with a strange expression. At that moment, Red Peach Q just wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. It was so damn embarrassing. Although Red Peach Q was a core member of the poker organization, the big sister of the hearts, she hadn't experienced much of the world. Perhaps due to luck, she had never gone through the hardships that others faced while climbing from being a little brother to a leader. She was born into an ordinary rural family in Yunzhou, where her parents ran a small business that didn't earn much, but they managed to get by. She was the eldest of 3 children, with a younger brother and sister. Her sister was 3 years younger, and her brother was 7 years younger. Her parents were very biased towards sons, believing that daughters would eventually belong to other families, so they were reluctant to invest too much effort in Red Peach Q and her sister. However, her sister was good at being spoiled and could always win their favor, while she was the least favored in the family. At 16, she dropped out of school because her parents wanted her to help in the store, thinking that a girl didn't need much education and that marrying into a good family would solve all problems. Besides, she had a significant advantage in looks. However, Red Peach Q was never one to be bullied. Her thinking was simple: if others treated her well, she would treat them well. If they treated her poorly, even her parents, she wouldn't indulge them. Thus, she started her money-saving plan, secretly saving money while working in the store. Why should all the hard-earned money she made go to support her Brother's education and save for his marriage? Dream on. So, 4 years ago, Red Peach Q left home with the 30,000 yuan she had saved. Before leaving, she secretly organized the evidence of her father's infidelity that she had collected over the years and placed it in her mother's makeup box, then called the health department to report the hygiene issues of their small store. Finally, she gave a good beating to her 2 siblings who always bullied her, and then left the cage that had confined her for 20 years, satisfied with the rhythm of their cries behind her. From then on, the sea was wide enough for fish to leap, and the winds could blow from any direction. This phrase seems to be how it goes, right? It should be. Whether it was because the pent-up frustration had dissipated or simply due to her age, on the train away from home, Red Peach Q awakened. Ability, concealment. When she awakened, there was an elderly man on the train with slightly graying hair but sharp eyes like a hawk. After a brief exchange with Red Peach Q, he asked if she wanted to follow him. To this day, Red Peach Q still doesn't know why. She nodded in confusion. However, she has never regretted her choice because from that moment on, she became Red Peach Q, no longer Wen Zhaodi. The first time Red Peach Q met Shinchen, she developed a strong interest in this sickly young man, as he didn't seem like someone who could storm into the county committee compound and kill the county head. But when she prepared to test his skills and give him a show of strength, the power he displayed far exceeded her imagination. She had never come so close to death before. From that moment on, Red Peach Q felt fear for the first time towards someone, even the old man, the mastermind behind the poker organization, only inspired her awe, but never fear. Since childhood, she had been fearless, but that day, when engulfed by the black mist, she truly felt afraid. As news spread of Shinchen killing 12 members of the Hanzhou Guard and 700 military personnel, her fear of him reached its peak. Shinchen said he didn't know what it meant to like someone, and Red Peach Q didn't know either. All she knew was that she wanted to be with Shinchen, to fight with him, to drink with him, and to escape with him. Tang Xiaohua said that was what liking someone meant, so let's just call it liking. Tang Xiaohua also said that if you like him, you should sleep with him, so let's sleep with him then. It's better to sleep with him than to let someone else do it, and being slept with by him is better than by someone else. But now, it seemed a bit awkward. When Zhaodi? Shinchen glanced at the name on Red Peach Q's ID and casually said, "What a terrible name, you should change it when you have time." Upon hearing this, Red Peach Q was taken aback for a moment, fell silent for a few seconds, then smiled brightly. "Okay, I'll go change it tomorrow." Shinchen looked down at the small packaging bag on the ground and shook his head with a smile. After this incident, Red Peach Q couldn't pretend to be drunk anymore, and naturally, there was no chance to sleep with Shinchen. They still ended up sleeping separately, which Red Peach Q felt quite regretful about. It seemed she would have to find another opportunity. Early the next morning, Shinchen and Red Peach Q arrived at the military exercise site, which was already packed with people, including local residents and tourists who had come from afar, as well as some high-ranking foreign military officials invited to observe. Each military exercise has 3 purposes. The first is to motivate the military departments of various states to strengthen their training. The second is for the military departments to indirectly accept scrutiny from the higher-ups of Xiao country and the general public through the exercise. As for the third purpose, it is to showcase the military might of Xiao country, thereby deterring those who covet the land of Huaxia. 10 years ago, Xiao country's military strength had already reached the forefront of the world, becoming one of the most powerful military nations globally. With the emergence of awakened ones, Xiao country, due to its large population base, has a number of awakened ones far exceeding that of other countries. In terms of combat power alone, Xiao country is undoubtedly the world's strongest nation. However, it is precisely because of the excessive emphasis on military strength that many internal issues have arisen in Xiao country. The most prominent is the wealth gap. For instance, Shinchen and Siau spend around 100,000 yuan for a meal at the Lu Wai Lu, while Wang Xiaomei sells her body to pay for her grandfather's medical treatment. Lin Nan works part-time every day after classes to afford college. These are not even the worst. The main issue is that the excessive focus on military strength has elevated the military's status, and if there are corrupt elements within the military, it could bring immeasurable losses to the country and its people. Just like the former Long County head in Langshan County who colluded with his brother-in-law in the military to deceive hundreds of citizens into the deep mountains, turning them into guinea pigs for a criminal group. This has already become a disaster for the country and its people, but because his surname is Long, no one has ever condemned his crimes since this incident occurred. Instead, they have been hunting down Shinchen, this unforgivable demon. When officials mutually support each other, it becomes the basic principle of conduct in the officialdom, and the only ones who suffer are the common people. Therefore, this country needs someone to step forward and carry out a ruthless and impartial reshuffling. The two had just arrived at the venue and hadn't even found their positions when they saw a middle-aged man in military uniform striding towards them. At the sight of this, Shen's muscles instantly tensed. Hong Tao Q also tucked her hands into her pockets, gripping the dagger that she never parted with. However, the military man showed No hostility at all, not even glancing at the two. He simply brushed past Shinchen and whispered, "Old Lin wants to see you, come with me." Shinchen frowned. Slightly but quickly relaxed. With such a significant military exercise, Old Lin would definitely be present, and he might already know about Jang Ani and the others. Looking for him yesterday. Naturally, he would pay extra attention to him today. As soon as he entered, he might have already been spotted by Old Lin's people. We can try to fight our way out. Hong Tao Q tightly gripped the dagger in her hand, her eyes revealing a resolute determination to face death. No need to be nervous, it's an old acquaintance. Shinchen patted her hand that was clutching the dagger, signaling her to relax. You find a seat first, I'll be back soon. Under Hong Tao Q's worried gaze, Shinchen followed the military man's pace and arrived beside a black extended business car parked by the roadside. Get in, Old Lin is waiting for you in the car. The soldier pointed to the car door and then stood straight with his hands behind his back. Shinchen took a deep breath and slowly opened the car door. Inside, only Old Lin was present. Today, he wasn't wearing his usual Tai Chi suit or Zhongshan suit but was dressed in military attire. The shoulder insignia adorned with golden leaves and 3 golden stars highlighted his significant position in the military. He was no longer the Old Lin who rarely left the Lin family in Ice City but the general of the Summer Kingdom's military, Lin Tianrong. Upon seeing Shinchen enter the car, the sternness in Old Lin's eyes instantly dissipated, replaced by a warm smile. Wubbing, you're here. Old Lin, Shinchen opened his mouth, momentarily unsure of what to say. Do you blame me? Old Lin asked. Abruptly, Shinchen shook his head, no blame. He understood what Old Lin was referring to. This time he was pursued by the Hanzhou guard. And neither Bai Keitang nor Old Lin had done their utmost to help him, at least not with an all-out determination. Wubbing, I have always had high hopes for you. In fact, I paved the way for you a long time ago. Old Lin sighed helplessly and said earnestly, I thought, if you are suitable for the military, let my son Beiwan cultivate you well, and perhaps one day you could take over his position and manage the Hanzhou military. Even if you are not suited for the military, I have prepared Bai Keitang for you, which has a large number of awakened individuals. Plus, Bei Wang is your support in the military. As long as you don't cause too much trouble, you could become a significant figure in the Summer Kingdom in the future. At this point, Old Lin sighed again, but unfortunately, they are dead. Shinchen directly interrupted him, looking up at Old Lin's murky eyes, and said flatly, unfortunately, Instructor Hua is dead, and Wang Xiaomei is also dead. Alas. Old Lin did not ask who Wang Xiaomei was, he didn't care about that. However, in his eyes, Shinchen's perspective was still too narrow. He said earnestly, it's not that simple, many things aren't as black and white as you think. As the lord of a state, Long Sihai has to consider matters from multiple perspectives. Seeing Shinchen silent, he continued, let me give you an example. Why does our country prohibit modifying cars? What? Shinchen was slightly taken aback, unsure of the other person's intent, and shook his head. From one perspective, the prohibition on modifying cars is to prevent young people from racing at night, but from the viewpoint of those in power, what they are really preventing is not just that, but rather stopping someone from turning a 20-ton truck into a 100-ton small train. Hearing this, Shinchen was somewhat confused and still didn't understand the other person's meaning. Noticing Shinchen's bewilderment, Old Master Lin continued, why does our country also prohibit the resale of homesteads? Shinchen shook his head again. He had no exposure to these matters and naturally didn't know the deeper meaning. The prohibition on buying and selling homesteads isn't to protect retired elderly people, but to prevent capital from intervening. If the buying and selling of homesteads were allowed, once capital intervenes, the result would be more people left homeless, and eventually even the farmers' ancestral graves would be dug up. Upon hearing this, Shinchen frowned, as if he began to understand the other person's meaning. Old Master Lin then spoke again. To put it simply, why does the state crack down on prostitution? To prevent prostitution, Shinchen finally spoke up, as this was a relatively common issue. He often saw enticing little cards in public restrooms. Wrong, Old Master Lin said decisively. What the state is preventing is not prostitution, but human trafficking. Do you believe that if prostitution were legalized, the cases of women being trafficked in our country would surge several times, and the number of missing persons would increase dramatically? Hearing this, Shinchen finally understood the other person's meaning completely. He forced a smile. So you want to tell me that leaders have their own difficulties, that they need to consider the bigger picture rather than personal gains and losses? You finally understand? Old Master Lin nodded with satisfaction. Sorry, I don't understand. Shinchen's gaze became resolute again, and he said, is it acceptable for sacrificed soldiers to bear a stigma for the so-called bigger picture? Is it acceptable for the families of martyrs to be bullied? For the so-called bigger picture, can hundreds of citizens become guinea pigs for criminal organizations? For the so-called bigger picture, can Wang Xiaomei die in vain? Shinchen's voice grew louder, and a layer of frost covered his eyes as he coldly said, if this is the bigger picture you speak of, then forgive me for disregarding it. Alright, let's not talk about this. Calm down. Old Master Lin saw that persuasion was ineffective and directly changed the subject. So, are you still willing to destroy the poker organization? They killed Hua Yan, so I will naturally do my utmost to eradicate them, Shinchen said without hesitation. Good, the woman who came with you today is the Queen of Hearts from poker, right? Old Master Lin's gaze sharpened, and combined with his military uniform, he gave off an inexplicable sense of pressure. You capture her, and I'll have someone read her mind. Upon hearing this, Shinchen, who had previously shown no hesitation, actually hesitated. A few seconds later, he spoke. This matter doesn't require your intervention. I have my own plan. I see you don't want to take action against her. Old Master Lin slightly straightened his posture. Shinchen's tone faltered, then he repeated, I said, I have my own plan. Very well, I knew you wouldn't be able to take action. I've already arranged for someone to handle this matter. The old man. Lin's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment as he spoke regretfully. Upon hearing this, Shinchen was momentarily taken aback, but soon a spark of anger ignited in his eyes. You called me here just to stall me so you could send someone to capture Sister Q? No, old man Lin shook his head. I just wanted to advise you that if you are willing to turn back, you can still be the Wang bully of Baichao Hall. I will continue to cultivate you. All you need to do is let Yin Yu activate the soul transfer and you can assume a new identity to live in the sunlight. Again, rather than like you are now. We have different paths and cannot collaborate. Shinchen looked deeply at the military general he had always regarded as a relative, then pushed open the car door. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw Red Peach Q being escorted by two people. They had her arms restrained and her knees were covered in blood as if she had been dragged here against her will. However, at that moment, she kept her eyes tightly shut, seemingly afraid of being read. Sister Q. Shinchen's voice trembled slightly. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Red Peach Q's body visibly shuddered and she slowly opened her eyes. When she saw Shinchen stepping out of the car, she was momentarily stunned, but quickly shouted, Xiao, run. Don't worry about me. In that instant, Shinchen felt his heart twitch slightly. She had already had her legs broken and was dragged here like a dead dog, yet upon seeing him emerge from the car of those who had harmed her, her first instinct was still to tell him to run. Shinchen took a deep breath, adjusted his emotions, and then slowly walked up to Red Peach Q. The man in military uniform who had been standing at the car door directly blocked his path. Do you want to die? Shinchen's eyes were filled with cold killing intent as he stared fiercely at the man. The military man frowned but did not move an inch. Step aside, old man Lin's somewhat aged voice came from the car. Hearing his voice, the military man gave Shinchen a deep look, then stepped aside. Shinchen ignored the man's gaze and looked at Red Peach Q, who had just been spirited and was now in a pitiful state. A bitter smile crept onto his lips. Aren't you afraid that I'm in cahoots with them? I don't believe it, Red Peach Q said, forcing a not-so-pleasant smile. What if, after all, I said, I don't believe it. Red Peach Q interrupted Shinchen rudely, then lowered her voice a few notches. Even if you kill me now, I would still believe you have your reasons. Shinchen stared at Red Peach Q for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed. Congratulations, you guessed right. I really am not with them. Upon hearing his words, Red Peach Q smiled. That smile was breathtakingly beautiful. Wubbing, have you made up your mind? Old man Lin's voice seemed to age a few years in an instant. There's nothing to think about. Almost as soon as he spoke, Shinchen threw two punches to repel the two plainclothes soldiers holding Red Peach Q, then caught her in his arms just as she was about to fall. He then looked towards the direction of the business car and called out loudly, Old Lin, do you want to kill Shinchen? As he spoke, black mist began to rise from beneath his feet, slowly spreading outwards. The military personnel surrounding the business car all looked at Shinchen with serious expressions, ready for action. After an unknown amount of time, a sigh came from inside the business car. Sigh. You can go. Shinchen's lips curled slightly, coldly glancing at the military personnel around him, then he left the crowd while holding Red Peach Q. Old Lin, are you really just going to let Red Peach Q go? The man in military uniform asked anxiously. What else can you do? Old man Lin pinched his brow and retorted. I'm confident I can keep them here, the military man said, somewhat unconvinced. You wouldn't have let Shinchen go if you had understood him. He pointed to the countless people around the venue and said, but half of the people here are bound to die, and even I can't bear that responsibility. Something's happened. Shining arrived backstage and looked at Jang Ani and the others, saying, Old Master Lin has made a move against Shinchen. What? Qian Mang was the first to stand up, his massive frame giving off an inexplicable sense of pressure. Where's the third one? Don't worry, he's fine for now. Shining briefly relayed the news he had just heard to the others. Damn. Tang Xiaohua shot him a cold glance, saying, we were preparing to fight for him, and he's secretly targeting Shinchen? That hypocritical old man. I'm not participating in this competition anymore. Qian Meng directly took off his combat uniform jacket representing the Hanzhou military and said in a deep voice, I'm going to find the third one. I'm going too. Zhao Xiaodao also stood up. Wait. Jang Ani, who had been silent with a lollipop in her mouth, suddenly stood up to stop Qian Meng and Zhao Xiaodao. Jang Ani, I know you have a good relationship with old Lin, but if you stop us this time, we will be enemies. Qian Meng shot a displeased look at Jang Ani. Jang Ani ignored the annoyance in Qian Meng's tone, her big eyes twinkling as she said, I have a very cool and stylish plan. Do you want to hear it? The others looked at her with puzzled expressions. An hour later, the military exercise officially began. This individual combat event had 9 arenas, each guarded by representatives from the military departments of the 9 provinces. All participants from the military departments could challenge the guardians of the arenas at will, and if an arena was left unguarded, it would be considered eliminated. Each challenger could only challenge once. After the representative from the Qingzhou military department finished speaking, the individual combat competition officially commenced. Jang Ani, you and Zhao Xiaodao are not suited for individual combat. Do you really want to participate? Zhou Dao looked at them with concern. Originally, only Shen Ying and Qian Meng were supposed to participate in this individual combat, while Tang Xiaohua, Zhao Xiaodao, and Jang Ani were responsible for group confrontations. However, just now, they all suddenly wanted to join the individual combat, and although Zhou Dao didn't know what had happened, he chose to trust them. Don't worry, we won't lose. Jang Ani waved her hand casually and was the first to walk towards the arena. However, when Zhou Dao saw the direction she was heading, he couldn't help but be taken aback and quickly shouted, Jang Ani, you're going the wrong way. But Jang Ani seemed not to have heard and walked straight to one of the arenas. That was the arena of the Hanzhou military. Watching Jang Ani step onto the arena, the guardian from the Hanzhou military looked confused. Wasn't she one of their teammates? Why was she coming to fight him? Hanzhou Jang Ani, today I want to seek justice. From the Hanzhou military on behalf of Instructor Hui Yan and Captain Shinchen, Jang Ani stepped onto the arena, playing with a small star-shaped iron nail in her hand, which was the lip stud Tang Xiaohua had given her before she went on stage. The moment she said this, the crowd erupted. What's going on? Is there infighting in the Hanzhou military? A group of onlookers began to discuss animatedly. This military exercise was being live-streamed, with all domestic TV stations and online platforms broadcasting it in real time. Jang Ani's actions undoubtedly constituted a major live broadcast incident. On the high platform, a stern-looking man in military uniform furrowed his brows tightly, staring intently at Jang Ani. Old Lin, what's going on? Are you playing tricks? An officer sitting next to him teased. Shut your mouth. The stern man replied irritably. He is the current leader of the Cold State Military Department and the son of Lin Tianrong, Lin Beiwang. With Jang Ani taking the stage, those who had originally chosen their targets and were ready to challenge stepped back, fearing they might miss this rare spectacle. Jang Ani, what are you doing? Get down. The guardian of the Cold State Military Department looked at her with displeasure and reprimanded her in a low voice. Can we start? Jang Ani ignored him and turned to the referee beside her. The referee also showed a troubled expression. It was the first time he encountered such a situation and didn't know what to do, helplessly casting a pleading glance towards the high platform. In the central position among the officers sat a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit. He was the governor of Qingzhou, Huozhan. As the host, he showed no signs of panic upon seeing this and stood up, speaking loudly, the competition will continue. Today, General Lin Beiwang of Cold State is here. No matter what grievances you have with Shinchen and Huiyan, he will certainly advocate for you. Jang Ani glanced at him indifferently, then quickly withdrew her gaze and looked back at the referee. Can we not start yet? Oh. The referee finally reacted and hurriedly announced, Guardian of the Cold State Military Department, Zhang Yon, Challenger, Jiang Ani. Single combat, now starting. After saying this, he stepped back, leaving the stage to the two. Jang Ani, I don't know what happened, but I am the guardian of the Cold State Military Department. My duty is to defend this stage, no matter who the opponent is. Zhang Yon looked at Jang Ani seriously. Stop the nonsense. Jang Ani waved her hand casually, then flicked the lip piercing in her hand straight towards his eyes. She launched her unerring strike right from the start. In this battle, she not only wanted to win but to win beautifully and decisively. Although they were both from the Cold State Military Department and not too familiar with each other, they knew each other's awakening abilities. Zhang Yong's awakening ability was the most common brute force, one of the most powerful abilities in single combat, as weapons were prohibited, not even military daggers. This also meant that some powerful abilities could not be utilized on the stage. The strongest abilities in the arena were brute force, hardening, blinking, concealment, and a few other rare abilities, such as moving mountains and cutting jade. Jang Ani's unerring strike was undoubtedly one of the abilities severely restricted. Jang Ani with a gun and Jang Ani without a gun were on completely different levels. However, the lip piercing given to her by Tang Xiaohua before stepping onto the stage could also be considered a weapon for Jang Ani, but there were no restrictions on such items in the arena as they were not considered weapons by others, merely improvised materials. Sensing the sudden hidden weapon, Zhang Yang chose not to dodge, fully aware that the hidden weapon Jang Ani launched could not be evaded and would hit him, so he simply raised his hand to shield his eyes. Almost at the moment she threw the lip-piercing, Jang Ani moved, rushing in front of Zhang Yang in the blink of an eye, then bending her arm to strike his throat with her joint. Accompanied by a muffled grunt, Zhang Yang fell straight back. The brute force Zhang Yang did not manage to land a single blow against Zhang Ani. Level Wu. This was the first time everyone saw Zhang Ani engage in close combat. In previous battles, she either did not strike or, if she did, it was always with a gun in hand, and no one knew she had broken through to level Wu. Zhang Yang clutched his throat, pointing at Zhang Ani, and after a long while, he managed to say with difficulty, Zhang Ani, when did you break through to level Wu? I don't remember. I just leveled up while eating. Zhang Ani shrugged nonchalantly and then asked, are you going to continue fighting? Zhang Yang shook his head. With a bitter smile, if you had kept chasing just now, I wouldn't have even had the chance to get up. I admit defeat. Hearing this, Zhang Ani nodded and then stepped down from the stage. According to the rules, she could only participate in one battle, and it was time for the Han Province military to change their challenger. Zhang Ani's clean and decisive victory over the Han Province's defender, combined with her stunning beauty, immediately drew cheers from many, especially from some male spectators who continuously shouted Zhang Ani's name. Meanwhile, Lin Beiwang on the high platform had a grim expression, remaining silent. After a brief commotion, order was restored in the arena, and the Han Province military brought in another defender. With Zhang Ani no longer causing disruptions, the tournament could finally proceed normally. Just as a member of the Qing Province military was preparing to challenge the Han Province defender, a figure suddenly appeared on the military stage. Han Province's Tang Xiaohua, on behalf of Captain Huiyan, demands justice from the Han Province military. Seeing this scene, Lin Beiwang, who had been silent, could no longer sit still. He turned to the Qing Province Governor Huazhan. Governor Hua, I request a pause in the military exercise. No. Huazhan refused without hesitation, then paused the broadcast. Lin Beiwang compromised, his brow furrowed. This was a nationwide live broadcast, and even some foreign online platforms were airing this military exercise. The military exercise of Siau country was a grand event for countless military enthusiasts. Moreover, since the emergence of awakened individuals, the attention on military exercises had reached unprecedented heights, with many awakened individuals keenly observing as the military's development and application of awakening abilities far surpassed that of ordinary people. This was also a learning opportunity for general awakened individuals. However, now the Han Province military was facing a situation where their own people were fighting each other, which was utterly humiliating for Lin Beiwang. That won't do either. Huazhan rejected again, a half-smile on his face as he said, as a governor, I have the responsibility to stand up for the soldiers of the military and seek justice for them. Besides, that Huiyan is also my relative. I want to hear what grievances he has suffered that forced these kids to stand up in such a situation. Relative? Lin Beiwang was speechless. It was childish and ridiculous for a governor to come up with such an absurd reason. However, he also knew that Huazhan would never agree to his request. The Qing Province and Han Province had always been at odds, and this had nothing to do with the military. It was purely because of Long Sihai and Huazhan. The two belonged to different factions. Huazhan of Chang Province was a direct descendant of the former national leader. After the new national leader took office, he had tried multiple times to replace Huazhan, but Huazhan was not greedy for wealth or lustful, and after years of governing Qing Province, he had not made a single mistake. He was simply impeccable. If an unfounded charge were placed on Huazhan, it would inevitably lead to unrest in Qing Province. Reluctantly, the new national leader had to allow Huazhan to continue governing Qing Province, but he also arranged for Long Sihai to suppress and target Qing Province in various ways. Over time, many conflicts arose between the two provinces' militaries. Originally, Han Province had always been dominant over Qing Province, but after a war in the southern border, the strength of the Han Province military had drastically decreased, and in recent years they had been suppressed by Qing Province. The two provinces had harbored grievances for a long time, and now that they had finally caught hold of some dirt on Han Province, Lin Beiwang was determined to get to the bottom of it. Meanwhile, during their conversation, Tang Xiaohua and the Han Province defender had already engaged in battle on the stage. At this moment, Tang Xiaohua's combat experience had multiplied many times over compared to before. No one knew exactly what she had gone through recently. In the past, every time she used her blink ability, she would appear behind her opponent to achieve a surprise attack. However, this time her landing points were different. Sometimes she appeared behind her opponent, sometimes at their side, and even at times she would materialize at the edge of the arena after using her blink, leaving everyone unable to fathom her next move. Her opponent was a Jade Cutter Awakened, possessing one of the top awakening abilities in the arena, but he was now drenched in sweat, uncertain of when Tang Xiaohua would strike or which part of his body she would target. As a result, he had to keep himself in a state of jade cutting, which was undoubtedly a huge drain on his energy. In the next moment, Tang Xiaohua suddenly appeared behind him, causing his nerves to tense up instantly. However, Tang Xiaohua did not launch any attack. She simply said softly, "Hello." This simple greeting made him collapse in an instant, and he swung his palm like a sharp long knife towards the back. But at that moment, Tang Xiaohua was already gone. Damn it! The Jade Cutter awakened completely broke down, shouting at the distant Tang Xiaohua, "Are you going to attack or not?" As his words fell, Tang Xiaohua disappeared from the corner of the arena once again. In the next second, a slender figure appeared in midair before him. Tang Xiaohua stomped forcefully twice on his chest, and he didn't even have time to react before he was kicked away, crashing heavily onto the ground below the arena. When Tang Xiaohua landed, her body swayed slightly and blood began to seep from her feet, staining the arena beneath her. The opponent, having exhausted himself and emotionally collapsed, briefly exited the jade cutting state, giving Tang Xiaohua the opportunity to defeat him. However, he had received professional training in the military, and although he was a rookie, he still managed to activate jade cutting at the last moment, resulting in severe cuts on Tang Xiaohua's feet. Nevertheless, Tang Xiaohua did not mind. Instead, she turned to Lin Beiwan on the high platform and called out loudly, "I ask the Hanzhou military for justice." In the bar, the Red Peach Q, with her legs in plaster, watched the televised broadcast and smiled. "Xiaohua is quite cool." Shinchen shook his head with a bitter smile, but a complex expression flashed in his eyes. At that moment, his heart was a tangled mess. The human heart is a strange and complex thing. When you get into trouble, your first reaction is to not involve your family and friends, hoping they stay as far away from you as possible. Yet, if they really heed your words and do nothing, you can't help but feel disappointed. But when they stand up for you regardless of the consequences, you wish they would remain silent and take care of themselves. At this moment, Shinchen was caught in this contradictory mindset, feeling both touched by their actions and angry at their impulsiveness. In Ice City, the Xia family. "Old Ji, you must be regretting not going, right?" Xiao asked Yi Qing, looking at Tang Xiaohua's dashing figure on the television. "They are all great." Yi Qing clenched his fists, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. It was as if the one standing in the arena was not Tang Xiaohua but himself. But thankfully, among those who went, there's no crazy girl Lin Man, Xia. Yu said with a bitter smile. Shening was relatively stable and usually wouldn't act too impulsively. Xian Meng and Zhao Shaodao lacked opinions and were easily swayed by others, while Tang Xiaohua and Jiang Anqi, though sometimes wild, still had their limits in what they did. Although this incident had caused quite a stir in front of the entire nation and even the world, the Hanzhou military would not make things too difficult for them. However, accountability afterward was inevitable. But if Lin Man goes, it would be deadly. By the way, where has Lin Man gone? Yi Qing asked, somewhat puzzled. He hadn't seen Lin Man since returning to Ice City. Upon hearing this, Xiao's eyes were filled with helplessness, and he shook his head, saying, "I only found out recently that the crazy girl went to the Wasteland Province." Wasteland Province. Yi Qing's eyes widened instantly. In history, the Xia Kingdom only had 8 provinces. It wasn't until a major rebellion over 100 years ago that countless citizens were displaced. To escape the war, they chose to migrate to a desolate and cold land that had not been affected by the conflict, which became the embryonic form of Wasteland Province. Later, after the war ended, the Xia Kingdom began to reorganize internally, and the military launched a large-scale campaign to eliminate bandits. Some self-proclaimed kings among the bandits fled to Wasteland Province to escape military pursuit, reinventing themselves. Most of those bandits had turned to crime due to hunger caused by the war, and with the end of the conflict, they no longer wished to live a life of bloodshed. Some even married and had children after arriving in Wasteland Province, living a life of warmth with their families. After discussions and decisions by the high-ranking officials of the Xia Kingdom, they decided not to pursue these individuals and named this harshland Wasteland Province. They also sent people to manage and educate the area. With over 100 years of development, the total population of Wasteland Province reached over 30 million. Although this was still less than 1/10 of the population of other provinces, it had grown to a considerable scale. However, due to geographical reasons and some historical issues, Wasteland Province has always been an overlooked area, receiving no preferential treatment in national resources, making it the poorest province in the entire Xia Kingdom. Whenever the people are poor, chaos ensues. This is an unchanging truth. Of course, in modern society, peasant uprisings are unlikely to occur, but when people are impoverished, they inevitably develop other thoughts. For instance, local young men who cannot find brides might consider buying a woman to bear children and continue their family line. As for whether the children will suffer like them, that is not within their consideration, because the ancestors of the Xia Kingdom said that among the 3 unfilial acts, having no descendants is the greatest. There must be a reason behind the words of the ancestors. Huang City is the largest city in Wasteland Province and the only city in the entire province that meets the municipal standards of the Xia Kingdom. It has the only airport and high-speed train station in Wasteland Province. As for transportation between other cities in Wasteland Province, it all relies on buses. Lin Man walked out of the Great Wasteland Airport, pulling a suitcase. As soon as she stepped outside, she felt a bone-chilling cold. It was only September, even though the temperature in Cold Province was low, a coat would suffice, and some southern cities were still wearing short sleeves and shorts. But the people coming and going in Wasteland Province had already donned cotton jackets and even down coats. Lin Man tightened her coat and was just about to look for a taxi when she saw 7 or 8 men running towards her, looking like hungry wolves, spotting a plump little lamb. Seeing this scene, Lin Man's expression became serious and she instinctively clenched her fists. In the next second, Lin Man was stunned. Beautiful lady, need a ride? It's cheap. Beautiful lady, ride with me, $30 to the city center, and there's air conditioning in the car. I'll do it for 25. I'll do it for 20. Are you out of your mind? $20 to the city center, you won't make a dime. My wife is about to give birth, I need to get home. 20 is better than going back empty. You're something else, your wife is having a baby and you're still thinking about making money. If I don't make money, how will I support the child? Enough talk, if you can, do it for 22. Hearing his words, the others shook their heads and dispersed. What a joke, just the gas money. For a trip to the city costs $20, running around for fun without making a dime, right? Lin Man was still processing it when the taxi driver, who had mentioned his wife was giving birth, stepped forward, took Lin Man's suitcase, and hoisted it toward his taxi. Hey, beautiful. Over here. This suitcase looks brand new, the road over there is bad and could wear out the wheels. Let me carry it for you. Thank you. Lin Man dazedly followed his footsteps. Once in the car, the driver glanced at Lin Man in the back seat through the rearview mirror and smiled. Beautiful, are you cold? I'll turn on the air conditioning for you. Thank you, Lin Man replied again. No problem. You look like it's your first time in this desolate city, and wearing so little makes it easy to catch a cold. With that, he turned on the air conditioning. A warm breeze flowed from below, and Lin Man felt much more comfortable. About half an hour later, the car stopped in the hospital parking lot. I'm really sorry, beautiful. My wife is about to give birth, so I can only drop you off here, the driver said apologetically, looking at Lin Man. Lin Man didn't mind, as she didn't know where she was going next anyway. There were plenty of hotels near the hospital, and she could find a place to stay anywhere. Lin Man checked into a hotel near the hospital. From the outside, it looked decent, but the interior could only be described with 4 words: smoky and murky. The room was relatively clean, but the soundproofing was quite poor. As soon as she entered the room, she heard a series of indescribable sounds from the next room, along with a man's curses. Lin Man pushed her suitcase aside, then picked up an ashtray from the bedside table and walked out of the room. She had no intention of being discreet this time, she was here to let loose, and if something displeased her, she would just take action. At the door of the neighboring room, Lin Man knocked. A man's voice soon came from inside, heavy with labored breathing. Damn it, who is it? Lin Man didn't answer but continued knocking, this time with more force. Damn! The man cursed again, then said, wait a minute. Soon, there was a rustling sound of clothes being put on from inside. 2 minutes later, the door opened a crack and a dark-skinned middle-aged man poked his head out. Who is it? Lin Man didn't respond. Instead, she kicked the door hard, and it slammed into the man's forehead. Bang! Ouch! Damn it! The dark-skinned man staggered back, eventually sitting down on the edge of the bed, crimson blood seeping through his fingers. Before he could look up to see who had come, an ashtray came crashing down on his head. Screaming in broad daylight, what the hell are you all yelling about? Lin Man casually tossed the ashtray to the ground and sat down on a nearby chair, unfazed. At that moment, she noticed a woman curled up under the blanket on the bed, her face marred with multiple bruises, looking like fresh wounds. What does this have to do with you? The dark-skinned man stood up, a bit defiant, blood trickling down his cheek. Looking somewhat frightening, Lin Man remained silent, instead looking into his eyes. After a few seconds, she slowly spoke, loan sharking. Naked loans, forcing those girls who can't pay back to sell themselves for money, quite impressive. Who the hell are you? Upon hearing Lin Man's words, the dark-skinned man's expression grew serious, his eyes filled with wariness. Who I am isn't important, what's important is that I know your business has been snatched away by someone else. Lin Man stepped forward slowly, a playful smile curling at the corners of her mouth, and I can help you. You can help me? The dark-skinned man's eyes flickered for a moment, then he quickly reacted and asked straightforwardly, what are your terms? He had been in this line of work for a long time, so he certainly understood that there were no free lunches. I know you have a way to contact General Zhan from Huangzhou. I want to see him, Lin Man said with an extremely serious expression. General Zhan. Upon hearing this name, the dark-skinned man instinctively swallowed hard, as if he had heard something terrifying. General Zhan was not just any military general, he was the most notorious local tyrant in Huangzhou. He commanded a mercenary army and had participated in numerous large-scale battles. Even the state lord had to show him some respect. What do you want with General Zhan? The dark-skinned man asked cautiously. That's none of your business, Lin Man replied, continuing, but don't worry, I'm not arrogant enough to attempt to assassinate General Zhang, so you needn't worry about being implicated. Seeing the dark-skinned man fall silent, Lin Man bent down to pick up the ashtray on the ground and said lightly, it's fine if you don't agree. I can just kill you right now and take your head to your nemesis. I think he would be more than happy to introduce me to General Zhang. I agree. The dark-skinned man quickly took 2 steps back, clearly feeling the cold glint in Lin Man's eyes, and the expression on her face showed no sign of change when she said that it was a disregard for life. She wasn't joking, she really would kill him here. Good, then let's go. Lin Man waved her hand and walked out of the room. Where to? The dark-skinned man was taken aback. To help you deal with your nemesis, Lin Man said. Now, stop wasting time. Oh, okay. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of a financial company. Sister, it's right here. The dark-skinned man, looking at least 35 or 36, followed Lin Man, calling her sister with a face full of flattering smiles. Got it, wait for me outside. Lin Man took out a dagger from her pocket, which she had just bought on the way here. She hadn't brought her own dagger to Huangzhou due to security checks. Sister, should I call some brothers? The dark-skinned man asked tentatively. No need. If you're scared, just wait for me outside. With that, Lin Man pushed the door open and walked in. Inside, the room was filled with smoke and several burly men were gathered around playing mahjong. When they saw Lin Man enter, all their gazes were drawn to her pure, fresh face, like a lotus emerging from the water. Beautiful lady, need a loan? One man with a scar on his face stood up, revealing a smile he thought was friendly. Interest is negotiable. Are you Scarface who? Lin Man glanced at him, her gaze landing on the scar on his face. Do you know me, beautiful? Scarface who asked, somewhat surprised. I am indeed here to borrow something, but it's not money, Lin Man replied, sidestepping the question. Then what does the beautiful lady want to borrow? I have everything here. Scarface who stroked his chin, his squinty little eyes darting around Lin Man as if trying to see through her thick coat. I want to borrow. Lin Man elongated her tone, then her expression shifted slightly as she coldly said, I want to borrow your life. With that, she didn't hesitate to draw her dagger and lunged at him. Scarface, who had been in this line of work for many years and sensing the change in Lin Man's tone, he instinctively took half a step back. So when Lin Man struck, he already had enough space to dodge. However, it seemed Lin Man knew exactly what he was thinking. Her attack was aimed precisely at the direction he was trying to evade. In the end, because Scarred, who instinctively reached out to protect his throat, his palm was pierced, but the vital areas were unharmed. Among Shinchen's team, the hardest worker was undoubtedly Lin Man, as she was someone who had endured hardships. After joining Shinchen's team, her life underwent a tremendous change. They could spend 100,000 yuan on a meal or casually give themselves a card. She didn't want to return to her previous life, so she had to work hard. Not long ago, she finally broke through to the 5th level, and at that moment, she understood the kind of pain Shinchen had experienced. After reaching the 5th level, Lin Man could read the thoughts in others' minds. In an instant, this instantaneous mind reading in battle was equivalent to a low-tier version of combat instinct. As long as she focused on the opponent's eyes, she could predict their next move. Who exactly are you? Scarred, who stared intently at Lin Man's calm eyes, his voice extremely low. However, Lin Man completely ignored him and charged at him again. A 5th-level awakener dealing with a group of ordinary people was no different from a boxer fighting children, and Lin Man's strikes were exceptionally ruthless. Coupled with her mind-reading ability, almost no one could withstand a single move from her. In less than 3 minutes, the room fell into a deathly silence, devoid of any sounds of fighting. The dark-skinned man stood outside, trembling every time he heard a scream from within. He had seen ruthless people before, but Lin Man looked like a delicate student, creating a stark contrast with her actions. Before meeting Lin Man, he had preferred women with such contrasts, but now he felt that this preference had been cured. Soon, the door was opened, and Lin Man walked out while wiping the blood from her hands. The dark-skinned man stretched his neck to take a look inside, only to see several bodies lying haphazardly on the ground, the entire room in disarray, with thick blood pooling on the floor. As soon as the door opened, a strong smell of blood mixed with a cold wind invaded his nostrils. Let's go. Lin Man tightened her coat. She still hadn't adapted to the temperature of the desolate city. Okay. The dark-skinned man was momentarily stunned, then hurriedly jogged to the roadside to open the car door for Lin Man. The next morning, Lin Man, under the guidance of the dark-skinned man, arrived at a place resembling a military camp in the suburbs. During this time, Lin Man also learned that the dark-skinned man's nickname was Black Dog, but he didn't mention his real name, and Lin Man didn't ask. In the underworld, if someone didn't even have a nickname, it only meant that they hadn't figured things out at all. Just as they arrived at the military camp entrance, 2 men in camouflage combat uniforms, holding guns, approached them. Stop, who are you? Brothers, I'm Black Dog said with a fawning smile as he stepped forward and pulled out 2 cigarettes to light for them. Black Dog? One of the men stared at him for a few moments, then suddenly realized Ah, it's you. Today isn't the 100 Gang Feast. What are you doing here? The 100 Gang Feast is a unique ritual in Huangzhou, initiated by General Zhan. On the first of every month, General Zhan holds the 100 Gang Feast at the military camp, inviting all the gangs, big and small, involved in black and gray industries in Huangzhou. The invited gangs and organizations are required to present 15% of their monthly income as tribute to General Zhan. There was once a gang that refused to pay, and the next day, the entire gang was wiped out, with nearly 300 members not leaving a single survivor. Since then, no one or organization dared to defy General Zhan's wishes. Brothers, I have something to discuss with General Zhan today. Could you please help me out? The black dog said as he pulled out a stack of cash from his pocket and stuffed it into the other man's pocket. The two armed men exchanged glances and then nodded. We can help you pass a message, but whether General Zhan sees you or not, we can't say. Thank you, brothers. The black dog quickly bowed in gratitude. Before long, the men returned and waved at the black dog. You're in luck. General Zhan has allowed you to enter. Thank you, brothers. If there's a chance in the future, I'll treat you to drinks, the black dog said as he was about to lead Lin Man inside, but was stopped by the other man raising a hand. Black dog, who is this? This is my sister. I'm here to see General Zhan because of her, the black dog explained. The two men looked Lin Man up and down, then a knowing smile crept onto their faces. Black dog, you should know the rules here, right? Rules? The black dog was slightly taken aback. You can't bring weapons when meeting General Zhan, one of them said. Ah, I know that. We were checked when we entered the village just now, the black dog replied. With a smile. It's a special time now, we need to search you again, one of the men said, stroking his chin, his gaze lingering on Lin Man's chest. Feeling the man's gaze, Lin Man frowned slightly but said nothing more. The black dog stepped in front of Lin Man, smiling apologetically. Brother, this is my sister. I can guarantee we absolutely have no weapons. The equipment at the village entrance checked us already. Seeing the displeasure on the man's face, the black dog quickly added, Brother, I'm willing to use my head to guarantee. For my sister, please give me some face. Am I giving you face, black dog? The man pressed the gun's muzzle against the black dog's forehead, speaking viciously. After that, he knocked the black dog to the ground with the gun barrel and walked over to Lin Man with a lewd grin. Have you thought it through? Lin Man, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. What? The man was slightly taken aback. If you want to search me, have you thought it through? Lin Man raised her head to look into the man's eyes, a smile on her lips, but her gaze was extremely cold. I know exactly what I'm doing, the man said as he lunged at Lin Man. Her expression changed, and she slightly sidestepped to avoid him, then reached out, grabbing his hair and pushing down, her knee sharply thrusting up to collide heavily with his nose. Crack, accompanied by the crisp sound of bones breaking, the man fell to the ground, clutching his nose and howling in pain. The other armed man, seeing this scene, quickly raised his gun, but Lin Man seemed to have anticipated this moment, almost simultaneously. Picking up the fallen man's gun and aiming it at him. Don't move if you don't want to die. Stop. At that moment, a man in camouflage, combat gear and sunglasses walked out from inside. He first glanced at the man on the ground, then at the black dog, and finally his gaze landed on Lin Man. Put down the gun. Lin Man looked at him and made no move. Sister, this is General Zhan's top strategist, Lunan. He is also the most trusted person by General Zhan, without exception, the black dog whispered to Lin Man. Can you make the decision? Lin Man looked up at the man named Lunan, asking tentatively. Yes, Lunan replied, not asking Lin Man what she needed because here there was nothing he couldn't decide. Lin Man looked at him again, then tossed the gun aside. I want to see General Zhan. What appeared to be a village from the outside turned out to be a military camp once you stepped inside. But when you truly step into the military camp, you will find that it resembles a village more than anything else. In the center of the village stands a two-story small building, surrounded by fully armed mercenaries. Please, go inside. Lunan walked to the door, gesturing for Lin Man to enter. Lin Man hesitated for 2 seconds, then stepped inside, with the black dog following closely behind Lunan, bowing and nodding. As soon as she entered the room, Lin Man saw a burly man sitting in a chair, frowning as he contemplated something in a small notebook. He didn't look up when he heard the door open, but irritably said, Old Lu, we still need to find a way to make money. If this goes on, before he could finish, he noticed Lin Man and the other two standing at the door. Old Lu, who is this? The man took off his sunglasses and looked Lin Man up and down before turning to Lunan and asking. An interesting person, Lunan replied with a meaningful smile. He then turned to Lin Man and introduced, this is General Zhan. If you have something to discuss, you can speak now. You're looking for me? General. Zhan scrutinized Lin Man again, asking in confusion, what do you want? Lin Man's appearance was undoubtedly striking. Among the people she had encountered so far, only Jang Ani and the former Su Qingqing could rival her. However, General Zhan quickly averted his gaze. After a brief moment, as women only slowed down his draw. I heard that your fire mercenaries are the most powerful mercenaries in the country. I want to join you, Lin Man stated her intention straightforwardly. However, upon hearing her words, General Zhang scoffed. Join us? Why should we let you? Just because you have a pretty face? At this point, he glanced at the black dog beside Lin Man, then his expression changed. Did you owe the black dog money? Is he forcing you to come? No, Lin Man shook her head. Don't lie to me, General Zhang said impatiently. I'll handle this for you. Just pay back the principal you owe the black dog, and I'll waive the interest. General Zhang, I didn't. The black dog, looking innocent, was about to explain but was stopped by General Zhang's stern gaze. What? Do you have an opinion? No. The black dog shrank his neck and chose to remain silent. Seeing this, General Zhang nodded and turned to Lu Nan, saying, Old Lu, you handle this. If she really has difficulties, just give her some money and let her leave quickly. After hearing this, Lu Nan looked helpless. He had witnessed Lin Man's skills just moments ago with the few people under the black dog. They were no match for her. As the strategist of the fire mercenaries, Lu Nan was arguably the most concerned person in the entire organization. Originally, as the largest force in the entire wasteland, they should have no shortage of money. After all, every force and organization in the wasteland paid them protection fees every month, and they also accepted contracts from smaller countries, which was a significant source of income. However, their leader was quite peculiar. When dealing with those dark forces and organizations, or on the battlefield, he was like a living hell, never showing mercy. But when it came to ordinary people, he acted like a saint, wanting to lend a helping hand to those in need. Lu Nan had calculated that in just 1 year, they spent no less than 30 million helping the people of the wasteland in building schools in the mountainous areas, coupled with paying salaries to their brothers and providing pensions for the fallen. Their annual expenditure was around 90 million, while their average annual income barely exceeded 100 million. Recently, there have been no wars in several small countries surrounding Xiao country, which has significantly reduced their sources of income, and they are about to face a financial shortfall. Lu Nan, the strategist of this mercenary group, has never been tasked with formulating battle plans. Instead, he spends every day racking his brain on how to make money. Sometimes he wishes he could bring down the giant Buddha from the temple in the desolate city and have the battle general sit on it. Why aren't you leaving yet? The battle general asked, somewhat puzzled. I said I want to join the fight, Lin Man repeated. Boss, she's really strong, Lu Nan added. At the right moment. Strong? A hint of disdain appeared on the battle general's face as he shouted outside, bring in 2 people. As his voice fell, 2 muscular men over 6 feet tall walked in, standing at the door with their arms crossed. That little girl says she's strong, you 2 play with her. The battle general waved his hand casually, then seemed to remember something and added, take it easy. Don't hurt her. Got it, boss. One of the muscular men cracked his knuckles and walked toward Lin Man with a strange grin. However, before he could make a move, Lin Man charged forward and delivered a heavy kick to his abdomen. In the next second, the muscular man flew out as if he had been hit by a speeding truck. Seeing this, the battle general stood up abruptly, staring intently at Lin Man, awakened. 1. Grade Wu. Can I join the fight now? Lin Man turned to look at the battle general. What is your awakening ability? Mind reading. Xiao, we probably can't stay in Tianshui City any longer. Hong Tao Q watched the broadcast on the television. Just moments ago, Shining had swiftly dealt with a defender from the Hanzhou military. Then, imitating Tang Xiaohua, he stared directly at Lin Bei Wang and shouted, asking the Hanzhou military for justice. Then came Qian Meng, who faced off against Ishan. It was an utterly unfair match, as the opponent couldn't even withstand a single move under Qian Meng's strength, pure power crushing them. Finally, Zhao Xiaodao made his entrance. By now, everyone had gotten used to it, especially the people from the Qingzhou military. Initially, they planned to challenge the Hanzhou defenders one by one to eliminate them first, but now they didn't need to, and they could only stand by and watch the show. Zhao Xiaodao looked at a lean man in front of him, his expression showing no signs of fluctuation. In the next second, the lean man abruptly vanished from sight. The awakening abilities that could make someone disappear instantly were only 2, concealment and teleportation. Of course, there was also Shinchen's unique phasing ability, but that had not been recorded in the Awakening Research Institute's database. However, regardless of the ability, in front of Zhao Xiaodao, in front of the prophecy, they were all meaningless. No. Ready. Move. Zhao Xiaodao enunciated each word clearly, and immediately, the lean figure reappeared in front of him, its fist just inches away. Zhao Xiaodao gently pushed the opponent's fist aside, then, in the face of the man's terrified gaze, he knocked him down with a single punch. He then grabbed the man's ankle, dragged him to the edge of the ring, and tossed him off. After doing all this, he turned to look in Lin Bei Wang's direction. At that moment, Lin Bei Wang felt a wave of frustration wash over him. How many times has it been? Is there no end to this? Hanzhou. Zhao Xiaodao, please, please, please. Everyone looked at him in confusion, wondering what he was doing. Please, Hanzhou military, give us justice. Zhao Xiaodao gritted his teeth and finally managed to say the complete sentence. At this moment, Lin Beiwang felt completely tormented. Zhao Xiaodao was even worse than Jang Ani and the others before him. At least they would give a quick end with one strike. But with Zhao Xiaodao, true to his name, it felt like he was slicing Lin Beiwang's flesh piece by piece. He felt as if he were being subjected to slow slicing. The discomfort was unbearable. A short sentence took 20 seconds to say. Was it really necessary? As Zhao Xiaodao stepped down from the ring, the competition could finally proceed normally. However, due to the disruptions caused by a few people, the Cold State Military Department directly eliminated 5 of the defenders. When the wall falls, everyone pushes. When the drum breaks, thousands pound it. In the following matches, the military departments from other states began to target the Cold State Military Department because as long as they eliminated the Cold State, someone would be at the bottom in the first round of the military exercise. The Qingzhou Military Department took the lead, and the other 9 states joined in quickly, defeating all the defenders from the Cold State Military Department. In the first round of the military exercise, the Cold State Military Department ranked 9th. On the high platform, Lin Beiwan watched the scene, his forehead veins bulging, and the muscles in his cheeks twitching slightly, clearly suppressing his anger. 2 hours later, the grueling segment of the competition finally ended, and Lin Beiwan was the first to stand up and leave the venue. He went backstage and directly approached Jang Ani, his eyes burning with fury. Jang Ani, what have my Lin family and the Cold State Military Department done to wrong you? Jang Ani shrank her neck, clearly a bit scared. Have you forgotten your own identity? Lin Beiwang pointed a finger at Jang Ani's nose, speaking fiercely. Don't forget who took you in back then, you parasital monster. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present widened their eyes in shock. Jang Ani took 2 steps back at the mention, as if some long-dead memory suddenly surged back. She reached up to grab her hair, her gaze becoming utterly hollow. Parasite? No. I didn't. No, I killed him. I killed him with my own hands. Anchi. Tang Xiaohua stepped forward to support Jang Ani, her face filled with concern. Sister Anchi. Suya, who had been waiting for them backstage, also ran over, her face full of care. Hey, ungrateful little wolf. Lin Beiwang shot a cold glance at Jang Ani. He had told his father back then that this girl was too dangerous and should not be kept around, but his father valued her potential. The military department never lacked real soldiers, even female soldiers were never in short supply. However, he had never seen anyone who combined the beauty of an angel with the heart of a devil. He believed that this girl would surely become the sharpest and most unpredictable weapon in their hands in the future. Just then, Xining, Jian Meng, and Zhao Xiaodao walked over, standing between Jang Ani and Lin Beiwang. General Lin, are you going to make a move against us here? Xining looked sharply at Lin Beiwang, his eyes showing no fear. What are you? Do you really think I wouldn't dare to touch you? A cold glint flashed in Lin Beiwang's eyes as he said coldly, just for disrupting the military exercise, I have enough reason to take you down. General Lin, what great authority you have. A somewhat frivolous voice came from outside. Soon after, the figure of Huizhan, the Lord of Qingzhou, appeared before everyone, followed by several people in black trench coats. Lord Hua, this is the backstage of our Cold State Military Department. Lin Beiwang said with a somewhat displeased tone. Got it. Huizhan waved his hand casually, then changed the subject, saying, however, as the host of this military exercise, shouldn't we in Qingzhou hold you accountable for the big joke your Cold State Military Department made during the exercise? My Cold State people are not subject to Qingzhou's accountability. Lin Beiwang snorted coldly. Even if someone from Zhangzhou commits a crime in my Qingzhou, they must be handed over to me for accountability. What about you, Hanzhou? Hua. Zhan's smile faded, his face turning as cold as frost. Lin Beiwang was momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing this, Huizhan turned around and instructed a few figures in black coats, take them away. After saying that, he was the first to leave the backstage. Qingzhou guard, please hand over the person to General Lin. The leader among the black coats was a frail young man, looking to be about the same age as Jang Ani and the others, but the aura he exuded sent a chilling shiver down one's spine. Get lost, you thing that's neither human nor ghost. Lin Beiwang pushed him aside and slammed the door as he left. The young man didn't show any displeasure at the words, instead, a creepy smile appeared on his pale face beneath the hood. Take them away. Tang Xiaohua and Xining exchanged glances, then looked at Jang Ani, who was still holding her head, and ultimately chose to follow the others. When Jang Ani suggested this course of action, they knew it would escalate, but if they didn't make a scene to attract attention, how could Shinchen escape unscathed? They had already committed to it, so why be afraid? However, what puzzled Tang Xiaohua and the others was that they were neither taken to the law enforcement team nor back to the Qingzhou military headquarters, but rather to a hotel. Arriving at the door of a room, the leading Qingzhou guard knocked. Come in. A familiar voice of Huizhan came from inside. Go in, the governor is waiting for you inside. His voice was hoarse, giving an uncomfortable feeling. Aren't you afraid we might do something to him if you don't follow us in? Tang Xiaohua asked curiously. Then you can try. The young Qingzhou guard slowly raised his head, revealing a face as pale as paper, his lips twitching into a stiff smile. Tang Xiaohua instinctively shivered. The young man's complexion was different from Shinchen's sickly pallor. Shinchen looked like a patient, while this person's face was deathly pale, resembling a corpse. Damn! This is really bad luck. Tang Xiaohua rubbed her goosebumps and helped the somewhat dazed Jang Ani into the room. Inside, only Huazhan sat alone in a chair, holding a cup filled with goji berries. Tang Xiaohua helped Jang Ani sit on the opposite sofa and signaled Su Yaha to keep an eye on her. Huazhan placed the cup on the table and gestured to the sofa across from him, indicating for everyone to sit down. Let's have a chat, everyone. What does Governor Huo want to talk about? Tang Xiaohua asked. Huazhan's gaze swept over the group before settling on Tang Xiaohua. Among you, who calls the shots? The one who calls the shots is not here right now. It's the same whoever you talk to, Tang Xiaohua shrugged casually. In their small team, when Shinchen was present, he naturally called the shots. When Shinchen was absent, major decisions were usually led by Lin Man, with others expressing their opinions until a consensus was reached. Now that both Shinchen and Lin Man were gone, there was no one who had the final say. Alright, I won't beat around the bush. I want to know why you did this today, Huazhan asked straightforwardly. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaohua turned to exchange glances with Shun Ying and the others. In the end, they all nodded. The conflict between Qingzhou and Hanzhou was not a recent development, it was common knowledge. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Now they had completely torn their face with the Hanzhou military, so they had nothing to fear. The worst outcome would merely be provoking the Qingzhou military again. On the way here, everyone had already discussed it. At worst, they would run away together to the wasteland and join Lin Man. As for their relatives in Hanzhou, with Siau around, they probably wouldn't encounter any trouble. After a few seconds of silence, Tang Xiaohua laid everything bare, starting from Huayan's death to Shinchen's rampage, ultimately leading to their desperate escape. After listening to the other party, Huazhan remained silent for a long time, his brow furrowed. After a while, he finally spoke thoughtfully. There are some flaws in what you just said. What do you mean? Tang Xiaohua was taken aback at first, then said somewhat unhappily, do you think I'm lying to you? I didn't mean that. Huazhan shook his head and explained, you said that the military intelligence was wrong at the time, and then your instructor went to support alone, which is quite unreasonable. Upon hearing this, everyone frowned in unison, but no one spoke up. Huazhan ignored their complex expressions and continued, in situations where incorrect intelligence leads to danger for the soldiers on a mission, the military would generally notify you to stop the mission immediately. You said that there was no signal where you were at the time, which is somewhat understandable, but even so, the military could contact the local station troops or law enforcement members for support or communication. Their arrival would definitely not be slower than Huayan coming from Ice City. Moreover, if an ordinary person like Huayan could make it from Ice City, would the experts from the military not be able to arrive in time for rescue? After hearing his words, everyone's brows furrowed even tighter. Huazhan's final statement felt like a heavy bomb exploding in everyone's hearts. If I remember correctly, Lin Beiwang has 3 teleportation awakened under his command. Teleportation. Yes, how could the Hanzhou military not have teleportation? At that moment, everyone was immersed in the grief of Huayan's sacrifice, and no one had carefully considered why their reinforcements consisted of only Huayan. What do you mean? Shining was the first to react, looking gravely at Huazhan. What I mean is that someone has set a trap, deliberately putting you in danger and intentionally letting Huayan know about your predicament. Huazhan took a sip from his cup, revealing a confident expression. Even if what you say is true, what is their purpose in doing this? Shining asked again. The purpose is very simple, you are all sharp blades. You can tell from your performance today. Huazhan put down his cup, a disdainful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. But the person who set the trap didn't expect that you kids are not just sharp knives but also a dangerous double-edged sword. If not handled properly, it could hurt yourselves. Are you trying to sow discord? Shining frowned. Ha, Huazhan sneered. Do you need me to sow discord between you and the Hanzhou military? Do you believe that if I were to hand you over right now, you would all encounter accidents tonight and not one of you would make it back to Hanzhou alive? Upon hearing this, Shining fell silent. He wasn't a fool, he had seen through many things long ago, but he just didn't want to point them out. Was old Lin really a kind elder? If that were the case, he wouldn't hold a general position in the military. Thinking about it, everything became clear. His name was Shining, the shadow of Shinchen. If Shinchen hadn't suddenly awakened, then his existence would only mean handing over his body to Shinchen when Shinchen's body couldn't hold on any longer, and for himself, there would only be one outcome. Also, why wasn't the existence of soul transfer reported to the Siau country military? Was it really for Shinchen? Not necessarily, because there were others who participated in the special training back then, not just Shining alone. The most important point is, why can Shining and Jang Ani join Shinchen's team, but Yi Han Yunyu cannot? In fact, many of the things the other party did had significant loopholes. It's just that at the time, no one suspected them, so no one thought deeply about it. For example, why did the People from Baikatang not recognize Shinchen, the wine duelixing? Even Jang Ani only learned about Shinchen's identity later.
This means that Shinchen was merely the nominal Wang of Baikatang, but he could not actively contact any of the Baikatang members. These people were actually under Lin Tianrong's control. Thinking of this, Xining couldn't help but gasp.
Youth, I can only tell you
that there is no simple upper-level figure. Huozhan smiled, looking at the complex expressions of the crowd.
What do you want to do?
Tang Xiaohua suddenly interjected.
Cooperate.
Huozhan's gaze suddenly became sharp. You all know that I have never gotten along with Long Sihai. I need evidence of his nephew embezzling martyr compensation and colluding with criminal gangs to harm the people.
What benefit is this to us? Tang Xiaohua asked. Isn't saving a life enough?
Huozhan retorted.
Not enough. Tang Xiaohua directly refused, then said, if you can clear Shinchen's name, we are willing
to help you.
Clear his name? Huozhan was directly amused by Tang Xiaohua's words. What a joke. Where is that Shinchen innocent?
Those are the soldiers of the 700th Military Department.
Not to
mention me, even the national leader can't help him clear his name.
Huozhan shook his head, indicating that this was simply impossible. What if he can achieve merit while bearing the crime? Tang
Xiaohua asked, somewhat unwilling to give up.
No.
Huozhan shook his head again. This is not an ancient feudal society. There is no such thing as balancing merits and faults.
Merit is merit, and fault is fault. Moreover, based on what he has done, what kind of tremendous merit would be needed to offset it? Saving the world? A month passed in the blink of an eye. The military exercise concluded 3 days ago.
Although there were some minor incidents in between, the purpose of the military exercise was still achieved, which was to showcase the military might of Xiao country. This time, Xiao country once again proved its strength to the world, with the number of awakened firmly in first place globally. The capabilities of the awakened were developed and utilized to the extreme, whether in individual
combat or team cooperation, leaving other countries far behind.
Even the minor incidents caused by Tang Xiaohua and others during the exercise were beautified by the publicity department. They claimed that the soldiers of Xiao country's military were not just killing machines that knew only battle, but rather loyal and righteous young men with flesh and blood who dared to fight against injustice and
speak out for the oppressed.
Moreover, all of this was pushed onto the already deceased county head of Langshan County, while the actions of Tang Xiaohua and others at the military exercise site were
not pursued.
The relationship between County Head Long and State Lord Long Sihai, as well as the name Shinchen, were not mentioned at all.
It seems you still want to stick with me,
Hong Taoqiu said, smiling as she looked up at Shinchen from her wheelchair. This matter came to a pause here, but the military did not provide an explanation regarding Shinchen, nor did they withdraw the wanted notice for him, indicating that they did not intend to let Shinchen off the hook. In fact, Shinchen himself was clear that what he had done was unforgivable. The lives of the 700 military department soldiers
could not simply be erased.
I can no longer turn back. Shinchen shook his head, a bitter smile tugging at the corners of his mouth.
Just then, Shinchen's phone rang with an urgent tone. Glancing at the caller ID, he directly pressed the answer button. Xiaohua, what's wrong?
Shinchen, Anchi is in trouble.
What?
Shinchen suddenly stood up, his gaze turning sharp.
After the incident during
the military exercise, Lin Beiwang found us. He said some inexplicable things to Anchi, and ever since that day, Anchi hasn't been in a good state. Until today, when I went to bring her lunch, I found her missing from her room and searched for a long time without finding her.
I understand. I'll take people to look for her right now.
Shinchen instructed Tang Xiaohua a few more things before hanging
up the phone. What happened? Hong Taoqiu saw that Shinchen's expression was not good, so she asked. Anchi is missing. Shinchen repeated Tang Xiaohua's words to her.
She must have been stimulated by
something.
The urgent task now is to find her as soon as possible, Hong Taoqiu said after listening.
I'll take people to look for her right away.
Shinchen was clearly a bit flustered.
Go find Shen. Shang.
He has an awakened perception ability user under him. Finding people is his specialty, Hong Taoqiu quickly suggested.
Okay, thanks.
Shinchen thanked her and hurriedly left the room.
Jiang.
Anchi wandered aimlessly down the streets of Tianshui City, wearing a cartoon pajama, her eyes vacant. When she saw a stall selling sugar figurines by the roadside, her steps halted.
Miss, would you like to buy a sugar figurine?
10 yuan each, the stall owner said with a smile. Jiang Anchi didn't respond. She directly reached out to grab a small rabbit-shaped sugar figurine, opened the packaging, licked it, and then turned to leave with satisfaction.
Hey, miss, you haven't paid yet.
Jiang Anchi glanced at him, her eyes somewhat dazed, and then forcefully shook off the hand that was grabbing her sleeve. Seeing her blank gaze, the stall owner waved his hand casually. Forget it, just take it.
You old man, look at how pretty that girl is, and you don't even want her money? An older woman beside him said irritably. What nonsense are you talking?
Look at her eyes, they have no color at all. She must have encountered something or been stimulated by something. If our sugar figurine can make her
feel better, what's the harm in losing 10 yuan?
The stall owner shook his head and sighed as he watched Jiang Anchi's back. I wonder whose child she is. If her parents saw her, they would be heartbroken.
You old man, the woman scolded again, but there was no hint of blame on her face. At that moment, two young men in short sleeves with tattooed arms blocked Jang Anchi's path, leering at her. With smug smiles, "Hey, beautiful, all alone?" Jang Anchi looked up at them but didn't respond, preparing to walk around them. However, they stubbornly blocked her way again. "Do you like candy, beautiful? Big brother has something even better than candy. Want to try?" The tattooed youth's smile grew more lewd. Hearing this, Jang Anchi's eyes suddenly lit up. "What is it?" The tattooed youth curled his lips into an evil smile, then straightened his waist, making an indecent gesture. "This is way better than candy. Ha 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 ha." A hint of confusion flashed in Jang Anchi's eyes, but their laughter made her feel a bit nauseous, and she prepared to bypass them again. Yet, they continued to block her path, not letting her leave. Meanwhile, not far away at the street corner, a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking refined, gently pushed up his glasses and said to the person beside him, "I think I'm in love." "Xiao, good, we have important things to do today," the younger brother beside him said somewhat helplessly. "Just push everything else aside." The man in front was none other than Zhang Xiao, the smiling tiger of the Tianshui Chamber of Commerce, who had previously clashed with Shinchen and the others. Zhang Xiao's lips curled into a warm smile as he slowly spoke. "Even if the sky falls today, it won't stop me from being a hero saving a beauty." However, in the next moment, Zhang Xiao was completely stunned. Just as he was about to step forward and teach those two little punks a lesson, he saw Jang Anchi casually kick the tattooed young man in front of her. Instantly, that tattooed young man flew backward as if he had been hit by a speeding truck, crashing heavily into a stinky tofu stall more than 10 meters away. At that moment, the other little punk was dumbfounded. He never expected that this seemingly innocent and harmless girl could unleash such terrifying power. His legs trembled like a sieve, and he could barely stand. After a few seconds of shock, Zhang Zhao's eyes sparkled with even more excitement. "Is she an awakened? I think I'm in love." Saying this, he quickly walked towards Jang Anchi. "Beautiful lady, are you hurt?" Jang Anchi, while munching on a sugar figurine, looked at Zhang Xiao with a bewildered expression. Shouldn't the one who got hurt be the person she just kicked? Zhang Xiao realized that his pickup line was a bit lame, so he quickly corrected himself. "Don't worry, beautiful. I can prove that they were the ones harassing you first. You won't be in any trouble." "What trouble could I be in?" Jang Anchi looked at Zhang Xiao in confusion. "You're such a strange person." With that, she pushed past Zhang Xiao and was about to leave. Seeing this, Zhang Xiao stomped his foot in frustration, then seemed to think of something and quickly said, "Beautiful lady, do you want some candy? I have lots and lots of candy at home." Sure enough, upon hearing this, Zhang Anchi paused in her steps. "Shinchen, over here." Tang Xiaohua waved at Shin Chen. "Xiaohua, what's going on?" Shinchen approached with Chen Shang and a young man with short hair. "I don't know either," Tang Xiaohua sighed helplessly. After talking with Huizhan, they reached a consensus. They were willing to help Huizhan take down Long Sihai, and if necessary, they would also help each other deal with Lin Tianrong and Lin Beiwang. The condition they agreed upon was to ensure their safety and guarantee that Shinchen would not be wanted or hunted by the military in Qingzhou. Even if the Hanzhou guard came, he would send the Qingzhou guard to deal with them. Except for Su Yaha, who returned to Hanzhou, the others had been staying in Qingzhou recently, honing their skills within the military. Zhang Anchi had been staying at the accommodation arranged by Huizhan due to health reasons. After listening to Tang Xiaohua's account, Shinchen's brows furrowed into a shape. The intelligence errors during the mission, Huiyan's solo support, even Huiyan's death, perhaps none of these were coincidences? Was it all deliberately arranged by old Master Lin, no, Lin Tianrong? Was he merely a pawn used by the other party to control by Kaitang? And Zhang Anchi and the others were the finely honed blades? If all of this were true, then what was his ultimate goal? Just to revitalize the Hanzhou military? Shinchen didn't believe it. After pondering for a few seconds, Shinchen returned to the main topic. "Let's find Zhang Anchi first. She's not in a good state, and I'm worried something might happen to her." "Yes, we just retrieved the surveillance footage. The last place she was seen was right here." As Tang Xiaohua spoke, she took out her phone from her pocket and played a video. When Shinchen and Shin Shang saw the young man with glasses appearing at the end of the video, their expressions changed slightly. "Jiang Xiao? Do you know him?" A hint of joy appeared on Tang Xiaohua's face. "Not exactly, but I've crossed paths with him." Shin Shen shook his head, then looked at the young man behind Shin Sheng and said, "It's up to you. Help me find the person in the video." "Don't worry, second brother." The young man nodded, then turned to Tang Xiaohua and the others and asked, "Do you have any of her personal belongings or anything?" This Tang Xiaohua seemed to be prepared, pulling out a lollipop from her pocket and handing it to him. She always carries a lollipop with her, but she left in her pajamas today, so she didn't bring it. The young man nodded, took the lollipop, and slowly closed his eyes. The ability of perception allows one to find a person's exact location through items or clothing they have carried. The range of what can be searched depends on the strength of the awakened individual. Simply put, their ability is similar to military dogs in the army. A few minutes later, he opened his eyes and pointed in a direction. Following his guidance, the group quickly arrived at the entrance of a hotel. Second brother, it's right here, said the awakened perception brother. Looking up at the familiar hotel, a chill flashed in Shinchen's eyes. Tang Xiaohua was even more furious. If he dares to do anything to Anqi, I will skin him alive. Saying this, she took the lead and walked into the hotel. At the front desk, Tang Xiaohua looked at the female receptionist and asked, "Where is Jiang Xiao? Manager Jiang is not here." Seeing the aggressive group, the receptionist was clearly a bit scared. The next second, Tang Xiaohua pulled out a sharp dagger and pressed it against the receptionist's neck, asking coldly, "I asked you, where is he?" Think carefully before you answer me." Tang Xiaohua applied a bit of pressure and a line of crimson blood trickled down the receptionist's white neck. At the sight of blood, the receptionist panicked and quickly said, "Manager Jian went upstairs with a woman in room 808. Hearing this, Shinchen and the others headed straight for the elevator. Arriving on the 8th floor, they saw two men in suits guarding a room door. "Who are you?" the man in black asked Shinchen and the others. Shen Shang and the awakened perception individual instantly charged forward. "I'm your father." With one punch each, they knocked the two suited men down. Glancing at the room number, Shinchen turned to Qian Meng. Qian Meng understood and nodded, then kicked the door hard. Bang! The heavy door, along with the frame, fell down, the dull sound echoing throughout the floor. When they saw the scene inside the room, everyone was stunned and they all breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, the bed, the table, the sofa, and even the floor of the room were piled high with all kinds of candies, and Zhang Anqi was immersed in a world full of sweets like a happy child. Zhang Xiao stood beside her, smiling as he watched Zhang Anqi. However, his smile had frozen at that moment. Qian Meng's kick had truly startled him. When he saw Shinchen and Shen Shang, his expression changed instantly and he quickly moved in front of Shinchen, blocking Zhang Anqi behind him. "Red Peach too," Zhang Xiao said with a serious expression. "Get out of the way," Shinchen said in a deep voice. "This is between the two of us, we'll resolve it outside." Saying this, Zhang Xiao glanced back at Zhang Anqi and then said, "I've known her for less than an hour, and it's not good for her here." He pointed to his temple. "I told you to get out of the way." Shinchen spoke again. "Second brother." Zhang Xiao gritted his teeth, almost growling, "Second master, I beg you, don't involve the innocent." At that moment, Tang Xiaohua flashed to Jiang. Anqi sighed, looking at her with concern. "Anqi, are you okay? Did he bully you?" "No." Zhang Anqi casually grabbed a handful of candies and handed them to Tang Xiaohua. "You eat. It's good if nothing's wrong." Tang Xiaohua, feeling a bit scared, hugged Zhang Anqi. Seeing the scene, Zhang Xiao was once again stunned, looking at Shinchen with confusion. "Do you know each other?" Shinchen did not answer him but turned to Tang Xiaohua and asked, "Anqi is okay, right?" "I'm fine." "Then let's go." Watching the backs of the few people leaving, Zhang Xiao seemed to have made a certain decision, shouting towards Shinchen's back, "Second brother, does Hongtao still take people? I can go for an interview." Shinchen paused for a moment then said without turning back, "If you're not afraid of Qjie chopping you to death, then come." "Then it's settled, second brother. I'll tidy up the candies and come over." Zhang Xiao shouted loudly. Just then, the floor they were on suddenly shook violently. Shinchen and the others quickly protected Zhang Anqi in the middle, but soon the intense shaking sensation disappeared and everything returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. "What's going on?" Tang Xiaohua looked at the others in confusion. "It seems like an earthquake." Shining frowned and said, they had all grown up in Hanzhou, and due to its geographical location, Hanzhou had hardly ever experienced an earthquake. Even if there were, they were in those oil-extracting cities, and the earthquakes were of very low magnitude, hardly causing any casualties. "Does Qingzhou often have earthquakes?" Shinchen turned to ask Chen Shang. "I don't know, second brother, it's my first time experiencing this." Chen Shang shook his head. He wasn't from Qingzhou, just following Hongtao Q here. Tianshui City is not in an earthquake zone. In fact, the entire Qingzhou is not in an earthquake zone. At this moment, Zhang Xiao, who had been standing at the door, walked over. He first glanced at Zhang Anqi, who was being protected by everyone, then said to Shinchen, "I was born and raised in Tianshui. This is my first experience of an earthquake." Shen Chen nodded, then casually said, "Good thing it was a minor earthquake. We should go downstairs quickly. Be careful of aftershocks," Shining urged, glancing at everyone. Half an hour later, they arrived at Hongtao Q's residence. Although Hongtao Q was in a wheelchair, she still warmly greeted everyone. Perhaps due to her strong social skills, she always gave people an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Even Shining, with his icy demeanor, smiled and nodded at her, acknowledging her. "Have you all seen the news?" After warmly welcoming everyone, Hongtao Q asked, her expression somewhat serious. "What news?" Tang Xiaohua asked while peeling candies for Zhang Anqi. "The earthquake." Hongtao Q's face looked a bit grim. "We just felt it. It should be a minor earthquake." "It's not a minor earthquake, it's an unprecedented major earthquake." Saying this, Hongtao Q placed a tablet on the table which displayed an urgent news report. The news content was simple but shocked everyone. An unprecedented major earthquake occurred in the Pacific region, affecting the entire globe, with several small countries in the Pacific Rim facing the risk of annihilation. The military of Siau country was mobilizing troops to prepare for disaster relief. A global earthquake? Shinchen's pupil slightly trembled. Such a major earthquake was indeed unprecedented. Let's discuss what to do about Anchi. There's no need to worry about those international affairs. Tang Xiaohua showed no interest in that, looking rather helplessly at Jang Ani, who was sitting beside her eating candies. At that moment, Jang Ani looked like a 5 or 6-year-old child, appearing both adorable and heart-wrenching. Just a moment ago, Shinchen had carefully observed her, and there were no signs of absorption on her body, which meant that Jang Ani was not sick. The only explanation now is that the other party may have experienced some kind of trauma in childhood, and the memory related to this incident was erased or sealed by her or someone else using special means. Lin Beiwang's words acted like a switch, unlocking Jang Anchi's sealed memories, and the sudden stimulation transformed her into her current self. Of course, this is just Shinchen's speculation. The specific reason may only be known to Lin Tianrong, who adopted Jang Ani. I actually have a hypothesis. Hong Taoqiu frowned as she looked at Jang Ani and suddenly spoke up. What hypothesis? Tang Xiaohua asked somewhat eagerly. Although Tang Xiaohua appeared carefree, she had a high sense of self-worth and had hardly found any peers worthy of her attention since childhood, which left her with few friends. After joining Shinchen's team, she realized that she had been underestimating others and overestimating herself. For instance, in terms of awakened talents, aside from Shining and Siau, who had not awakened, it seemed that everyone else's talents surpassed her own. Yet, none of these people had ever looked down on her, whether it was during training when she lagged behind or in battles when she couldn't provide help to her teammates. No one had ever blamed her. Thus, she genuinely regarded these people as friends. Now that Jang Ani was facing such a situation, she was eager to help her. Have you ever heard of a pair of twins' awakening abilities? Hong Taoqiu countered. Twins' awakening abilities? Shinchen frowned slightly, unsure which two abilities she was referring to. Heart Demon and Forget Worry Thought, Hong Taoqiu straightforwardly revealed. I've heard of them, but I haven't studied them in detail. Shinchen nodded, waiting for her explanation. Both the Heart Demon and Forget Worry Thought abilities are not particularly powerful, but if used properly, they can have unexpected effects. Hong Taoqiu took a sip of water and slowly introduced the Awakener of the Heart Demon. Once activating their ability, will make others involuntarily want to believe what they say. If the other party knows some past events that you are reluctant to mention, there is a high possibility that it will create a Heart Demon, completely destroying you. Additionally, this ability can also be activated through contact with others, using others as a medium. Are you saying that Lin Beiwang has a Heart Demon under him, or that his own awakened ability is the Heart Demon? Tang Xiaohua frowned in thought for a few seconds and then tentatively said, and he knows some past events about Anchi that she is reluctant to mention, so he wants to destroy her through this? That's just my guess. Hong Tao Qiu shook her head uncertainly. Meanwhile, Shinchen fell into a moment of contemplation. The Heart Demon that Hong Taoqiu mentioned reminded him of some previous events. Back in Qingchuan County, he had been cornered by the leader of the Hanzhou Guard, Feng Qiong, in the Fat Pig's game room. At that time, the words that came out of Feng Qiong's mouth gave him a strange feeling, and for a moment, he even felt that he truly deserved to die 1,000 deaths. Later, for some unknown reason, that feeling disappeared. Looking back now, it should have been because the Awakener using the Heart Demon was not as strong as him, thus unable to completely destroy his will. What about Forget Worry Thought? Tang Xiaohua asked again. The Forget Worry Thought ability is similar to a form of hypnosis. Once activated, it can make a person forget a segment of memory. A powerful Forget Worry Thought can even alter a person's memory, though this requires the other party's voluntary cooperation. Red Heart Q began to explain, the poker organization has a forgetting thought, and because of this ability, his status within the organization is quite special, as he once dealt with an undercover agent from the military. At this point, Red Heart Q glanced at everyone and shook her head. I'm getting off track. What I mean is that Angel was likely subjected to the forgetting thought when she was young, and then Lin Beiwang cast the heart-attracting demon on her, which caused the thing she had originally forgotten to suddenly resurface in her mind. That event must have had a significant impact on her, which is why she has become the way she is now. So is there any way to help her recover? Tang Xiaohua pressed. If my guess is correct, we need to find two types of awakened abilities to help her return to her previous state, Red Heart Q said after a few seconds of silence. What abilities? Shinchen guessed from Red Heart Q's troubled expression that these two awakened abilities might not be easy to find. We need an empathy so we can understand which memory has caused such a strong stimulus to Angel. Red Heart Q pondered for a few seconds before continuing. In addition, we also need a forgetting thought to help her forget that memory. Do you know where we can find awakened individuals with these two abilities? Shinchen asked. Red Heart Q simply shook her head and remained silent. Both of these abilities are not particularly powerful, but they are quite rare and not highly regarded. However, we can post our needs online and offer a high price. We should be able to find awakened individuals with these two abilities, Red Heart Q suggested after some thought. I'll arrange for someone to take care of it right now. Chen Shang pulled out his phone from his pocket and walked towards the door. but as soon as he opened the door, he froze in place. At the entrance stood a young man in a black suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, smiling as he held a huge suitcase. "Hello?" Zhang Xiao greeted Shinchen with a wave, then walked in without waiting for a response. He first glanced at Jang Ani, who had fallen asleep in Tang Xiaohua's arms, then turned his gaze to Red Heart Q. "Sister Q, I'm here for an interview." "Interview?" Red Heart Q looked at him and said expressionlessly, "Get lost, I don't have time for you right now. Don't be so quick to reject me, Zhang." Xiao said, unfazed by Red Heart Q's attitude, smiling as he continued, "I just heard outside that you need an empathy-awakened individual. Can you find one?" Tang Xiaohua looked at Zhang Xiao with anticipation. She wasn't part of Red Heart Q's group and didn't know the history between them. She only cared about whether he could help Jang Ani. Finding one is out of the question because that empathy-awakened individual had a terrible temper, so I killed him. Zhang Xiao shrugged, showing an innocent expression. "I want to kill you." Tang Xiaohua exhaled a long breath of frustration. "The person can't be found, but I have this," Zhang Xiao said as he pulled out a small glass vial from his pocket containing a scarlet liquid. "What is this?" Tang Xiaohua asked, puzzled. Zhang Xiao didn't answer. Herbert looked at Shinchen and Red Heart Q. "Second brother, sister Q, if needed, I can cast empathy on her at any time." The way Zhang Xiao addressed them felt completely natural, as if he had always been Red Heart Q's subordinate rather than the infamous smiling tiger of the Tianshui Chamber of Commerce. Shinchen and Red Heart Q exchanged glances, and the former asked without hesitation, "Will casting empathy harm Angel?" "No," Red Heart Q shook her head and explained, "Empathy is an awakened ability that has no combat or auxiliary capabilities. It can only be considered a functional awakened ability." At this point, she cast a strange glance at Jiang Xiao and added, "Although using empathy won't harm Anchi, an empath awakener almost needs to fully experience her life. If the practitioner's will is not strong enough, they could easily become a second Anchi." Red Peach Q looked at Jiang Xiao with a puzzled expression and asked, "Smiling Tiger, what exactly do you want?" Red Peach Q was the one among the crowd who understood Jiang Xiao the best. He was at most a half-hearted member of the Jianghu, but he was a genuine businessman, and businessmen never do things that don't benefit them. "I like her," Jiang Xiao said, leaning on Tang Xiaohua's shoulder, while the sleeping Jiang Anchi, with a lollipop in her mouth, was oblivious. "You like her?" Red Peach Q exclaimed in disbelief. "Do you even know her? Do you know her name?" "I heard you call her Anchi. It's a beautiful name," Jiang Xiao replied, a happy smile tugging at his lips. "So you plan to betray the Tianshui Chamber of Commerce and join Red Peach just because of her?" Red Peach Q still found it hard to believe. Brotherhood is precious, but profit is worth more. For the sake of love, both can be forsaken. Jiang Zhao's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Anchi, a smile in his eyes. "Alright, stop wasting time. If you're really willing to help her, then act," Shinchen said as he walked over to the sofa and lifted the sleeping Jiang Anchi. Seeing this, Jiang Zhao's mouth twitched slightly. After all, she was his goddess. How could this Red Peach too treat her so roughly? If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't take on the opponent. "What are you waiting for?" Shinchen's emotionless voice broke into Jiang Zhao's thoughts. "Oh, coming, second brother." Jiang Xiao grinned and walked over to Jiang Anchi, unhesitatingly, downing the liquid from the glass bottle. Then, under Jiang Anchi's confused gaze, he slowly reached out and placed his hand on her shoulder. In the next second, both of their pupils suddenly dilated at the same time. "Little brat, wash the dishes after dinner before going to school." A middle-aged beauty admired her stunning appearance in the mirror and then spoke to the 5 or 6-year-old girl sitting nearby, eating. The girl hesitated for a few seconds but finally spoke up. "There's a parent-teacher meeting today, can you go?" "I can't, I have a very important date today." "Let your dad go," the woman replied without any hesitation, directly refusing. "But he..." The girl wanted to say something more but was interrupted. "I don't have time, I'm leaving now. Remember to wash the dishes." With that, the woman grabbed her bag and left the house, leaving the girl sitting there, looking somewhat lonely. Her name was Jiang Anchi, from Hangzhou Ice City. Her mother was a homewrecker, despised by everyone, but she didn't see it that way. She said she just met the right person at the wrong time. She claimed they were truly in love, but the man was a high-ranking official in the military. Jiang Anchi didn't know who he was or how high up he was. She only heard her mother mention once, when she was drunk, that there was no one higher than that man in all of Hangzhou. But so what? Destroying a military marriage is illegal. It was said that the man's wife found her. She was a refined and elegant lady. She never spoke harshly to her mother and even brought her some supplements and money when she learned her mother was pregnant. Throughout, that woman never said a single harsh word, only stating before she left that her marriage to that man was a political one, devoid of feelings. But they absolutely could not divorce. Feeling the ethereal aura emanating from the other person, her mother, who had always been extremely confident in her appearance, for the first time experienced a sense of shame. The mother, who usually liked to cling stubbornly, surprisingly chose to leave that time. Jiang Anchi once asked her, "Why did you leave?" She said that when it was the other person's wife standing in front of her instead of the person himself, it already explained everything. Later, her mother married a butcher whose conditions were not particularly good. He was 7 years older than her and was also on his second marriage. In fact, her mother could have married someone better, as many suitors pursued her due to her outstanding looks. But she was pregnant, carrying that man's child, and she was determined to give birth no matter what. Just this one requirement scared off all her suitors who would want to raise someone else's child. Later, through introductions, her mother married Sun the butcher, who is now Jang Anchi's father. Initially, Sun was a straightforward man, but as Jang Anchi grew up, for some unknown reason, his temper became increasingly worse, often resorting to hitting and scolding her mother. He also fell into the bad habits of gambling and drinking, and the family business had long been neglected, accumulating a significant amount of gambling debt. Now, the household expenses relied entirely on her mother working outside, but her mother had almost no work experience and found a job selling insurance. Thanks to her pretty face, her performance was always quite good. Just then, the door was kicked open, interrupting Jang Anchi's thoughts. She was startled and quickly stood up, only to see a drunken man staggering in, holding a bottle of alcohol. "Where's that bitch?" the man asked Jang Anchi. Mom went to work," Jang Anchi said timidly. "Work?" The man sneered, "Out there whoring around again, huh?" Jang Anchi didn't dare to speak, because her mother had indeed said before leaving that she had an important appointment. "That damn woman, she won't let me touch her, but she goes out messing around with other men." The man cursed as he walked toward the bedroom, and when he brushed past Jang Anchi, he accidentally bumped into the corner of the table, nearly falling over. Seeing this, Jang Anchi quickly reached out to help. "Dad." Jang Anchi's mother had been with this man before she was even born, and she had always regarded him as her father. The man felt the smooth touch on his arm, and a flicker of heat flashed in his eyes. He turned to look at Jang Anchi, who had a flawless face. She inherited her mother's good genes, but her eyes were different from her mother's. Her mother had captivating peach blossom eyes, while Jang Anchi's brows and eyes carried a hint of heroism. The man involuntarily reached out, stroking Jang Anchi's face. Jang Anchi instinctively recoiled. She was very afraid of this man because he often hit and scolded her mother. Although he had never hit her, she was still filled with fear towards him. "What are you hiding for?" The man grabbed Jang Anchi's wrist fiercely and said angrily, "That bitch won't let me touch her, and you won't let me touch you either. Am I raising two ungrateful wolves for nothing?" At this point, the man felt a surge of unnamed rage. He smashed the bottle in his hand, pressing the sharp glass shards against Jang Anchi's fair face. "If you dare to hide again, I'll scar your face." Feeling the bone-chilling coldness from the broken bottle and the strong smell of alcohol, Jang Anchi slowly released her resisting hand, her once spirited eyes instantly losing all color. How could a 6-year-old resist an adult man? At this moment, she missed her mother a little, even though that woman always called her little beast and constantly complained about how much better her life would be without her. Yet, she had never harmed her. Suddenly, Jang Anchi's school uniform collar was violently torn open, exposing her fair skin to the air. Just then, Jang Anchi heard a familiar and affectionate voice. "Little beast, I've decided to accompany you to the parent-teacher meeting." "How about that? Are you happy?" "I am." The voice abruptly cut off. The next second, there was the woman's near-roaring curse. "Xiao Koan, what the hell are you doing?" In a panic, she grabbed a fruit knife from the table and lunged it at the man. The sharp fruit knife plunged directly into the artery between the man's shoulder and neck. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and Jang Anchi, pinned beneath him, felt something hot splatter on her face, and then the world in her eyes turned blood red. After struggling for a few seconds, the man collapsed to the ground, motionless. Seeing this scene, the woman immediately panicked, pulling Jang Anchi into her arms. It's okay, mommy is here, it's okay." Jang Anchi could feel the woman's body trembling uncontrollably, unsure if she was comforting her or herself, just repeatedly murmuring that it was okay. After a while, the woman's emotions stabilized somewhat, and she cautiously reached out to test Jang Anchi's breath. Quickly retracting her hand, her eyes filled with fear. "I killed someone. Mom, it's okay." At that moment, Jang Anchi, covered in blood, was surprisingly calm. She slowly wriggled out of the woman's embrace, picked up the fruit knife from the ground, and said, "It's okay, you didn't kill anyone." With that, under the woman's terrified gaze, she tightened her grip on the fruit knife and suddenly stabbed it down into the man's corpse. 1 stab, 2 stabs, 3 stabs. By the end, the woman had lost count of how many times she had stabbed him. The man's body was already covered in bloody wounds. Jang Anchi, panting, stopped her actions and turned to look at the woman, her blood-soaked face breaking into a brilliant smile, her white teeth glaring against the blood. "Mom, you didn't kill anyone, it was Anchi who killed him." Half an hour later, members of the law enforcement team arrived at the house and took both of them to the law enforcement team. By the time the law enforcement team arrived at the scene, the woman's mental state was already unstable and was soon diagnosed with a mental illness, likely due to severe trauma. When the law enforcement members tried to learn the truth from Jang Anchi, the 6-year-old girl recounted the entire sequence of events in detail. During this time, she showed no fear or timidity, as if she were recounting a trivial matter. However, she concealed the fact that her mother had killed someone, taking all the responsibility upon herself. As Lin Tianrong passed by the interrogation room, he slowly stopped, watching the bloodied girl calmly narrate everything. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes, a 6-year-old committing patricide. This little girl, send her to me later, Lin Tianrong simply instructed before leaving the law enforcement team. That night, Jang Ani was taken to a large villa. She had never seen such a big house, it was as magnificent as a palace. Soon, a kind-looking old man approached her, bending down to ask, "What is your name?" "My name is Jang Ani." "Jiang?" A hint of confusion flashed in the old man's eyes. He saw from the other person's information that Jang Ani's father had the surname Xiao. Her mother had the surname Chu, but she had the surname Jiang. "Mom said my biological father's surname is Jiang," Jang Ani said fearlessly. "Do you know your biological father's name?" Lin Tianrong asked again. Jang Ani shook her head. Only her mother knew about this, and now that her mother was insane, it would probably remain a secret forever. "It's okay, then you can change your surname to Lin in the future, so we share the same surname, how about that?" Lin Tianrong said with a kind expression. "No," Jang Ani shook her head vigorously and then said, "Mom said I can only have the surname Jiang, she sacrificed a lot for this." Lin Tianrong fell silent for a few seconds, then reached out to pat Jang Ani's head, but she stepped back 2 paces, avoiding his hand. Lin Tianrong frowned slightly. "Lin, she's still a child, she needs to be guided slowly," a man in military uniform spoke up. "I don't have that much time and energy to find the forgetting worry mantra." Lin Tianrong slowly stood up, his gaze towards the girl now carrying a hint of complexity. Soon, a young woman entered the room. She first saluted Lin Tianrong and the man in military uniform, then her gaze fell on Jang Ani. "What a beautiful girl. I need to erase a segment of her memory and make some changes," Lin Tianrong said straightforwardly. "How to change?" the woman asked, looking up. Lin Tianrong glanced at Jang Ani and openly stated his request. After hearing it, the woman nodded, then placed her hand on Jang Ani's forehead amidst the girl's terrified gaze. Lin Tianrong's request wasn't very difficult. He just wanted Jang Ani to forget the memory of her father's murder, to change her identity into an orphan with both parents deceased, ultimately adopted by Lin Tianrong, and her name would be Lin Ani. About half an hour later, the woman's hand slowly moved away from Jang Ani's forehead, and she couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. What happened? Lin Tianrong's brow furrowed tightly. "She has the surname Jiang, she can only have the surname Jiang," the woman roared as if she had gone mad. "Lin, what on earth is going on?" the man in military uniform asked, looking puzzled. Backlash of ability, Lin Tianrong pondered for a few seconds, then said, "Go investigate this child's mother and biological father's information, they might not be that simple." Yes. Jiang Ani's memory was still altered, but she still retained the surname Jiang. Following that, Jang Ani underwent special training every day until one day she contracted a strange illness. Lin Tianrong found many doctors for her, but they were all helpless. She felt those doctors were quacks. They said she shouldn't live much longer but also advised her on what to avoid eating. Every day she could only drink plain porridge, and she was really fed up. Clearly, she was dying, so why couldn't she eat whatever she wanted? Thus, she drank plain porridge for 3 consecutive months, feeling like she was truly going to die. One day, Lin Tianrong brought in a boy about her age. She couldn't see his appearance through the curtain, but Lin Tianrong's attitude towards him was extremely respectful, which was the first time she had seen Lin Tianrong like this. "Give me your hand." The boy's voice was somewhat weak, sounding feeble. However, Jang Ani complied. After all, she was going to die anyway, so it didn't matter how it went, and she didn't want to live anymore. She had long had enough of the days filled with plain porridge. The sooner she died, the sooner she could be reborn in her next life. She would rather be a dog, even if it meant eating feces every day. At least there would be some flavor. But soon, Jang Ani felt that her body seemed to be improving. Just 10 minutes later, the boy's even weaker voice came from the other side of the curtain. "All done." "All done? What does that mean? Has her illness been cured?" Jang Ani felt like she could eat a whole cow right now. She would have beef soon. She really wanted to pull back the curtain and thank the young man properly, but old Master Lin had specifically instructed that she and the other party were not to meet. They all said that people outside the military were particularly pretentious, with many rules, like the one about men and women not being close. The only thing old Master Lin seemed not to have lied about was that she had seen on TV that when male doctors treated women, there was always a curtain in between. But wasn't that from ancient times? Never mind, it wasn't important. Perhaps people outside the military were just that pretentious. Just then, a man's voice came from outside the curtain. "Is it really better?" Jang Ani recognized this voice. It was old Master Lin's private doctor. Just a quack, the one who had put her on a restricted diet. He then placed his hand on Jang Ani's wrist and began to take her pulse. A few minutes later, he exclaimed in wonder, but soon after, something that made Jang Ani despair happened. After checking her pulse, he said, "The illness is better, but Ani's body is still too weak. The recovery of her diet must be gradual, little by little." Hearing this, Jang Ani just wanted to shoot him and see what was in his head. How could he be so heartless? At that moment, another pair of hands reached in from outside the curtain, and on the pale palm lay a lollipop. Candy. Jang Ani hadn't had candy in over 3 months. She didn't dare to voice her thanks, fearing that the damned quack outside would hear her, so after taking the candy, she drew a circle on the other person's palm with her finger to express her gratitude. She had originally wanted to write a thank you, but there were just too many strokes, and even if she wrote it, the other person might not know what the character was. Jang Ani swore this was the best thing she had ever eaten in her life, bar none. She wanted to eat lollipops for the rest of her life. After the young man left, old Master Lin pulled back the curtain and then asked her, "Do you want to repay the life-saving grace?" Jang Ani nodded earnestly. She wanted to, really wanted to. "Then you will be known as Nanling Aohua of Baichao Hall from now on," old Master Lin said slowly, the flower language, redemption. Jang Ani didn't know what Nanling Aohua meant, nor did she understand redemption, but since this was a way to repay the other party, then so be it. Zhang Xiao was rolling on the ground, clutching her head, her expression one of extreme pain. Meanwhile, Jang Ani stared blankly at Shinchen and the others, and it took a full half-minute for her eyes to regain their color. "I killed him." "What?" Shinchen frowned slightly. Tang Xiaohua came directly in front of Jang Ani, looking her up and down with concern. "Anchi, are you okay?" "I'm fine," Jang Ani smiled at Tang Xiaohua. "Third, is that kid about to die?" At that moment, Chen Meng came to Shinchen's side, pointing at Zhang Xiao, who was still rolling on the ground in pain. "He shouldn't die." Shinchen shook his head, then withdrew his gaze to look at Hong Tao Q. "Sister Q, does Jang Ani still need the forgetting worries chant in this situation?" "I'm not sure about that." Hong Tao Q scratched her head. Logically, empathy should only allow Zhang Xiao to physically experience everything Jang Ani had gone through. It shouldn't restore Jang Ani's rationality. While this would have some effect on Zhang Xiao, it definitely shouldn't be this severe. But right now, it seemed Jang Ani had completely recovered, while Zhang Xiao looked like he was about to die. No need. Jang Ani removed Tang Xiaohua's hand that was wrapped around her and walked to the sofa, picking up a lollipop from the table. She then slowly approached Shinchen and extended her hand to offer him the candy. Just as he was about to reach out to take it, Jang Ani didn't place the lollipop directly in his hand. Instead, she traced a circle on his palm with her slender finger. Seeing this, Shinchen was momentarily taken aback. Then a smile crept onto his lips. "Shall we go eat?" Shinchen asked tentatively. Sure, eating sounds great," Jang Ani immediately responded. At this, everyone felt a sigh of relief. Jang Ani was still the same Jang Ani. What about him? The more practical Chen Meng pointed again at Zhang Xiao, who was lying on the ground holding his head. "He'll be fine after a bit." Hong Tao Q waved his hand dismissively. "Yeah, it should be okay. Let's go." Shinchen nodded in agreement. After a few rounds of drinks, Shinchen received a phone call. Upon seeing the caller ID, he pressed the answer button without hesitation. "Lin Man." "Shinchen, I need your help with something," Lin Man said directly from the other end, without any pleasantries. "Just tell me, as long as I can do it." Shinchen nodded. "I need money, a lot of money." "Sure, how much?" Shen didn't ask Lin Man what she needed the money for, because in their small group, aside from him and Xiao, Lin Man was the most reliable when it came to handling matters. Moreover, Lin Man was the least likely to ask for help. If she was reaching out, it meant she was in dire need and had no other options. 100 million Huaxia coins, cash. Hearing this amount, even Shinchen, who had little concept of money, was slightly taken aback. 100 million Huaxia coins, perhaps only Xiao and Tang Xiaohua's families could come up with that in their small group, and even Tang Xiaohua's family might not be able to gather that much cash in a short time. "How soon do you need it?" Shinchen pondered for a few seconds before asking. "The sooner, the better." Lin Man's voice was somewhat low. "Okay, wait for my call." With that, Shinchen hung up the phone. "What's wrong?" Seeing the change in Shinchen's expression, Hong Tao Q asked. "A friend of mine needs money." "Oh, I thought it was something serious." "Give me your card number," Hong Tao Q said while pulling out her phone. 100 million, cash. Hong Tao Q immediately stuffed her phone back into her pocket. "Forget I said anything." "Wait, what kind of friend are you talking about? Asking for 100 million right off the bat?" "Lin Man," Shinchen forced a smile. Upon hearing Lin Man's name, everyone turned their gaze to Shinchen, with Tang Xiaohua being the first to ask, "What happened to Man? She must be in some trouble and needs money," Shinchen replied. Seeing Shinchen's serious expression, Tang Xiaohua realized that Lin Man likely needed more than just a small sum, otherwise Shinchen wouldn't look so grave. "How much does she need?" Tang Xiaohua asked. With Xiao not present, she was probably the one who could come up with the most money among those present. 100 million cash. As soon as these words left his mouth, the entire private room fell silent. After a moment, Tang Xiaohua took out a bank card from her bag and tossed it in front of Shinchen. "This card has over 100,000. It's my own pocket money. I'll contact my dad later to have him send over some cash." Nowadays, Tang Xiaohua's status at home was no longer what it used to be. Because of her relationship with Xiao, Tang Chang had already begun preparing to hand over the family business to her. "I have 30,000, Jang Ani said, her words muffled as she chewed on a piece of cake. "I'll get it to you later." 70,000. Chen Meng also placed a bank card on the table. 5,000. 50 million? Everyone's gaze fell on Zhao Xiaodao, their faces filled with disbelief. Could it be that this kid Zhao Xiaodao was actually an invisible rich second generation? 5,000 bucks. Zhao Xiaodao said forcefully. Save it for medical treatment. Tang Xiaohua shot him. A glare. I have more than Xiaodao. I have 6,000. Shining said somewhat awkwardly. Big brother, you've been in the military for so long, and this is all the savings you have? Tang Xiaohua found it hard to believe that this group of people was so poor. I was planning to die in my 20s, so why do I need money? Shining shrugged indifferently. Tang Xiaohua opened her mouth, momentarily unable to refute him. I probably have over 10 million in cash. I'll have Qinsheng bring it to you later. Hong Tao Q glanced at Shinchen and then poured herself a glass of wine. Just take it back. Shinchen shook his head and said, I'll figure this out. If I need anything, I'll come to you. After saying that, he took his phone and walked out of the private room. Sitting on the sofa in the lobby, Shinchen searched online for a while and then dialed a landline number. Hello, Daxia Chamber of Commerce. I'm looking for your president, Shinchen said. Calmly. The female voice on the other end chuckled and then asked in a very gentle tone, May I ask what you need to consult about? Just tell him Shinchen is looking for him. This. The other party hesitated for a moment but still said, All right, I'll pass it on. A few minutes later, Shinchen's phone rang urgently. Hello, Brother Shin, is that you? An excited voice came from the other end. President Xiao, I hope you are well. Shinchen's lips curled slightly. Oh, Brother Shin, I know about what happened recently. Where are you now? I'll send someone to pick you up immediately. Once you're in Jungzhou, who would dare to touch you? The voice on the other end was clearly a bit angry. President Xiao, I'm not in any danger for now. I'm looking for you because I need your help with something. Shinchen changed the subject. Brother Shin, just tell me what you need. The other party's voice was firm, without a hint of hesitation. I need money, a lot of money. Shinchen didn't bother with pleasantries and got straight to the point. Money? The other party was clearly taken aback for a moment and then said, somewhat confused, Brother Shin, the card I gave you has no limit. As long as it's within Siau country, you can spend as much as you want. I need 100 million in cash. Upon hearing this, the other party fell silent for a few seconds, and then their tone became more serious, but they still didn't refuse. Where are you now? Tianshui City. Shinchen did not hide it. 3 days. Someone will deliver the money to you within 3 days. Thank you, President Xiao. Shinchen said earnestly, this time, consider it a personal favor I owe you. Brother Shin, if you say that, it's like insulting me, Xiao Lauer. If it weren't for you back then, my whole family would have been dead. What good is having more money? Shinchen chatted with the other party for a few more moments before hanging up the phone and calling Lin Man to inform her to come to Tianshui City to pick up the money in 3 days. Xia Dayu, the president of the Daxia Chamber of Commerce, was also the richest person in Xiao country. Shinchen had saved his life by chance. It was a very rare infectious disease, and all 4 members of his family had been infected. If Shinchen hadn't timely absorbed their illness, the Daxia Chamber of Commerce would have likely changed hands long ago. To repay Shinchen's kindness, he had given Shinchen a card, an unlimited card. Over the years, Shinchen had not been polite with him, and he had spent quite a bit of the money on the card, but in Xia Dayu's eyes, Shinchen had spent too little, so little that it made him feel he owed Shinchen far too much. And this time, I finally have the opportunity to do something for the other party. In Zhangzhou, the capital city, Xia Dayu's plump body sat in a specially made chair as he picked up the phone beside him and dialed a number. Have Xia Xiaoxue and Xia Yu come to my office. Before long, a young man and woman pushed the door and entered the office. Both appeared to be in their early 20s. The girl had a graceful figure and striking looks. The boy was tall and handsome, exuding charm. What's up, bro? The girl named Xiaoshui casually sat on the sofa beside her, pulling a lady's cigarette from her pocket and lighting it. The boy stood meticulously beside her, his expression very respectful. There's something very important that I need you to handle, Xia Dayu said with a serious expression. Go ahead, what is it? Xiaoshui crossed her legs, looking indifferent, as if nothing could bother her. You need to prepare 200 million in cash and take a trip to Tianshui City. Upon hearing this, Xia Xiaoxue straightened her back, leaning slightly forward, her eyes narrowing. You crazy fat man, 200 million? In cash? Just do as I say, Xia Dayu replied solemnly. Give me a reason, otherwise I won't go. Let your precious son handle it himself, Xia Xiaoxue said, pointing at the tall and handsome boy beside her. When those old geezers from the Chamber of Commerce come after you, you two can deal with it. I can't be bothered to listen to their nagging. Shinchen needs it. Little benefactor? Xia Xiaoxue instantly stood up, her previously indifferent expression vanishing. A few seconds later, she slowly spoke. I'll handle this. If those old geezers from the chamber dare to object, I'll take care of them, then burn them 20 billion in ghost money. With that, she turned and left. Xiaoyu stood there momentarily at a loss, first glancing at Xia Dayu, and after seeing him nod, he hurriedly chased after her. Auntie, wait for me. 3 days later, a major event occurred in Tianshui City. Dozens of armored cash transport vehicles entered the city under the escort of a group of armed men in black trench coats. Even the Qingzhou Guard stationed in Tianshui City did not dare to intervene, as the escorts were all from the Zhangzhou Guard, the highest combat force of the Xiao kingdom, without exception. At this moment, Shinchen and others were waiting at the North City Gate for Lin Man's arrival. According to the agreement, Lin Man was supposed to arrive in Tianshui City at noon today. Why hasn't Man arrived yet? Tang Xiaohua raised her hand to check the time on her watch, clearly a bit impatient. She hadn't seen Lin Man for over a month and missed her dearly. She's coming, Shinchen said softly, looking at a jeep speeding towards them in the distance. Everyone followed his gaze and saw a jeep racing towards their direction. Damn! Tang Xiaohua was startled and quickly used a flash to hide behind Shinchen. The vehicle came to a screeching halt less than half a meter in front of Shinchen. The next second, the door swung open, and a familiar figure appeared before them. At that moment, Lin Man was dressed in a camouflage combat shirt and shorts. Her toned waist was exposed, and a pair of long, beautiful legs were wrapped in a gun holster with a silver pistol openly inserted in it. She wore a huge pair of sunglasses that nearly covered half her face. Compared to before, her skin had lost some of its smoothness and fairness, now showing a healthy wheat color. Chen, why didn't you dodge? Lin Man took off her sunglasses and looked at Shinchen. Who's going to pay you if you run me over? Chen replied with a smile, shrugging. The problem is I can't drive. I don't even have a license. Not hitting you was purely your luck. Lin Man rolled her eyes dramatically and then ignored Shinchen, walking towards Tang Xiaohua and Jang Ani, giving both of them a big hug. Man, I missed you so much. Tang Xiaohua nuzzled in Lin Man's embrace, speaking in a spoiled tone. I missed you both too, Lin Man said, reaching out to ruffle Tang Xiaohua's hair, then turning to Jang Ani with a smile. Anchi, I brought you some special candies from Huangzhou. Really? Jang Anchi's eyes lit up instantly. Of course. As she spoke, Lin Man pulled out her silver pistol from the holster, twirled it around, and handed it to Jang Ani, and this, it's also specially for you. Lin Man, there's a gun ban in Qingzhou. At that moment, Hong Tao-Q, who was sitting in a wheelchair, suddenly reminded them with a serious expression. Hearing this, Lin Man turned to look at Hong Tao-Q, staring into her eyes for a while, then a meaningful smile appeared on her face as she nodded. I understand. They did not return to Hong Tao-Q's residence because there were simply too many of them. Instead, they went to a villa that Hong Tao-Q owned in the suburbs. Due to its remote location, no one usually lived there. Man, you must stay a few more days this time. When I was drinking with Xiaohua and the others, I often mentioned you. This time we must drink a few more cups and not return until we're drunk, Hong Tao-Q said, sitting on the sofa, holding Lin Man's hand and chattering away. I'm afraid that won't be possible this time. There are important matters in Huangzhou. Next time I come back, I will definitely drink a few cups with you, Qjia. Although it had only been a month since they parted, Shinchen and the others could clearly feel that Lin Man had changed significantly compared to before. This change was not in her skin tone or her attire, but a profound transformation from the inside out. The previous Lin Man, after experiencing the events with Huiyan, was sharp and striking, while now she had become more reserved. She used to be like a fierce beast capable of causing harm at any moment, but now she had locked that beast deep within her heart, only releasing it when necessary. By the way, I haven't had the chance to ask you, what do you need so much cash for? Shinchen asked. Lin Man glanced around at everyone, and seeing there were no outsiders, she slowly replied, I am currently working for Manhwa, and recently there have been some financial issues that require a large amount of cash. But don't worry, we recently received a mission to suppress rebels around the Pacific, and I can return the money to you once we come back. The money isn't urgent. Shinchen waved his hand, then looked at Lin Man with a serious expression. But about what you said regarding Manhwa. Mercenaries, Hong Tao-Q interjected, casting a complex glance at Lin Man before continuing. The only legally recognized mercenary group within the borders of Xiao country, their leader, General Zhan, is known as the living bodhisattva among mercenaries, a remarkable person. He really is a remarkable person, Lin Man said with a bitter smile. Manhwa was nearly broke, yet this guy was still doing good deeds. Lin Man had never seen such an unreliable leader. If it weren't for Lu Nan having some skills, Manhwa would have probably disbanded by now. After all, those mercenaries didn't risk their lives just to become great benefactors. They were in it for the money. Crossing the Pacific to quell unrest must be very dangerous, right? I heard things aren't peaceful over there lately, Tang Xiaohua said, a hint of worry on her face. Recently, due to the major earthquake, many people in countries around the Pacific Rim were facing displacement, and in such circumstances, riots were most likely to occur. Some countries had already experienced regime collapses, so Manhwa must have been hired for a mission by some country. Danger is certain, but I like that feeling. A glimmer of longing flashed in Lin Man's eyes. She wasn't just comforting everyone, she genuinely loved the battlefield, where she could indulge her desire for slaughter without restraint. For her, it was paradise. Just then, Shinchen's phone rang again. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was a number from Zhongzhou. It should be the money, Shen said as he pressed the answer button. Hello, little benefactor. A flirtatious voice came from the other end of the line. Who are you? My name is Xiao Xiaoxue, I'm Xia Daiyu's sister. We met a few years ago, Xiao Xiaoxue explained with a smile. I remember now. Years ago, Shinchen had inadvertently saved a family of 4. Initially, he thought they were a couple with their children, only later realizing that Xiao Xiaoxue was Xia Daiyu's sister. However, their names were also telling heavy rain and light snow. After sending the location of the Heart Q Villa to the other party, Shinchen hung up the phone. About 40 minutes later, more than a dozen armored cash transport vehicles arrived at the villa's entrance, escorted by a group of men in black trench coats. A tall girl jumped out of one of the vehicles and waved at Shinchen. Little benefactor, do you remember me? Sister Xiaoxue. Shinchen smiled and greeted her back. Just then, a man in a black trench coat approached and said to Xiao Xiaoxue, Miss Xia, we are waiting for you outside. Thank you to all the brothers from Zhongzhou. Wei, Xiao Xiaoxue said, pulling a card from her bag and handing it to him with a smile. This card has 300,000 on it, please treat the brothers to some drinks. Miss Xia, you are too kind. This is what we should do, the man in black said, though he still accepted the card. The Xiao family of Zhongzhou was undoubtedly the richest in Xiao country, even ranking among the top 3 in the world's billionaire list. Zhongzhou Wei was very willing to assist them. For instance, in this escort mission, within less than a week, each of them could earn a reward of 200,000. If the other party needed them to continue escorting, that would be an additional fee. Such income was many times more than the fixed salary given by Zhongzhou Wei. At that moment, a tall and handsome boy also got out of the vehicle and walked up to Shinchen, shyly saying, Uncle. Shinchen couldn't help but smile helplessly at the words. Xiao, the only son of the Xiao family and the sole heir of the Daxia Chamber of Commerce, was the biggest rich second generation in Xiao country. He was about the same age as Shinchen, but since Xia Daiyu referred to Shinchen as a brother, he had to call Shinchen uncle. Don't just stand here, let's go inside and talk. Heart Q warmly invited everyone in. Xiao Xiaoxue and Xiaoyu followed Shinchen and the others into the house, while the Zhongzhou Wei members remained near the cash transport vehicles, preventing anyone from approaching. In the living room, Xiao Xiaoxue took a sip from her teacup and then looked at Shinchen, saying, Little benefactor, 200 million in cash has been delivered to you. Let me know where you need it sent. I can have Zhongzhou Wei help escort it. 200 million? Shinchen was slightly taken aback. My brother said that you, little benefactor, never ask for anything lightly, so he had me prepare an extra 100 million in cash to bring over, thinking you must be in some trouble, Xiao Xiaoxue said with a smile. Wow, no wonder he's the god of wealth in Xiao country, he's really generous. Tang Xiaohua exclaimed sincerely. Shinchen glanced at Lin Man and then said, in that case, you can take it all. Lin Man hesitated for a moment and then said softly, I'll just take 100 million, I'm afraid we won't be able to pay it back. Shinchen looked at Xiao Xiaoxue with a questioning gaze. Xiao Xiaoxue quickly understood Shinchen's meaning, so she began to explain, this money is provided to the benefactor free of charge. Now, this money has no relation to the Xiao family or the Chamber of Commerce, the right to dispose of it is entirely yours. Thank you. If we have the chance, we will definitely repay the Xiao family for this kindness. Shinchen nodded solemnly. Xiao Xiaoxue shook her head. Benefactor, the lives of our family are worth more than just 200 million. We still owe you a debt of gratitude. How can we talk about repaying you? Shinchen smiled but did not speak. People have different perspectives. For someone like Xiao Xiaoxue, life is priceless, but for some ordinary people, life can be priced, and its value is not particularly high. When Shinchen was still in college, he had seen a local news report from Hangzhou. In Ice City, a man on an electric bike collided with a dog from the Ding family, resulting in the deaths of both the man and the dog. After 3 public hearings by the local court, the verdict was that the Ding family had to compensate the Yu family for various economic losses amounting to 30%, which was over 19,000 yuan. Meanwhile, the Yu family had to compensate the Ding family for the dog's value at 70%, amounting to over 14,000 yuan. A human life was valued slightly higher than a dog's. There was also a news story from another region about an old man named Zhang whose son died due to a medical accident. The court ruled that the hospital should pay over 30,000 yuan. In the same year, a prize dog died due to a medical accident at a pet hospital, and the court ordered the hospital to pay over 50,000 yuan based on the dog's value. Faced with this comparison, old man Zhang lamented, why is my son's life worth less than a dog's? This is a kind of sorrow and helplessness because the judge's ruling was not wrong. In this people-centered society, is it really not wrong that a human life is valued less than a dog's? The judge is not wrong. It must be the law that is flawed. In recent years, mining accidents have occurred frequently. Why? Because when one person dies, the mine owner only needs to pay a few tens of thousands, but purchasing safety equipment can cost hundreds of thousands, even millions. Another common scenario is that many drivers, after hitting someone, choose not to save them, risking being charged with manslaughter instead. Why is that? Because compensating for a death only requires a few tens of thousands, but if that person survives, the medical and living expenses can become an endless pit. Alright, benefactor, don't think too much. Where should this money be sent? I can have Zhang Wei help. Escort it. Xiao Xiaoshui interrupted Shinchen's thoughts, patting his shoulder and asking. Shinchen did not speak but looked at Lin Man. Beside him, Huancheng, Lin Man said succinctly. When are we leaving? Xiao Xiaoshui asked. Tomorrow, I suppose, Lin Man said after pondering. For a few seconds. Man, aren't you going to stay a few more days? I really miss you. Tang Xiaohua reached out and linked her arm with Lin Man's. After I finish this mission and come back, I'll come here to find you, Lin Man said with a smile, helping Tang Xiaohua tidy her hair. Okay. Tang Xiaohua pouted. Okay. Xiao Xiaoshui made an okay gesture and then said to Xiao behind her, Xiao, go tell the people from Zhangzhou Wei to help safely deliver this money to Huanqing tomorrow. Got it, Auntie. Xiao nodded and then left the room. That night, as the host, Hong Tao Q invited everyone to a feast again. Originally, she planned to have a few drinks with Lin Man, but unfortunately, Xiao Xiaoshua barged in, so Hong Tao Q had to first drink Xiao Xiaoshua under the table before drinking with Lin Man. But who would have thought that the two would be evenly matched, and the two women ended up drinking 8 bottles of half a gin of baijiu. Shinchen had already lost count of how much beer they had consumed. Later, Tang Xiaohua and Lin Man also joined the battlefield, teaming up to challenge Hong Tao Q and Xiao Xiaoshui. As a result, the slightly tipsy Hearts Q easily took down Lin Man and her companion. In the end, Jang Ani made her move, but instead of competing and drinking, she challenged them to see who could eat more. The outcome was that Jang Ani single-handedly handled both of them with ease. She even felt a bit unsatisfied. Meanwhile, in Hanzhou, Long Sihai sat in a chair, his eyes filled with an air of authority. Feng Qiong, here. Feng Qiong, dressed in a black trench coat, stepped forward respectfully. How is your injury? It's nothing serious now, Feng Qiong replied with her head lowered. Then go to Qingzhou, Long Sihai said indifferently. Qingzhou? Feng Qiong frowned. The governor of Qingzhou, Huazhan, had already made it clear that the incident during the military exercise occurred in Qingzhou and should be investigated by Qingzhou, prohibiting any law enforcement personnel from other states from entering Qingzhou. For the time being, I just received news that Shinchen has a friend named Lin Man. Long Sihai took out a cigar, lit it, and slowly said. Shinchen helped her prepare a large sum of money to be sent to Huangzhou. You need to intercept Lin Man at the border of Qingzhou and relay the message to Shinchen. A large sum of money? Feng Qiong pondered for a few seconds before realizing the money sent by the Daxia Chamber of Commerce is for Shinchen? Exactly. Long Sihai nodded, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. This time, let Long Yi accompany you. At all costs, you must bring Shinchen back to me. I want to torment him bit by bit until he dies. Hearing Long Sihai's words, which seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, Feng Qiong couldn't help but shiver instinctively. But there was also a cold glint in her eyes. Her hatred for Shinchen was no less than that of Long Sihai. The souls of the 12 Hanzhou guards must be honored with Shinchen's blood. Remember, bring him back alive. Long Sihai emphasized again. Understood. Feng Qiong nodded and then left the room. The next morning, at the north gate of Tianshui City. Man, I'm really going to miss you. Tang Xiaohua tightly hugged Lin Man's slender waist, refusing to let go. Alright, don't make a fuss. Who knows, I might be back soon. Lin Man comforted her with a smile. Saying this, Lin Man pulled Tang Xiaohua's hands away and bid farewell to everyone. Finally, she took Shinchen aside and whispered, I found out where the headquarters of the poker organization is. Shinchen was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. He quickly realized that Lin Man must have used mind reading on Hearts Q, Yunzhou, at the bottom of Yunhai. Lin Man said with a serious expression, they have a huge submarine there, which serves as their mobile headquarters. At this point, Lin Man fell silent for a few seconds, then looked at Shinchen with a complex expression. However, Hearts Q is indeed sincere towards you. How you treat her is something you need to consider yourself. Shen remained silent for a long time before finally nodding. I understand. Alright, then I'll be leaving. Lin Man let out a long breath, then gave Shinchen a hug. When you need me, I will come back. No matter who you have to deal with at that time, I will stand by your side. After Lin Man left, Tang Xiaohua and the others returned to the Qingzhou military headquarters. For now, they couldn't return to Hanzhou, as no one knew whether Lin Bei Wang and Lin Tianrong would take action against them. In Qingzhou, Huazhan would protect them, as they still held some value for him. Now, Shinchen and his group, apart from themselves, dared not trust anyone else. Little benefactor, the money has been delivered, and we should head back now. Xiao Xiaoshua looked at Shinchen with a smile. Thank you. Please convey my gratitude to President Xiao. In the future, if there's anything I can assist with, I will never decline, Shinchen said with a serious expression. Alright, little benefactor, we're leaving now. Remember to keep in touch. Xiao Xiaoshu didn't say much, just shook her phone a bit, then turned to leave with Xiao. Watching the two of them walk away, Shinchen suddenly frowned and said, I always feel like I've forgotten something. What is it? Hong Tao Q asked curiously. I can't remember, but I just feel like I've forgotten something. Shinchen scratched his head and pushed Hong Tao Q's wheelchair towards the parking lot. By the time they returned to Hong Tao Q's home, it was already noon. As soon as they reached the door, both Shinchen and Hong Tao Q's expressions changed simultaneously. As D-level awakeners, their hearing was far superior to others, and they keenly heard what seemed to be faint sounds coming from inside the room. Shinchen immediately pushed Hong Tao Q aside and approached the door alone. Be careful, Hong Tao Q whispered. Shinchen didn't respond, just slightly shook his head and slowly inserted the key into the lock. Then, he suddenly flung the door open. But the next second, Shinchen froze in place. Seeing Shen's dazed expression, Hong Tao Q sensed that there might not be any danger in the room, so she maneuvered her wheelchair to the door. Then, she saw a person lying on the floor, someone looking extremely disheveled and a bit unkempt. I knew I forgot something. Shinchen slapped his forehead and hurriedly went to help the person on the ground, Jiang Xiao. Upon seeing Shinchen's face, Jiang Zhao's tired gaze was filled with anger. Shin shower. These words seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, and at that moment, Jiang Zhao's expression was extremely fierce, as if he wanted to swallow Shinchen whole. Sorry, I forgot about you. Are you feeling unwell? I'll take you to the hospital right away. Shinchen smiled awkwardly. Hearing Shinchen's words, Jiang Xiao tilted his head and fainted. Looking at the faint trace of the word absorb on Jiang Zhao's body, Shinchen knew he should be fine, probably just suffering from low blood sugar due to hunger. After all, activating empathy had already put a huge strain on him, and then not eating for 2 days, who could handle that? Shen then opened his palm and activated the long-lost absorption. Moments later, Jiang Xiao slowly woke up. Give me water. Jiang Xiao weakly stretched out his hand, looking as if he was about to die. Shinchen immediately took a bottle of energy drink from the fridge and handed it to him. You glutton, replenish some energy. Open it for me, Jiang Xiao said irritably. Is it really that easy to decide to betray the Tianshui Chamber of Commerce? Hong Tao Q asked, looking at Jiang Xiao who was wolfing down food beside her. How did you meet in? She? Jiang Xiao replied with a non-answer. Her name is Jiang Anchi, don't act like you know her well. Hong Tao Q shot him a glare. Jiang Anchi, sounds nice, Jiang Xiao said with a silly grin. Answer my question first, Hong Tao Q repeated. Are you really planning to betray the Tianshui Chamber of Commerce? What betrayal? Why do you have to say it so harshly? Jiang Xiao put down the half piece of bread in his hand and said with righteous indignation, I'm just choosing to give up my career for love. Suit yourself, but I have to say up front, I still can't fully trust you, Hong Tao Q said quite seriously. After all, you're a smiling tiger. Come on, Q Jia, I almost gave my life for you guys, and you still don't trust me? Jiang Xiao looked aggrieved. It's not that I can't trust you, but at least you need to have a token of loyalty, Shinchen interjected at the right moment. What do you mean? Jiang Xiao asked. Starting tomorrow, the Hearts Q will fully engage in war with the Tianshui Chamber of Commerce. You can be the vanguard then. As soon as these words were spoken, even Hearts Q beside her frowned slightly. Due to the military exercises, the poker organization's commercial strikes against the Tianshui Chamber of Commerce had been delayed, and she still hadn't received a precise timeline for dealing with them. Second brother, isn't this a bit too much? Jiang Zhao's face showed a hint of difficulty. Then you can leave. This time, your help for Jiang Anchi counts as a favor we owe you, and we'll repay you when the opportunity arises, Shinchen said, making a gesture of invitation. Jiang Xiao hesitated for a few seconds, then gritted her teeth and said, all right, I'll do it. The next day, the Hearts organization launched a series of actions against the Tianshui Chamber of Commerce, during which 2 shareholders of the chamber were assassinated. One died on the spot, while the other, though he survived, ended up in the intensive care unit. The mastermind behind all this turned out to be the Tianshui Chamber's top enforcer, the smiling tiger, Jiang Xiao. Once this news broke, the entire Tianshui city was thrown into chaos. Just over a month ago, the Hearts had just wiped out the Wolf Gang, and now they were directly targeting the Tianshui Chamber of Commerce, clearly aiming to unify the entire underground organization of Tianshui City. In an instant, all small organizations and gangs were on high alert. At that moment, Shinchen received a call from Linman, what's wrong? Shinchen, long time no see, I hope you're doing well? On the other end of the line, it wasn't Lin Man's voice, but that of another woman. Shinchen recognized this voice very well. It was Feng Qiong, the leader of the Hanzhou Guard. Hearing that voice, Shinchen felt a chill run down his spine, and a strong sense of unease surged within him. What have you done to Lin Man? Lin Man? Feng Qiong chuckled and then said, don't worry, she's not dead yet. As her words fell, a piercing scream echoed from the other end of the line. Shinchen recognized it as Lin Man's voice. Feng Qiong, don't you love using lives to threaten me? Feng Qiong, paid no heed to Shinchen's furious voice and said with a smirk, Shinchen, today I'm using Lin Man's life as leverage to invite you to your death. Will you dare to come? At the border between Qingzhou and Hanzhou, Feng Xiong sat on the hood of a jeep, basking in the warm sunlight, a look of enjoyment on her face. At that moment, she felt that the slightly chilly October wind carried a refreshing quality, lifting her spirits. Feng Xiong, have you considered the consequences of going after the Zhangzhou guard? The Zhangzhou guard who had previously received money from Xia Xiuxue stared intently at Feng Xiong. Hey, don't put words in my mouth, Feng Xiong interrupted, then slowly said, I'm not targeting you Zhangzhou guard, I'm just following orders to capture the criminal Lin Man. Saying this, she pulled out a crumpled wanted poster from her coat pocket and tossed it over. Lin Man has injured people multiple times in Ice City and the Hanzhou guard has been ordered to pursue her. As for where you want to send money, it really has nothing to do with us. Feng Xiong shrugged, displaying an innocent expression. She truly didn't want to provoke the Zhangzhou guard, nor could she afford to, but this time it wasn't about them, it was solely to capture the fugitive Lin Man, nothing more. The Zhangzhou guard looked at the wanted poster, falling into silence for a moment. He knew this was just Feng Xiong's excuse, but the wanted poster was indeed real. He was unclear about the grievances between Lin Man and the Hanzhou guard and didn't want to get involved. His task was simply to safely deliver the money to the wasteland city. At that moment, Lin Man had multiple bruises on her body and there was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, being held down by two Qingzhou guards, half kneeling on the ground. She struggled to lift her head and glanced at the Zhangzhou guard. Please ensure that the money is safely delivered to Wasteland City and handed over to someone named Lu Nan. After hearing Lin Man's words, the Zhangzhou guard hesitated for a few seconds, then nodded and said, Don't worry, we will definitely fulfill what we promised Miss Xiao. As for your grievances with the Hanzhou guard, I'm sorry. Thank you. Lin Man's voice was a bit hoarse. Watching the armored trucks drive away, Feng Xiong also jumped down from the vehicle and stood before Lin Man, looking down at her from a height. Do you think Shinchen will come to save you? What does it matter to you? Lin Man glared fiercely at her, her eyes filled with hatred. He. Feng Xiong chuckled lightly, then continued, I don't think he will come. After all, if he doesn't come, you die, and if he does come, he dies instead. Ugly people cause trouble. A hint of disdain curled at the corner of Lin Man's mouth. You think I'm ugly? Feng Xiong looked at Lin Man in surprise. Although Feng Xiong's appearance couldn't be described as stunningly beautiful, she was still considered outstanding within the military, and this was the first time someone had described her as ugly, isn't it? Lin Man raised her impossibly beautiful face to look at her. A cold glint flashed in Feng Xiong's eyes. If it were someone else calling her ugly, she might not even bother to retort, but this woman before her was truly beautiful to an unreasonable degree. Are you quite proud of your face? Feng Xiong stepped forward, reaching out to pinch Lin Man's face, her tone carrying a hint of coldness. Better than you ugly monster. Lin Man continued to provoke her. Right now, Lin Man only saw death. As long as she died, Feng Xiong and the Hanzhou guard would be unable to use her to threaten Shinchen, and without any worries, it wouldn't be a simple matter for even a B-level awakened to keep him. As for whether Shinchen would come, Lin Man hadn't even considered it, because he would definitely come. As long as he was Shinchen, he would come. So Lin Man could only keep provoking Feng Xiong, hoping for a quick death. And in the next second, Feng Xiong pulled out a dagger glinting with cold light from her boot. Your face is indeed very beautiful, but I wonder if you'll still take pride in it after it's been slashed. A radiant smile appeared on Feng Xiong's face, but it gave off a feeling of